A kid groggily wakes up, his ears ringing from someone relentlessly calling his name. Before Lu Sheng can even process what's happening, the teacher up front is already tearing into him. His classmates turn around, snickering. "What are you so dazed about? Hey, Lu Sheng, you've been sleeping all day." The teacher was clearly fed up with Lu Sheng's attitude. There were only 200 days left until the mock exams, yet Lu Sheng spent every class snoozing like a piglet. This had pushed his teacher over the edge, who was now practically foaming at the mouth. He threatened Lu Sheng, saying that with an attitude like this, after graduation, nobody would even hire him as a bricklayer. The teacher then tested him, asking if Lu Sheng even knew the minimum blood chi standard for a cement worker. He expected Lu Sheng to be clueless, but to his surprise, the kid answered clearly, 0.8. Hearing that only made the teacher angrier, demanding to know if he had even reached that standard yet. The other students jumped in to mock Lu Sheng. They laughed and jeered that his blood chi was barely even a 0.7. What good was he for anything besides sleeping? The teacher just shook his head and sighed in disappointment. The kid had no competitive spirit at all. As soon as the bell rang, his friend Liu Kaiming ran over to Lu Sheng with a cheerful greeting. This guy was one of the few friends Lu Sheng had. Lu Sheng just gave a tired nod. He closed his eyes, thinking about the scenes from his dream. It was all a desolate wasteland of ruins, with no one in sight, surrounded by bizarre monsters. He complained to Liu Kaiming, telling him not to bring it up. Those nightly nightmares had wrecked his mental state, even causing his blood chi to drop by 0.02. He'd had to chug tons of supplements and train like crazy just to recover a little, but he still couldn't escape the teacher's daily lectures. Liu Kaiming didn't really care about all that blood chi stuff. He just tried to cheer Lu Sheng up. "Don't sweat what that old geezer says. Just accept being a normal guy. Leave all that hero and saving the world stuff to the geniuses." What he thought was a ray of hope from his best friend turned into total despair. After saying his piece, Liu Kaiming invited Lu Sheng to the internet cafe like they always did, but today, Lu Sheng wasn't in the mood for anything. He just wanted to go home, so he turned down the offer. Liu Kaiming was shocked by the refusal, since the two were usually joined at the hip. He even generously offered to cover all the gaming and drink fees for the day, but Lu Sheng still shook his head firmly. Liu Kaiming wanted to keep trying to convince him, but his other friends were calling. In the end, he just promised to hang out another time, said goodbye to Lu Sheng, and ran off to join the rest of the group. On the way home, Lu Sheng's mind was still in turmoil, haunted by the nightmare he'd had for days. He couldn't believe it. He'd been transported to a whole new world, and he still had to worry about exams. Lu Sheng groaned, thinking about subjects like math, physics, and chemistry, and even having to keep up with current events. It seemed this new world wasn't all that different from his old one. Lost in thought, he was snapped back to reality by a passerby yelling at him. Of all the places to stand, he had to zone out in the middle of the road. The person who shouted was carrying a ridiculously heavy pile of goods on his head. Lu Sheng watched in envy. He wondered when he'd ever be that strong. The body he'd transmigrated into was as weak as a snail. Over 300 years ago, this world had gone through a massive change. A colossal rift had appeared in both the sky and the ground, and from within, grotesque monsters emerged, changing the course of the entire world. Thermal weapons became useless, but suddenly, humanity gained a new power as the genetic locks in their bodies were shattered, allowing their physical strength to break through to unimaginable heights. Because of this, humanity entered the path of martial arts. But even so, in the war for survival against the monsters, humans were still at a huge disadvantage. It seemed like towns and cities fell every day, and humanity was constantly losing ground. Facing such dire circumstances, the teacher had once stood before the entire school to deliver a message to all the students. "You were born in a turbulent era, and you must carry the responsibility of this age. You are practicing martial arts for the advancement of humanity, and each of you is a flame on the martial path." Lu Sheng leaned against a locker, panting heavily. He had just gone through 3 consecutive training routines, yet his blood chi hadn't changed one bit. It was the complete opposite for his younger sister, whose blood chi had already soared to 0.9. Meanwhile, he couldn't even recover the small amount of blood chi he lost from his nightmares. Lu Sheng's heart ached, thinking about how hard his parents worked to buy him supplements. The heavens had given him a second chance by sending him to a world of martial arts. Was he really going to let things continue this pathetically? He muttered to himself, resolving to try even harder. If training 3 times had no effect, then he'd just do it a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th time. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and then everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported to another world. The scene here was beyond horrifying. Corpses were scattered everywhere. Lu Sheng naively pinched his own cheek a few times, but there was no waking up. As he sat there trying to figure things out, he failed to notice a monster bearing its fangs had appeared right behind him. The shadow behind him lunged, pouncing on Lu Sheng. Luckily, he wasn't clueless anymore and managed to block the monster just in time. Otherwise, he would have lost his first kiss to this ugly thing. Now he could clearly see the dark figure's face. It was a zombie. Seeing its sharp teeth about to take a bite out of his butt, he couldn't help but panic. Damn it! I've been running from you for so many nights, and you finally caught me. The zombie dove in to kiss Lu Sheng, but being quick and handsome, he tilted his head aside, and the zombie's kiss met the ground instead. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and told it not to look down on him. Even if his combat class scores were terrible, and his blood chi was only 0.7, and even if he was considered trash in everyone else's eyes, he was still a semi-martial artist. With that, he slammed his foot straight into the zombie's chest, a kick that felt like 1,000 daggers to its heart. After being kicked, the zombie tumbled to the ground. Before it could even get up, Lu Sheng had already picked up a massive rock. He then rushed over and gave the zombie a one-way ticket to a facial reconstruction. After a few sickening thuds, the female zombie lay motionless. Lu Sheng sat panting, that little scuffle having taken a lot out of him. Looking down at the zombie at his feet, he muttered, "Phew, that should be the end of this thing, right? The weak point of a zombie must be its head." Suddenly, strange, black, floating things started emerging from the zombie's body and flowing into Lu Sheng, leaving him totally confused. What the hell is this? As more and more of the strange substance clung to him, Lu Sheng screamed in despair. Suddenly, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. A conversation between two men appeared. One spoke of his dream to join the Defense Force garrison. The other warned him that the training was brutal and incredibly dangerous, but the man wasn't fazed in the slightest. Then came images of grueling training sessions and memories of when the chaos began, with hordes of monsters relentlessly attacking humanity and strange creatures everywhere. Lu Sheng figured it out. These were the memories of the zombie he had just defeated, but he had no idea why killing it would allow him to absorb its memories. His body began to undergo a strange transformation, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. While he was losing control, another zombie crawled out of nowhere and charged right at him. But strangely, Lu Sheng had become unbelievably strong. He easily took down the new zombie in just a few hits. Compared to his power now, the Incredible Hulk was just a name. The pitiful zombie collapsed just like that. At that moment, Lu Sheng snapped back to his senses. The strange black substance once again swirled around and into his body. He could feel it. A tidal wave of power was surging through him. With years of experience binging stories like this, Luke Thon realized that every zombie he destroyed here didn't just give him memories, it also gave him their strength. Luke Thon stared at his own hands, finding it all hard to believe. With just a few punches, he could effortlessly absorb someone's entire life experience. It was a massive shortcut, but it felt a little dirty. Still, if this wasn't all just a dream, then it had its perks. But something about this dreamscape felt off. Why did a simple dream have to feel so incredibly real? After walking for a bit, another glowing corpse appeared, catching Luke Thon's attention. The skeleton began to dissolve, and its memory started flowing straight into him. In the vision, he saw base 1359. Luke Thon recalled seeing this same base in the previous memory shard he'd absorbed. It seemed he had to find base 1359 to uncover the truth behind this bizarre dream. Absorbing this zombie's memories didn't feel as intense as the first time, though. Luke Thon understood now. If he wanted to inherit their power, he had to fight the zombies first. Suddenly, blue tentacles appeared in the sky, and his head began to spin, feeling dizzy. It was just like what happened back at his house. In an instant, his vision went completely black. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his familiar bedroom. A persistent knocking echoed from outside the door. Luke Thon jolted awake, drenched in sweat. "Luke Thon, come out and eat! How long are you going to stay cooped up in your room?" He dragged his tired body to the door. The one calling him was Manhwa, his one and only younger sister. His beautiful sister wouldn't stop nagging him. "Don't tell me you were training so hard you just passed out and slept through the day, did you?" But when she looked up and saw her brother drenched in sweat, her eyes went wide with shock, especially when she noticed his body, which now had a chiseled six-pack that definitely wasn't there before. A dazed Luke Thon tried to explain, "I guess I just zoned out," and fell asleep without realizing it. Manhwa turned away, telling him to hurry up and come eat before their parents had to wait any longer. But even as she walked away, she couldn't get the image of her brother's incredible new physique out of her head. Suddenly, her face turned bright red. After Manhwa left, Luke Thon's mind drifted back to when they were kids. Back then, Manhwa was always stuck to his side, but ever since they entered the academy and got their first test results back, her attitude had completely changed. Luke Thon didn't blame her for it. Her chi and blood value had already surpassed 1.0, and her combat power index had broken through. At this rate, she'd soon qualify for a top-tier martial arts university. To put it simply, Manhwa was nothing short of a genius. Thinking about himself, Luke Thon felt a wave of helplessness. He figured they were the classic, unbearable combination, the useless older brother and the genius younger sister. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to his reflection in the mirror. Since when did his body get so ripped? He actually looked handsome. Luke Thon stretched his limbs. Even though he'd just woken up from a nightmare, he didn't feel tired or groggy at all. In fact, he felt more energized than ever before. Not only that, but he remembered every detail from the zombies' memories. He now possessed all kinds of inherited combat skills and techniques. It was completely unbelievable. Even his own vital energy felt a little stronger. It made Luke Thon suspect he could actually bring the power from his dreams into the real world. Other people trained until they dropped, but all he had to do was take a nap to get way stronger. This was a total life hack. When Luke Thon walked to the dining table, his parents greeted him with huge smiles. The table was already overflowing with food his mom had prepared. There was barely any room left. With this much support from his parents, if he still failed, he'd be a lost cause. But this meal was strange. Luke Thon was eating like a starving wolf. He shoveled spoonful after spoonful of rice into his mouth without stopping. He wondered if his mom's cooking skills had leveled up, because the food tasted unbelievably good today. He just couldn't stop eating. He held out his bowl to ask for more, but there was nothing left on the table. A mountain of empty bowls was already piled up where he sat. Luke Thon had really put on a show for his family tonight. Seeing the empty table, he just laughed awkwardly and pulled his bowl back. Never mind, I'm full. Even he had no idea when he'd developed such a huge appetite. But his dad snatched the bowl from his hand and boomed. "What are you talking about? As if we'd let our son go hungry in this house." He immediately told his wife to cook another pot of rice and make a few more dishes. It was rare to see his son eat like this, so how could he let him stay a hungry ghost? He clapped Luke Thon happily on the shoulder. "This is what happens when a boy hits his growth spurt. You can eat and never feel full. This means you'll grow even taller." He promised to go out and buy more supplements tomorrow. Puberty was the golden window to increase one's chi and blood, and they couldn't waste this opportunity. But Kanhoa, sitting on the side, chimed in with a sarcastic remark. "Luke Thon is already 18. His last chi and blood test was only 0.8. It's not like you can increase it just by wishing for it." Hearing his daughter, their dad looked extremely displeased. "Hey, don't discourage your brother. Even a small increase is still an increase. The gap between a martial arts university and a technical college is like heaven and earth." Kanhoa just huffed and turned her head away, ignoring her dad's words. Luke Thon sat there, feeling helpless as his sister kept teasing their father, who was now fuming. Meanwhile, Luke Thon was still thinking that his chi and blood really might have gotten stronger from the dream, but he was afraid his senses were tricking him. No matter what, he had to get to the martial arts hall and test it out. By nightfall, he had arrived at the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. The master here was Ni Hongchuan, an expert in a family-inherited fist style who had placed in the top 10 of Baihei City's 23rd annual martial arts tournament. This man was a level 4 martial artist. According to the Martial Alliance standards, a level 1 martial artist needed a chi and blood value of 1.5, with a standard combat power index of 150. A level 2 martial artist required a standard of 15 for chi and blood, and a combat index of 1,500. The standard jumped 10 times just from level 1 to 2. And for a level 3 martial artist, the standard was 100 for ki and blood, with a combat index soaring to 10,000. Only by surpassing a peak chi and blood value of 200 and achieving a combat power of 100,000 could Ni Hongchuan become a level 4 martial artist. Luke Thon thought to himself that Ni Hongchuan's power was 300 times his own. The gap between martial artist ranks was enormous. It was a difference in life level itself. High-level martial artists were basically real-life superhumans. Moreover, only kids from wealthy families could afford to join these advanced classes. If Kanhoa wanted to join, his parents would probably find the money for her. But for him, not a chance. On the bright side, he had his own zombie-absorbing cheat code in his dreams, so he didn't really need these classes anyway. As Luke Thon stepped inside, the receptionist greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome to Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Are you here to sign up for our advanced martial arts course?" Luke Thon replied, "No, I'm just here to test my chi and blood value." The receptionist kept her smile, but her mind was already sizing him up. Arriving without a private coach, definitely not from a rich family. She directed him down the hall to room number 8. "The testing equipment is inside." The woman politely asked if he needed assistance, but Luke Thon declined. Once inside the room, Luke Thon took a moment to prepare himself, then placed his hand on the spherical sensor of the device. The screen lit up. His current chi and blood value was 0.963. Seeing the number, Luke Thon's face lit up with joy. The dream wasn't a lie. Defeating zombies really could increase his chi and blood. In just 1 hour, he had gone up by zero point 0.2. At this rate, he might even be able to catch up to his sister. Then again, Khan Hoa was already a certified genius. But putting that aside, this meant Luke Thon could finally go further on his own martial path. Now then, what about his combat power index? Lu Sheng stepped up to the combat power tester. He reached out, trying to calm his nerves. "It's gonna be fine," he told himself. After all, every fighting skill and instinct from that jumpsuit zombie was now burned into his very soul. Lu Sheng unleashed a punch right into the machine. A second later, the result flashed on screen. A shocking 113. His jaw dropped to the floor. A jump like this completely shattered the normal blood chi limits. He was officially a true martial artist. This felt totally unreal. How could just 1 hour of sleep boost his blood chi and combat power this much? So what would happen if he slept for 8 hours, or 9, or 10? At this rate, he could be completely reborn overnight. But when night came, Lu Sheng couldn't fall asleep for the life of him. He furiously threw his pillow onto the bed. Damn it! Why can't I sleep when I actually want to? Maybe he needed a special trigger, like that afternoon nap. Or maybe he could only sleep that soundly in class. Lu Sheng got up and flicked on the light. He glanced at the clock. It was only 9 p.m. Yeah, trying to sleep now was way too early anyway. Might as well get some training in. Once he was exhausted, sleep would come naturally. Lu Sheng took a deep breath. With his blood chi overflowing, now was the perfect time to solidify it. All right, time for the 30th promotional fitness program to begin. Lu Sheng started with the first form, but his body suddenly refused to obey. Instead of the first technique, his limbs were moving on their own, performing some bizarre routine he didn't even recognize. He'd been practicing those 24 forms since elementary school. There was no way he'd mess up the moves. Then, the zombie's memories flooded his mind once again. It finally clicked. His body wasn't doing his forms. It was practicing the martial arts from the zombie's memories. While most of the apartments had gone dark, the silhouette of a lone teenager could be seen, tirelessly training on his bed. Lu Sheng threw out a powerful strike, breathing heavily. He could already tell this new routine had over 200 more moves than his old one. As Lu Sheng's hand sliced through the air, a powerful current of blue energy followed. He could feel the raw power with perfect clarity. With every move, he felt power pouring out of his body like sweat. Gasping for air, Lu Sheng realized something felt off. It wasn't just the martial arts, it was his breathing too. The memories came with a voice, constantly reminding him how to breathe, how to move. It even covered how to eat and sleep, a total lifestyle of constant training. This was absolutely insane. A few of these moves were more effective than a whole year of his old training, maybe even several years. Turns out, that dream was the ultimate masterclass. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, brought his hands together, and circulated his true chi. He focused the abundant energy, coiling it into a perfect sphere. But just as the atmosphere intensified, a loud gurgle erupted from his stomach. Lu Sheng collapsed, clutching his stomach in agony. His face looked gaunt, as if he'd been starved for 1,000 years. And honestly, that wasn't far from the truth. The hunger was unbearable, absolutely monstrous. With his hollowed-out expression, he looked like a zombie himself. He thought about dinner and practically started drooling. His blood chi had leveled up, but his body's energy supply couldn't keep up. Normal food just didn't have the nutrients he needed anymore. Lu Sheng knew what he needed: body enhancement supplements. He was already shaking from hunger. But with his family's income, those ridiculously expensive supplements were completely out of reach. If this kept up, his progress would grind to a halt. Lu Sheng scanned his room, then something clicked. He had to earn money for those supplements. He remembered the school gave out awards each semester for top-performing students. The Class A scholarship from Baihe Academy, he recalled it was 50,000 yuan. But to get that cash, he'd have to show off some serious talent and strength. Lu Sheng's eyes burned with a newfound determination. He was going to win that scholarship and buy his supplements. The next morning, in the school's gym locker room, Lu Sheng was changing when his buddy, Liu Kaiming, zipped up his jacket and started chatting. "It's wild the teacher isn't doing a pop quiz today. Feels like forever since we had a combat class." He was about to say more when he caught sight of Lu Sheng's ripped six-pack and stopped dead. Whoa. Old Lu, when the hell did you get so jacked? Kaiming reached out to get a feel, but Lu Sheng had already thrown on his shirt. Kaiming didn't care and kept hyping him up. "Dude, it's only been a few days. How'd you get so built? I barely recognize you. Flex for me." Lu Sheng played it cool. "Yeah, been putting in the work. And don't get any ideas just 'cause I look this good." Lu Sheng brushed his bangs out of his eyes. "Speaking of which, my hair's getting long too. Guess I need a haircut." Kaiming smirked. "Yeah, right. You're just trying to show off for the girls during combat class today. I see right through your shallow plan, my dude." Lu Sheng just sighed at his friend's antics, not really caring. With that, the two slung their arms over each other's shoulders and left. As they walked, Lu Sheng thought about how to make his move. This combat class was the perfect opportunity. Just then, the combat instructor, Zhang Guo, began to speak. Today's combat class will reinforce the basic counter techniques I've taught you before. Liu Kaiming leaned in and whispered to Lu Sheng. I heard Teacher Zhang is an official level 2 martial artist. He's been on the battlefield and fought against beasts. Look, you can see the scar on his hand. And sure enough, a massive, ugly scar was clearly visible on Zhang Guo's arm. Lu Sheng watched him closely, thinking to himself, a level 2 martial artist? His fighting style is so basic, so crude. The techniques I learned in my dream are on a whole other level. Zhang Guo started warming up, demonstrating the moves. After a moment, he threw a few powerful kicks, then pulled back into his final stance. All right, those are the key points I want you to focus on. Then, Zhang Guo pointed to a student in the crowd. Yang Yifei, get up here. Spar with me as a demonstration for the class. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd below, especially among the girls. Yang Yifei stood up immediately. Yes, teacher. He strutted forward, soaking in the admiring stares and whispers. One girl practically drooled. Yifei is so damn cool, and he's so strong. Her friend next to her chimed in. Totally! He's our class's hotshot genius. I'd kill to train with him. The crowd buzzed as the teacher called his name. A few girls started teasing each other. Train with him? Girl, you just want to eat him alive. Meanwhile, the guys, Kaiming included, just scoffed in disgust. Ugh, this dude again. Every chance to show off, it's always him. Sure, he's handsome, but he's also filthy rich. He gets the best blood chi supplements for every single stage. Last time they checked, Yifei's blood chi was already at 1.2. Plus, the teachers always give him special treatment. Liu Kaiming complained, how are us commoners even supposed to survive? While Liu Kaiming was still grumbling with jealousy, the guy was already on stage, demonstrating a few powerful kicks. Watching him, Lu Sheng thought to himself, the old me would have just stood here, bitter about how unfair life is. But things are different now. A new light gleamed in Lu Sheng's eyes. From now on, I'll seize everything for myself. On the stage, the two continued their demonstration, ending with a hand strike. Zhang Guo dusted off his clothes and praised Yifei. Good. Your form isn't bad. Your center of gravity is a bit off, but I'll help you fix that later. Keep training hard, and you'll have a boundless future. Now for the sparring session. Call up a few students to practice with you. Yang Yifei cupped his hands respectfully. Yes, thank you for your guidance, teacher. But that was just for show. Deep down, Yang Yifei was looking at his teacher with utter contempt. A pathetic level 2 martial artist. Even his family's private tutor was leagues beyond this guy. Of course, Zhang Guo didn't notice the silent mockery. He scanned the crowd, looking for a volunteer to spar with Yang Yifei. Does anyone want to step up? Down below, every student avoided the teacher's gaze, suddenly finding the walls fascinating. Liu Kaiming snorted. Who's dumb enough to fight him? You'd just be his personal punching bag. Seeing his students' reactions, Zhang Guo's brow furrowed in disappointment. Every time he brought up actual combat, these students would bury their heads in the sand. How was he supposed to teach this class? Sure, the school taught them how to cultivate their lifeblood and practice martial arts. But after graduation, only the absolute elite would join the army and walk the path of a true warrior. Zhang Guo scanned the room again. People always accused him of favoring the top students, but they never considered that besides Yang Yifei, no one else dared to step up. His gaze swept across the class and suddenly locked with Lu Sheng's, a gaze filled with killing intent. Zhang Guo was startled. The kid's eyes held the raw intensity of someone who had actually been in a life-or-death fight. They say the eyes are the window to the soul, so Zhang Guo pointed directly at Lu Sheng. All right, you, come up here and spar with Yang Yifei. Lu Sheng calmly stood up and said, yes, sir. But his friend, Liu Kaiming, anxiously grabbed his arm. Old Lu, just forfeit. The exams are coming up. Getting injured now would be a disaster. Don't let your pride get the best of you. But Lu Sheng just flexed his arm with a cool confidence. Don't worry, Kaiming. I've been training hard lately. He swaggered onto the training mat. The teacher started explaining the rules. 10 minutes on the clock, standard combat rules, and safety was top priority. He especially reminded them to remember the key points from the last lesson. As they faced each other, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered a key piece of advice. In a real fight, you must remain perfectly calm. It was so simple. Why had he never figured that out before? Well, if he had, he probably wouldn't have this second chance at life. The teacher then asked Lu Sheng about his last recorded blood chi value. Even though he'd just tested at 0.963 yesterday, in front of everyone, Lu Sheng humbly said he was only at 0.8. Hearing this number, Zhang Guo was a bit confused. He never expected Lu Sheng's score to be that low. The kid's confident posture didn't match someone with a blood chi value of just 0.8. In the end, he just told them to be careful and focus on technique, then yelled, "Begin!" Yifei looked at Lu Sheng with pure contempt. "You ready?" He even had the nerve to warn him. "When you hit the floor, don't try to catch yourself with your hands. You'll break your bones. Protect your vitals, especially your head." Lu Sheng showed no emotion at all, simply offering a polite thank you to the arrogant Yifei. "I'm ready as well. Please, enlighten me." Before the words even settled, Yifei lunged forward, a fist flying towards Lu Sheng's face as his mind filled with scorn. "Lu Sheng, you have any idea what's most important in a real fight? You have to control the distance, observe their movements, predict their next move." He rattled off a dozen theories in his head, but they all boiled down to one thing: the massive gap in their blood chi. The students watching from the sidelines gasped, stunned by Yifei's incredible speed. Riding a wave of confidence, Yifei charged forward like a hurricane, certain of his victory, but suddenly, the punch he'd put all his power into hit nothing but empty air. Yifei's face froze solid. Lu Sheng had effortlessly dodged his attack and was already launching a devastating counter. While Yifei was still trying to locate his opponent, Lu Sheng delivered a thunderous punch right to his cheek, sending him flying. Yifei was knocked out cold before he even hit the ground, crashing into the crowd of students as everyone stared in absolute shock. No one could believe the terrifying power Lu Sheng just displayed. With a single punch, he'd given Yifei a one-way ticket to the infirmary, no follow-up needed. Seeing that Yang Yifei wasn't getting up, the teacher yelled at the stunned students to go call the medics. The student he pointed at quickly nodded and scrambled off to follow his orders. The medics had to bring a stretcher to carry Yang Yifei away. He looked absolutely pathetic, a direct result of his own arrogance. Lu Sheng walked up to Teacher Zhang, explaining that he didn't mean for it to happen. It had just been a while since he'd had to hold back his power. Zhang Zhengguo looked at Lu Sheng with a deep, thoughtful expression. He put a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder. "In a real fight, injuries are unavoidable. Don't worry, his injuries aren't too serious." Then, he added, "Come to my office. Let's have some tea." Lu Sheng agreed and quickly followed the teacher. Before leaving, he asked Kaiming to cover for him in the next class. Kaiming watched Lu Sheng's retreating back, his mind reeling with questions. Had Lu Sheng been taking some kind of power-enhancing drug? How did he suddenly get so ridiculously strong? With just a slight tilt of his body, he sent Yang Yifei sprawling to the ground, unconscious. Was this even the same Lu Sheng he knew? The scene shifts to Zhang Zhengguo's office, where Lu Sheng was surprised to see a bonsai tree on the desk. "I never knew you had a hobby like this, sir." The teacher gave a cold smile. "Everyone has their interests, just as everyone has their own secrets. Wouldn't you agree?" Every word was veiled, hinting at something deeper. "Am I wrong, student Lu Sheng, with a blood chi value of 0.8? Lu Sheng wasn't surprised by the question. He calmly explained, "You only asked for my previous test score, so that's what I gave you." The teacher's face immediately turned serious. He demanded to know if Lu Sheng had used any blood chi enhancement drugs, reminding him that such things were strictly forbidden at the school because of the immense danger they posed. "If you're caught, you won't get off easy." Hearing the accusation, Lu Sheng's expression changed to one of shock. He swore to the teacher that he would never touch those forbidden substances. Hearing Lu Sheng's firm answer, the teacher immediately opened a box. Inside was a blue sphere used for testing a person's current blood chi value. "By placing your hand on this, we can easily check. If you use drugs, your blood chi would be erratic, and the reading would fluctuate wildly. After this, we'll test your combat power with the robot behind me. If your combat power matches your blood chi value, it will prove your strength is legitimate." Without hesitation, Lu Sheng accepted. He placed his hand on the sphere, which began to glow with a blue light before quickly displaying the result. Unbelievably, Lu Sheng's blood chi value reached a staggering 1.5, making the teacher's jaw practically hit the floor. He stared at the display, completely stunned. A value of 1.5 meant he was already a level 1 martial artist. For an 18-year-old to be a martial artist, he wasn't just a genius in this school. He was a prodigy in the entire Baihei city. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walked over to the robot, ready to blow the teacher's mind one more time. And he didn't disappoint. With just a light touch, Lu Sheng sent the robot's head flying clean off its shoulders. The teacher couldn't stay seated. He slammed the table and shot to his feet, screaming, "What? What just happened?" Not only had Lu Sheng wrecked his expensive robot, but the flying head had also annihilated Zhang Zhengguo's precious bonsai tree. What was once a lush, vibrant tree was now just a barren, pathetic stick. Tears streamed down Zhang Zhengguo's face. His poor tree's life was over. The teacher screamed in anguish, his hands trembling. "Oh, my precious heirloom, why did you leave me?" Meanwhile, Lu Sheng pulled the robot head out of the wall, looking horrified. "Sorry, teacher. I guess I used a bit too much force. But hey, who was it that insisted on testing him? If he hadn't, that bonsai would still be in one piece, right?" Cradling his dead tree, Zhang Zhengguo analyzed Lu Sheng's power. That robot was just a student model, but it should have been able to at least withstand an attack from an official martial artist. The more he thought about it, the more he realized this kid's combat power was definitely higher than a level 1 martial artist. When the dust settled, the two just stood there, staring at each other. Lu Sheng shyly sat with his knees together, ready for whatever his teacher had to say. After all, he'd just committed a major offense. The teacher spoke first. Didn't you just say your last blood chi test was 0.8? So, how long ago was that last test? Lu Sheng calmly replied, "Half a month ago." That answer shocked the teacher even more. You mean to tell me, in just half a month, you went from 0.8 blood chi to surpassing an official martial artist? That's just unbelievable. Zhang Zhengguo asked if Lu Sheng was the heir of some great family or a disciple of a grandmaster to have such monstrous progress. Lu Sheng gave a wry smile, saying his family background was totally normal, definitely no great clan to speak of, and he didn't have any secret master guiding him either. As for why his strength had skyrocketed so fast, that was a secret he couldn't reveal. Zhang Zhengguo was lost in deep thought. In less than a month, his blood chi had nearly doubled. On top of that, his combat power was far beyond the standard for a level 1 martial artist. Back in his student days, Zhang Zhengguo's own record was considered pretty impressive. He had trained bitterly for years to break through to a level 2 martial artist, then joined the military. But once he stepped onto the battlefield, he finally understood a harsh truth. Humans could never truly defeat monsters. When faced with that kind of absurd power, you realize just how helpless and insignificant people really are. And the only ones who could defeat those monsters were people who were just as unbelievable themselves. They were human beings who defied all logic. In other words, they were a different kind of monster. The headache-inducing thoughts were too much, so Zhang Zhengguo decided to just drop it. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. I get it. With your results, you absolutely qualify for the school's elite class, where you'll get the best instructors. I'll contact the administration office for you. When Lu Sheng heard the teacher mention the elite class, he flinched. He thanked the teacher for his kind offer, but flat out refused to join. Because no matter how good the instruction was, it couldn't be faster than his training in the dream world. Zhang Zhengguo was pretty surprised by the rejection. You don't need it, but for a talented student like you, the school will definitely pour all its resources into helping you. If you run into any difficulties during your training that the school can help with, don't hesitate to speak up. Hearing that, Lu Sheng dropped all pretense of being humble and shamelessly made his demands. In that case, I won't be polite. I have 2 requests. First, I want the martial arts scholarship. And second, I hope the school can give me flexible class time. He promised to apply for the most special scholarship for Lu Sheng, around 30,000 yuan. As for class time, he'd talk to the admin office, but it would take 2 days for the scholarship to be approved. But he couldn't let Lu Sheng's training be delayed. Zhang Zhengguo pulled out a black card and handed it to him, saying, "Take this for now. Pay me back when you have the money." Lu Sheng happily took the card. This was a martial artist's black card, holding at least 100,000 yuan inside, way more than the scholarship money. Thank you so much, Teacher Zhang. Haha, just don't slack off on your training. I expect you to bring glory to our school. All right, hurry back to class. With that, Lu Sheng turned and left Zhang Zhengguo's office. After he was long gone, the teacher suddenly burst out laughing. My Baihei Academy actually produced a student like Lu Sheng, not even 18 years old, but with the strength of a level 2 martial artist. Before the final exams begin, I have to hide him well, turn him into the school's secret weapon, and then give the other academies the shock of their lives. Turns out the old teacher was a show-off, too. After rambling to himself, he finally remembered to report the news to his superiors. But it seemed Zhang Zhengguo's ambitions didn't stop there. He wanted even more. This means, after so many years, we finally have someone who can go to that place. The scene changes to a supermarket. An employee was promoting the newly released Blue Heart wine from Ren Xintang's Qi Nurturing line. Once your blood Qi reaches 0.8, this is the best thing to use to solidify it. Plus, this type is specifically for female martial artists. Right now, there's a special promotion, only 30,000 a bottle. The woman immediately told the employee to wrap it up. Her daughter happily hugged her mom's arm, promising that in the upcoming mock exam, she would definitely get first place in the entire grade. Lu Sheng watched them leave, lost in thought. That single bottle of wine cost 30,000 yuan. His parents worked day and night just to afford a 3,000 yuan Qi nurturing powder. The stronger a martial artist becomes, the more money they can make. And with more money, you can cultivate even greater strength. It was a harsh truth about how hard it is for a poor kid to get ahead. Lu Sheng thought of his little sister, Qing He. She was the real genius, born with the talent to change her own destiny. But she was dragged down by an older brother like him, forced to share what few pitiful resources they had. He remembered his past life, how he couldn't accept the fact that he was mediocre, but never put in the effort to change his fate. He just drifted through life, dull and numb. Just then, two students walked by, chatting about the game they played. The one with the buzz cut was bragging. "Dude, I'll carry you to gold today. This pro swordsman will show you how to dominate." His friend, clearly a sheltered kid who'd never pulled an all-nighter at a net cafe, looked at him with total admiration. Listening to them, Lu Sheng paused, and something clicked in his mind. That's right, he had this deep, unexplainable knowledge of this world's martial arts, yet he was hiding in his games, greedily clinging to a connection with his past life. It was just like a miserable fish in a stagnant pond, dreaming of the vast, endless ocean, but too afraid to leave the comfort and safety it knew. However, that was the past, because now, everything has changed. The Lu Sheng of today has broken the surface of the water and has seen the world beyond. He's been given another chance to change his destiny. In this life, what he wants to do, or what he should do, he's sure he won't choose wrong again. Lu Sheng looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with all the hopes and ambitions he carried. Suddenly, something triggered inside him. His eyes shot wide open as a familiar feeling washed over his body. Lu Sheng understood. In a short time, he had absorbed a massive amount of combat memories, and in a flash, he reached a new level of understanding. The bottleneck in his fist techniques had just been shattered. From now on, he would make these martial arts truly his own. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, filled with determination. On this new path, he had just taken another huge step forward. Lu Sheng thought of his family, his sister, Qing He, and his parents then promised himself he would never stop getting stronger, to seize everything he ever wanted. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng's next training session in the dream world. A zombie with a mouthful of broken teeth lunged at him, but it was useless. Lu Sheng had now reached a level where a single wave of his hand was enough to send these amateur zombies flying hundreds of meters. This zombie took just one punch and was face down on the ground, unable to even think about getting back up. After finishing it off, Lu Sheng couldn't help but complain. Just a zombie that used to be a martial artist. Even after turning, it can still use fighting techniques. As he defeated it, its memories instantly flowed into Lu Sheng's mind. And according to this zombie's memories, Base 1359, the place Lu Sheng had been searching for, was right in front of him. He scanned the distance. The base must have been destroyed in the black fog and the endless wave of beasts from before. Even the monsters he was running into felt a little strange. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. No sooner had he thought it, a few beasts charged out, flashing their pearly white teeth as they rushed toward Lu Sheng. But they barely took a step before they were beaten so badly they couldn't even cry. After dealing with them, his view became much clearer. As they fell, Base 1359 finally appeared before Lu Sheng's eyes. I finally found it. The ruins of a once beautiful city spread out before him. The city itself was surrounded by a massive, incredibly sturdy wall. Lu Sheng slid through a gap in the city wall, making his way inside. The moment his feet touched the ground, the sheer scale of the wall was staggering. Compared to it, Lu Sheng was like an ant next to an elephant. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. What an absolutely colossal wall. But this was just the city entrance. So where the heck was the actual base? He thought to himself that if some random giant beast popped out right now, he wouldn't even be surprised by this place. Lu Sheng continued to press forward and explore. The deeper he went, the more shocking things became. The walls here were about 20 meters thick. It was hard to imagine what kind of war could possibly destroy a fortress of this magnitude. The more he thought, the more confusing it got. Whether it was martial arts or the level of civilization, this world was leagues beyond his own. So how could such a powerful civilization fall to the claws of beasts? And what did that mean for the future of his own world? Lu Sheng then spotted a building whose architecture didn't match the rest. That had to be it, a military base or command center. A massive hole had been blasted through the center of the building by some kind of attack. Looking closely, he could see someone sitting motionless in a corner, looking just like a zombie. Before Lu Sheng could get a better look or even think, a mysterious wave of power rushed toward him, giving him no time to react. Just like that, Lu Sheng collapsed. He had no idea what just hit him. The figure had used a shockwave to attack his opponent's spirit. But who was this person to have such terrifying power? Man, if he could somehow beat this guy, the power-up would be insane. But staying alive was the top priority. He pushed that fantasy aside for now and focused on finding his target. First, he needed to observe his surroundings. The area was filled with zombies, just aimlessly wandering around. The city didn't seem particularly threatening. Their power level was basically kindergarten. One good kick and they were down. Lu Sheng went around delivering a swift kick to each one. One after another, they tumbled to the ground. When you're human, you get bitten by zombies. When you become a zombie, you can't bite anyone and just get kicked around by humans all day. Maybe the most miserable beings in this whole mess were these clueless zombies. After dealing with the zombie mob, Lu Sheng jumped up onto a wall. He was a bit surprised when he entered an apartment and found no signs of any zombies. But the inside of this house was a complete disaster zone. After looking around for a bit, Lu Sheng guessed the family was having dinner when the apocalypse suddenly hit, because the bowls on the table hadn't even been cleared away, and the windows showed no signs of being broken. Lu Sheng was suspicious. Could it be that when the black mist attacked, no one among the ordinary people turned into zombies? He turned his head and saw a round object emitting a blue light that caught his attention. Curious, he put his hand on it to see if it did anything. The moment he touched it, a bunch of light beams danced around, and then a beautiful woman in a revealing outfit appeared. Lu Sheng's eyes widened, guessing it was some kind of 3D virtual reality hologram. Text began to appear on the machine. Lu Sheng realized the machine used his language. Hold on, he thought. Was this a trap? Lu Sheng was on edge, finding it bizarre that the language used here was identical to his world's. He suspected that maybe, since this was a more modern era, they had high-tech devices that automatically translated for the user. The machine began to introduce itself. It was a science and technology product of Tianheng, a 16th-generation integrated artificial intelligence assistant named Ai Yi. This girl was responsible for managing the network of server base 1359. Lu Sheng sighed in awe. Future technology was truly something else. He called out her name, Ai Yi, then asked the machine to show him the latest news from the past week. The machine accepted the command and began scanning for a data connection. After a successful connection, it displayed a ton of important information. Amidst all the new data, the thing that caught Lu Sheng's attention the most was the 10 realms of martial artists. The current year was listed as 11,024. He thought to himself, if this world's ranking system was the same as his, he couldn't even imagine what heights their martial arts development had reached. Suddenly, an image of a huge dragon with a terrifying face appeared before Lu Sheng, charging in for an attack. Even though it was just a recording, it was enough to frighten him. No matter how you looked at it, the martial arts and technology of this world were just too terrifying. It had developed at a speed he could hardly imagine. However, regardless of whether it was 10th level martial arts or towering impenetrable walls, nothing could protect anything under the shadow and claws of the alien beast. Some people had even decided to abandon their home planet, sending out a search party on an interstellar journey to find a second habitable planet. But on the day that human civilization completely collapsed, there was no uplifting information left behind. Lu Sheng walked over to a chair and thought to himself that this Earth also couldn't escape its fate of annihilation. He felt it was a pity that such a powerful and splendid civilization couldn't continue to develop. After settling into the chair, Lu Sheng asked Ai Yi to show him the history of the world. Ai Yi then began to retrieve the information. In just a moment, Lu Sheng had all the information he wanted. He watched while pondering deeply. This world was so powerful, yet it couldn't escape the fate of destruction. He wanted to see the history of this world to perhaps learn something from their experience and then help his own world avoid a similar fate. The newsfeed began to recount the history of the world. In the first year of the Martial calendar, great rifts appeared all over the world, from which countless alien creatures emerged. In the 34th year of the Martial calendar, the Gulong nation produced the world's first internal energy martial artist, and in the same year, the World Martial Alliance was founded. The more Lu Sheng listened, the more he broke out in a cold sweat. Wasn't this information the history of the world he lived in? Lu Sheng lowered his face, looking thoughtful. So that's how it was. The fact that the language and the martial artist rankings were the same was no coincidence. What he had just seen wasn't the destruction of another world. It was the future of his world, 10,000 years from now. But then Lu Sheng had another revelation. He realized that what he just thought wasn't necessarily the same world. It could also be a coincidence or a parallel world. Lu Sheng hurriedly called out to Ai Yi and asked her if he could search for information on a human. The person he wanted to search for was himself. Very quickly, Ai Yi gave Lu Sheng the answer he wanted. The screen displayed 36 results for Lu Sheng. He never expected there would actually be information about himself. But surprisingly, the information said that he would only live to the age of 28 and would still just be an ordinary person. His marital status was happily single with no prospects. His historical evaluation was completely empty. After searching for himself, Lu Sheng couldn't sit still. He remembered he had to find out more about his sister. He continued to command Ai Yi to look up March of the year 299 for a person named Lu Qinghe. Unexpectedly, when it came to Qinghe's name, Ai Yi did not have sufficient authority. The system announced that the visitor could not query information about this martial artist. The system requested a genetic blood sample to create a user. Lu Sheng stared blankly at his hand. How was he supposed to provide a blood sample now? Did he need a syringe, or was there something in that strange machine? Before he could figure out what to do, Ai Yi had, at some point, moved closer to Lu Sheng, then closed her eyes tightly and bit his finger. The sensation felt real down to the millimeter, and being touched by a beautiful girl like that made Lu Sheng blush crimson. After a moment of Ai Yi's effort, the necessary drops of blood appeared on Lu Sheng's hand. The system announced that the blood sample collection was complete and was now being analyzed. Everything was done, but Lu Sheng still couldn't shake off his earlier embarrassment. He thought to himself, people from the future really go all out. Even though she was just a fictional character, why did the sensation feel so incredibly real? Suddenly, Ai Yi's projection began to change, and her expression also became different. The information displayed on the screen was no longer blue but had been replaced with red. System notification. Human genetic sample detected. Project Fireseed is officially initiating. Connecting to Fireseed Library Resource 1359. Connection successful. At that moment, Lu Sheng's permissions were unlocked. He wondered what Fireseed even was. Could it be a plan to escape Earth and find a new world? His personal information flashed on the screen. But this wasn't the basic profile he first received. For the first time, his complete data was laid bare. Lu Sheng understood in an instant his future had already been rewritten. The info panel was no longer sparse. His martial arts level was now a rank 4 martial artist, his user authority was level 2, and his life experience had skyrocketed. He graduated from White River City's Academy, ranked number 1 on the school's server, and 23rd in the entire city. After that, he was admitted to White River Martial University. Upon graduation, he joined the military district, later serving in the Tiannan military region. But one thing hadn't changed much from the old profile. Lu Sheng still died young, this time at age 37, and his marital status? Still single. But his historical evaluation had jumped from nothing to 2 stars? Lu Sheng was stunned. Could becoming stronger really alter his entire destiny? Doubting his own eyes, he dug back through the AI's information. But according to the data, his life trajectory before age 18 was exactly as it was now shown. Even his sudden power spike before the college entrance exam was recorded. But faced with the heavy weight of history, that small shock was less than a ripple. In the vast database of humankind, there was no shortage of geniuses. Lu Sheng gave a dry laugh. In over 10,000 years of history, countless geniuses had risen and fallen. Being remembered by history was a feat for only a select few. However, this data still had its flaws. The data said Lu Sheng's blood chi score was 2.012 during the exam, and his recorded combat power index was 257. But without his dream space, just relying on his current physical training, breathing methods, and resources, it would take him over 200 days to reach those numbers. But when Lu Sheng factored in his cultivation and gains from the dream space, his achievements should be far, far greater. The thought of only ranking 23rd in the city was unacceptable. He didn't even make the national list. Lu Sheng wouldn't stand for it. His name absolutely had to be known by the masses. A fire of determination lit up in Lu Sheng's eyes. His future would not end like this. If he kept getting stronger, he could rewrite his destiny again. Humanity's civilization couldn't just march towards a future of extinction. Lu Sheng clenched his fists. He would shatter this version of history and turn the tables. Back in the real world, his mother was setting out breakfast. Seeing Lu Sheng still shuffling around in his pajamas, she asked, "Little Sheng, why haven't you changed? Aren't you going to school today?" Lu Sheng, unwrapping a steamed bun, replied, "My teacher gave me permission to study at home from now on." Both his mother and his sister Qinghe thought this was crazy. Qinghe went to the same school and had never heard of such a thing. Her brother was becoming more and more of a mystery. Having finished his food, Lu Sheng stood up to leave. "Well, I'm heading to my room to train." Seeing her son's newfound diligence, his mother was thrilled. She even urged him to hurry back to his room. Go! You have to maintain that enthusiasm." Qinghe frowned, watching her brothers retreating back. She had a feeling Lu Sheng was changing more and more each day. The clueless look from his past was gone, replaced by a calm and mysterious aura. The moment Lu Sheng returned to his room, his phone rang. It was an easy guess. It had to be Teacher Zhang. Lu Sheng picked up, and sure enough, he was right. His teacher called to inform him that his scholarship was ready, and he could come pick it up that afternoon. Lu Sheng politely thanked him, but his teacher wasn't done. "That's right, why weren't you at school today? Weren't we supposed to discuss your schedule?" Before his teacher could finish, Lu Sheng cut him off, saying his time was short and he couldn't afford to waste it. He said it was inconvenient to explain right now and to contact him later if needed. Then he hung up. Lu Sheng figured there was no more time to worry about others getting jealous of his excellence. He had to train fast and reveal his talent. He had to leave everyone completely stunned. To do that, he had to display even more genius to gain even more resources. Lu Sheng imagined himself at the foot of a mountain. He had to climb to the very peak at lightning speed, and then find a way to change that future. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng's dream space. He commands the AI to display his permissions, then search for every cultivation method, insight, and record related to martial arts. The AI immediately began the search, as if its life depended on it. After it was complete, it returned a total of 465,715 results. Faced with this mountain of information, even Lu Sheng felt overwhelmed. He ordered the AI to filter for techniques suitable for a level 1 cultivator, then refine it again for only the most valuable content. The AI began its second filter. Restricted to level 1 cultivators, the search yielded 34,521 results. After sorting and selecting for the highest correspondence, it finally came down to 3 unique search results. These were the absolute best techniques from the last 10,000 years. First was the stellar body refining technique, created by Wang Heng, a level 10 martial alliance powerhouse, and included in the Fireseed project. Next, the natural breathing method, created by the level 11 martial alliance master Yang Yidan, also part of the project. And finally, the crystal contemplation method, by the level 11 master Duan Yifeng. Lu Sheng was shocked. Their creators were level 11? Right now, the strongest known martial artists hadn't even broken past level 9. A level 11 technique was just insane. Even though these were just the introductory versions, their value was beyond words. They were all part of the Fireseed project for a reason. It seemed the powerful masters of the martial alliance had long foreseen this doomed fate. But knowing they weren't strong enough themselves, they could only pass down their life's work, hoping a future generation could carry on the plan. But tragically, they could never have imagined that the one who found their Fireseed wouldn't be one of their descendants, but Lu Sheng himself. Shaking off those thoughts, Lu Sheng focused on his main goal, training. He began with the stellar body refining technique, turning his body into a miniature universe. One hand clenched into a fist, the other held before his chest. The first movement, clear the mind, void the thoughts, and keep the spirit contained. This art refines blood qi, strengthens the soul, and tempers the mind, driving power into every single cell. Each cell would become a planet, humming with invincible power. The blood flowing through his veins would become a river of stars. From within, his body would transform into a star field. A martial artist who masters this will have unimaginable density, power, and defense. His blood qi would burn as bright as a star, yet flow as vast as the galaxy. After a grueling session, Lu Sheng was drenched in sweat. He thought back to his old training routine. If his previous body refining technique had an effectiveness of 1, then the stellar body refining technique was at least 1,000, maybe even higher. At first, the training just felt like a basic workout, nothing special at all. If that's the case, I need to move on to the next level, the natural breathing method. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and began his first attempt. He took a deep breath, and it felt like 1,000 flames erupted around him. After completing the cycle, Lu Sheng felt countless fires blazing inside his body, a powerful heat building from within. And this was only the first breathing technique. There were so many other powerful elemental attributes to unlock. Next up was the crystal visualization technique. This art was designed to purify the mind and strengthen one's will. It was connected to the most mysterious spiritual energy in martial arts cultivation. Lu Sheng sat down, crossing his legs to give it a try. This technique seemed to focus on the user's spiritual power. A blue light began to radiate from his body, enveloping him completely. In just a moment, Lu Sheng found himself in his own private dimension. This had to be his spiritual world. Inside, he saw another version of himself, wearing only pants, curled up with his eyes shut tight. Spiritual will is critical for a martial artist, so a warrior needs an unshakable mind, free of distractions. Their combat power and training speed will far surpass those with weak wills and scattered desires. But after wandering around for a while, touching and examining everything, Lu Sheng still had no clue how to actually train this thing. Finally, he let out a frustrated sigh, staring at his motionless spiritual self before giving up. Looks like this is something he'll have to figure out little by little later on. Ending his training session for the day, Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes back in reality. The moment he was conscious, he was gasping for air, completely exhausted. Even though it was dream training, the fatigue was intense and clung to him, feeling way too real. Suddenly, a nasty stench hit his nose. Lu Sheng looked down at his arms and saw they were covered in a layer of absolute filth. If a cute girl were to walk in right now, he wouldn't know where to hide his face from the sheer embarrassment. He held out his hand, admiring the results of his training. He figured all this gunk must be the impurities sweated out from his body. So, training in the dream world really did affect his physical body. This was beyond anything he could have imagined. But first things first, he desperately needed a shower. The effects of the stellar body tempering art and the natural breathing method were incredible, forcing all the junk out of his system. Lu Sheng walked over to his desk and picked up a bottle, thinking his recent cultivation progress was insane. Once he got his scholarship money tomorrow, he could finally kick his training into high gear. The bottle in Lu Sheng's hand contained a rare alchemical formula from 10,000 years in the future. This wouldn't just boost a user's strength, it could change the entire landscape of medicine in this world. Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile at the thought. The next day, at Bai He Academy, Lu Sheng was already there to collect his scholarship money. He might drag his feet getting to class, but when it came to getting paid, even lightning couldn't keep up. Zhang Zhengguo frowned when he saw Lu Sheng just show up silently like this. Next time, he should at least give his teacher a heads up. Lu Sheng politely played the part of a good student. I understand. Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang didn't press the issue, just telling Lu Sheng he could leave if he had other things to do. But he had to promise to show up at least once a week, not just vanish like some kind of delinquent. Lu Sheng obediently agreed like a puppy, then immediately took off. Teacher Zhang watched Lu Sheng's retreating back. It had only been 2 days, but he felt like he couldn't read the kid at all anymore. There was an aura about him now, an air that made his thoughts completely unreadable. On the way home, Lu Sheng knew he had to solve his problem of insufficient blood and qi, and fast. He had money in his hands now, and with the recipes from the future, creating his own supplementary medicine was the best way to go. Lu Sheng recalled the formulas he found in the Fire Seed resource database. In this era, at his current stage, the most suitable recipes were the Spirit Foundation blood-strengthening decoction and the marrow-nourishing pill. But let's be real, even the simplest decoction requires professional equipment. A slight difference in heat or dosage could completely change the effect. Lu Sheng needed a professional pharmacy lab, but building one himself was impossible. The cash he had on hand wasn't nearly enough to cover that kind of expense. Lu Sheng looked up at the pharmacy in front of him. If he couldn't build his own lab, maybe he could rent their equipment, but life isn't a fantasy. The pharmacy owner obviously shut him down flat. Are you kidding me? The compounding room is the heart of my pharmacy. You think I'm stupid? You probably want to steal my secret formulas. Get lost. And with that, he angrily slammed the door in Lu Sheng's face, telling him to scram. This was the 7th pharmacy to reject and kick him out. Yeah, this approach definitely wasn't working. Lu Sheng looked at the backpack in his hand. He already had all the ingredients for the Spirit Foundation blood-strengthening decoction and even bought extra. He glanced at the card in his hand. It didn't just have the 30,000 yuan Teacher Zhang mentioned. It had a full 80,000. Lu Sheng guessed his teacher thought 30,000 was too little and decided to chip in some extra cash. Lost in thought, Lu Sheng wandered off the main road and into a deserted area. He was just thinking about buying some cheap equipment online to test things out when another pharmacy appeared right in front of him. He'd lived here for 18 years, but Lu Sheng never knew a pharmacy existed in this seemingly abandoned area. He opened the door and walked in, but the owner couldn't care less, lost in the music blasting from his headphones. He didn't seem to notice or care who came or went. The blonde owner with 3 lines shaved into his hair just told Lu Sheng to grab what he wanted and bring it to the counter to pay. Lu Sheng tried to explain he wasn't there to buy medicine, but before he could finish, the guy just repeated himself without a shred of customer service. And don't even think about running off without paying. This whole place is rigged with cameras. High definition too. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes at the clueless dude in front of him. Every other pharmacy he went to, no matter how bad their attitude, at least pretended to ask what he needed. But this guy was on another level, acting like he didn't want any business at all, which seriously ticked Lu Sheng off. The dude was still busy drooling over videos of cute girls dancing on TikTok, grinning like an idiot, completely unaware that the customer in front of him was about to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. If he kept this up, Lu Sheng slammed his hand down on the blonde guy's phone, instantly killing his vibe. The owner shot up from his chair, ready for a fight. The hell, man? You got a death wish? But his tough guy act lasted less than a second. Lu Sheng just leaned forward slightly, and the threat was enough to make him shut his mouth, not unless he wanted to eat his meals through a straw for the rest of his life. The guy finally got scared, sweat beading on his forehead as he meekly asked Lu Sheng what he was looking for. Lu Sheng maintained his intimidating presence, slapping his hand on the counter. I'm here to ask you something. Does your pharmacy have a compounding room? The shopkeeper's face was pale with fear, but he still tried to sound tough. What if I do, and what if I don't? Lu Sheng's attitude did a complete 180. He smiled brightly and asked, If you do, I'd like to discuss a business proposal with you. The guy finally agreed and led Lu Sheng to his shop's lab. But before they went in, he blocked the door to lay down some rules. He told Lu Sheng he could only use it for 3 hours, tops. And one more thing. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng cut him off, smoothly pulling out his card. You want payment up front, right? The blonde guy's eyes lit up at the sight of money. He eagerly invited Lu Sheng in, practically ready to roll out the red carpet. Make yourself at home. Once inside, Lu Sheng put on gloves and a professional lab coat, ready to begin his first compounding session. This was his first time actually creating medicine like this. First, he had to start by processing the raw ingredients. Lu Sheng picked up a mutated green lizard. First, you delicately peel the scales from the lizard to expose its life force. Then, you add a neutralizing agent, brewing the potion at a 35% concentration while maintaining a stable temperature. Next is condensing the moonstone. You use a laser to calibrate the visible light radiation, splitting the material into both a flowing and liquid form before collecting and flash cooling it. The final step is slicing 30 grams of the incredibly hard, petrified roots of the spring fragrant tree and the mutant vine, but the dosage must be perfectly controlled. After sequencing the processed ingredients, you combine them, adjusting the medicinal properties based on a precise ratio and reaction order. After all those steps, the vital blood-strengthening elixir was finally complete. Lu Sheng held up a swirling, galaxy-pink solution. This was the fruit of his labor. A success! Unbelievable. It worked on the very first try. This was a tonic from 1,000 years in the future. But whether it was a true success, he'd only know after drinking it. Without a second thought, Lu Sheng downed the entire concoction he had just created. After drinking it, he felt nothing. No sensation, no particular taste at all. Lu Sheng started to wonder if his experiment had been a total failure, but the moment the thought crossed his mind, his body began to transform. He collapsed to the floor, a guttural scream tearing from his throat, before going limp from exhaustion. He never imagined the potion's potency would be this overwhelming. In an instant, it had completely replenished the blood and ki deficiency caused by his rapid leveling, and there was even power to spare. Lu Sheng couldn't believe it. An effect this powerful with absolutely no damage to the body, it was truly unimaginable. And not only that, the elixir had other benefits, like improving skin elasticity and minimizing pores. This was clearly the culmination of 10,000 years of the martial path's collective wisdom. But as he was basking in his newfound success, a frantic pounding echoed from the front door. Lu Sheng opened the door, ready to chew out the blonde guy. "It's not even time yet. What's with all the racket?" The blonde guy's face was pale with panic as he yelled, "There's no time to explain! You have to go now! Use the back door, our boss is back." Just then, a beautiful, wealthy, and impeccably dressed woman was strolling toward the shop's entrance. That blonde dude had really stepped in it this time. The woman brought in a case of test tubes containing various colorful medicines. She picked up a blue one to test it, but after a single sip, her face fell with crushing disappointment. "It's no good. This is completely undrinkable. The drug's reactivity is too low. It's not activating its medicinal properties at all." The girl felt utterly helpless. The martial path was advancing so quickly, and the pharmaceutical industry along with it. Every single day, new and better formulas were being developed, while old ones were being discarded. This girl was the young lady of the He family. The He family was in decline, all because of their stubbornly conservative views, clinging to old ways and refusing to adapt. The formulas used at their hall were all centuries old, and simply couldn't compete in the current market anymore. If she couldn't find a new formula soon, the business her father had personally entrusted to her would go completely bankrupt. The more Miss He thought about it, the more hopeless she felt, gritting her teeth in frustration. Right now, she didn't have the ability to research on her own, which meant her only option was to partner with an old master pharmacist. That new formula old Master Zhang next door created, she had to get her hands on it. Whether the He family could make a comeback depended entirely on this. Just as Miss He stepped inside, the blonde guy finally managed to shove Lu Sheng out the back. He scurried back to the front to greet his boss. "Miss He, weren't you supposed to be at the market next door today?" Miss He paid him no mind, marching furiously toward the compounding room. Though the blonde guy looked terrified on the outside, on the inside, his soul was completely captivated by her. In his eyes, Miss He was always beautiful and elegant, with an ethereal grace that was beyond compare. To him, she was an eternal goddess, and he even started daydreaming about a house and kids. But just as his fantasy peaked, a sharp scream yanked him back to reality. "Ma Fei, did you sneak someone into my compounding room?" Still lost in his daze, he mumbled. Miss He looks so beautiful even when she's angry, which only made her blood boil even more. Ma Fei tried to deny it, but Miss He had no time to argue with him. The girl pinched the bridge of her nose and fired him on the spot. "Forget it. Don't bother coming in tomorrow." Inside the compounding room, Miss He felt like she could punch someone. She threw the lab coat Lu Sheng had worn straight into the trash, muttering curses under her breath as she cleaned. Now all the test tubes had to be washed and then completely sterilized all over again. The more she cleaned, the more out-of-place things she found, until her eyes landed on the box containing the mutated green lizard. Someone even used an activation gas on it. I mean, this is a pretty valuable specimen. But then again, that was probably just wishful thinking on her part. The person was likely just trying to develop a potion on their own. And to do that, you need an extensive knowledge of pharmacology. She figured someone like Lu Sheng, who didn't even have his own lab, was just dreaming of getting rich overnight. but she had to admit, she was also pinning her own hopes on a long shot just like this. After clearing the table, she looked down and saw a shattered test tube on the floor. A fresh wave of helplessness washed over her as she complained. Sneaking into someone else's lab and using their equipment is one thing, but did you have to break stuff for fun too? As she bent down to pick up the broken shards, she realized something was off. The residue left behind by this concoction, and this scent. Could this be condensed moonstone and petrified spring fragrant root? This was the first time she had ever seen these two combined. She touched a finger to a drop of the liquid, then brought it to her lips to taste it. The reaction was beyond anything she could have possibly imagined. Meanwhile, Ma Fei was dragging his suitcase away after being ruthlessly fired by his goddess, sighing with regret. That bastard totally screwed me over. If I'd known, I never would have taken that cheap job. He couldn't believe that his fated connection with his goddess had been severed, just like that. Ma Fei looked back wistfully toward the pharmacy and prayed, "Oh heavens, please let me see my goddess one more time. Just one last look is all I ask for. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear." Ma Fei saw Miss He sprinting towards him, waving him down. "Ma Fei! Ma Fei! Don't go! Wait up!" Seeing Miss He calling for him, Ma Fei was moved to the verge of tears. He dropped everything he was holding and ran toward the beautiful girl. "I knew it. I knew you had feelings for me. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay by your side forever. You are my eternal home." Ma Fei spread his arms wide, ready to embrace his beloved, but was caught off guard when Miss He grabbed him by the collar and screamed, "Who was in my lab just now? I need to see him immediately!" Miss He shook him so hard, his soul nearly left his body. Miss He laid out her terms. If he could find Lu Sheng, he could have his job back, at double his usual salary. In his dazed state, Ma Fei managed to stammer that he had Lu Sheng's contact info. Hearing this, Miss He looked like she'd struck gold. She snatched the phone from his hand and callously shoved him aside. Heaven only knew how desperately she needed to find Lu Sheng. The potion he created had a blood-enriching effect 10 times more potent than the drugs currently selling for $100,000 on the market. Moreover, after testing it herself, she noticed its cosmetic effects, like skin whitening and muscle toning, and the main ingredients were all common materials. The production cost was less than 5,000 yuan. Could this be a world-changing new elixir? She dialed Lu Sheng's number. She had finally found the person she'd been searching for. This was the He family's chance. At that moment, Lu Sheng was training diligently, his body buzzing with newfound energy. The stellar body refinement technique truly is worthy of being a 10th and 11th level art from 10,000 years in the future. It was an unbelievable breakthrough in unlocking human potential. If he kept this up, his body might actually be able to forge its own star. Not only that, the natural breathing method was just as miraculous, possessing an incredible power of its own. But without this breathing method to back it up, his physical training would never be this effective. His blood and chi levels have skyrocketed. The spirit-infused blood elixir is also working like a charm. He just whipped up 12 vials. With his current physique, 2 a day is plenty, which means in 6 days, he'll have to figure out how to brew more. Just then, his phone starts blowing up. The ringtone? Some cheesy song from a national heartthrob. Lu Sheng walks over, grabs the phone, and hits accept. The second the call connected, a woman's rushed voice came through, as if she was afraid he'd hang up. "Master, hello! I'm so sorry to bother you. My name is He Suksu. I'm in charge of the Xingshan Tong. I've seen the medicine you left behind. It's a product that could launch a new era." He Suksu immediately offered to partner up. Lu Sheng agreed instantly, but told her they'd meet in a week, then hung up, leaving the girl completely stunned. She was absolutely floored. He Suksu was dying to meet this mysterious master, but he was playing seriously hard to get. Remembering something, she shook Ma Fei awake, ordering him to find Lu Sheng immediately. "Starting now, your job is to find that master for me, as fast as you can. If you find him before the 6-day mark, you get a 10,000 yuan bonus for every day you're early." Hearing about that fat cash reward, Ma Fei's spirits instantly lifted. "Boss, you better keep your word." But then, recalling Lu Sheng's appearance, Ma Fei had to ask if she was sure. The guy who borrowed the lab, he looked like he was only in his teens. Judging by his appearance, he was probably just a high school student, which threw He Sukshu for a loop. She imagined some brainy, glasses-wearing kid studying herbs to create a top-tier medicine. He Sukshu started to question her reality. If Lu Sheng was just a high schooler and had already created that kind of elixir, what kind of god was he? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng kept up his daily grind. The zombie-slaying dreamscape repeated itself, and another zombie fell to a vicious uppercut from Lu Sheng, a pain beyond description. But that wasn't Lu Sheng's main objective today. His real target was the colossal zombie towering in the distance. In terms of size, Lu Sheng barely reached the monster's knee, but he wanted to test if a level 1 martial artist like himself could actually fight a level 4 zombie like this one. Before he could do anything, the beast lunged forward and slammed him with a brutal punch, leaving Lu Sheng slightly injured. This thing was seriously strong, at least twice as powerful as he was. The zombie charged again to attack, but this time, Lu Sheng dodged its strike and decided to show it a taste of the real world. In a flash, Lu Sheng appeared behind its back, landing a powerful kick that made it squeal like a pig at slaughter. The zombie whipped its head around to glare at him, but Lu Sheng was faster. He raised his leg high and brought it down with full force on its head, knocking it out cold instantly. So, he finally took it down. Seemed tough, but it was all talk. In life, this zombie had been a soldier who died on the battlefield. Since zombies like these aren't considered monsters, Lu Sheng could easily absorb their experience. They were simply the fallen. Just like every other time, the zombie's memories began to flow into Lu Sheng's mind. He closed his eyes, his body like a machine downloading the zombie's power and experiences. The fight was over, the absorption complete. Only then did Lu Sheng realize this zombie had been a level 5 martial artist. No wonder that punch almost sent him to the next life. Thinking back, he knew he only won because it was missing an arm and had no mind, fighting on pure instinct. Otherwise, Lu Sheng would have stood no chance against it. It had been nearly a week of grinding the star body tempering art, the natural breathing method, and the crystal contemplation technique. His blood chi was rapidly increasing thanks to the elixir, and he was gaining fist techniques from absorbing memories. If he could combine the secret arts, he could unleash a burst of power 10, maybe even 100 times stronger. Just then, other zombies, drawn by the scent of a living human, started to creep closer, completely unaware that they were walking into their own personal apocalypse. Such mindless creatures. They blindly leaped at Lu Sheng, but he was already channeling his new power, preparing to unleash a festival of pain upon them. Lu Sheng slammed a single fist into the ground, and the resulting shockwave made all the nearby zombies shriek in agony. He'd warned them not to get close, but since none of them listened, they had no one to blame but themselves. Back in the real world, today, Lu Sheng headed to the martial arts dojo again to check if his recent dream training had boosted his stats. The receptionist recognized him the moment he walked in. She leaned on the counter and teased, "Well, look who's back. Got a test coming up? You know, blood chi isn't something you can just cram for." Yeah, I know, Grandma. Lu Sheng knew that better than anyone, but that rule only applied to normal people, not him. Lu Sheng just scratched his head and replied politely, "Ha ha, just wanted to get a little ahead." The receptionist couldn't stop smiling at the handsome guy, thinking to herself that this was the second time she'd seen him this month. Normal people test every 2 weeks, sometimes even every 6 months, at a minimum. Even schools that obsessed over student performance only held monthly exams. Haha, room 2 is open. Go ahead and help yourself. Good luck. As he walked away, Lu Sheng muttered, "If my power wasn't growing this ridiculously fast, I wouldn't want to come here so often either." First up was the blood test. To his surprise, he hit 1.56. Even Lu Sheng was shocked. He hadn't expected his results to jump so high, even surpassing the standard for a level 2 martial artist. He smirked to himself. Actually, it makes sense. An ultimate art from 1,000 years in the future, combined with advanced elixirs, it'd be weirder if I didn't get this strong. After the blood test, it was time to check his combat power and see if there was any progress. Lu Sheng rolled up his sleeves, took a stance, and prepared to give the poor robot a one-way ticket to the scrap heap. He landed a blow on its head so hard it seemed like the dojo would need a replacement. The score flashed on the screen, 3,137. That number was way too high, almost 3 times the standard. Even Lu Sheng was surprised by his own strength. It could be the fist techniques, but that's not the whole story. If that's the case, then my combat limit is basically immeasurable. Lu Sheng decided to try one more time to see if he could push it further. This time, Lu Sheng went all out to test his limits, and the result was absolutely terrifying. After finishing up, he walked out to head home. The receptionist saw him and quickly struck up a conversation. He was a handsome guy, after all. If she missed her chance to talk to him, she'd be tossing and turning all night with regret. "Hey, you all finished with the tests? You look pretty pleased with the results, huh?" Lu Sheng smiled back. "Yep, very satisfied." The two said their goodbyes. The receptionist's happy smile was brighter than the sun. After Lu Sheng left, the receptionist grinned to herself, thinking, he acts all cool, but he's actually super handsome when he smiles. But her entire fangirl moment had been witnessed by 2 other people. The girl with pink hair was Ni Chang, the daughter of the Hongchuan Dojo's owner. Trailing behind her was her younger brother. Ni Chang started teasing the receptionist. "I just brought that kid back from his herbal soak and I come back to you looking all boy crazy." The receptionist, completely flustered, quickly denied it. "He was just a normal high school kid. I don't know what you mean by boy crazy." Still, she had to admit, Lu Sheng was a total knockout. The younger brother in the back heard his two sisters gushing over a handsome guy and just shook his head, annoyed. Being handsome is useless. It's not like you can cook it and eat it. In this society, only martial arts mean anything. The kid then sneered at Lu Sheng, saying, "Look at him. You can tell he's just from some normal family. Testing him is a total waste of time." Nge Duong shot a look at her little brother. Ever since he was a kid, he'd been pumped full of all kinds of strength-enhancing elixirs. So even without formal training, his chi and blood value were already double that of a normal person. Now, this punk was training in all sorts of martial arts, constantly widening the gap between himself and his peers. With a background like that, it's easy to see why he was so arrogant. But Nge Duong was sick of his attitude. She smacked him on the head and scolded him, "You! Stop comparing yourself to kids from ordinary families." Then, with a serious face, she reminded Kwang Ni that having better resources means he needs to train even harder. He shouldn't be so proud of his own petty achievements. The pink-haired kid's head was throbbing from his sister's hit. He could only sit down and cry, not daring to fight back. But just as the tears were flowing, his competitive streak kicked in. He suddenly smiled, grabbing Nge Shuang's arm. Hey, sis, let's make a deal. I want to see that guy's test results from earlier." Nge Shuang didn't get why he was so obsessed with Lu Sheng's score. The kid explained that Lu Sheng looked a few years older than him. He was probably just a student, and the kid wanted to see if all his own hard training was actually paying off. Nge Shuang couldn't resist her brother's whining, but she gave him a warning before showing him. "Remember, he's just a normal person. Don't you dare get a big head over this." The receptionist handed them the results tablet, saying only one person had tested today, so they could just look at it from her station. Nge Shuang took the tablet and read Lu Sheng's name aloud. Yep, looks like he's a student all right. But in the next instant, her expression completely changed. After the three of them saw Lu Sheng's score, their faces turned pale with utter shock. Especially the arrogant little brat from before. He was so stunned, his legs gave out and he collapsed to the floor. "Is this machine broken?" The receptionist insisted that was impossible. The dojo's machines were serviced regularly, and this one was just checked yesterday. There was absolutely no chance of a mistake. If that was true, then Lu Sheng's score was real. She immediately yelled, "Xiaoling, do you have his address or phone number?" But unfortunately, Lu Sheng wasn't a member, so he had no registered information. He just came to the dojo occasionally to test his abilities. The receptionist rushed off, guessing that Lu Sheng must live somewhere nearby. Nge Shuang ordered her to contact any free staff members to gather intel on all students in the area. They had to find Lu Sheng, and they had to find him now. Nge Duong stared at the tablet screen one more time, whispering, "Lu Sheng, I will find you." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was already sitting comfortably in a taxi, heading to his next destination. Before he got out, the driver gave him a thumbs up. "Haha, talking with you was a real pleasure, kid," the man said with a grin. "If we ever meet again, I'm definitely introducing you to my daughter." Lu Sheng stepped out of the car, shaking his head. That uncle was way too friendly. He thought to himself, if I'd known, I would have just told him I was heading to the Martial Arts Association to take the Level 2 assessment. He definitely would have thought I was crazy and left me alone. As he reached the entrance of a large building, a guy came running out, his voice on the verge of tears. "No way! I swear my combat power was over 150 at home. How could this happen?" The guy looked like he was in a trance, dropping to his knees right in front of the building with his hands clasped together. The surrounding crowd started whispering. The equipment at the Martial Arts Association was official grade. Of course, it would be more accurate than the commercial machines outside. That guy probably got hyped up too much and couldn't handle the crushing reality of his true score. Lu Sheng overheard that the machines here were more precise and got excited. Finally, he had found a place where he could measure his true, unbridled strength. He walked into the lobby and headed for the reception desk. "Excuse me, can you tell me where the assessment area for martial artists is?" The receptionist didn't even bother to look up. She just kept signing a stack of documents, handed Lu Sheng a form, and told him to fill it out first. Then, head to room 5203 for the test. Lu Sheng obediently did as he was told, but when he arrived at the room and pushed the door open, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. There had to be hundreds of people here before him. This line was unbelievably long. No joke. He thought he'd be one of the few people here. Who knew everyone else had the same idea to get themselves tested? Lu Sheng sighed as he stepped inside. He didn't have any time to waste, and this was going to take forever. He had no idea what to do now. As he was stressing out, he overheard two guys talking about a beautiful girl who was also in line. Lu Sheng glanced over and saw that she was indeed incredibly young, but he had a feeling her abilities were anything but small. Lu Sheng scanned the crowd. Most of the people in line were around 15 years old. By those standards, he was already considered young. But that girl looked like she was even younger than him. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly shattered when a massive, towering figure walked in, forcing everyone to look up. "Excuse me," coming through. Up at the testing platform, it was some guy's turn. He was confidently promising to get the best score to make his girlfriend proud. The girlfriend next to him was cheering him on enthusiastically. But while the two were lost in their own little world, the giant man simply pushed them aside with a single finger, leaving them both completely stunned. The guy turned his head and saw the mountain of a man who had just moved him. His eyes nearly popped out of his skull from shock. And it wasn't just him. Everyone around gasped at the man's physique, which was pure muscle. The girlfriend, however, was furious at this guy's blatant arrogance. She immediately stormed forward to demand justice for her boyfriend. "Hey, who do you think you are? Don't you know how a line works? You have to wait your turn." The big guy just gave her a bored look, not even bothering to reply. The boyfriend behind her couldn't stop her in time, knowing full well he stood no chance against that behemoth. It was better to just let it go, but the girl couldn't take it and screamed, "Don't think you can break the rules just because you're big." Right as she was mid-rant, a staff member coolly stated, "Actually, he can." The staffer had just seen his form. He was supposed to go first anyway, because he was a level 3 martial artist. Hearing that, the girl froze instantly. As for her boyfriend, he looked so scared he could cough up blood. A level 3 martial artist assessment was an incredibly rare event. In this entire city of Baihe, only a dozen people had ever reached that level. Lu Sheng thought to himself, the strong have their own privileges. That's the ultimate rule in the world of martial arts. The giant stepped onto the platform to begin his test. The girlfriend from before was still bitter, muttering under her breath, "Humph, so what if he's a level 3 martial artist? Big deal. Just because he's taking the test doesn't mean he'll pass. What's he so proud of?" But when the results appeared, the girl was in for another shock. The man's chi and blood value, I reached a staggering 107. The staff member in charge was sweating bullets as he recorded the data, but he had to remain professional. "Next," he announced, "we will proceed to the second test item." This second test was even more insane than the first. With just a single punch, the man unleashed a shockwave so powerful it knocked everyone in the room off their feet. The crowd below descended into chaos. But no matter what, Lu Sheng stood firm, completely unmoved. It seems all that grueling training had paid off. The final test result for his combat power index was 10,831. The official congratulated Zhao Changfeng. From this day forward, he was an officially certified level 3 martial artist in Baihe City. His new rank came with a monthly stipend of 30,000 yuan. When the ceremony was over, he turned and glanced below the stage. The entire hall was a sea of fallen bodies, all except for 2 people who were still on their feet. The beautiful girl from before couldn't help but praise the master's power. But from behind her, Lu Sheng suddenly spoke up. "So, is this the power of a level 3 martial artist?" Hearing his words, the girl shot him a look of disbelief. What an arrogant jerk, she thought. All he did was manage to stay standing after a single shockwave. What's there to be so smug about? Lu Sheng stepped forward and asked a nearby staff member, "Hey, can I go next?" After all, there wasn't exactly a line anymore. The last punch had left pretty much everyone else indisposed. Seeing how ridiculously calm Lu Sheng was, the staffer looked intrigued, impressed by the kid's nerve. He smirked and said, "All right, next up for assessment, Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng began the test, placing his hand on the glowing sphere. The staff member kindly reminded him from behind, "Don't be nervous, kid. Just act natural." The results flashed on the screen. Lu Sheng's blood chi value, 15.7. The staffer who had just told him to relax suddenly felt a terrifying chill shoot down his spine. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd below. The girl from before practically had her jaw on the floor. "What? That guy can't be more than 17 or 18. What in the world is he?" From a corner, even Zhao Changfeng couldn't help but stare in thought. A kid who was only 17 or 18 years old had already reached the level of a second-rank martial artist? It was completely unreal. To have such a high blood chi value at his age was insane. Next up was the combat power assessment. The staffer warned him not to be thrown off by Zhao Changfeng's earlier display. Just punch as hard as you can until you're satisfied. But he never expected Lu Sheng's reply, which left him completely speechless. "Haha, thanks, but I won't need it. One punch is all it'll take." As he spoke, Lu Sheng unleashed his full power in a single, thunderous blow. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was bathed in an electrifying purple light, stunning everyone present. When Lu Sheng's fist connected with the testing machine, it didn't just register his power, it shattered into a million pieces. The resulting shockwave was so immense, it knocked every single level 1 martial artist in the vicinity out cold. Screams echoed through the hall as chaos erupted. Watching the scene unfold, even Zhao Changfeng's brow furrowed, stunned by Lu Sheng's devastating power. Yang Yan, the girl who hadn't given him a second glance before, now struggled just to stay on her feet against the overwhelming force. And then, The display board lit up with his combat power score. The Martial Arts Association employee stared at the number, his jaw hanging open in sheer disbelief. He stammered, 15,709. Seeing the score, Lu Sheng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew! So this is the power. After breaking my bottleneck, my stellar force technique, combined with natural breathing, directly boosted my combat power to 10 times the standard for my blood chi. Is this the awesome power of true martial arts? The employee finally snapped out of his shock. He said with a trembling voice, Student Lu, congratulations on passing the level 1 martial artist exam. He quickly corrected himself. No, wait, your strength is well beyond a level 2. It might even rival a level 3. The more the employee spoke, the more frantic he became. I'm sorry, I can't possibly give you a proper ranking right now, but don't worry, I'll report this to the association's leadership immediately. The Martial Arts Association never buries talent. No, not talent. A times genius asterisk. Especially a once-in-a-generation genius like you. I'll file the report this instant. I'll stake my entire career on getting you a result you're satisfied with, I swear. As Lu Sheng watched the employee sprint away with the results paper, he was left utterly bewildered. What was that all about? As the employee's figure disappeared into the distance, Lu Sheng wondered, so, can I go home now? Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over him, radiating a palpable killing intent from right behind him. On high alert, he spun around. What do you want? It was Zhao Changfeng. His face was grim as he extended his hand. The gesture just left Lu Sheng even more confused. With a fierce expression, the man introduced himself. Zhao Changfeng. Lu Sheng looked at his intense demeanor, then met his gaze with a challenging smirk of his own before reaching out his hand. Lu Sheng. But unexpectedly, the moment their hands clasped, the fierce-looking Zhao Changfeng broke into a wide, cheerful grin. That was the signal for the rest of the crowd to rush the stage, all fighting to shake Lu Sheng's hand and snap a photo. Brother Lu. Hello, I'm Wang Dameng, shake my hand. Brother Lu. Over here. I'm Hu Zhangming. Can I get a moment? Brother Lu. Look this way. Please wait, Brother Lu. Overwhelmed by the sudden rabid mob, Lu Sheng panicked and made a break for it. But the crowd wasn't giving up that easily and immediately gave chase. Damn it! That Zhao Changfeng beat us to it, one of them yelled. A level 3's mind really does work on another level. They continued their pursuit, their shouts of Brother Lu echoing through the hall. Outside the Martial Arts Association, Lu Qinghe and her two friends were waiting. Senior Yang still isn't out yet? She asked nervously. I hope everything went smoothly. Feng Fanfan laughed confidently. Relax. For a genius like her, the level 1 certification is a piece of cake, right? Yeah, you're right, Lu Qinghe agreed. Just then, her eyes widened in surprise as she spotted a familiar figure walking out of the association's building. Huh? Qinghe called out loudly. Lu Sheng turned and saw his sister with her friends nearby. He quickly walked over. Qinghe, what are you doing here? Lu Qinghe put her hands on her hips and scowled. I should be asking you that. You skipped school just to lie around sleeping all day. So what in the world are you doing at the Martial Arts Association? How does she even know I spend most of my time sleeping? Lu Sheng thought to himself, a little embarrassed. He covered his mouth and coughed. Ahem, I had some. Important business to take care of. What about you guys? What brings you all to the association? Feng Fanfan smiled brightly. Hi, Brother Lu. I'm a friend of Qinghe's. My name is Feng Fanfan. People call me Fanfan. And this is Xu Ruo. We came with our senior, Yang Yan, for her assessment today. Completely smitten by Lu Sheng's looks, Feng Fanfan couldn't hold back her compliments. Wow, Brother Lu is so handsome. You're nothing like what Qinghe always says. Seeing her friend swoon, Qinghe got angry and spun around. Hey, you two. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, was enjoying the praise and let out a happy laugh. Ha ha ha, thank you. Lu Qinghe stood beside them, fuming. You guys have a lot of nerve. Did you forget who helps you out with everything at school? Feng Fanfan quickly tried to make amends. Of course it's you, our dear old mom and dad. Seeing his sister bickering with her friends, Lu Sheng reached out and ruffled her hair. Well, I'm heading out. See ya. His sister's friends waved back. Bye, Brother Lu. As soon as Lu Sheng was out of earshot, Feng Fanfan turned to her friend with a teasing smile. You know, you and your brother seem to get along really well. That was the last straw for Lu Qinghe, who looked ready to explode. Not even a little bit. Are you two traitors blind or something? Just then, Xu Ruo shouted. Ah! Senior Yang Yan is out. The argument stopped instantly as they all rushed over to greet her. Senior Yang, how did it go? Did you pass? Yang Yan let out a long, frustrated sigh. Don't even ask. There was some kind of incident, so they had to suspend all the tests. We'll probably have to wait until this afternoon. Looks of concern appeared on their faces. Feng Fanfan asked quickly. Huh? What kind of incident could shut down the entire assessment? Yang Yan's mind immediately flashed back to the young man from earlier and his terrifying power. A monster. No, a freak of nature. He was clearly my age, but his blood chi value was 15.7, and his combat power was over 15 times 1,000 asterisk. Even higher than a level 3 martial artist. Heh. And here I was, she said with a bitter laugh, always thinking I was pretty talented. But after seeing that guy today, I realized my so-called talent is just a complete joke. The group listened, their mouths hanging open in stunned silence. Senior Yang, Feng Fanfan finally asked, Do you know his name? Yang Yan thought for a moment, then frowned. I think his name was Lu Sheng. Hearing the name Lu Sheng, Lu Qinghe and her friends completely froze. She couldn't process what she was hearing. Huh? An image of her lazy, good-for-nothing brother flashed in her mind. My brother? She thought in disbelief. Lu Sheng was just trying to get home, minding his own business and munching on a hot bun. But suddenly, he spots these sketchy-looking guys in black suits, tearing the city apart looking for something. The whole street was in chaos. Did you check over there? Get a move on. A bunch of aunties coming back from the market couldn't help but gossip about the scene. Who on earth could stir up this much trouble? Word on the street is it's the Hong Chuan Martial Arts Hall. Man, who was dumb enough to piss them off? Talk about unlucky. Those martial arts freaks are brutal. If they catch whoever they're looking for, they'll be lucky to get away with just broken legs. Lu Sheng just kept eating his bun, thinking to himself, the Hong Chuan Hall. Seems like they're looking for that person from the test the other day. Those dudes were intense too. Whatever. Not my problem. Just then, his phone starts blowing up with some obnoxious ringtone. Of course, it was Ma Fei, the clerk from Xing Shan Tang Pharmacy. Ugh, these guys again, Lu Sheng thought. Time to give them the cold shoulder for a bit. After all, every single one of my future medicines could be worth a fortune. But do these guys even deserve a piece of that? I'll have to check them out first before making any deals. Back in his room, he decided it was time to consult his future AI. Lu Sheng activated the device. A stream of blue light flared to life. The quantum brain was online. Lu Sheng gave the AI a command, run a full background check on my life. The AI immediately pulled up his basic info file. Affirmative. Accessing basic data for Lu Sheng. Gender. Male. Lifespan. June. Year 200. 97 of the martial era to July. Year 383. Final martial arts strength. Level 6. Martial artist. Authority. Level 2 access. At 18, he becomes a Level 2 martial artist, shaking up all of Baihe City. Following that, he's recommended by the Baihe City Martial Arts Association to join the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp, where he ranks in the top 20. That same year, he ranked first in the city and 32nd in the province. His college entrance exam score placed him 145th in the entire nation, getting him into Dongning Martial University. 3 years later, he graduates. 5 years after that, he's commissioned as a junior officer and founds his own martial arts hall in Baihe City. At age 45, he ascends to a level 6 martial artist. At 50, his attempt to break through to level 7 Grandmaster ends in failure. July year 338 of the martial era. He dies during a beast tide attack on Baihe City. Age at death, 87. Marital status, married, with 2 daughters and 1 son. Highest rank, captain. No outstanding contributions. Historical evaluation, 2 stars. Lu Sheng stared at the summary of his entire life, completely stunned. Seeing his own future laid out like that, he couldn't help but run through the key points. 18 years old. A level 2 martial artist that makes waves in Baihe City. Then I get recommended by the Martial Arts Association to join the Genius Training Camp in Dongning Province. I make the top 20 in the camp. 3 years later, I graduate from Dongning Martial University and serve my time. 5 years later, I become an officer and establish my own dojo in Baihe City. At 45, I become a level 6 martial artist. At 50, I try to become a level 7 Grandmaster. And I fail. In July of year 338, I die during a beast tide attack on Baihe City at the age of 87. After replaying his life story, a single thought crystallized in his mind. So it's true. The future isn't set in stone. At the very least, my future can be changed. Just a week ago, my fate was to be a level 4 martial artist who died at 37. Now, I'm a level 6 who lives past 80. I even have a shot at becoming a level 7 Grandmaster. But that's still so far away. This small change, it means nothing to the world, or to the future. If I want to change the fate of humanity, to alter the entire world's trajectory for the next 10,000 years, a measly level 6 pre-Grandmaster is nothing more than dust. Even a level 7 or level 8 Grandmaster, hell, Even a level 9 martial saint would just be a powerful warrior to truly shatter destiny and rewrite the ending. I'd have to reach the absolute peak of martial arts, break through to level 10, maybe even level 11. Only then might there be a sliver of hope. The hope might be slim, but I've chosen this path, and there's no turning back now. Meanwhile, in his office, Xiao Yuhei, the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association, was practicing his calligraphy. On the screen before him was a video call with his superior. The old leader's voice came through. Stillness gives birth to light. Movement is like flight. The spirit directs the chi, and the form follows the flow. Beautiful characters. Your spiritual strength is profound, President Xiao. Reaching the 7th stage Grandmaster realm is only a matter of time for you. Sigh. If only you put this much effort into your actual job. The criticism made President Xiao's hand slip, smudging the character. He forced a laugh. Ha ha, old leader, please don't mock me. You think I don't want to see more martial arts geniuses emerge from our Baihe city? But you know how it is. He hasn't had any heritage martial arts families for years. We don't have the resources to compete. Any promising kid with a shred of talent immediately looks for a way out. My hands are tied. The leader's tone suddenly grew cold. After a moment of silence, he spoke. President Xiao, the training camp is about to open. It's been years since we've sent anyone worthy of attending. A city as large as Baihe, and we have nothing to show for it. Failing to send a single candidate is our greatest shame. This time, I don't care what you have to do. You will uphold Baihe's honor. Do you understand? The leader delivered his cold command and hung up, giving Xiao no chance to reply. After the call ended, Xiao Yuhei angrily crumpled the paper in his hand. Damn it, he yelled. Like I don't want to develop talent and make some real progress. He slumped into his chair, clenching his trembling fists, his mind racing with angry thoughts. If I had their position, their resources, you think I'd be stuck here writing these damn characters? My own advancement is hopeless. Just as he was sinking into despair, his secretary burst into the room. Asterisk, slam. Asterisk, she rushed in, yelling, President, something's happened at the Martial Artist Testing Center. President Xiao's brow furrowed as he snapped. What's with the rush? Did you forget how to knock? What is it? The secretary hurried over with a stack of documents, holding out a data tablet. I'm sorry, sir, but this is extremely urgent. The examiner just brought in some critical news. We have one. An 18-year-old level 2 martial artist whose combat power has hit 10,000. President Xiao's eyes flew open in shock. He snatched the tablet from her hands. Show me the video! Now! A little flustered by his reaction, the secretary quickly complied. Yes, sir. President Xiao stared intently at the surveillance footage. On the screen was Lu Sheng, right in the middle of his certification test. After watching carefully, he gasped in disbelief. This is perfect realm fist technique. The confused secretary standing beside him asked, I'm sorry, what does that mean? Without taking his eyes off Lu Sheng's movements, the president explained impatiently, It's a technical term in our martial arts world. You're not a martial artist, so just know this. There are less than 10 people in the entire world who have mastered a fist technique to the perfect realm like he has. But then, a thought struck President Xiao. Wait a minute, that's not right. Even with a perfect realm technique, there's no way a blood chi value of 15.7 could generate 15,000 combat power. The combat power amplification for a perfect realm technique maxes out at double. An 18-year-old with 10 times the standard combat power for his blood chi level, from an ordinary family. Then, as if he'd figured it all out, a massive grin spread across President Xiao's face. That has to be it. It has to be. There's no other possible explanation. Ha ha ha, the secretary watched, baffled, as her boss muttered to himself and then burst out laughing. Mr. President, she called out cautiously. Suddenly, she was swept off her feet. President Xiao joyfully picked her up and spun her around a few times, laughing hysterically. Ha ha! We've found one. A true, 1-in-a-million martial arts genius. And to think, one appeared right here, in our own Baihe city. Ha ha ha! The secretary grew dizzy from being spun around, shouting helplessly, President, what's a martial arts genius? After so many years, President Xiao had finally found his diamond in the rough. He couldn't wipe the ecstatic grin off his face. He began to explain. Among those who cultivate the martial path, there are some who are blessed by the heavens with a special gift. When they awaken, their power grows to a level far beyond the imagination of any normal person. Model. Awakening your bloodline grants a massive power boost, unlocking a unique talent. Its explosive force is astonishing, sometimes with lightning-fast speed. They're known as the truly gifted martial artists. President Xiao quickly threw on his coat and rushed out. Ha ha ha! Hurry! I want to personally visit Lu Sheng's home and meet his parents. I need to thank them for raising such a brilliant son. Ha ha ha. The The dizzy secretary stumbled for a moment before rushing to follow. Yes, sir. I'll inform the driver to prepare the car immediately. Meanwhile, at the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall, Lady Ni Chang was also mobilizing her staff to find Lu Sheng. Just then, a junior disciple rushed in, yelling, I got it! I got it! We found him, senior sister Ni. Ni Chang demanded, What did you find? The junior disciple, panting heavily, reported, His name is Lu Sheng. He's a student at Baihe Academy. His father is a delivery man, and his mother is a cashier at a supermarket. He also has a younger sister in her first year. The family lives in District 15. Ni Chang spoke with grim determination as she prepared to leave. Understood. Seeing her about to hunt someone down, the junior disciple asked in terror, Why are you looking for him? Did he do something to offend you? Senior sister, listen. They're just a poor, ordinary family. You don't have to go this far. Realizing he completely misunderstood, Ni Chang snapped, Shut up! It's not what you think! She then turned to answer her phone, her expression tense. Hello? I know. I'll be there soon. I can't believe they moved so quickly. The junior disciple stood aside, thinking to himself, If it's not what I think, then what is it? Is she trying to recruit a husband? After hanging up, Ni Chang quickly turned back and gave an order. Go buy some high-end gifts right now, something suitable for elders and a young girl. The junior disciple stared blankly for a few seconds before snapping into action. Huh? Oh, yes, right away! As he ran, he wondered, Is she really looking for a husband? Ni Chang clutched her phone, her mind racing. I've finally found you, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was training in his room when his sister, Lu Qinghe, called out, Brother, come out quickly. Someone's here to see you. Lu Sheng rose calmly. All right, I'm coming. He threw on a shirt and walked out. It's been a while since she's called me brother. Who could be looking for me? Could it be? The moment he left his room, he saw his family chatting with a few strangers. Seeing Lu Sheng emerge, his mother beckoned him over. Little Sheng, come here. This gentleman is. Before she could finish, President Xiao stood up and politely extended his hand. Student Lu, hello. I am the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association, Xiao Yuhei. I came specifically about your evaluation results. Lu Sheng's mind raced. The president of the Martial Arts Association. He has to be at least a level 6 quasi-grandmaster. Lu Sheng shook his hand. Hello, President Xiao. I'm Lu Sheng. Impressed by his calm demeanor, the president praised him inwardly. Not bad. He's completely composed. That kind of mindset alone is rare. Lu Sheng glanced at the girl sitting nearby and asked, And this is? His mother quickly introduced her. This is Lady Ni Chang from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Ni Chang offered a small smile. Hello, Student Lu Sheng. We met once before at the hall. I'm not sure if you remember. Lu Sheng simply nodded. Hello, Miss Ni. After they sat down, Lu Sheng cut straight to the chase. He looked directly at President Xiao and said, Nothing in this world is free. For the association to offer us so much, I must have to give something in return. What is it that you need me to do, President Xiao? The president was taken aback by Lu Sheng's bluntness, then let out a sigh. You truly are a surprising young man. He pulled a card from his jacket. In that case, I'll be direct. We hope you will join the Dongning Province's Genius Training Camp. Ni Chang shot up from her seat in shock. President Xiao, did you say the Genius Training Camp? She spoke desperately. It's true that it's a gathering of the most gifted martial artists, but it's also a place that destroys geniuses. One of our senior brothers from the hall joined that camp before. He left full of ambition, but when he returned, he was completely broken, a shadow of his former self. Ni Chang tried to stop him. Student Lu Sheng, you have a limitless future ahead of you. There's no need to take such a risk. President Xiao calmly interjected. She is right. There is a risk. It is a place designed to select only the truest prodigies. Even top geniuses from entire cities can end up as mere stepping stones for others. But you are different. Based on the potential you've shown, your future is not limited to this small city. However, Student Lu Sheng, I respect your choice. What is your answer? Lu Sheng was silent for a moment before reaching out and taking the card. You're right, President Xiao. I also believe this is not my limit. President Xiao let out a relieved sigh. Very well. I will come to pick you up in 2 days. We won't disturb you any longer. He stood up to leave. We'll meet in 2 days. Student Lu Sheng. After President Xiao left, Lu Sheng turned his gaze to Ni Chang. Now then, Miss Ni, you should tell me why you're here. Ni Chang looked at Lu Sheng's handsome face and blushed, thinking, he's even more handsome in person than in the photos. She cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment. Ahem. I came here today to invite you to become an honorary disciple of our Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall. Lu Sheng remained silent, asking, What does an honorary disciple mean? Ni Chang quickly explained, It means you don't have to show up for regular training. Of course, you're welcome to come anytime you wish. All classes and equipment would be free for you to use. You could even receive personal instruction from my father. You'd enjoy our highest level of training with an honorary title without having to fulfill any real obligations. Ni Chang calculated inwardly, if word gets out that an 18-year-old level 2 or even level 3 martial artist is with us, our hall will become famous in Baihe City, right? I can't even imagine how many parents would be fighting to enroll their children here. Just then, Lu Sheng shattered her beautiful daydream with a single, blunt word. No. Ni Chang shot up from her seat, panicking. The benefits are negotiable. Don't be so quick to refuse, Lu Sheng said. An honorary member is fine. You can publicize that I train at your hall, since that is the truth. But nothing more. I am not your disciple, not even in name only, because I don't need to be. If you can accept those terms, we have a deal. If not, then I'm sorry. Of course, I will still come to your hall for evaluations, since it's close to my home. Ni Chang thought for a moment before finally compromising. Fine, but our Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall is buying the exclusive rights to this honorary title. I'll send your monthly salary over immediately, a direct payment of 100,000 to your home. With the discussion settled, Ni Chang also stood up to leave. I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. The door clicked shut. Thud. With Ni Chang gone, the whole family stared at Lu Sheng with immense pride. Little Sheng, this isn't a dream, is it? A 1 million reward and a monthly salary of 100,000? Lu Sheng's father couldn't believe his eyes. He asked again, was that really the president of the Martial Arts Association, and he came to our door personally? Little Sheng, when did you become a level 2 martial artist? What on earth is going on? Lu Sheng gently took his mother's hands. It's all real. I really am a level 2 martial artist now. Mom, you don't have to work the night shift anymore. Working late nights is dangerous for your health. And Dad, you don't have to do such strenuous work either. Your back has been bothering you for so long. I can earn money now. You all don't have to work so hard anymore. His family wrapped him in a tight, loving hug, a scene of pure warmth and happiness. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Virtuous Conduct, Healing Su bit her nails in frustration. It's been a week. I don't know what he looks like. I don't even know his name. She tore through book after book, surrounded by stacks of paper, completely helpless. Ugh, I've torn through every registered pharmacist's file, but there's absolutely no trace of this genius alchemist. How can someone like that just not exist on paper? Sibling gritted her teeth, haunted by the potion Lu Sheng created. The more we analyzed that tonic he concocted, the more shocking the data became. It wasn't just a few times stronger than a standard level 1 potion. By the Pharmacist Association standards, it blew past most level 3 tonics. It had dozens of beneficial effects with almost zero side effects. The duration was terrifyingly long, yet he sold it for less than 3,000 yuan. When a level 3 potion can go for 100,000, this is a revolutionary new medicine, the start of a new era. Sibling slammed her fist on the table, shouting, "Dang it, where on earth is he? Did he just vanish into thin air?" Ma Fei, standing beside her, trembled in fear. Suddenly, his jaw dropped. Miss He, I think I found our Grandmaster." Sibling shot up from her seat. "What? Where is he?" Ma Fei quickly pointed at the TV, stammering, That's him." On the news was a young man, only 18 this year. Yesterday, our city witnessed the rise of an exceptionally gifted martial arts genius. At just 18 years old, he passed the official level 2 martial artist examination. His combat index even exceeds the standard for a level 3 martial artist. This achievement shatters every record for his age group in our city's martial arts association. Let's give him a round of applause. And this genius is none other than student Lu Sheng from White River Academy. When Sibling saw Lu Sheng's face, she was completely stunned. It took her a long moment to force out the words. He's just a high school student? In Shuhai City, on Lone Lake Mountain, towering peaks and dense forests were shrouded in a sea of white mist. The mountain scenery was poetic, with a tranquil, clear stream. Suddenly, a pure white bird perched on a branch sensed danger approaching and quickly flapped its wings to escape. In a flash, a streak of light blurred past, many times faster than the bird. A closer look would reveal the silhouette of a person. It was Lu Sheng, running at an unbelievable speed. He shot forward like an arrow, expertly using his martial arts skills to weave through the dense forest and swiftly reach the summit. As he ran, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I never expected the Star Force technique could be used for movement. A 4-fold power amplification, plus my dreamscape absorption. My footwork has reached a whole new level. I'm at least 5 times faster than a normal level 2 martial artist. I'll call this cloud-chasing steps. Lu Sheng stood on the mountaintop, gazing into the distance. He was surrounded by swirling clouds and bathed in multicolored sunlight. The air was crisp and filled with abundant energy. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, focusing every sense in his body, and unleashed a punch with his full power. The force of Lu Sheng's blow sent shockwaves through the air. The surrounding clouds were blasted away, revealing the magnificent natural landscape below. Lu Sheng let out a satisfied breath. I've broken through. My vitality value has clearly increased, and my Star Force technique has improved. I can probably manage a 6-fold power amplification now. Lu Sheng quickly gathered a few herbs. He thought, well, this is a pleasant surprise. I originally came to Lone Lake Mountain to gather materials for the soul-nourishing pill. I didn't expect to have a major breakthrough in my training too. Looks like I've already consumed all the white blood spirit ginseng. The effectiveness of that medicine diminishes over time. I need to start refining the soul-nourishing pills. The true value of these ingredients hasn't even been discovered in this era. If the system hadn't told me, I would have never known where to find them. The other herbs I ordered should be ready at the foot of the mountain by now. Everything should be prepared. This is a good chance to test just how fast I can get down. Cloud chasing steps. Lu Sheng activated his technique, racing down the mountain at an incredible speed. As soon as he reached the bottom, he saw the herb gatherer already waiting there. Lu Sheng quickly walked over to greet him. Hello, I'm the one who placed the order for the herbs. Are they ready? The herb merchant, holding a pipe, chuckled. Ah, young man, you're here. Ha ha, don't you worry. They're all prepared, right here. Lu Sheng inspected the herbs. Yanglink herb, dew vein leaf. Everything's here. The ingredients are fresh, and the age is just right. Lu Sheng stood up and took out some cash. All right, I need 10 of each herb, 500 yuan per plant. Just as we agreed, here's 5,000 yuan. A wicked smile spread across the old man's face as he looked at Lu Sheng. It's not 500 per plant, it's 1,000. And what's more, you have to buy all the herbs I have here. With that, he gestured threateningly at several other baskets of herbs around them. Seeing the merchant's blatant attempt at daylight robbery, Lu Sheng's face turned cold. What do you mean by that? The merchant let out a sinister, shameless laugh. It means exactly what I said, little friend. You're not from around Shuhai, are you? When you're on our turf, you play by our rules. Just then, nearly a dozen thugs emerged from their hiding spots. They menacingly approached, brandishing knives, with fierce looks on their faces. Didn't your parents ever teach you? You need to know when to be afraid when you're out in the world. Lu Sheng scoffed and began to unleash his power. Oh, so you're planning on strong-arming me. The leader swaggered closer, oblivious to the impending danger. They all stepped forward aggressively. Heh. I advise you not to try anything funny. All of my boys here are proper level 1 martial artists. You can call the cops, but there are no cameras here. They'll believe us locals over an outsider like you. So, if you don't cooperate, don't blame us for teaching you a painful lesson. The leader signaled for his gang to charge, but they all screeched to a halt halfway, their faces turning pale as they trembled in pure terror. With a single punch, Lu Sheng sent spiderweb cracks all across a massive boulder. The thugs who were so eager to jump him moments ago were now frozen stiff, cold sweat pouring down their faces. After pulling his fist back, he calmly asked the robbers, "So, let me ask you, is this the part where I'm supposed to be scared?" He then crushed a piece of the rock like it was tofu, silencing them with fear. It took them a moment to regain their senses before they all dropped to their knees, bowing frantically. "We're sorry. We're so sorry, boss. Sir, we were blind. Truly, we're sorry." Lu Sheng bent down to pick up his basket of herbs. "Are we done here? In that case, I'll be taking my things and leaving." Seeing that Lu Sheng wasn't going to punish them, they quickly started to suck up to him. "Yes, of course, boss. Take it all. You don't have to leave a single yuan." Lu Sheng slung the basket over his shoulder and turned back. "Let me teach you something your parents clearly didn't. When doing business, you should be honest. Don't be a cheat." As if they had just escaped death, the thugs nodded eagerly at his words, raising their hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, sir. We'll change our ways. We'll turn over a new leaf." Seeing their sincere expressions, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I was actually going to pay them, but they're the ones who refused. Now that I have all the materials, it's time to head to the training camp. As Lu Sheng walked away, the gang leader's eyes were wide with terror. What kind of era is this? Are all high school students monsters like that now? Seriously, I think it's time to find a new line of work. Crushing a rock into powder with his bare hands. He's got to be at least a level 3 martial artist. That's just unbelievable, isn't it? One day later, Lu Sheng arrived in Dongning province, at the Genius training camp. Seeing soldiers checking documents, he thought to himself, so this is the training camp? It looks more like a military base. Lu Sheng noticed all the students around him were wearing medals, which made him a bit nervous. Is it a rule here that you have to wear your martial artist medal? My mom put mine away for safekeeping, and I totally forgot to bring it. Is that going to be a problem? He helplessly recalled the image of his medal displayed inside a glass case by his mother. Just then, an officer walked over and asked, "Which city are you from? Why are you alone?" Lu Sheng replied, "White River City. Something came up, so I'm a little late." A group of teenagers overheard White River City and started whispering. White River City? Didn't their group already go in yesterday? Why is there one left? Probably got in through connections. He doesn't even have a medal. Strange. No one's come from White River City in years, and this year, there are 2 of them? An officer checked the list and called out, "One person, come forward. Are you Lu Sheng, the one mentioned by the president of the Baihe Martial Arts Association?" The gossips standing nearby immediately started jeering. Haha, no wonder. So he's the one the Baihe Association president took special interest in. How impressive. Having connections with the association president is even better than being a level 3 martial artist. I wonder how many gifts he had to send to make that happen. Seeing the young recruits getting out of line, the officer pointed at them and yelled, "All of you, quiet down." After silencing the peanut gallery, he signaled to the boy, "You and the rest from Qingyuan City, move out." Once inside, the induction ceremony began. All luggage on the ground. Someone will be by to collect it for you shortly. Lu Sheng quickly complied. Got it. As he stepped into the barracks, Lu Sheng thought, making us enter in separate groups? This is no ordinary welcome ceremony. Slam. Suddenly, the heavy door slammed shut, catching everyone by surprise. What the hell? What's going on? What are they trying to do? Lock us in? Is this some kind of mistake? The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. The officer's voice cut through the noise. All right, quiet down and listen carefully. Your mission is to reach the exit on the opposite side of this corridor. Succeed, and you pass the entrance exam. Fail, and you're going straight back home. So, good luck. With that, the officer left, abandoning them to their frantic shouts. What? I thought this was just an induction ceremony. What's this about a corridor test? What kind of corridor is this? Give us some details, man. But before they could process anything, the floor gave way beneath them, plunging them all into a hidden passage. Holy crap, what the hell is this now? Lu Sheng had already anticipated this and landed squarely on his feet. Others weren't so lucky, landing hard on their butts, or worse, their faces. Crunch. One guy's chin smashed into the ground after the fall. He clutched his jaw, screaming, "Ah! Where the hell are we? Damn it, that hurt. What kind of messed up trap is this?" Lu Sheng ignored him and looked towards the end of the passage, using his spiritual sense to scan the area for any hidden dangers. The results didn't surprise him. Just as I thought. This is no ordinary corridor. And what are these dark shadows? The power of his spiritual energy truly was miraculous, almost like a superpower from a novel. As Lu Sheng was assessing the hallway, Lin Chengyu spoke up confidently. I thought they'd have some special trick up their sleeve. Is this really it? How dull. The man who had landed on his chin furiously pointed a finger at him. Lin Chengyu, you knew this entrance exam was shady. Son of a, you didn't say a word to warn us. I just face-planted because of you. Lin Chengyu shot back a smug, condescending look. If you can't even handle a small surprise like that, do you even have the right to call yourself an official martial artist? When you're sent packing, don't you dare tell people you were a genius from Qingyuan City attending the training camp. You're an embarrassment. The insulted man saw red and was about to lunge at Lin Chengyu, but the others held him back. Everyone rushed to de-escalate. All right, break it up. We all came from the same city, and it wasn't easy getting into this training camp. We should probably be working together. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to pass this test. Lin Chengyu chimed in. You're right. We from Qingyuan City should stick together. It wouldn't be good for any of us to get cut. This is the legendary genius training camp after all. Its entrance exam is definitely not going to be this simple. And since there happens to be a spare person here, wouldn't it be great if a kind-hearted soul volunteered to scout ahead for us? Lin Chengyu's eyes locked onto Lu Sheng, basically telling him to be the bait. A kind-hearted girl spoke up. Hey, that's not cool, but some of the others loved the idea. Haha, great plan. A little lab rat to test the traps for us sounds fun. Haha. Lu Sheng just scoffed and remained silent. Seeing his silence, Lin Chengyu sneered. If you're not going to go, then get out of the way. Lu Sheng swatted his arm away and prepared to step forward. Seeing him move on his own, Lin Chengyu's contempt only grew. Oh? So you know your place after all. You'd better put on a good show, kid from Baihe City. If you perform well, maybe we'll consider dragging you along with us. Lu Sheng stepped into the tunnel, then turned back with a dark smile. Ha! True beasts walk alone. Only cattle move in a herd. Hearing the insult, Lin Chengyu froze solid on the spot. He stammered, "What did you just say?" Lu Sheng just gave Lin Chengyu one last defiant glance and flashed a mocking grin. Huh? That final provocation sent Lin Chengyu right over the edge. He pointed a shaking finger at Lu Sheng and roared, "You dare call me cattle? I'll neuter you." But before he could finish his threat, the tunnel's mechanisms activated and dozens of pink spheres shot out at once. While Lu Sheng remained perfectly calm, Lin Chengyu scrambled back in terror, yelling, "What are those things?" As the pink spheres hit the ground, they automatically transformed into dozens of robots with power far exceeding a level 1 martial artist. They were puppet bots. Seeing their true form made even Lin Chengyu break out in a cold sweat. Even the weakest of these things is stronger than a level 1 official martial artist. With this many of them, does the training camp want us all dead? The rest of the group started screaming. This space is too cramped. There's nowhere to run. What do we do? I heard these puppets can execute all kinds of high-level martial arts techniques. The strongest are on par with a level 4 martial artist, but they cost a fortune to build, way more than training a real one. This is the first time I've ever seen one. Lin Chengyu glanced at Lu Sheng and sneered. Is that country bumpkin from Baihe City a complete idiot? The mechanism of these puppets triggers them to automatically attack any living thing that gets close. A level 1 puppet bot is made from a special alloy. One punch is enough to kill someone. The guys watching from the back were excited for the show. That kid isn't even a level 1 martial artist. One punch is probably going to turn him into paste. The kind girl saw a robot closing in and screamed a warning. Watch out! Sensing a human, the robot unleashed a devastating punch with the force of 1,000 pounds, aiming to smash Lu Sheng into pulp. Yet, Lu Sheng stood motionless before the incoming fist. He just curled his lip into a smirk. The punch landed with a massive impact, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and chaos. Everyone shielded their faces from the powerful shockwave. Seeing the force of that blow, Lin Chengyu smiled smugly, certain that Lu Sheng was now nothing more than a red smear on the floor. But he wasn't. As the dust cleared, everyone stared, their jaws on the floor. Lu Sheng had stopped the robot's massive punch with just one hand. They gritted their teeth, their faces darkening in disbelief as they muttered, He actually blocked it. Lu Sheng didn't just block it. He squeezed, his grip tightening around the metal fist. Is this all you've got? He asked confidently. Then, with that same arm, Lu Sheng lifted the entire robot high into the air and slammed it violently back into the ground. The robot was completely obliterated, shattering into a pile of mangled parts and scattered components. After witnessing Lu Sheng's terrifying strength, the rest of the group didn't dare say another word. They could only think, holy crap, is he even human? What are we supposed to do now? He seems insanely strong. Suddenly, the fool Lin Chengyu started laughing awkwardly, scratching his head. I almost fell for it. What level 1 puppet bot? That thing was just a hunk of scrap metal. Its real combat strength was probably about the same as a wooden dummy. It just looked intimidating. Otherwise, with so many robots here, how could anyone possibly pass this test? Besides, how could a worthless loser who relied on connections, who isn't even a level 1 martial artist, possibly withstand an attack from a real puppet bot? At this point, everyone saw Lin Chengyu for the clown he was, still trying to spin his ridiculous narrative. Someone spoke up. I don't know. That puppet looked pretty. Seeing that no one believed him, Lin Chengyu scoffed. Forget it. It's a waste of breath explaining things to you, simpletons. If you don't get it, then just open your eyes wide and watch how a real expert clears this stage. Lin Xiaoyu charged forward, brimming with confidence. He leaped into the air, landing a powerful kick right on the robot's switch. Everyone roared at his flashy move. See? This puppet is just a cheap fake. Lin Xiaoyu stood triumphantly over the puppet he thought he'd downed. Spreading his arms wide, he gloated, Ha ha, what did I tell you guys? But before he could even finish his sentence, the real robot lunged at him from behind. His victory lap was cut short by a fist to the face that sent him flying. Lin Xiaoyu slammed so hard into the wall he got stuck, as spiderweb cracks exploded across the concrete. His face was a mess, a few teeth missing, but he still managed to spit out the words. What the hell? This isn't a level 1 automaton at all. It's a damn level 2. With that revelation, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. One of his teammates rushed to his side. Lin Xiaoyu, wake up. Are you okay? Lin Xiaoyu was out for the count, his once handsome face now a swollen, purple mess. As everyone dragged him to a corner, some began to break out in a cold sweat. A level 2 automaton. Just how strong is the person they're really up against? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was casually dismantling the rest of the robots. He moved with a bored sigh. Ha, every one of these things has a central core. One light touch and they go down. But there are just so many. This is getting tedious. After a few moments, Lu Sheng had wiped the tunnel clean of every last robot. All that stood before him now was the final door. The officer commanding the robots stared at his control panel, his jaw hitting the floor. What the hell is going on? All the automatons are malfunctioning. Weren't these supposed to be brand new? Alerts blared one after another as Unit 99 went offline. The officer clutched the console in a panic. They're all destroyed! How could a bunch of rookies who just hit level 1 possibly smash through level 2 automatons? Just as the officer started to freak out, the wreckage of a robot crashed down in front of him. Lu Sheng's calm voice echoed, The second gate is open. I've finally arrived. The officer glanced at the all units offline alert on his screen, then heard Lu Sheng's voice again. Come on out, gatekeeper. The man was completely bewildered. He thought to himself, asterisk, since when am I the gatekeeper for the second stage? Asterisk, but Lu Sheng's eyes were sharp, ready for an all-out battle. Looking like the god of death himself, he spoke with an icy tone. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Sheng unleashed his full power, cloud-chasing steps, and tenfold star force. The energy that erupted from him completely overwhelmed the officer, who could only surrender in the face of such absolute power. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the halls. In the central monitoring room, alerts were flashing non-stop. Candidate disqualified. Number 8, disqualified. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing-shui stared intently at the camera feeds. She typed furiously on the keyboard as the clicks and beeps of the machines filled the air. Beep, beep. Major Qin Xiaojun strolled in, coffee in hand, casually humming a tune. It was truly a day full of happiness. Qin Xiaojun looked up and saw Dong Qing-shui glued to the monitors. He greeted her. Oh, you're here? She turned, her brow furrowed in annoyance. Don't call me that, Major Qin Xiaojun. If you have time to kill, you can help me with these reports. Qin Xiaojun cheerfully took a seat beside her. All right, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing-shui. So, how's the quality of the geniuses in this year's training camp? Dong Qing-shui sighed, rubbing her temples. Underwhelming. Only 8 candidates even meet our basic standards. They're all official martial artists who've awakened their talents. 5 of them are pretty standard power types. The other 3 are a speed type and a defense type. Qin Xiaojun raised an eyebrow. A psychic type? Dong Qing-shui's expression shifted. The psychic type is the most exceptional of all. Xia Lin, 18 years old. She awakened her psychic talent less than 2 years ago, and she's already approaching the level 1 Mind Master standard. Her martial arts talent isn't bad either. She's about to break through to level 2. Qin Xiaojun smirked. Hey, not bad at all. An absolute prodigy. Just like you were back in the day. The icy glare he got in return made him shut his mouth real quick. Asterisk. Yep, better not say another word. That look is deadly. Asterisk. Ha ha ha. Dong Qing-shui warned him with a sharp tone. Stop messing around. I've already marked her as a priority candidate for this camp's special training. Qin Xiaojun forced a laugh and quickly changed the subject. Right, the others aren't bad either. As he toggled through the camera feeds, something unexpected caught his eye, making him freeze. Huh? When the image came into focus, he did a spit take with his coffee. Total shock was written all over his face. Holy crap, what in the world am I seeing? Seeing his reaction, Dong Qing-shui's expression turned serious as she leaned in to look. At that exact moment, in testing area number 7, a robot materialized right behind Xia Lin, preparing for a sneak attack. But Xia Lin was faster. She blasted it with her psychic power, sending the robot flying into the wall with enough force to shatter it. After taking care of it, she finally let out a breath of relief. Whew, that was the last one, right? She looked at the wreckage of robots scattered around her, then at the thick steel door ahead. She didn't rush in. Instead, Xia Lin used her psychic abilities to scan the area beyond, sensing a very dangerous presence on the other side. Asterisk, at least level 3 strength. But they aren't interfering with me. That means they're not part of the exam. It's probably just a staff member supervising the test. Asterisk. But the moment Xia Lin stepped through the door, she froze in her tracks. The chaotic scene inside instantly put her on high alert. Inside were officers in full tactical gear, holding riot shields, their faces etched with fear. They gripped their weapons tightly, all eyes fixed on another gate. Their guard was up, as if a ferocious beast was lurking on the other side. Xia Lin took in the scene and thought, asterisk, what in the world is happening here? Asterisk. Asterisk. This is a huge formation. What are they so afraid of? Asterisk. Her curiosity getting the better of her, Xia Lin used her psychic powers to peer through the second door. Asterisk. What's going on in there? Asterisk. She saw 2 figures locked in combat, which confused her. Asterisk. 2 people are fighting? But why is the opponent human? Asterisk. Asterisk. Aren't all the targets in this exam supposed to be robots? Asterisk. Then she saw a demonic silhouette with a wicked grin lunging forward. A single thought raced through her mind. Asterisk, who? Is that? Asterisk. As she watched, the demonic figure suddenly noticed her. His eyes locked onto hers, carrying an overwhelming pressure. A terrifying, soul-crushing dread shot through her entire body, making Xia Lin freeze in fear. Xia Lin let out a terrified scream and slammed the steel door shut. She scrambled back into the tunnel and used her psychic power to seal the door, making it impossible to open. The officers outside were baffled by her terrified retreat. Xia Lin huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes. Ha ha ha, whoa. What was that? That feeling. It was pure terror. Just then, Dong Shui and Qin Xiaojun arrived at the control room. The officers' faces lit up with relief. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Shui, Major Qin Xiaojun. Qin Xiaojun asked urgently, "What's the situation in there? Where is the exam supervisor?" One of the soldiers replied quickly, "Several cameras near the door have been destroyed, sir. We have no visual. We lost contact with the supervisor 3 minutes ago. We were just about to report it up the chain." Qin Xiaojun gave a command, "Give me all the data on everyone in tunnel number 12. Now." But just then, Dong Shui held up a hand. "There's no need." A tremendous force slammed into the sealed door, denting it inwards. Every officer tensed up, gripping their weapons like their lives depended on it. Lu Sheng simply smashed the door and the wall around it to pieces and strolled out like he owned the place. Everyone saw him and let out a collective sigh of relief, lowering their weapons. "What the? It's just a student?" But their relief was short-lived. They all turned pale, their eyes wide with horror as they saw who Lu Sheng was dragging behind him, an unconscious man. It was the missing exam supervisor. Instantly, everyone's guard shot back up. Dong Shui stepped forward and asked, "Aren't you one of the students from Qingwen City? The hell do you think you are?" Lu Sheng casually dropped the monitor to the ground with a thud. Then, he introduced himself. "Lu Sheng, from White River City." Qin Xiaokun grinned, thoroughly impressed. "Well now, you're quite the handful, kid. That was an expensive combat puppet, you know. You not only dismantled it with your bare hands, but you also took down the instructor. You've got some serious guts, don't you?" Lu Sheng just awkwardly scratched his head and tried to explain. "It was a misunderstanding. I honestly thought it was all part of the test. He seemed really strong, so I didn't hold back." Suddenly, Dong Shui unleashed her spiritual power, scanning Lu Sheng from head to toe. Lu Sheng stood perfectly still, showing no reaction at all. Sensing nothing out of the ordinary, Dong Shui finally retracted her power. After confirming her assessment, she announced, "Congratulations, you have officially passed this camp's entrance exam. Cadet Lu Sheng, go and get some rest for now. A staff member will show you to the dormitories." Lu Sheng smiled slightly. "Yes, ma'am," and he quickly followed the guide. Once Lu Sheng was gone, Dong Shui let out a sigh. "That kid is a complete maniac. I just reviewed the video. He treated that Tier 2 mech puppet like it was a cheap toy." Qin Xiaokun picked up the file, his voice full of disbelief. "The datasheet says his blood chi is only at 15, and his combat power is 15,000? Is that right? This is just unbelievable." Dong Shui recalled what had just happened. "I just probed him with my own spiritual power," she said. "I couldn't feel a thing, and he didn't even react." Qin Xiaokun leaned in. "So, what's your plan for a monster like this?" Dong Shui thought for a moment. "I haven't figured it out yet. But his file is obviously completely wrong. For now, let's classify him as a top-tier seed, just like Xiaolin. It looks like this year's competition is about to get a lot more interesting." On the way to the dormitory, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "Was that a spiritual probe just now? Instructor Dong Shui's spiritual power has to be at least 5 times stronger than mine. I completely suppressed my own. I wonder if she noticed anything." As he was lost in thought, his stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. The staff member saw this and knew exactly what to do, leading him toward the cafeteria. "Cadet Lu Sheng, it's dinner time. Let's head to the mess hall for a meal first, then I'll take you to the dorms." Lu Sheng thanked him sheepishly. "Thanks for the trouble. By the way, just a quick question. Are the food portions here limited?" he added quietly. "My appetite's been a little big lately." The officer laughed. "Haha, don't worry about it. For your first meal, the quantity is unlimited." The kitchen's finest dishes were brought out and placed before Lu Sheng. His entire face lit up with joy at the sight of the feast. Even after devouring more than 20 to 30 plates, Lu Sheng was still calling for more. "This is delicious! Give me 5 more plates! No, make it 10 more! And I need more of this too." The officer standing beside him could only stare, his eyes wide with utter shock. As he was focused on eating, a pretty girl walked up to his table to greet him. "You're Lu Sheng, right? My name is Yang Yan. I'm also a student from White River City in this training batch. We met before, at the martial artist exam. Do you remember? Is it okay if I sit next to you?" Reacting instinctively, Lu Sheng quickly hugged the pile of food on his table. With his mouth stuffed, he mumbled, "The food here is unlimited. You can go get some from them." Yang Yan fumed internally. Asterisk, who wants to freeload off your food? Asterisk, asterisk. Besides, they already said it's unlimited, so what's your deal? Asterisk. While still eating, Lu Sheng asked, "I remember the guildmaster saying it's been a long time since anyone from White River City made it here. What's that all about?" Yang Yan explained, "Ha, you might have misunderstood. Actually, students from White River City come every year. It's just that for many years, very few have been able to pass the entrance exam. And even if they do pass the test, they get kicked out pretty quickly for not having enough points. After all that hard work, they just end up as a stepping stone for someone else. Nobody wants to put that failure on their permanent record. Lu Sheng was finally starting to understand. So that's how it is. Then what are these points? Yang Yan added, the points are basically the currency here. If you want to use the training camp's resources, you need to use points. Using the training machines, asking the instructors for help with your cultivation, getting elixirs, even your dorm room costs points. The exotic beast meat you're eating is a special military supply. You can only get it by using points. And as of right now, only 3 people in the entire training camp have any points. Lu Sheng asked again, only 3 people? How did they get them? Yang Yan didn't hide anything and told him straight up. You can only earn points through passing tests and evaluations. They earned their points by acing the entrance exam. From Yanglin City, there's the Tier 2 talent, Cao Yong, who possesses the petrification talent. The second is a Tier 2 talent from Donglan City, Meng Jinhe, who has the 9 Heaven Speed talent. The last one is even rarer than a talent-awakened martial artist. She's an awakened spirit master. They say her strength and talent are the absolute strongest in this training camp's current batch. The spirit master, Xia Lin, was getting food when her eyes landed on Lu Sheng. The sight made her freeze up completely, her whole body trembling. A terrified look crossed her face. Seeing Lu Sheng sitting there, Xia Lin immediately turned to leave. Her hands were shaking so badly, she had to use her spiritual power just to keep the food from sliding off her tray. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Xia Lin quickly ran away. Lu Sheng, still eating and talking with Yang Yan, saw her. He remembered her and called out, "Oh, it's her." Yang Yan looked over. You know her? Lu Sheng took a slow sip of water. We've met once. Lu Sheng asked again. You said earlier only 3 people made it through? Yang Yan, hearing some gossip, decided to share. Well, they say there was a 4th person, but the rumor is a little crazy. Not only is he terrifyingly strong, single-handedly blowing up almost all the Tier 2 mech puppets, but the guy is apparently super arrogant and even beat an examiner so badly he was hospitalized, a totally out-of-control psycho. After hearing this, Lu Sheng choked on his water. He quickly tried to play it cool, laughing. Haha, that's so unreal. That sounds a little exaggerated. Yang Yan thought to herself, asterisk, but this training camp is really as legendary as they say. Every single person is a genius. Asterisk, asterisk. Even a monster like Lu Sheng, who caused such a stir in White River City, is overshadowed by so many people here. Asterisk. Seeing Lu Sheng choking, she kindly handed him a napkin to comfort him. Don't worry, Lu Sheng. I believe in you. With your strength and talent, if you just stay in the training camp for a while, I'm sure you won't be any worse than them. Lu Sheng took the napkin, stammering for a moment, not knowing what to say. Cough, cough, cough. Thanks. That thing. Before he could finish, a group of people with serious expressions walked over. Are you Cadet Lu Sheng? Given that you destroyed 18 mech puppets and hospitalized an instructor during the entrance exam, we will now proceed to ask you a few questions, as per protocol. Please cooperate and come with us. Yang Yan's jaw dropped as she realized the legendary 4th person she was just gossiping about was Lu Sheng. She froze, completely stunned. Everyone around them was just as surprised by the situation. They were so shocked they were left speechless, food dropping from their forks. What? Lu Sheng stood up calmly and said, I understand. He awkwardly asked the officer, but I'm not full yet. Excuse me, would it be possible for me to pack this up to go? The officers didn't expect this at all and froze for a few seconds before answering. Fine. After packing up his food, Lu Sheng politely said goodbye to Yang Yan. I'm really sorry about this. I have to go first. Yang Yan still hadn't recovered from the shock and just mumbled a few words. Huh? Oh, okay. The moment Lu Sheng and the officers were gone, the entire cafeteria practically exploded. So the rumors were true. Oh my god, a monster like that actually exists. Holy crap, the legendary 4th person is Lu Sheng from White River City. Yang Yan began to spiral, a cold frost spreading through her heart as she remembered the stupid things she had just said to Lu Sheng's face. At that moment, she wished she could just dig a hole and hide in it. Asterisk, ha 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 ha, arrogant. Out of control. Exaggerated. Overshadowed by many. Unreal. A maniac. Asterisk, asterisk. What on earth have I been saying? Asterisk. In the command center, Lu Sheng was talking privately with Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing-shui. She held the damage report in her hand, her voice chillingly cold. You're quite impressive, Cadet Lu Sheng. With just a little display of your skills, you've managed to blow through half a year of our budget. Lu Sheng tensed up, realizing the insane cost of the damages. Dong Qing-shui's voice was grim. Each of those puppets costs a fortune, she said flatly, and they're beyond repair. Impressive. Truly impressive. But after some discussion, we've decided not to hold you accountable. Technically, You were just following the test parameters. You're not at fault here. Hearing he was off the hook, Lu Sheng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Just then, Major Qin Xiaojun walked in, along with the first 3 students who passed the test. The door swung open and Qin Xiaojun beamed. Well, look who it is. Glad you could make it. Now all the successful candidates are here. Lu Sheng glanced over the other 3. Jin, he shot him a look of pure contempt, like he was something on the bottom of his shoe. Cao Yong glared, his eyes burning with a mix of anger and disgust. Xia Lin, on the other hand, looked like she'd seen a ghost. The moment she spotted Lu Sheng, she just wanted to shrink into a ball and disappear. Dong Qingxue surveyed the 4 top prospects who had passed the exam and praised them. Well done. First, congratulations on passing the entrance test. Dong Qingxue held up 4 cards as a reward. In this training camp, strength is everything. The stronger you are, the more resources you'll earn. The points you accumulate will be awarded based on your performance and stored on these cards. These are your point accumulation cards. Using her spiritual power, Dong Qingxue sent a golden card to each of them. Cao Yong gripped his, a greedy smile on his face. Asterisk, a gold card, just like the instructor mentioned. It's got 100 points. Jin. He pumped his fist in victory, thinking to himself, asterisk, awesome. I'm already ahead of the pack. Asterisk. Xiaolin treasured her card, thinking excitedly. Asterisk, 100 points. This is enough to get private lessons from the legendary senior instructor. Asterisk. Suddenly, all eyes fell on Lu Sheng, who was holding a pure white card. Huh? Why is his card white? Lu Sheng examined it. A white accumulation card? Never heard of it. Does that mean it has 0 points? A meal of beast meat at the cafeteria costs 5 points. 1 hour in the training room costs 10 points. A lesson with a regular instructor costs 30 points. A lesson with the head or vice-head instructor costs 100 points. After reading the card's info, Lu Sheng dropped a bombshell. Meh, looks like only the food is remotely useful. His casual remark made Qin Xiaojun, who was leaning back in his chair, fall right over. What? The other students were speechless. Qin Xiaojun pointed a shaky finger at him. Hey kid, what's that supposed to mean? Don't play dumb after hitting the jackpot. That card in your hand is worth 1,000 points. If our head instructor hadn't stepped in to stop the higher-ups, you'd be in debt from all the damage you caused. Hearing this, everyone's jaw dropped. What? 1,000 points? Cao Yong let out a cold, bitter laugh. Heh, and here I thought this training camp was actually about skill. I guess they still play the favoritism game. How disappointing. Jin, he crossed his arms, sneering. Seriously, what kind of connections does this guy have? That's insane. Xia Lin just covered her mouth in shock. Huh? Don't you guys know what he did during the test? Cao Yong glared, ready to teach him a lesson. Of course we know. The rumor is you bribed the other students and the instructors, right? The proctors are at least level 3 martial artists. To beat them, you'd have to be level 4. Even the most gifted Prodigy couldn't pull that off without completely draining their lifeblood energy, and you don't look tired at all. If this camp is really about the strong getting all the resources, then how about you prove you're worthy right now? As they squared off, Qin Xiaojun moved to intervene. Hey, you guys. But Dong Qingxue quickly stopped him. She wanted to see Lu Sheng's true power. Lu Sheng just looked bored. Heh, you sure about this? Cut the crap, Cao Yong roared, charging forward. Today, I'm gonna see if you can break my stone talisman gift. If I take even one step back. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Sheng casually flicked a finger. Asterisk, double strength star, shattering claw. Asterisk. Before Cao Yong could land a blow, the flick sent him flying, smashing through the base's reinforced wall and leaving a massive hole. He collapsed on the spot. The onlookers who witnessed the impossibly fast exchange screamed in disbelief. What? Lu Sheng looked at his hand, a little surprised by his own strength. Hey, he told me to hit him. Don't make me pay for the wall. Seeing Cao Yong blasted through a wall with a single flick, Xia Lin and Jin He were completely thunderstruck, stammering, unable to form a single coherent sentence. Not wanting any more trouble, Lu Sheng just wanted to get back to his room to train. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaojun just turned away and whistled, as if he expected this all along. Lu Sheng spoke calmly. Can I go now? Then immediately headed for the door. Student Lu Sheng. Wait, Dong Qingxue called out just as he was leaving. What are your plans for training? If you use your points, you could get private instruction from me. Lu Sheng barely paused, pushing the door open. Thanks, head instructor, but no thanks. I've got more important things to do. Qin Xiaojun's curiosity was piqued. What could possibly be more important than training with the head instructor? Jin He and Xia Lin leaned in, eager to hear what this crucial task could be. Lu Sheng stated it plainly. Yeah, I'm going back to my room to take a nap. The bizarre reason left Jin He and Xia Lin completely speechless, their respect for his audacity growing. What? Qin Xiaojun burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this kid! Dong Qingxue just looked defeated, with nothing left to say. After everyone left, Dong Qingxue pulled up the surveillance feed and saw Lu Sheng was, in fact, back in his dorm sleeping. Qin Xiaojun found the whole thing hilarious. He really went back to take a nap. Ha ha ha, Dong Qingxue couldn't figure him out. What is he thinking? There are no resources for him in the dorms. Qin Xiaojun was just enjoying the show. I've never seen such an interesting genius before. Just let him do what he wants. Dong Qingshui's tone turned serious. You don't understand. He's the perfect whetstone to sharpen the others and force them to grow faster. Qin Xiaojun countered. A whetstone? I'm afraid this whetstone is tougher than all the blades here combined, right? Dong Qingshui's eyes grew distant, lost in a memory. Do you remember our year? That one guy, Xiang Peng. At the mention of that name, Qin Xiaojun clutched his chest. Of course I do. My ribs still ache just thinking about him. During our training camp, he put so much pressure on all the other geniuses. He trampled over everyone. He was the undisputed king. Dong Qingshui nodded grimly. Exactly. Strength-type prodigies have an insane advantage early on. They can easily hit tens of thousands in combat power and even fight opponents above their level. But true strength isn't just about power. It's about skill, speed, observation, judgment, and experience, tactics and strategy, all built up over time. Strength types who only rely on their raw power are just a flash in the pan. I fear this may be Lu Sheng's ultimate fate. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was deep in a dreamscape, locked in a furious battle with a muscular, blonde-haired zombie. The two were evenly matched, trading hundreds of blows with neither gaining the upper hand. The zombie suddenly threw a devastating punch, but Lu Sheng caught it midair. He quickly grabbed a nearby iron rod, drove it through the zombie's thigh and foot, pinning it to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his ultimate technique, **Starbreaker**, and slammed his fist straight into the zombie's face. The single punch obliterated the undead creature. As it died, its skills and memories flowed directly into Lu Sheng. After the long struggle, our main character let out a breath, a sense of relief washing over him. Whew, before it died, that thing was a true level 6 Grandmaster. On par with Director Tu No Ka of the Martial Arts Association. No wonder it was so damn strong. If I hadn't used my full spiritual power to block that last attack, I would have been completely overwhelmed. Now, he began absorbing its combat data, its fighting techniques, and a lifetime of battle experience. Forget leveling up my physical stats. This was the true prize of this dreamscape. Movement techniques, fist styles, palm strikes, kicking arts, even spear and sword mastery. A single person has their limits. No one can master everything. But I'm standing on the shoulders of countless masters. My path will be all-encompassing, with no weaknesses. This is my martial way. The path of absolute perfection. After fully absorbing the level 6 zombies' techniques, Luke Than sat down to rest, meditating on his own spiritual power. A moment ago, without that power, I wouldn't have even blocked a single hit from that zombie. But I'm still using my spiritual energy in the most basic way, only good enough for fighting the undead. Against a real level 6 expert, it's a different story. I have to advance my spiritual training. With his mind made up, Luke Than delved deep into his spiritual core, clearing his mind of all distractions, focusing his thoughts, and refining his spirit. After completing the refinement process, Luke Than used this focused energy to strike the peak of his spiritual power. The stone-like shell around it began to crack, unleashing an ethereal, brilliant light. In that instant, a powerful force ripped him from the dreamscape. His entire body felt like it was being torn apart. At last, the seal on his spiritual power was completely shattered. The resulting shockwave blew out every window in the building. With his energy totally unleashed, Luke Than was left standing like a dried-out husk, completely weakened. Panting heavily, he couldn't hide the grin on his face. I broke through again! After recovering his strength, Luke Than eagerly commanded the AI to check his future profile. It had been a while since he'd seen his own life summary. I wonder what's changed this time. He gave the command to the AI. AI, show me my personal file. The AI immediately began collecting data. Retrieving your information now. A moment later, Luke Than's complete biography appeared. Name, Luke Than. Gender, male. Lifespan, June. Year 297 of the martial arts era to April, year 452. Martial arts level, level 7 martial artist. Accessible authority, level 3. Synopsis. At 18, became a level 2 martial artist, making waves in Bak Ha City. Recommended by the city's Martial Arts Association to join the Dongnin Provincial Genius Training Camp, where he achieved first place. That same year, he was ranked number 1 in his school, number 1 in the province, and 53rd nationally in the college entrance exams. He was successfully admitted to Dongnin Martial Arts University. He graduated after 3 years and served in the military for 5, retiring as a major general. He later founded the Than Vo Martial Arts Hall in Bak Ha City. At age 65, he ascended to level 7 martial artist. In July of year 452, an old injury relapsed. He passed away at the age of 156. Marital status, married, with 2 sons and 1 daughter. Highest rank, Major General. Historical evaluation, 3 stars. Luke Thon was ecstatic. His entire future had just been upgraded again. A level 7 Grandmaster. To think I could actually reach the 7th realm in this lifetime. In ancient times, that would make me a feudal lord. Even now, it makes me a major powerhouse. Luke Thon thought to himself, wait, if I'm now a Grandmaster, then my evaluation and authority level must have gone up too, right? He commanded the AI again. AI, search for the eternal star body tempering art, the natural breathing method, and the crystal visualization technique. The AI responded instantly. Acknowledged. In a flash, countless technique scrolls materialized around Luke Thon. The Eternal Star Body Tempering Art, Advanced Section. Description. Created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance expert Vuong Ha and inducted into the Fire Seed Project. The Natural Breathing Method, Advanced Section. Description. Authored by Level 11 Martial Alliance expert Duong Nat Chao and inducted into the Fire Seed Project. The Crystal Visualization Technique, Advanced Section. Description. Created by the Level 11 Martial Alliance expert Doen Wai Fong, also inducted into the Fire Seed Project. Luke Thon marveled, just as I thought. With Level 3 authority, I can access even higher level techniques. Suddenly, a strange scroll caught his eye, piquing his curiosity. What's this? Luke Thon quickly opened the scroll. What he saw inside left him completely stunned. The Divine Reflection King Sutra. Description. Created by Level 11 Martial Alliance expert Doen Wai Fong, inducted into the Fire Seed Project. After a quick glance, Luke Thon gasped in awe. This is a complete cultivation manual. As Luke Thon opened the manual and began to read, his shock only grew. So this is the Divine Reflection King Sutra. The concepts are as boundless as the heavens. It's unbelievable. No wonder this wasn't in any of the combat databases. This is a technique designed exclusively for spiritual power users. Not only does it detail combat applications for spiritual energy, but more importantly, this manual is completely different from any other spiritual technique out there. The core principle of the Divine Reflection King Sutra is to use one's spiritual power to construct a second body from within, creating what you could call a second self. The level of detail for this second body can reach muscle fibers, individual cells, even the genetic level, and it's all for one purpose: to achieve flawless, all-around growth with 0 weaknesses. The very first level of the sutra uses spiritual organs to reinforce the physical body, directly increasing one's blood ki. This just happens to be my greatest weakness. My combat power has been impossible to raise further, because my base blood chi value couldn't be changed. It's always been the bottleneck holding me back. If I can break past this limit, I can increase all of my base attributes, using spiritual power to influence a martial artist's blood chi. It's incredible. I've truly underestimated the 10,000 years of martial arts wisdom. A technique like this, I couldn't even dream of creating it, let alone understand it. Doen Wai Fong, I will remember that name. A genius of this caliber is a once-in-a-civilization talent. He must have been an absolute top-tier existence even among level 11 experts. And yet, even someone like him couldn't stop the destruction of human civilization. I still have so much to do, and a long road ahead. Every minute, every second, I have to pour everything I have into getting stronger. 1 month later, in a training facility, Ha Lam was focusing on her own spiritual power. She currently stood in a testing room, surrounded by automated ball launchers. Her mission was to use her psychic powers to control weapons and destroy all the incoming projectiles. Ha Lam closed her eyes, sensing the trajectory of the balls. She manipulated 3 psychic cones at once, sending them flying. In the blink of an eye, every projectile was shattered. Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuyet, observing from outside, opened the door and entered with a nod of approval. Not bad. You're progressing quickly. You've already mastered manipulating 3 psychic cones. Once you can skillfully control 6, it means you've officially entered the first level of a spiritualist. At the praise, Ha Lam bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Chief Instructor. It's all thanks to your instruction, Dong Tin Tuyet replied coolly. Your own talent and effort played a part. Then, her brow furrowed. However, I've discovered something. There seems to be a massive flaw in your spiritual will. Did someone leave a psychological scar on you? Ha Lam immediately remembered Luke Thon's gaze when they first met, a fear that still made her tremble. Ha Lam bit her finger, a cold sweat breaking out on her skin. She trembled as she spoke. Yes, chief instructor. Is there any way to solve this problem? Dong Tin Tuyet's voice was cold as steel. It's simple. Find the person who left that shadow on your heart, defeat him, or kill him. Naturally, the scar will vanish. The thought of having to defeat Luke Thon made Ha Lam panic. She cried out in fear. What? Dong Tin Tuyet frowned at Ha Lam's reaction, frustrated by her lack of resolve. What's wrong? You're in a period of rapid growth right now. A small thing like this shouldn't scare you, should it? Ha Lam thought for a moment. She'd heard that terrifying guy was still in a slump lately. If his strength has stagnated, then maybe I actually have a chance. Model. A fire of determination lit up in Ha Lam's eyes. She was dead set on taking down Ha Luke Thon. After Ha Lam's training session wrapped up, a curious Qin Xiaojun popped in. All done? So, how'd she do? Dong Tin Tuyet sighed, looking a little defeated. Her talent's decent, but her spirit is a bit weak. Qin Xiaojun just laughed. You think everyone's a monster like you? Besides, how could her spirit be stronger than the person I'm training? Dong Tin Tuyet raised an eyebrow. Man Tian Ha, you mean? Well, what's done is done. We still have 1 or 2 months. She'll just have to tough it out. Qin Xiaojun recounted his own frustrations. It's the same old story. Every time I bring him food, he's just passed out on his bed. I'm pretty sure he's a total write-off at this point. A smirk spread across Qin Xiaojun's face as he turned to mock Dong Tin Tuyet. Remember what you told your student? As long as you like it, no one cares if you just sleep in the dorm all day. Ha ha ha. Dong Tin Tuyet buried her face in her hands with a groan. I never should have said that, but Qin Xiaojun, being the pest he was, just had to poke her one more time. So, still planning to use him as a whetstone? Dong Tin Tuyet finally snapped, smoke practically coming out of her ears. You! I was trying to be civil, but you just had to push it. She stormed off in a rage. Forget it. Go train your precious Man Tian Ha, because if you don't, Ha Lam is going to wipe the floor with him come evaluation day. Qin Xiaojun stuck his tongue out at her, retreating back. Like I'm scared. Meanwhile, in the fitness center, Yang Yan was cleaning up with some friends. She swept the floor listlessly, letting out a tired sigh. Just then, a friend ran up to her with a cheerful grin. Yang Yan, still not done? Here, let me help you. Seeing the offer, Yang Yan's face brightened. Oh, thank you. Her friend waved it off. It's nothing. You helped me out last time, remember? As they swept together, they couldn't help but sigh. Man, I'm so jealous of them. The ones who can get 100 points. That's more than enough for these 2 months. Yang Yan nodded in sympathy. While poor people like us have to suffer, we have to starve for a meal or two just to scrape by on points. Sigh. There's just no comparison. Suddenly, her friend asked, Hey, Yang Yan, what's that Luke Thon from your city been up to lately? Aren't you two pretty close? The mention of his name sparked Yang Yan's own curiosity, but she just looked downcast. Him? I have no idea. The friend kept gossiping. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't know. I mean, seriously, that Luke Thon. He came in so strong at the beginning, completely dominating the Toan Doan guys. And for what? The very next day? He was a nobody. Luke Thon hasn't come out of his room since. His power has probably been totally eclipsed by everyone else by now. Yang Yan, you think maybe. He got scared? He found out how crazy talented everyone is, realized he was falling behind, and decided to just become a turtle in his shell, to add to his mysterious vibe. But remembering Luke Thon's true strength, Yang Yan's faith in him never wavered. She thought to herself, no way, Luke Thon isn't that kind of person. She quickly grabbed the broom back from her friend's hands and turned away. Why don't you take a break? I can handle the rest from here. Her friend was a bit confused by Yang Yan's sudden urge to work. Huh? Oh, okay. Just then, a massive commotion erupted from the balcony as a crowd of people rushed past. Hurry, let's go see. I think Cow Dung is about to try 4 times gravity. For real? Her friend heard the shocking news and gasped. Whoa, did you hear that? 4 times gravity. Is that even possible? That's insane. Yang Yan was also in disbelief. Last time I went into the 1 times gravity room, I couldn't even last 20 minutes before I almost died. And this is 4 times that. Her friend, buzzing with excitement, grabbed Yang Yan's arm. Come on, let's go check it out. Yang Yan was startled as she was pulled along. Ah, hey. As she ran, one thought filled her mind. Luke Thon, what are you really doing right now? Meanwhile, Luke Thon was just waking from a long, dreamlike state. An immense power now flowed within him. He quietly opened the door to his dorm and stepped out, his face etched with a new, colder resolve. Inside the gravity room, Cao Dung was focused, enduring 3 times normal gravity. He gritted his teeth as the immense force pressed down on him, every muscle in his body pulled taut. The crowd watching from outside was in awe. Incredible! He's about to hit 4 minutes. That's a full minute longer than his last record. Finally, after 4 grueling minutes, Cao Dung slammed the stop button. The moment Cao Deng stepped out of the room, he was met with a roar of praise. That was insane! I can't even last 10 minutes at 2 times gravity. And Cao Deng just held on for 4 minutes at 3 times. After the intense gravity training, Cao Deng emerged with a confident smirk, letting out a breath of relief. Phew, that feels good. Seeing everyone fawning over him, Cao Deng's ego swelled. You guys are getting this worked up over a small feat like this? What are you going to do when I can withstand 4 times gravity? Ha ha! One of his lackeys rushed forward to suck up. Boss Cao Deng, at this rate, you'll adapt to 4 times gravity in no time. Once you break through to the 3rd level, who in this entire training camp will even be a match for you? Hearing his flunkey's words reminded Cao Deng of his one true rival. He subconsciously touched his forehead, where a phantom pain still lingered. He asked, how is he times doing now? The lackey chuckled. You mean Luke Thon? He's the same as always. Every time someone delivers his meal, they see him sleeping on his bed, probably dreaming about something stupid. Ha ha! Cao Deng let out a cold laugh. So arrogant and conceited. Even if I couldn't match him at first. Even the slowest turtle will eventually overtake a sleeping rabbit. And this rabbit has been sleeping for over a month, wasting 1,000 points. Now, I'm not so sure I'd lose to him anymore. As Cao Deng was lost in his daydream, a figure suddenly blurred past him, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Excuse me, Luke Thon said as he walked by. When Cao Deng realized who it was, he yelled out in shock. Luke Thon! Luke Thon stood before the gravity room door, looking unimpressed. So this is the gravity training room? Doesn't look like much. Cao Deng leaned against the doorframe with a mocking sneer. Well, look who finally decided to come outside. What's the matter? After sleeping for a month, you finally remembered the training room existed? Luke Thon didn't even bother to acknowledge Cao Deng's rambling. He swiped his card to activate the room, thinking to himself, I can't believe eating costs so many points. I'll do 3 hours for now. After checking the system, Luke Thon selected the 3-hour option. 3 hours. Level 2 gravity. Points deducted. Once the room was activated, Luke Thon started to walk in. But before stepping inside, he glanced back at Cao Deng with a smirk. Has it really been a month? Perfect. I can test out just how much I've grown. Cao Deng exploded with rage. Damn you. You've been sleeping in your dorm every single day. Growth? Are you kidding me? The door began to slide shut as the system countdown commenced. 5, 4. Cao Deng peered in, offering a helpful piece of advice. Hey, are you seriously going into the gravity room without warming up first? The system announcement continued. Due to the effects of gravity, please use the physical button. 3. Ha. You're using level 2 gravity? Cao Deng watched from outside, giddy with anticipation for the disaster to come. The gravity training room is no joke. If you don't follow procedure and warm up, the sudden external pressure can leave you completely paralyzed. It could easily cause ruptured organs and internal bleeding. Whether he's clueless or just arrogant, he's dead meat this time. 1. Cao Deng and the entire crowd stared intently into the room, but absolutely nothing happened. Luke Thon just stood there, perfectly still, as an eerie silence fell over the room. Cao Deng leaned forward. The gravity system is on, right? So why isn't he reacting at all? Luke Thon slammed a fist into the ground, and then began to move. He flowed through his forms, each punch and kick precise and powerful. Cao Deng and the onlookers could only stare, their eyes wide with disbelief. He was completely frozen in place, unable to process what he was seeing. The lackey from before felt his legs turn to jelly, barely able to stand. He stammered in pure terror. He's... The others training nearby saw Luke Thon casually practicing his martial arts, and their jaws hit the floor. Whoa, isn't that Luke Thon? Everyone, look. Luke Thon is actually creating sonic booms under that much gravity. More people crowded around to watch, some still in denial. This has to be fake, right? The room erupted into chaos and panicked shouts. What's going on? Holy crap! After finishing his set, feeling completely refreshed, Luke Thon let out a satisfied sigh. This feeling. It's pretty new. Lu Sheng walked over to the control panel, eager to challenge a higher gravity. He studied it for a moment, wondering, is this the button? Outside, Cao Yong watched Lu Sheng fiddle with the controls. He sneered, thinking, he couldn't take it? Giving up already? But the moment Lu Sheng pressed the button, the gravity room erupted with a piercing, high-frequency screech. The sound was unbearable for everyone watching. They all clamped their hands over their ears, trying to block out the noise. Some even collapsed, unable to stand against the sonic assault. What the hell is happening? Cao Yong's jaw dropped, a cold sweat breaking out as he stammered. Then he saw the display outside the gravity room. Lu Sheng, level 4 gravity. Cao Yong realized what had just happened. Lu Sheng had cranked it up to 4 times gravity. As the immense pressure settled around him, Lu Sheng thought, so this is what enhanced gravity feels like. Not bad. Let's test it out. Lu Sheng dropped to one knee, planting his hand firmly on the ground. The onlookers outside saw this and started to laugh. Ha ha ha, he can't handle it anymore. But they were wrong. Lu Sheng focused his strength, lifting his hand until only 2 fingers supported his entire body. Just then, Xia Lin returned, exhausted from her own long training session. Man, that instructor is brutal. Passing the gravity room, she noticed a huge crowd gathered around, buzzing with excitement. Naturally curious, Xia Lin wondered why so many people were over there. She quickly made her way over to check out the commotion. As she got closer, she saw everyone had the same jaw-dropped, wide-eyed expression. Still clueless? She asked. What are you all staring at? Is it that interesting? But when she finally got a clear look inside the room, she screamed, Ah! Lu Sheng is doing a 2-fingered handstand. In level 4 gravity, the sight was so insane, she joined the others with a look of utter disbelief. Her mind was just a mess of question marks, a strained smile on her face. Haha, Lu Sheng. Cao Yong wasn't doing any better. He collapsed against the wall with a loud thud. His entire worldview was shattering. A moment ago, he was confident he'd crush Lu Sheng. Now he realized their levels were worlds apart. Why? How can he be this strong? Cao Yong was losing his mind, grinding his teeth, unable to accept reality. Hasn't he been asleep for over a month? It was the tale of the sleeping hare, Lu Sheng, and the tortoise, Cao Yong, who was now trapped in an abyss. The tortoise wailed, Didn't I already surpass him? After doing nearly 100 push-ups, Lu Sheng thought, Level 4 is okay. This familiar feeling is getting close. He walked back to the controls. The crowd outside saw the display change and roared, Level 5. Oh my god, get more people over here! As the new pressure settled, Lu Sheng began his techniques. The natural breathing method. Exchange, breath of the earth. News that Lu Sheng was attempting level 5 spread like wildfire. Every student in the training program rushed over to see. The undisguised shock on everyone's faces was a sight to behold. Hey, did you hear? What? Let's go. Is the rumor about the gravity room true? Lin Chengyu, who had mocked Lu Sheng before, could only grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it. That man, he's back, isn't he? The entrance to the gravity room was now packed. It really is him. Lu Sheng was a machine of endless surprises, and Cao Yong's eyes were practically bulging out of his skull. He pressed his face against the glass, staring inside, his mind completely and utterly blown. Even under 5 times gravity, Lu Sheng jumped casually, showing no signs of discomfort. Lu Sheng mused to himself, Level 5 is perfect for cultivation in my current state. I can probably manage some moves from the star tempering technique. Any higher and just moving will be a challenge. After throwing a test punch, Lu Sheng sighed. Not enough. It's nowhere near enough. I need more pressure. Something that can really push me to my absolute limit. Seeing Lu Sheng approach the panel again, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. What's he doing now? He must have finally hit his limit. Probably going to turn it off. Level 5. Lasting this long is already legendary. If it were me, I wouldn't last a second. But they watched in horror as Lu Sheng didn't stop. He increased it by several more levels. This move was a direct blow to the ego of every student present, leaving them completely shell-shocked. Meanwhile, in the main command room, Dong Qing sighed, 2 more today? It's only been a few days, and so many cadets are already dropping out? Qin Xiaoyun handed her a cold glass of lemonade. They're all prodigies, spoiled by their families, he said gently. It's normal they can't handle the pressure here. Dong Qing took a sip and scoffed. They can't even handle this little hardship? How will they ever persevere on a real battlefield against monsters? She frowned after another sip. This has a little too much sugar. You're just too demanding, Qin Xiaoyun replied. Honestly, the quality of this batch isn't bad. I'd guess about 80% of them will make it to the end. Looking at a monitor, Qin Xiaoyun smiled. See? Someone's already broken a record in the gravity room and the agility room. But as he spoke, he froze mid-sentence, completely stunned. This is unbelievable. Hey, someone just set an all-time record in the gravity room, Dong Qing said calmly. A new record? Was it Cao Yong? I remember he was close to level 4. Qin Xiaoyun gave a forced laugh. Ha, not him. It's someone you would never expect. Lu Sheng, level 8 gravity. What did you say? You said Lu Sheng? Qin Xiaoyun was amazed. What level is this kid even at now? Dong Qing replied, I don't know, but I think we finally found the one we've been looking for. Back in the gravity chamber, Lu Sheng was under terrifying pressure. The sheer weight was so immense he couldn't even sit up straight. Ugh. Ah. His whole body was about to give out. Lu Sheng thought, level 8 is too much for my current chi and blood. I'm almost at my limit. His stamina was nearly depleted. In that case, Lu Sheng thought, it's time to try the new technique. Using his spiritual energy, Lu Sheng quickly manifested a perfect new heart, identical down to the last cell. He then used it to encase his original heart, forming an incredibly powerful protective layer. As the process completed, a terrifying surge of power erupted from his chest, coursing through his veins. The immense force knocked him backward. He stood up, feeling this newfound strength. Ha, ha. Just by building one part of the cardiac system, my chi and blood have increased by nearly 10%. This must be the Luminous King Sutra. Lu Sheng clenched his fist with a grin, thinking, good, now let's see where my real limit is. With that, he dashed back to the control panel. When the crowd saw him approach the controls yet again, they started to freak out. What is he doing now? It's already at level 8. He can't possibly want more, can he? At that very moment, the glass of the gravity room began to crack. The pressure leaking out instantly forced several nearby students to their knees. Cao Yang was genuinely terrified now. He screamed, Lu Sheng, what in the world are you doing? Then, the system announced, gravity level 10. Under 10 times gravity, Lu Sheng was pinned flat against the floor, unable to move. The floor itself began to shatter under the extreme pressure. Lu Sheng strained to speak. So heavy. Every bone in my body is screaming. My blood feels like it's about to stop flowing. Forget moving. Just staying conscious is taking everything I have. This is level 10 gravity. It's not something I can handle right now. But then, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. The desire to conquer this challenge fueled him like a drug. This is perfect, he declared. With this, I can change the future. I can avert the coming destruction. Who is he? A master of some high-level technique? A prodigy with unparalleled talent? Or someone with limitless resources? Luke Thon forced himself to his feet, pouring every last ounce of strength into his body as he roared. He is the one who can shatter all limits. After a brutal struggle, Luke Thon finally stood firm, unleashing an immense wave of energy. At that moment, every single spectator felt that overwhelming power. Not one of them had the guts to stand and face it. Right now, Luke Thon's power was absolute. Watching Luke Thon stand so strong, Yang Yan thought to herself, he's back. The real Luke Thon has returned. As he stepped out of the gravity room, everyone stared at him in stunned silence. The crowd parted, clearing a path for him. Luke Thon walked out, drenched in sweat. A cute girl shyly stepped forward, offering him a towel. Student Luke Thon, a towel. Luke Thon gave her a confused look, while the other girls stared at her with pure admiration. Not wanting to waste her kindness, he casually took the towel and cracked a smile. Yeah, thanks. Luke Thon casually took the towel and walked off, leaving the two girls behind him jumping and cheering with joy. Luke Thon paid them no mind. He pulled out his phone to check it, thinking, if I'd known it would be this quick, I wouldn't have wasted 3 hours worth of points. What a waste. A moment later, a notification popped up on his phone. He tapped on it, and his eyes widened in surprise. Huh, so you get a point bonus for breaking a record? A chime sounded. Record broken. Bonus points awarded. On the leaderboard, Luke Thon was now at the very top, with 4,335 points remaining. Seeing his score left everyone speechless. One guy looked at his own 6 points and cried out, what the? A 4-digit score. All of our points combined aren't even half of his. I haven't eaten meat in 3 days. Luke Thon grinned, happy with his reward. Over 4,000, he thought. That's enough for a decent meal. Next, Luke Thon headed towards the training rooms. Someone standing in his path thought he was walking toward them and totally lost their cool. Everywhere Luke Thon went, people instinctively backed away, clearing a path for him. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, he just kept walking calmly with his hands in his pockets. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, all the students there hurried to follow him. That's Luke Thon for you! Where is he going? Quick, let's follow him and see! Yang Yan stood in place, watching his retreating back and thinking to herself, Luke Thon has such a powerful presence. He's already surpassed so many people. The crowd around her was buzzing. 10 times gravity. That guy's not human. He's terrifying. As Yang Yan watched him, a feeling of deep admiration grew inside her. He moved like a mighty tiger on the prowl, with 100 beasts trailing behind him. Yang Yan's friend exclaimed, Luke Thon is a strength-type talent, yet he broke the gravity room record held by Cao Deng, a defense type. Does this mean his vitality value has already broken through to the 4th stage? Hearing her friend praise Luke Thon, Yang Yan guessed where he was headed. The movement training room. Inside the movement training room, Man Tianha was training hard. His speed-type talent allowed him to weave through the dense laser grid with incredible agility. But even with his agility, the long session was draining his stamina, making his movements more difficult. Despite his best efforts, a single laser beam finally tagged him. The system flashed a notification, training complete. This session's achievement, Stage 2 completion, 87%. Man Tianha saw the results and let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Phew! The system displayed another message. Congratulations, martial artist with ID number DU284363. Your movement has surpassed 52% of all trainees. Man Tianha smirked, looking quite pleased with himself. He covered his face and laughed out loud. Movement training room achievements are always broadcast across the entire martial alliance. I could rank high globally at any time. I've already surpassed more than half the people in the world. That's at least a few 100 million people. The gap between geniuses and regular people is just too real. I awakened a speed-type talent and even got private lessons from Instructor Tan. The distance between me and everyone else is just incomparable. Others just have to watch me train to see how extraordinary I am. Full of himself, Man Tianha opened the door, expecting a crowd of admirers ready to praise him. He imagined them hailing him as a one-of-a-kind genius. But reality hit him like a bucket of ice water, freezing him in place for a few seconds. There wasn't a single person around his training room. Everyone was crowded around the room next to his. Man Tianha thought, what's going on? Where did everybody go? Instructor Dong and Instructor Tan are here too. What are they watching? Is an instructor giving a personal demonstration? He quickly ran over and grabbed a random student to ask, hey, what's happening? What are you guys looking at? The guy whose shirt he grabbed shot him an annoyed look. Huh? We're watching Luke Than, obviously. Who else would it be? Hearing the name Luke Than, Man Tianha scoffed. Luke Than? The sleeping god of Bakha City? Don't tell me you guys think that slacker could actually break my record? You're all insane. Man Tianha's arrogance immediately pissed off the other student. He spun around and snapped. What? And who the hell are you? Caught off guard by the sudden hostility, Man Tianha just stared blankly, wondering what he'd said wrong. Just then, the crowd's reaction answered his mocking question. The other student's eyes went wide as he yelled, Holy crap! What's happening? Man Tianha saw what was happening inside and froze in horror. No way. Is that every single emitter activated at full power? Inside, Luke Than calmly started the system. After a quick scan of the room, he understood how the training worked. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. All I have to do is dodge the laser beams, right? It seems the main difficulty is not knowing which direction the beams will fire from. But for me, that's not a problem at all. The system activated, and the lasers began firing at a blinding speed, creating a dense, tangled spiderweb of light. But with his incredible speed, Luke Than easily weaved through them all. Watching this, Man Tianha trembled and screamed, How is that possible? There are thousands of lasers in that room, and no one knows where the next one will come from, at that density and frequency. How? Panicked, Man Tianha grabbed the student next to him by the collar and lifted him up. Are you absolutely sure this is Luke Than's first time in the movement training room? The student trembled and stammered, Yes. We all followed him here right after he shattered the historical record in the gravity room, at 10 times gravity. Hearing that, Man Tianha felt like collapsing. His eyes were bloodshot as he refused to believe it. Man Tianha slumped to the ground, his mind reeling in agony. Luke Than, isn't he a strength-type talent? Hasn't he been asleep for a whole month? How can this be? How can the gap between us be this big? The people around him noticed his breakdown and asked with concern, Hey, what's wrong with him? But Man Tianha had lost all his fighting spirit, filled with nothing but despair and helplessness. Watching Luke Than's performance, Dong Tin Tuyet was suspicious. She thought, Luke Than, is this really his first time doing movement training? No, that's not right. Even if he'd done it hundreds of times, it shouldn't be this easy. His movements, rather than reacting, it's more like he's predicting them. As she suspected, Luke Than was like a fish in water inside the movement room, unleashing his full potential, his sharpness, and his judgment. He moved through the dense laser grid with light, fluid, and elegant steps. Watching from the outside, Dong Tin Tuet couldn't resist the urge to probe Luke Than's spiritual power. Seeing Dong Qing Shui about to use her spiritual power, Qin Shaojun immediately demanded, What do you think you're doing? Dong Qing Shui quickly reined in her power. The urge to test him was overwhelming, but she forced herself to stop. She thought to herself, There's nothing weird about him. Didn't I already probe him last time? He had zero reaction to my spiritual energy, so why try again? Am I an idiot or something? The training room system displayed a notification. Movement technique, stage 2. Completion rate, 62%. Lu Sheng smirked to himself. Not bad at all. I can definitely feel myself getting faster. A moment later, a new announcement popped up. Movement technique, stage 2, passed. Everyone watching could only gasp at his insane speed. What? It's only been a few minutes. He's already done with stage 2? Yeah, he made it look way too easy. That didn't look like the stage 2 I've seen before. Hearing the students call the challenge simple, Qin Shaojun turned to set them straight. He wanted to show them the massive gap between them, to make them understand what a real genius looks like. and what simple truly means. It's not that it was easy, he explained. It's because Lu Sheng's technique has already reached the level of perfection. Dong Qingshui stood with her arms crossed, a defiant look on her face. I, for one, want to see just how far he can go. Seeing her stubborn expression, Qin Xiaojun burst out laughing. Haha, Dong Qingshe, this might be the first time we've ever agreed on anything. Just then, the system made another announcement. Beginning movement technique training, stage 3. This time, thousands of spheres flew at him at blinding speed, leaving almost no gaps to dodge. On top of that, thousands of laser beams shot down from above. The sheer density of the attack made everyone watching break out in a cold sweat. Blinding flashes of laser light filled the room, forcing even the spectators to squint and shield their eyes. Whoa. So this is stage 3? Meng Jinhei's will to even compete was completely crushed. His jaw hung open in terror. His entire body trembled as he thought, this is impossible, right? Thousands of spheres rushed toward Lu Sheng, combined with a deadly web of lasers, cranking the difficulty way up. Now, beams of light flashed all at once, like a downpour of pure energy. Lu Sheng thought, okay, now it's starting to get a little tricky, so they're trying to use light beams to completely block off my escape routes. Fine by me. Time to show them a little of what I can really do. To break through the encirclement, Lu Sheng unleashed a burst of force, instantly detonating all the incoming spheres. With a deafening boom, he shot out of the trap, but seeing the aura swirling behind him, Qin Xiaojun's eyes went wide. He gritted his teeth and muttered, holy crap, is that the subtle realm? Did he seriously just break through to the next level right in here? Even among 4th and 5th level battlefield veterans, almost no one has mastered their movement to the subtle realm. I was 22 when I finally broke through, Dong Qingshui grimly admitted. I was 25. Qin Xiaojun couldn't believe it and yelled back, that's different. I'm a speed-type martial artist. Speed-type? I was born with a huge natural advantage. And this kid is only 18 years old. The system updated again. Movement technique. Stage 3. Completion rate, 15%. Just then, a laser beam grazed past Lu Sheng's face, missing him by mere millimeters, yet he still managed to dodge it flawlessly. The lasers got faster and faster, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. As he struggled to evade, he thought, the difficulty's ramping up. Just relying on my spiritual sense to predict the attacks is getting exhausting. Seeing Lu Sheng start to slow down, Qin Xiaojun guessed, looks like it's not so easy for him anymore. At that moment, the lasers formed a spiderweb of light, just waiting for Lu Sheng to fall into the trap. Lu Sheng assessed the situation and knew he was in trouble. He immediately activated a new skill, Wind's Breath. His speed suddenly became astonishingly fast, so fast that his body became a blur, leaving nothing but a streak of light in his wake. The system quickly announced, Movement Technique, Stage 3. Completion rate, 62%. The people outside couldn't even follow Lu Sheng's movements anymore. They pointed and whispered amongst themselves, where did Lu Sheng go? Did he just disappear? The system announced again, Movement Technique, Stage 3. Completion rate, 81%. Qin Xiaojun, who was watching intently, quickly realized what was happening. That kid's speed is just too insane. The naked eye can't keep up with him at all, which is why it looks like he vanished. Finally, it was over. The system displayed the final result. Movement technique, stage 3. Completion rate, 100%. Inside the training room, Lu Sheng was completely drained. He stood still, trying to catch his breath. Thinking it was all over, Qin Xiaojun turned to leave with a huge smile, praising him loudly. The new generation is truly terrifying. You really showed us everything today. Level 10 gravity and stage 3 movement. He looks pretty wiped out. Let's head back. Dong Qingshui remained silent. When Qin Xiaojun urged her to leave, she just frowned. No, she said. I think Lu Sheng is going to continue. Hearing that, Qin Xiaojun was completely baffled, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he turned back around. At that exact moment, the system's voice rang out again. Movement technique, stage 4. Completion rate, 0%. Seeing Lu Sheng ready to go again, Qin Xiaojun screamed in disbelief. You have got to be kidding me. Even I've only just started stage 4. Is he really planning to master the whole thing in one go? Dong Qingshui silently focused, watching Lu Sheng's every move. After activating the next stage, Lu Sheng accidentally bumped into a strange machine. Suddenly, not one, but countless identical machines lifted into the air. 4 laser beams shot out from each one, linking together to form a gigantic net of light that closed in on Lu Sheng. The grid was woven so tightly, there were practically no holes. The entire net began to descend, trapping Lu Sheng inside. From within the cage of light, Lu Sheng could only grit his teeth, helpless. Seeing this new level of insanity, the spectators started freaking out. What the hell is that thing? Is it even possible to dodge that? Meng Jinhei was so shocked he couldn't even speak properly. That is, and yet, after a moment, Lu Sheng passed through it with ease. The system flashed a new notification. Movement technique, stage 4. Completion rate, 30%. Seeing the difficulty spike again, Qin Xiaojun stroked his chin with a serious expression. So it's finally reached this intensity. Let's see how Lu Sheng handles this. What started as a small net had now been upgraded by the system to a whole new level. A massive, sprawling web of lasers crisscrossed the entire room, leaving virtually no escape. Lu Sheng thought, my wind's breath technique is already at its limit. That's when he decided to unleash the true spiritual power of his divine mirror illumination. His spiritual energy erupted like a raging fire, completely enveloping his body. With a single thought, he warped the space around him. In his eyes, everything seemed to freeze, including the laser beams themselves. As Lu Sheng took in his surroundings, he thought, it feels like time itself is in slow motion. If I remember correctly, the professional term spirit masters use for this is probably time perception. Using this newfound ability, Lu Sheng easily weaved through the frozen laser grid. Right now, Lu Sheng was moving at the speed of light, completely invisible to the naked eye. This was a sign that his spiritual power had undergone a qualitative change, a change that normally only happens in a third-grade spirit master. Does this mean I've finally officially become a third-grade spirit master? Dong Qingxue stared in absolute shock at Lu Sheng's power. She could feel an unbelievably immense spiritual force radiating from him. This power was so intense it caused the viewing window of the training room to crack. Not only that, but the ground itself began to split apart under the pressure of his spiritual energy. Standing before the shattered glass, Dong Qingxue smiled brightly and said, "So you really are a spirit master after all." Qin Xiaojun turned to look at her and was completely frozen in his tracks. Dong Qingxue had now fully unleashed her own spiritual power, and behind her, a transparent, ethereal figure was beginning to take form. Seeing such terrifying spiritual power, everyone scrambled back in fear. Qin Xiaojun screamed in a panic, "What are you trying to do? Are you insane?" But Dong Qingxue ignored him, directing all her spiritual force straight at Lu Sheng. With a dead serious look, Dong Qingxue stated, "I need to test him again." She commanded the psychic projection. "Go." Without a moment's hesitation, the figure blurred, shooting like a missile toward the unmoving Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, who was already struggling to dodge a web of lasers, suddenly saw Dong Qingxue's phantom clone rushing him. Its fearsome power felt like it was about to rip him in two. But Lu Sheng showed no signs of panic. He calmly met the attack, skillfully dodging and parrying the lethal blows unleashed by the phantom under Dong Qingxue's control. Seizing an opening, Lu Sheng unleashed a devastating strike on the phantom clone, sending it flying. The figure dissolved into a massive vortex before vanishing, causing Dong Qingxue to suffer a heavy backlash. As the spiritual energy snapped back into her body, Dong Qingxue clutched her chest in agony. The single blow from Lu Sheng was so powerful she could barely stand upright. Gritting her teeth through the pain, Dong Qingxue managed to say, "Lu Sheng, he really is a spirit master, and his spiritual power is no less than mine." Beside her, Qin Xiaojun was just as stunned to hear her confirm it. Seeing Dong Qingxue's aggressive move, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "Look all you want, but trying to get hands-on is crossing the line." Lu Sheng turned back to the tangled mess of lasers with a sigh of annoyance. "Man, I'm at my limit. Opening my divine sense earlier used up way more spiritual energy than I expected. Plus, I had to deal with that interruption. Stage 4 is only half complete. This is as far as the breath of wind and the Mingwang divine scripture can take me for now. Whatever, I'm over it." Lu Sheng then casually walked into a laser beam, letting it hit him. The system panel immediately lit up. Training terminated. Final training result for Stage 4, 56% completion. Congratulations, martial artist number DU2, 85632. Your movement technique has surpassed 97% of all trainees. The crowd watching from outside exploded into a deafening roar when they saw his score. Oh my god, is that really a student's record? In the movement category alone, Lu Sheng had already surpassed hundreds of millions of people. Meng Jinhe was practically petrified on the spot. A smile on his face, but tears of despair in his heart. The tears fell, and the game was over. My personal best is 52%, and he's 45% higher than me? Ha ha ha. Is he even a strength-type prodigy anymore? Lu Sheng calmly walked out of the training room. He glanced at the rankings and thought with a bit of disappointment. So, there's still 3% of people in the world with better movement than me. 3% of the entire planet has to be tens of thousands of people, right? I'm still way too weak. I need to train harder. Dong Qingxue led the applause for Lu Sheng. Congratulations, student Lu Sheng. You've just broken the historical record for the gravity room, and now you've set a new record for the movement chamber at this base. So, where are you headed next? The practical combat training room or the spiritual power room? Lu Sheng, as always, managed to surprise everyone. He nonchalantly replied, nowhere. It's almost lunchtime, so I'm heading to the cafeteria. As he spoke, he was already checking the cafeteria's announcements for the daily specials. Seeing his casual attitude and the speechless look on Dong Qingshui's face, Qin Shaojun burst into hysterical laughter. Haha, yep, that's our little punk all right. Haha. 3 hours later, after eating his fill, Lu Sheng was summoned to the command room. He walked in and greeted them. Chief Instructor, you were looking for me? Qin Shaojun and Dong Qingshui were already waiting for him. Yes, come over here. Lu Sheng politely greeted the other instructor. Hello, Instructor Qin Shaojun explained. We called you here for a simple strength assessment, and then we have something to discuss with you. Lu Sheng quickly replied, understood. Dong Qingshui held up a blood collection needle and asked, each dorm is issued a blood needle. Have you checked your blood qi recently? Lu Sheng answered honestly, never. The needle in my dorm can't break my skin. He recalled with frustration how every time he tried to test his blood qi, the needle would just bend or even snap. Qin Shaojun laughed. I told you this kid had to be level 3 already. How else could he have smashed the gravity room's record without that kind of physical toughness? Dong Qingshui, hand over the blood needle. Dong Qingshui took out a high-grade, gold-plated needle from her pocket. This is a needle designed for level 5 martial artists. It should be enough to work on you. Lu Sheng held out his hand for Dong Qingshui to draw blood. After collecting a sample, the needle's display lit up with his blood qi value. Blood qi value, 24.65, level 3 martial artist. Both instructors were still stunned by the data. Qin Shaojun forced a smile. This kid, it's been over 10 years since I've seen a level 3 martial artist this young. Qin Shaojun pointed Lu Sheng toward the combat power meter. All right, let's see what your combat power looks like. Lu Sheng's expression turned serious. Okay, he thought. If they want a real test, then I'll give them everything I've got. Let's see what my true limit is. Lu Sheng poured every ounce of his strength into a single punch, combining multiple techniques into one devastating blow. Shockwave, blazing flame breathing, perfect fist realm, and eightfold star force. The impact was absolutely terrifying. The machine's display rapidly climbed, stopping at a combat power index of 271,920. Level 4 martial artist. Qin Shaojun stared at the number, completely dazed. 270,000, he thought. A level 3 martial artist, hitting with the power of a near level 5. This kid is an absolute monster. Qin Shaojun rushed over, clapping him on the shoulder with endless praise. All right, that's it. You've officially graduated from this training camp. From now on, you can do whatever you want. Just remember to report your new martial artist rank to the association. Lu Sheng received the praise politely, saying, Thank you, Instructor Qin. But Dong Qingshui suddenly stood up. Wait a minute. There is one more test for Lu Sheng. This is called a Neng crystal. It's an unusual crystalline ore discovered over 100 years ago in the Anstar Gorge. It has an extremely high absorption capacity for spiritual energy. When refined, it becomes a specialized tool for measuring the strength of spirit masters. Just touch it and channel your spiritual energy into it, and we can measure your spiritual intensity. After her explanation, Dong Qingshui quickly touched the stone with her own spiritual power. The crystal immediately lit up, displaying her information. Qin Shaojun whistled when he saw her stats. Whoa, your strength has increased again. Even your spiritual purity has leveled up quite a bit. Last time I checked, you were just over 3 points, right? Spiritual strength, 143.2. Spiritual purity, 4.2. Dong Qingshui gave him a contemptuous look. You think I'm like you, just eating and waiting to die all day? Qin Shaojun immediately shot back. Hey, you can insult me, Dong Qingshui, but you cannot insult my way of life. At that moment, Lu Sheng took the crystal from her, carefully preparing to channel his own spiritual energy into it. Both of them watched him with serious expressions. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun turned to Dong Qingshui and whispered, Look, I could believe it if you said Lu Sheng had half your power, but to say he's your equal, I just can't accept that. Dong Qingshui was focusing intently on Lu Sheng and snapped when Qin Shaojun kept buzzing in her ear. Shut up, don't be a distraction. The moment Lu Sheng held the stone, a golden aura enveloped the area. The crystal erupted in a brilliant, blinding light that genuinely shocked Dong Qingshui. She gasped, How is this possible? The crystal now displayed Lu Sheng's spiritual stats. Spiritual strength, 113.56. Spiritual purity, 20.3. At that moment, Dong Qingshui couldn't maintain her composure, her jaw dropping in utter disbelief. How can this be? She thought, her mind reeling. A spiritual purity of 20.3? That's 5 times my own. For a spirit master, purifying spiritual energy even a little bit is incredibly difficult. It's like taking a normal towel and endlessly folding and compressing it until it becomes a tiny, dense block with the hardness of a rock. Let alone reaching a level 5 times purer model. 2 years of brutal training. And this is all I've got. But that kid, he's only 18. His power is just ridiculous. The word genius doesn't even begin to cover it. While I was lost in thought, Qin Xiaojun started screaming like a maniac. Dude, that was insane. Beyond insane. He's so beast mode, he's about to break the sky. Seeing this, Dong Qingshui's face went dark. A fist made of pure psychic energy shot out, slamming right into his big mouth. The blow was so hard, Qin Xiaojun's eyes nearly popped out as he let out a strangled cry. Arr! Once Qin Xiaojun was silenced, Dong Qingshui turned to me. Lu Sheng, you have a master, don't you? You must have studied psychic cultivation methods before, right? Meanwhile, Qin Xiaojun was nursing the huge lump on his head, wallowing in his own misery. I answered calmly, yes, I was taught by a master. He passed down a unique method for cultivating psychic energy, along with the skills to control it. Dong Qingshui let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, just as I thought. Having a master is the only thing that makes sense. If he'd reached this level without a master, relying solely on raw talent, I don't think I could have handled that. Dong Qingshui praised me. Even with a teacher, it proves your own innate talent is immense. You haven't had your awakening for very long, have you? I thought for a moment before answering. Yeah, less than 3 months. My answer plunged them both into a stunned silence. The truth was just that earth-shattering, absolutely savage. Qin Xiaojun just laughed and scratched his head. Man, oh man. Even Dong Qingshui needed a moment to process it. Whew! Awakened for 3 months. And your psychic intensity is already at level 3, with such incredible purity. Even in the Spirit Master Association, a monster like you might not show up for decades. I was genuinely surprised by that. There's an association for Spirit Masters? Dong Qingshui explained, yes, it's a completely separate system from the Martial Arts Association. That's because awakening as a Spirit Master is incredibly rare. Even with the massive population of our Dragon Nation, less than 1% of people have the gift. Your master probably kept it from you on purpose, worried it might interfere with your training. After all, the more you know, the more noise clutters your mind, which can lower the purity of your psychic energy. But for a prodigy like you, I still hope you'll consider joining. The association can provide you with far greater resources for your cultivation. Dong Qingshui then took out a necklace with a shimmering stone pendant. She gently handed it to me. This is my personal token. Take it to the association, and they will give you all the support you need. I accepted the necklace. To be honest, I've never actually seen my master. Every lesson I've received from him has been mysterious. Dong Qingshui's eyes widened slightly. Then your master must be an incredible powerhouse, she thought to herself. A kid with talent as monstrous as Lu Sheng's. Once he's fully developed, he'll be worth more than gold. This master he speaks of lets him grow on his own, without even showing his face. Only someone at the absolute pinnacle would have that kind of confidence. I guess it's true. There's no such thing as a random, baseless genius. I thought silently to myself. Using raw talent as an excuse is getting harder to sell. Maybe I should just tell them my master is from 10,000 years in the future? Qin Xiaojun cleared his throat. Not to break up this cozy chat, but I need to cut in for a second. We actually came here today to discuss a few things with you. I gestured for him to continue. Qin Xiaojun pulled out a card. First order of business. This is for you. It's loaded with 5 million. The training camp isn't officially over, but we all know you're going to be number 1. Consider this a special bonus for your exceptional performance. I jumped when I heard the number, my voice cracking as I repeated it. 5 million? Seeing my stunned expression, Dong Qingshui frowned. Are you not satisfied? That's the absolute maximum we could get approved. The Eastern Military Region's budget is always stretched thin. Most of the funding for this camp went towards feeding you cadets 3 meals a day, but I was still trying to wrap my head around a $5 million reward. Heh. Qin Xiaojun clapped me on the shoulder. You're the most legendary eater in this entire camp, kid. The cost of your meals alone probably adds up to 7 or 8 million. I choked on hearing that number. 7 or 8 million? I froze, the color draining from my face. That food was really that expensive? Does this mean I can't eat like that anymore? Dong Qingshui spoke sincerely. Student Lu Sheng, while the amount may seem small to you, it's proof of the Eastern Military Region's sincerity. Now, for the second matter. Holding the card, I asked, the Eastern Military Region, is this a recruitment offer? Qin Xiaojun grinned. Smart kid, you could say that. Dong Qingshui's tone became serious. You must understand, A martial arts prodigy like you will eventually have to face the battlefield. A true warrior is forged in blood and steel. You can't raise a true dragon in a safe zone. Qin Shaojun added, the nation and the martial alliance. They don't give us all these privileges just so we can sit back and relax, right? Sooner or later, you'll have to make that choice. We're hoping that when it's time to choose a military region, you'll give the eastern region priority. Qin Shaojun leaned in, slinging an arm over my shoulder. Hee. Besides, our eastern region has a special advantage. Our female soldiers are, without a doubt, the finest in the entire nation. The looks, the bods. Every single one is stacked and has legs for days. As he was rambling and drooling, a chair suddenly lifted off the ground, controlled by Dong Qingshui's psychic power, and slammed directly into his face, sending him flying. After dealing with Qin Shaojun, she turned back to me. There is one final matter. We've decided to have you represent the prodigies of Dongning Province in the selection for the Eastern Region's Kaimei General Star. I was taken aback. The Kaimei General Star? Dong Qingshui explained. That's right. Every province in the Eastern Region holds a genius training camp each year. The ultimate goal is to find that 1 in a million prodigy, the one who has the true potential to become a general star. I assume you know what a general star represents? My expression turned serious. Yes, they're the highest of the high ranks, a genius among geniuses, someone who stands at the absolute pinnacle, a grandmaster. Qin Shaojun added, the Kaimei General Star is a future grandmaster, a general star in training. A person like that, only one is chosen for the entire Eastern region each year. They are handpicked from the best of the best. So, Lu Sheng, think it over. I didn't need to. I agreed instantly. I'll do it. I thought to myself, if you're going to live in an era like this, some things are just inevitable. If I want to use my own strength to change the fate of our people, I have to be the one to turn the tides. I have to be the spark that ignites the flame. Qin Shaojun clapped my shoulder in praise. Chief Instructor Dong and I have complete faith in you. If you can't do it, then I can't imagine anyone else from Dongning Province this year who stands a chance. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, the prize for this selection comes directly from the Eastern Military Region's High Command. It's way more generous than anything our little training camp could ever offer. I said, I get it. You guys have it all figured out. The more talent I show, the more resources we all get. Dong Qingshui came over to give me a heads up. The Kaimei General Star selection is still a few months out. It'll officially begin after all the provincial training camps have concluded. I'll let you know when the time comes. Don't worry. We won't let you miss your college entrance exams, Qin Shaojun said casually. With your level of power, college is just a formality. You could have your pick of any martial arts university in the entire Eastern region. Lu Sheng asked, so, can I stay at the training camp? Qin Shaojun replied, do whatever you want. Didn't I tell you that already? If you don't want to be here, you can leave any time. Lu Sheng thought for a moment, then a smile lit up his face as he walked away. In that case, I'll stick around for a while. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. Qin Shaojun turned to Dong Qingshui. I bet you anything that kid is only staying for the food. As Lu Sheng walked off, Dong Qingshui let out a sigh. I never thought I, Dong Qingshui, would ever feel jealous of someone's talent. Qin Shaojun added with a sigh, it's true, but he's not like us. He was destined for something far greater than being ordinary. I guarantee it. Lu Sheng is destined to shake this era to its very core. Early the next morning, Lu Sheng arrived at the Baihe City Martial Arts Association. Entering the building with a file in hand, he looked around and thought, it's been a while since I was last here. I remember President Xiao's office is on the 6th floor. As he was looking for the office, Lu Sheng heard angry shouting coming from inside a room. Yeah, that's enough. Old man Ha, are you deliberately trying to drive me insane? An assistant standing outside saw Lu Sheng and forced a smile. Lu Sheng, you're finally back. Lu Sheng pointed toward the room. What's going on in there? The assistant quickly opened the door, ushering him in. Come inside first. We'll talk later. As the door opened, she announced, President Xiao, Lu Sheng is here. Lu Sheng calmly walked in. The moment he entered, a cheerful old man stepped forward, exclaiming, oh! Meanwhile, President Xiao sat there fuming, refusing to say a word. The old man approached excitedly. Old Xiao, is this the top-tier genius you've been bragging to me about? Not bad. Not bad at all. A true young hero. I told you, old Xiao, don't get so worked up. Look on the bright side. Not everyone can be as outstanding as my precious granddaughter. Old man Ha's words made President Xiao tremble with rage, his hand shaking so much he could barely hold his teacup. Old man Ha continued to boast, pulling out his phone to show off his wallpaper. He patted Lu Sheng's shoulder, his words more of a flex than comfort. There are plenty of people worse than my Ha Lin. Baihe City is full of them. And now this Lu Sheng has to get documents approved by the president of a tiny association like Baihei Cities. Seeing the file in Lu Sheng's hand, Old Man Ha's mockery intensified. Young man, did you mess up big time at the training camp? Did you come back here to have your recommender, Old Xiao, clean up your mess? That's no laughing matter. President Xiao shot up, snatched the file, and glared at the smug Old Man Ha, his face turning purple with rage. He angrily ripped open the envelope and looked at the contents. But as he read, President Xiao's expression turned to one of complete shock. He pressed his face against the paper, trying to see if what he was reading was real. Seeing him frozen in place, Old Man Ha just laughed, adding fuel to the fire. Old Xiao, don't get so mad you pass out. President Xiao ignored him completely and yelled, Lu Sheng, when did you break through to a level 3 martial artist? Hearing this, Old Man Ha's eyes went wide with astonishment. Lu Sheng, standing there calmly, replied, probably about a month ago at the training camp. Head instructor Dong tested me herself. She said the military district has the authority to certify a martial artist's rank. I just needed to come to you to get the official stamp afterward. President Xiao's face broke into a massive grin, so wide he couldn't close his mouth. Authority? Of course she has the authority. Ha ha ha, your head instructor represents the entire Eastern military region. I'll stamp this for you right now. But before he could, Old Man Ha furiously snatched the report. Let me see that, he snarled. Is this real or fake? He stared at the paper, and as he read, beads of sweat started pouring down his face. Level 3 martial artist, 18 years old, combat power of 270,000. Old Man Ha still couldn't believe it. He looked from the paper to Lu Sheng, his eyes full of suspicion. Did you forge this document somewhere? President Xiao snatched the file back, finally getting his chance to humiliate his rival. Give it here. Forged? Why don't you try forging one of these? Can't you see the massive embossed seal of the Eastern Military Region stamped right on it? President Xiao pointed to the red seal, a triumphant smirk on his face. Humiliated, Old Man Ha roared. I don't believe it. A kid who washed out of the training camp early. How could he possibly have a combat power of 270,000? Lu Sheng sighed. I never said I washed out. You just assumed that yourself. Oh, right, President Xiao. The head instructor told me to have you call her. She was afraid you wouldn't believe this document and wanted to verify it with you personally. President Xiao laughed, clapping a victorious hand on Old Man Ha's shoulder. Heh heh, why wouldn't I believe it? Am I such a suspicious person? Right, Old Man Ha? At this point, Old Man Ha was too furious to speak, just glaring daggers at President Xiao. President Xiao eagerly connected his computer. Still, we should probably make this call. I've heard head instructor Dong Qingxue is a famous prodigy in the Eastern military region. This is a good chance to see her on video. The call connected quickly. Dong Qingxue spoke first. Lu Sheng, you've arrived? This is President Xiao Yuhei of Baihei City. President Xiao hurriedly greeted her. That's me. Hello, head instructor Dong. Old Man Ha was now sweating bullets, his body trembling slightly. It really is head instructor Dong. Ha Lin, who was training with Dong Qingxue, peeked into the screen. Huh? That's Grandpa's voice. Grandpa, where are you? Why are you video calling the head instructor? Dong Qingxue shot her an annoyed glance, then turned to reprimand her sternly. Ha Lin, have you completed the goals I set for you? Why are you getting distracted? Your training volume for today is now increased tenfold. Terrified, Ha Lin held her head and trembled. Yes, Instructor Dong. Witnessing this scene, Lu Sheng and President Xiao both turned to glare at Old Man Ha. President Xiao quickly pushed Old Man Ha aside and said with a smile, All right, let's get down to business. You two can have your family chat later. Instructor Dong, about the document you had Lu Sheng bring me. I'll get everything settled right away. Shoved to the side, Old Man Ha's face darkened, but he couldn't do a thing. Dong Qingxue nodded, satisfied. Good, don't delay the main event a month from now. Lu Sheng will be representing Dongning Province's genius training camp in the Qiming Star General Selection. He is the strongest genius from this camp. There's no need for him to continue the training. After hearing this, President Xiao froze for several seconds, completely stunned. Qiming Star General, the strongest genius. President Xiao's eyes lit up brightly. He pulled Old Man Ha into a tight shoulder lock, showing off with pure glee. When Old Man Ha heard what Dong Qingxue said, his whole body trembled. He collapsed into a chair, his face a mask of despair, thinking, this is bad. So when she called me complaining about a monster in the camp, she was talking about this Lu Sheng. On the screen, Dong Qingxue was still yelling at Ha Lin. Ha Lin, get up! You can't handle a little difficulty like this? Do you even want to defeat Lu Sheng anymore? Ha Lin burst into tears. Wah, Instructor Dong, I really don't want to. I can't beat him. From now on, can't I just run away whenever I see him? President Xiao cheerfully said his goodbyes, ready to end the call. I understand, Instructor Dong. I won't disturb you any longer. A radiant smile spread across President Xiao's face as he thought, Old man Ha, you finally got what was coming to you. Just as he was about to hang up, Dong Qingshui said quickly, President Xiao, don't hang up yet. There's something I need to say to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, I've almost finished finding the materials you asked me to get for your exclusive psychic weapon. I'll make a list with the specific prices and send it to you. Just tell me what you want me to buy. And one last thing, get your psychic certification done as soon as possible. That way, you'll have access to the Star Marshal network and can buy things yourself. Hanging up. The moment Dong Qingshui disconnected, President Xiao rushed over and grabbed Lu Sheng by the collar. Lu Sheng, what did Instructor Dong just say? Lu Sheng calmly added, Yeah, it's because I tested for spiritual talent at the training camp. Instructor Dong wrote a letter of recommendation, telling me to take the psychic test when I had time. That's all. Hearing this, President Xiao clapped him on the shoulder, a massive grin spreading across his face. The feeling of rubbing it in Elder Xiao's face again was just too sweet. Excellent, excellent! Lu Sheng, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're the kind of top-tier genius Baihe City sees once in a century. Elder Xia looked nothing like he did before. His spirit was completely broken as he sat there, forcing a smile while his heart was bleeding. A 270,000 psychic power. Ha! At this point, all he could do was accept his crushing defeat. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, President Xiao personally walked him out with great care. Are you sure you don't need me to call a car to take you home? No need. There's a place I need to go. President Xiao then insisted, Come over to my house for dinner when you're free. I'll introduce you to some friends your age. You'll probably have a lot to talk about. I'll even cook a few dishes for you myself. When the taxi finally arrived, Lu Sheng got in with a smile and replied, I got it. He thought to himself, the world of martial arts is definitely better when you're powerful. Strength is king. In the car, the driver asked curiously, Hey kid, what's your relationship with President Xiao? Why did he seem so polite to you? Lu Sheng looked out the window, thinking that even the driver could see how good of a mood the president was in. It seems President Xiao could finally hold his head high. Lu Sheng just gave a vague answer. It's nothing, we just know each other. President Xiao has always been very polite. As the car drove on, a sign suddenly fell from above. The driver had no idea what was happening. Whoa, what was that? Lu Sheng quickly got out of the car to check the situation. Seeing the dojo sign shattered to pieces amidst the rubble, Lu Sheng frowned and said, What happened to the Hongchuan Dojo's sign? Inside the Hongchuan Dojo, everything was a wreck. Ni Hongchuan was severely injured, and his disciples were struggling to hold their ground. A group of thugs swaggered forward, their aggressive attitude making it clear they were here to tear the place down. The one leading the demolition crew was none other than Lin Tieshan. He arrogantly announced, Dojo Master Ni Hongchuan. Ha ha. Today we're not talking business, only martial arts. I, Lin Tieshan, have come to personally request a lesson from your Hongchuan dojo. Ni Chang helped her father up, angrily pointing at the thugs. And you call yourself a level 4 martial artist, attacking our dojo while my father is injured. Lin Tieshan, you have no shame. Ni Hongchuan, bruised and beaten, tried to concede. He said with a tremor in his voice, Lin Tieshan, our Hongchuan dojo, has already agreed not to accept new students for a year. What more do you want? But Lin Tieshan was like a cunning wolf, his immense ambition on full display. Ha ha ha, and what of it? If your Hongchuan dojo dares to hang up its sign, you should always be prepared for someone to come and smash it. Ni Hongchuan realized Lin Tieshan's goal was to completely destroy his dojo and cut off his livelihood. He would never yield to such a greedy wolf. It seemed he had decided to risk his life to protect his dojo. You're right. If you hang a sign, you need the strength to protect it. I, Ni Hongchuan, came to Baihe City 20 years ago with nothing but my 2 fists and built this legacy. And I can still do it now. Seeing her father ready to fight these thugs to the death, Ni Chang grew worried, but Ni Hongchuan's fighting spirit had ignited. It's fine, he said with grim determination. Lin Tieshan scoffed at his posture. Ha ha, if you don't have the skill, don't talk so big. Look at you now, you got yourself crippled by someone else. That's what you get for overreaching. An 18-year-old level 2 martial artist? Is that really a student you could produce? Ni Hongchuan? Ni Chang quickly explained. I've said it before. Lu Sheng isn't my father's student. He's just a member here. Lin Tieshan furiously stomped his foot, creating a long crack in the ground and shaking the entire building. He roared, I don't care about any of that. All I know is that you used that Lu Sheng kid's name to steal the business that our dojos have spent a lifetime building. If you dare reach into our pockets, don't blame me for being ruthless, Ni Chang said coldly. That was their own choice to transfer their memberships. You can't blame us. A vicious glint appeared in Lin Tieshan's eyes. I know. That's why I'm here today to tear down your dojo. Once your school is gone, the students will have nowhere to go. And won't they just become my students then? Lin Tieshan's arrogant tone drove Ni Chang mad with rage. She didn't care that he was a level 4 martial artist. I'll fight you, she declared fiercely. With that, Ni Chang prepared to risk it all against him. But Lin Tieshan not only showed his endless greed, but also stared at Ni Chang with a disgusting, perverted look. He smirked, his eyes filled with lust. Well then, I guess I'll have to get rough. Ni Hongchuan immediately stopped her. You're not his match. You don't stand a chance. Lin Tieshan's body-hardening art is no joke, and he's a level 4 martial artist. If I weren't injured, I could maybe fight him to a draw. You have no hope. Ni Chang turned back to her father. Dad, I'm a level 3 martial artist. He's only one level 4. If we fight together, we might not lose. Seeing them hesitate, Lin Tieshan impatiently beckoned them with a taunting gesture. Hey, how long are you two going to talk? If you keep stalling, the Martial Arts Association will close. Can't you just hurry up and come get beaten? Or do you want me to come back and smash you again tomorrow? Ni Chang refused to back down. She rushed forward, yelling, Just wait, I'm going to knock you flat on your face. I'll make you carry our Hongchuan Dojo's sign and parade it through the streets. Lin Tieshan had lost all patience and quickly unleashed an attack. Little girl, you've got a sharp tongue. You're really starting to piss me off. Lin Tieshan's technique shot out like tentacles, its power overwhelming Ni Chang. He lunged towards her, ready to land a palm strike, when suddenly Ni Hongchuan screamed, Ni Chang! Then he used his own body to block the blow for her. Everything happened so fast that Ni Chang could only stand there and let out a horrified scream. No! The force of Lin Tieshan's strike sent Ni Hongchuan flying into a wall, even creating a long trench in the ground. Dust filled the air. A twisted smile spread across Lin Tieshan's cruel face. Ni Hongchuan, you really are useless. Couldn't even take one hit? Ha ha ha. After taking the full force of the blow, Ni Hongchuan coughed up blood. He struggled to stand, completely exhausted. Lin Tieshan, you've broken through to level 5. Lin Tieshan laughed, his face a mask of triumph. Surprising, isn't it? Ni Hongchuan, you've been hiding in this dojo teaching kids for so long, you've forgotten what it's like to fight a real master, haven't you? Ha ha ha, he arrogantly pointed to himself and challenged them. Now, who's next? At this point, Ni Hongchuan was completely helpless. He trembled in anguish and said, Enough. You want the Hongchuan dojo to close, don't you? Fine. I'll go to the Martial Arts Association and dissolve the dojo right now. Hearing this, tears streamed down Ni Chang's face as she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing his goal accomplished, Lin Tieshan let out a satisfied laugh. I still trust in Dojo Master Ni's integrity, he said lightly. If that's the case, then I'll be leaving. The whole gang prepared to leave with victorious smiles. Ha ha ha. Just then, Lu Sheng stepped in and spoke softly. Wait, the dojo is doing just fine. Why close it down? Where am I supposed to train in the future? Lu Sheng's sharp gaze swept over the entire scene, a cold glint in his eyes. Ni Chang, her face a mess of tears, sobbed his name. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng raised a hand in greeting. Long time no see, Miss Ni Chang. One of the thugs whispered to the others, That's the guy who made all our students leave for this place. Tired of his lackey's trash talk, the man stepped forward, his eyes burning with greed as he locked onto Lu Sheng. He barked at his underling, Shut your trap! Lin Tieshan stared down Lu Sheng before slapping him on the shoulder. Not bad at all, he boomed. You've got the spirit of a true prodigy. Little brother Lu, are you worried you'll have nowhere to train once the Hongchuan dojo shuts down? Don't you worry about a thing. The doors of my Iron Mountain dojo are always open for talent like you. You saw it yourself. The Hongchuan dojo is full of weaklings. They couldn't even handle a single one of my moves. What could a pathetic dojo like this possibly teach you? Come to my Iron Mountain dojo, and I'll personally teach you our secret technique, holding nothing back. Lu Sheng, playing the part of an innocent kid, looked up. Huh? The Iron Mountain technique? Lin Tieshan jumped at the chance to show off. He ripped open his shirt, revealing a physique as solid as granite. That's right, he boasted. It's the secret art of my dojo. Master it, and you'll be unbeatable. I'm not just hyping myself up. No one at my level can even dream of scratching my defense. Ni Hongchuan can't. Nobody can. Over in the corner, a defeated Ni Hongchuan could only bite his tongue in silence. Lu Sheng's eyes widened innocently. You'd really teach a technique that amazing. To me? Sensing he had him hooked, Lin Tieshan leaned in closer. Of course. Just join my dojo, accept me as your master, and the technique is all yours. A faint, mocking smile touched Lu Sheng's lips. So, how exactly do you plan on teaching me? Still oblivious to the approaching danger, Lin Tieshan just laughed, thinking to himself, Huh? This kid asks too many questions. He started to say, Well, if you come. But before he could finish, an explosion of pain rocked his body. Sweat poured down his face as he grit his teeth against the agony. He was barely holding on, his arms thrown up to shield his face, his feet digging into the ground just to stay upright. Every muscle in his body was strained to its limit. Seeing him actually withstand the first blow, Lu Sheng gave a thumbs up. Impressive, you really are tough. And then, he threw another punch. This time, Lin Tishan went down for good, sent flying into the wall which shattered on impact. He collapsed to his knees, completely unable to get back up. Lu Sheng looked down on him. Weren't you going to teach me something? How's that going to work from down there? And just like that, Lin Taishan was taken down in only 2 punches. After settling the score, Lu Sheng called out, Lin Taishan, you lose. Seeing their master get wiped out so easily, his lackeys stared in disbelief, buzzing around in a panic. You told me he was just an 18-year-old, level 2 martial artist. What are you all gawking at? Grab the master and let's get out of here. As they scrambled away with their master, one of them yelled a pathetic threat. You'll pay for this, kid! Watch your back! Ni Yang rushed over to help her father up. Lu Sheng approached them. Are you okay? He offered a hand to help her stand. Ni Yang blushed, shyly taking it. Yes, we're fine. Thank you, Lu Sheng said with surprising earnestness. Please don't let the dojo close. Finding another one closer to my house would be a huge pain. Ni Hongchuan grabbed Lu Sheng's hand, his eyes filled with overwhelming gratitude. I promise we won't. I can't thank you enough. If there is anything you ever need, just say the word, and I will make it happen. Lu Sheng waved it off. Don't worry about it. This whole mess started because of me anyway, but I can only do this once. Next time something like this happens, you'll have to rely on your own strength. You know how it is in this world. Strength is everything. And with that, Lu Sheng turned and walked away. The father and daughter watched him go, a sense of awe in their eyes. Ni Hongchuan murmured, a near level 5 martial artist. His body trained to perfection, yet he was gravely wounded by a single blow from Lu Sheng. That's terrifying. To beat Lin Tiashan that easily, doesn't that require the power of a peak level 5 master? Ni Yang's voice trembled. But Dad, 3 months ago, Lu Sheng was only a level 2 martial artist. Just what has he become? Back home, Lu Sheng walked in with a cheerful smile. I'm home! His mother quickly came out to greet him. You're back! Little Sheng, what took you so long? Didn't you say you'd be home this afternoon? He gave a vague explanation. On my way back, I saw some guys bullying the weak, so I stepped in to help a little. His mother immediately panicked, checking him all over. What? You got into a fight? Are you hurt? From inside, his dad's proud voice boomed out. Our son is an official martial artist now. Of course he's fine. But his mom, with tears welling up in her eyes, was still worried, cupping his face to inspect it. Are you hurt anywhere? Here? Or here? His father took a satisfied sip of wine. That's how a martial artist should be. Standing up for the weak and fighting injustice is what makes a real man. Lu Dahai's son will one day go to the battlefield, slay beasts, and protect our nation. His sister, Lu Qinghe, whispered to him, Brother, what kind of meat did you send home? Dad's health has improved so much after eating it, and my own blood chi value went up to 1.1. This meat is even better than supplements. Don't tell me you stole it from the training camp? Seeing his little sister thinking the worst of him, Lu Sheng pinched her cheek. How could you think of your big brother like that? Don't worry. I earned every last piece of it. Lu Qinghe yelped as he pinched her cheek. Ow! 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 Their mom came out of the kitchen, carrying a bowl of rice piled high like a small mountain. She asked with concern. Little Sheng, is it tough at the training camp? Don't push yourself too hard. Staying safe is the most important thing. But his dad came out from the kitchen, fully supporting him. What do you know? Sheng, I can see it. Ever since you were a kid, you've had a special spirit. You're destined to become someone great and do amazing things. And even if you fail, our family will always be here for you. He puffed out his chest with pride, making Lu Sheng smile. Yeah, I know. Lu Sheng soaked in the happy moment with his family. The peaceful, warm atmosphere made him think. That's right. To make sure these ordinary warm days can continue, I have to keep getting stronger. Strong enough to stop any disaster. Strong enough to protect all of this. After dinner, Lu Sheng immediately resumed his training in the dreamscape. By now, he could easily handle the zombies wandering the city streets. They were no longer a match for him. Suddenly, a zombie lunged at him from behind. He dispatched it to the afterlife in a single, fluid motion. Lu Sheng looked at his fist. Whew, now I can even take out a level 6 martial artist zombie with just one punch. This time, Lu Sheng pushed deeper into the heart of the city, where an eerie green light emanated from a central building. Standing before the entrance, he wondered, so this must be the center of the base, he thought to himself. The last time I was here, I encountered a zombie with overwhelming pressure. I wonder if I'm a match for it now. I should sneak in and scout things out first. Suddenly, Lu Sheng spotted the silhouette of a zombie watching him from above, sending a jolt of shock through him. It moved so fast he had no time to react, barely managing to block the blow as he was forced back. This zombie appeared with the aura of a Grandmaster. Lu Sheng felt its immense power, sweat beading on his forehead as he thought, the density of its blood, qi. Its body is like stainless steel. No level 6 martial artist could ever give off this kind of pressure. This is a Grandmaster level threat. He'd absorbed too many battle memories, and a destructive urge flooded his mind. Usually, he could suppress it with the crystal contemplation method. But right now, I don't want to lose the courage to face it. Let's fight. Lu Sheng unleashed a rapid series of attacks. Breath of Wind, Sixfold, Stellar Force. But even after unleashing his skills, the zombie was completely unharmed. It shattered his techniques with a single, effortless move, leaving Lu Sheng stunned. He thought in disbelief. What? I wasn't going all out, but that was still a sixfold power amplification, supported by my perfect level kicking arts. My combat index should be over 100,000, yet I couldn't even budge 2 of its fingers. So this is a Grandmaster. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and unleashed everything he had, throwing out a barrage of new techniques. Tenfold flame breathing, stellar force. A massive explosion and 2 direct hits slammed into the Grandmaster zombie, pulverizing the very ground around them into dust. But when the smoke from the blast finally cleared, the scene left Lu Sheng completely stunned. What the hell? An incredibly powerful barrier surrounded the zombie. No matter how many times he attacked, the shield just absorbed it all. He couldn't even touch a single hair on the Grandmaster zombie's head. Standing before the zombie, Lu Sheng's mind raced. This must be the legendary invisible force field, a power so intense, not even bullets could get through. This is a Grandmaster's aura. Lu Sheng stood there, helpless, watching for an opening, but the barrier didn't have a single crack, and the zombie just stood there, letting him attack. No counterattack? It's not even trying? Frustrated, he sighed and sat on the ground to regulate his qi. Asterisk huff. Asterisk, it's no use. I can't win. My all-out attack hit that thin film, and 99% of my power was just erased. I don't even have what it takes to make it move a single step. And this is just the residual power left in this body by a dead Grandmaster. Lucky for me, this zombie doesn't even see me as a threat. It's only defending passively. If it actually attacked, I'd be dead on the spot. I finally get it now. The gap between a level 6 and a level 7 is a whole different world. A level 7 can be called a Grandmaster, while a level 6 is just stuck in the realm of martial artists. The difference is just too huge. Right now, I can't even brute force my way through its health. What am I supposed to do? Give up? Lu Sheng thought about it. Then his eyes hardened with resolve. No, there has to be a way. If I kill it, I can access a Grandmaster's memories. With his mind made up, Lu Sheng charged forward again. This time, he gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of his power into his fists, determined to smash this barrier. 100 destructive punches rained down. After the relentless assault, the shield finally fought back. Lu Sheng's own power was reflected, sending him flying backward. Exhaustion finally hit him. He sat down to recover, trying to think of another plan. Asterisk, huff, huff. Asterisk, I felt it just now. The Grandmaster's field isn't invincible. It weakened. Just a tiny bit. It was almost impossible to notice, but it definitely got weaker. If I keep chipping away at it like that, maybe there's a chance. But I'd probably have to attack 1,000,000 times to wear this field down, and my stamina is already about to hit 0. If I wasn't using the natural breathing method to recover, any other level 3 martial artist would have collapsed ages ago. So what now? Should I just run, get stronger, and come back for this tough nut later? But ever since my spiritual power reached level 3, hunting zombies below level 6 has been like cutting grass. One sweep clears a huge area. An idea sparked in Lu Sheng's mind. Wait a second, I haven't tried my spiritual power. I've never used it to attack directly, because I've never trained in any combat skills. For a spiritualist, I've always used my spiritual power as a support tool, like using the Luminous King Sutra to boost my vitality. I almost forgot I'm also a level 3 spiritualist. Compared to my martial arts, my power in the spiritual realm is way stronger. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng immediately focused his spiritual power, creating large, condensed crystal blocks. Holding the crystals, Lu Sheng thought, I still can't shape my spiritual power into a blade or a staff, but this should be enough. Lu Sheng then hurled the crystal with his spiritual power, sending it speeding towards the zombie. The crystal slammed into the barrier, causing it to shake violently, but it still didn't have much of an effect. But seeing that he had managed to shake the zombie's protective barrier made him push even harder. It's working, but it's still not enough. Lu Sheng once again condensed another crystal shard, using his greatest strength to form it. Then, he combined it with his physical power and hurled the crystal with all his might, aiming to shatter the protective film. Under the incredible force, the shield finally began to crack all over. Seeing the shield was only cracked and not completely broken drove Lu Sheng insane. He furiously created countless more crystal shards. Still not enough? Then, flame-breathing, spiritual power, tenfold stellar force, perfect star fist. Lu Sheng combined every technique he had learned with all his remaining strength into this one decisive punch. He screamed, "Break for me!" Finally, the shield shattered into pieces, revealing the Grandmaster zombie inside. The zombie showed no intention of fighting back. It simply looked at Lu Sheng with soulless eyes. Perhaps it had been waiting for this release for a long time. Lu Sheng raised his fist to end him. "Your undying heroic spirit, your will, I will be the one to inherit it." After being hit, the zombie smiled with relief, and the wrinkles on its face seemed to smooth out. At the same time, the memories carried by the zombie flooded into Lu Sheng. He gasped in shock. "What is this?" Inside, the memory was a scene of everyone happily celebrating. "Mr. Shi Shengning, congratulations on your breakthrough. From this day forward, you are a Grandmaster." The scene changed. News of alien creatures flooding the city was everywhere. The situation was critical, and things were getting worse. Even though the elites were rushing everywhere, bases were still falling. The bases numbered under 100 were in the center of the Martial Alliance. It was the safest place in the world. "I've arranged for a boat. You can leave this afternoon. Dad, aren't you coming with us?" Shi Shengning tearfully said goodbye to his wife and daughter, staying behind to face the beasts. He had arranged a safe shelter for them. For the fate of the nation, he had to go to the front lines to protect the country and his family. He gently stroked his daughter's hair, speaking his last words. "Dad is a Grandmaster, so I have to stay on the front line and shed the last drop of my blood for humanity." The memory shifted again. In front of him was a level 9 alien beast, with the power to destroy an entire city. That was a level 9 beast. Even looking from a distance, I was trembling instantly. I'm a Grandmaster with a strong will, so there's nothing to fear. Why should I be afraid? Why? At that moment, as Shi Shengning was mentally preparing to face it, Lord Wang, he stepped forward. He pushed back the monster with ease. East Pole Evil Sunday. A casual strike from Lord Wang. He was truly that powerful. With a being as strong as Lord Wang humanity definitely has hope. We succeeded. Ha ha ha. Lord Wang, he has mastered a completely new martial art. At this rate, reaching the realm of a level 8 Great Grandmaster isn't impossible. As he was celebrating the victory, Shi Shengning was suddenly stabbed from behind by an alien creature, straight through his stomach, causing him to collapse. Lying on the ground watching the beast approach, he thought, "It's so cold. Is this what it feels like when death is near?" I heard the Martial Alliance has initiated the Fire Seed Project, a plan to pool the strength of all humanity to nurture an unprecedented level 12 warrior. Is there still hope for humanity? It's just a shame I won't be able to see it anymore. After Lu Sheng finished watching the memory, he was drenched in a cold sweat. Asterisk, huff. 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 Asterisk. Was that the entire life of that martial arts Grandmaster? It was much stronger than any memory I've absorbed before. His life was as spectacular as a legend. The martial arts Grandmaster's name was Shi Shengning. In his life, he mainly focused on fist techniques. His fist skills, the essence of his fist arts, his combat experience, all of it is now merging into my body. My own fist mastery is leveling up like crazy. Insight Realm, Advanced Insight Realm, Peak Insight Realm. Lu Sheng looked at the palm of his hand in fascination, thinking to himself, Mastery Realm. This was what the martial arts Grandmaster Shi Shengning had achieved in his entire life. Then Lu Sheng turned to look at the old zombie slumped on the ground and said, Wang He. In Shi Shengning's memory, apart from his wife and daughter, that name was mentioned quite often. And the name Wang, he matches the name of the founder of the profound star body tempering art. He stared at the old man, his mind racing. Wang, he walked the martial path for 1,000 years, making him a truly legendary figure. His title, the Eastern Evil Sun, radiated an absolutely terrifying power. Even a 7th-level Grandmaster like Shi Shengning was basically his fanboy. But apparently, Shi Shengning witnessed him fight just once, and that single moment inspired him to create an insanely powerful martial art. Lu Sheng wondered, then why can't I find it in Shi Shengning's memories? He began tearing through the mental chaos, desperately searching. Could it be buried in a much deeper layer of consciousness? After a moment, Lu Sheng's attention was snagged by a shimmering golden orb. He knelt before it, puzzled. What in the world is this? Then, he reached out and touched the strange object. Suddenly, Lu Sheng was violently pulled inside the orb. Inside, Lu Sheng could barely move, feeling completely overwhelmed. Behind him, countless sinister red eyes gleamed in the dark. He scowled. So this was the enemy Shi Qingning once faced? I've already taken half a step into the Grandmaster realm. I shouldn't be feeling this level of fear. So why am I so terrified? The scene unfolding before him was utterly bewildering. What exactly was hiding inside this suffocating darkness? And that vision, was that Shi Qingning? Ahead, Shi Qingning stood in the center of a blinding sun, shrouded by thick, swirling smoke. All at once, bizarre rays of light erupted from Shi Qingning's position. They pierced through the colossal bones overhead, shattering them instantly. Lu Sheng recalled an ancient myth about the son of the heavenly emperor, the Golden Crow, who had a sacred duty of his own. Each golden crow represented a sun. When 10 suns appeared in the sky at once, the rivers boiled away and the earth cracked open. Their terrifying light and heat incinerated everything, leaving no living creature able to exist beneath the 10 suns. A sense of awe washed over Lu Sheng. So this was the martial art that Shi Qingning poured his entire life and soul into mastering. He even intended to use this to reach for the supreme Grandmaster technique of the 8th level realm, and he named it 10 Suns Align. Right now, Lu Sheng clenched his fists, his entire body radiating an abundant new aura. He threw a punch forward, declaring, "It's mine now." In that moment, Lu Sheng looked absolutely majestic and powerful. The next morning, the early sun cast a peaceful golden glow over the city. Lu Sheng sat on the edge of his bed, deep in thought, staring at his hand and murmuring, "Spiritual power. Something inside me feels like it's fundamentally changed." He raised his hand, his gaze intensely focused as a surge of purple energy gathered. Lu Sheng was floored. He had actually done it. "I can feel that my total spiritual power hasn't changed much, but the quality is on a completely different level than before." He gazed out at the sky. This was a feeling that ordinary warriors couldn't even begin to imagine. He could sense that, in a way, he had completely stepped into the realm of a transcendent being. Lu Sheng's eyes burned with resolve. He was absolutely certain that the sheer pressure of his spiritual power could crush a level 3 or even a level 4 warrior. Not only that, a Grandmaster's aura had appeared around his body. Although it was an incredibly thin layer, he knew that by pouring more spiritual power into it, he could make it much stronger. Still, even at its current maximum, its thickness was less than 1% of that zombie Grandmaster's. Compared to that monster's ostrich egg, his was just a chicken egg. In front of the room, Lu Sheng's hand radiated a golden energy. Possessing this aura meant he had grasped the first concept of a Grandmaster's will, even though it was just a seedling for now. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, confident that the seedling would grow rapidly. A smirk played on his lips. One day, it would become a great and mighty tree, blossoming into his own true, Grandmaster-level martial will. The scene shifts to the High-Thien Grand Banquet, where Lu Sheng is sitting and waiting for someone. He pulled out his phone to text Peng Tianshang, who quickly apologized and said she was on her way. Lu Sheng thought calmly, "Now that I've left the training camp, I don't have a daily supply of mutant meat. More importantly, I desperately need medicinal herbs to support my cultivation. It's time to contact the people from the Hall of Benevolence." Just then, Healing Su rushed in, panting heavily, sweat pouring down her face like rain. Seeing Lu Sheng, she was a little surprised that the person she was meeting was just a student. She quickly regained her composure, a smug look on her face. "This is going to be easy." Lu Sheng simply invited her to sit down. He opened the menu, then spoke to her. "I hear the steak at this restaurant is pretty good." Suddenly, his eyes turned ice cold. "Don't tell me you expect me to talk and eat at the same time." Healing Su flashed a charming smile and replied, "Of course not." She then handed her coat to a staff member. On the outside, she was all smiles, but inside she was flustered. "How am I supposed to bring this up?" Lu Sheng turned to the waiter. "Waiter, bring us your best quality steak. Make it 40 servings. The stunned waiter quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing him order 40 servings made her ecstatic. But Healing Su just looked completely baffled. "Is he a pig? 40 steaks in one go." She swirled her glass. Then again, Lu Sheng was a martial arts student, so a huge appetite was normal. But a single steak cost 1,280. 40 of them would come out to 51,200. Ling Su wondered to herself. "After eating so much, he'll probably be too embarrassed to ask me to pay, right?" Lu Sheng looked up at her and asked, "Do you want some?" But she humbly refused. "Thank you for the kind offer, sir, but I've already eaten." Hearing her refusal, Lu Sheng quickly told the waiter, "She's not eating. Just bring out the food. I'm starving." "What an absolute pig," she thought judgmentally. Then, with a fake smile, she began, "I came here today." Suddenly, Lu Sheng slid a piece of paper towards her. On it were her details. Healing Su, 22 years old, from Ba County, Xing'an Province, Guanglin City. He spoke to her. "Your grandfather, He Chi Ming, was originally just a lowly apprentice at old Chi An's medicine shop. 15 years ago, when martial arts started gaining popularity. He relied on his decent martial arts talent and genius for medicine to become a level 5 pharmacist, founding the Hall of Benevolence. Hearing this, Ling Su's face darkened. Her eyes grew cold as she glared at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng ignored her expression and continued. Its branches spread to over 20 cities in Dongning province, with a total of 213 stores. Although the Hall of Benevolence has remained quite famous over the years, she bit back a curse, but he cut her off. Lu Sheng looked at her seriously. But because of poor management, it began to decline rapidly under your father's generation. Ling Su's face was grim. She frowned at Lu Sheng and asked, Mr. Lu, what's your point in coming here just to read me information that anyone can find online? Impressive memory, isn't it? Lu Sheng asked mockingly. Just then, the waiter brought out 40 plates of steak. A look of pure excitement crossed Lu Sheng's face. He began to devour the first plates of steak. Soon, a mountain of empty dishes piled up on the table. While chewing, Lu Sheng spoke to Ling Su again. No, I also know that your mother, Chen Lan, left because of her family. For 20 long years, she never returned to Dongning province, never saw her own daughter even once. And the reason the He family's Hall of Benevolence collapsed so quickly under your management, aside from your outdated ideas and poor business practices. His sharp words were like daggers piercing her heart. Ling Su, could only manage a forced smile. Lu Sheng interrupted her thoughts. The most important reason is actually that your mother, along with the Chen family, has been secretly suppressing your Hall of Benevolence for years. Ling Su couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table and shot to her feet, shouting, What? Mr. Lu, do you have any proof for a claim like that? You can't just spout nonsense like that. Lu Sheng's voice took on a tone that only made her more curious. Is it true or false? Just go home and ask your father. You'll find out. He inwardly celebrated. The quality of the meat was good, high in nutrients. The energy it was providing was pretty decent. Hearing Lu Sheng's words, Ling Su fell into a deep, silent contemplation. My mother left with my father when I was 2, and in all these years, I haven't seen them once. So cruel. Thinking this, Ling Su gritted her teeth. The decline of the He family's Hall of Benevolence. It really did start right after my mother left, when my father took over the shop. She began to recall the past. Back then, it seemed like a branch went bankrupt every single day. It lasted for months. Even if her father was a bad businessman, it shouldn't have been that catastrophic. Suddenly, Lu Sheng asked a question that startled her. Every time you're about to finalize a partnership, doesn't the other party always disappear without a trace? Lu Sheng continued eating as he talked. Miss He, don't blame me for digging so deep. But Lu Sheng's words forced Ling Su to think. Bankrupt branches, canceled partnerships. All those strange events were finally starting to make sense. If what Lu Sheng said was true, and her mother was behind it all. Pushing the thought aside for now, Ling Su said to Lu Sheng, What you've said, Mr. Lu, I'll verify myself. For now, let's talk about our partnership. After finishing all 40 plates of steak, Lu Sheng agreed. All right, I'll be responsible for providing the prescription and the corresponding technical guidance. Your Hall of Benevolence will be in charge of production and sales. For the final profits, Lu Sheng said seriously. I want 90%. Hearing this, Ling Su's face was a mask of indignation. 90%? Why don't you just say you want all of it? Lu Sheng leaned on the table with both hands and said playfully, I thought about it, but I was afraid you wouldn't agree. You're really trying to piss me off, aren't you? Ling Su started to bargain. 6%. At most, I can give you 7%. Of course, Lu Sheng wasn't going to agree. He continued, getting those extra 2 parts is mandatory. One is to ensure our long-term partnership in the future. He then stood up and announced, and the other part is the fee for me helping you, Miss He, handle certain troubles. Hearing this, Ling Su was confused. What do you mean? Lu Sheng replied, the He family has been suppressed by the capital's Chen family for so many years. Lu Sheng started to tempt her. Don't tell me, Miss He, you haven't had any thoughts about that. His eyes began to glow a jade green. He gave her an example, getting revenge, taking back everything that belongs to you. Lu Sheng used his power to make the water droplets from the spilled glass float in midair. He asked her, Miss He, you're looking at this. Surely you understand what it means, right? Seeing the droplets of wine levitating before her very eyes, Ling Su was utterly stunned. She asked him, You're a spirit master? Inside, her mind was reeling. An 18-year-old level 2 warrior, the #1 martial arts genius of Baihe City, and a legendary spirit master? Even though I'm not a martial arts practitioner, Lu Sheng quickly condensed the water back into the glass. Ling Su seemed to understand this power perfectly. She also understood the potential it represented. After a moment, Lu Sheng asked her, Miss He, a moment ago you mentioned you people. So, Miss He, you don't actually believe I developed that formula all by myself, do you? Ling Su stammered. Does that mean the person backing you is… Lu Sheng just smirked. Smart girl. The rest of the prophets buy you my loyalty and the powerful forces I represent. He leaned in, his voice dripping with confidence. Tell me, could you possibly find a better deal anywhere on this earth? Ling Su stood frozen, her mind racing. If everything Lu Sheng just said was true, then sooner or later, she would have to face the Chen family head-on. She stared into her glass, her thoughts swirling. Asterisk. Even if I've held no grudge for 20 years, they would never just let me go. Asterisk. This formula, this partnership with Lu Sheng, it was the perfect excuse they needed to finally make their move. It was like the old saying, a common man becomes a criminal by possessing a treasure. Her very talent made her a target for the greedy. Ling Su bit her lip, glancing at the boy before her. Asterisk. His talent is completely off the charts, and he's a cunning strategist on top of it. Asterisk. She finally made her decision. Fine, I agree. 90% of the profits are yours. A grin spread across Lu Sheng's face. He pulled out a USB drive. The complete formula for the lifeblood revival pill is on here. Ling Su's eyes lit up as she took it. I trust that Mr. Lu will deliver on every single one of his promises. A sudden thought sent a shiver down her spine. When the day of reckoning finally comes, just how terrifyingly powerful will Lu Sheng have become? With the deal sealed, Lu Sheng waved a dismissive hand. You should go register the patent with the Pharmacists Association now. If you hit any snags during production, just call me. As for everything else, I trust your abilities. Oh, and one more thing. I'll need to borrow your refinement lab soon, so clear some time for me. Anyway, I'm full. If there's nothing else, I'm out of here. Pleasure doing business with you. And with that, he shut the door and was gone. After Lu Sheng left, Ling Su let out a long, shaky breath. She thought he was just some naive high school kid, a nobody she could easily wrap around her little finger. But the person she just faced wasn't an 18-year-old student. He was a calculating powerhouse, an old soul in a young body. She stared at her glass, unease washing over her. He'd even dropped the honorifics, calling her you instead of Miss He. She was ripped from her thoughts by the waiter's voice. Excuse me, miss. Will you be settling the bill now? Her eyes fell on the mountain of empty plates Lu Sheng had devoured, and a fire of pure irritation ignited within her. Asterisk. That jerk ate all of this, and didn't even offer to pay. Asterisk. Ling Su sighed in defeat. Fine, how much is it? The waiter cheerfully tallied up the bill. That's 90 premium orders, for a total of 115,200 yuan. I'll round it down for you to an even 115,000. The number struck Ling Su like a bolt of lightning. She pointed at the table, aghast. What? There's no way that's 90 portions. You only brought out 40 plates, tops. The waiter calmly presented the itemized receipt. The gentleman ate 40 portions here, miss, and then ordered another 50 portions to go. Said he wanted to treat his family. Will that be cash or card? Ling Su's hand trembled as she reached for her credit card. Her eyes welled up with tears of pure, unadulterated rage. Only one name echoed in her furious mind. Sheng! Meanwhile, the waiter was beaming over the massive sale. Thank you for your business. The scene changes to Lu Sheng's home. Asterisk, ding dong. Asterisk. Lu Sheng stood at the door, buried under 50 boxes of steak, as his mother's jaw hit the floor. What in the world is all this? Lu Sheng grinned. Premium steaks, Mom. No need to cook tonight. We're eating like royalty. His mom took the bags, completely stunned. There was a whole steak in every single box. Isn't this from that ridiculously expensive restaurant downtown? Are all of these boxes really steak? If you wanted to eat there, you should have just said so. That place costs a fortune. How much of your money did you blow on this? Lu Sheng put on a mischievous grin. Don't worry, Mom. I didn't pay a dime. A rich friend of mine insisted on treating me. She's totally loaded. I said no, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. Miles away, as she was paying, Ling Su suddenly sneezed. Hearing his explanation, his mom relaxed and carried the food inside. Well, all right then, but don't make a habit of this, you hear? Even if someone is treating you, it's not right to accept so much. Oh, that reminds me. Your teacher, Mr. Zhang, stopped by a few times asking how you were. He's such a good teacher. Lu Sheng fell silent. Asterisk. Mr. Zhang. It's true. It's been a while. I think I'll pay him a visit tomorrow. Asterisk. The next morning at Baihei High School, a knock came at Mr. Zhang Zhengguo's office door. Come in, he called out. He looked up to ask who it was, but the words caught in his throat. Standing before him was Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng! He exclaimed in surprise. The boy held a small potted plant in his hands. Mr. Zhang, it's been a while. Lu Sheng smiled warmly, offering him the plant. I remember breaking your old one, so I bought you a replacement. Zhang Zhengguo took the plant, looking both surprised and flustered. Oh well, you're far too thoughtful. He studied Lu Sheng's newfound air of confidence. But I can't say I'm surprised. It hasn't been that long. But you carry yourself like a different person now. He gestured him inside. Come in, let's talk. Mr. Zhang lit a cigarette. The school year's almost over. After this, I suppose the next time I see you, it'll be on television. He looked at his student. So, what are your plans for the future? Lu Sheng answered without a shred of hesitation. I'm preparing for the Qiming Star General Selection Trials. After that, I'm heading to the Spirit Masters Association for my assessment. The teacher's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. He shot up from his chair. What? The Qiming Star General? A Spirit Master? Lu Sheng remained perfectly calm. That's right. The instructor at the training camp recommended me. That's where I discovered my aptitude for it. Mr. Zhang sank back into his chair, a stunned laugh escaping his lips. But that's just incredible. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he placed a firm hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, his voice filled with pride. That's fantastic. I never really taught you much of anything, anyway. So go out there and create a world of your own. Carve out your own piece of the sky. I'll always be rooting for you. Lu Sheng smiled. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. A moment later, Lu Sheng left. They waved goodbye, a silent promise to meet again. Mr. Zhang stood there, watching him go. Asterisk, I completely misjudged him. Asterisk, that boy isn't just the pride of Baihe High. Asterisk, he's going to become the pride of all humanity. Asterisk. In a junior year classroom across campus, a teacher was passionately lecturing. To be stubborn is easy, to be at ease is hard. Truth is plain, yet mystery is profound. True teaching is not found in motion or stillness, but only in the unspoken void. After finishing the verse, the teacher slowly pushed up his glasses, and then slammed his book on the desk with a thunderous crash. Veins bulged on his fists as he roared, "Wake up! Every last one of you! Focus now!" He rapped his knuckles hard against the blackboard. I have told you all 1,000 times, do not underestimate your academic scores. I know many of you have applied to the martial universities, but don't forget that your academic scores are part of the final evaluation. You could fail to get into your dream school by a single point from this class. That 1 point could cost you weeks, even months of brutal training to match in blood chi value. But in here, it's just a matter of a few test questions. Meanwhile, a student named Zhou Xingjie was yawning his head off in boredom. Asterisk. Ugh. When is this class gonna end? I'm dying here. Asterisk. He turned to the kid behind him, Kaiming. Yo, Kaiming, wanna hit the PC cafe after this? I'm about to hit platinum rank. Kaiming quickly shook his head, not looking up from his notes. Nah, you guys go. I signed up for the martial arts cram school. I have extra lessons after this. Zhou Xingjie stared at him, bewildered. Dude, what's with you lately? Grinding this hard isn't like you at all. Just then, the teacher shot them a death glare. Zhou, Xingji, Liu Kaiming, he bellowed. What are you two whispering about? On your feet! Now! The two boys shot up, looking panicked. The teacher sneered. Are my words just going in one ear and out the other? Suddenly, a calm voice cut in from the classroom doorway. Mr. Hong, I'm here. Every single jaw in the classroom dropped. Standing in the doorway, with a casual smile, was Lu Sheng. He gave a small wave. Hey everyone, it's been a while. Instantly, the classroom erupted into a frenzy of whispers. No way, it's actually Lu Sheng. Is he back at school for real? Holy crap, I thought we'd never see him again. I heard the Elders Association took him in as their final, direct disciple. He's supposed to be training non-stop to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Liu Kaiming chimed in. I heard something even crazier. I heard the mayor wants to marry his daughter to him. But Lu Sheng, ever focused on the path of martial arts, had already refused. An autograph? I barely get to see the legendary Lu Sheng. I have to get his signature, frame it, and hang it on my wall. Teacher Hong rushed to the door to greet him. Student Lu Sheng, you're here. Lu Sheng simply looked at him and said, I wanted to attend the final culture class. Is that all right? Hearing this, Teacher Hong was ecstatic. Yes, of course, absolutely. He quickly turned to the students. All right, class, open your books now. With newfound energy, Teacher Hong announced, Now, let's begin the lesson. As Lu Sheng walked to his seat and opened his book, Zhou Xingji whispered to Liu Kaiming, Is this for real? I'm actually sharing a class with Lu Sheng. His aura is just overwhelming. Is he really in our class? I heard he's already a level 2 martial artist. Liu Kaiming stared at Lu Sheng, thinking to himself that his friend had truly changed so much. Asterisk, ring, asterisk, the bell chimed, signaling the end of the period. Teacher Hong let out a sigh of relief and closed his book. All right, class dismissed. Lu Sheng stood up. He turned his back to the class, then smiled over his shoulder. Goodbye, everyone. I won't forget any of you. With that, he faced Liu Kaiming as the rest of the class exploded into discussion. I've never felt so honored just to be someone's classmate. I swear, I'm getting into the martial arts university, no matter what. Yeah, me too. I can't dishonor the pride of being Lu Sheng's classmate. Liu Kaiming was still staring blankly when Lu Sheng suddenly slung an arm over his shoulder with a word of encouragement. Keep it up, Kaiming. Let's rank up together when you have time. Liu Kaiming was so moved his eyes welled up, tears threatening to spill. Watching Lu Sheng's departing figure, he made a silent vow. Yeah, even if it kills me, I will pass the university exam. I will definitely make it home. Later, Lu Sheng sat at his desk, fingers tapping the keyboard as he planned his next move. I've already had Healing Su purchase all the ingredients for the Spirit Foundation, blood-strengthening decoction, and the marrow-nourishing pill. These two elixirs were incredibly effective for tendon and bone training, but they were also incredibly expensive. If I have a large enough quantity, it should last until I'm level 4. Next is the matter of a Spirit Reader's weapon. I can't just go to the AstralNet to buy a weapon before my official Spirit Reader assessment. I have to get the assessment done before the general star selection begins. Otherwise, I'll have to keep bothering Dongqing Xue every time, and that could easily expose my secret. He then decided to check the price list, but his eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. It read, Infinite Wheel Blade, selling price $37.5 million. Silver Air Shuttle, $29.5 million. Lu Sheng was stunned. The Infinite Wheel Blade and the Silver Air Shuttle. A price like that is just unbelievable. And here, I thought my $5 million reward would be more than enough to splurge. Turns out, it's practically nothing. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, crossing his arms in deep thought. Crafting the Infinite Wheel Blade and the Silver Air Shuttle requires nearly 9,100 grams of refined iron. A single blade piece needs over a pound of material. My 5 million isn't enough. And that's not even counting the other support materials. I also need to make more than one blade, and my spiritual power is far superior to a normal person's. An ordinary refined iron blade simply won't be enough. I need high-quality meteoric silver to craft my weapon, but the cost for that is over 10 times higher. The money I have isn't even enough to forge a single component. Lu Sheng rested a hand on his chin, pondering his options. There's no other way. I'll have to do it myself. Lu Sheng opened a drawer. Inside lay a badge and a rolled-up piece of paper. He picked up the scroll and thought, it's a good thing I found this resource distribution map for combat-type materials from the last 3 years of martial arts at the Fireseed Depot. Now is my chance to use it. Lu Sheng unrolled the map. It showed an untapped meteoric silver mine, located right here, on Mount Niutu. A confident smirk grew on Lu Sheng's face. I'll go mine all of that untouched ore. Then I can use it to find a master blacksmith to forge my weapon. Plus, if I find enough meteoric silver or refined iron, I can sell the rest for cash. 2 birds, 1 stone. After getting enough marrow-nourishing pills from Healing Su, I can head out to Mount Niuto and find the materials. 1 week later, at the Xingshan Tang pharmacy, Healing Su paced back and forth in the room. She pulled out her phone, muttering in frustration. Where is that Lu Sheng? What time is it already? Just then, Lu Sheng walked in, holding a lab coat. My apologies. I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. Healing Su shot him an angry glare. You finally decided to show up. Lu Sheng slipped on the white coat, his expression turning serious. Something held me up. Are all the necessary ingredients prepared? Seeing Lu Sheng's sudden change in demeanor made Healing Su blush. She shyly replied, yes. Everything you asked for is ready. Lu Sheng pulled on a pair of gloves. Before him was a table covered in various raw materials. He asked Healing Su, how much did all these ingredients cost? She replied, about 200,000. Lu Sheng picked up an herb, inspecting it closely. The quality isn't bad. Put it on a tab for now, and we'll deduct it from the profits later. He then put on a surgical mask and continued, all right, I'm ready to begin. Miss He, could I ask you to step outside? Healing Su looked visibly annoyed. Fine. As she walked out, she glanced back at Lu Sheng, her mind racing. The market for the Spirit Foundation blood-strengthening decoction hasn't even launched yet. I haven't made a single cent, but I've already spent nearly $1 million on ingredients for Lu Sheng. As Healing Su closed the door, she thought, luckily, the formula Lu Sheng gave me was very detailed. I should be able to compound the perfect Spirit Foundation blood-strengthening decoction without any issues. Is he researching a new medicine? He's been in the compounding room every single day this week. Just how many secrets is this guy hiding? 3 hours later, as Healing Su waited outside, a voice called to her. It's done, Miss He. The refinement is complete. Lu Sheng told her, I need to go away for 2 days. Don't worry. After this, I'll pay you back for the initial investment in the Spirit Foundation blood-strengthening decoction. Healing Su turned away, replying coldly, Humph. Seeing that, Lu Sheng teased her. What a difficult girl. After he left, Healing Su watched him go, then rushed to the compounding room curtain, pulled it aside, and stepped inside. He Ling-su gasped in surprise. There it is! Before her were test tubes of every color. He Ling-su picked up a blue test tube, her expression tense as she thought. It's a new, unnamed medicine, just as I suspected. I've tested the effects of this type before. It's incredibly potent. The side effect is that it can directly temper bones. The only bone-tempering supplements on the market are level 4 to 5 elixirs that cost millions, yet Lu Sheng created this with ingredients worth only a few 100,000. What kind of profit is this? He Ling-su frowned deeply. Plus, his backpack must be filled with this new medicine. Suddenly, a young man with blonde hair rushed in. Miss He, I did what you asked, he continued. But while I was watching the cameras, I couldn't see anything. All the cameras malfunctioned. But as soon as Lu Sheng walked out, they returned to normal. The surveillance system was completely down. Until Lu Sheng left, then it recovered. He Ling-su sighed, exasperated. Huh, I knew it would be like this. Trying to use these little tricks in front of a spirit reader is just embarrassing myself, isn't it? Then, He Ling-su stared intently at the blue test tube in her hand. A moment later, she tossed it into the trash can and said, Forget it. It's better to just focus on our partnership with him. No matter what, he's the only hope for the revival of the He family. The scene shifts to Emperor's Hill Ming Cheng, a place of majestic, rolling hills. A tour bus winds its way along a mountain path. The tour guide spoke over the intercom. Esteemed guests, our destination is Xianlin Village, located deep within Mount Niutu. The scenery is absolutely beautiful, and its remote location makes it one of the 5 A-level scenic areas in Dongning Province. You'll get to experience the warm and simple customs of the Xianlin villagers, taste their unique traditional dishes, and admire the magnificent scenery of Mount Niutu. You'll even have the chance to buy exquisite and mystical traditional handicrafts from the village. A woman in a red shirt scoffed loudly. Traditional handicrafts? You're not going to force us to buy them, are you? And what about this remote mountain corner? Where are we supposed to stay at night? I bet the mountains are crawling with bugs, the tour guide quickly replied. Ma'am, we are a famous travel company. There will be absolutely no forced fees. Rest assured, tonight we will be staying in the villagers' homes. The conditions are excellent, with both air conditioning and television available. Inside the tour bus, Lu Sheng sat quietly, watching the scenery fly by. He thought to himself, 93 vials of marrow-nourishing elixir refined this week. That should hold me over for a while. But this place is seriously remote. It must hide an undiscovered silver deposit ripe for the taking. His train of thought was suddenly broken by a yellow ball rolling to his feet. A little girl with light brown hair ran over to pick it up. She chirped happily at Lu Sheng. Hey, mister, want to play with me? Just then, a beautiful young woman swept the child into her arms, saying, Stop that. Don't bother people. Okay, mommy, I'll sit still. The woman then turned to Lu Sheng. I'm so sorry about that. Lu Sheng simply nodded. It's fine. But then, Lu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. The man with glasses sitting next to the mother and child was surrounded by a distinct purple aura. A grin spread across Lu Sheng's face as his own blue energy began to radiate. Interesting, he thought. Looks like I'm not the only psychic on this little trip. On that same bus to Oxhead Mountain, Zheng Dandan was fanning herself furiously, trying to beat the heat. She whined, Ugh, I'm so bored, and it's hot enough to die. What did I do to deserve being dragged to this godforsaken place with you? 3 days and 2 nights? How am I supposed to survive this? Lin Zishan, sitting beside her, was the complete opposite. Despite the heat, she was perfectly calm, holding a small fan. Zheng Dandan, it's not like I forced you. You're the one who wanted to come. Hearing that, Zheng Dandan snapped, snatching the fan away. Oh, give me a break. Wasn't it because you, Lin Zishan, just got your heart broken? I was worried you'd do something crazy out here in the middle of nowhere. Seriously, no good deed goes unpunished. Seeing how angry she was, Lin Zishan quickly tried to make peace. Okay, I know you're my best friend, and don't worry, I'm not that fragile. It's just been a while since I took a vacation. This is a good chance to just relax. This tour group is a bit cheap, I'll admit, but the scenery at Oxhead Mountain is supposed to be beautiful. I promise you won't regret it. Zheng Dandan was not convinced and replied sarcastically, Right. No regrets. Suddenly, a child's happy laughter came from behind them. The cute little girl was having the time of her life, smacking the ball. Here, catch. On the receiving end was our main character, Lu Sheng. He caught the ball with both hands and praised her. Nice throw. Then he flashed a charming smile. Zheng Dandan turned to look and was instantly mesmerized. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at Lu Sheng. Lin Zishan, next to her, had no idea what was going on. Suddenly, the ball went wide, and the little girl panicked. Whoa! The ball flew straight toward Zheng Dandan. She quickly reached out and caught it, her body tense with surprise. I got it for you! Then she looked toward Lu Sheng and said, Here, catch. Lu Sheng easily caught it with one hand. Ball in hand, he looked at Zheng Dandan with a sincere smile. Thanks. Zheng Dandan was completely captivated by his handsome face. Hearing him speak to her, her cheeks instantly turned bright red. She replied shyly, "Don't mention it." Lindsay Shan saw her friend's flustered expression and started teasing her. Look at you, totally smitten. After 2 hours on the bus, they finally arrived at Oxhead Mountain. Zheng Dandan looked around at the mountain scenery and commented, "Isn't this just a normal mountain? And this is considered a top 5 scenic area?" In contrast to her friend's complaints, Lindsay Shan was pleasantly surprised. She looked at a map and said, "It doesn't look too bad. I heard there's a waterfall. We'll see tomorrow when we hike up." Even though Zheng Dandan wasn't thrilled, if it made Lindsay Shan happy, she was happy too. As she scanned the area, her eyes suddenly landed on Lu Sheng, and her whole face lit up. "He's over there!" Just as Lu Sheng stepped off the bus, the little girl from before ran up and grabbed his hand. "Can you play with me again tomorrow?" Lu Sheng recognized her and crouched down, ruffling her hair. "Sure. If I have time tomorrow, I'll play with you." The little girl beamed, a huge smile on her face. "Yay! That's great." Seeing them chatting so happily, Zheng Dandan walked over to join in. "Hey, little sister, how about we all play together tomorrow?" Behind her, Lindsay Shan carried their bags, rolling her eyes at her friend's antics. The little girl did not like that idea at all. She stepped closer, hugging Lu Sheng's arm protectively. Then she pulled down her eyelid and stuck out her tongue. "No way! You're the mean lady who stole my ball. I don't want to play with you. I only want to play with him." Her words left everyone stunned. Just then, a voice called out, "Nanan, come on, we have to get to the camp." Nanan looked toward her mom but kept her grip on Lu Sheng's arm. Then, she finally let go to take her mother's hand, not forgetting to wave goodbye to Lu Sheng. Back with Lindsay Shan and Zheng Dandan, a smile was plastered on Zheng Dandan's face, but inside, she was fuming. "That little brat. As if I'd ever want to play with you anyway." Lindsay Shan covered her mouth, trying not to laugh at her friend. Lu Sheng saw how annoyed Zheng Dandan was and spoke up. "She's just a kid. She doesn't mean it. Don't worry about it." The moment Zheng Dandan heard Lu Sheng's voice, all her anger vanished. "Ha ha, why would I get mad at a little kid?" She then shyly held up her phone. "By the way, handsome, can I add you?" Lu Sheng was a little surprised by her forwardness. After a moment's thought, he gave a slight smile and agreed. "Sure." A ding sound confirmed the friend request had been accepted. The three of them, Lindsay Shan, Zheng Dandan, and Lu Sheng, all exchanged contact info. After successfully adding him, Zheng Dandan saw his name and complimented it. Lu Sheng, that's a really powerful name. But even though she was swooning, she didn't forget her main mission, cheering up Lindsay Shan. Zheng Dandan quickly grabbed her best friend to leave. She smiled brightly at Lu Sheng. "All right, handsome, see you around." Staring at her phone screen, Zheng Dandan couldn't stop grinning. "You didn't need to add that hottie, you know?" Haha, I thought this trip was going to be so boring. Who knew it would turn out to be this interesting? Seeing Zheng Dandan so happy made Lindsay Shan happy too. As long as you're having fun. From behind, Lu Sheng watched them leave, and the friendly smile on his face vanished. His expression turned cold and intimidating. He thought back to the people on that bus. How very interesting. Not only is there a rare level 2 psychic on this trip, but I also ran into 2 level 2 martial artists. Thinking of Nanan's father, Lu Sheng was certain. But that psychic hasn't figured out who I am yet. At most, he probably just senses that I practice martial arts. Lu Sheng glanced at the aura surrounding him. After forming my Grandmaster's will, I can freely control my spiritual power. As long as I don't release it on purpose, no one will ever detect my true strength. I just wonder if there are any stronger martial artists hidden on this mountain. Thinking about everyone from the bus, Lu Sheng made a decision. I don't care what their reasons are for coming to Oxhead Mountain, but if they get in my way. Just then, Lu Sheng spotted a mutated beast in front of him. Without a second of hesitation, he eliminated it. I'll just have to crush them. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away on the highway, a luxury white car was speeding along. Inside, a man named Wu Xijing swirled a glass of wine, looking down at a man kneeling at his feet. To his right, a woman in a red cheongsam sat meekly. Wu Xijing swirled the wine in his glass and asked, "Well, have you found any trace of Tang Mulan?" The kneeling man quickly looked up and answered, "We've found him, sir. He's in Chuming City, at Oxhead Mountain. He brought his wife and child, so he's probably planning to hide out there." Hearing this, Ngo Tichkin glanced out the window, his face twisting into a scowl. So Duong Mao Lam has a brain after all? If he's just gonna hide in the forest like a coward, I can't exactly drag him out. The subordinate kneeling before him quickly spoke up. "My lord, rest assured, we've already got men tracking them. Even if Duong Lam Mao wants to live like a wild man, I guarantee we'll find whatever rat hole he's hiding in." Ngo Tichkin let out a booming laugh. "Haha, excellent. Very good. For now, your only job is to keep an eye on him. 2 level 4 martial artists like you are no match for him anyway. Once we reach Bullhead Mountain, I'll deal with him myself. The man on the ground understood and replied with a simple, "Yes, sir." But throughout this entire exchange, the only girl in the carriage remained utterly still, not making a single sound. It was incredibly bizarre. A cruel smile spread across Inotichkin's face at the thought of capturing Duong Mao Lam. He tilted his head back and drained his cup, not caring as wine spilled down his chin. "Duong Mao Lam, don't blame me for what's coming. You chose to cross me. If I don't kill you, people will start to think Ngo Tichkin is an easy target." After finishing his drink, his expression became utterly terrifying. Nobody might get the bright idea to challenge me. Then No Tichkin held his empty glass toward the silent girl. For the first time, she moved, slowly raising her head. Then, a purple substance, identical to the wine he'd just drunk, began pouring from her empty eye sockets and mouth. It gushed out in a steady stream, collecting in the glass held in Ngo Tichkin's hand. After taking a sip, he made a chilling remark. Infused with the innocent love and unique youthful aura of a 28-year-old, it makes the skin so intoxicatingly sweet. The purple liquid continued to flow, turning the girl's once beautiful face into a horrifying spectacle. Staring at a photo in his hand, No Tichkin sneered. So, Duong Mao Lam even brought his daughter along. The photo showed a small, happy family of 3, a perfect picture no one would ever want to shatter. But No Tichkin wasn't like other people. He was absolutely thrilled. "Haha, looks like I have a new item for my collection." Meanwhile, Nam Nam was led into a new room by her parents. Her eyes widened with wonder as she eagerly explored every corner. Her mother smiled and said, "Slow down, sweetie. Be careful not to fall." But her father, Duong Mao Lam, was on high alert. He immediately activated his ability, sending it out to scan the room and then the entire building. Once the scan was complete, he turned to his wife. "This room is clean, no tricks." His wife replied, "You're being way too careful. Even with all his power, could Ngo Tichkin really reach us all the way out here at Bullhead Mountain?" Duong Mao Lam's brow furrowed with concern. "It's better to be safe than sorry. I have you and Nam Nam with me now. How can I not be careful? Don't forget, we are fugitives on the run." Ngo Tichkin is a notorious level 3 spirit master. He's petty, holds a grudge for life, and anyone who has ever crossed him has ended up dead. Duong Mao Lam put an arm around his wife to reassure her. "I just hope we can finally escape his notice this time. Your dad has been in hiding for over a year and a half. He should be fine by now. And if that monster really does track us here, your dad and I, 2 level 2 masters, will fight him together. We might actually stand a chance." His wife still looked worried. "I hope so. I haven't seen Dad in so long. I wonder if he's okay." "Your father's martial cultivation is strong, and he's a peak-level spirit master." Duong Mao Lam pulled her into a comforting embrace. "He might even be level 3 by now. With a strong body like his, he won't get sick. Don't worry. I swear I won't let them hurt you or our daughter." He held his wife close. The couple was lost in their own world, leaving Nam Nam to stare blankly out the window. Elsewhere, Luke Thon was using a similar ability to scan his surroundings, but his power was on another level entirely, instantly blanketing the entire city. From the people walking on the street to a spy using binoculars to watch something in the woods, he saw it all. Luke Thon gazed outside, thinking to himself, "Besides that one guy on surveillance, nothing seems out of the ordinary. He's not a threat to me, so I'll just leave him be." Luke Thon reached into his pocket and pulled out a small vial. Popping the lid, he took out a pill and tossed it into his mouth. "With the help of these elixirs, my training for the Immortal Golden Body's bone-forging stage is moving way faster. At this rate, I'll probably complete the first stage of cultivation in less than 2 months. Once I generate internal energy, music, I'll officially become a level 4 martial artist." Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. In the cheerful family group chat, 2 new messages had arrived. "Be careful out there by yourself. Make sure to dress warmly, and don't eat too much cold food or you'll get a stomachache." Another was a voice message. Reading them, Luke Thon cracked a smile, thinking, "I'm not a kid anymore." Just then, another notification pinged. This one was from his sister, Luke Khan Hoa. "So you ran off to play again, huh?" Senior Ni Dien came back to school today, and she even asked me to set up a date with you." She continued her teasing. "Spill it. Are you two secretly dating?" Next to the text was a not-so-subtle image of an apple holding a gun. Teased by his sister, Luke Thon's fingers flew across the keyboard. "Focus on your own martial arts and stop meddling in other people's business. And make sure you take the elixirs I left for you every day. If I get back and your vitality value still hasn't broken through 1.3, you'll have me to answer to." He sent the message along with an emoji of a cat pointing an accusatory finger. Luke Thon sat on the bed and put his phone down. He stretched out, deciding to test the results of his recent training. Luke Thon laid down, closed his eyes, and instantly entered the dreamscape. Not bad, he thought. Within the 10 Suns heavenly cave, I've already grasped a Grandmaster technique. A horde of zombies rushed him, but Luke Thon mowed them down, forming the initial concept of a Grandmaster's will. The me of right now is basically unstoppable. Luke Thon unleashed a punch that was as powerful as a bomb, completely obliterating the area. Zombies were sent flying, their bodies charred black from the explosion. Suddenly, sharp spikes of ice shot out, forming a path. Luke Thon froze. He sensed something was off. There's something over there. That aura, it's too strong. A pair of legs stepped out, revealing a woman with curly hair, a wing-like headpiece, and a cold iron mask. She swung her spear, and a chilling blue ice spread everywhere, the scene radiating immense power. A wall of ice rushed toward him. Luke Thon recognized her instantly, a Grandmaster-level zombie. Shards of ice began to float in the air, and his vision suddenly blurred and then went black. The zombie had vanished. His spiritual sense flared, screaming with warnings of imminent danger. Luke Thon frantically wondered, what is this overwhelming sense of danger? Just then, the female Grandmaster zombie attacked from above, diving straight for him with her spear. Overwhelming power coalesced around her weapon. It was only then that Luke Thon realized it. Her attack. It was a Grandmaster-level skill. An afterimage of him appeared for a split second before it was sliced cleanly in two. The immense force of her strike came down with terrifying power. Luke Thon jolted awake, drenched in a cold sweat, his face a mask of pure horror, so painful. He clutched his chest, grimacing in agony, his body feeling as if it had truly been ripped in half. Is this what it feels like to die in a dream? Luke Thon shot up, hands clamped over the spot that had just been torn open, panting and covered in sweat as he tried to calm himself down. Good thing it was just a dreamscape. It was all an illusion. He sat up and let out a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, my life would have ended just like that. He clutched his head, the memory of being killed in a single strike flashing in his mind with terrifying clarity. I used all my spiritual power to try and block it, but I couldn't even withstand one blow. The power behind her strike was on a completely different level than anything I've ever faced before. And here I was, thinking my exploration of the dreamscape was going smoothly. I've even managed to clear high-level map territories by outsmarting those dumb, high-level monsters. Luke Thon sat up and crossed his legs into a meditative pose. He concluded that the dreamscape was no paradise. In the ruins of a post-apocalyptic civilization, only blood and fire can forge a true savior. Luke Thon thought uneasily about the mysterious woman, that female Grandmaster. She's unbelievably strong. Her combat instincts blew past Shi Chengning's level. She had to be an incredibly powerful master, maybe even a level 8 Grandmaster. Just the thought of it made Lu Sheng break out in a cold sweat. He stared at his own hands, his expression a mix of terror and thrilling excitement. That brilliant glacier, it must have been the manifestation of the martial goddess's will. If I could make that power my own, the possibilities were unimaginable. If I had reacted instantly in my fully awakened state, using my fist mastery and master-level skills, maybe I could have held my ground for a moment. Should I try again? With that thought, Lu Sheng immediately sat down, straightened his back, and began to meditate. He tried to enter the dreamscape, but a splitting headache suddenly shot through his skull. He clutched his head in shock. The dreamscape was completely sealed off to him. Could it be because I died in there? Do I have to wait for some kind of cooldown? Looks like there's no way I'm getting back into that dream space tonight. As he was rubbing his aching temples, his phone suddenly buzzed. Lu Sheng picked it up to check. It was a message from Zheng Dandan, and it was dripping with flirtatious energy. Hey, handsome, are you back in your room yet? Are you packing up your things? Want to go together tomorrow? I'm an official martial artist, you know. I can protect you. She even sent a sticker of a cool-looking golden retriever wearing sunglasses to prove her reliability. Hey, it's dinner time. Want to grab a bite together? Why aren't you answering me? Are you not looking at your phone? This time, she sent a sticker of a puppy with big, sparkling eyes. Lu Sheng looked at the cheesy messages on his phone and felt a wave of annoyance. He was seriously starting to regret adding her as a friend, but then his stomach let out a loud growl, and he decided to let it slide for now. Whatever, I need to get something to eat. At the tourist inn's cafeteria, Lu Sheng had barely walked in when someone called his name. Lu Sheng, it was Zheng Dandan, waving eagerly from her table. Over here, over here! At another table, the little girl Nan Nan and Tang Maolin called out too. Big brother! Lu Sheng smiled and waved back at the little girl. Tang Maolin simply gave him a polite nod. Lu Sheng didn't pay them much mind and headed for a different empty table, away from where Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan were sitting. But he had barely sat down when Zheng Dandan came running over. Why aren't you sitting with us? She asked casually. It's always more fun to eat with a big group. Lin Zishan watched her friend, her face a perfect blend of helplessness and motherly exasperation. Lu Sheng just laughed awkwardly. Haha, haven't you two eaten yet? Hearing his question, Zheng Dandan's face lit up. Nope, not yet. But at the exact same time, Lin Zishan said, "We already ate. Talk about two best friends being on the same wavelength." Zheng Dandan shot her friend a furious glare before quickly turning back to Lu Sheng with a bright smile. "I wasn't really hungry before, so I only had a few bites. But I'm starving now. Perfect timing to eat with you." Lin Zishan couldn't help but tease her. "Just looking at you two is enough to make me full. I think we all know what you really mean." She was basically saying Lu Sheng was such a snack that she didn't need any other food. Haha. Meanwhile, Nan Nan, wanting to eat with Lu Sheng, looked at her dad with puppy dog eyes. "Daddy, can I go eat with that big brother?" Her mother immediately wiped Nan Nan's mouth with a napkin and tried to coax her. "Sweetie, isn't it just the same if you eat here with us?" Nan Nan just whined, turning on the charm. "But I want to eat with him." Hearing this, Tang Maolin smiled gently at his daughter. "Haha, go on then, but don't you dare cause any trouble for him." Nan Nan immediately shot up from her seat, her eyes shining like stars. "Thank you, Daddy." In stark contrast to her husband, the mother looked on worriedly as Nan Nan grabbed her bowl and excitedly skipped over to Lu Sheng's table. "Why would you let her go to a stranger's table?" she scolded him. "Especially given our current situation." Tang Maolin calmly took a sip of his soup to soothe his wife. He told her she was being too careful. "I think you're the one who's overreacting," he continued. "I've already scanned the area with my spiritual energy. They're all just tourists. There's no threat here whatsoever." As Nan Nan arrived at Lu Sheng's table and was greeted with a warm smile, Tang Maolin commented, "That young man has a good personality. His eyes are very pure. He's not a bad person." The father carefully observed Lu Sheng's pale face, his slightly unsteady gait, and his unstable aura. Even if he's a martial artist, his strength is probably nothing special. Nan Nan didn't forget to stick her tongue out at Zheng Dandan, who could only fume in silence. Nan Nan's father added, "Besides, those other two girls are just students. To be level 2 martial artists at their age, their talent is pretty decent." Tang Maolin wiped his mouth, speaking with absolute confidence. "Within my range, a single thought from me could end anyone here. Nothing unexpected will happen." Hearing his assurance, his wife finally let out a sigh of relief. "All right, I guess I was just worrying too much." Back at Lu Sheng's table, a waitress brought out a mountain of food, along with a massive stack of steamed buns. "Your order is all here. Please enjoy your meal." Nan Nan and Zheng Dandan's jaws dropped as they stared at the feast Lu Sheng had ordered. "Wow," they asked in shock. "You're going to eat all of this?" Lu Sheng replied casually. "Yeah, my appetite's been pretty big lately." He nonchalantly picked up 2 pig-shaped buns and placed them in Nan Nan's bowl. The little girl's eyes lit up as she squealed with delight. "Ooh, they're so cute." Lu Sheng chuckled and looked at her. "Hey, little sis, let's see who can finish eating first, okay?" Nan Nan's face filled with determination. "Okay." The contest began. Nan Nan had just taken her first tiny bite of a bun, but when she looked over, she saw Lu Sheng shoving an entire tray of food into his mouth, which made her freeze on the spot. Seeing Lu Sheng eat like a monster, Lin Zishan thought to herself with disgust. Only someone from a poor family who hasn't even become an official martial artist would eat so much. Any decent martial artist with some money would rely on energy supplements to replenish the power they burn through during daily training. Even those without much money would choose higher quality food as a substitute. For example, both she and Zheng Dandan carried jerky with them. A level 1 martial artist only needs a few pieces to last the whole day. If you eat that much regular food, you'd spend half the day just going to the bathroom. Lin Zishan watched them eat with a look of disdain. Zheng Dandan, on the other hand, was staring at Lu Sheng, completely captivated. "Wow, he eats with so much gusto. He's so handsome." Sensing trouble, Lin Zishan leaned close to Zheng Dandan's ear and whispered, "Hey, Dandan, don't tell me you actually like this Lu Sheng guy for real?" Zheng Dandan replied without a hint of hesitation. "Of course I do. Isn't it obvious enough already?" Just then, Nan Nan happened to pull Lu Sheng away from his seat. "Big brother, they have a buffet over there. Come with me." Lu Sheng, happy to spoil the little girl, went along with her, leaving the two friends alone. Lin Zishan was stunned. She quickly tried to talk some sense into her friend. "But he's younger than us, and he's just a high school student. You saw his unstable aura, didn't you? I bet his martial arts talent and his family background are nothing to write home about. You're a top student at Dongning Martial Arts University, a certified level 2 martial artist." Zheng Dandan heard her out but was completely unfazed. It's only a 3 or 4 year difference. Age is just a number. Besides, the best thing about a younger guy is that he's young. I believe this is fate. The fact that you brought me to Bullhead Mountain to meet him proves that we were destined to be together. Lin Zishan stubbornly kept trying to persuade her friend. But if you two started dating, how would you even make it work? It'd be a long-distance relationship. Even the deepest love can't survive years of being apart. And what about after graduation? The starting salary for an official martial artist is only 5 or 6,000 a month. Where's the house? What about a car? Seeing that Dandan wasn't budging, Lin Zishan pressed on. Dandan, love isn't just some fleeting spark. It's about paying the bills and putting food on the table every day. As your martial arts strength grows, the gap between you two will just get bigger and bigger. All that pressure will build up until one day, it just explodes. Hearing this, Zheng Dandan gently explained her feelings to her friend. None of the things you mentioned are problems to me. I'm a level 2 martial artist. I can guide Lu Sheng on his path. Even if he doesn't get into Dongning Martial Arts University, I can take the bus to see him every week. He doesn't have a car? He doesn't have a house? I do. At this point, Zheng Dandan clasped her hands together and smiled brightly. And let's take a million steps back. Even if Lu Sheng can only ever be a normal person, then I'll just be a normal person with him. That's fine too. If I could just be a normal person, I wouldn't have to train every single day. Imagine how nice that would be. Lately, I feel like all this training is making my calves thick and ugly. Zheng Dandan's gaze drifted over to where Lu Sheng and Nan Nan were happily playing, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Besides, who says Lu Sheng is ordinary? In my eyes, he will always be dazzlingly handsome. I believe Lu Sheng's future is limitless. Hearing this, Lin Zishan was stunned and whispered to Zheng Dandan, "You've completely lost it. Giving up over 10 years of martial arts for some high school kid?" Lin Zishan pointed at Lu Sheng, her face a mask of disbelief. "Look at him stumbling around. I honestly have no idea what you're thinking." Zheng Dandan sighed, looking sadly at her friend. "Hey, don't you think you're worrying about me a little too soon? Nothing has even happened yet. Just wait until I actually win Lu Sheng over." From a distance, Lu Sheng's enhanced senses picked up every single word of their conversation. He scratched his head awkwardly and sighed. Man, they're being so dramatic. Nanan looked up curiously. "Big brother? What does dramatic mean?" Lu Sheng forced a smile and replied, "It's nothing. It just means those big sisters are very pretty." Hearing that, something seemed to click for Nanan. The little girl ran over to Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan, pointed right at them and announced, "Big brother, these two sisters are really dramatic." Lu Sheng wished a hole in the ground would swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan were just confused. What in the world was a dramatic sister? The next morning, as the tourists prepared to board the bus, the complaints started. The beds at that inn were hard as a rock. I couldn't sleep at all, and there were so many bugs. I was bitten all night long. I'm never coming back to this miserable place again. Suddenly, an old man spoke up with a question. "Hey, why haven't I seen that family of 3 today?" "The bus is about to leave." The tour guide looked around, flustered. "What? They aren't in their room? Everyone, please help me find them. I can't reach them by phone either." The old man then realized someone else was missing. "That young man isn't here either." A few of the older women began to worry. How can so many people just disappear in one night? This is so strange. The tour guide hurriedly made a phone call while trying to reassure the group. "Everyone, please just rest for now. I'm going to call for a rescue team." Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan overheard the conversation, completely bewildered. Why are Lu Sheng and that family of 3 gone? Lin Zishan was puzzled. "I wouldn't worry about the family. That father is no ordinary man. But Lu Sheng being gone, that's definitely weird," Zheng Dandan said with a hint of worry. "I couldn't care less if they're ordinary or not. With the guide busy searching for people, the rest of our trip is probably going to be cancelled." After saying that, Zheng Dandan shot her hand in the air and ran towards the forest, yelling back to the group, "I'm going into the mountains to find Lu Sheng." Lin Zishan, of course, wouldn't let her friend go alone. "Hey, don't be so reckless." And just like that, the two of them plunged into the forest, ignoring the shocked chatter of the crowd. Elsewhere, deep in the woods, a cute squirrel was turning a chestnut when a figure blurred past like the wind, startling it half to death. It was Lu Sheng, moving like a phantom through the trees. He thought to himself, after a night's rest, the agony of dying in that dreamscape has finally started to fade. Reaching a high cliff, Lu Sheng leaped effortlessly to the very top. With no time to waste, he immediately dropped to one knee, probing the earth with his spiritual power. After a few moments, he finally found the ore he'd been searching for. He flexed his spiritual power, lifting a massive chunk of earth into the air. The precious ore tumbled out along with the dirt. Lu Sheng made a quick hand gesture, pointing at the chunks of minerals. As they fell, the large pieces transformed, shrinking into pebble-sized beads that levitated in his hand. He wondered aloud, "So, this is Dayan's silver." Overcome with curiosity, he channeled his spiritual power into one of the beads. Upon infusing it with his power, Lu Sheng confirmed his suspicion. Dayan silver could change its form at will. The pebbles morphed from small stones into a long, shimmering cord. Lu Sheng grabbed the silver rope and swung it in a circle. He thought, this little bit of Dayan silver must be about 4 to 5 caddies. If the price is the same as the list I saw, this is worth over 2 billion. But This is just the raw, unprocessed ore. To forge it into a weapon for a spirit master, it needs to go through dozens of refining processes. 4 to 5 caddies of this might only yield 1 caddy of usable silver, if I'm lucky. It all depends on the purity of the ore in this deposit. Lu Sheng glanced at the vein, his expression souring. Calling this a small mine is giving it too much credit. It's more like a mini deposit. I've already dug out about 70% of it. If anyone else found this place, they'd clean it out in less than a week. He turned his attention back to the massive slab of rock. Now how am I supposed to move something this big? A piece this huge will definitely attract unwanted attention. My original plan was to just dig up a small piece and leave, but once I started, I couldn't stop. It looks like I have no choice but to find someone to help me transport it. With that, Lu Sheng put the Dian silver back where he found it. He covered it with earth, stomping on it until it looked completely undisturbed. Then Lu Sheng began to strategize. I remember there's a small minority village a few kilometers from here. I can probably find help there. People who are isolated from the rest of the world are bound to be simple and honest. If I offer a generous reward, there shouldn't be any problems. But if the money truly awakens their greed. As he thought this, a dark vision flashed in his mind. The villagers helping him, taking his money, then trying to rob him. An unsettling smile crept onto his face as he clenched his fist. Then I'll just have to crush them. He suddenly snapped out of it, hitting himself on the head. Damn it. Why are my thoughts becoming so violent and cruel? This is a lawful society, for crying out loud. A lawful society. Standing on the high cliff, he could easily see the small village below. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, feeling a bit nervous. He told himself, be polite, no violence. I must persuade them with virtue. Persuade them with virtue. Elsewhere, in another part of the forest, Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan were still desperately searching for Lu Sheng. Dandan looked around nervously. This place is so desolate. Would Lu Sheng really come all the way out here? Lin Zishan swatted at the swarming insects around her. You're the one who insisted on finding him. Are you giving up already? Wait. Suddenly, Lin Zishan spotted something. She stopped Dandan and pointed. Look! What is that? Zheng Dandan followed her friend's gaze and saw Nanan's bright yellow plastic ball. She gasped in shock. That's the ball that little girl is always carrying. While Lin Zishan was scanning their surroundings, Zheng Dandan unconsciously reached out to touch the ball. In an instant, a swarm of black spiders and sticky webs erupted from the ground. They quickly trapped both girls, binding them tightly. What's happening? I can't move! Back in the village, a young man ran through the streets, shouting at the top of his lungs, Village Chief, Big Sis A is back. He burst through a doorway and announced to the chief inside, her entire family has returned. Inside, an old man was carving a piece of wood. He was the chief of Xianja village. Before he could even look up to see what was happening, Nanan came flying towards him. Grandpa, I missed you so much. Oh, Nanan. The moment he saw her, the little girl crashed right into his chest, making him drop the wood to the ground. Nanan bumped her head but just giggled and asked, Hey, have you been well, Grandpa? Though he looked a bit winded, he patted her head and replied, Cough, cough. I'm doing just fine, child. At that moment, Nanan's parents walked in. Her mother nervously greeted her father. Father, we've returned, Tang Maolin added, full of guilt. Father-in-law. Seeing their anxious expressions, the old chief simply stared at them in silence. 2 young men emerged from inside to greet them. Big Sis A, brother-in-law, what brings you 2 back? The old man's face was grim, but he answered anyway. Why else? They came to visit this old man, of course. You 2, go hunt some beasts. Get some big ones. We'll have a celebratory feast tonight. The 2 young men immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Seeing how excited Nanan was, one of them lifted her onto his shoulders. Nanan, let's go catch some animals. Nanan cheered happily. Yay! Wild animals! I want to eat bird soup! The last time I had it, it was to die for. The village chief lit his pipe. All right. You wouldn't have come all this way if nothing was wrong. Spit it out. Why are you really back? Hearing this, the wife looked at her husband with worry in her eyes. Maolin. Taking his wife's cue, Maolin looked his father-in-law directly in the eyes. Father-in-law, we. And so, the 3 of them sat down to talk. After hearing their story, the old chief choked on his pipe smoke. He coughed violently and sputtered. Cough, cough! A level 3! You provoked a level 3 spirit master? He exploded with rage, pointing a trembling finger at Tang Maolin. I knew it. I knew nothing good would ever come from you showing your face here. I knew this day was coming, ever since you first stormed my camp to take Manhwa away. Seeing the tension, Manhwa pleaded with her father. Please, father, help Maolin. If not for him, then do it for me. Tang Maolin pressed on, a desperate edge to his voice. Father-in-law, you've been pushing for level 3 for so long. Did you? He couldn't even finish before the old man cut him off. I failed, and it left me with internal injuries. My power is a shadow of what it was. If a level 3 spirit master truly tracks you here, the most I can do is buy you a few precious seconds. You need to take the child and run. Find help somewhere else. The news hit them like a physical blow. Manhwa covered her mouth, unable to speak, while Mao Lin shot to his feet. But who could we possibly find to help us? The old man's eyes were bloodshot as he blew out a cloud of smoke and snapped at them. Who do you find? You find the authorities. You call the cops. They just stared at him, completely lost. He continued, we live in a lawful society now. He may be a level 3 spirit master, but he can't just kill people in broad daylight, can he? Tang Maolin grabbed his head, gritting his teeth in frustration. Asterisk. If the cops could actually do something? Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, why the hell would I have come all the way out here? Asterisk. Just then, a villager burst in, shouting, Chief, there's an outsider here. The three of them froze, their minds instantly jumping to one conclusion. The level 3 spirit master had found them. Pure terror washed over their faces. Outside, Lu Sheng consulted his map as he climbed the steps. He took in the wooden walls and the people milling about and mumbled to himself, so this is the camp from the map, huh? Pretty quiet out here. Whoosh! A throwing dagger sliced through the air, but he sidestepped it with ease, letting it sink into a tree trunk. The attacker glared at him suspiciously. Who are you? And how did you find this place? Lu Sheng remained silent, his gaze razor-sharp, ready to strike. But suddenly, a small head popped out. Big brother! Nom Nom squealed, running straight into his arms. You came to Grandpa's house to play with me, right? He was totally caught off guard. Just then, Nom Nom's parents and the old chief stepped outside and let out a collective sigh of relief. It was just that young man. Thank goodness. The old man looked at them, surprised. You know this kid? Mao Lin was the first to ask. What are you doing here? Lu Sheng gave a practiced answer. I ditched my tour group, headed up the mountain alone, and kinda got myself lost. Wandered around for a bit and ended up here. He then turned to the other man. Brother Tang, don't tell me you guys got lost out here too? Mao Lin chuckled. Ha, nah. This is my wife's hometown. We visit every year. Just hitched a ride with a tour group to make it easier. Oh, that makes sense, Lu Sheng replied, not pressing the issue. The old chief studied him, a smile spreading across his face. Your eyes. They're clear. I like that. Welcome to Xianlin camp. The guy who'd thrown the dagger now clapped Lu Sheng on the shoulder. Ha, so you're a friend. My bad, man. Seriously, sorry about that. Guess I was a little jumpy. He grinned. But hey, your timing is perfect. Big Sis Ah is home. I'll go hunt something special for the occasion. I guarantee a city boy like you has never had anything this good. Haha, sounds great. Thanks, Lu Sheng said, brushing it off. An old woman then approached him. Young man, care to buy some of our village crafts? No, thank you, ma'am. But inside, his mind was racing. Asterisk, this Xianlin camp. This is no ordinary village. Asterisk. He glanced at the family. Spirit masters were supposed to be rare, yet there were 3 of them right here. The old chief was even a peak level 2. Holding Nom Nom, Lu Sheng sighed internally. As spirit masters, they have to know the value of certain precious items. Asterisk. So how am I supposed to bring this up? Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk, am I really going to threaten this whole family just to level up my own power? That feels wrong. Asterisk. Suddenly, Nom Nom's face fell. Big brother. We can't play catch. I lost my ball. Lu Sheng's voice softened instantly. Oh, you lost it? Don't worry. I'll help you F. He stopped mid-sentence. He felt a familiar presence. Asterisk. That energy signature? Asterisk. It was Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan. Asterisk. What are they doing all the way out here? On a tour? Asterisk. Something felt off. He immediately focused his spiritual power into his eyes. Asterisk. Wait. It's not just them. Asterisk. Just then, Nom Nom pointed. Look, my ball. A ball rolled to a stop near Lu Sheng's feet, followed by a mocking voice. Well. I never thought you'd run to a backwater hole like this. When Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan spotted Lu Sheng, they struggled against their gags, their eyes wide with terror, desperately trying to warn him to run. A huge man had them slung over his shoulder, and leading the group was Wu Shijing. He smirked. You really made us go through a lot of trouble. The old chief's blood ran cold. He turned to Mao Lin. This is the problem you were talking about? Asterisk. It's over. Asterisk. The sheer pressure radiating from Wu Shijing was overwhelming. This wasn't just a level 3 spirit master. This was the absolute peak of level 3. The chief instantly took a fighting stance. Mao Lin, take the child and get everyone out of here. Go! With a flick of his wrist, dozens of daggers shot toward Wu Shijing. The villain didn't even deign to look at them. He simply waved a hand, and the daggers froze in midair. A sneak attack? He sneered. Is this pathetic parlor trick all you've got? Don't tell me this old fossil is the backup you were relying on. Mao Lin and the chief could only stare, their jaws hanging open. The villain scoffed. Calling that flimsy spiritual power a technique is an insult to the very title of Spirit Master. The chief's face burned with fury. Wu Shijing advanced, purple energy swirling around his hands. But that's fine, he hissed. I'll just enjoy shattering every last shred of your hope, and I'll teach you what true despair feels like. Mao Lin knew there was no way out. He resolved to fight to the death, pouring all his energy into one last stand. Wu Xi Jing, I'll drag you to hell with me. Mao Lin strained, using his psychokinesis to hurl solid iron cannonballs at his foe. But Wu Shijing didn't even flinch. He just stood there, arms crossed, with an air of complete boredom. With a flick of his wrist, countless ethereal threads shot out, dicing the cannonballs into scrap metal. The pieces rained down at his feet. Mao Lin's eyes went wide. No way. My solid iron projectiles. They didn't even scratch him? Wu Shijing picked up a fragment, a cruel smile on his face. Huh. You thought a hunk of solid iron could hurt me? You truly don't understand the gap between us. Wu Xijing raised his hand, and in an instant, dozens of threads erupted, binding everyone. Mommy! Nam Nam cried out in fear. Manhwa struggled desperately to reach her daughter, but the threads held her fast. Mao Lin roared in fury. Wu Xijing, your fight is with me. Are you so pathetic you have to attack women and children? The villain just laughed, a manic glint in his eyes. Ha ha ha! Still talking tough when you're about to die? I love it. He gave his wrist a slight twist. The threads around Mao Lin and the chief constricted, drawing screams of agony. Wu Shijing then glanced at his two hostages. You know, my original plan was simple. I was going to kill these two little schoolgirls and pin the whole thing on you. His threads now filled the entire clearing. But this place, he mused, it's perfect, completely cut off from the world. It means I can be thorough. He licked his lips in a sickening display, his eyes landing on little Nam Nam. And don't you worry about your precious daughter. When I turn her into a fine maiden's wine, I'll be sure to save the first cup for you. He burst into insane laughter as the little girl shook with pure terror. Mao Lin understood the horrifying implication. Cruise an ancient forbidden art that turns a living person into a wine vessel. You. Monster. Pure, unadulterated rage flooded Mao Lin's veins. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Wu Xijing cackled with glee. Ha ha ha, yes, that's the look I've been waiting for. The look of absolute despair. Watching this nightmare unfold, tears streamed down Lin Zishan's face. Asterisk, it's hopeless. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, he's a peak level 3. We're all going to die here. Asterisk. A wave of regret washed over her. Asterisk, I just wanted to clear my head. Why did I have to come here? Asterisk. Zheng Dandan stared at Lu Sheng, who was still standing there silently. She refused to accept this ending. Asterisk. Is this really it? Are we all just going to die? I refuse to believe it. Lu Sheng. Asterisk. Music. Asterisk. If there's a next life. I hope we meet again. Asterisk. Wu Xijing gestured to his thugs. Go on. Bring the little one to me. His minions obeyed, carelessly dumping the two students on the ground. They lumbered toward Nam Nam. The terrified little girl could only look up in helpless horror as the two brutes closed in, and just as their hands were about to reach her, Lu Sheng finally made his move. In a single, fluid motion, every last one of Wu Xijing's threads was severed. He staggered back in shock. My mithril spider silk. How could it break? Lu Sheng had effortlessly severed his threads with pure mental force. Finally free, Nan Nan rushed to Lu Sheng's side, clinging to his arm. I can move again. Big brother, please save my parents and everyone. The two brutes roared in fury and charged. Hand the kid over. Let's see you try and stop us. A calm smile played on Lu Sheng's lips. Unafraid, he met each of them with a single punch, a blow that sent them flying through the air. Wu Xijing's jaw dropped. What just happened? Are you a level 5 martial artist? But he immediately dismissed the thought, looking at Lu Sheng's frail form. No, you look too weak. There's no visible aura, no internal energy. You can't possibly be level 5. So how in the world did you do that? He began to channel energy back into his webs. Wait, was it you who snapped my mithril silk before? His eyes narrowed. Tang Mao Lin, this kid, he's your real trump card, isn't he? Mao Lin just stared, completely bewildered by the accusation. The villain, however, sneered with renewed confidence. Without a protective aura to shield you, you're just a brat with a little bit of freakish strength. Against my mithril silk, your fragile body will be sliced like butter. I can't wait to hear you scream. Lu Sheng held Nan Nan close, his voice a steady anchor. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Then he met Wu Xijing's gaze. Give it your best shot. Rage boiled over in Wu Shijing. He thrust his hands forward, screaming, "You're courting death!" A massive spider made of silk shot towards Lu Sheng, but with a simple raise of his hand, the creature was ripped to shreds. Wu Shijing's eyes widened in pure terror. Mastery level. Martial arts? Hearing this, Lin Zishan looked up in disbelief. Mastery level? What is that? To control it with a single hand. Oh my god, I've only ever heard rumors of that level. That's beyond human. The power of a god. Wu Xijing's face went pale, his mind reeling. How is this possible? It can't be. Before the villain could process it, Lu Sheng grabbed the silk threads, yanking him forward. As he was dragged helplessly through the air, Wu Xijing's mind screamed in confusion. How can he control my mithril silk? Damn it all. With no escape, he made a final desperate choice. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. His body began to swell with volatile energy. The village chief saw it and screamed, "He's going to self-destruct his spiritual power. The shockwave will drive everyone here insane." Zhang Dan looked at Lu Sheng, her eyes filled with tears. Lu Sheng, what now? But Lu Sheng remained completely still, unfazed by the impending blast. He just scoffed. I have to say, your spiritual power is pathetically weak. In the next instant, Lu Sheng's spiritual form materialized, easily engulfing the man in its massive palm. With a deafening boom, Lu Sheng simply closed his hand. The man's self-destruction was snuffed out before it even began. Wu Xijing, that piece of trash, collapsed and faded into nothingness, a fool who sealed his own fate. Little Nan Nan just witnessed something beyond incredible. Lu Sheng then began gathering the shimmering threads, impressed. This material is pretty good. Just then, Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan were finally freed, their faces etched with pain and leftover terror. Lu Sheng quickly collected the weaponized silk, a spirit master's weapon made of mithril. I suppose I can put this to good use. Nan Nan hugged him tightly, her eyes sparkling. Wow, big brother, you're incredible. Thank you for saving us. He simply hummed in response. Tang Maolin and the village chief could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Maolin stammered. The martial power Lu Sheng displayed was already terrifying, but his spiritual power is on another level entirely. The chief sighed in awe. Heavens, how old is that kid? He looks like he's still in high school. He couldn't stop praising him. 17, maybe 18 years old, with the power of a level 5 martial artist and mastery level techniques. That's already monstrous. But his spiritual power also crushed a level 3 spirit master like it was nothing. Truly, a new generation of genius has arrived. A dragon is about to rise in our nation. Lin Zishan was still completely stunned. How? How is Lu Sheng so powerful? Wasn't he just some useless glutton? Zheng Dan just gave her friend a knowing smile. He's handsome and strong. Turns out, he was the real genius all along. I'm so glad I saw the truth in him. Tang Maolin clutched his injured arm as he approached Lu Sheng, his mind racing. How should I address him now? He stammered, completely flustered. Mr. Lu, about this time, Seeing how formal he was being, Lu Sheng cut him off. Brother Tang, I just took out some trash who didn't know when to quit. There's no need to thank me. Actually, speaking of which, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered the mithril mine. There is something I need your help with. Before he even finished the sentence, Tang Maolin replied with absolute conviction. Say no more. I will give it my all. 3 hours later, on a bus, Lu Sheng gazed out the window, lost in thought. The main objective for coming to Oxhead Mountain is finally complete. A sense of relief washed over him. He'd left the mithril matter in Tang Maolin's hands. As an officially certified level 2 spirit master, he had the proper channels to deal with it all. Next up, it's my turn to register for the spirit master exam. He looked down at the pile of mithril silk from Wu Xijing, smiling. Plus, I scored an unexpected mithril-grade spiritual weapon. Probably weighs a good 4 to 5 pounds. A very pleasant surprise indeed. Lin Zishan watched Lu Sheng with a complicated expression. She never imagined his power ran so deep. If he hadn't been here, I would have died back on that mountain. Zheng Dandan turned to Lu Sheng. So, where are you headed next? He answered her honestly. The capital. I have some business at the Spirit Master Association. At his words, Lin Zishan flinched, but Zheng Dandan's eyes lit up. The capital? What a coincidence! We're going there too. We can all travel together. Lu Sheng gave an awkward smile. Aren't you two students at Dongning Martial Arts University? Why go to the capital instead of back to Dongning Province? Zheng Dandan was caught completely off guard, and Lin Zishan had to resist face-palming. She sighed and jumped in to save her friend. Dandan's family is actually from the capital. She mentioned wanting to stop by home for a visit after this. Zheng Dandan clung to the excuse like a lifeline. Yeah, that's right. I was just about to head home. Lu Sheng didn't question it further. All right then, let's go together. I don't know my way around the capital, so it's good you'll be there. Zheng Dandan beamed. Hey, no problem. You can even stay at my place if you want. Hey. As she chattered on excitedly, Lu Sheng sighed internally. Man, what am I getting myself into? Am I really considering a relationship with her? Whatever. I have too much to do right now. I'll just part ways with them once we reach the city. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he answered it. Hello? A familiar voice came from the other end. Lu Sheng, it's me, Dong Qingshui. He recognized her voice instantly. Hello, Instructor Dong. Is something wrong? She sounded serious. The Kaiming Star General selection has been moved up. Tell me your location. I'm coming to get you now. Lu Sheng was surprised, but his reply was firm. It's been moved up? Understood. I'm about to arrive at the capital's main bus terminal. Hearing this, she confirmed. Good. I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Wait for me. At the capital's bustling bus terminal, the three of them disembarked. Lu Sheng turned to the girls. Something urgent came up. I won't be heading into the city after all. Let's say our goodbyes here. Zhang Dandan's face fell. What? Where are you going? I can get someone to give you a ride. Just then, a huge commotion erupted nearby, and everyone's jaws hit the floor. Holy crap, look! That's the Lion Nation's Heart of the Emperor. And it's the latest model. No way, it's the real deal. That's how the rich live. A ridiculously luxurious car pulled up right beside them. A girl jumped out, running to hug Dandan. Dandan, you're back. Zheng Dandan looked a little surprised. Wen Hui? How did you get here so fast? A blonde guy in the driver's seat smirked. Hey Dandan, long time no see. You've gotten even more beautiful. So, who's your friend here? Make some introductions. Wait, why is it you? Trin Dandan saw him frown, but she reluctantly made the introduction anyway. This is Lam Tu San, my best friend at Dongnin Martial Arts University and a level 2 martial artist. Lam Tu San gave a slight nod. After introducing her, Trin Dandan turned to Luke Thon. And this is Luke Thon. I met him during a trip to Ngokdao Mountain. Just a friend. She thought to herself that Luke Thon was shrouded in so many mysteries, she still barely understood him at all. The blonde guy glared at Trin Dandan and Luke Thon with a hint of jealousy. Hearing the introduction, Van Tu walked over to shake Lam Tu San's hand. Whoa, a level 2 martial artist? That's amazing. It's nice to meet you. I'm one of Dandan's best friends, too. My name is Tu Van Tuesday, the blonde guy cut in. The name's Cao Min Luong. Any friend of Dandan's is a friend of mine. You must be tired from the trip. Let's get in the car first. I'll wait for you guys to get back to the capital. Then I'll show you around the city. Suddenly, Trin Dandan spoke up. Wait a minute. Your car only has 4 seats. We'll just grab our own ride. Luke Thon quickly chimed in. There's no need. My friend will be here soon, so it's all good. Van Tu immediately started trying to convince Trin Dandan. What's the big deal, Dandan? He's just some guy you met on a trip. Why are you treating him like he's so important? We're your real friends here. Don't tell me you've fallen for him. Aren't there tons of handsome guys like him around us? Cao Min Long then pulled out his wallet, his tone dripping with condescension. My fault. I wasn't thinking things through. Since you're an acquaintance of Dandan's, we can't treat you poorly. He held out a stack of cash. Here, this should be enough, right? Take the money and get your own cab. Trin Dandan's face darkened, and she furiously shouted, What the hell do you two think you're doing? Seeing her anger, Luke Thon placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her down. It's all right, don't worry about it, like I said just now. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the stack of cash right out of Cao Min Luong's hand. Luke Thon said, My ride is here. From the sky, a helicopter descended, leaving everyone completely stunned. What the? Music? Heck is that? Dong Tin Tuyet stood at the open door, her voice cold. Hurry up and get in. We can't land in the middle of the street. This scene was just too cool. Ridiculously, unbelievably cool. Right. Hearing her, Luke Thon leaped high into the air, grabbing onto the rope ladder. Everyone's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. Is that a chopper from the Eastern Military District? Did he just fly up there? Luke Thon turned back and waved to the stunned group below. Well then, everyone. I'll see you next time. And with that, the helicopter climbed higher and flew away. The blonde girl gasped. Holy moly, you'd have to call that guy a living legend of the streets. The other young man was sweating bullets. It felt like watching some middle-aged lady ride a bike into a sales office and buy out an entire apartment complex in one go. Cao Min Luong was frozen solid, stammering, Dan, who is your friend? Trin Dan. Dan shot him a furious look, then grabbed Lam Tusan's arm and pulled her away. Tusan, let's just get a car to Luongthon. Sorry, everyone. They're going to Luongthon, not the capital. The narrator messed that up a few chapters ago. Trin Dan stormed off, fuming, while the other two were left speechless. The military helicopter moved incredibly fast, with countless buildings zipping by below. Riding in the chopper, Luke Thon looked down and said, This is my first time in a helicopter. Everything below looks like a tiny town made of Lego bricks. Dong Tin Tuyet smiled and asked him, Do you like it? If you like it, you can join our Eastern Military District in the future. The innocent Luke Thon didn't think twice before blurting out a bold reply. Oh, I thought you were going to say you'd give me one. Dong Tin Tuyet stepped in front of him. Are you dreaming? I meant you could ride in one every day. If you become a Grandmaster and a Major General in the district, the Eastern Command will automatically provide you with a personal helicopter. Dong Tin Tuyet frowned, thinking to herself, this kid, he seems to have gotten even stronger again. Now, I really can't see through him at all. She said to Luke Thon, all right, let's get down to business. 3 days ago, all the training camps in the eastern provinces officially ended. The chosen candidates have been decided, and I've looked over the files. Her expression turned serious. The contestants this time are stronger than any previous batch. Tan Thiu Quan picked up a stack of papers and said, Heh, if it weren't for you, I'd probably have to step in myself. Over 80% are martial artists with special talents, including one with an elemental control type gift. Furthermore, there's one who passed the Level 2 Spirit Master assessment, more than 20 geniuses at Level 3 or higher. And finally, there's even a monster with Level 4 strength. Luke Thon didn't seem worried or tense at all. He just let out a casual, oh. Dong Tin Tuyet gave a wry smile and said, hearing about their power levels, you don't feel anything at all? Luke Thon put on a hilariously fake expression and said, it's so dramatic. I'm totally shocked. Tan Thiu Quan pointed at him and laughed. Hey, you're a terrible actor, kid. I knew it. For a monster like you, it doesn't matter how amazing others are, you wouldn't feel a thing. Hurry up and tell him about the rewards. Hearing the word rewards, Luke Thon's eyes lit up like stars. His spirits instantly lifted. Dong Tin Tuyet began to explain, I knew you'd be interested in this. This year's selection is special. The heads of the Eastern Command will all be watching. Also, the selection this time won't be a two-sided lottery match. The two of them looked serious. It will be conducted in a different way, fighting alien beasts. Hearing this, Luke Thon focused intently, looking at his own hands and wondering, alien beasts? They are the most powerful enemy in the current world, appearing from cracks in the earth and sky. Alien beasts are boundless, infinite, and incomparably mighty. Even though countless human experts throw themselves onto the battlefield every year, they can't stop humanity's living space from being slowly, bit by bit, stolen away. Luke Thon got straight to the point, saying seriously, I never expected the military to let students face alien beasts so soon. It seems the situation on the front lines isn't looking too optimistic. Seeing that he understood, Dong Tin Tuyet explained, you're right. All the nation's experts are trying to find a way to break the stalemate, so the higher-ups have made a decision. For future geniuses like you, who have an extremely high success rate, we're abandoning the old, gentle approach. Instead, we'll let you feel the pressure firsthand, and use it to fuel your journey on the path of martial arts. Luke Thon sat and listened intently. Tin Tuyet continued, as a certain great figure once said, only through blood and fire can true, top-tier martial artists be forged. Don't think the selection has just gotten harder, because the rewards have become much richer as well. Luke Thon let out an interested oh. Let's hear it. Just by getting into the top 10, you can receive a portion of alien blood, and if you make the top 3, you can directly enter the alien blood pool. And if you become the Keeming Rising Star, the #1 champion, you will get to enter the alien marrow pool. Hearing this, the young main character was a bit puzzled. Alien blood, alien marrow. Why does that sound so intense? Dong Tin Tuyet explained, it's a huge amount of energy extracted from the bodies of alien beasts, far better than the beast meat you ate at the training camp. That was just the simplest form of processing. Alien blood is extracted from the cellular fluid of the beasts. Alien marrow is their spinal fluid. And this time, all the rewards the Eastern Command is offering come from beasts that are level 4 and above. This is completely unprecedented. Tan Thiu Quan, who had been sitting, suddenly stood up. Those in the top 10 get one portion of alien blood, maybe a few hundred milliliters. But the top 3 get to enter the pool. That's an entire cultivation chamber, practically an unlimited supply. I know your appetite is huge, kid. This time, you can absorb as much as you want. A single portion from a level 4 beast costs at least 50 million on the market. In the alien marrow pool, a whole pool of that stuff is worth at least 10 billion. Easy. Luke Thon was both excited and surprised. Something that valuable is offered as an unlimited supply? He thought to himself. The cultivation of my stellar indestructible body technique requires a massive supply of energy. If I only rely on bone-nourishing pills and spirit-strengthening blood decoction, who knows how long it'll take to finish the first stage. If I can get a huge amount of energy from this alien blood or marrow, I can definitely shorten my training time immensely. This is a golden opportunity. After a moment, Lu Sheng spoke with total confidence. I get it now, Instructor Dong. It looks like we've finally arrived. This must be the Eastern Military Zone. From up here, you can see the whole place is surrounded by thick, reinforced walls. Qin Xiaojun, standing next to him, asked, "So? Pretty wild, right?" But Lu Sheng didn't seem impressed, thinking to himself, "Wild? What's so wild about this? The martial arts bases 10,000 years from now were way bigger than this, but they still got crushed by the beasts without a second thought. Now, times was a wild sight. The helicopter finally touched down on a landing pad. Lu Sheng stepped out of the chopper, ready to head to his room. He'd only gone a few steps when Dong Qingshu called out, "Lu Sheng, I'll come get you tomorrow." She pointed to a wall panel and said, "If you need anything, use that device. Someone will bring it for you. Get some real rest today." Lu Sheng wasn't sure what to say, so he just gave her a silent, simple nod. A moment later, Lu Sheng was back in his room, sprawled out on the bed. It wasn't long before he was pulled back into the dreamscape. The scene was exactly the same. The woman on the snow-capped mountain, surrounded by ancient ice. She stood there, a figure of overwhelming power. Just looking at her, Lu Sheng felt a primal fear rise up inside him. But then, a confident smirk crossed his face. "No, I'm going to challenge her again." Our boy started by activating his blood chi amplification, followed by the breath of fire technique. Flames erupted, creating a raging vortex around Lu Sheng. A fire lit up in his eyes as he activated the Mirror of the Wisdom King. His astral form became a hulking, muscular warrior, his spiritual power multiplied by 10. He threw a colossal punch. Grandmaster art, 10 suns in the sky. A brilliant flame lit up the world, but suddenly, a wave of pain washed over Lu Sheng, jolting him awake. Lu Sheng sat up in a meditative pose. "Humph, I failed again," he thought. But this time, I was fully prepared. I actually had a chance to fight back. This battle has refined my martial arts even further. Over 10 of my techniques have reached the perfection realm, and my 10 complete martial Dao has taken another leap forward. The most important thing is that I've conquered my fear of death. My spirit is stronger and more pure. As he was lost in his thoughts, someone arrived at his door. Lu Sheng opened it. "Instructor Dong, Instructor Qin." Qin Xiaojun asked him, "Yo, Lu Sheng, how'd you rest?" It was fine. It's just a little stuffy and hot in here." Dong Qingshui explained. "We can't do anything about that. The #1 battlefront with the beasts is just a few hundred kilometers from here. Many of those beasts release toxic gases, so the base is extremely serious about air security." Suddenly, she stared at Lu Sheng and hesitated. "But, you." Seeing her pause, Lu Sheng just smiled and said, "Yeah? What's up? Is there something on my face?" "No, it's just, you feel a little different today than you did yesterday." Her answer even surprised Lu Sheng, who let out an, "Oh, it seems I'm giving off a different vibe." Qin Xiaojun agreed with her. "Yeah, I feel it too." Instructor Dong wondered to herself. Yesterday, he was like a piece of raw jade covered in mud. But today, all that mud has been washed away, revealing a perfectly polished gem underneath. Faced with their confusion, our boy Lu Sheng decided to flex a little. With a confident smirk, he replied, "Maybe I just got more handsome? This is the prime age for a growth spurt, you know? It's totally normal for my face to get sharper." Qin Xiaojun heard that and laughed so hard he started crying. "Ha ha ha, you're really something else. Being shameless is totally your style." "I gotta respect it." Dong Qingshui could only stand there, completely speechless. After that, the three of them left. On the way, Qin Xiaojun asked Lu Sheng, "Hey, be real with me. What are your chances of taking the #1 spot?" Lu Sheng thought for a second before saying, Not that great." Just then, a voice cut in from nearby. Well, if it isn't Instructor Dong Qingshui, what a coincidence. It's been way too long. You look the same as the last time we met, huh?" Instructor Dong's face turned to ice as she replied, "Shang Guanling, you're just as disgusting as ever." Lu Sheng watched with interest. This feels like more than just a rivalry." That guy ignored Dong Qingshui's insult and pointed a finger right at Lu Sheng, stirring up trouble. "Haha, Qin Xiaojun, look at yourself. It's bad enough that you're a failure, but it looks like your eye for talent is total garbage too. Is this the guy you picked? Are you trying to embarrass our entire Dongning province?" Instructor Qin immediately plugged his nose, waving his hand as if it stank. "Ugh, gross." He looked at the guy and said, "Shang Guanling, you should really brush your teeth before you talk. Spreading that nasty breath everywhere is just plain rude." He opened a file, flipping through a few pages mockingly. "Don't tell me your Dongyi province has some kind of genius? Oh wait, it doesn't look like much. Why don't I see any stars next to your candidates' names in the file?" Shangguanling continued. "Oh, this is interesting. How about this? We make a little bet. A single portion of level 5 mutant marrow. We'll see whose representative gets a higher rank in the selection. What do you say?" Dong Qingshui immediately fired back, trying to provoke him. "Heh, just one portion? There are 3 of us. What's so interesting about a one-portion bet?" As soon as she finished, the three of them turned to leave. Instructor Qin even gave him the finger as a challenge. Shangguanling, if you're broke, don't act rich. It's just embarrassing. Dong Qingshui smirked and walked away, adding, you can't afford this bet. Let's go. Shangguanling stood there, grinding his teeth in pure frustration. They had only taken a few steps before he shouted, hey, wait a minute. He held up 3 fingers and said, fine, 3 portions it is. We'll bet 3 portions of level 5 mutant marrow. When Dong Qingshui didn't say anything, he sneered. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're scared, Dong Qingshui. Or was raising the price just your way of backing out of the bet? Who's the one who can't afford it now? Ha ha ha. Dong Qingshui gritted her teeth in anger and replied, fine, I accept. Shangguanling laughed victoriously. Ha ha, excellent. Then he turned and slapped his subordinate on the shoulder, telling Zhao Li, did you see that? Now that's what I call guts. 3 portions of level 5 mutant marrow. That's enough to raise your fire control talent to a whole new level. Hurry up and thank instructor Dong Qingshui. Zhao Li followed his lead, placing a hand on his chest with a smug look, saying, then of course, I, Zhao Li, must thank instructor Dong Qingshui in advance. Qin Xiaojun blew up when he heard that. What did you just say? A martial artist with an elemental control talent? Shangguanling, you son of a bitch. You tricked us? Why isn't an elemental control talent written in his file? Shangguanling laughed like he just won the lottery. Haha, who made the rule that you have to write everything down in the file? You guys are just idiots. Better get those 3 portions of level 5 mutant marrow ready for me. Ha ha ha. Instructor Qin was shaking with rage but couldn't do a thing. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was perfectly calm, and Instructor Dong looked like she couldn't care less. The second Shangguanling left, Qin Xiaojun dropped his act, coughed a few times, and said, so, how was my acting? Pretty convincing, right? Did it feel real? Dong Qingshui turned away and muttered, ugh. Everyone hides some of their strength on paper. Only an idiot like Shangguanling thinks he's the only one smart enough to do it. Elemental control is powerful, sure, but I wonder how it compares to a level 3 spirit master. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just shook his head at Instructor Qin. That was awful. Your expression was way too over the top, and your movements were stiff. Not good at all. Dong Qingshui turned back to Lu Sheng and said, the Shangguan family has never gotten along with the Dong and Qin families. That guy is famous for his trash mouth. Every time we meet, he has to start something. And since our region hasn't had a real genius in a long time, we've always been pushed around. So this time, all our hopes are riding on you. Don't worry about the bet. I'm the one who agreed to it. If we lose, I'll pay the 3 portions myself. But if we win, my share is all yours. Qin Xiaojun cheerfully added, heh heh, I'll give you my share too. After walking a bit further, they arrived. Dong Qingshui told Lu Sheng, okay, this is it. We can only bring you this far. Someone else will explain the rules of the selection to you. All right, thanks, instructors. Just as the elevator doors were closing, Dong Qingshui stopped them. Wait, she looked at him with a serious expression and asked, Lu Sheng, are you even sure about this selection? I'm talking about the Morning Star position. He struck a pose, pretending to think hard. Heh, a little, but not much. Hearing that, Dong Qingshui let the elevator door go. It slid shut, leaving behind the instructor's questions. Is that right? And how much is not much? The 2 instructors looked on with worried faces, as if all hope was lost. But then, Lu Sheng flashed a confident grin. Let's say, 99%. Unless my eligibility suddenly gets revoked, then of course I can't be number 1. Inside the conference room, everyone shot to their feet as a man entered, saluting. Major General! Major General Du! He raised a hand. Sit down. This was Major General Du Fei Yi, a 7th-level Grandmaster. He took his seat at the head of the table. Have all the provincial prodigies assembled? Instructor Dong quickly reported in. They have all gathered, and the beasts for the trial have been inspected. Each candidate will enter their own individual path. The first to defeat all the beasts and reach the finish line will be the victor. The beasts on each path include 3 level 2 beasts, 1 level 3 beast, and 1 level 4 beast. But for the final, most critical challenge, they will face the near 5th level golden-eyed demon ape. A wave of shock rippled through the room. A near 5th level beast? And the golden-eyed demon ape at that, the strongest among all beasts of its rank. Even for high-ranking officers like us, it would take 2 people to bring one down. Isn't a challenge this difficult too much for a group of 18-year-olds? Dong Qingshui explained, they aren't required to defeat the demon ape alone. They will face it together. The Morning Star is a leader for the army. Facing a powerful enemy by uniting all forces is the only path to victory, even if they are competitors. Du Feiyi's face was grim. The Eastern Military Region defends the 2nd most important and the 2nd most dangerous front line in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Yet, for years, we've consistently ranked last in the national military competitions. If the combined power of our most elite young martial artists can't even stand against a single young, near 5th level beast, then our eastern region, and the Dragon Kingdom itself, has no future. His expression was severe, his words as hard as steel. The instructors were stunned into silence, unable to say a word. Du Fei Yi calmly commanded, "Begin. Let's see what kind of talent we have this time." "Yes, sir." A young man burst from the starting line. He thought to himself, "This year's selection is special. I am the hope of Haiqing province. I am the one destined to become the morning star." Just as he finished his thought, a massive beast appeared before him. The candidate froze in shock. The beast charged in an instant, slamming him to the ground. He cursed in fury, "You damn monster!" The beast pinned him against a wall. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bulging as he struggled to push it back. "Who the hell do you think I am? I'm the strongest genius here. Don't you dare!" But it was clear he wasn't going to make it. The beast's power was overwhelming. Inside the observation room, General Du watched the screen and spoke. "The Morning Star is to be humanity's brightest new beacon. The chosen one is the hope of our nation. Simply being outstanding is not enough. The one we need must transcend the ordinary." He then ordered the safety officers to pay close attention. "These kids are our future. Don't let them get seriously injured. Zoom in on the starred candidates. Let's see how the best of the best perform." "Yes, sir." The screen switched to the genius from Dongzhe province, Kong Qing, 17 years and 8 months old. She's a gifted elemental control martial artist. Kong Qing's element is lightning, with a current mastery of level 1. The second candidate from Jiangzhou province is Jia Haorun, 18 years and 3 months old, a level 3 martial artist with psychic gifts. He has already passed the level 2 psychic assessment. Next, the third candidate from Shilin province, Xing Ji, a mountain of muscle, 18 years and 9 months old, a level 4 martial artist who battles beasts with ease. After finishing one off, he flashed a confident smile. He is a defense-type prodigy, with a current talent level of hardening stage 3. He has absolute faith in his defensive power. The beasts grew frustrated, attacking his impenetrable defense. With a single punch, he blew them all away. Du Fei Yi watched and nodded in approval. Not bad. Very skilled indeed. These young people are truly talented. They handle level 2 beasts with ease, and can even one-shot a level 3 beast. This kind of talent would shine brightly in any selection. It seems our top picks are... Suddenly, the general paused mid-sentence and zoomed in on a screen. He let out a surprised, "Oh, fire elemental control. This one's not bad either. Why isn't he a starred candidate?" Hearing Du Fei Yi's praise, an instructor quickly stood up. "Sir, Zhao Li's powers awakened only recently, so we didn't have time to update his file. My apologies." Du Fei Yi waved it off. "No matter. Let his strength do the talking. You did well to nurture such a promising seedling." "Yes, sir. It is merely my duty." He then took his seat, as the other instructors began to whisper amongst themselves. Deliberately hiding his true power just to get a higher rating. Anyone can see through that cheap trick. What a show-off. Then, another instructor gave a subtle signal, while General Du Fei watched on, looking extremely pleased. "Excellent. Very good. He's already broken through the first stage so quickly. He must be about to." But as he was speaking, his eyes widened at another discovery. "Huh? What is this? What in the world is going on with this path's progress?" General Du Fei Yi's voice boomed. "What happened on this route? Why isn't there a single red dot from a beast left? Get me a camera on it now!" Dong Qingshui quickly complied. The camera feed appeared on the main screen. All the beasts were already lying motionless on the ground. Du Fei Yi was stunned. "It's only been 3 minutes. Not only are all the beasts dead, his pace is even faster than the 4-star candidates." He demanded impatiently, "Control room, answer me immediately. I want to know who this is." Dong Qingshui replied, her voice filled with disbelief. That's Lu Sheng's path." Lu Sheng's portrait flashed on the screen. Rewind the camera 3 minutes. We see Lu Sheng calmly walking into the combat zone. His luck seems pretty good. He immediately runs into a massive beast with glowing blue eyes and nose, drool dripping from its maw. The beast looked like it hadn't eaten in ages. The moment it saw Lu Sheng, it charged forward with insane speed. But Lu Sheng just stood there calmly, watching it approach. "In this battle, we'll see who's really the meat." A look of determination crossed his face as he clenched his fist with a confident smirk. "I've eaten your kind before. Pretty tasty." He threw a single, powerful punch. A colossal wave of energy exploded from his fist. The very air distorted from the impact. In the next instant, the beast was simply gone, vaporized into bloody chunks scattered across the floor. The young man spoke with disdain. "That weak?" Just then, 2 more beasts emerged from a doorway, ready to attack. Seeing their comrade annihilated, the other two roared in fury and charged for revenge. As one got close, Lu Sheng casually grabbed it with one hand and squeezed. It shrieked in agony. He flattened the other with a single downward punch. Interesting. Lu Sheng had easily dispatched the beasts in a heartbeat. He could feel the power surging through his body. This ability, it's like the martial control realm, but a level higher, and far more complete. The control realm focuses power for a decisive strike, understanding weaknesses. It's like reaching a state of near omnipotence in battle. Suddenly, a dark energy pulsed from beneath a dead beast. Nothing is unknown. A three-eyed fox lunged at Lu Sheng's back, but he was perfectly calm, sensing everything. Nothing is impossible. Without even looking, Lu Sheng flicked a tiny pebble with his heel. The stone shot out and sent the massive beast flying into the distance. This is the perfected martial path. Watching on the camera, General Du Feiyi was utterly baffled. How can this candidate be so fast? He's already reached the final gate. The other instructors murmured in agreement. Exactly. He looks so ordinary, nothing special. But his punching power is just monstrous. Every single beast went down in one punch. None of them needed a second. Curious, Du Feiyi asked about Lu Sheng. You have his file? Read it. Dong Qingshui picked up the profile and began. Lu Sheng, the genius representative from Dongning Province. Age 18, a Tier 3 martial artist, specializing in strength. Hearing this, Shang Guanling grew anxious, wondering if Lu Sheng was hiding his true power too. Murmurs spread through the room. He really didn't seem to have any outstanding qualities. He hadn't revealed any special abilities during his fights. His overall stats seemed stronger than a normal Tier 3, but not quite at a Tier 4 level. Hearing the whispers, old General Du Feiyi finally spoke. Can none of you see what's really happening? This young man has mastered at least 4 martial arts to the perfection realm. His movement and his fist techniques have both reached the transcendent realm, which is why his combat power is so extraordinary. The instructor's faces tensed. 4 or 5 arts at the perfection realm, with 2 of them at the transcendent level, and he's only 18? That should be impossible, even if he'd started training in the womb. Du Feiyi crossed his arms, looking pleased. It's been a long time since I've seen such a pure martial arts prodigy. We used to see more of them 100 years ago, when the age of martial arts first began. But suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as something unexpected appeared on screen. A mutated beast clung to the wall behind Lu Sheng. Its entire body was trembling, preparing to lunge. Lu Sheng seemed to sense the danger that was stalking him. In the next instant, the beast's clones lunged forward with incredible speed. They had completely surrounded our hero. All at once, the clones charged, aiming to tear Lu Sheng apart. But how could it be that easy? Suddenly, a vortex of blue energy erupted around Lu Sheng. This was the 10 Directions martial perception. He could feel it now. The potential of this power was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. He grabbed one clone by the neck with one hand, then used it to leap high into the air. As he came down, Lu Sheng slammed the beast into the ground with devastating force. An absolutely epic takedown. After dealing with it, Lu Sheng calmly walked away. The beast twitched on the ground behind him. Old General Du Feiyi shot up from his seat, unable to believe his eyes. A Tier 4 Tai Lin leopard. Defeated just like that? That's when the general finally realized it. I was wrong. This kid's fist technique isn't at the transcendent realm. It's at the realm of absolute control. Qin Shaojun stroked his chin, a grin spreading across his face. So that's what he meant by 99% confidence. With that kind of skill, I can see why. Haha. Nearby, instructor Shangguan Ling remembered the bet he'd made and broke out in a cold sweat. He ground his teeth in pure, bitter frustration. Qin Shaojun just flashed him a middle finger as a provocation. What are you looking at, you trash-talking idiot? As Lu Sheng walked on, he thought to himself that the last beast had marked the end of the course. It was a decent test for the first stage of the 10 Directions martial perception. Standing before a massive gate, Lu Sheng could sense the powerful aura of a beast on the other side. Stepping into the arena, he saw a golden-eyed demon ape locked in a steel cage. Lu Sheng finally began to stretch his muscles, asking with a grin, "So, it's you? If the warm-up is over, then I guess I don't have to hold back anymore." The golden-eyed demon ape opened its mouth and let out a ferocious roar. It was a terrifying sight, but man, it was ugly as a shaved ape. Lu Sheng raised his fist, looking incredibly cool as he shouted, "Now, tremble before me." Standing before Lu Sheng was the final challenge, a colossal, quasi-tier 5 golden-eyed demon ape. General Du Feiyi leaned forward, hands clasped, watching the monitor with intense focus. Dong Qingshui stood beside him and continued her report. The golden-eyed demon ape in the final stage has not yet been released. Its chains will only be removed once time is up and all the genius representatives have arrived. After finishing her report, Dong Qingshui thought to herself, Lu Sheng, you have truly given me one surprise after another. I knew you were strong, but I never imagined you could be this powerful. The dream of the General Star, a dream I thought was impossible, is becoming a reality through him. Two of the male instructors started discussing the situation. With Lu Sheng's strength, once the other star geniuses arrive, they'll have more than enough power to kill the quasi-tier 5 ape. But the other one disagreed. No, I don't think they'll need that many people. He probably just needs one or two others for support, and he'll have a chance to kill it himself. The final score would be calculated based on their speed in advancing and their contribution value after killing the final ape. Just then, Lu Sheng walked right up to the steel cage holding the quasi-tier 5 beast. The two instructors made their prediction. It seems Lu Sheng is going to be the star of this exam. But as they were talking, a wave of shock suddenly rippled through the instructors. All of them stared in utter disbelief, their bodies covered in a cold sweat. Lu Sheng had smashed the steel cage holding the golden-eyed demon ape. Even the beast itself looked stunned. The ape slowly stood up, letting out a low growl as if something had just clicked in its mind. Standing before the giant ape, Lu Sheng was just a tiny speck. But of course, that didn't stop his incredible fighting spirit. He held out his hand and beckoned, taunting it. Come on, let's see it. Is there really a difference between a quasi-tier 5 beast and a tier 5 martial artist? Let's go, before the others get here and interrupt our fight. The instructors stared, their jaws on the floor. What? Is this kid actually planning to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape all by himself? Is he insane? That's not confidence, that's just pure arrogance. But another instructor spoke up. Wait, don't forget what we've already seen. His movement technique is at the transcendent realm, and he has multiple martial arts at the perfection realm. The golden-eyed demon ape specializes in brute force. If he can just avoid a direct confrontation, he might have a chance. Just then, the colossal golden-eyed demon ape shattered its iron chains. It opened its mouth and roared, its eyes turning white as if it had gone berserk. It thrashed about to break the last of its chains, then glared and let out another ferocious roar, revealing two massive fangs. Lu Sheng began to channel his energy, preparing to face the golden-eyed demon ape head-on. Boom! A massive shockwave exploded outwards as the two of them clashed in a thunderous exchange of fists. The two instructors stared with bulging eyes, unable to believe it. They could only gasp. What? He's taking it on directly? Lu Sheng's hand was minuscule compared to the golden-eyed demon ape's. The young man was holding back a gigantic fist from the beast, and the very ground beneath them began to crack. Lu Sheng used one hand to block, while keeping the other in a defensive stance. Very quickly, the ape prepared to launch its second colossal punch. Instructor Sheng Guanling laughed with delight. Ha ha, what an arrogant fool. Taking a direct punch from the golden-eyed demon ape. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save him now. Dong Qing cried out his name, her voice filled with worry. Lu Sheng! Down below, amidst the swirling dust, the golden-eyed demon ape swung its second punch. A massive fist descended from above. The powerful punch tore through the white smoke, but Lu Sheng below met it head-on. Lu Sheng launched a counterpunch. Boom! Another massive explosion erupted, and the shockwave kicked up even more dust. Seeing the golden-eyed demon ape stumble backward, even General Du Fei Yi had to exclaim, "Not bad, kid." At that moment, flames erupted around them. Lu Sheng looked at the ape with great interest. Oh, not bad. You took a 10-fold amplified starfall fist from me and didn't die. You are worthy of becoming my dinner. Sheng Guanling was completely speechless, unable to believe his eyes. A vast sea of fire now swirled around Lu Sheng. He looked at the beast coldly and raised his fist, declaring, "With this punch, you can die without any regrets." 10 suns descend. As he threw the punch, a brilliant light erupted, so bright that no one could see a thing. General Du Fei Yi stared at the monitor without blinking. Dong Qing was worried but also filled with anticipation. Then, all they could hear was the golden-eyed demon ape screaming in agony. Lu Sheng was unleashing his ultimate attack, sending the beast flying as a sea of fire consumed it. General Du Fei Yi couldn't believe his eyes. Looking at Lu Sheng's powerful aura, he was certain of it. That is the will of a Grandmaster. Suddenly, he slammed his hands on the table and let out a massive laugh. Ha 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 ha! Excellent! In my entire life, I never imagined that I would get to witness someone who hasn't even turned 20 years old condense the will of a Grandmaster model. The path to the 7th level has been forged. Before long, the East will welcome a new Grandmaster. Old General Du Fei's voice boomed with satisfaction. A teenage Grandmaster. Has Lu Sheng's power already surpassed my own? Down below, Qin Shaojun let out a huge sigh of relief. That damn brat. He really scared the life out of me. After taking out the golden-eyed demon ape, Lu Sheng exhaled slowly. The beast's oppressive aura was gone. So this is the final trial. Is that it? A little boring. Suddenly, a wild idea sparked in his mind. If things are this dull, I can always make my own fun. And with that, he sat right down on the ground. Du Feiyi was completely baffled. What is Lu Sheng doing? He single-handedly killed the final boss, so why is he just sitting there? Then, a slow smile spread across the old general's face as he understood. Haha, I see now. Just leave him be. As long as no one's life is on the line, let him play however he wants. The instructors below watched, intrigued. My God, the scale of this genius selection has reached the entire eastern region, and yet, in Master Du's eyes right now, none of that seemed to matter. The only thing he cared about was that one person, Lu Sheng. What did he mean? As long as no one's life is on the line. Does that mean 1 or 2 deaths is acceptable? The thought was insane. The final trial's boss, Lu Sheng, a level 3 martial artist and a level 3 spirit master. Lu Sheng sat there thinking, the official selection for the Morningstar Generals is over. Now, it's Lu Sheng's personal playtime. While Lu Sheng calmly waited, the other candidates were still fighting through the previous stages. A young man named Xingji was aching all over after finishing off a cyan-scaled swift leopard. He grimaced, thinking, the power of that level 4 swift leopard was no joke. His face showed it had been a brutal fight. Even with my iron body technique, I couldn't block all the damage. If I'm not mistaken, this should mean I've passed, right? Xingji pushed open the doors and entered the final stage. It was a massive space, but utterly, unnervingly silent. There's no sound up ahead, so I must be the first one here. But when he looked up, his blood ran cold. That was a golden-eyed demon ape. A fully grown demon ape is an overlord among level 5 beasts. Before him was the ape's corpse, a massive hole punched through its chest. And sitting on its hand, with his back turned, was a young man. Xingji wondered, who is that? Cold sweat trickled down Xingji's brow. His body went on high alert, radiating anxiety and caution. What kind of monster could do this to a level 5 overlord with a single punch? Could he be? Xingji approached with slow, careful steps. He bowed his head respectfully and asked, hello, what's the situation? Do I count as having passed the selection? Lu Sheng, still perched on the ape's hand, uttered a single word. Wait. The boy looked up, startled. At the same time, the 2 remaining doors opened. Kong Qing from Dongzhe province with her elemental control talent, and the long-haired Jia Haoran from Jiangzhou province, a spiritual talent, walked in. Both of them carried an air of supreme confidence. Kong Qing was even casually blowing a bubble with her gum. Jia Haoran stood with his hands in his pockets, striking a cool pose. You're Xingzi from Shilin province, right? I've seen you before. Xingzi turned to face him. Jia Haoran pointed and asked, is this the last stop? And what's the deal with that? Hearing that, Kong Qing finally took a closer look, and her eyes widened in shock. She recognized it as a peak level 5 beast, the golden-eyed demon ape. The 3 of them furrowed their brows in confusion. Xingji said, no, that corpse is probably just here to scare us. Otherwise, no one here could beat a golden-eyed demon ape. Feeling something was off, Jia Haoran immediately asked, then what's he doing sitting up there? A new idea hit Xingji, and he exclaimed, oh, I get it. That person must be the final gatekeeper for our selection. If we pass his test, we can clear this trial. Xingzi's words left Kong Qing and Jia Haoran completely stunned. Huh? Xingzi crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. Heh, you didn't see that coming, did you? Just then, Lu Sheng stood up and raised a hand. You're very smart. A brilliant smile lit up his face, his eyes glowing with a cunning blue light. He announced, I'll give you all 5 minutes to get yourselves ready. After 5 minutes, you will challenge me, kill me, defeat me, and let me see what kind of talent the candidates for this Morningstar selection truly possess. Xingji planted his hands on his hips and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Jia Haoran pointed at him and said, so, the final trial isn't about fighting a beast, we just have to deal with him. Lu Sheng stood defiantly on the golden-eyed demon ape's arm, and you had to admit, he looked pretty damn cool. Seeing Lu Sheng's slender, scholarly build, Kong Qing said, but look at him, he doesn't even have an aura. His strength can't be anything special. Hearing this, Jia Haoran agreed. It's true. I can't sense any aura either. Is the Eastern Military Region looking down on us? The 3 prodigies oozed confidence. As for their stamina, 5 minutes was more than enough. Just then, Jia Haoran used his spiritual sense to scan the area, and his face turned serious. But my gut tells me his power is anything but simple. What is going on here? Xingji immediately shot back. So what if he's strong? How strong can he be? The 3 of us represent the pinnacle of combat power under 18 in the entire East. Why should we be afraid of one guy? Hearing this, Lu Sheng smirked, thinking, my acting skills are even better than Instructor Qin's, aren't they? Meanwhile, in the observation room, the instructors were floored. This kid. Whoa, is he planning to take down all the candidates at once? Old General Du Feiyi laughed heartily. Haha, this Lu Sheng kid is interesting. Very interesting indeed. Looks like we're about to see a good show. Suddenly, an instructor spoke up. Sir, I request you end the selection immediately. This can't go on. Other instructors raised their hands in agreement. I agree as well. Seconded. This genius from Dongning province has shown power far beyond the others. He could cause irreversible physical and psychological damage to them. Qin Xiaojun whistled under his breath. Dongzhe province, Jiangzhou province, Shilin province. So it's their head instructors. Haha, they're starting to worry about their precious geniuses now. Being defeated by Lu Sheng in this state would be a massive blow to their pride. Dong Qingshui thought to herself, when they brought out a level 5 beast, no one complained this much. Now that it's Lu Sheng, their reaction is even more extreme. That just proves how high Lu Sheng's threat level is in the minds of everyone here. After hearing their concerns, old General Du Fei held his ground. All right, here's the plan. Tell the supervisors to be on high alert. Be ready to step in and protect them at any moment. Just don't let Lu Sheng kill them. Dong Qingshui acknowledged the order. Understood. At that moment, Shang Guanling felt all the strength leave his body. He collapsed backward, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he'd just seen. The kid that Dong Qingshui brought. How could he possibly be this strong? Not only did I make a complete fool of myself, now I'm about to lose 3 vials of high-grade beast marrow. I'm ruined. Completely ruined. Back in the final stage, Xingji's body was blazing with power, his confidence soaring. I'm good to go. Recovered to 90%. Jia Haoran followed up. 90%. Kong Qing smirked. 80%. More than enough to deal with him. Even if that golden-eyed demon ape came back to life, I'd still dare to fight it. At that moment, a mysterious green energy began to pulse from Lu Sheng's body. He pointed at the 3 remaining contestants, a thrilled smile on his face. Not bad. This is more like it. All of you, come at me at once. Defeat me, and you will be the new Morning Star generals. Hearing this, Xingji scoffed in contempt. All at once? No need. I alone am more than enough. The moment the words left his mouth, he shot into the air. Kong Qing clicked her tongue in frustration. Damn it, he got the first move. Jia Haoran calmly said, It's fine, let him go first. It gives us a chance to see the gatekeeper's true power. But then again, looking at Xingji's powerful physique, Jia Haoran admitted with respect, that guy's strength is terrifying. He's probably the strongest one of us 3. Xingji's whole body lit up with fire, his muscles bulging with raw power. He hardened his fists until they were like stone, then launched himself at Lu Sheng. He immediately unleashed his defensive talent, perfected iron body. Whoa! Seeing Xingji's incredible power, Kong Qing and Jia Haoran's eyes went wide. That power. He's at the peak of the 4th level. At the same time, as Xingji rocketed forward, the young Lu Sheng just stood there calmly watching. Xingji's eyes were blood red, filled with the determination to win or die trying. While Xingji charged forward with everything he had, Lu Sheng simply blocked him with a single finger. If you're so good, then take me down. To make it even more insulting, Lu Sheng let out a big yawn, as if the fight was putting him to sleep. Seeing the gatekeeper block him with just one finger, Xingji was stunned. Huh? How is that possible? Then, with a casual flick, Lu Sheng sent him flying. He hit the ground with an earth-shattering boom. His 2 teammates were completely frozen in shock for a solid 5 seconds. The aftershock kicked up a cloud of dust and debris, completely hiding whatever was left of Xingji. Lu Sheng looked at the other 2 and said, Hey, are you 2 really not going to attack together? The young man waited, still standing on the hand of the giant golden-eyed demonic ape, while Xingji lay motionless in the rubble, shrouded in dust. Even after being taunted by Lu Sheng, Kong Qing and Jia Haoran were still frozen in place, too scared to charge in. They were both terrified of Lu Sheng's power, which had taken down Xingzhi so easily. Jia Haoran was in shock. He took out Xingzhi in one hit. He looked so young, so how can he have such monstrous strength? When Lu Sheng leaped down from the demonic ape, both of them flinched and backed away, their faces pale and dripping with cold sweat from their own shallow pool of knowledge. Jia Haoran explained, I heard that some young martial artists get too ambitious and recklessly take supplements, which messes up their hormones. Their bodies stop developing early, so even if they're 30 or 40, they still look like they're in their 20s. This guy's definitely one of them, Kong Qing said nervously. Huh? You mean he looks 17 or 18, but he's actually old enough to be our dad? What kind of ageless wonder is this? The army is being way too sneaky. Are they doing this just to make us lower our guard? Jia Haoran frowned, replying nervously, Exactly. After all, this is the selection for the entire eastern region. Any dirty trick is possible, but I never imagined the final stage would be this insane. They even found a walking medicine cabinet. Seeing those 2 just standing there without attacking, Lu Sheng started to lose his patience. He thought to himself, did a demonic beast knock their brains out or something? Lu Sheng walked up to them and asked, Are you done strategizing? He smiled cheerfully and said, "How about this? Let's change the rules. What do you think? If you two can make me take one step back or block one of my attacks, I'll consider it a pass for you." "How about it?" Hearing this, Kong Qing and Jia Haoran's eyes widened in shock. A moment later, Kong Qing looked like she was about to explode, her whole body radiating powerful streams of blue light. Her eyes turned white and blue as she roared, "Don't you dare look down on us!" Jia Haoran also gritted his teeth as a purple energy surged around him, forming a series of razor-sharp purple spikes in the air. Jia Haoran thrust his palm forward, sending the volley of purple spikes shooting toward Lu Sheng. Seeing his opponent finally make a move, Lu Sheng looked genuinely pleased. That's more like it. Inside his head, Jia Haoran was sneering at Lu Sheng. "Humph, you insect. No matter how strong you are, underestimating a level 2 psychic will be your biggest regret. Let's see how you dodge these iron spikes." Lu Sheng held out his hand, and a powerful energy radiated from his body, forming a defensive stance to block the blow. Jia Haoran's iron spikes were completely useless against Lu Sheng. In the next instant, everyone saw that Lu Sheng had taken control of all the spikes, gathering them into a massive clump in front of him, and sent them flying back at Jia Haoran. Seeing this, he broke out in a sweat, his face frozen like an idiot. How is that possible? He then fell backward, unable to stand. His own iron spikes, thrown with all his might, had been caught with a bare hand. Lu Sheng ignored Jia Haoran's nonsense and turned to Kong Qing with a charming smile. "Next, it's your turn. Pikachu." Kong Qing was like a real-life Pokemon, about to unleash a powerful 10,000-volt attack, but suddenly she stopped. She stared with wide-eyed shock. "What?" Lu Sheng had somehow easily grabbed her by the wrist. He looked at her and said, "This isn't right, you know. You can't lose focus during a fight. Hasn't your head instructor taught you that?" Kong Qing stumbled, her mind reeling with one question. How could he just grab me like that? What kind of speed and reaction time is that? Lu Sheng's next words made her freeze up. "All right, now go ahead and shock me." She let out a confused, "Huh?" Lu Sheng held onto Kong Qing with one hand and waved his other hand tauntingly. "Don't you get it? Shock me. Use your 10,000 volts. If the level is high enough to satisfy me, maybe I'll reconsider letting you pass." Kong Qing was furious. She frowned, gritted her teeth, and yelled, I told you already, don't underestimate me." With that, a massive electric current erupted from Kong Qing. Lu Sheng closed his eyes to feel it. Not bad. This is it. He slowly felt the lightning run through his body, fully activating his natural breathing method, transforming the lightning's power into his own. A huge explosion occurred, and the shockwave blasted everything away. Lu Sheng's voice rang out, "Success!" Hearing that, a bewildered Kong Qing asked, "Huh? What did I do?" Arcs of lightning still danced around Lu Sheng's body. The fourth special breathing method, Breath of Thunder. Lu Sheng turned and walked closer to Kong Qing, praising her. "Not bad. Not bad." The young man even patted the girl on the shoulder, completely satisfied. "Very good. You've passed the selection." Kong Qing's eyes were wide and her mouth hung open, totally confused. "Huh? What? What did he say?" Her face turned bright red with joy. "I passed? I passed the Kai Ming Rising Star selection. Just me. I am a Kai Ming Rising Star." Kong Qing was so happy she started jumping up and down. "Wow, the strongest combatant under 18 in the entire Eastern region. The title of the most talented martial arts genius. Ultimate glory. I really did it." Overjoyed, she turned and saluted the young Lu Sheng. "Thank you, instructor. Thank you for your recognition. Did you call me Pikachu? If so, I'll use that as my nickname from now on." Lu Sheng laughed with amusement. "Ha, no need to thank me. You earned my recognition with your own excellence. Keep working hard, Pikachu." Just then, Jia Haoran stood with his arms spread wide, asking in confusion, "Huh? That's all it takes to pass? What kind of vague standard is that? What the heck is going on?" Xingji also asked regretfully. "It's over just like that? Was all my effort for nothing?" As Lu Sheng was about to leave, an instructor suddenly appeared. He said to Lu Sheng, "Had enough fun, haven't you? The city master of Dongning says you should go prepare for the Kai Ming Rising Star commendation ceremony. Why is a monster like you even competing? These three are seriously unlucky." Hearing this, Kong Qing, who was standing behind them, froze. "Huh? What does that mean? Why is he going to the Kai Ming Rising Star ceremony? Am I not the Kai Ming Rising Star? Isn't he the final guardian of the selection trial?" Jia Haoran and Xingji, of course, also couldn't believe what they were hearing. "No way. Him?" Just then, the instructor pointed a finger and explained, "You kids misunderstood. He's a contestant, just like you. He just got here 20 minutes before you did." He pointed to the golden-eyed demonic ape and said, "There's no such thing as a final guardian. This, right here, was the final boss. A genuine level 5 golden-eyed demonic ape. He sent it to the afterlife with a single punch. What happened just now was just him having a little fun. Hearing one shocking revelation after another, the three of them looked completely brain-dead. At that last sentence, Kong Qing looked like she was about to faint. The instructor panicked and yelled, "Hey, hey, contestant from Dongzhe province. Where are the medics? Somebody, get over here and save him." The scene cuts to Zhao Li, one of Instructor Sheng Guanling's men, and the last person left on the track. He lunges toward the demonic beast, finally managing to trap it. After a long and brutal struggle, he at last has it cornered. Damn it, a level 4 beast is a real handful. As a fire element controller, flames instantly erupt from Zhao Li's hands. The screeching beast is quickly burned to a crisp, and he kicks the pile of black ash just to make sure it's dead. Right after, Zhao Li collapses to the ground, panting for air, his face drenched in sweat. That was too close. I almost got myself trapped here for good. By this point, he was exhausted, his stamina and energy completely drained. Suddenly, a triumphant grin spreads across his face. But so what? Wasn't that the first time I've ever single-handedly slain a level 4 demonic beast? He brushes his hair back, tilting his head to the sky with pure arrogance. A level 4. Not some pathetic level 2 or 3, but a freaking level 4. I can't even believe how awesome my own record is. If I'm not mistaken, the instructors are watching me through the selection's cameras right now. They must be completely blown away by my talent and strength, right? Ha ha. Abruptly, an instructor drops down from above. "You're Zhao Lai from Dongyi province, correct?" Zhao Li, still clueless about what's really going on, strikes a cool pose, his face beaming with pride. "You're looking at him." The instructor glances at a datapad and says, "Don't go any further. The selection is over. Pack up and get ready to leave with me." On the screen, Zhao Li's results had been successfully uploaded. Hearing the news, Zhao Li's face lit up. "The selection is over already? So how did I rank, instructor?" he asks eagerly, gesturing to himself. "Did I get first place? Am I the Qiming rising star?" The instructor's next words hit him like a ton of bricks. "Huh? What are you dreaming about? The Qiming rising star was decided half an hour ago." Hearing the instructor's reply, Zhao Li froze in place, his mind going blank with disbelief. The instructor continued, "This selection only dragged on this long because..." He paused, thinking better of it. Never mind. There's no point in telling you. Your rank is outside the top 5. Let's go." For Zhao Li, it felt like the world had dropped out from under him. What did you say? I'm outside the top 5? That can't be right," he screamed in frustration. "I'm Zhao Li. I took down a level 4 demonic beast all by myself." The instructor just sighed at his frantic outburst, not knowing what to say. On the monitor, an image of Kong Qing appears. The old general, Du Feiyi, tells Deng Qing to add the young lady from Dongzhe province to the hetero blood pool list. He shakes his head, impressed. That girl is something else. Hearing this, Kong Qing's instructor immediately stands to express his gratitude. "Thank you, General." He was overjoyed. Only the top 3 are qualified to enter the hetero blood pool. Lu Sheng was the undisputed number 1. Xingji taking second was no surprise. But third place was a tie between Jia Haoren and Kong Qing, and as a spirit mentor, his class was much rarer. He was thrilled with the result, never expecting an outcome like this. "Kong Qing, all your hard work has finally paid off. Keep it up." The scene shifts to Lu Sheng. He's walking into a room, deep in thought. After leaving the selection passage, they immediately brought me back here to rest properly. I thought I'd be getting my rewards right away. On the table are 4 cans that look just like soda, but they aren't carbonated drinks. They're recovery potions. Lu Sheng walks over and picks up a can with a human head logo, turning it over in his hand. "They said this was a recovery medicine prepared for me. Will the pharmaceuticals of this era even have an effect on me?" Thinking it's probably useless, he pops the top and downs the whole can in one go. This is basically like a high-end energy drink. It helps clear your mind a little bit. Useless. Lu Sheng opens another can, waving his hand in annoyance at the smell. "This is just going to prolong my recovery even more." It's nothing compared to the elixirs I concoct myself. Then, whether the potion kicked in or not, he quickly lies down on the bed, lost in thought. I wonder how the spirit-strengthening blood pill that He Lingsu was making is coming along. It's been a long time since I've contacted her. I should sense my cultivation technique again. Lu Sheng quickly feels currents of electricity flowing through his body. He looks at his hands and realizes his lightning breath combines the advantages of the flame breath and the wind breath. It's faster, and its explosive power is greater, but it still hasn't reached the peak of either. In short, it's a very powerful and balanced breathing method. Lu Sheng sighs, wondering, am I pushing myself too hard? After all, people his age like Zhou Xingji and Lu Kaiming are still normal students, playing games at internet cafes or dozing off in class. Thinking about it, his heart feels heavy with turmoil. Why should the development of the future 10,000 years from now have anything to do with me? After all, I'll be long dead by then. I probably won't even have any descendants. I don't even know if I'll live a full life. Wouldn't it be fine to just live happily and comfortably for the rest of this one? But then, his hand suddenly clenches into a fist. No. Since I have personally witnessed what's to come, how can I pretend I've seen nothing? Since I've already made a choice, how can I give up so easily? I'm not just doing this for the human race 10,000 years from now, but for myself. Lu Sheng stares at his fist, his determination resolute. I will do my absolute best, even if I have to break every bone in my body. Not everyone can have a place they come from, a vision they've seen, and a cause to burn for. After thinking for a long time, his conviction is firm. He places his hands on his chest, full of hope. This is definitely my choice. Enough of this gloomy feeling. Time to keep working hard. And with that, Lu Sheng quickly opens the system to check his historical information. The screen displays name, Lu Sheng, gender, male, lifespan, June of year 297 to August of year 432. Martial arts strength, level 7 martial artist. The information panel then displays Lu Sheng's life history. At 18 years old, he becomes a level 2 martial artist, shaking all of Baihe City. Afterwards, under the recommendation of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, he joins the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp and wins first place. That same year, he participates in the Qiming Rising Star selection and earns the title of Qiming Rising Star. Lu Sheng reads it over, thinking, my personal data isn't much different from last time, it's just that my background has been polished to be a bit brighter. My strength is still limited to a level 7 Grandmaster, but my character evaluation is higher now. It's reached a high of 3.5 stars. Perhaps this is related to my choice to join the Eastern Military Region. But because of the fight with the large demonic beast, I ended up dying 20 years earlier. If I hadn't died, could I have broken through to become a level 8 Great Grandmaster? When the information updated to his family status, something was wrong. Looking at the spouse section, Lu Sheng's eyes went wide. On it was his and his wife's wedding photo. Holy crap, Instructor Dong Qingshui? Who on earth could have expected this? Lu Sheng was flustered. No way. Dong Qingshui is older than me. She's almost 30. Are you all wondering why Dong Qingshui looks so young? It's because people in the martial arts world look younger than normal due to their cultivation. In the picture, there's also a strange scene. Dong Qingshui is holding Lu Sheng in her arms. He couldn't understand how he could marry her. Isn't that like an old cow grazing on young grass? This is too absurd. Next came a steamy photo. Lu Sheng looked at it and started to sweat. Wait a minute. Thinking it over carefully, after I join the Eastern Military Region and become the Qiming Rising Star, if I'm not mistaken, I'll be spending a lot of time with her. In our boy Lu Sheng's imagination, Instructor Dong Qingshui must have had a secret crush on him. Lu Sheng shivered internally. Our past relationship, plus developing feelings for each other later on. It seems this is actually a possibility. Damn it, Instructor Dong Qingshui is going to be my wife? I can't look her straight in the face anymore. After having her name called so many times, in another place, Dong Qingshui sneezes continuously. Lu Sheng swayed unsteadily down the path, his movements jerky and uncontrolled. He had to find someone to unleash this energy on. Then he looked ahead and his face went blank as he tried to calm himself down. Easy, easy. The war goddess is over that way. Meanwhile, a crowd was already gathering for the award ceremony. Dufei and the other instructors stood by, ready with the prizes. Of course, our main character Lu Sheng couldn't possibly be absent. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. The old general Dufei saw Lu Sheng arrive and announced, since everyone is here, let's begin. Lu Sheng, step forward. A solid gold badge, 4 nines pure, was pinned to Lu Sheng's chest by the old general himself. The young man looked sharp and composed. After fastening the badge, the general said, this is made of the exact same material as a Grandmaster's emblem, only the design is different. I hope that one day you'll be able to wear a true Grandmaster's emblem. Staring right into the old general's eyes, Lu Sheng quickly replied, I will. He then clasped his hands in a respectful bow, full of confidence. And that day is not far off. Hearing this, Dufei let out a delighted, booming laugh. Ha ha ha, good. In that case, I will wait for that day. Ha ha. Instructor Qin Shaojun heard these words and saw the familiar way Dufei acted, thinking, Lu Sheng actually dares to say something like that. But somehow, it doesn't make him sound arrogant. It's more like he's just stating an obvious fact. Dong Qingshui thought to herself. The Eastern Military Region produces a Genesis star every year, but Lu Sheng is the first one to ever receive this kind of treatment from the master. Next, it was announced that everyone in the top 10 would receive a vial of altered blood. The top 10 contestants were beyond excited as they accepted this very special reward. The old General Dufei pointed and commanded, Lu Sheng and the top 4, you're with me. The rest of you are dismissed. Xingji was ecstatic. It's happening. This has to be the altered blood pool and the altered marrow lake. Kong Qing was just as hyped. The rewards for this year's Genesis Star are the most insane they've ever been. Jia Haoren was beaming. Usually, only the top 3 are qualified to enter the altered blood pool, but because of that monster Lu Sheng, the master made an exception so all of us could go. This is awesome. Below, Zhao Liye was crying a river of bitter tears. The altered blood pool. And all I got was a tiny portion. Damn it. My instructor even bet 3 of my portions on me losing. He's probably gonna take this one to pay off his debt. This guy's instructor really is top-tier trash. A little while later, they arrived at the entrance to the altered blood pool. The old general asked the guard, "Is everything ready?" The guard immediately replied, "Everything is ready, sir. They can enter at any time. Everyone, let's go." As they stepped inside, the group saw a massive beast skull high above them and broke out in a cold sweat. The old general walked a bit further, then stopped. "We're here." He walked over to 3 high-tech pods and said, "You 3, get undressed. Prepare to enter the cultivation chambers." Jia Haoran and Xing Ji looked like they'd won the lottery, quickly responding, "Yes, sir." Only Kong Qing was a bit startled. "Huh? Get undressed? Right here?" But the reward was too tempting, and she quickly stripped down. "Whoa! This is grade 5 altered blood!" Now only in a bikini that showed off her smoking hot body, Kong Qing didn't care anymore, shouting without a hint of shyness. "This entire chamber is for me to absorb? This is so much stronger than that tiny vial." A second later, she was lying inside the altered blood pod. Nearby, the old general spoke to Lu Sheng. "Lu Sheng, you come with me. I'm taking you to the altered marrow lake." The old general and Dong Qingshe led him into the altered marrow area. Lu Sheng stepped in and looked around, then asked with confusion, "So this is the altered marrow? Why is it only half full instead of overflowing? I'm the Genesis Star, you can't be this cheap, can you?" His future wife immediately answered him, "Only half? Do you have any idea how much this much altered marrow costs? Over 1.5 billion, and that's just the production cost. If you sold it, it would be at least 10 times that price." Lu Sheng was stunned and asked again, 1.5 billion? I see. So what if this isn't enough for me to absorb? Can I get a refill? Dong Qingshui smiled and said, "Why don't you absorb all of this first? Then we'll see. No one has ever absorbed this much before." With that, she turned to leave and said, "Hurry up and get in. Absorbing this altered marrow is not a simple task." Lu Sheng replied, "Got it. Then let's begin." The young man quickly stepped into the altered marrow, revealing a powerful and ripped physique. His future wife, the bombshell Dong Qingshu, started the system while thinking, "This kid is seriously ripped. Looks like he really has been training hard." At that moment, as he was absorbing inside the altered marrow lake, he felt like he was drifting into another space, feeling a powerful impact from the marrow. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth. "Ugh. So this is altered marrow. This power is insane. It feels like a living creature is crawling inside my body." So that's how it is. No wonder they say you can't absorb it all. The burden on the body is terrifying. Perfect. Bring it on. I need it all. At that moment, the young man's eyes turned a whitish blue. "Even the power of a beast king will belong to me." A majestic blue dragon appeared around Lu Sheng. The scene changes to the altered blood pods of Kong Qing, Jia, Haoran, and Xingji. Jia Haoran was flexing as he absorbed. A moment later, he panted, "So, this is grade 5 altered blood?" Looking at the screen on the pod, the instructor noted, "Your absorption efficiency isn't bad. The altered blood in one pod is almost completely absorbed by you. Not bad for a level 2 spirit master." He used a towel to dry his hair with one hand, while clenching the other, grinding his teeth. "This altered blood has really given me a massive boost. It's just a shame I can't absorb any more right now." "What about the others?" the instructor replied. They're not out yet. You're the first one. But don't be discouraged. Your strength relies on your spirit force. Your talent in martial arts was always a bit weaker. You and they are not on the same path." This remark made his whole body stiffen, but he still smiled and replied, "Haha, you're right." Kong Qing's pod opened. She was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. She then looked at the palm of her hand and felt it. "This is amazing. I absorbed all the altered blood. I can feel myself about to break through to level 4. My talent has also risen a level. This is so great." The instructor looked envious. "You absorbed the whole pod of altered blood. Your talent is truly impressive." Next, Xingji came out. He sat up and exclaimed, "Excellent." Steam was rising from his body, and his face was full of excitement as he said, "This altered blood is truly a treasure. With a little push, I can directly break through to level 5. The instructor laughed loudly and praised him. "Ha ha, you really are a true genius. From level 4 to level 5 in just 1 year. I remember it took me almost 10 years to make that breakthrough. The younger generation truly surpasses the older generation. Your clothes are ready. Go change in there, and then head back." Suddenly, Jia Haoran ran over, pointing at Xingzi and asking, Xingzi, you? You didn't even absorb the whole pod of altered blood, yet you're already about to break through? Hearing this question from Jia Haoran, Xingzi didn't even bother to look at him and just walked away. The instructor answered for Xingzi. He already absorbed a whole pod. This is his second one. Jia Haoran was stunned. 2 pods? His eyes widened, and his jaw dropped. That means in roughly the same time, he absorbed 2/3 more altered blood than we did. Jia Haoran sighed and said, Ha, I knew I couldn't compare to Xingji, but now I'm afraid the gap is even wider. Kong Qing, standing nearby, sneered at Jia Haoran. Our power levels were never the same. There's always a gap between geniuses. While Jia Haoran and Kong Qing were envying him, at the same time, Xingji was shocked by something he saw. Before his eyes, Xingji saw the scene at the altered marrow lake. He exclaimed in shock, What? How is this possible? The amount of altered marrow he's absorbing is insane. This is unbelievable. While all the others had finished absorbing the altered blood, back in the altered marrow room, Lu Sheng was still going strong. All eyes were locked on the chamber, everyone on high alert and ready to act at a moment's notice. Du Fei asked, How is it? Is everything going smoothly? Hearing his question, Dong Qingxue replied, Perfectly smooth, sir. It's just, the marrow fluid is being consumed incredibly fast. 1/4 of it is already gone. Lu Sheng's absorption rate was incredible, but Du Fei said, Even if he's performing better than others his age, he's still just a kid. Dump the entire reserve of marrow fluid in there. We need to achieve the best possible results. Suddenly, the chamber let out a sharp beep. The machine operator reported in a panic, Sir, we have a major problem. The reserve marrow fluid has already been completely drained. What's in the chamber now is the last of it. Inside the chamber, the fluid level was plummeting. Even the old General Du Fei was stunned. What? When I broke through to the Grandmaster level, I only absorbed half a tank. The general immediately pointed and ordered, Quickly, go to the warehouse and bring everything we have. Dong Qingxue instantly replied, Yes, sir. I'll have men bring the marrow fluid from storage right away. Du Fei moved closer to the chamber, looking at the young Lu Sheng through the glass and thinking, I want to see for myself just how big of a surprise this kid has in store for me. In no time, the tank was being refilled with more fluid. Inside, the young man continued to absorb the marrow fluid relentlessly. A golden aura quickly enveloped Lu Sheng's entire body as he refined his form with the star tempering technique. A brilliant golden light radiated from the marrow fluid chamber in all directions. Once again, the fluid level dropped at an alarming rate. And of course, as long as he didn't stop, they would keep resupplying it. Massive barrels of marrow fluid were poured into the tank one after another. The fluid in the chamber just kept vanishing. Naturally, it was all being absorbed by Lu Sheng. Everyone watched in horror as the level dropped without slowing. It was gone almost as soon as they poured it in. A soldier reported, Sir, should we continue? With a look of sheer determination, Du Fei declared, Keep feeding the kid. Let him take as much as he wants. I refuse to believe he can absorb the entire supply of our great military district. Pour it all in. Unbelievably, colossal containers of marrow fluid were continuously emptied into the tank. This was insane. The incredible energy provided by this marrow fluid might finally help me complete the first stage of the immortal golden body, and this is just level 4 marrow fluid to be this powerful. What if it was level 5, level 6, or even level 7? It's unimaginable. The operator asked again, Do we need to continue? At this point, the old general collapsed to the ground in disbelief, looking like he was about to have a stroke. His hands were trembling, but the old man stood firm in his decision. More. Keep pouring until he can't absorb another drop. Damn it, if this kid doesn't join my Eastern Military District after this, I swear I'll skin him alive. A single bottle costs 1 billion, which means I've already spent 10 billion. And that's just the base price. Inside the chamber, Lu Sheng could feel the changes in his body with perfect clarity. It feels like volcanoes are erupting inside me. My blood burns like lava, and my entire skeleton has been dyed a brilliant, dazzling gold. This is inner strength. I've officially broken through level 3 and entered the realm of a level 4 martial artist. Lu Sheng looked at his hand, fascinated. My breakthrough from level 3 to level 4 is nothing like other people's. They can merely generate inner strength. But I haven't just gained inner strength. I've also successfully forged the first stage of the immortal golden body. This physique of mine represents a colossal breakthrough. My entire body's combat power is undergoing a terrifying improvement, the likes of which has never been seen before. A golden aura flashed so brightly it filled the entire chamber, causing the protective glass to crack and shatter. The operators of the marrow facility screamed in absolute terror. Du Fei was astonished. He actually absorbed all the level 4 marrow fluid. The reserves of the entire military district weren't enough for him alone. Seeing this, the old general's hopes soared. My God, is there a black hole hidden inside this kid's body? What in the world is this monster? His future wife, Dong Qing-shui, could only watch in silence as her cheeks unconsciously turned a shade of red. Inside the chamber, the mist had grown thick. Without warning, Lu Sheng shot up, and a golden aura blinded the entire room. He quickly put on a shirt, feeling as if he'd even grown taller. Xingzi and Jia Haoran, watching from the outside, trembled with disbelief. Xingzi gritted his teeth. Why? Why is he so strong that I have no hope of ever catching up? No, that's wrong. It should be said he's so strong I can't even imagine reaching his level. Why? If even Xingji couldn't fathom it, Kong Qing and Jia Haoran stood no chance. The two of them were deflated beyond words. Witnessing this scene, his future wife Dong Qing-shui had to sigh in admiration. Lu Sheng, you're even stronger than me now. In less than 2 short months, it's truly terrifying. Suddenly, the old general Du Fei shouted, Lu Sheng, causing the young man to freeze in confusion. Du Fei's voice rang out again, take one of my attacks. The general's power was immense, and streams of green energy radiated from his body. Dong Qing-shui screamed with worry, Sir! But Lu Sheng was brimming with confidence, his whole body radiating with fire. The young man quickly clenched his fist, then took a stance to receive the blow, flames erupting violently around him. Du Fei was filled with satisfaction. Good kid. You have some of his spirit from all those years ago. The two techniques crashed into each other with a thunderous boom, sending the operators of the marrow fluid room scattering. The shock wave that radiated outward was immense. Xingzi was stunned. Whoa, is this a clash between 2 grandmasters? The young man, Lu Sheng, was knocked back, sliding a great distance before stumbling to a stop. He then looked up and said, General Du, you used a little too much force. I only just broke through to level 4, you know. The general landed and questioned him. Level 4? Ha! Golden bones and jade muscles, the image of a grandmaster. Your combat power isn't any less than 500,000. Kid, are you still trying to tell me you just advanced to level 4? Lu Sheng shrugged and replied, But I really am level 4. Suddenly, Du Fei lost his patience and raged, I don't care if you're level 4 or not. You absorbed nearly 15 billion worth of my marrow fluid. Hitting you once was letting you off easy. You want me to hit you again? At this point, the marrow fluid room was a complete mess. Lu Sheng looked at it and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing Lu Sheng block a punch from General Du, Qin Shaojun clutched his head, his jaw on the floor. You've got to be kidding me. General Du is a proper level 7 Grandmaster. The combat power of that direct punch was at least 1 million, yet Lu Sheng managed to block and completely neutralize it. Kong Qing, Jia Haoran, and Xingji were also drenched in cold sweat. Kong Qing's eyes went pale, and all 3 of them were gaping in disbelief. Lu Sheng walked out looking impossibly cool and powerful. Jia Haoran pointed with a trembling hand, looking like he wanted to laugh until he cried. Ha ha ha, we have to compete with a guy like that? I've never heard of a Bright Star General being this monstrous before. Kong Qing looked like he was about to faint, his soul leaving his body. Dong Qing-shui glanced over, watching Lu Sheng while listening to Instructor Qin. That kid, Lu Sheng, is stronger than me now. And what's more, he's only 18 years old. He hasn't even participated in the unified exam yet. Suddenly, Qin Shaojun's eyes widened in shock, and he jumped. Wait a minute, the unified exam! Dong Qing-shui began to ponder this as well. A moment later, Dong Qing-shui looked utterly satisfied, her face and eyes filled with unshakable confidence. The one who ascends the dragon this time will undoubtedly be Lu Sheng. Xingji still had a lingering doubt in his heart. Even though I knew I wasn't as strong as him, I never thought the gap would be this big, a combat power of 500,000. A level 4 martial artist possessing the strength of a peak level 6. So what happens when he reaches level 5, or level 6? His combat power will probably shoot past 1 million. He's not a Grandmaster, but he's already surpassed them. Plus, he's already demonstrated his Grandmaster's will. His path to becoming a Grandmaster has already been paved for him. Just thinking about it makes you realize how terrifying our Lu Sheng really is. Xingji collapsed to the ground, asking himself, even the amount of marrow fluid he absorbed was countless times more than me. Is the gap between us and him really that massive? Nearby, Lu Sheng felt a bit awkward facing the old general, Du Fei. He scratched his head, saying, I absorbed 1.5 billion units of Isui? Haha, Commander Du, you're far too generous. He chuckled nervously. Du Fei's expression turned serious again. Enough. I don't need your thanks. When you get to the battlefield, just kill more alien beasts. Don't you dare let the resources of our eastern military region go to waste, you hear me? Lu Sheng's eyes burned with determination. That goes without saying. Entering the battlefield to slay our enemies is the sacred duty of every martial artist. Especially since I've consumed so many resources, I must contribute even more. A satisfied smile spread across Du Fei's face. Ha ha, righteous without being arrogant. You remind me a bit of the Grand Marshal. He turned, laughing heartily. Ha, the next time we meet, I expect you'll already be a Grandmaster. I'm looking forward to that day. Ha ha ha. His future wife, Dong Qing approached him. Lu Sheng, the Qiming General Star Trial, is now officially over. You can now focus all your energy on the unified exam. She looked at him with concern. Have you decided which university you're applying to? He asked. Instructor Dong, do you have any good recommendations? From his question, it was clear Lu Sheng had missed the deeper meaning in her words. She gave him some advice. With your current strength, you could get into any martial university in the Dragon Country, but here in the eastern region, the best is Dongning Martial University. Since you're from Dongning Province, you'd receive immense benefits and support there. The young man put a hand on his chin, his eyes wide in thought. Dongning Martial University. Isn't that where Instructor Dong went to school? But Dong Qingxue continued, if this were a month ago, I would have definitely told you to go to Dongning Martial University. She raised a single, confident finger. But now, I suggest you aim for the capital. Because the capital is home to the 7 great martial saint universities. It's the very heart of the Dragon Country's martial arts. All the top geniuses gather there. It's a true den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Dong Qingxue even used her body language to emphasize her point. And if you manage to break the record in the sacred martial tower, you might even catch the eye of a martial saint. Becoming their disciple could help you break through to the 8th level Grandmaster realm. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's curiosity was piqued as he gasped, a martial saint. Dong Qingxue gave him a sharp look, then continued, martial saints are the absolute pinnacle of this world. They possess martial power almost beyond imagination and wield absolute authority that even surpasses that of the military and the nation itself. She introduced them to him. The Dragon Country currently has only 3 level 9 martial saints. The Supreme Path Martial Saint, Zhao Ji, the Bright Jade Martial Saint, Tan Zhongyu, and the Dark Star Martial Saint, Lin Zhenyue. Hearing this, Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat. The Fireseed system had told him the highest level in this world was level 9, which meant the martial saints were the undisputed rulers of this planet. Dong Qingxue went on, so, I can't make this decision for you, because I can feel it. Looking at Lu Sheng, her eyes filled with immense hope. Your future could surpass everyone's. You might not even lose to a martial saint. Lu Sheng was stunned, sweating bullets. He never knew she thought so highly of him. His gaze turned razor sharp. Level 9 martial saints. But he possessed 3 martial arts manuals for level 11. His future would definitely soar beyond the mere title of martial saint. Standing nearby, Qin Shaojun overheard their conversation and thought, isn't that setting the bar a little high? He's only level 4, and she's comparing him to level 9 martial saints? But then, he immediately rejected his own doubt. No, maybe my own perspective is just too narrow. His talent is unlike anything I've ever seen, so maybe it's not impossible. Dong Qingxue continued, in the entire Dragon Country military, the Grand Marshal is our highest rank, and even he is only a level 8 Grandmaster. We don't have a single level 9 martial saint. Lu Sheng asked her, why not? Isn't it just 1 level away? Couldn't the military focus all its resources to help one person break through? Qin Shaojun walked over. It's not as simple as you think. Just producing 1 level 8 Grandmaster already drains nearly all of the military's top-tier resources. We have no idea what kind of resources it would take to reach level 9. The chasm between level 8 and level 9 is simply unimaginable. Dong Qingxue's face grew somber. To have a martial saint rise from our ranks has always been my dream and the military's greatest wish. She looked at him directly. So as a lieutenant colonel, I should be advising you to stay in the east. That way, you'd be more likely to join our military region in the future. But our desires shouldn't become shackles that bind you. Your path must be your own to choose. Hearing Dong Qingxue's words, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered that wedding photo of them. At that moment, he broke out in a sweat, lowered his head, and let out a sharp breath. Then, the young man clenched his fist with renewed confidence. Thank you, Instructor Dong. Thank you for your guidance. Just as I promised Commander Du, stepping onto the battlefield to protect our home is the lifelong duty of a martial artist. I will never forget the support the Eastern Military Region has shown me. Hearing his words, Dong Qingxue felt a wave of happiness. Then, a lovely blush spread across her cheeks as she replied, that's good. Man, a girl like this could charm anyone. Qin Shaojun watched the two of them, completely baffled as both their faces turned as red as tomatoes. Instructor Qin's jaw dropped, and he covered his mouth with one hand. Oh ho ho! What is this scene that's even making times me times blush? Dong Qingxue quickly continued her conversation with Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, the the selection is over. There are still a few days before the university exam. You should take this time to go to the Spirit Mentor Association and pass their test. It'll make it easier to log into the martial net. Lu Sheng nodded with a smile. All right, I'll pack up and head out right away. As he turned to leave, Dong Qingxue hesitated, as if she had more to say. The moment Lu Sheng was out the door, Qin Shaojun sidled up to tease her. Hey, I've known you for so many years, but I've never seen you make an expression like that. You've totally got a thing for Lu Sheng, don't you? Dong Qingxue blushed, pretending to fiddle with her tablet. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not. Yeah, right. Suddenly, 2 lumps appeared on Instructor Qin's head as Instructor Dong stormed off in a huff. She quickly ducked behind a wall, her face burning red as the name Lu Sheng echoed in her mind. Oh boy, they say when a girl says no, she really means yes. The next day, in the skies over Dongning province, a helicopter hovered at low altitude, the roar of its engine echoing across the landscape. Inside the chopper were Dong Qingxue, Lu Sheng, and Instructor Qin. A powerful wind whipped through the open door. The thundering of the wind and the engine made conversation nearly impossible. Dong Qingxue stood behind him and shouted, Lu Sheng, are you sure you want to get off here? The young man was already standing at the edge. This spot is fine. It's deserted. Dong Qingxue, worried about her boy Lu Sheng, made a suggestion. Let's lower the chopper a bit more. I'll drop a rope for you. But Lu Sheng didn't seem to get the hint. The young man quickly replied, no need. With those words, he leaned back into open air, giving a casual wave. Goodbye, Instructor Dong. Wait, what about? The chopper still had Instructor Qin on it, but he only said goodbye to his future wife, Dong Qingxue. Watching Lu Sheng plummet towards the ground, she was so worried she recklessly stood at the edge of the open door, staring down. From high above, Lu Sheng was just a tiny speck against the vast forest. Soon, he was nearing the ground. Seeing Lu Sheng's death-defying stunt, Instructor Qin exclaimed, Damn, is that kid tired of living? We're at least 200 meters up, and that's not a parachute on his back, is it? Dong Qingxue tried to reassure Instructor Qin and herself, while her heart pounded with worry for Lu Sheng. It's fine. He won't die from the fall. Don't forget, his power is far greater than mine. Model. Hearing Dong Qingxue's words, Qin Shaojun finally felt a bit relieved. You're right, but that guy is completely insane. Lu Sheng plummeted from the heavens, his entire body enveloped in a blinding golden halo. Down below, a young boy and a man were walking through the forest. The kid spotted the spectacle above, pointing up with a gasp. The man beside him shielded his eyes, trying to see what was happening. The boy, terrified, grabbed the man's arm and asked, Whoa, is that a superhero? As Lu Sheng rocketed downwards, his aura flaring with immense power, he glanced down with a hint of surprise. The man in orange answered the boy's question, No, that's a martial artist. A crazy strong one, at least a level 6, maybe even a Grandmaster. While flying, Lu Sheng felt his entire body, his skin, muscles, bones, and even his organs, undergoing a massive transformation, far surpassing a normal level 4. His new defensive talent was even more terrifying than a level 5 or even a level 6 martial artist. A drop of water falling from this height would shatter on impact. A rock would do the same if it didn't just crack the ground itself. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. A cloud of dust billowed into the sky. This was Lu Sheng's landing. The young man was protected by a brilliant halo as dust and debris swirled around him. When the smoke finally cleared, Lu Sheng was standing tall and imposing. Behind him, a massive crater scarred the earth. He looked off into the distance, towards Dongning City. Lu Sheng's body shifted. After breaking through to level 4, a powerful force now surged through him. Even now, his internal energy was still being generated. He figured it would probably take a full month to complete the process. But what was strange was his golden internal energy. Other martial artists had colorless energy. Just like Du Feiyu said before, golden bones and jade muscles, the mark of a Grandmaster, was proof of the immortal golden body's power. Lu Sheng grinned with excitement. A golden light effect every time he made a move. Now that was style. Absolutely awesome. Totally epic. Dongning Province was just ahead. He needed to hurry to the Spirit Master Association and complete his assessment. That would make it easier to log into the Spirit Net. He heard that if your assessment results were good, you could even get bonus points for the unified exam. With that thought, Lu Sheng shot forward like a blur. The man in orange and the kid just happened to witness this, their eyes widening in disbelief. Their jaws dropped, and a cold sweat broke out over their bodies. He's too young. He's way too young. This is basically impossible. He must have used some kind of advanced technology to survive a fall like that completely unharmed. Just as he thought that, Lu Sheng vanished from sight. The man in orange was completely stunned, unable to believe what he'd just seen. So this time, he told the kid something more reasonable. There are no superheroes, kid. They're just filming a movie. Soon after, Lu Sheng arrived at the Spirit Master Association. Besides the person standing with Lu Sheng, there were 2 young women and a bald old man being tested. Seeing the bald man manipulating a purple orb with a stream of energy, Lu Sheng thought to himself, so this is the examination. The orb suddenly turned pink, wobbling precariously between the old man's palms. He was concentrating with all his might. Almost there, just a little more. Don't touch it. As he spoke, the orb hit the blue barrier on the side and cracked. The orb then turned purple again and rolled onto the floor. The bald man clutched his head and cried out, I failed again. Xiao Li stood nearby, noting the results on a clipboard. The old man's eyes went blank with utter disappointment. This was my 6th attempt. Xiao Li then turned to him and said, Sir, at your age, it's very difficult to make a new breakthrough. You should go home. There's no need to come back again. Xiao Li continued with her announcements. Fei, you're next. This is your 3rd attempt, isn't it? Sensing that Xiao Li thought she failed too much, Fei shot back. So what? What's it to you? I was a level 1 spirit master at 20. Now I'm 25 and failing the level 2 test. Isn't that perfectly normal? She then glanced back at the old man and added, That uncle is almost 50. We're not the same. Okay. Xiao Li didn't bother arguing with her. Fine. You can begin. Suddenly she paused. Who is this kid? Jing Xuan, who was beside him, quickly made the introduction. He was referred here by Lieutenant Colonel Dong Qing Shui of the Eastern Military Region. Please treat him with respect. Xue Fei saw him and murmured in admiration. So young. He's a spirit master too? It seems handsome guys get noticed by girls wherever they go. Xue Fei immediately started batting her eyes at the young Lu Sheng. She rested her chin on her hand, staring at him with a sultry gaze for a long moment. She thought to herself, well now, this little brother is actually pretty cute, isn't he? She then leaned in to greet him. Hey there, little bro. My name is Xue Fei. I can't believe someone as young as you is already a spirit master. Is this your first time taking the test? If there's anything you don't understand, you can just ask me. Big sis here can teach you a thing or two. Lu Sheng replied coolly, Thanks. It is my first time. Was what I just saw the test content? Xue Fei immediately started explaining. That's right. There are 3 parts in total. First, a machine tests the strength and purity of your spiritual power. After that is the control test. Within a set time limit, you have to control a specific number of small, solid iron spheres. You have to guide all of them through a glass wall without touching it. But this glass wall is extremely fragile. Even the slightest touch from an iron sphere will shatter it. The man before was taking the level 1 test, so he only had to pass through 1 layer. I'm level 2, so I have to get through 5 layers. As she spoke, Xue Fei let out a long sigh. Level 1 is still considered easy. Level 2 is seriously killing me. Oh heavens, please just let me pass this time. I don't want to come here for a 4th time! Just then, Xiao Li called her. Xue Fei, it's your turn. She slowly walked towards the testing area. I'm coming. Her expression turned serious as she approached the station, placing her hand near a glowing yellow stone for the scan. The screen quickly displayed the results. Spiritual power strength, 11.33. Spiritual power purity, 1.02. Hearing this, Xue Fei's face lit up with joy. Whew! I met the standard, Xiao Li added. Not bad. You've met the basic spiritual power requirements. All that's left is the control test. Xiao Li led Xue Fei to the next station. She pointed to the spheres and glass panels in front of them and said, Same rules as before, 15 solid iron spheres. Control them through 5 layers of glass. Lu Sheng stood by, watching intently and listening with extreme focus. Xiao Li took out a stopwatch and announced, You have 20 seconds. Xue Fei closed her eyes for a moment, her face a mask of determination, then replied, Let's begin. Xue Fei's eyes flashed, and a pink energy emanated from her body. Lu Sheng observed this and thought, I see. So that's how it is. Simultaneously controlling 15 solid iron weapons is already a huge burden for a level 2 spirit master. Xue Fei began to guide the spheres towards the glass panels. She had to keep her spiritual power completely stable. Otherwise, the slightest ripple from the weapons would shatter the glass panels. On top of that, controlling 15 spheres at once requires incredibly precise manipulation. It's not simple at all. At this moment, Xue Fei was laser-focused and full of resolve. She was maneuvering the iron spheres toward the glass, her pink energy enveloping each one. As the spheres drew very close to the first glass layer, beads of sweat were already forming on Xue Fei's forehead. The spheres slowly passed through the first layer. Xue Fei was ecstatic. Yes, made it through the first one smoothly. She refocused, determined to keep up the momentum. The second layer, success. Xue Fei adjusted their position. The third layer, through. After clearing 3 layers so smoothly, Xue Fei was thrilled, thinking to herself, almost at the 4th layer. I can do it. I can break through to level 2 Spirit Master. Today is the day. But just as her excitement was peaking, her spirit soaring, Xiao Li's voice cut through the air like ice water. First attempt, time's up. Failure. The iron spheres clattered to the ground. Fei Fei sat down, panting, a mix of regret and frustration on her face. Damn it all. But she quickly pulled herself together. Whew. It's fine. That was just a warm-up. Let's go again. Shui Fei began to control the spheres once more. Luke Thon watched from the sidelines for a moment, a smirk on his face. This is kinda interesting, he muttered. Meanwhile, Zhao Li turned to Shui Fei. Are you ready? For the second attempt, Shui Fei was laser-focused. The test began. Once again, she faced the familiar layers of glass. Her eyes narrowed, concentrating on guiding the first set of spheres. Passed. She clenched her fists. All right, just like that. I can do this. She expertly maneuvered the spheres through the second layer, then the third, and the fourth. She'd cleared them with 12 seconds still on the clock. There was still hope. Shui Fei carefully guided the iron balls. All 15 of them approached the final glass pane. They began threading through the circular holes. When suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Spiderweb fractures instantly spread across the glass. Shui Fei gasped in horror. The life drained from her eyes, her jaw hanging slack. Her legs gave out and she collapsed to the floor, defeated. The iron spheres clattered down around her, mirroring her own crushing disappointment. She whispered, her voice trembling. I failed. Again, Xiao Li asked gently. Do you want to try one more time? But by now, Shui Fei's spirit and energy were completely shattered. She looked down, her voice barely a whisper. No, I'm just not good enough. It's impossible for me. But then, a calm voice cut through the silence from behind her. Luke Thon spoke up. No, you can definitely pass, he explained fluently. You have the skill to pass. You're just using the wrong method. You need to use your brain more, not just your eyes. Stop focusing on what's right in front of you and start looking at the bigger picture. Hearing this, a curious Shui Fei turned to face Luke Thon. Huh? What do you mean by that? Luke Thon then broke it all down, analyzing every detail for his new acquaintance. He explained, your current method is to adjust each sphere right before the first pane of glass, pass it through, and then readjust for the next hole. It's not entirely wrong, but it takes way too much time and puts immense strain on your spiritual energy. This test isn't about control. It's about a spiritualist's calculation ability. From the very start, you should have already mapped out which hole each sphere will pass through on every single layer. As Luke Thon spoke, Shui Fei's eyes widened with tension and realization. Luke Thon continued, treat each hole as a single point. Then, connect the points from start to finish. That creates a complete pathway. All you have to do is guide 15 spheres along 15 different pre-calculated routes. Hearing this, Shui Fei was utterly astonished. How could a measly level 1 kid know all of this? Luke Thon stepped forward, leaned down, and took her hand. Doesn't that sound much simpler? He asked with a grin. What a smooth operator. Shui Fei was completely caught off guard by his sudden move. She stammered, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Even Zhao Li, who had been listening nearby, was stunned by Luke Thon's logical breakdown. She had to admit, you're very clever, but it's not that simple in practice. No one can plot 15 perfect paths in such a short time, while also calculating the distance and speed for every single hole. Luke Thon immediately shot back. You're wrong. For an ordinary person, that amount of calculation might seem massive, but for a true spiritualist, it's nothing. And without another word, Luke Thon decided to demonstrate on the spot. Watch closely. His command made Shui Fei freeze. He gathered all the iron spheres from the box. I'll only show you once. As every single sphere in the box levitated into the air, Xiao Li gasped. He was controlling all of them at once. Luke Thon raised 2 fingers, his eyes glowing with power as he focused. Go. At his command, the spheres shot upwards, forming a perfect cube in midair. Then, in a single, fluid line, they descended towards the layers of glass below. One after another, the spheres zipped through the circular holes. In the blink of an eye, the entire set had cleared the first layer. Luke Thon continued to command them with ease. A brilliant blue energy flared from the young man's palm. Thousands of iron spheres prepared to pass through. Not one pane, not 10, but over 50 layers of glass all at once. For our main character, a feat like this was almost insultingly simple. Luke Thon recalled the iron spheres. The concept is simple, just execute it in order. Seeing how effortlessly he did it, Shui Fei was completely frozen in place. Luke Thon turned his head. Examiner, how many seconds did that take? Xiao Li's voice trembled as she answered. 11. No, wait. Exactly 10 seconds. Both she and Jing Xuan stared with wide-eyed disbelief. Luke Thon put a hand on his hip. Not bad, for my first time trying it like this. Those 3 words, my first time, hit the blonde-haired Shui Fei like a ton of bricks. Your first time? Luke Thane turned back, staring directly into her eyes. So? Did you get a good look? Her eyes were wide, a cold sweat breaking out on her brow. In her mind, she was witnessing the skill of a god. Then, she broke into a radiant smile. I saw it clearly, but how in the world did you do that? I still don't understand. Looking at him, she thought to herself, it's like watching a master magician perform right in front of me. I can see his every move, but I have no idea how he pulls off such miracles. Xiao Li was also sweating, trying to process the impossible. In just 10 seconds, he controlled that many spheres. Through dozens of glass panes with thousands of holes, the calculations required would be astronomical. So complex I can't even begin to imagine it. She turned urgently to Jing Xuan beside her. Quick! Go get President Jiang! Something huge is happening! The young man quickly replied. Yes, ma'am. Cut to the president's office. The bald-headed old man, Jiang, was scowling in frustration. My hand is trash. Teaming up with you is just bad luck. He gritted his teeth, fuming. Damn it. Even with a level 4 spiritual power, I can't become a god of cards. Just then, the young man burst into President Jiang's office without even knocking. He yelled frantically, President, it's an emergency. You need to see the data on your computer, now. The old man grumbled. What's with all the panic? But as soon as he looked at the screen, he gasped. Whoa. The young man leaned in and whispered in his ear. This happened, and then this. And that's how it ended. The president broke out in a sweat. Are you serious? Jing Xuan held up the screen. Would I lie to you? That kid, Luke Thon, is about to start the spiritual power index test. Look! Through the monitor, President Jiang saw Luke Thon place his hand on a yellow crystal. A powerful, blinding light instantly erupted from his palm, illuminating the entire room. The 2 women had to shield their eyes from the intense glare. President Jiang chewed his fingernails nervously. What in the world is that blinding light? Just then, the results appeared on the screen. Spiritual power intensity, 435.87. Spiritual power purity, 126.02. The score left the 2 women completely baffled. Their eyes were wide with shock. Shui Fei pointed a trembling finger at the machine. Is the machine broken? Those numbers are just insane. A cold sweat ran down Xiao Li's back as she processed the data. The standard purity for a level 1 spiritualist is 1. Even the standard for a level 4 master is only 10. Our own president is only a level 4. And this high school kid, she stared at Luke Thon, horrified. His purity is more than 20 times that of a normal level 4 master. What does that even mean? Is this even possible? This is beyond broken. Just then, President Jiang came sprinting from his office into the testing room. From down the hall, he was already yelling. Xiao Li! He arrived, panting for breath, and pointed at the machine. Xiao Li, tell me, is the machine broken? Does it need repairs? Xiao Li quickly replied, President, the machine is fine. We just tested 2 other people accurately. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. Luke Thon crossed his arms, feigning innocence. Is there a problem with my score? President Jiang held up his hands placatingly, though inside he was still trembling with shock. He said, Mr. Luke, we don't mean anything by it. It's just that your results are so astonishing. They're hard to believe. May I ask, are you perhaps the descendant of a level 7 Grandmaster? Or maybe a level 8 legendary spiritualist? The young man, Lu Sheng, answered honestly. I don't have some powerful family backing me. I'm just a kid from an ordinary home. You're President Jiang, right? Let's just get on with the final test, please. Old man Jiang had to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He said, Mr. Lu, with your level of power, do you really need a final test? Wouldn't that be a little too much trouble? Lu Sheng shot back confidently. Not at all. This is just a simple little warm-up. And just like that, the young man started controlling the iron spheres. Seeing this, Xiao Li quickly started the stopwatch, calling out, Time has begun. The clock read 1.88 seconds. The spheres immediately began moving in sequence, following the test's pre-designed path. It was a twisting, winding course. They shot through layers of glass in an instant, forming the image of a mighty green dragon. The time was now 2.02 seconds. But Lu Sheng knew he could be even faster. The spheres continued to weave through the holes in the glass with absolute ease. The timer hit 4 seconds. Moments later, all the spheres had passed through. Lu Sheng glanced over with total confidence. My control is a little sharper on the second try. The time should still be under 5 seconds, right? With the stopwatch in hand, Xiao Li replied, 3.5 seconds. It really is under 5. Her hands felt the immense pressure just from holding the timer. Shui Fei, still in shock, muttered to herself. That was several times harder than before, but his time was even shorter. And he said it's because his control is just a little sharper on the second try. Ha ha, look how calm he is. This clearly isn't even Lu Sheng's true limit. President Jiang's jaw was on the floor. This power was, at the very least, approaching the Grandmaster level of mental control. I feel like I just got hit with an unbeatable poker hand, he thought. I don't even know how to describe this. He let out a long sigh. As they say on the Great River, the new waves always push the old, and the old waves die on the shore. This kid is a damn monster. The saying meant that the next generation was so good, it completely overshadowed the last. He timidly said to Lu Sheng, Mr. Lu, your strength has been officially recognized by our association. In a moment, I will personally prepare your certificate and issue your badge. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled. However, the highest certificate we can issue here is for a level 4 psychic. You'll need to go to the main association in the capital to be certified for anything above level 4. Is that okay? Lu Sheng just scratched his head and replied, Sure, that's fine. Also, President Jiang, I'm just a high school kid about to take my entrance exams. You don't have to be so tense. Hearing that nearly gave the old man a heart attack. Shuefei was sweating bullets, stammering, Little Mr. Lu, may I ask how old you are? The young man answered quickly, 18. What else? Did you guys think I just look like a high schooler, but I'm actually some old monster who's lived for hundreds of years? Lu Sheng let out a cheerful laugh and a little hop, full of youthful energy. Hehe. Shuefei blushed and asked, How did you know what I was thinking? The young man pointed a finger and shook his head. You need to read less fantasy novels. He then crossed his arms and said, In 2 months, I'll be taking the Gaokao. If this psychic certification can get me some extra points, well, that's the only reason I bothered coming here for this test. Shuefei looked at Lu Sheng, her expression absolutely adorable. I still have one more chance to retest. Should I try again? He asked her. Of course you should try if you have the chance. You can still pass this. Just relax a bit. Without another word, the young man pulled the girl into a hug. What a smooth operator. The sudden move made Shuefei jump, her face turning beet red. He felt a little awkward, but went with it anyway. With one hand on her waist and the other holding hers, Lu Sheng began his patient instruction. Look, just feel the sphere like this. Seeing his hand holding hers, Shuefei's heart began to pound. She was probably thinking, this kid is so young but already such a player. But after Lu Sheng's hands-on guidance, Shuefei seemed to find a new focus, skillfully maneuvering the spheres herself. In no time at all, Shuefei watched as all the iron balls passed through the layers of glass. She was ecstatic. Oh yeah, I passed! I actually passed! Shuefei was beaming, turning to Lu Sheng with a huge smile. The young man smiled back, pleased. See? It wasn't actually that hard, was it? That's because you're a good teacher. President Jiang shared in their joy, announcing, Congratulations to you both for successfully passing the test. Let's all have dinner together tonight to celebrate Dongning Province's second ever level 4 psychic. Young Lu Sheng shook old man Jiang's hand to thank him, but said, Dinner together isn't necessary. But then he saw the sincere hospitality and enthusiasm shining in their 2 pairs of sparkling eyes, and Lu Sheng had to reconsider. He was forced to agree to old man Jiang's invitation. All right, I'll go. Both Jiang and Shuefei cheered when they heard Lu Sheng's acceptance. Then, old man Jiang added for his VIP guest. Mr. Lu, our association has an exclusive hotel for honored guests. Please, go rest for a bit, and we'll come pick you up this evening. Hearing this, Shuefei excitedly volunteered, I have a car. Leave picking up Lu Sheng to me. She placed a hand on her chest, looking very reliable. After they got to the parking lot, Shuefei even opened the door and invited Lu Sheng to get in. Being handsome definitely comes with some top-tier perks and kindness. Lu Sheng just said okay and got in the car. Thank you. Outside, old man Jiang waved. We'll see you tonight then. From inside the car, the young man waved back. Got it. Goodbye, President Jiang. The car quickly pulled away while the old president was still standing there, waving. The car zipped down the road, weaving past other vehicles. The driver, Miss Shuefei, kept blushing as she snuck glances at Lu Sheng through the rearview mirror. She thought to herself, on the outside, he just looks like a normal young man. Who would have guessed he's actually a level 4 psychic genius that even the president of the Psychic Association has to respect? He's young, handsome, has an amazing body, and his talent is terrifying. After staring at the young man for a moment, she clutched her head, remembering the kind of guys she usually meets, those second-generation rich brats who are only good at showing off and bragging. They're nothing but a bunch of walking, talking trash. Thinking back on their cringy lines, she felt sick to her stomach. As her thoughts returned to Lu Sheng, Shuefei suddenly realized something. She glanced over at Lu Sheng, her face already breaking out in a sweat, Turns out, the handsome young man was staring intently back at her with a strange look in his eyes. Xue Fei's own eyes went wide, her jaw dropping as she thought, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, Lu Sheng is looking at me. What does he mean by that? Could it be—" She lowered her head, completely flustered. "No way, I've barely even known him for a day." But then, a confident thought popped into her head. Wait a minute, boys his age often have a thing for beautiful older women, and I'm pretty cute, right? My figure is amazing, and I'm totally the cool older sister type. It's fine. The older woman and the younger guy is a classic combination. This could totally work. As she was daydreaming about landing the young man, another idea struck her. She slammed her foot on the gas. "That's right! You have to seize this opportunity, Xue Fei!" Lu Sheng sat there, completely bewildered, with no idea what was going on. It seemed Xue Fei was the type who wouldn't back down in the race for love. Or on the actual road. In a flash, the car shot forward like a bullet. Then, with a loud screech, Xue Fei suddenly slammed on the brakes. What a pro driver. Her face was flushed, her head practically steaming from overthinking as she stammered. We're here, Lu Sheng." The young man, having zero clue about a girl's psychology, just turned to get out of the car. "Oh, thanks. You worked hard." Xue Fei kept stammering, trying to continue. "So, about what's next?" It's unclear if he understood her hidden meaning, because he quickly replied, "Right. You should probably run now." Xue Fei was stunned, her eyes wide as she turned to him. "Huh? Run? Why would I run?" The young man quickly explained. "A minute ago, you were speeding, plus you ran 5 red lights. There are 2 police cars chasing you right now." Xue Fei was horrified, her face turning pale. Trying to get a guy was proving to be a real battlefield. Lu Sheng continued, Even though you're a psychic, you should probably try to drive a little more safely." Xue Fei slammed on the gas and sped away, her voice trailing from the car. "Mr. Lu, I will come and pick you up tonight." The scene changes to a hotel room where an image of Healing Su is on the television screen. The young man mutters to himself, "Healing Su is actually doing a pretty good job," the TV anchor reported. Starting today, Baihe City's Xingshan Tang Pharmacy will be officially renamed to Lingsheng Pharmaceutical Company and will launch a brand new product, the White Blood Spiritual Foundation Elixir. Ling Su continued, explaining that this was a medicine that would change the era. It would completely redefine the meaning of supplements, pushing the world's martial arts progress into a whole new stage. Hearing Ling Su's announcements, Lu Sheng clicked his tongue. She changed the name and launched a new drug without even bothering to tell him. After all, he was the majority shareholder, holding 90% of the company. It was only then that Lu Sheng glanced at his phone. It was flooded with missed calls from Ling Su that he hadn't seen while he was busy charming girls. All right, maybe this one was his fault. With that, the young man flopped onto the bed after an exhausting day. He decided he would return to Baihe City tomorrow and explore the dream world for a bit, to see just how far this Lingsheng Pharmaceutical Company would grow. In the dream world, a flood of information quickly appeared. Whoa, not bad at all. Ling Su really did have some talent. Just from a basic version of the White Blood Spiritual Foundation Elixir, she managed to grow the company to a scale worth hundreds of billions, even becoming a top player in the pharmaceutical world. That was pretty impressive. In that moment, he saw Ling Su in a completely new light. But as he looked, something seemed off. He continued to her personal information file under spouse. Lieutenant General of the Eastern Military Region, Lu Sheng. Reading this, he was so shocked he nearly fell backward. Huh? What? What is this? Who the hell could investigate my personal information? Seeing his own file was a second shock that left his jaw hanging open. Huh? What the heck? Wife, Lieutenant Colonel of the Eastern Military Region, Dongqing Shui. Wife, Chairman of Lingsheng Pharmaceuticals, Ling Su, the highest rank, Lieutenant General. He muttered to himself. Dongqing Shui and Ling Su. 2 wives? The young man almost felt like bowing down to this system, or rather, to his own life. Just what kind of person was his future self? Why was the spouse section full of one surprise after another? At this rate, would a 3rd wife pop up sometime soon? A moment later, he slapped his chest to calm himself down. Phew, stay calm. The future is an illusion. Anything can happen. It's bound to change again soon. He then commanded, AI, search for the White Blood Spiritual Foundation Elixir. But the AI shook its head. Your authority is insufficient. Cannot search for pharmaceutical formulas above level 5. Lu Sheng thought with a smirk. So my theory was right. In the Martial Era 300, he released the formula for the elixir. After 10,000 years of development, it went from a worthless potion to a priceless pharmaceutical treasure above level 5. If that's the case, if I just keep releasing things from 10,000 years in the future into the present, then human civilization would have an extra 10,000 years for development, completely pushing it to a new level. If so, could the world's destruction in the future actually be changed by this? He then ordered the AI to check the world's history, and sure enough, it had really changed. The date of destruction had been pushed back by more than 10 years compared to the last time he checked. This meant that just one part of the elixir formula, developed over 10,000 years, could buy human civilization more than a decade of existence. So what if he released the 3 supreme cultivation methods from those level 11 Grandmasters? If he announced them to the world, could he change humanity's fate of extinction? But a look of disappointment flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. No, never mind whether releasing these techniques in the Martial Era 300 could save humanity's future. The moment he announced them, it would send a shockwave across the globe, and the current world order would shatter in an instant. Society would definitely descend into chaos, and he and his family would immediately become the center of the storm. There's no telling what kind of outcome that would lead to. After a moment of tense thought, Lu Sheng realized something worse. If even that couldn't save humanity's future, then the final spark of hope left to him from 10,000 years of martial arts would be completely extinguished. Humanity's future would be left with absolutely no hope at all. Lu Sheng fell to his knees. He felt the best way was to wait until he had a certain level of strength, until he could completely control the entire situation, before gradually revealing everything. But those cultivation methods, the weak humanity of the Martial Era 300 needed a proper guide. Looking out over the entire city from above, Lu Sheng seemed to realize his heavy responsibility, and that guide could only be him. After waking from the dream world, Lu Sheng was filled with confidence, psyching himself up for his date tonight. So, the young man got himself ready, putting on an incredibly elegant and luxurious suit. He looked so handsome, he was sure all the girls would be falling for him. While adjusting his outfit, he suddenly remembered. That's right, he still hadn't replied to Healing Su's message. He immediately pulled out his phone. When I get back tomorrow, I should prepare some new ingredients for her. He then sent a text to Healing Su. I'll be back tomorrow. Get the materials ready for 3 new prescriptions. Healing Su only replied with a lazy cat emoji. In reality, Healing Su was scowling as she thought. That brat finally replied. The first thing he says is to prepare ingredients, without a single care for the company. Do you have any idea how hard I'm working? Healing Su was so frustrated she typed out a storm of insults. From Lu, the labor exploiter, to you, black-hearted demon, money-grubbing boss. Cave dweller who only sees cash, with a brain full of nothing but money, a gut full of evil, a snake's tongue with a devil's heart. You stupid pig, you scammer, you total scumbag, you bottomless pit of greed who only knows how to eat, and eat. Eat my foot, she thought to herself. But it was helpless. Why did she have to run into this devil in the first place? Tears streamed down Healing Su's face as she cried, deleted everything, and sent 3 simple words. Okay, got it. Suddenly, the doorbell to Lu Sheng's room rang. The young man went to open it. Standing before him was Sui Fei, looking incredibly beautiful, charming, and elegant, like a true noble lady. Fei Fei waved with a radiant smile. Mr. Lu, I'm here to pick you up. The party is ready. Her sharp eyes, her flowing golden hair, and her impressive assets were enough to steal the soul of any young man. Lu Sheng, looking equally suave and handsome, stepped forward and told her, You can just call me Lu Sheng. The Mr. part sounds a little weird. Let's go. The moment Shui Fei saw Lu Sheng, she was completely smitten. It was like an arrow had shot straight through her heart. Oh my god, he's so handsome. The two quickly made their way to the party. At the center of the party was a banner that read, Congratulations to Dongning Province's Liangcheng for the emergence of a new Grandmaster Spirit Namer. Lu Sheng scanned the room and saw that the hall was packed. He asked Shui Fei, I thought this was just a simple meal? Why are there so many people here? Shui Fei answered with a beaming face. Don't let old Jiang's usual appearance fool you. In reality, he's one of the most important figures in all of Liangcheng. This is already a small scene after old Jiang tried to keep things under control. The young man Lu Sheng quickly grabbed a drink and replied, All right, if the old man wants to make a scene, let him have his fun tonight. I have to leave Liangzhou tomorrow anyway. At that moment, the bald-headed old Jiang was laughing cheerfully among a group of ladies. It was unclear what he was saying about Lu Sheng, but the women were all giggling. The ladies asked doubtfully, Is that really true? President Jiang, what you're saying sounds a bit too fantastic. He immediately replied, If I hadn't seen it with my own 2 eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. It's true that every era produces its own geniuses. Just then, more girls appeared in the hall. 2 were approaching from a distance, and it turned out one of them was none other than Zheng Dan Dan. What a coincidence! Her purple-haired friend took a sip of champagne and said, Today's party is not simple at all. Look over there. That's the mayor of Liangcheng City and the president of the Martial Arts Association. You have any idea who's at this party? She shot her friend a look. We're talking about every major player in the entire Dongning province. If we hadn't gotten insanely lucky, we never would have made it past the front door. The main reason this party is such a big deal is the host's insane background. That's Jiang Jinyin, the president of the Liangcheng City Spirit Master Association. She glanced at him across the room and said, "Do you have any idea how much more valuable a spirit master is compared to a normal martial artist?" The purple-haired girl kept chattering on, while her pink-haired friend, Zheng Dandan, listened intently. But something she said suddenly made Dandan pause. A spirit master, Dandan thought to herself. I remember Lu Sheng saying he was heading to the Spirit Master Association. She immediately turned to her purple-haired friend, Tan Wan. Could you do me a favor and ask if anyone here is named Lu Sheng? Tan Wan shot her a sharp, curious look. Lu Sheng? Isn't that the high school kid Wen Hui told me about? The one you met on vacation and are totally crushing on? Zheng Dandan forced a bright smile. No, of course not. Don't listen to Wen Hui's nonsense. Tan Wan poked her playfully. Haha, are you seriously trying to play innocent with me? The only reason you've been ditching school and squatting in Liangcheng is because you're waiting for that guy, isn't it? While her friend interrogated her, Dandan's eyes darted around the room, searching for Lu Sheng. Tan Wan swirled the wine in her glass. I heard he's pretty handsome, with a decent family background, and even has connections to the Eastern military region. Dandan, honestly, what am I supposed to say about this? Look, even if you picked up some poor, no-name guy from college to date, I wouldn't care. We're young, you can date a few more guys, it's whatever. You'd break up soon anyway. Just add another name to your list of exes. She patted Dandan's head. But falling for a high schooler? Seriously? Have you lost your mind? Dandan quickly defended him. Lu Sheng, he's not just some ordinary high school student. Tan Wan turned away, annoyed, and took a sip of her wine. Right, not ordinary. Whatever, I can't be bothered with you. Dandan tucked her hair back, a sad expression on her face. She thought to herself, ever since Lu Sheng and I went our separate ways, I've stayed here in Liangcheng, all because he said he'd come here eventually. I've sent him so many messages, asking if he's there. Good morning texts. Good night texts. Even asking him to the movies. But Lu Sheng hasn't replied to a single one. He hasn't even read them. Does he really not care about me at all? Suddenly, Tan Wan tapped her shoulder. Dan, why'd you space out? You're my best friend, so I'm telling you this for your own good. Then, Tan Wan leaned in and whispered a secret into Dandan's ear. The real reason for tonight's party is to celebrate a new 4th-level spirit master, someone on the same level as old man Jiang. Tan Wan gestured wildly, trying to make Dandan understand the scale of it all. A powerhouse like that just has to stomp their foot, and the entire Dongning province will tremble. Just imagine if we could catch the eye of someone that important. Our lives, our families, everything would skyrocket. But Dandan's mind was still full of Lu Sheng. She smiled, hoping it was him. That 4th-level spirit master? Is he really young? Tan Wan crossed her arms. I don't know, but old man Jiang only reached level 4 at his age, so I'm guessing this person isn't ancient, but they're definitely not a kid. Just look around. So many women showed up tonight, and most of them are in their 40s. The scene was filled with older women, with only 1 or 2 men sprinkled in, and plenty of middle-aged cougars on the prowl. Dandan scanned the crowd and sighed, realizing her friend had a point. You're right. It's probably not him. Tan Wan put her hands on her hips. Dandan, why are you still stuck on that high school kid? Forget him. Tonight is a huge opportunity for us. In our circle, besides you and me, no one else was even qualified to get an invitation. But Dandan was completely lost in her thoughts about Lu Sheng. Her body here, but her spirit somewhere else entirely. Seeing her friend zoned out, the purple-haired Tan Wan called out, Dandan, I'm talking to you! Suddenly, Dandan's eyes went wide. She saw him. It was Lu Sheng. The familiar sight of a young man devouring food like a machine appeared right before her eyes. He was eating like a human bulldozer, earning a wary, judgmental stare from a nearby waitress. But there was one difference. Lu Sheng looked way more handsome tonight, so he was trying to be a little more refined. A moment later, he turned and gave a little wave. Dandan knew instantly. It was really him. The sight of her crush made her forget everything else. She brushed off her friend, Tan Wan. I'm gonna go walk around for a bit. I think I see a friend. Tan Wan was confused. Dandan, where are you going? Her friend kept calling after her, but Dandan ignored her, running straight towards Lu Sheng. He was holding a plate of snacks when she excitedly stopped and called out, Lu. But before she could get the second part of his name out, she froze. Another girl, Shui Fei, gracefully appeared, wrapping her arm around Lu Sheng's neck and shooting him a playful wink. Seeing the blonde girl's intimate gesture, Dandan was completely stunned. Her emotions did a complete 180. She stood rooted to the spot, her face darkening as she stared at the pair. Who is that girl? Zheng Dandan's face was a mask of confusion. Who is she? Could she be Lu Sheng's girlfriend? The thought alone made Dandan break out in a cold sweat. biting her lip in fear. But she couldn't give up. From a distance, Zheng Dandan forced a bright smile and waved. "Hi, Lu Sheng. It's been a while," she was probably thinking. "So what if the flower has an owner? I'll just smash the pot and take it for myself." How could she possibly give up on a guy that handsome? Hearing his name, the young man quickly turned and waved back. "What a coincidence. I can't believe you're still in Liangcheng." Seeing another pretty girl, his face lit up like a flower, practically buzzing with energy. Zheng Dandan walked right up to Lu Sheng. She stared at him, thinking, it hasn't been that long since I last saw him, but he seems so much more profound now, almost impossible to read. It was like a bottomless chasm had opened up between them, making him feel completely out of reach. Seeing another girl so enthusiastically greet Lu Sheng, Shui Fei asked curiously, "And who might this be?" Lu Sheng quickly made the introduction. "This is Zheng Dandan. She's a friend. We met last month on a trip to Niuto Mountain." Hearing this, Shui Fei gave a warm greeting. "Ah, so you're Miss Zheng. Hello." Just then, Dandan's friend, Tan Wan, walked over with a glass of wine, smiling. "Dandan, who's this? You made a new friend and didn't introduce me?" Zheng Dandan immediately made the introductions. "Lu Sheng, this is my best friend, Tan Wan." She then turned to her friend. "Tan Wan, this is Lu Sheng, the guy I was telling you about." Tan Wan's eyes widened in shock. The young man standing before her was nothing like what she had imagined. "Oh, so this is Lu Sheng. He's actually this handsome," she thought. No wonder Dandan is so completely head over heels for him. Tan Wan sized up the situation, quickly recognizing the girl with him as Shui Fei from the Shui family. The moment she saw this, her thoughts about Lu Sheng turned to contempt. "Ah, so that's how it is," she sneered inwardly. "No wonder a high school kid could get into a place like this. He's just using his pretty face." She judged him harshly. Just a pretty boy leeching off a woman to get ahead. After her snap judgment, Tan Wan plastered on a fake smile and offered some hollow pleasantries. "So you must be the esteemed Mr. Lu. Dandan mentions you so often. Meeting you today, I can see you are truly a dragon among men." Lu Sheng heard her flattering words, but his face darkened. He felt incredibly annoyed because he could read her true thoughts. Lu Sheng replied coldly with 2 words, "Hello." Tan Wan took a sip of her wine. "Forgive me for being forward, but may I ask where you're from, Mr. Lu?" Lu Sheng answered bluntly, "Baihei City." Being questioned about his origins clearly struck a nerve with the young man. Coming from a poor family, he seemed to have a chip on his shoulder. He looked Tan Wan straight in the eye and said, "Let me guess. Next you're going to ask about my parents, dig into my family's financial situation, and then casually ask how someone like me managed to get into a party like this, right?" Hearing this, Tan Wan was completely speechless. Lu Sheng gave a sarcastic smile. "Yeah, it's exactly what you were thinking. I'm a student from a perfectly ordinary family. I'm not on the same level as any of you. I'm only here because of a complete coincidence." With that, Lu Sheng waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. "All right, let's not waste time on this cliché drama. You guys can chat. I'm out of here." Just a few steps in, Luke Thon let out a sigh. "Man, I really hate these kinds of parties. But with everyone watching, acting out would be a bad look, wouldn't it? Still, my family is the most precious thing in the world to me. I won't let anyone humiliate or harm them, no matter what." Seeing Luke Thon's strange reaction, Trin Dan Dan was left completely speechless. Both of the beautiful girls stared, their jaws hanging open. Tiet Phi, totally stunned, called out his name, Luke Thon. She looked at him, completely baffled. Why was he reacting so intensely today? This was so weird. A total 180 from the friendly guy she saw yesterday. She shot a glare at Tan Uyen before rushing after him. "Luke Thon, wait for me!" Meanwhile, Trin Dan Dan just stood there, stammering. Watching her best friend stare after Luke Thon, Tan Uyen seethed with anger. "Just forget it, Dan Dan," she snapped. "A guy like that isn't worth your time." Her eyes flashed with a nasty, jealous glint. "I didn't even say anything and he reacted that strongly. What does that prove? It proves he's got a guilty conscience. He's so concerned with what I just said. He has no real ability, but his ego is through the roof. To put it nicely, he's arrogant. To put it bluntly, he's pathetic." She tilted her head, looking at Luke Thon with pure contempt. "I've seen countless guys like him. He's not worthy of you. I'm sure you noticed the girl standing next to him, right?" Glancing at their retreating figures, Tan Uyen explained, "Her name is Tiet Phi. You've probably heard of the Tiet family. I heard she's already passed the level 2 Spirit Master test. In the circle of Luong Tan's elite, she's definitely a big deal. Look how close they are. If you ask me, this Luke Thon definitely used his looks or some other trick to hook Tiet Phi, just so he could get into this party tonight." Tan Uyen then shouted right in Trin Dan Dan's face, "Snap out of it. Dan Dan, he's just a man who leeches off women. Open your eyes and see his true colors." But Trin Dan Dan refused to believe it, taking a step back. What are you talking about? Luke Thon. How could he possibly be like that? She was almost out of breath from the shock. Tan Uyen sighed and continued, I know the truth can be harsh sometimes, but this is a reality that everyone has to face. I've said my piece. The rest is up to you to figure out. But no matter what anyone said, Dan's faith was unshakable. In her mind, Luke Thon was someone to be treasured. Asterisk. No way. Luke Thon. He. Asterisk. She opened her eyes wide, staring at the main character. Luke Thon was a radiant beacon, shining as brightly as the sun. He was the hero who had saved her. Trin Dan then gently slapped her own face, trying to snap out of it. Her expression turned serious. Asterisk, I must be crazy. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk. How could I have ever doubted Luke Thon? Asterisk. With renewed confidence, she turned to Tan Uyen. Tan Uyen. Luke Thon is absolutely not that kind of person. She talked until her throat was dry, but she couldn't change her best friend's mind. Tan Uyen was sweating, completely bewildered. Dan, what is wrong with you? Just then, a voice boomed across the hall. Look, President Giang is here. Seeing the old man, Tan Uyen's mood instantly flipped. A bright smile spread across her face. Dan, forget about that loser. They're about to introduce the level 4 powerhouse. You should get ready. From afar, old Jiang spotted Luke Thon and Teet Fai. Immediately, old Giang walked right over to Luke Thon and even extended his hand first. Seeing this, Tan Uyen's jaw dropped in disbelief. President Giang, why is he walking over to that weakling? Could it be? President Giang approached with a warm smile. Mr. Luke, my sincerest apologies. I didn't realize you disliked such crowded events. Luke Thon quickly replied, It's nothing. President Giang, you carry a heavy burden. It's only right that I help where I can. President Giang sighed in relief. Whew, thank you for your support. Then, he turned to the crowd and announced, Everyone, may I have your attention for a moment? He pointed directly at Luke Thon, his voice booming with pride. This young man right here is the newest genius to join our Dong Ninh Province Spirit Master Association. A level 4 Spirit Master, Mr. Luke Than. He laughed joyfully, adding, Mr. Luke is only 18 years young this year. Compared to him, an old man like me is truly ashamed to death. Ha ha. The young women in the hall saw a handsome young, level 4 Spirit Master and went absolutely wild. A level 4 Spirit Master? Oh my god. What? Only 18 years old? That's insane. He hasn't even taken the unified exams yet. Endless waves of praise and admiration washed over our Luke Thon, a brilliant prodigy, an absolute genius. Witnessing this scene, Tan Uyen's legs gave out from under her. She crashed to the floor, mouth agape in utter shock, stammering, Huh? Him. He's... Trin Dan's voice cut through. Tan Uyen, do you see now? Like a figure who walks among the stars. A presence as radiant as the sun. That is the real him. Trin Dan gazed at Luke Thon, her heart filled with a secret crush. That is the real Luke Thon. Learning that Luke Thon was a level 4 Spirit Master, Tan Uyen's mind went blank as she sat on the floor, her eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't process what she had just heard and seen. After a long moment, she composed herself just enough to think, Asterisk, how could it be him? No. I have to at least make up for my stupid mistake. Asterisk. She struggled back to her feet and grabbed her friend's shoulder urgently. Dan, you have to help me. Trin Dan replied with a sad expression. Do you see that crowd over there? They're all holding out their business cards, but Luke Thon isn't even looking at them. All those powerful people are bowing at a 90-degree angle, offering their cards, and he's not giving them the time of day. He's already waving them all away. Powerful figures are getting rejected before they can even start. What chance do you think you have? With a heavy heart, Trin Dan continued, Even for me, I was just fooling myself. He's on a completely different level from us now. This feeling, it was over before it even began. A short while later, Luke Thon left the party and hailed a taxi. The air felt so much cleaner than it did back at that stuffy party. A smile finally broke onto his face as he told the driver, To Bakha City, please. A flash of a headache hit him. Luke Thon sighed, thinking, Asterisk, I really hate that kind of social schmoozing. Asterisk. But showing my face was a favor for President Giang. Asterisk, Luke Thon felt satisfied. Time to go home. A life with my family and martial arts is the only life I want. I guess in the end, I'm just a high school kid from a normal family, huh? The driver stepped on it, and soon they arrived in Bakha City, Luke Thon's familiar hometown. As soon as he got to the door, his mom joyfully opened it to greet him. Thanner, you're home. Luke Than's mom smiled and pointed. Quick, sit at the table. I'll go get you a bowl and chopsticks. His feisty little sister, Luke Kan Hoa, stared with wide eyes. Brother, when did you get back? His dad beamed, his eyes crinkling with happiness. Little Than is finally back, huh? Then, his sister Luke Kan Hoa ran up and measured herself against him, completely shocked. Her jaw dropped. Bro, you were only gone for one trip. How did you get so tall? Our main character, always the comedian, struck a pose. I only got a little taller. You just got shorter. Ha ha. His response left Luke Kan Hoa totally speechless. Luke Thon looked at his little sister and continued, School's out for break now, right? Later, I'm gonna test your strength. Don't forget the message I sent before I left, if you haven't improved. He clenched his fist and gave her a dangerously playful smile. Heh. All those martial arts resources I sponsored aren't free, you know. Luke Thon's mom brought him a huge bowl of steamed buns. Thanner, hurry and eat. Seeing the food, his eyes lit up. Thanks, Mom. He grabbed a bun and started chewing hungrily. Luke Thon looked at his father. Dad, that meat and medicine I put in the fridge before. Have you been eating it regularly? His dad replied cheerfully. Of course I have. By the way, what kind of supplements did you put in there anyway? He glanced at his water glass, looking a little bewildered. Dad's been drinking this stuff instead of water. He says he feels incredible, like he's 20 again. It must be crazy expensive, right? Lu Sheng, already halfway through a steamed bun, quickly replied, Nah, not at all. A friend who owns a pharmacy gave it to me. They specialize in developing medicine for middle-aged guys like Dad. Just make sure you and Mom drink it regularly. Don't dilute it. I've got plenty more. Of course, his parents had no idea their future daughter-in-law would be the one brewing these potions. They'd soon have more than they could ever drink. Hearing his explanation, his mom chimed in, Okay. Shenger, your unified exam is coming up, right? You'll be staying home from now on, I hope? The teen, with a cheerful face, handed his empty bowl to his mom and said, I'm not going out again. I'll be home studying until the exam. Mom, could I trouble you for another bowl of rice? And just like that, the familiar sibling war over food began. His hands darted for the dishes while his mouth was still full. Gimme some of that. You snooze. You lose. His mother just laughed, telling him there was plenty to go around. His father chuckled. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, his little sister, Lu Qinghe, could only watch in helpless disbelief as her brother pillaged all the food. Bro, why are you stealing from my bowl? But no matter what anyone said, Lu Sheng devoured everything in sight. Then, he dropped a bombshell. Hey, since I've got the day off, and this place is a bit cramped, how about we check out our new home after we finish eating? His words made the other 3 family members freeze, exclaiming in perfect unison, Huh? But the young man meant what he said. After a satisfying meal, he led his family to see their new house. The moment they stepped inside, they all gasped. Whoa, this is way too luxurious. Lu Sheng stood with his hands on his hips, grinning proudly. I had someone buy this new house for us. So, what do you think? His father, worried about the money, quickly said, Our old house isn't so bad. This one looks incredibly expensive, son. There's no way we can afford this. But the young man just answered with confidence. Don't worry about it. For the past few months, I've been crushing all sorts of activities and competitions. I've racked up some serious prize money. And this is just a fraction of it. There's still more that hasn't hit my account yet. I've got everything from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan. Of course, he left out the part about piloting heavy mechs. Hearing the insane numbers, his mother felt dizzy. What? How much? I must have heard you wrong. His father's face was full of doubt. Little Sheng, you're not joking, are you? His sister was even more dramatic. Whoa, did you really win that much money in just 2 months? Lu Sheng ruffled his sister's hair. What do you think? Did you think I robbed a bank or something? He ruffled her hair again and said, All right, this house is officially ours now. Mom, Dad, you two should start moving your things in. Overcome with joy, his parents were moved to tears. Our Shenger has truly brought honor to our ancestors. The heavens have blessed us. This family really raised an incredible son. Lu Sheng clenched a fist and turned to Lu Qinghe. Qinghe, come with me. There's a training area out back. Let's see what your current strength level is. Hearing that, his sister nervously replied, Okay, bro. But before she could even get ready, Lu Sheng hilariously dragged her by the head. Powerless against her brother, Lu Qinghe could only struggle. Ow, ow, ow! Stop pulling me! Once they reached the training area, Lu Qinghe struck a serious pose. After all, her stats used to be way higher than Lu Sheng's. A powerful aura flared around her. Lu Sheng, however, looked completely unimpressed. Stop posing and just attack already. At her brother's command, Lu Qinghe channeled power into her legs and launched herself high into the air, bringing a devastating kick down on him while he just stood there, looking bored. The moment her foot got close, he caught it with a single hand. Trapped mid-air in a painful split, she quickly grabbed her leg, her face scrunching up. Ow, 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 that hurts. Lu Sheng even had the nerve to criticize her. Can't you even stand properly? How can someone this useless be my sister? With that, She fell flat on the floor with an indignant huff. You're holding my leg. How am I supposed to stand? You're already a high-level martial artist. What level am I? I haven't even become an official martial artist yet. She frowned and yelled, all you ever do is bully me. I'm not useless. Lu Sheng's expression turned serious. Get up first. I'm going to teach you a few things, some extremely practical techniques I developed myself. Hearing this, her crocodile tears instantly vanished. Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up. For real? Is it a secret martial arts scroll? Lu Sheng watched his sister do a complete 180 and thought, a second ago she was crying her eyes out, and now it's like I have a completely different sister. He then answered her question. You can think of it as a secret scroll. Just do exactly as I teach you, but you are absolutely forbidden from telling anyone else about it. Lu Qinghe was overjoyed, like a farmer with a bumper crop. She beamed, her eyes crinkling. Okay. Her brother then began to guide her, instructing her to remember how to circulate her aura. But as he taught, Lu Qinghe stared at him, her mind racing. No one awakens and gets this strong in just a few months like my brother did. She felt both curious and suspicious. If I hadn't witnessed my brother's journey with my own two eyes, from an average high school student to the powerhouse he is today, I would never believe it. Still, the stubborn girl thought her brother must have just gotten lucky. Even though everyone thinks he just suddenly had an epiphany, I have a feeling he's hiding some kind of secret. My martial arts talent is definitely better than his. I'll figure out his secret eventually. She smiled confidently. With my genius intellect, I, Lu Qinghe, will definitely surpass my brother one day. It won't even be that hard. Ha ha ha. But she didn't notice her brother was giving her an ice-cold stare. Seeing his sister lost in thought instead of focusing, Lu Sheng gave her a light bop on the head. It was a loving tap, but it made her yelp, You hit my head again? You're going to make me shorter! His sister, Lu Qinghe, trained so diligently that she was soon drenched in sweat. After a while, she gathered her energy and stopped. The moment she relaxed, Lu Qinghe had to gasp for air, as the exercise seemed to be way too demanding. Lu Sheng stood with his arms crossed, watching his breathless sister with a very amused expression. Lu Qinghe could no longer stand and just collapsed onto the ground. The teen grinned and asked, So, can you feel the effects yet? Although she was exhausted, her eyes lit up at his question and she clenched her fists. She shot up into a sitting position, exclaiming excitedly, Bro, you're amazing. What are these moves you taught me? The effect is insane. I feel like one session was more effective than 10 of my old ones. Lu Sheng thought to himself, what can I say to keep my dense little sister from blabbing about this? After racking his brain for a way to keep his secret safe, he finally had an idea. With a completely casual expression, he waved his hand and said, It's basically the same stuff you always practice, just the latest version. Lu Qinghe was a bit surprised. Huh? What do you mean, the latest version? Lu Sheng continued to explain. It's like the phones and computers you use. The public gets version 2.0 or 3.0, but behind the scenes, in the company labs, they've already developed version 9.0 or even 10.0. Version 2.0 is just the consumer-grade stuff, a basic testing phase. It'll be a long, long time before the real deal hits the market. That's why you can't tell anyone. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe froze as sparks flew from her eyes. Huh? Don't tell me you're using me as a human guinea pig? You're a menace to your own family. Seeing his sister's over-the-top reaction, he pinched her cheek and lifted her up, saying slowly, Something this good? Normal people would be begging for a chance to be a guinea pig. This body technique just hasn't been promoted yet. The content itself is already complete. Lu Qinghe rubbed her sore cheek and asked worriedly, But isn't that a little dangerous? What if I'm not careful and end up crippling myself? Lu Sheng looked completely exasperated by his stubborn sister's constant worrying and questions. He stood up and said, I'm your brother. We were born from the same parents, so our bodies are pretty similar. I've been training like this for a long time. If anyone was going to get crippled, it would have been me first. But Lu Qinghe wasn't done yet, scratching her head as she considered it. Well, that would be even worse. If our family has two cripples, who's going to take care of mom and dad? And if you end up crippled, I'll be here to take care of you. Hearing that, Lu Sheng's face went dark, his eyes blazing red. Like a ticking time bomb, he lunged after his sister, yelling, Get back here so I can teach you a lesson. Lu Qinghe just giggled as she bolted. I was just kidding. Why so serious? Chill out, bro. But a moment later, she found herself face-planting right on the floor. She looked up, curious. Hey, bro, if this body technique is so amazing, how'd you even get it? You didn't do something illegal, did you? Lu Sheng answered with a straight face. Of course not. Your big brother would never break the law. Then, the absolute jerk pinned his struggling sister to the floor and started bending her leg back. His action screamed a different answer, and she yelped in pain. Then let me go! You're about to murder your own sister, and you say you don't do illegal stuff. Lu Sheng finally let go, unable to stand her dramatic screams any longer. Lu Qinghe popped her head back up, still asking questions. So, teaching me this facial muscle technique, are you sure it won't cause any problems? His expression turned dead serious as he laid the trap for his poor sister. Actually, the one who taught me this technique said, to absolutely never pass it on to anyone else. Otherwise, it's not just me. Our entire family will be in grave danger. Hearing this, Lu Qinghe gasped. What? But you already taught me. Doesn't that mean? Cutting her off, Lu Sheng put on his most noble, self-sacrificing face. I had no choice. What else could I do? You're my little sister. His heartfelt words made Lu Qinghe blush, completely moved. Bro, Lu Sheng raised a hand, whispering conspiratorially. Just keep this a secret. If nobody finds out, I think we'll be okay. And I mean times nobody, times not your teachers, not your best friends, not even your future husband. This is about our lives, yours and mine, and even our whole families. At the mention of danger to their family, Lu Qinghe became instantly serious and understanding. Don't worry, big bro. I absolutely won't let anyone find out. Having successfully fooled his gullible sister, Lu Sheng stood up, feeling smug. All right, I'll show you a few more times. Once you get the hang of it, go back to your room and practice hard, you hear? Lu Qinghe glanced at him, a thought clicking into place. Asterisk. So this is what he's been hiding in his room to practice. Asterisk. Then she clenched her fists, dreaming big. Asterisk. Ha ha! My talent is way stronger than his. Surpassing him one day is totally possible. Asterisk. Asterisk. Hey, my acting skills deserve a Nobel Prize. Asterisk, he thought to himself smugly. Meanwhile, his sister was thinking, asterisk, my performance? Definitely worthy of a Best Actress award. Asterisk. Lu Sheng then turned, waving to his sister. I have to go out this afternoon. You stay home and practice hard. When I get back, I'll teach you some real combat. Lu Qinghe obediently replied, Okay. The scene shifts to the Hai Tian Shengyan restaurant. Lu Sheng arrived at his meeting point, where his future wife, He Lingsu, was already waiting. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said. He Lingsu, ever the thoughtful one, had prepared tons of beef dishes. I know you like steak, so I went ahead and ordered a lot for you. Lu Sheng was impressed. Wow, you're too kind. Thanks. While cutting his steak, Lu Sheng's eyes were fixed on his future wife number 2. How's the company's business lately? He Lingsu replied immediately. The initial market price for the blood-strengthening serum was 49,888. This price isn't ridiculously high, but it's definitely something the average person can't afford. I've positioned it for a mid to high-end customer base with real economic power. Sales have been incredible. The first batch of 20,000 blood-strengthening pills sold out in less than a week. The money-making expert, He Lingsu, continued happily. Moreover, the repurchase rate is extremely high. I believe after a little more time, its reputation will explode. It will absolutely become the star product in the martial arts supplement world for both Dongning Province and Baihe City. Lu Sheng, chewing on a huge piece of steak, praised her. Excellent work. With you in charge, I have nothing to worry about. He continued, so, what about the money? Is cash flow still good? We can manage for now, but once our sales area expands, we'll definitely need to open new branches. At that point, I'll need to secure a bank loan, because I don't have much cash on hand. After finishing his food, he started drinking, but didn't forget to work his charm on his future wife. In a little while, I'll give you another sum of money. Don't worry too much about the last amount. He Lingsu nodded, paying close attention. Then I'll be counting on you. Suddenly, she froze and asked, Oh, right, your unified exam. Isn't that coming up soon? Lu Sheng was completely calm, not worried at all. Yep, that's right. So for a while, I won't be going out. I'll be focusing completely on preparing for the exam. The business will be all on you. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered he'd just moved and told He Lingsu. Right, I'm moving in a few days. I'll send you the new address then. Facing Lu Sheng, He Lingsu broke out in a cold sweat, completely baffled. Asterisk, I almost forgot. This young man in front of me, who radiates this overwhelming aura with every move. Asterisk. Asterisk is actually just a high school student who hasn't even taken his final exams yet. It's getting harder and harder to see through him. Asterisk. She raised her wine glass, thinking to herself, Asterisk. If you told the me from half a year ago that I would entrust the entire fate of the He family to him, I'd have said you were crazy. Asterisk. Asterisk. But based on how things are going, I can see that my decision wasn't wrong at all. Asterisk. Asterisk. Of course it wasn't. How could entrusting my future to my future husband be wrong? After a moment of thought, He Lingsu stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Okay, goodbye. But before she left, she remembered something. Oh, right. I promoted Ma Fei to store manager. A quick flash shows Ma Fei, looking incredibly proud. Asterisk. This old master is finally getting rich. Asterisk. Hearing this, Lu Sheng showed complete faith in his future wife's decision. You're the boss. Your call. All right, I'm leaving then. Lu Sheng had also finished his meal. Watching her leave, he thought to himself, Asterisk Healing Su's company is my most important moneymaker, and it's the place where I can secretly create future supplements. Asterisk. Asterisk. As for whether she'd betray me after becoming successful, I'm not worried at all. Asterisk. Asterisk. On the surface, the He family is a calm sea, but in reality, they're surrounded by troubles. Sooner or later, she'll have to come begging for my help. Asterisk. Lu Sheng's face was deep in thought. Asterisk. And even without that external pressure, what I, Lu Sheng, can give, I can most certainly take back. But the most important thing right now is to level up my own strength. Asterisk. With his mind made up, he called over a waitress. Hello, I'll take 50 orders of steak to go. He clenched his fist with determination. Asterisk. A weapon for my spiritual power, the martial soul blade wheel, the eternal star body refining technique, and the next breakthrough for the indestructible golden body. Asterisk. Asterisk. Once I have those, the next time I meet that Grandmaster war goddess. Asterisk. His expression turned deadly serious. Asterisk. It won't just be about escaping with my life. I will defeat her. Asterisk. Lu Sheng thought back on the past few months. Asterisk. In the blink of an eye, months have passed. The Qiming star selection ended, and I passed the Spirit Master assessment. Asterisk. Asterisk, I returned home, and after confirming everything, I used my prize money and other earnings to buy my family a new house. Asterisk. Lu Sheng stood before the new mansion, pointing at it with a huge, happy smile for his family beside him. Next, he looked at the movers, rubbing his chin in confusion. He propped a hand on his hip, watching Ni Hongchuan's crew cheerfully carrying boxes, wondering, Asterisk. I have no idea how the guys from the Hongchuan Martial Arts Hall found out about this. Asterisk. Asterisk. They just showed up on their own to help me move. Asterisk. Down below, his sister and Zhao Lingquan were whispering happily about something, while his parents stood by, smiling fondly. Lu Qinghe glanced over at her brother, then narrowed her eyes playfully. She leaned in to whisper something in Zhao Lingquan's ear, causing the girl to blush and tilt her head to listen. They moved in all day, until the sun began to set. Lu Sheng's inner monologue confirmed it. Asterisk. We finally moved into our new home in the Hua mansion. Asterisk. The scene shows him now, giving his sister a light bonk on the head, a huge, teasing grin on his face. Behind them, their parents' eyes crinkled with joy as they watched the children play. The little girl squeezed her eyes shut, bowing her head to accept her big brother's playful wrath. A woman walking by with a purse noticed them and muttered, A new restaurant. Kinda strange. He then confirmed, I have my comprehensive exam tomorrow. On the empty floor above, Luke Kanhoa threw his arms wide in front of the window, shouting with excitement, I finally have my own martial arts training room. Ha ha. Downstairs, his mother held a box of red fruits, smiling warmly at his father, Lam Track, as she spoke. We just moved in, dear. We should go say hello to the neighbors, her husband agreed, grabbing a gift box from the table with a smile. Hearing this, Luke Thon looked over at them with a gentle smile and offered, I'll go with you, Mom and Dad. At that, Lam Trosh glanced at his son, but then just let out a calm laugh, raising an eyebrow as he declined. There's no need, son. You should get some rest. He then added, Tomorrow is the martial arts comprehensive exam. You need to be in peak condition. Beside him, his mother smiled warmly, agreeing with her husband. Then his father laughed with delight, his eyes wide as he looked up at his son, placing a hand on his shoulder as he declared, If you become the martial arts valedictorian, our family's name will truly bring honor to our ancestors. His son just looked at him, smiled, and bowed his head without a word. That night in his new room, Luke Than drifted off to sleep, keenly aware that his internal energy had reached the absolute peak of a level 4 martial artist. Limitless energy coursed through him, and he knew he was ready to break through to level 5 at any moment. He then confirmed it in his mind. He could have leveled up to 5 much sooner, but he had been holding back, wanting to temper his internal energy again and again. His once pale yellow internal energy now flowed through his body like pure, liquid amber. He trained within his mind's eye, throwing a punch that unleashed a massive wave of power. He gritted his teeth, eyes blazing as he shouted, The third tempering is almost complete. Luke Thon knew his power was about to increase several times over. The next moment, his attack manifested as a massive river of lava, surging forward. The molten flow crashed into a domain of ice and snow, where towering walls of ice rose up to halt its advance. Snow fell relentlessly from above. He walked across the lava, advancing on the battlefield of ice and fire. On the other side, Triyu Lantaun stood on a massive glacier, weapon in hand, watching him. Her silhouette was framed against the raging blizzard. Luke Than called out, announcing his arrival. "I'm here." Hearing him, Triyu Lantaun simply watched in silence, the sharp metal on her armor glinting ominously. In an instant, they charged. A clear line was drawn down the middle, one side lava, the other ice. Luke Than roared with excitement. "Time to start today's training with my tutor." Triyu Lantaun's weapon whipped towards him in a blur. Luke Than swiftly raised an arm to block it, slamming his other fist directly against her weapon. His face tensed as he thought, "I'm already using the stellar force, a 20-fold power multiplier." Gritting his teeth, he stared her down, his body radiating intense heat. In the next moment, his fist connected with Triyu Lantaun's face, making her spit blood. But she recovered instantly, using the impact to pivot as a terrifying power of ice erupted from her. Then, she swung her leg, planting a devastating kick into his stomach that sent Luke Thon flying. The ground where Triyu Lantaun stood was now a massive block of ice. The force of her attack slammed him into a building, triggering a huge explosion of rock and smoke. A moment later, he burst from the wreckage, his mind already analyzing her moves. The special Four Gates breathing method. A sphere of pure lava condensed in his palm. His face contorted as he hurled it, thinking, "My breath of fire has reached level 2 mastery, which means I can do more than just create a fireball." Then, like a meteor, he dove from the sky with the energy sphere in hand, hurtling straight for Triyu Lantaun below. She looked up, her eyes locking onto him. Luke Thon screamed in his mind, "It can also detonate with an insane amount of destructive power." As the sphere crashed down, Triyu Lantaun instantly raised a shield, blocking the attack as the fiery energy washed harmlessly around her. Sharp ice spikes erupted from her body. A confident smirk appeared on her lips as she held the shield above her head. Suddenly, a massive pillar of ice shot up from the ground, aiming right for him. A fierce wind howled around them, but Luke Thon had already teleported, reappearing beside the giant ice pillar as snow continued to fall. Down below, Triyu Lantaun stood smiling within the blizzard, shield and weapon at the ready. Seeing this, Luke Thon thought to himself, "Lately, it feels like I train with this war goddess Grandmaster every single day." He watched her from afar, a grin of pure excitement spreading across his face. "I can now last 5 minutes against her without dying." His fist, already frozen solid, clenched tight as a green light pulsed from his body. "It's a world of difference from the first time we met, when she instantly crushed me. The 10 perfect martial arts have finally fused with my body." One of his hands erupted in flames, melting the ice. A green aura enveloped him, while in his other hand, tiny arcs of lightning began to form. His eyes widened, his face hardening as a new thought took shape in his mind. "If all of my martial arts break through to the next level, I wonder if the 10 perfect martial arts will evolve even further?" In the distance, Triyu Lantaun was still grinning at him, weapon held firm. Wielding both fire and lightning, Luke Thon charged straight for her. But then, he stopped short. The power swirling around him dissipated. He shrugged, his expression turning grim. One hand still burned with fire, the other crackled with leftover lightning as he finally spoke. "All right, I can't beat you right now," he continued, his voice filled with resolve. "But after the comprehensive exam, my authority will definitely break past rank 4. He affirmed his goal. "When that happens, I'll obtain the next 3 great techniques of the level 11 martial arts." Luke Thon imagined the crystal body technique and the stellar forging art, and pictured himself finally crushing Triyu Lantaun. "My strength will skyrocket again. Once my internal energy solidifies and I reach level 5, I will absolutely take you down." A sinister smile spread across Luke Thon's face, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light as he thought, "The more I fight this war goddess Grandmaster." He paused, looking at her standing before him, shield raised. "The more I crave her power." That martial arts Grandmaster technique, the one that condenses ice into a spear. Luke Thon reconsidered, "But then again, I suppose I have my own weapon now." He formed a hand sign, and a purple aura flared to life around him as he smiled. In the next instant, he summoned the interminable blade, a chain of linked daggers that moved like a whip. He shouted with pride, "This is the weapon that cost me 27 billion. With one hand behind his back, he pointed forward, controlling the weapon as it coiled around him with a calm, satisfied smirk. Luke Thon then began to explain. The thick silver ore from Mount Niu To yielded 27 kilograms of refined silver, and all of it was used to forge this weapon. Each individual link was forged from it, getting progressively smaller. he muttered to himself. After all that, I only have a few million left. No wonder spirit masters are so rare. What can you do? Luke Thon forced a smile while crying a river on the inside. This class is a damn money pit! Then, Luke Thon pulled his hand back, watching his weapon fly as he murmured. Still, after getting this weapon, there's only one word for it, he shouted. Worth it. He then thought, even 10,000 years in the future, the Spirit Master is still the most sought-after, top-tier martial arts class. At the same time, he commanded his weapon, a blue light flaring from his hand. In the last few months, he'd only managed to master a single kill shot from the level 5 Void Blade Wheel technique. A single name for this ultimate move screamed through his mind. The ancient texts only used 4 words to describe its devastating power. In a flash, his weapon blurred towards Zhao Lingquan, moving faster than the naked eye could track. Asterisk. This is enough to take down a Grandmaster. Asterisk, Lu Sheng thought fiercely, but she was already on high alert, her eyes locked on his attack. If level 5 could waste a Grandmaster, Lu Sheng mused, then what about level 6? Or even level 7? He then wondered, what kind of psychic combat art could possibly be stronger than the Void Blade Wheel? He narrowed his eyes with a chuch, sizing up Zhao Lingquan. This so-called war goddess, her will to fight, was on a whole other level. No ordinary Grandmaster could even compare. In response, she raised her own weapon as raw power erupted into deadly spikes. Her shield deflected every single one of his blades, creating a 3-meter dead zone he couldn't penetrate. Seeing his assault completely shut down, Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. He reached out, his mind screaming as he commanded his blades for another strike. Damn it! His own weapons were repelled, embedding themselves uselessly in the ground around him. He picked one up, his mind reeling in disbelief as a cold sweat broke out on his brow. His standard Void Blade Wheel attacks, they didn't even leave a scratch on her. He fell into deep thought. Asterisk. What if I go all out and unleash the ultimate kill shot? Asterisk. The moment he did, his blade would pierce Zhao Lingquan's arm, forcing her to drop the shield as their energies violently collided. It would seriously mess up the war goddess, he concluded, but it would also completely drain his psychic energy, leaving him a sitting duck. Just then, her spear shot towards him like a missile. Drained of power, Lu Sheng could only throw a desperate, feeble punch. Panic flared in his eyes as he faced his own annihilation. One hit, and he'd be nothing but dust. But then, he felt it. His breath of wind was amplifying his immortal golden body. Speed-wise, he was her equal. He retreated, glancing back at her, still dealing with his blades on the ice. He smirked. As long as I don't foolishly charge in to die, she can't touch me. Still, it sucked not having a proper opponent. The war goddess was way too overpowered to test new moves on. If he pushed it now, she might get hurt, but he'd definitely end up dead. He finally admitted it. Without a real challenge, how could he ever know his true power, or where his limits really were? Back in reality, Lu Sheng shot up in bed, leaning back on one hand with a grin. The unified exam. Tomorrow was the perfect testing ground. He stared into the darkness, his thoughts racing. The city martial arts champion, the provincial champion. Lu Sheng's thoughts were cut short as night enveloped the house. A fierce determination burned within him. That's my goal. He pictured the endless galaxy in his mind, a sharp, determined smile touching his lips. As dawn broke, light streamed through the window. But this was just the beginning. Time for a status update. Lu Sheng's major skills were no secret. Here's the rundown of his current build. Crystal Sight Meditation. This passive mental technique is always active, constantly grinding and leveling up his psychic power. Next up, Eagle Eye. When needed, Lu Sheng's eyes flash blue, enabling Voltage Step to overwhelm his opponents. Then there's his core physical art, Stellar Body Tempering. The Solar Cell's body tempering art provides the raw energy for the stellar body. System note: the original manual is for reference only. The Grandmaster reserves all rights of final interpretation. Immortal Golden Body. By stomping the ground, he gets insane defense and regeneration. He can move normally under immense gravity, but his body isn't yet ready for the vacuum of space. And his 4 natural attributes, accessed through the natural breathing method, allow him to swap abilities to fit any situation. Let us know in the comments which element you think he uses the least. The Fudo Myoo scripture allows him to create a second body within his own, doubling his power output and unleashing a flaming fist. Up next, his second body. The 10 Suns Align technique. Inherited from a Grandmaster, this is the ultimate life's work of the Eastern Pole Evil Sunday. It's a finishing move with overwhelming power. Finally, there are Lu Sheng's enhanced senses. Chronosense. After leveling up his psychic power, his senses became hypersensitive, perfectly syncing his reaction speed for high-speed combat. The next morning at the breakfast table, his mom, wearing an apron, stood praying with her eyes closed. Please let everything go well. Let my Sheng heir get a good score. On the table were small steamed buns. His sister, Lu Qinghe, offered, "Big brother, I'll go with you to the exam site." Hearing this, he just grinned while eating a bun, ruffling her hair. "Sure," he said. "You can get a feel for the atmosphere. That way you won't be so stressed when it's your turn." His sister pouted, taking a bite of her bun. "Humph, I'm not like that." Nearby, their mom clenched her fists, smiling excitedly to encourage her son. "Don't be nervous. Just stay calm. No matter your score, you're the son we're most proud of." Just then, a car pulled up, and his dad, Lin Zhe, called out from outside. "Son, time to go." Lu Sheng waved back through the window, his eyes wide with a smile. "Coming!" Beside him, Lu Qinghe glanced over while chewing. She was holding a breakfast bowl. On the way, as the wheels spun on the pavement, Lin Zhe reminded his son, "Son, you better do well. Whether our Lu family gets a martial arts champion or not, it's all on you." From the back, Lu Qinghe popped up indignantly, grabbing the driver's seat and yelling, "Dad, what about me?" He just closed his eyes and smiled. Lin Zhe laughed while driving. "You? If you want to be a champion, you've still got a long way to go, kiddo." Ha ha ha. The sky was clear that day. The exam site was a chaotic mess of people and traffic jams. Lu Sheng stepped out of the car, his face radiating confidence. He closed his eyes, a purple aura faintly glowing as he pictured his family's frantic cheerleading. "Our precious boy, do your best. Absolutely no stress. Just show them what you've got. Just getting into a top martial arts university will make our ancestors proud. Do you need water? Are you hungry? Have to use the bathroom? Did you bring your exam ticket? Oh my God, how could you forget something so important? Taxi, taxi!" Their worried voices echoed in his mind, way more hyped up than he was. Lu Sheng tucked those words away in his heart and opened his eyes. A determined grin crossed his face as he thought, "It's been a long time since I've lived like a normal person. This almost feels real, coming to take an exam. Everything I've been through these last few months, it was just insane." His thoughts trailed off. Suddenly, his dad came up behind him, smiling. "You know, I took the martial arts exam right here too, but sadly, I didn't have the talent or the money for good nutrition. I didn't get very far." Lu Sheng was lost in thought at his dad's words. Then, Lin Zhe threw an arm around his shoulder, grinning happily. "Son, you're 100 times stronger than I ever was. I'm not going to lecture you. There's only one thing you need to remember." He paused, his other hand resting on his hip, while Luke Thon looked at his smiling father with a serious expression. Lamtrak added one last thing. "Give it your absolute all, for Vu An." At those words, Luke Thon's eyes glistened as he stared at his father. A flash of shock crossed his face before he composed himself, closing his eyes with a faint smile and beginning to walk away. "I understand, Dad." Behind him, Lamtrak watched his son go, a proud and happy smile spreading across his face. Luke Kan Hoa quickly appeared by his side, clenching her fists as she watched her brother's retreating form. "Go get him, big brother. Dad and I will be waiting right here for you." But he just kept walking, casually waving to them without looking back. The time had finally come. The annual martial arts examination was officially underway. Inside the grand hall, candidates stood in perfect formation as an examiner, holding a clipboard addressed the crowd below. "You will enter according to your number. The first test measures your blood chi. The second measures your combat power index." He paused, then called out, "Numbers 00236 through 00240. Please proceed to the examination room now." Another proctor stood by the entrance. Immediately, the called numbers moved forward, entering the room under the watchful eyes and strict guidance of the exam staff. Suddenly, the examiner's eyes widened, his brow furrowing as he looked down at the floor. He let out an annoyed grunt when he saw everyone instinctively creating a wide circle around Luke Thon. "What do you all think you're doing?" But the main character just stood in the middle of it all, hands in his pockets, radiating an unbelievably calm yet deadly aura. The examiner pressed on. "Why are the front and back rows crammed together like that, leaving this huge empty space in the middle?" he urged them. "Get back in proper formation." A trembling student pointed a shaky finger at Luke Thon, his face pale with fear. "Sir, it's not that I don't want to move forward," he stammered. "It's just, whenever I get close to him, I feel this insane pressure. My whole body starts to shake. I can't handle it." Hearing this, the examiner's face tightened. Clenching his fists, he stormed down from the platform, shouting, "What the hell is this nonsense?" He planted himself directly in front of Luke Thon, glaring at him with a deep scowl. But the main character's expression remained unreadable, his face a calm mask as that oppressive aura continued to pour out of him. In the next second, the examiner felt it too, and froze solid. A jolt of shock ran through him as a single thought screamed in his mind. "This pressure is terrifyingly strong." The examiner's face contorted as he gritted his teeth, realizing the truth with dread. When a warrior's blood chi becomes this dense, It naturally projects an aura of pure intimidation. All the while, an unconscious killing intent was relentlessly bombarding him. It was as if a colossal, invisible beast had materialized behind him, its crimson eyes locked on everyone. The examiner's face went dark with fear as he stumbled back, his mind screaming. For a normal person, getting close to him is like standing next to a ferocious predator. Yet Luke Thon just stood there, hands in his pockets, his gaze completely unfazed. The examiner understood. This was a basic survival instinct, the body's self-preservation mechanism kicking in, wanting to flee from imminent danger. His eyes went wide with disbelief as he trembled, a silent shout echoing in his head. Just what kind of monster is he? Though Luke Thon's face was calm, his eyes weren't. They glowed with the intensity of a predator, unleashing a crushing wave of pressure. Finally, the examiner coughed, closing his eyes to regain his composure. He pointed a shaky finger towards an open door behind him. There's no other way. You, Luke Thon, enter the examination room by yourself first. Go get your blood chi measured. The rest of you will follow after him. Hearing that, the crowd immediately scattered, everyone scrambling away in a mix of shock and relief. Soon, no one was left around Luke Thon except the examiner. As they ran, people looked back at him, all thinking the same thing. He's just too terrifying. Stay away from Luke Thon. Finally, we can get some distance. Luke Thon just closed his eyes with a weary smile, bowing his head with a soft sigh. Understood. As he casually walked toward the room, hands in his pockets, a desperate voice suddenly rang out from inside. I didn't take any banned substances. I didn't. The person was struggling, trying to argue his case. I'm telling you, I didn't do it. Luke Thon looked up, a curious expression on his face. The student desperately pleaded one more time, his voice cracking. It was just some chicken soup my uncle made from an ancient recipe. With that, they dragged him away as he screamed in denial, his eyes squeezed shut. But he said it would help me in the exam. Behind them, another examiner stood silently, arms crossed, completely unconvinced. Then, the man in glasses behind him crossed his arms, a dark smirk on his face as he added a reminder. I warned you when we started. He added that if the student ate anything forbidden in the last 2 days, he should confess now. The words cheating strictly prohibited were practically written on the examiner's face. He then made his final decision. There's no other way. I'm revoking your eligibility for this exam for the next 3 years. You can go home now. As 2 guards dragged him out the door, he continued to struggle and yell his defense. I didn't cheat. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Lu Sheng simply watched his retreating figure. Nearby, a middle-aged man closed his eyes and sighed, shaking his head. Honestly, these candidates have no self-control. The rules say 3 years. But in reality, they'll never be able to test again. He then added, no martial arts university will ever accept a student with a history of cheating. The man with glasses next to him crossed his arms and closed his eyes in agreement. Suddenly, that same man held up a file and pointed at Lu Sheng, shouting, Next up, Lu Sheng. With a neutral expression, he looked toward them. The examiner urged him forward. That's you, right? Get over here. Lu Sheng calmly walked past them, hands in his pockets. But an oppressive killing intent washed over the 2 examiners, freezing them in place. The man with glasses stared wide-eyed in terror. The middle-aged man was just as stunned, his jaw dropping in utter disbelief. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably as he walked past. They stood stiff as boards, whispering in shock. This aura is way too strong. They realized with horror, we're level 5 examiners. And we just backed away without even thinking. Inside the examination room, the man with glasses, still shaken, held up a syringe. He stared at Lu Sheng and confirmed, Are you ready? First, we'll test your vitals. But Lu Sheng took the syringe, and with just 2 fingers, casually bent the needle. He looked back with a deadpan expression and stated, I've already completed my body tempering. You'll need a different needle for the blood draw. This needle won't be able to pierce my skin. Hearing this, the 2 men were even more shocked. They couldn't comprehend what was happening, their eyes wide as they shouted, What the heck? Their faces went blank with confusion. The examiner in glasses quickly frowned and pulled out a whole case of sharper needles, shouting in confirmation, Fine, I've got a whole set of high-level martial artist blood draw needles right here. The middle-aged man nervously stepped forward, holding one of the needles, sweat dripping down his face. Lu Sheng just shrugged and walked over, grabbing a handful of them. He glanced at the examiners and said nonchalantly, Doing this one by one will take too long. The 2 examiners were so startled they let go. Lu Sheng then held the bundle of needles in his palm and slammed his other hand down on the sharp points. Let's just get this over with all at once. They stared at the mangled, twisted bundle of needles in his hand, which looked like crushed weeds. They looked from the needles to his face in absolute horror, then back down at the ruined needles, screaming in terror. "This is impossible! What in the world is his skin made of?" The man in glasses stammered, his voice trembling. "There's no other choice. I need to request instructions from my superiors." He then forced a strained smile, pointing toward a door. Student, why don't you go ahead and test your combat power index first?" Lu Sheng followed his pointed finger and then smiled with genuine excitement. All right, he began walking toward the door. Inside the combat testing room, a young man with shoulder-length orange hair and fierce blue eyes roared as he swung his fist. "Hya!" He slammed his fist into the training dummy in front of him, screaming, "Die for me!" A flash of blue light erupted at the point of impact. A moment later, the combat dummy announced, "Combat power has broken 100. Candidate has a chance of being accepted into Dongning Martial Arts University." Hearing this, the young man stared in awe at his own results. Just then, the examiner in glasses quickly led Lu Sheng inside. The person in charge of this section glanced up from his clipboard and grunted, but then his eyes went wide with surprise as he recognized the examiner. "Old Zhang? What are you doing here?" Seeing the troubled look on Zhang's face, he asked, "What's wrong? Is the next candidate's blood vitality index not out yet?" Old Zhang quickly leaned in, covering his mouth as he whispered something in the supervisor's ear. The supervisor's eyes shot open in shock as he looked over at Lu Sheng and exclaimed, "What?" Something like that actually happened. Old Zhang then glanced at the high-tech training dummy and warned, "Is your equipment here going to be okay? Do we need to switch to a higher-grade model? Let's not have any embarrassing incidents. We can't afford to lose face in front of this kid." The supervisor, however, remained confident. He gestured with a smile toward his machine and confirmed, "Don't worry. This machine is the best of the best." He then added, "The upper limit on this thing is 990,000. He looked at testing dummy number 4 with pride and boasted, "Even a level 6 martial artist wouldn't be a problem." Then he made a ridiculous suggestion. "Don't tell me that kid is a Grandmaster or something." Ha ha ha. After the examiner in glasses stepped aside, the supervisor for this round looked casually at Lu Sheng. He beckoned him over with a grin. "You must be the student named Lu Sheng, right? Come on in. It's your turn." Lu Sheng calmly walked forward, but the killing intent radiating from him was so intense it made even old Zhang flinch. The supervisor shot up from his chair, his eyes wide with utter shock. Lu Sheng's sharp gaze looked down on him, his aura relentlessly pressing down on the room. The supervisor stumbled back, forced to look up at him. And then, Lu Sheng smiled, a perfectly peaceful look on his face as he bowed his head respectfully. "Hello, examiner. Examinee number 00565, Baihe City, Lu Sheng." The supervisor's body went stiff, trembling as he pointed a shaky finger, stammering before finally speaking in a terrified voice. "Student Lu Sheng, please step up to the testing machine." Lu Sheng took his position in front of the dummy, while the two examiners, one standing and one sitting, watched his every move. The seated examiner held up the information sheet, staring at Lu Sheng. "Student Lu Sheng, are you ready?" Lu Sheng closed his eyes and replied calmly, "Please wait just a moment." Suddenly, the examiner's face went blank, his eyes bulging as he stared at the flames erupting around Lu Sheng. He was using the Divine Flame King Sutra's breathing technique to amplify his blood vitality. Next, he pushed his hands forward as if gathering energy. Behind him, the phantom of a colossal fire god began to form. With a look of intense seriousness, his body exploded with a blinding golden aura. The two examiners reflexively threw up their arms to shield themselves. The supervisor clutched his hat to keep it from flying off, his jaw hanging open as he screamed, "What? What is this commotion? You told me this was a student here for the standard exam." He yelled at old Zhang, who was also staring ahead with a pained, disbelieving frown. The supervisor stared at the golden aura enveloping Lu Sheng and analyzed. "He's condensing explosive power into a single point. He understands its weakness." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained calm, circulating his energy with his eyes closed. The examiner realized, he knows everything. Nothing is impossible for him. Then, Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, glowing with golden light as a thought echoed in his mind. 10th level of martial arts. First form. He pushed off the ground, the floor cracking under the immense energy as he roared internally. Stellar force, multiplied by 12. The examiner's jaw dropped even further, sweat pouring down his face, completely speechless. As he drew back his fist, a ball of fire containing the image of a phoenix rapidly formed. His eyes flashed as he named the technique, a violent inferno erupting around him. Grandmaster art, he thought to himself. This is the first time I've ever combined all my states into one. He added, I want to know what my true power level is right now. A determined smirk appeared on Lu Sheng's face. He narrowed his eyes and threw his fist forward, shouting in his mind, let's see what happens. In that instant, his flaming fist slammed into the body of the evaluation dummy. A blinding flash of light erupted as he roared the technique's name, 10 suns descend. But let's rewind 5 minutes earlier, inside the main examination building. In a private room, a chess piece slammed onto the board with a decisive crack. Xu Yaodong sat with his eyes closed, calmly confirming his move with a confident air. Checkmate, Director Liu. This was Xu Yaodong, the general director for White River City's college entrance exams and the president of the Shuhai City Martial Artist Association. Across from him, a portly man rubbed his head and sighed with his eyes shut. Ah, I've lost again. He was the director of White River City's Education Bureau. Director Liu then offered some praise. President Xu, your chess skills are truly masterful. I've lost 7 games in a row. I think I'm done for today. Hearing this, Xu Yaodong let out a hearty laugh, stroking his chin with a humble smile. Ha ha, I'm just a simple martial artist. What do I know about chess? I graciously accept. Suddenly, a secretary burst through the door, clutching a file and shouting in a panic, President Xu, there's an urgent matter that needs your approval. Xu Yaodong turned his head, his voice calm but firm. What's all the fuss about? Can't you see I have a guest? Director Liu sat quietly, observing the scene before asking, What is it? Go on, speak. At his prompting, the secretary clutched the file and stammered. It's difficult to describe. She trailed off, struggling for words. Basically, a candidate from White River City. He broke the blood collection needle. And the replacement. So the proctor is requesting to use a high-grade needle for him. Hearing this, Xu Yaodong pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes still closed in annoyance. Doesn't every testing site have a box of high-grade needles? He added, exasperated, and you need my authorization for something so trivial? The secretary stepped closer, completely flustered. Well, she stuttered. The thing is, they're all broken. All of the high-grade blood collection needles are broken. At those words, Xu Yaodong's hand tightened, shattering the chess piece in his grip. His eyes snapped open in disbelief. His brow furrowed as he yelled, What did you say? All the high-grade needles are broken? He demanded. Beside him, Director Liu's eyes went wide, unable to sit still as he stared at the secretary. In an instant, Xu Yaodong lost his composure, pointing an urgent finger at the flustered secretary. Quickly, go get the special-grade needle from the control room. He then added, And bring me that student's file, now. A man named Ha Bin Nam, standing nearby, looked on in utter shock. The secretary presented the file she was holding. I've already prepared his information. Please, take a look. The 2 men leaned in to look at the file, their eyes widening in pure astonishment. Xu Yaodong closed his eyes and took a sharp breath, his face darkening for a moment. Then, a smile quickly spread across his face as he looked at his friend. Director Liu, congratulations. Hearing this, Director Liu also smiled, closing his eyes with a look of modest satisfaction. Ha ha ha, just lucky, just lucky. He clasped his hands together, adding cheerfully, Looks like it's my turn to accept graciously. This is all thanks to President Xu's excellent guidance. I'm just basking in the reflected glory. Xu Yaodong looked at him, slightly surprised, still holding the file. Oh? Director Liu doesn't seem surprised at all. Hearing that, Director Liu's eyes crinkled into a joyful smile. How could I not be surprised? But, he admitted, I had a feeling something like this might happen. He recalled a shimmering insignia, then asked Xu Yaodong, President Xu, have you heard of the Eastern Military Region's annual Kaming General Star Selection? He then revealed, That young man, Lu Sheng, is this year's Kaming General Star. And not only that, he paused, his smile widening. He's also the most famous martial arts prodigy in all of White River City. At this revelation, Xu Yaodong's eyes bulged in shock. So that's who he is! A storm of realization crashed through him. A kid with that level of talent isn't just qualified to become the provincial champion, he thought with absolute certainty. He's practically guaranteed to sit on the dragon throne of the national champion. Fired up, Xu Yaodong excitedly grabbed Director Liu's arm. Let's go, we have to see him for ourselves. It would be a crime to miss seeing a national-level talent like this in person, he exclaimed. Just then, the table and the vase on it began to tremble violently. With a sudden, powerful jolt, the vase shattered into pieces. At the same time, the faces of Xu Yaodong and the others went pale, shaking from the sheer force of the tremor. The next moment, they lost their balance, staggering as the ground bucked beneath them, letting out cries of shock. As the tremor subsided, a sweating Director Liu stared wide-eyed from behind them. What was that? An earthquake? Xu Yaodong glanced sharply in the direction of the epicenter. No, it's not an earthquake, he declared urgently. I can feel the source of the vibration, and it's not far from here. His eyes widened in horror as the realization hit him. That direction. It's Lu Sheng's combat power examination room. Down below, in the aftermath of Lu Sheng's punch, the entire scene was a cloud of dust and debris. His fist was still extended, surrounded by swirling orbs of crimson phoenix fire. The power-measuring mannequin was completely demolished, blasted into the back wall, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The two proctors were thrown from their chairs in shock. The one with glasses just stood there, his jaw on the floor, utterly speechless. In the exam room, the other proctor had been knocked to the ground, gaping in absolute astonishment. What in the world just happened? The mangled machine, still sparking and embedded in the wall, twitched. The proctor screamed in terror. The power tester tops out at a peak 6th-level martial artist. He asked again in utter shock. Shattered by a single punch? Seeing this, Lu Sheng put on an innocent face, his jaw hanging open in surprise. His hand was still clenched in a fiery fist, surrounded by phoenix jades. The examiner's voice trembled as he confirmed it. With just one punch, he couldn't believe his own eyes and screamed the question again. His power level surpassed 990,000? Just then, Su Miaodong and Chief Liu rushed onto the scene. Eyes wide with shock, he demanded to know what was happening. Hey, what in the world happened here? The crowd turned to look at him, the scene a chaotic mess. The examiner for this round ran over, grabbing Xu Miaodong and crying hysterically. Chief Shu, you're finally here. Beside him, Chief Liu's face went pale, his mouth agape. Xu Miaodong was startled, looking at the man covered in tears and snot. The proctor quickly stammered, pointing a trembling finger at him. He sputtered, gesturing at Lu Sheng's innocent, harmless-looking face as he added, that kid is a Grandmaster. Hearing this, Lu Sheng pointed back at his own face, his eyes wide with confusion. Just then, Xu Yaodong regained his composure, pointing to the other students. The rest of you, get out for now. Tell the candidates outside to wait, he then shouted urgently. And get the Martial Arts Association on the line immediately. Have them deliver a Grandmaster-level testing machine, right now. And hurry up, he barked. Hearing the command, the frantic, glasses-wearing old Zhang and the other proctor in green both acknowledged and rushed off. Xu Yaodong then turned back to Lu Sheng, his face a mixture of awe and amazement. The power of that last punch was world-shaking, he thought. This day will go down in history. He came to a final conclusion. A true young hero has appeared. Behind him, Director Liu slowly approached Lu Sheng, a reassuring smile on his face. Don't worry, student Lu Sheng. No one is going to blame you. He added, please, don't let this be a psychological burden. Lu Sheng glanced over at the director, taking in his words. The official stood by, hands clasped behind his back. Prepare yourself. We'll be running a final check with you shortly. His gaze then landed on the young man, from whom a dense, blue aura was steadily radiating. The boy just clenched his fists, looking around confused, but the official could already sense his immense power. Just getting near him, you could feel it. The honed spirit of a true, battle-tested martial artist. He thought in stunned silence, if I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, who would believe it? A high school kid who's only 18 years old? An hour later, old Zhang's urgent voice cut through the air, pointing at a newly delivered equipment case. Director, the high-grade machinery has arrived. He clutched a checklist in his other hand. Hearing this, Xu Miaodong quickly gave the order. Let's begin the test immediately. He then produced a golden needle, a cheerful smile spreading across his face as he turned to the boy. First, we'll measure your blood qi. The golden needle swiftly pricked his fingertip. Lu Sheng just watched calmly, silently offering his hand as instructed. In an instant, a single drop of his blood was drawn, a vibrant, golden-orange color. Seeing this, Director Liu's eyes went wide. He pointed, sweating and shouting in utter disbelief. The blood! It's coalescing, not scattering. It's as dense as mercury. This is Grandmaster's blood. But then he corrected himself. No, it's not quite there. I've seen true Grandmaster's blood before. They all imagined perfect, blood-red pearls, glowing with essence. Xu Miaodong retracted the needle, his brow furrowed as he examined the sample. True Grandmaster blood would form perfect spheres on the ground. Its density and cohesion are both slightly higher than this. Director Liu, hands on his hips, frowned and added his own analysis. But for a kid his age, this is already monstrous. He placed the sample into the analyzer on the table. With a soft beep, it whirred to life. The final result flashed onto the red screen. Blood qi value, 123,356. Martial artist level 6. Xu Miaodong yelled out in pure shock. A blood qi value of over 120,000? A level 6 martial artist. Director Liu clutched his head, eyes glued to the screen as his voice trembled. In all of Baihei City, he stammered. No, in the entire recorded history of Dongning Province, a score like this has never been seen. Meanwhile, Xu Miaodong turned to the young man, a massive, excited grin on his face. Incredible. Simply incredible. Student Lu, you've just smashed the blood qi record. Lu Sheng simply met his gaze, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he said humbly, I guess it's okay. He wore a calm, almost confused expression. The spectacled examiner, however, rolled his eyes, screaming internally with frustration. You call this Just okay? He cursed to himself. Damn, this kid's flex is on another level, I can't take it. The examiner grabbed the control panel, turning to announce, Director, the combat tester is calibrated. The armored dummy is ready. Hearing that, the director turned to Lu Sheng with a smile. Let's ride this momentum. Time to test your combat power. On the other side of the room, a special dummy had been prepared just for him. The director waved him over, thinking to himself, this Grandmaster-level combat tester is practically brand new. After all, barely anyone in Baihe City is strong enough to use it. He glanced at the boy. And today, it's being used by a teenager. Lu Sheng's expression turned deadly serious. He walked towards the armored dummy, eyeing his target and clenching his fist. Then, he drew back his arm, immense power gathering in an instant. The monitor immediately lit up with a stream of data. He then unleashed a devastating punch, wreathed in smoke and fire, roaring the name of his technique 20 times. Stellar Force, 11th Heaven's Grotto. A shockwave of dust and debris exploded outwards. The onlookers shielded their faces as Xu Miaodong screamed in astonishment. Grandmaster's will. That's unmistakably Grandmaster's will. His eyes bulged as he yelled again. I've pursued that state for decades, and now it's appeared in an 18-year-old kid? How is that not absolutely terrifying? Beside him, Director Liu was completely flabbergasted. He stared, wide-eyed, and shouted, He's already forged the path to becoming a level 7 Grandmaster. He finally declared, give him a little more time, and he'll be a true teenage Grandmaster. Lu Sheng pulled his fist from the dummy's torso, leaving a deep, glowing red crater in the armor. He retracted his hand with a slight smirk, his body still radiating light amidst the settling dust. Then, the final number flashed on the screen. Combat power, 1,060,000. Director Liu was ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear as he made the call. His base combat power meets the requirement. He might be a little short, but he's worthy of the Grandmaster title. But Xu Miaodong sensed something was off. He squinted at Lu Sheng, stroking his chin. Strange, he muttered, then yelled, Wait, that's not right. He turned to the boy and demanded, Lu Sheng, with Grandmaster-level power, why didn't you use your astral energy? Lu Sheng just looked back calmly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Director Liu rushed forward, a frantic look on his face. He's right. Where was your astral energy? Lu Sheng remained silent for a moment. Then, he held out his hand, gathering a faint golden light. He answered nonchalantly, I'm not a level 5 yet. My astral energy hasn't even formed. Hearing that, the two officials froze solid. Their faces became masks of pure, unfiltered shock. Their eyes bulged as they screamed in absolute disbelief. Huh! They both staggered backward at the same time. Staring at the faint aura on his body, Director Liu yelled, My God, he's not even level 5. Yet he has the combat power of a Grandmaster. Xu Miaodong finally recovered, winking at the director. Director Liu, my sincerest congratulations. He continued, It seems your Baihe City is about to produce a great Grandmaster. This is a true dragon descending upon the world. At those words, Director Liu clenched his fists, his eyes crinkling with pure joy as he shouted, A true dragon indeed. Beside him, Xu Miaodong stroked his chin, grinning uncontrollably. Another official cheered, Our Baihe City is about to give birth to a true dragon genius. Director Liu immediately spun around and pointed at the examiner. Old Zhang, get Chairman Xiao and the Eastern Military Sector on the line. Now, the flustered examiner saluted with the documents and took off running. Later, Lu Sheng walked out of the examination hall. He waved to his family with a bright smile. Dad! The sunlight caught his blue eyes, making them shine. Lin Zi was bursting with excitement. Shenger, how did it go? Did you give it your all? Beside him, Lu Qinghei's eyes were wide with anticipation, her hands clasped tightly. Brother, hurry and tell us. Lu Sheng put a hand on his hip and looked at his sister. It went a little better than I expected, he said casually. Getting into the capital's university shouldn't be a problem. His father beamed, placing a proud hand on his son's shoulder. Lu Qinghe threw her fists in the air, shouting with pure joy. Does that mean you might be the top scorer? Haha, my brother is the top scorer. The three of them quickly posed for a picture together, a memento of Lu Sheng's college entrance exam. His dad smiled happily in the back, his sister beamed beside him, and Lu Sheng stood proudly in the middle. Then, a stats screen of his profile appeared. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Martial lifespan, June. Year 297 to April. Year 477. Peak strength, level 8 martial artist. At 18, his legend began, as a level 2 martial artist who shook Baihe City. Later, he was nominated by the Baihe City Association to join the Genius Training Camp of Dongning Province, and took first place. In the same year, he participated in the Qiming Star General selection, earning the title of Qijing Star General. He then achieved the best score in the entire nation on the unified exam. entering the 7th Sacred Martial University in the capital. 2 years into his studies, he joined the military district, achieving the rank of major. Lu Sheng stroked his chin as he continued reading the red announcement board, his brow furrowed in thought. At 30, he became a Grandmaster. At 54, a Great Grandmaster. And at 60, one of the 4 great generals of the Eastern Military Region. A lifetime dedicated to the military, his battle record was legendary. He died in April of the year 477 at the age of 181. Historical character rating, 4.5 stars. Resource zone limit, level 4, Fire Grave. A bitter smile crossed his face as he remembered his 5 wives. He grimaced, thinking reluctantly, Ugh, 5 wives. I really didn't want that. The screen quickly displayed a heart 5. Immediately after, he excitedly clenched his fist, his expression filled with determination. Power flared in his hand as he roared in his mind. Finally, in this life, I've reached the 8th level Great Grandmaster. Then, he took out the academic books with a smile. Reaching for them, he realized, the level 4 limit means I can get the next 3 great techniques. All the way to level 11. He immediately looked at their descriptions. The Crystal Contemplation Method, 3rd volume. The Advanced Natural Breathing Method, Volume 2. And the 2nd stage of the Indestructible Golden Body Technique. Lu Sheng quickly opened the technique scroll, and a red orb of energy appeared within it. He understood instantly. The Stellar Body Refining Art from the level 4 clearance covers all training stages from level 4 to level 6. This was basically a direct highway to becoming a Grandmaster. His body greedily devoured the surging energy from the book. As he roared inwardly, this technique not only provided the 2nd stage cultivation movements for the indestructible golden body, but it also included an additional, special, secret art. Lu Sheng strode confidently towards the blazing red orb ahead, colorful streams of energy swirling at his feet. He then returned to reality, staring at the ethereal book before him, murmuring to himself, good thing Shi Chengning was a die-hard fan of Wang He. He recalled the image of himself fawning over the guy and muttered, the 2 of them are practically cut from the same cloth. Making a connection should be easy. Then, Lu Sheng remembered the brilliant blue Grandmaster energy illuminating the path ahead. He knew his Grandmaster's will had already taken form. He just needed to raise his chi and blood value to smoothly ascend. For now, he stood at the bottom of the steps, gazing up at the path. But as Lu Sheng considered it further, he thought of the 10 Suns Burning Heaven Fist technique created by Shi Chengning. He paused, then recalled the Grandmaster's path, with phoenix jades floating around it, and another figure wielding violet lightning. A level 11 powerhouse. Wang He's Grandmaster path was hailed as the Eastern Extreme Evil Sunday, 10,000 years in the future. Confused, he wondered aloud, are there Grandmaster paths on the same level? But he immediately denied it. No, they're probably completely different. His expression darkened. He lowered his head, eyes narrowed, staring seriously at the technique scroll. That is their path. Lu Sheng paused, then imagined the great path in the endless void as he looked up. The ethereal book still floated before him. But it is not my path, he declared with certainty. He pictured himself running on a separate set of stairs, parallel to Wang He, his face set with determination. The path of the Grandmaster I will walk must be built upon Wang He's, but it must also transcend it. He came to a firm conclusion. My initial goal is to aim for level 30, or perhaps even higher. Only then can I achieve what even Wang He could not, he confirmed to himself. I have 3 great level 11 techniques as my foundation. He recalled the tower and the people below it. The entire glorious martial arts civilization from 10,000 years in the future has paved the way for me. Then his resolve hardened as he yelled, this isn't a fantasy, and it's not overconfidence. Lu Sheng reached out, standing at the pinnacle of his life. Sunlight bathed him as he raised a hand, smiling with excitement, his eyes blazing with resolve as he shouted, that is my future. Later, at Lu Sheng's house, 5 days after the unified exam ended, Lin Zhe was on a ladder hanging up lights, while Lu Qinghe stood below, handing them up to his father. Red lanterns and red paper were scattered nearby. Up on the ladder, Lin Zhe chuckled happily as he worked. Heh, Sheng Er's results are coming soon, he added. We have to celebrate properly. Below, Lu Qinghe looked up, smiling cheerfully as she passed another lantern to her dad. In the house next door, a man with green hair was adjusting his clothes. He glanced through the window at the father and daughter. The neighbors are hanging lanterns and setting off firecrackers, he noted. Looks like something good happened. On the other side, the wife who had previously passed by Lu Sheng's family put on her earrings, her eyes closed in annoyance as she asked, Humph. Good news? She scoffed. Nothing good has happened since they moved here. She then raised an eyebrow, glaring at them as she grumbled. The property values here are just too low. It lets any kind of trash move into the neighborhood. She scoffed and flipped her hair. Just look at how poor they are. When they first moved in, it was just blah blah blah. So noisy it was maddening. She recalled just that morning, running into them at the gate. As she got into her car, she glanced at Lindsay, awkwardly picking up dropped fruit from the ground. She covered her mouth, her face a mask of disgust. His bag of oranges broke all over the road, and he just knelt there for ages, she shrieked at her husband. I hope he didn't get any of that filth on my car. Ugh, just thinking about it is disgusting. Hearing this, her husband narrowed his eyes. He glanced at his wife and reminded her, Hey, why do you have to be so harsh? He added, They're our neighbors, after all. At that, the woman's neck stiffened. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she spun on him. What? You're my husband, and you're taking their side over mine? Just then, a loud horn blared from outside. The woman covered her ears, glaring out the window with her mouth wide open in a scream of frustration. Who is making all that noise? Are they insane? It must be those poor neighbors getting revenge on me. She clutched her head, screaming out the window. It was just a few oranges. I'll have a truck come later and dump dirt all over their yard. Just then, a motorcade swept down the street below. Her husband's eyes went wide with shock as he gasped. Wait a second. That license plate is... His voice trailed off. Then he shouted, staring at the lead car's plate. Dongdi 0001, he announced in a panic. That's the provincial governor's car. He scrambled toward the window, hand on his chin, utterly stunned. The provincial governor is here himself, sounding the 9-tone horn to congratulate the ascending dragon. The provincial director must be here for dang long, the martial arts champion. Beside him, his wife was frozen in disbelief, her face stiff and her eyes wide. She looked at her husband with a dazed smile and shrieked, What? This year's champion, Dang Long, is from Bakha City? And he lives in our district? She asked again. She turned, looking down at the convoy of cars as she came to a realization. The ancestors are truly watching over us, she declared. In that moment, she knew they had to befriend him. Meanwhile, that very same motorcade pulled up in front of Luke Than's house. Lamtrock's eyes widened in shock as he stared out the door. A hint of panic crept into his voice. Mr. Kanhoa, what is going on? Why is that terrifying convoy parked in front of our house? The little girl turned her head, still holding a lantern, and answered with a confused look. I don't know either. A moment later, 3 people, Luke Than's mother and sister, were invited out to meet the person in the car. Ha Bin Nam stepped forward, bowing his head slightly. My apologies, he began, for this sudden visit. The 3 of them could only stare back in utter confusion. Straightening up, Ha Bin Nam offered a gentle smile. Excuse me, is this the residence of the National Martial Arts Valedictorian, Luke Than? He asked. I am Ha Bin Nam, the governor of Dongnin province, and a sword grandmaster. Beside him, the driver stood at attention, his eyes closed and head bowed. At those words, Lamtrake's eyes went wide as he shrieked in shock. The National Valedictorian? He stammered, then screamed again to confirm. My son is the National Martial Arts Valedictorian? Behind him, Luke Kanhoa gasped, her hands flying to her face in disbelief. Nearby, his mother beamed, covering her mouth in amazement. Across the way, their neighbor froze solid, her eyes bulging as she stared at their house and screamed. What? She couldn't believe it. The National Martial Arts Valedictorian is that family's son? The girl clutched her head, her face twisting in pure horror. Ha 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 ha, she mumbled frantically under her breath. I'm so dead. This time I'm really dead. What have I done? Meanwhile, Luke Than was still in his room, meditating. He sat cross-legged, regulating his breathing as he examined his arm, noting, marrow cleansing. Dark impurities were starting to surface on his skin. He thought to himself, after obtaining the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body technique, my stagnant constitution is finally strengthening once again. Luke Than had just stood up from his bed when his phone buzzed, the screen lighting up with a message notification. He opened the chat. It was from Kanhoa. Bro, you're #1 in the entire country, the National Martial Arts Valedictorian. That's you. The text was followed by an animated sticker. Bro, the house is full of people. Why aren't you up yet? She urged. Then she sent another message. Bro, the provincial governor, a grandmaster. Why are you making a grandmaster wait for you to wake up? Luke Than's eyes shot open in shock. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he screamed internally. The provincial governor? He tried to process it again. At MY House? Luke Than closed his eyes, focusing his energy. Let's see what's going on, he thought. In his mind's eye, a purple spiritual network spread out, scanning the entire house as he clutched his phone. Downstairs, his family sat with 3 other people in the living room. Luke Than instantly recognized one of the auras. Is that President Tu? He then sensed another presence. Someone with comparable lifeblood. Another peak level 6 martial artist. Then, his senses locked onto a blazing red aura as he thought, and this person. Luke Thon paused, analyzing the overwhelming presence. His life force burns like a furnace. Next to that inferno, a level 6 expert is nothing but a speck of dust. Suddenly, the man looked up, his gaze piercing right through the ceiling toward him. Luke Thon flinched as a single thought screamed in his mind. A Grandmaster! Ha Bin Nam just smiled faintly. Heh. Then he announced, "It seems our national martial arts valedictorian is finally awake." Beside him, President Tew stared at the governor in astonishment, while his mother shot a confused glance over as well. A moment later, Luke Thon began walking down the stairs. All eyes immediately turned to him. He calmly placed a hand on the railing and addressed the room. "My sincerest apologies for making you all wait." Seeing him, Ha Bin Nam's eyes narrowed slightly, a calculating smile on his face. Impressive, he thought, for someone so young to possess such a powerful and hidden aura. Beside him, Tu Nuke Ha beamed, looking at Luke Thon with genuine pride. As Luke Thon walked towards them with a serene expression, Ha Bin Nam continued his assessment. The boy's aura was like the morning sun piercing through the dawn. The governor couldn't help but feel it. The new generation was truly surpassing the old. Lam Trock rushed to his son's side, placing a hand on his shoulder. With his other hand, he gestured proudly toward their guest. "Than, you're finally up. This is the governor of Dongnin province, Ha Bin Nam." He then pointed to the man beside the governor, adding to his introduction. "And this is the mayor of Bak Ha City." Finally, he indicated Tu Nugak Ha, who was smiling warmly. "And of course, you already know President Tu Nugak Ha." Luke Than smiled and stepped forward, extending his hand respectfully. "Governor Ha, it's an honor." The governor returned the handshake, his gaze calm and amiable as he replied, "Haha, a pleasure to meet you, Student Luke." Soon, everyone was seated, with Luke Thon directly across from Ha Bin Nam. The governor looked at him and began to explain. "I am here today primarily to congratulate student Luke Thon for achieving the #1 rank in the nation as the National Martial Arts valedictorian in this year's university entrance exams." Hearing this, Lam Trosh looked confused. "The university exam results are already out?" Ha Bin Nam answered honestly. "The system has basically finished processing. Only the final rankings haven't been released publicly. However," he confirmed, "student Luke Thon's first-place position is set in stone." At those words, Lam Trake's face lit up, and he shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with pure joy. Behind them, Luke Khan Hoa stared at her brother in wide-eyed disbelief. To the side, their mother covered her mouth, smiling as tears of happiness welled in her eyes. Through it all, Luke Thon remained perfectly calm. Ha Bin Nam added, "And this is without factoring in academic scores or any other bonus points." He concluded, "Once the system calculates everything, we may very well be looking at the highest-scoring martial arts valedictorian in history." With a gesture, the governor's secretary stepped forward, bowing as he presented a box. Ha Bin Nam smiled casually. "As soon as I received the news, I came straight here to be the first to meet student Luke Thon in person. And at the same time," he continued, "on behalf of Dongnin province, I'd like to present some corresponding rewards to our province's most outstanding prodigy." He opened the box. Inside lay a silver bank card and a property deed. Ha Bin Nam explained, "This is a 50 million yuan bonus. It may not be much, but it's a small token of the province's appreciation." He then added, "And this is a deed to a 400-square-meter villa in the heart of Dongnin's provincial capital. It may not be as large as your current home, but the location is exceptional. It's surrounded by professional martial arts facilities, perfect for a cultivator's residence." His father stared into the box, completely speechless, as Luke Thon, his mother, and his sister all leaned in for a closer look. His mother quickly took the box and closed the lid with a gentle smile. Ha Bin Nam then turned his attention back to Luke Thon, confirming, "I also understand that student Luke now possesses the strength of a level 6 martial artist." Hearing this, Luke Khan Hoa's jaw dropped, her face a mask of pure shock. Luke Thon, however, simply met the governor's gaze with unwavering calm. The governor continued, "You can now choose any martial arts university in the entire country." He then asked, "Have you already decided where you want to go?" Luke Thon looked at him directly and answered without hesitation, "Yes, I have." His expression was firm as he declared, "The imperial capital's sacred martial university." At that, Ha Bin Nam's smile widened. He held out his hand, and his secretary respectfully placed a document in it. I thought as much," the governor said. "As it happens, the Sacred Martial University asked me to deliver their letter of recommendation to you." Then, with a flourish, he revealed 7 different admission letters. He grinned. "In fact, I have letters from all 7 of the Sacred Martial Universities. I won't play favorites, so I'll let you choose for yourself, student Luke." Beside him, Luke Khan Hoa could only stare, completely dumbfounded, her mind short-circuiting from all the shocking revelations. Model, the most sacred martial arts academies in the entire country. They were all letting him choose freely. He finally sighed. Is this a manhwa or some kind of web novel plot? Lu Sheng sat perfectly still, his hands on his knees, staring speechless at the pile of letters before him. He then quickly gathered the few he was considering, pushing the rest into another stack. Ha Bin Nam glanced down at the letter in his hand, a hint of surprise in his expression. He then pulled that single letter from a messy pile of correspondence and spoke. He paused, then confirmed. This is it. His eyes flashed as he examined the seal on the talisman letter. 7th Sacred Martial University. Hearing this, Xia Pingnan was stunned. His eyes went wide with shock as he forced a wry smile. He thought to himself, I assumed Lu Sheng would consider this carefully. He then added aloud, I never expected such a method of choosing. Truly a unique style. Then, the governor smiled, signaling for the letters to be put away as he spoke with his eyes closed. All 7 great martial universities were built upon the legacies of martial saints. The 7th St. Martial University might be less famous, but its instructors are every bit as skilled as the other 6. He then added a warning. The academic missions at the 7th are also far more dangerous. You're going to need a reliable melee weapon. Beside him, Lu Sheng listened intently, still holding the letter. Then, the governor presented a golden business card to him. When student Lu Sheng has chosen a weapon, you can call me at any time. Hearing that, Lu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise, staring down at the gleaming card, utterly bewildered. Xia Pingnan clarified, any melee weapon below level 6, and I will personally have one forged for you. Consider it a gift for the rising dragon of Dongning province. Hearing that, Lu Sheng quickly took the card, his eyes wide as a smile spread across his face. A level 6 melee weapon that can't be cheap, right? He felt a little conflicted, but turning down the provincial director, who was also a Grandmaster level expert, would be incredibly rude. In the end, he decided it was a stupid move to refuse. He then spoke to the governor. In that case, thank you, Director Xia. With that, the governor and his group quickly rose to their feet, smiling warmly. Xia Pingnan stood up, clasped his hands, and stated, All right, we won't disturb you any longer today. It's just that I, Pingnan, heard a true dragon had appeared in our Dongning province, so my excitement was difficult to contain. He added, I hope everyone understands. On the other side, Lu Sheng and his family also stood up. Hearing the governor's words, his father Lindsay extended a hand with a joyful smile. Not a disturbance at all. Not in the slightest. Lu Sheng and his family stood at the gate, waving as Xia Pingnan's convoy drove away. The moment they were gone, Lindsay turned to his son, eyes crinkling with a proud grin as he clenched his fists and shouted with joy. Ha ha ha, you've truly brought honor to our ancestors. To think the Lu family would see a day like this. He immediately turned to his wife and urged, Honey, hurry to the market and buy groceries. Tonight, we celebrate. Beside them, Lu Qinghe excitedly held up a roll of red firecrackers, and their mom, hearing the plan, turned and ran back into the house without hesitation, shouting, Got it! Watching their joy, Lu Sheng smiled gently. Elsewhere, a man looked at his profile. He grunted, then remarked, Now this is quite interesting. Someone standing beside him glanced over and asked, Oh? Something has managed to capture your interest, sir? The figure then added with awe, That's a rare sight indeed. The man in the shadows leaned forward, holding the file as he spoke. Perhaps this year won't be the same as the others. This was Tan Zhongyu, the bright jade martial saint. A few days later, his classmates gathered around him, their faces a mess of happy tears. Lu Sheng and his friends celebrated passing the unified exam and said their final goodbyes. Lu Kaiming, in particular, was an absolute mess, sobbing his eyes out. Soon, after bidding farewell to their families, each of them embarked on a new journey. At the airport, he hugged his parents and sister goodbye. Lindsay looked at his son, his expression a mixture of profound sadness and immense pride. Then Lu Sheng boarded the plane. As he lifted his luggage into the overhead compartment, he thought to himself, the 7th St. Martial University, my next school. The main reason was that the 7th St. Martial University had a complete Martial Saint legacy, and, on top of that, the one-of-a-kind Martial Saint Tower. He paused, stowing his bag as his eyes narrowed in thought. As he sat down, he was suddenly startled by a familiar face. His train of thought was broken. The 7th St. Martial University was built 57 years ago. Its founder, he realized, is Tan Zhongyu, one of the 3 living martial saints of Dragon Country. Then he recalled that Tan Zhongyu became a martial saint just over 60 years ago, which means he's now over 100 years old. He pictured the legend from an old painting, standing before the great tower with his sword. The 7th St. Martial University is a new peak of innovation. They say the lifespan of a martial saint can easily reach over 300 years, far beyond the range of a normal person. He then confirmed, in the grand scheme of things, all the martial saints in the world are still pretty young. At this thought, Lu Sheng rubbed his chin, picturing a wise old turtle with a long white beard holding a sword. He smirked. Like the immortals from the myths, he thought. He then recalled that in its history, Dragon Country had a total of 9 martial saints who blazed a path for countless martial artists. But then he remembered with regret, it's a shame. Over 100 years ago, many of the martial saint-level experts died in the war against the alien beasts. Massive beasts tearing through cities, leaving battlefields soaked in blood. Lu Sheng also recalled that others died in wars between nations, with elite warriors clashing and killing one another. He thought about how they used all kinds of schemes, causing both sides to lose countless martial saints. The elites of the human race were wiped out by internal conflict. A massive green dragon and a white lion clashed in battle. Dragon Country and Lion Country, fighting to be the world's strongest martial arts superpower. It was truly depressing. He added in his thoughts, and as for the result, I don't even want to mention it. He shut down the thought. He dismissed the outcome and continued his thoughts. The Martial Saint Tower was built after the war. Dragon Country used its technology to perfectly replicate each martial saint at their different stages of power. It represents the absolute pinnacle of Dragon Country's martial arts, combined with science and technology. A skyscraper born from advanced tech in the heart of the city. Lu Sheng considered the tower's purpose. People who enter it are challenged according to the level of difficulty. He imagined the tower's floors as stages of human growth. The first floor, a child. The middle floors, a teenager. The final floor, an old man leaning on a cane. And the challenger, outside, sword in hand at level 1. Lu Sheng knew that the more floors you cleared, the greater your chance of meeting an actual martial saint, and maybe even being accepted as their disciple. Then, he imagined a saint with a shining golden halo, looking down at the sword-wielding challenger below. Back in reality, he thought about a martial saint being flustered by his own skill. He smirked, rolling his eyes as he thought of the digital inheritances he already possessed. I don't really care about becoming a martial saint's disciple, because I already have multiple legacies left by a level 11 expert. He then thought about the techniques. The crystal contemplation method, the natural breathing technique, the Radiant King Sutra. With all that, I already have more than I can master. Why would I care about some puny level 9 martial saint's legacy? Just then, he glanced at his packed training schedule. Must master Section 1, must master Section 2, must master Section 3, and a whole bunch of other tasks. His brow furrowed as sweat dripped down his face. He thought, okay, maybe it is a lot of work. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom's rigid requirements for training its martial arts elites, forcing students to earn enough credits before hitting the battlefield, Lu Sheng would have reported directly to Du Feiyi's division by now, but he pushed the thought aside, figuring it was no big deal. Behind him, a girl grumbled while stowing her luggage. But Lu Sheng just smiled, lost in his own world as he stared out the window, a silent roar building in his chest. All I have to do is grind out some more missions, and I'll have enough credits in no time. He figured he'd probably graduate from Seven Saints Martial Arts University in about a year. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name. Lu Sheng? It was Yang Yan. She leaned over with a bright, cheerful smile and asked, "What a coincidence. Are you flying to the capital today too?" The truth behind this coincidence was a text from his little sister, Qinghe. Lu Qinghe's text had been very clear. "My brother's flight is at 12 p.m. tomorrow." Then she added a little encouragement. "Don't worry, you got this, Yang Yan. Be brave. You already gave up Donghai University to follow my brother to the capital." The text blazed with excitement. "What's there to be afraid of now? Go for it, future sister-in-law." Back in the present, Yang Yan quickly sat down in the seat right next to him, beaming. Lu Sheng felt a bit awkward, but he managed to smile and confirmed, "Yeah, what a coincidence." The two just looked at each other and grinned, the conversation hitting a dead end. Lu Sheng instinctively shrank away from her, feeling a little overwhelmed. He quickly composed himself, glancing over at her and wondering what she was doing here. But all he saw was a genuine, happy smile directed right at him. He quickly averted his eyes, a bead of sweat running down his face. With a forced smile and dark lines appearing on his forehead, he screamed internally, "No, don't tell me this is another future wife." 2 hours later, the plane touched down. Lu Sheng and Yang Yan stepped off the aircraft. He pulled his suitcase ahead, taking in the sights of the capital, while Yang Yan followed excitedly, a wide smile on her face. Lu Sheng couldn't help but think to himself, as expected of the capital province, "The sheer amount of powerful auras here is incredible. This place is thriving." Just then, someone listening to music sprinted past them at lightning speed. Lu Sheng watched in awe as the girl leaped from one streetlight to another, barely breaking a sweat. He mused. This is probably what base number 1359 looked like in my dreams before the invasion. Looking around, he noticed that even the street cleaners seemed to be hidden masters. High above, a window cleaner scaled the side of a skyscraper like a gecko, completely ignoring the need for safety ropes. At the gates of Jinghai University, a massive crowd of students poured onto the campus. Lu Sheng turned to Yang Yan with a smile and said, "We're here at Jinghai University. I'll help you get registered first, then I'll head over to the St. Martial University." She blushed, too shy to look him in the eye as she mumbled her reply. Okay. As they pulled their suitcases onto campus, Yang Yan's imagination started running wild. This feels just like a college couple heading to their first day of class together, she thought, before adding, if only we could have gone to the same school as Lu Sheng. Standing by the gate, two guys, one with slicked-back brown hair, the other a blonde, were busy harassing some female students. Suddenly, the blondie's eyes landed on Yang Yan, who was laughing and walking beside Lu Sheng. He couldn't help but shout, "Damn, look at that goddess!" His eyes turned into literal hearts as he clenched his fists and declared, "Nobody touch her. That freshman is mine." His spiky-haired friend shot him a look of pure contempt and sneered. "Get lost, you wish." With that, the spiky-haired guy swaggered over to Yang Yan with a grin, holding out his hand. "Hello, freshman. Are you here to enroll at Jinghai? I can show you where to register." The blonde quickly got behind her, smiling. "Here, let me help you with that luggage." Yang Yan froze, awkwardly clutching her suitcase as she stared at them. In a flash, Lu Sheng grabbed both suitcases and shoved them into the blonde's hands, making the guy's eyes go wide with shock. The spiky-haired punk turned around just in time to see Lu Sheng smiling cheerfully at them. "Well then, I'll leave it to you two." Yang Yan quickly stepped back behind Lu Sheng, a little confused by his actions. The blonde struggled to hold the luggage, frowning at Lu Sheng in confusion. "Hey, Junior," he asked. "Are you a new student at Jinghai too?" Seeing the guy wasn't afraid of him, Lu Sheng realized something. "I've gotten pretty good at containing my blood chi aura lately. It seems like ordinary people can't sense it at all." He coolly crossed his arms and smiled back. "Nope, we're just friends. I'm dropping her off." Yang Yan stood meekly behind him, offering the blonde an awkward smile. Seeing the look on her face, the blonde leaned over and whispered to his brawny friend, "Whew, looks like the girl's already into him." The other guy smirked and whispered back, "Good thing he's not from our school. We've got the home field advantage." The muscular dude then puffed out his chest and pointed towards a campus building, proudly boasting, "Our school might just be a second-tier academy, but our facilities are all first-tier, just like a top martial arts university. We've got every kind of training room you can imagine. We're also super close to the martial path," he shouted. "And you get 3 chances to enter the Martial Saint Tower every single month. Coming to Jinghai is a choice you definitely won't regret." Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he raised an eyebrow. Even regular martial arts universities can access the Martial Saint Tower? Yang Yan also glanced over, looking confused. The other guy just propped a hand on his hip and puffed his chest out with pride. "Of course, the Martial Saint Tower is a national treasure. You think they'd only let students from the St. Martial universities use it?" The blonde, still holding the suitcases, chimed in. "It's not just us regular martial arts academies either. Even unaffiliated martial artists from outside can get in. As long as you have approval from the Martial Arts Association, you can enter the tower. It's just, the process is a little complicated." He then visualized the difference, his school needing stacks of paperwork while the elite schools just walked right in. Students from the St. Martial University just have it a little easier, that's all. No approval forms needed, they can go in whenever they want. The blonde then rubbed his hands together and sidled up to Yang Yan, grinning ear to ear. "Freshman, let me tell you the first rule of the Eastern District University town. You can mess with pretty much anyone," he added, "and someone from your school will always show up to back you. Fights rarely break out." Yang Yan instinctively flinched away from him, her eyes wide with surprise. Then, his face suddenly turned dark. His eyes filled with a mix of warning and genuine fear as he pointed a finger to the sky and whispered, "But you can never, and I mean never, piss off a student from the Seven Saints Martial Arts University. Do not mess with them." Lu Sheng, looking puzzled, rubbed his chin and stared at the guy. "Why's that?" he asked. The guy straightened up, startled, then glared at Lu Sheng with gritted teeth. He screamed internally, "Why is it this kid again? Stop getting in the way of my conversation with the freshman." Composing himself, he finally explained, "Because every single student from the Seven Saints Martial Arts University is a complete maniac. Those guys get sent on missions to fight aberrant beasts the moment they enroll." The blonde shuddered, remembering the bloody battles he'd witnessed. They start spilling blood from day one. If you get into a fight with one of them, you could actually get killed, he shouted. And don't even get me started on their strength. Every last one of them is terrifyingly powerful. Model. Finally, the guy pointed a finger at him, grinding his teeth with a scowl, and snarled, "You got that, Junior?" Hearing this, our main character just beamed, totally ignoring the kid's attitude as he agreed. Got it. Soon after, they reached the school grounds, where a crowd was gathered around a sign pointing the way for new student registration. Lu Sheng then turned, made a phone gesture by his ear while his other hand was coolly in his pocket, and smiled at Yang Yan. "All right, this is as far as I go. Just call me if you need anything, okay?" He then added with emphasis, "Seriously, hit me up anytime." She looked back at him, happy and a little shy, nodding with a soft, "Mm-hmm." With that, he turned and left, while Yang Yan waved behind him. Seeing the two of them, a burly brown-haired guy spoke up. "Looks like we're out of the running, huh?" His blonde buddy ran up beside him, adding his own 2 cents. "You gotta use every dirty trick to get what you want. You get it?" The burly guy shielded his eyes, squinting at Lu Sheng's retreating figure. "Damn, that kid's got some serious nerve." The blonde dude gritted his teeth, rolling his eyes in agreement. "For real, just find me if you need anything. Who does he think he is?" He then immediately scurried over to Yang Yan, who was pulling her suitcase, and leaned in to ask, Hey, Junior, what crazy prestigious school is your friend going to that makes him act so high and mighty?" But she just stared coldly after Lu Sheng's silhouette, finally turning her icy glare on the guy as she answered, "Seven Saints Martial Arts University." Hearing that, the two guys froze, their faces twisted in disbelief as their jaws dropped, and they stared at Yang Yan in shock. "Oh," she added, lifting her chin arrogantly as she pulled her 2 suitcases along. "That's right. He's from Baihei City. His name is Lu Sheng." The two of them were instantly petrified. Fear drained the color from their faces as they looked at each other, trembling as they spoke the name in horrified unison. Lu Sheng." They clutched their heads, screaming inside. "He's this year's Dragon Martial champion." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just kept walking towards his new school with a calm smile. Lu Sheng's suitcase rolled to a stop at the school gate. He paused, looking up at the afternoon sky and taking it all in. "I'm here. This is..." Music starts. He looked at the massive, glowing golden sign above the entrance. Standing before the colossal gate, he declared, "Seven Saints Martial Arts University." Inside, the campus sprawled out. Outside, he stood still, holding his suitcase. Lu Sheng smiled again, his eyes narrowing with determination as he gazed at the central tower. What a name. Seven Saints Martial Arts University. And then the words Martial Saint appeared. The giant wooden tower gave off an overwhelming, majestic aura. A Grandmaster holds mountains and rivers in his mind, but a Martial Saint holds the entire universe. Even if he was just here to expand his horizons, this trip was already worth it. Just after he stepped inside, he saw a small stall with a long table and a sign that read, "New Student Registration." Lu Sheng presented his admission letter and asked, "Excuse me, is this the reception for new students?" The three people there, 2 women and 1 man, looked up at him. "I'm here to register," he added. Hearing that, the blonde girl in the back shot forward, snatching his letter with a huge smile. She slapped a hand on the table, asking excitedly, "Ooh, a newbie? Just give your acceptance letter to your big sis here. I'll take a look for you." The person sitting at the desk just stared, wide-eyed, as the letter was ripped from Lu Sheng's hands before he could even react. The blonde girl's eyes went wide as she read his letter, and she let out a shriek. "Whoa!" She finally confirmed it out loud. "This year's Dragon Martial champion." The girl next to her whipped her head around to look, gasping in amazement. "No way! That's incredibly rare!" They both huddled over Lu Sheng's letter, buzzing with excitement. "This is the first time our Seven Saints Martial University has ever recruited the #1 prospect. And on top of that, he's a total hunk." Hearing this, the man in the back who was polishing his weapon froze completely. He narrowed his eyes, glancing over at them with an annoyed scowl. Without a word, he suddenly launched himself into the air, creating a loud noise that made all 3 of them jump and look over. In the next second, he landed squarely on the table right in front of Lu Sheng. The impact echoed with a loud bang. Lu Sheng just watched him silently, his expression unreadable. The guy crouched down, a massive blade resting on his shoulder. With an arrogant smirk, he glared at Lu Sheng as a red-orange aura flared to life around him. "So, it's you?" But our main character remained calm, gripping the strap of his bag. He looked completely unbothered as a cool blue aura began to radiate from his own body. The other guy asked again, "The one named Lu Cheng?" Lu Sheng just gave a friendly, eye-crinkling smile and confirmed, "Yep, that's me." Then he asked if the guy needed something. Seeing this, the senior's smile turned into a murderous glare. He swung his sword in a blur, his eyes flashing, and a blade of fire slashed towards Lu Sheng. The attacker had one knee on the table, the other foot braced. But Lu Sheng didn't even flinch. The fiery sword came down on his shoulder and did absolutely nothing. Not a scratch, like a mosquito hitting steel. Lu Sheng's calm smile never left his face as he looked at the guy, whose sword was still resting on his shoulder. Faced with this impossible situation, the sword-wielding senior was completely stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He tilted his head, glancing at the tip of his own blade, then scowled and gave an order. "You're gonna go straight that way." Lu Sheng tilted his head, following the direction of the sword. The senior slowly stood up on the table and added, "The path is clearly marked. You'll find the student dorms easily." And just like that, the guy turned around. He closed his eyes and started walking away as Lu Sheng confirmed, "All right, thanks." Leaving a scene of pure shock behind him, the swordsman and the two girls staring at his back, Lu Sheng simply waved without a single glance back. The blonde girl stood there, one hand on her chin, watching his retreating figure with an excited gleam in her eyes. "Whoa, his composure is insane. So calm. And that aura," she added. "He's definitely on another level compared to the upperclassmen. Man, I wish he was on my team." Nearby, the swordsman stood up straight, propping his blade on his shoulder and staring after Lu Sheng. He frowned and asked the two girls, "Does anyone know what his comprehensive exam scores were?" The girl with glasses was already on her phone. Her eyes went wide with shock as she replied, "I'm looking right now." Finally, she concluded, "There's nothing. I can't find them." Then, she gasped, staring at her screen. But rumor has it his blood chi index has already broken through the 6th rank. Hearing that, the senior whipped his head around to look at her in disbelief. The blonde senior beside him was also trembling, completely stunned. The girl with the glasses was still reading. "And he's broken a ton of records, too. It's very likely he's the strongest dragon martial champion in history." The senior's eyes narrowed as he looked in Lu Sheng's direction again, a smirk of pure excitement spreading across his face. "Ho ho. Is that so?" he confirmed to himself. "Well then, looks like we've got a good show to look forward to." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was pulling his suitcase, carefully taking in his surroundings. Wow, to have this much space right in the capital. Seven Saints Martial University really lives up to its name, he thought. Then a question popped into his head. "It's a little too quiet, though. Where are all the students?" Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Hey, you up ahead!" A chubby, cheerful-looking guy ran towards him, smiling excitedly as he caught his breath. "Ha, ha." Finally, another living person. Lu Sheng turned to look at him. The new guy asked, "Is this your first day registering here too?" He introduced himself right away. "My name's Lin Zi. I'm a freshman too." He then scratched his head, looking at Lu Sheng with an embarrassed grin. Could you maybe show me the way to the student dorms?" He quickly explained, "I was born with a terrible sense of direction. I've been wandering around for half a day and still can't find it." Hearing his story, Lu Sheng gave him a friendly look and agreed. "Sure thing. I know the way." He then urged him on. "This place is seriously huge. Let's get going." The two of them then pulled their luggage towards a gathering of people up ahead. Lindsay's face lit up with a relieved smile. "Phew, we finally found it. This place is ridiculously big." Beside him, Lu Sheng just looked at the crowd with a curious expression. "Huh? Why are so many people blocking the entrance? What's happening?" In front of them stood a crowd of scowling students. Suddenly, someone was sent flying into the air as shouts of warning erupted. Hey, it's dangerous! Move back!" Lamtrak and Luke Thon both looked up as a confused, "Huh?" escaped Luke Thon's lips. The next second, the body slammed hard into the ground with a sickening thud. The students nearby stared, their eyes wide with horror. Just then, a single clap echoed from above, followed by an arrogant voice dripping with false praise. Not bad at all," he said. "Hua Tiumin, this year's martial arts champion from Namjiang province, right?" The student on the ground gritted his teeth, wincing as he struggled to sit up, surrounded by his friends. The golden-haired guy with a lion's mane clenched his fist, placing his other hand on his hip. He smirked down at his own handiwork. "Pretty impressive. You're the only newbie so far who could take 2 of my moves." He added, "Keep trying. If you break through soon, you might actually survive here." Nearby, a long-haired guy leaned against the door, sipping bubble tea and watching the show with an amused smile. Down in the crowd, a green-haired student frowned, looking nervously at his friend. "Hoak Dong, what do you think? Do you have a chance against him?" The other guy just looked up in silence. All around them, students clenched their fists, their faces filled with frustration. Hoak Dong finally broke his silence, his brow furrowed as he looked up. No chance at all. This was Hoak Dong, the martial arts 3rd scorer from the capital, who placed 5th in the entire nation. He added helplessly, "I just entered level 5. That guy is probably at the peak of level 5 and already has partial control of his ki." The golden-haired senior stood with his arms crossed, a deadly aura radiating from his smug expression. Hoak Dong confirmed their fears. "I doubt I could even take 3 of his hits. I'd end up just like Hua Tiu Min." Hoak Dong then closed his eyes in frustration. If my elemental control could just break through to level 3, maybe there'd be a chance. But right now, he trailed off. His green-haired friend's eyes widened in shock. What? Not even you can beat him? He quickly suggested a new plan. What if we all jump him to help you out? If we can drain his stamina, you'll definitely have a shot. Hoak Dong's eyes snapped open as he shot down the idea. That won't work, he explained. A peak level 5 martial artist has a blood ki index of nearly 1,000, and they've mastered ki techniques. Their stamina is on another level. He then glanced toward the long-haired guy, who was now frowning at his bubble tea, annoyed by a stuck straw as he stirred it. Besides, I can feel it. The one standing over there who hasn't even moved. He's even more dangerous. I'm afraid he's already a level 6 pre-Grandmaster. At his words, the crowd erupted in panicked shouts. A brown-haired student behind them yelled in terror, his eyes bulging. Level 6? Is he even a student? The green-haired guy waved his hands frantically, losing his composure. Even the president of the Martial Arts Association is only a level 6. This is just straight-up bullying. Hearing the chatter below, Kai Thon, the senior on the balcony, laughed out loud. Ha ha. The crowd immediately looked up at him with fear in their eyes. He then addressed all of them. Do you guys still not get where you are? A wicked grin spread across his face as he held up 3 fingers. The rule is simple, he announced. Take 3 of my hits, and you get inside. Survive 5, and you can bring in a suitcase. He spread his arms wide, looking down on the crowd below. I know you're all martial arts geniuses, heaven's chosen children, the best of your peers. The students below could only stare back in terror. But here, Kython continued, all that glorious light, all that honor you're so proud of, is worth less than dirt. His face darkened, his eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth. He sneered, holding a fistful of name tags. Everything you want, you have to seize with your own 2 hands and your own strength. Then, he added, and as for those without strength, the name tags began to fall from Kai Than's hand. He declared, you're nothing. You're just another ordinary person. Then he added another insult. You might as well be a dog or a worthless insect. The crowd below stared at the pile of name tags, then back at Kai Than in fear. He laughed as a murderous aura exploded around him. As a senior student of the 7th Sacred Martial University, he announced, and as your respected upperclassman, I will teach you your very first lesson. A dark, heavy silence fell over the freshmen. No one dared to make a sound. The new students gritted their teeth in helpless anger, narrowing their eyes at the senior above. Luke Thon, however, simply pursed his lips, an annoyed smirk forming in his thoughts. Asterisk, ha ha, this old trick again? Isn't it a little boring? Asterisk, he sighed internally. Asterisk, why do I run into these annoying bugs everywhere I go? Asterisk, asterisk, rambling on about life lessons and the law of the jungle, but he's as weak as a snail. Asterisk, he wondered. Asterisk, how can someone be so shameless? Asterisk. Suddenly, Lam Trosh clenched his fists and muttered, that was so cool. Luke Thon gave him a confused look. Lam Trosh's face lit up with excitement. He jumped up and down, pumping his fists and yelling, that was awesome. This is my favorite kind of trope. A self-righteous senior stomping on others, enjoying their shocked and terrified expressions. He then grinned. Ha! Take 3 of his hits, you say? He quickly tossed his bag to Luke Thon. Watch Grandpa teach you a lesson, you little brat. Luke Thon fumbled with the bag, surprised by his friend's sudden burst of energy. Lam Trosh pointed to his own face, a murderous aura radiating from him as he clenched his fist and shot a look at his friend. Brother, I forgot to tell you, he declared. I'm this year's martial arts champion from Taishu Yen province, and also ranked 9th in the entire country. Without waiting another second, Lam Trosh launched himself forward, his fist cocked back, and a wild grin on his face as he yelled, what kind of stupid rule is that? All this hassle just to get into the dorms? Watch Grandpa teach you a lesson. The crowd looked up in shock as he flew through the air. Luke Thon just stood there holding the bag, dumbfounded. As expected, Lam Trosh was knocked back instantly, crying out in pain as he tumbled to the ground. The entire crowd, including Luke Thon, was speechless. He sighed, then crouched down next to his friend. Are you okay? Lam Trosh just sat there, scratching his head. He coughed violently and then spoke, admitting he'd been careless. He never thought that guy would be so strong enough to have a battle aura. Meanwhile, his opponent landed, his entire body still glowing with a dense golden energy, and smirked at them with total confidence. The other guy quickly patted his shoulder, forcing a smile to comfort him. Haha, it's all right, man. You were seriously amazing out there. But Lin Zhe just clutched his head, groaning in frustration. Just then, another figure stepped forward with absolute confidence. The crowd parted for him instantly. Lu Sheng's voice cut through the silence. Next. Watch me. His friend sat stunned on the ground, watching his back as he advanced. Lu Sheng stepped before the smirking Qi Qing, a cold resolve forming in his mind. That's right, I should have thought of this sooner. If something pisses you off, you have to solve the problem immediately. He then cracked his knuckles, a dark smile spreading across his face as a chilling, killing intent began to radiate from his body. If you run into a noisy fly, you just swat it dead. He then regained his composure, clenching his fist while grabbing his backpack strap with the other. He looked up at Qi Qing with a calm expression and spoke. You have my attention. The surrounding students immediately started whispering. He then raised a hand, his voice clear and sharp. Hold on, everyone muttered, looking at him in confusion. Qi Qing's face darkened as he pointed a finger, narrowing his eyes. You really plan to take 3 of my moves just like that? Hearing this, Lu Sheng seemed to remember something. He glanced at the backpack on his shoulders and just said, Oh, right. In the next second, he dropped it to the ground. Then he crossed his arms, tilted his chin at Qi Qing, and shot back. How about now? Is that better? Hearing that, Huodong's face went pale with shock. He stared at Lu Sheng and muttered, This kid has a death wish. That's a martial artist with Kang Qi, and he's acting this arrogant. Next to him, his blue-haired friend's face paled as he wondered aloud, If we tick them off, are they gonna break our legs? This kid better start praying for himself. Seeing his blatant disrespect, Qi Qing's eyes narrowed. A golden battle aura flared around him as he licked his lips and snarled, I'm about to show you. He trailed off, lifting one leg and spreading his arms to the side. A dense, powerful energy exploded from his body as he glared at Lu Sheng and roared, What real cruelty is! He unleashed a devastating kick, and a wave of blazing red power rocketed straight for Lu Sheng. The crowd gasped, their eyes glued to the incoming fireball of energy. The sheer force made their eyes widen in terror, but Lu Sheng just stood there, completely unfazed, as the attack screamed towards his face. His expression was like stone, not even a single blink. Then, he exploded forward, lunging at Qi Qing so fast it made the other guy jump in surprise. In an instant, Lu Sheng had him by the throat. His fingers tightened, and Qi Qing's body was thrown backward. He choked out, Gah, let me go. The next moment, his body was slammed into the ground with devastating force, shattering the pavement around him. The crowd below erupted in panic. Huodong's face was sheet white, his eyes bulging as he stumbled back, sweat pouring down his face as he screamed. What? A peak 5th-level martial artist with developing Kang Qi? Got taken down just like that? His blue-haired friend stammered in absolute shock. And it was in the blink of an eye. Lu Sheng stood to the side and let go, casually shaking out his wrist as he stared down at him. Qi Qing's body was bent like a shrimp, his head buried in the cracked earth amidst a cloud of dust. Behind them, a trembling Lin Zhe looked up at Lu Sheng, his eyes wide with awe. Can someone really crush Kang Qi with their bare hands? He asked. Then he added, Looks like the guy in charge is about to make his move. The crowd around them started buzzing with chatter. Lu Sheng walked up to the guy sipping bubble tea. The guy's face darkened. He crushed the plastic cup in one hand while the other stayed in his pocket. Lu Sheng walked past him, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint as he asked, Am I clear to go now? The guy pulled the straw from his mouth, his hand tightening as he grimly nodded. Fine. With that, Lu Sheng coolly stuck his hands in his pockets and walked into the dormitory area, his eyes scanning the place. A moment later, he inserted his room card number 1. He glanced at the pile of unclaimed cards next to it and realized what was going on. They were blocking people from getting their rooms. Then he grabbed another card, number 17, thinking, might as well grab one for him. He stepped back outside and tossed the card toward Lin Zi, who quickly caught it. Lu Sheng called out, Hey fatty, let's go in together. Nearby, Qi Qing was just managing to drag his dizzy, beaten body onto a nearby step. Lin Zhe held up the card, grabbing Lu Sheng's luggage with his other hand, a huge grin on his face. Yeah, coming. Then he added, Thanks, bro. The crowd was already whispering. Whoa, I need to get on his good side. For a few seconds, everyone was frozen in shock, but Lin Zhe just kept smiling. I'll carry your backpack for you. The crowd watched in amazement as Lin Zhe followed him. The blue-haired guy stammered, He just walked right in. Huodong stroked his chin, his eyes fixed on the second gatekeeper who hadn't moved. That long-haired guy didn't even try to fight, he observed, then added, Did he realize he was no match for him? Just then, as Lin Zhe and Lu Sheng entered the dorms, the long-haired guy pulled out his phone. He glanced toward Lu Sheng and whispered mysteriously, Yo, brother Chen, I think we've got a real monster of a freshman this year. Meanwhile, in the dorm area, sunlight bathed the large buildings. Lu Sheng stood there with one hand on his hip, a slight smile on his face. So this is the place? This dorm area is way better than I expected. Beside him, Lin Zhe squinted, shielding his eyes as he looked around. Then Lu Sheng noticed a separate house nearby and realized, wait, I get a whole house to myself? He noted that it was a little smaller than his new house, but the key point was, this was all completely free. Hearing this, Lindsay's face scrunched up behind him. He pointed a trembling finger at Lu Sheng, his eyes bugging out. That's the residence for the Dragon Ascension martial arts champion. Then it clicked. Bro, wait, are you Lu Sheng? A fire lit up in his eyes as he gasped in awe. Faced with this reaction, Lu Sheng just glanced over, raising an eyebrow. What about it? Do I not look the part? At that, Lindsay rushed over, a massive grin on his face, giving him a thumbs up and nodding furiously. You totally do. You're the spitting image. Then he added, I knew you were special when I got lost earlier, but I had no idea you were this legendary. Then he closed his eyes and sighed dramatically, wiping away a fake tear. And here I was, thinking I was hot stuff. You know, being the martial arts champion of my own province. Then on the very first day, I run into a monster like you, he continued. I came to Seven Saints Martial University specifically to avoid prodigies like you. He scratched his head, looking totally confused. I figured you'd go to one of the other Saint Martial schools. Why would someone as insane as you come to Seven Saints? At that, Lu Sheng looked at Lindsay, genuinely curious. Why not? Is Seven Saints University really that weak? Hearing that, Lindsay explained, that's what my family said. Why else would it be called Seven Saints? All the top champions from previous years went to the other Saint Martial academies. He remembered how packed the other schools were. Then he gave his own take. I checked the rankings for the National University Martial Arts Tournament, and Seven Saints is always near the bottom. So, yeah, I guess it's weak. He recalled seeing their school ranked dead last at number 7. Hearing all this, Lu Sheng just strolled along, one hand in his pocket, a small smile on his face as he glanced back at Lindsay. Weak or not, it was still founded by a martial saint. That's more than enough for my training. Then he said his goodbyes. All right, I've got stuff to do. I'll catch you later. Lindsay jumped, surprised by his sudden departure. Lu Sheng walked into his house and shut the door. Outside, Lindsay was still shouting, Hey bro, wait up! Let's add each other on WC. Lu Sheng completely ignored his yelling. He sat down on the living room sofa, placed his bag beside him, and looked around. He thought to himself, the layout's not bad. Even the sofa is made from beast hide. It's got everything. Then, he spotted a device on the table and pointed at it. What's this? Instantly, a massive holographic screen in front of him flickered to life, and a voice boomed, Let's talk about the secrets to clearing the 13th floor of the Martial Saint Tower. Kui Meng tears a 5th-level beast apart with his bare hands. The faint of heart should look away. This month's official Seven Saints power rankings. Hearing that, Lu Sheng looked up, his interest peaked. Oh? Number 1. Then he saw a list of available content. Online info, Chen Yishuan versus Xiaolan. Full fight video of the number 1 ranked senior student at Seven Saints Martial University. Model. The voices from inside caught his ear. He glanced over, his eyes widening in surprise. A school forum, huh? He thought. The intel network here is surprisingly legit. Scrolling further, he read the comments. These two were supposedly the strongest seniors who still hadn't graduated from Seven Saints Martial University. All right then, he decided. Let's see what you've got. Immediately, he focused on the video. On screen, a man with a sword was facing off against a man with a massive saber. Comments flashed across the screen. Sir Chu is goading the immortal phoenix. The battle erupted in a fiery clash, the sound of steel on steel ringing out. Then, a notification popped up, and the video froze. 15-second preview has ended. Please register and pay to continue. A dark look crossed his face at the blatant ripoff. He scoffed, You've got to be kidding me. So even in this world, online videos pull the same scummy crap, he grumbled to himself. I don't even know my student ID yet, so how can I even register? Lu Sheng stood up, hands on his hips as he gazed out the window. Forget it, I'll deal with it later. With time to kill, he decided. Might as well practice the great sun visualization technique. That small, open-air rooftop looked just about perfect. He opened his bag, revealing a stash of yellow vials. I made 30 tubes of this golden dragon saliva before I came, he mused. This should be enough to get started. He quickly used them, and a dense, powerful aura immediately enveloped his body. Lu Sheng looked over himself, stretching his joints. The effect is incredible, he thought. Perfect for my cultivation, but his focus was shattered by a thunderous bam 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 at the door. His face darkened, a murderous glint in his eyes. He glared at the door and yelled, Who is it? There was no answer, only the banging, growing louder and more ferocious. Bam, bam, bam. He ripped the door open, his face twisted in annoyance. Who's banging on the door? He demanded. In front of him, a red-haired punk and his crew stood with matching scowls. That would be me. The guy's tone was grim. You must be Lu. But before he could finish his sentence, Lu Sheng's anger boiled over. With a furious glare, he clenched his fists, channeled his power, and launched a vicious kick straight into the guy's stomach. The punk went flying, slamming against the far wall with a series of brutal thuds. His two lackeys broke out in a cold sweat. One forced a terrified smile, eyes wide, while the other was still frozen in shock. The leader lay in a heap amidst the dust. Disgust was written all over Lu Sheng's face, his killing intent flaring as he issued a warning. Go back and learn some manners. Then you can come find me. The punk coughed violently as he tried to sit up in the cloud of dust. Asterisk, cough, cough. Asterisk, the lackeys finally snapped out of their stupor, turning to look at their boss. Lu Sheng just stood there, watching them in silence. The guy clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain as he gasped for air. Damn it, he cursed internally. Wait a minute, isn't Lu Sheng a freshman? How the hell is he this strong? Before they could process it, Lu Sheng demanded, So, what's your purpose here? Just looking for trouble. Who's next? At his words, the other two flinched, their eyes wide with panic. They quickly produced a student card and a box, their faces suddenly plastered with ridiculously friendly smiles as they denied everything. No, you misunderstand. We're from the Student Registration Committee. This is your student card. It's already linked to the villa's key. The guy behind him held up the box, adding, And this is a welcome package with daily necessities. The one with the card explained further, This card gives you access to all facilities at Seven Saints Marshall University. Plus, you get a bottle of grade 4 variant blood every month. Lu Sheng took the card, his eyes narrowing as he inspected it. A free tube of grade 4 variant blood every month, he thought. The benefits at this school are no joke. His gaze then drifted back to the punk he had just decked. The guy was struggling to his feet, glaring at him through the dust with a pained scowl. But I don't buy that they were just here to do this, Lu Sheng concluded. With that hostile attitude, they were probably seniors trying to flex on a new student. At that thought, his killing intent surged again. He tilted his head, his eyes cold. So? Are you waiting for me to apologize? The three of them jumped in terror. The one on the ground began to tremble as he yelled out, No need. We'll leave right now. Before they could say another word, Lu Sheng slammed the door shut, leaving them with a final message. I got the stuff. Thanks for the trip. He added, See yourselves out. Outside, the two lackeys let out a huge sigh of relief. They rushed to help their boss up, but the red-haired guy was trembling with rage, grinding his teeth. Ugh, what rotten luck, the one in the blue shirt complained. Getting beat up like this by some nobody freshman? Hearing that, the one in orange looked at their leader and confirmed, So, you want revenge? Because I'm not going with you. The leader's face twisted in pain, still clutching his chest as he gasped and yelled back. Revenge? Hell no. I wasn't even this badly injured when I fought a grade 6 variant beast on my last mission, he then muttered. But I can't just let this slide. Next time, before he could finish, the door creaked open. Lu Sheng's eyes, dripping with killing intent, peered out at them. Oh, still here? The sound of his voice sent a chill down their spines. His gaze was like ice as he looked through the crack in the door. Did you forget something, seniors? Hearing that, the guy in blue completely panicked, his eyes bugging out as he screamed. No, nothing! The leader practically jumped out of his skin, forcing a panicked and awkward smile. Oh, right, we forgot to fix the door for you. The other guy caught on fast, sweat pouring down his face as he put a phone to his ear, shouting dramatically, Hello, school maintenance, emergency, send an ambulance, a repair crew right away. It's a matter of life and death. Ignoring their pathetic display, Lu Sheng went back inside and sat on the couch. He picked up the remote. Now that I have the card, I should be able to watch the rest of the video. As if on cue, the video started playing again. A smirk touched Lu Sheng's lips. It worked. On the screen was Chen Yixuan. He was dressed in a sharp suit, holding a rapier in one hand, the other placed elegantly behind his back. The comments exploded. The strongest in Seven Saints Marshall University. Yixuan is number 1. Do you people even get what it means to be ranked first among the seniors? So this is the number 1 ranked student at Seven Saints Marshall University? Lu Sheng thought. Who the hell fights in a suit? The screen then panned to a man with bulging muscles, a massive saber resting on his shoulder. Lu Sheng recognized him instantly. That's Xiao Lan, he realized. So, these two represent the absolute peak of martial arts geniuses in the Dragon Country's top academy, huh? I wonder what their true power is like, he murmured. Suddenly, the screen flashed. Lu Sheng's eyes widened. Xiao Lan lunged, his great saber glowing with a golden aura, swinging down towards Chen Yixuan, who shot forward to meet him, his sword blazing with blue energy. The scene shifted. Xiao Lan slammed his saber into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. From above, Chen Yixuan descended, his sword a blur of motion. Their blades clashed in a blinding flash. With a piercing shriek of metal, Xiaolan pushed up with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead. In response, his opponent simply smirked, eyes cold, as he effortlessly held him back with his sword. Outside the video, Lu Sheng watched them fight, his eyes wide with shock as he screamed internally. Now that is some serious power. He glanced down at his 6 fingers, lost in thought. If I didn't have the master's will, I'd have to hesitate and calculate. Maybe it would take 60% of my strength. No, 50% of my power should be enough to crush them. Shaking off the thought, he focused back on the chaotic battle on screen, admitting it was already insane. My aura has only just reached the minor stage, but I can casually throw down over 2 million in combat power. So yeah, 50% is definitely over 1 million. On screen, Chen Yixuan stood smiling and waving to the crowd. Sheathing her sword after her victory, the audience erupted in cheers. Lu Sheng confirmed it again. That's why. Neither of them has reached the Grandmaster level, yet they both possess a Grandmaster's combat power. True geniuses. He then clasped his hands, closing his eyes with a slight smile. And this is the Seven Saints Martial Arts University, with its own legendary Seven Saints ranking board. He concluded that the world is full of geniuses, which means I need to work even harder. Just then, the video switched to the dorm entrance blockade incident. Seeing his own face alongside Lin Zi, he let out a surprised grunt. The narrator's voice boomed. The strongest freshman in the history of Seven Saints Martial Arts University. On his very first day, he defeated a top 300 senior student. The footage then showed him charging towards Qi Qing. Is this in front of the dorms? He mumbled, realizing someone had recorded the whole thing. The next shot was of him brutally grabbing the guy by the neck and slamming him into the ground. Seeing his own actions, he couldn't help but judge himself. Looks like I was a little too violent. Suddenly, a warning flashed on screen, making him raise an eyebrow as he read it. The following contains beast-like, savage violence. It then showed him repeatedly smashing Qi Qing's head into the ground, leaving him utterly defenseless. Pop-up comments flooded the screen. Bwahahaha, LOL, I'm dying. This freshman is a total savage. Guess you really shouldn't mess with the top-ranked guys. Seeing their comments, all he could say was, huh? He scratched his cheek, squinting with a twinge of guilt. Looks like that guy won't be able to show his face around campus for a long time. A slight pang of remorse. Then, his stomach rumbled. Lu Sheng rubbed his belly and mumbled, so hungry, time to eat. He decided to check out the school cafeteria while he was at it. Inside, the dining hall was packed and buzzing with students. Lin Zhe walked towards him, carrying a mountain of food, smiling sheepishly. Hehe, Shenge, don't laugh at me, he began. I eat a lot. Otherwise, I don't have enough energy for training. But then he saw Lu Sheng's table, which was piled even higher with food, and his jaw dropped. Meanwhile, the main character himself was trying to stuff a multi-layered hamburger into his mouth. Embarrassed, Lin Zi set his tray down, bowing his head awkwardly. Shenge, you're on another level. Hearing that, Lu Sheng just chewed his food, glancing at his friend with a confused look. Nearby, a group of girls started whispering about him. Hey, isn't that Lu Sheng, the strongest freshman? He's kinda cute, huh? Her friend covered her mouth, adding her own take. Yeah, but don't let his polite looks fool you. They say he's absolutely vicious when you cross him. But I kinda like that. Lindsay glanced over at them, but while the girls saw a refined young man, the guys saw something else entirely. As he lifted a whole bowl to his mouth and shoveled food in like a starved wolf, their faces darkened. That's the punk who beat Qi Qing? One sneered. The guy's almost a level 6 warrior. Another added, he probably just got lucky. Someone else chimed in, I'd love to test the strength of this strongest freshman myself. Haha, me too. Hearing all this, Lindsay's eyes went wide as he looked around. Whoa, Shenge, you hear that? It's only your first day and you're already a campus celebrity. Then he sighed. Man, I wish I was as strong as you. Across the table, Lu Sheng raised his cup, closing his eyes as he prepared to drink. It's not as great as you think, he replied. Just then, trouble arrived. A hand slammed down on his table. Excuse me. Lu Sheng glanced up, a piece of meat still in one hand, the cup still at his lips. A whole group of guys stood before him. The leader looked him up and down and smirked. You're Lu Sheng, right? Let's get acquainted, he added, extending his hand with an arrogant smirk. Lu Sheng just stared back silently. The guy tilted his head, smiling innocently as he introduced himself. I'm Wu Fan, this year's second-place martial arts scholar from Yuhui province, ranked 7th in the entire nation. Before he could finish, Lu Sheng cut him off, casually lifting a plate of noodles to his mouth without even looking at him. So? He asked flatly. Are you here to report your academic achievements to me? Wu Fan's hand froze in midair. Beside him, a bald lackey saw this blatant disrespect and snarled, his face twisting in anger. You little piece of... He started to move forward, but Wu Fan calmly raised a hand, stopping him with a smile. Hey now, he then gestured, and 4 of his cronies surrounded the table. Wu Fan spoke again. Lu Sheng, I know you're strong. I'm no match for you, he admitted. But this isn't high school. Networking is very important here. He smiled, leaning in. Therefore, you. But before he could finish, Lu Sheng interrupted again, leaning forward himself. If you already know you're not my opponent, he began, his voice low. Then why did you come here to piss me off? The group froze, looking stunned. Lu Sheng pushed an empty plate aside, his voice dripping with warning. You know there are some things you shouldn't do, some people you shouldn't mess with, and yet you still act this reckless. Lu Sheng paused. He then slammed his hands on the table and shot to his feet. Tell me, are you just an idiot? Wu Fan and his goons instinctively stepped back, their eyes wide with a hint of fear. Humiliated, Wu Fan's face turned dark, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared, You're dead! He threw a punch straight at Lu Sheng's face, but with a single, almost lazy flick of his wrist, Lu Sheng stopped the fist cold. The next thing Wu Fan knew, his face was locked in a powerful grip. His eyes bulged in terror as a single thought screamed through his mind. Crap! A horrifying realization dawned on him. I've seen this somewhere before. He didn't have time to finish the thought. Oh, right. It's the scene from the video. Before he could process it, his face was slammed into the table with a deafening crash of shattering plates. Lu Sheng lifted his head from the cratered tabletop and snarled, I already told you. Wu Fan was too dazed to even react. Then, he slammed his head down again, the impact shaking the entire hall with fear. Lu Sheng roared, Don't. He yanked him up again. Tears of helplessness streamed down Wu Fan's face. Lu Sheng finished his warning. Bother me? The cafeteria erupted into chaos. Some students whipped out their phones to record, others just stared in shock. Only Lin Zhe was thrilled, clenching his fists with sparkling eyes as he cheered internally. The beast is back! Lu Sheng casually grabbed a napkin and wiped Wu Fan's tears and snot from his hand. He then tossed the unconscious boy to the floor. After a moment of scrubbing, he clicked his tongue in annoyance, still not satisfied. On the ground, Wu Fan lay motionless amidst the wreckage of the broken table, food and water dripping onto his face. Lu Sheng then shoved the dirty napkin into Wu Fan's open mouth, his expression one of pure disgust. His voice dropped to a deadly growl. There are 2 things I hate most in this life. He paused for effect. Lu Sheng pointed a thumb at himself, a glint of murder in his eyes and an overwhelming aura of violence pouring off him as he tilted his head. 1. Don't bother me when I'm cultivating. He then pointed toward the unconscious Wu Fan lying crumpled on the ground. 2. Don't be a buzzing fly in my face when I'm eating. The guy's 2 lackeys trembled uncontrollably, huddling together in front of him. He then issued a final warning to them. So next time, don't bother me during those 2 times. Next, he pointed at the 2 cowering figures, his eyes flashing with anger as he growled, Understand? The 2 of them quickly clasped their hands, bowing frantically out of pure terror as they yelled, Yes, we understand, we understand. The one beside him, pale as a ghost, stammered out another promise. We will never appear in front of you again. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's anger cooled slightly. Good. When he wakes up, tell him to meet me at that table. He then turned to leave, not forgetting to glance back at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, let's go. Hearing his name, his friend's mood lifted instantly, and he ran over with a huge grin, calling out, You got it, Brother Sheng. They left, leaving behind a storm of chaotic gossip. As they walked, Lin Zhe clenched his fists, his body trembling with pure excitement as he gushed. Whoa, Brother Sheng. A moment ago you were. He was too hyped to even finish his sentence. You were way too cool, he then declared. Damn, that's how a real man should be. If they don't submit, you beat them into submission. Lin Zhe continued to chatter on, but Lu Sheng's attention was on the sharp gazes fixed on him from the crowd, eyes that seemed to say, I'm eager to try you. Lu Sheng thought to himself, the path of martial arts is fundamentally a path of conflict. What's more, this is Seven Saints Martial Arts University, a gathering of the most talented martial arts prodigies in the entire country. The people behind them continued to glare at him with hostile eyes. Lu Sheng mused that the one thing you'll never run out of here is iron-headed fools like the one he just dealt with. Another group spat on the ground and sneered, shooting him nasty looks. Lu Sheng broke out of his thoughts, concluding, They're just like flies, endlessly annoying people. He then remembered the image of Wu Fan, that fly, laughing disgustingly as he rubbed his hands together and buzzed around him. He realized the core of the problem. They just weren't scared enough. His eyes scanned the crowd behind them, narrowing as his body began to radiate killing intent. He wondered, if a Grandmaster were standing before them, would they still act this way? No, they wouldn't. He then added another thought. So, what I need to do is make them truly afraid. Then, These disgusting flies will disappear on their own. He just had to find an opportunity. He imagined his own shadow growing to a monstrous size, looming over the terrified faces of the crowd as he roared in his mind, "I'll beat them until their guts are torn to shreds and their heads fly off." He would become a great, terrifying demon and trample them all under his feet, surrounded by fire and smoke. Lu Sheng looked down upon them from above, then came to a final conclusion. They will revere me like a demon and fear me like a god. His body was bare, his muscles like stone. He raised his hand, his face darkened, as a divine halo appeared behind him, radiating a brilliant golden light. Back to reality. An angry, aggressive voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Lu Sheng. The next moment, the man was striding towards him, his fists clenched tight with a murderous aura. His body radiated immense energy. Lu Sheng felt it immediately, glancing back with a grim expression as his own killing intent flared automatically. This person is very strong, but I'm calm. Suddenly, the man smiled and extended a hand in a friendly gesture. "You're Lu Sheng, right? I'm the vice principal, Zhao Taiyan." He then added, "I have something for you. Tomorrow, you will go on stage as the freshman representative speaker." Hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes went wide as he stared up in disbelief. On stage to give a speech? In front of him, Lu Sheng frowned, crossing his arms and looking at Zhao Taiyan with suspicion. Seeing Lin Zhe's reaction, he looked at Lu Sheng and explained, "Actually, you just need to say a few simple words. It's nothing special." Hearing this, Lu Sheng's interest was piqued. His face relaxed into a smile as he replied, "All right, I'll prepare." Beside him, Lin Zhe's eyes widened as he looked at his friend and reminded him, "Oh my God, that's amazing. This is your chance to make a name for yourself in front of all the freshmen." He then shouted excitedly, "Brother Sheng, you have to do a good job." Lu Sheng turned to look at him, a calm smile on his face as he repeated the words, "Make a name for myself in front of all the freshmen?" He then affirmed to himself, "You're right. I'll have to put on a really good show." The next day, in the assembly hall, a massive crowd of people was quickly gathering in the huge, open-roofed auditorium. The stage above was still empty, but the student section had already filled up. A red banner hung above the stage, reading, 57th Freshman Entrance Ceremony of Seven Saints Martial Arts University. Soon, the crowd's attention shifted as they all turned to stare at him and whisper, Lu Sheng is here. He's the one who knocked out Wu Fan yesterday, right?" Lu Sheng sat next to Lin Zhe, and despite all the hostile glares directed at him, he remained calm and looked straight ahead, his face showing no emotion. But Lin Zhe, sitting behind him, was already feeling a little awkward as he glanced around. A blue-haired guy from the dorm frowned as he looked towards Lu Sheng and called to his friend, "Huo Dong, Lu Sheng is here." He then added, "I heard he's supposed to give a speech on stage today." Beside him, Huo Dong tilted his head, squinting at Lu Sheng with curiosity. The blue-haired guy then posed a question. "That guy, Xu Jianfei, seems to be preparing to cause trouble. He wants to take down Lu Sheng. What do you think?" Hearing that, his friend put a hand on his chin, frowning as he looked up and thought, Xu Jianfei. I remember him. He's ranked in the top 20 nationwide. He glanced over at Xu Jianfei, who was staring daggers at Lu Sheng. He had his arms crossed, a scowl twisting his face. Lu Sheng looked down and met his gaze. All around them, the crowd crossed their arms, ready for a good show. Behind them, Huo Dong was still thinking out loud. Take down Lu Sheng. Has he already become the great demon king in the eyes of the freshmen? Just then, Lu Sheng got up from his seat. With his head held high, one hand in his pocket and the other hanging loose, he calmly walked toward the stage. Seeing his powerful presence, Huo Dong's face darkened. He squinted and began to break out in a sweat as he came to a realization. But someone like Lu Sheng won't be easily overthrown. He then confirmed his thoughts. My martial artist's intuition is telling me to stay away from this guy, as far away as possible. Lu Sheng stepped onto the stage, his lips pressed tight as he scanned the crowd with ice-cold eyes, his oppressive aura filling the air. A moment later, Zhao Taiyan stepped up to the podium and spoke. Welcome, everyone, to Seven Saints Martial Arts University. The students below fell silent. He then began to ramble on and on about the autumn season, and the students below started to nod off. Zhao Taiyan's voice droned on. Our hard-working students, model. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, standing nearby, plugged his ears with his fingers, his face twisted in disgust. It doesn't matter what world you're in. School administrators all sound the exact same. Then, Zhao Taiyan, on the stage, smiled enthusiastically and gestured towards him. And now, let's invite this year's representative for the new students. He then boomed into the mic. The Danglong martial arts champion, student Lu Sheng, will now come to the stage to speak. Let's give him a warm welcome. Hearing this, Lu Sheng quickly walked up to the podium. He leaned into the mic, hands planted firmly, and stared out at the sea of students. Beside him, Zhao Taiyan beamed, hands clasped behind his back. Down in the crowd, Xu Jianfei cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting mockingly. A few other students joined in, their jeers and whispers filled with contempt. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed, glaring at him with pure dissatisfaction. Zhao Taiyan stepped in, calling for the students to be quiet. Then he turned back to Lu Sheng with a gentle smile. Are you ready, Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng just looked back at him, completely calm, and confirmed with a slight smile, been ready all day. This is no problem at all. Hearing this, Zhao Taiyan looked on, completely bewildered. After preparing for an entire day, he never imagined Lu Sheng would care about such a small detail. It seems the kid was actually trying to show him some respect. He mentally confirmed it. So he wasn't one of those arrogant martial arts geniuses who ignored everything else. Just then, Lu Sheng lowered his gaze to the mic, gripping the podium with both hands without a word. Then, he squinted, a smirk playing on his lips as a chilling aura washed over the crowd. Down below, a bald-headed student narrowed his eyes in disgust. What's this punk trying to say? Beside him, Xu Jianfei glared, grinding his teeth. Whatever he says, we'll just laugh and jeer together. We'll make him walk off that stage in shame. Lu Sheng just smiled calmly at the crowd and spoke into the microphone. I am Lu Sheng. I know many of you here don't respect me. The next second, he raised his index finger, his expression turning deadly serious as his voice boomed. So today, I'm going to give you all a chance. At those words, the crowd, including the bald guy, stared with wide eyes. Murmurs began to ripple through the hall. Xu Jianfei narrowed his eyes, clenching his jaw as he wondered, a chance? Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his face darkened, and he roared a challenge into the mic. Challenge me, right now! Spreading his arms wide, he added, oh, and I'll make a special exception for all of you. Hearing that, even Zhao Taiyan stumbled back in shock. A demonic grin spread across Lu Sheng's face as he unleashed his oppressive aura. You can all come at me at once. His face was a mask of pure contempt as his eyes blazed with excitement. He beckoned to the students, his energy practically vibrating. Come on, don't keep me waiting. The crowd went silent. The bald student cracked his knuckles, glaring at the stage. Beside him, Xu Jianfei was no better, his face contorted in a furious scowl. Zhao Taiyan, however, was completely stunned, his brain short-circuiting as he mumbled, huh? He quickly regained his composure, adjusting his glasses and forcing a smile while screaming internally. What? This is what he prepared for a whole day? But Lu Sheng remained on stage, arms outstretched, facing the students. Zhao Taiyan continued his mental breakdown. That was it. After just 4 sentences, he was ready to throw down. Below, the entire crowd stared, jaws agape, especially Lin Zhe. He shakily gave a thumbs up, his eyes wide with trembling admiration. As expected of my idol. So damn cool. Up on stage, Lu Sheng tilted his head, a taunting smile on his face as he looked down on them with utter disdain. What's wrong? Is no one brave enough to come up? He asked, his voice dripping with scorn. Or are all of you just a bunch of useless trash? Hearing that, the students shot up from their seats, their faces twisted in fury. Especially Xu Jianfei. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, You son of a bitch! The bald student next to him jumped, his eyes wide with shock. Xu Jianfei shouted, You're way too arrogant, Lu Sheng. In the next instant, he shot to his feet, his body encased in armor. He slammed a fist against his chest as his aura exploded, and he roared his own challenge. Let Xu Jianfei teach you your place. The crowd behind him immediately started jeering. Does he really think he's invincible? Haha, that's right! Xu Jianfei cracked his knuckles and looked up with a cruel smile. The bald guy stared, hands in his pockets. It's been a long time since anyone dared to spout such nonsense in front of me. From the crowd, a girl stood up, twirling a strand of her long white hair. With one hand on her hip, she smirked. Well now, I've been wanting to test my skills and broaden my horizons, she declared. Let's see just how powerful the top champion of Dunglong Martial Arts Academy really is. A student next to her stared, completely dumbfounded. Seeing this, Heidong's brow furrowed as he screamed in his mind. This is bad! This atmosphere! His instincts were telling him this was not a smart choice. The green-haired guy next to him narrowed his eyes, watching Heidong's uneasy movements. Nearby, another student quickly stood up to join the challenge. Heidong thought to himself, but if I don't stand up now, everyone will think I, Heidong, am afraid of Lu Sheng. With that, his eyes hardened with resolve, and he rose to his feet, muttering under his breath. Inspired, the students behind him eagerly stood up as well. Heidong declared, Then, I ask the Denglong champion for his guidance. Soon, the entire auditorium was on its feet, glaring at him with hostility, ready for battle. A massive dragon, formed from their collective auras, roared towards the stage. The crowd surged forward, shouting in unison, Please guide us. Seeing this, another teacher behind the stage stared wide-eyed at Zhao Taiyan asking in a panic, "What is this? What's going on?" Vice principal, but Zhao Taiyan simply held up a hand to silence him, his expression now calm, as if he were watching a play unfold. No rush. Let's see how this plays out first. Only Lindsay stood against the tide, glaring at the mob, his fists clenched as he roared defiantly. "You bastards! You're ganging up on him? This is rebellion! Come and get it!" Up on the stage, Lu Sheng glanced down at him with a hint of surprise. Lindsay thought to himself, "I'm so dead. Even if I don't get beaten up, I'm still picking a huge fight." He steeled himself. "Even if my idol is strong, he can't fight this many people. I can't let him be disgraced." Below, the dragon of aura coiled, ready to strike. Lu Sheng finally took a step forward on the podium and spoke. Hearing his voice, Lindsay turned to look at him. Lu Sheng continued, "So, a bunch of trash gathered together can actually create a little bit of pressure, huh?" His face darkened, his eyes glowing a blood red as his killing intent exploded outwards. "Perfect. I also wanted to see for myself." He paused, then unleashed his own demonic aura, which slammed into the dragon, making it recoil in fear. "By what right a pile of garbage like you gets to sit in the same room as me?" In the next instant, he vanished. He reappeared in a flash, launching himself towards Xu Jianfei with his fist drawn back. "You're first." The guy couldn't even react in time, his eyes wide with shock as the punch landed. He managed to cross his armored arms to block, but the force was overwhelming. He staggered back, coughing violently. With a single punch, his opponent was sent flying 8 meters into the back wall. The surrounding students stared in absolute terror. Immediately, another student aimed a kick at his head, but Lu Sheng effortlessly caught the kick in midair. Gripping the attacker's soul, he sneered, his killing intent flaring. "The weakest one yet, and so sloppy." He landed softly on the ground and, with a casual flick of his wrist, slammed the student into the floor. His other hand remained calmly tucked in his pocket. Then, he glanced behind him just as a massive fireball came roaring his way. Lu Sheng looked slightly startled as some maniac shot a huge stream of fire from his hands. The attacker stood on a chair, not caring about the student scrambling to get out of the way. With a twisted grin, he roared, "Ha ha! No matter how strong you are, you can't block this fire!" Suddenly, a hand shot through the flames and grabbed the attacker right by the face, leaving him completely stunned. The fire instantly dissipated, replaced by sharp sparks that now threatened him. Faced with such impossible speed, the student could only stare back, frozen in pure, speechless terror. The flames clinging to Lu Sheng's body quickly vanished. He looked down at his slightly burnt clothes with a hint of annoyance. Well then, that was real. He let out a breath, his aura still crackling around him, his clothes slightly singed from the last attack. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the side, his brow furrowing. A beam of light shot straight for his arm. Lu Sheng pulled his hand back, his face darkening as he looked down, while the fire user collapsed backward. In the next instant, streams of energy swirled toward him. Lu Sheng just arched his back, dodging them all effortlessly. A white-haired girl, moving as fast as the wind, appeared with a blade in her hand. She glanced at him, a smirk playing on her lips as she thought to herself, "So, overwhelming power and an unbreakable defense, huh? In that case," she decided, "I'll just slice you up piece by piece with my speed." But before she could even react, Lu Sheng vanished. He reappeared behind her in a flash, grabbing her by the leg and leaving her utterly stunned. He unleashed the breath of the wind exchange. The girl's eyes widened in horror, a terrified scream escaping her lips. "What?" Her body was violently slammed into the ground, then hurled toward the ceiling, while he landed coolly, his expression grim. As he faced down one group of attackers, a murderous aura erupted from behind him. A girl, trembling, crouched low to the ground and spoke. I'm about to lose control of my power." In the next moment, sharp projectiles erupted from her body, flying toward him. She clenched her fists and screamed, "Don't you dare blame me for this." The dart slammed into his back before he could react. Lu Sheng turned, his eyes wide with a flicker of surprise. Seeing her attack land, shredding his clothes and drawing blood, the girl clenched her fists in excitement. She screamed, "It worked! It worked!" she announced to the others. "I got him! I took down Lu Sheng!" But he just calmly glanced at her, and with a surge of his own power, ripped the darts from his back. His face was laced with annoyance. Then, he spread his arms, taking control of the very darts that had just pierced him, and turned to face her. "Who gave you permission? To scratch my back for me?" She froze in terror, raising her hands defensively and stumbling back. His eyes were murderous as he glared at her, controlling the floating darts with a gesture. The girl screamed in disbelief. "No way! You're a spirit master, too?" In an instant, the darts flew forward, pinning her to the wall. Her face went pale, her expression a mask of pure, soul-crushing fear. At the same time, the students, led by He Dong, roared in fury and charged at him. Damn you! Everyone, attack him together! The mob surged forward from behind, weapons raised, ready to strike him down. But Lu Sheng just calmly turned to face them, a look of utter disgust in his eyes. He slowly raised a hand, his gaze filled with contempt. A massive explosion erupted, sending the charging students flying. Seeing how pathetic they were, he stomped his foot on the ground. He looked down at the terrified weaklings staring up at him and made his assessment. Just as I thought, trash is still trash. Piling it all together doesn't change a thing. He clenched a fist, his aura flaring. He stepped on a sword embedded in the ground, his face a mask of disappointment as he stood amidst the dust and smoke. Sigh, I really expected too much from all of you. Elsewhere, a teacher who had tried to intervene stared in shock, adjusting his glasses as he yelled. This is unbelievable. Beside him, Zhao Taiyan was completely frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. The shock gave way to a calculating smile, his eyes narrowing with hope as he thought to himself, he truly is something to look forward to. He watched as Lu Sheng's clothes and body healed instantly, dusting himself off as if nothing had happened. Just wait until the representatives from the 6th grade academies see this tomorrow. Meanwhile, Heidong's crew, who hadn't even had a chance to attack, stared with dark, horrified faces. He trembled as he asked, How? How did it end up like this? The students behind him were frozen solid. Heidong confessed, I was still debating whether I should even make a move, and it was already over. Then, Lu Sheng began to walk, casually stepping on the face of an unconscious student on the floor. At that moment, Heidong's world went dark. He trembled, realizing the hero's grand crusade had failed. All he could see was Lu Sheng's murderous face, looking at them like they were nothing but garbage. He knew then, the world was about to face the long, dark reign of a demon king. He imagined a scene of defeated heroes, planting their swords in the ground and bowing before their new master. Back in reality, Lu Sheng was standing right in front of him with a confused look, waving a hand in his face. Hey! Only then did Heidong snap out of it, his entire body rigid as he stared at the main character. Huh? He's completely frozen, Lu Sheng thought. It was like a familiar cartoon scene from his old world. He then asked him directly, You were about to stand up a minute ago, right? Hearing this, the color drained from Heidong's face. He stared in terror, then shook his head so violently it looked like it might snap off. No, I wasn't. He then glanced at the distance between himself and his chair, and a desperate idea sparked in his mind. With a pathetic, forced smile, he sheepishly picked up the chair and slid it under himself, shouting his defense. I didn't do anything. Absolutely not. See? I've been sitting here the whole time. Lu Sheng just stared at him, then calmly stated, Nice try. Can't let that slide. He flicked Heidong on the forehead, making him yelp in pain. Ow! Now, with the entire hall in ruins, no one else dared to challenge him. Lu Sheng spoke calmly. I gave you all a chance. It's a shame you didn't know how to take it. He pointed a finger at the defeated students on the ground. His eyes narrowed as he issued a declaration. When these guys wake up, tell them this. Don't ever show your faces in front of me again. Do you understand? The remaining students quickly forced smiles, bowing and nodding like their lives depended on it. Understood. Perfectly understood. As they nodded frantically, Lu Sheng turned around with a smile and spoke to the man on the stage. Vice Principal, my speech as the freshman representative is now complete. Hearing this, a delighted Zhao Taiyan spread his arms wide and shouted with satisfaction. Excellent, he then announced. Have a few students stay behind to clean up the hall. Take anyone who needs it to the infirmary. Finally, he gave the last order. Everyone else is dismissed. The 57th entrance ceremony for the Seven Saints Martial Academy had concluded perfectly. News reports flew out, strongest freshman in history. Dominates rankings by defeating 100 students alone. He was depicted as a monster fighting against a horde of new students. Commentaries flooded in. The strength of the dang long martial arts champion Lu Sheng shines brilliantly. He was compared to legends on martial arts charts. One commentator thought of the other students, now humbled, and offered a piece of advice. It's only the second day of school, and he's already aiming for the top of the senior rankings. If you're still slacking off, you'd better start trying. Next, analysis charts quickly filled the screen. Level 6 martial artist, plus a level 3 spirit master. A comprehensive analysis of Dang Long martial arts champion, Lu Sheng. The broadcast ended with one final epic statement. The strongest new star of the Seven Saints Martial Academy has been born. A poetic voiceover began. Lu Sheng's actions were like a stone tossed into a quiet lake, creating endless ripples. An image of a water tank with splashing droplets appeared. At that moment, Lu Sheng was sipping a drink and flipping through the channels, gritting his teeth in annoyance. All these headlines make me sound like some final boss who wandered into the beginner's area. He then mumbled to himself, Am I really that kind of person? He looked up, a thoughtful expression on his face. But it's true. I have been getting more violent lately. It seems I've gotten used to solving everything with force, he wondered. Is it because my strength grew too quickly? Then he answered his own question. Yeah, that's probably part of it. But then he came to a final conclusion. The most important reason, though, is that those guys were just way too weak. He compared fighting the freshmen to having no pressure at all. It felt like he was playing a video game with cheat codes on. He imagined himself holding a scythe, casually reaping these students like blades of grass. He had a thought. Weakness itself isn't a sin, but to be weak and not even realize it, that's just wrong. His eyes narrowed, casting a dark gaze at the crowd cheering over the board. He lifted his glass, his thoughts turning colder. Being weak is one thing, but being weak and a nuisance to others? That's just pathetic. And then, a final verdict formed in his mind. Violence can't solve everything, he mused, but it sure as hell can solve most things. His grip tightened, shattering the glass in his hand. A smirk played on his lips as an epiphany struck him. The divine light, King Sutra. The star-tempering body art. The natural breathing method. He inwardly gloated. His plan was to use this divine display to level up his access to the fireseed resources. But then, he stopped. His eyes shot wide open, staring at his own hand. Red and blue energies, swirling together in perfect harmony, he screamed internally. This was his moment to shine. He realized it then, perhaps because he was trying to tap into the cause. The great sun in his mind suddenly yielded. And just like that, his martial will achieved a breakthrough. Right then, he decided, it was time to send one of them on their way. In his mind, a war of ice and fire raged on. Lu Sheng's face twisted, his teeth grinding as he screamed for a trade of blows. In a flash, he charged towards Zhao Lengquan, who was defending herself on the ice rink. He planted his foot, bracing his weapon for impact. She retaliated with a flurry of thrusts, but Lu Sheng dodged every single one, closing the distance between them. He threw a devastating punch. She brought her shield up just in time to block the uppercut, but he followed up with a crushing downward blow, and the force of the impact shattered her spear to pieces. Zhao Lengquan absorbed the blow, but her spearhead shot out like a viper, aimed right at his neck. Lu Sheng's face went cold, completely unreadable. He moved with the speed of light, using the breath of the wind, instantly appearing behind her and evading the fatal strike. He then raised his hand, unleashing his own weapon. His movements were sharp, decisive, his face contorted with effort as he yelled out the technique's name. Divine Light King Sutra, tenfold mental amplification, crystal light phase art. His weapon shot toward her like a meteor. It struck her shoulder, and she cried out in agony. A triumphant roar escaped his lips. Finally, I've won. Her arm was completely severed. Ice crystals bled from the wound as she trembled, gritting her teeth through the pain. But then, a massive chunk of ice began to form where her arm used to be. Overwhelmed by pain, Zhao Lingquan collapsed to her knees. She looked up, tears freezing on her trembling face. Seeing this, his own expression darkened in disbelief. "What the hell?" he yelled. "You can still fight like that?" Zhao Lingquan's arm regenerated, now forged from solid, reinforced ice. She pushed herself back up with a chilling smirk. In an instant, her new, blade-like arm slammed into the ground, shattering it. Then, she ripped a massive slab of ice from the rink, 100 times her size. With impossible strength, she hoisted the colossal iceberg high above her head, aiming it at him. She then merged into the towering ice shard, her arms spread wide. From below, he could only stare up in disbelief, a curse escaping his lips. Holy crap! He staggered back, his face a mask of horror as he screamed his disbelief. Damn it! I've never seen her use this move before. He quickly analyzed the situation. Is this her ultimate skill? The one she can only use when her life force drops to a critical level? High above him, a colossal phoenix made of pure ice magic materialized, staring down at him with frigid eyes. Lu Sheng stared back. His brow furrowed, his eyes widened, and his own aura erupted from his body, more powerful than ever. Grandmaster's will! He brought two fingers together and roared. By the blade's command! His weapon separated into multiple pieces, and Lu Sheng's body levitated off the ground as he pointed toward the celestial bird. The weapon fragments swirled around him, creating a deadly vortex. Lu Sheng screamed the name of his technique, Martial Samsara. In the next instant, the storm of blades shot towards the massive ice phoenix. A glowing magic circle appeared behind him. High above, Zhao Lingquan grinned with manic excitement. He met her gaze, gritting his teeth. Their eyes locked, wide with intensity, as they both roared in unison. Dragon! After the cataclysmic clash, he collapsed to the ground. Patches of ice covered his body as he coughed violently. Asterisk. Cough, cough, asterisk. His face contorted with exhaustion as he stared at his own freezing hand, a single question on his mind. Ha, ha, ha. Did I lose again? Then it hit him. A true martial divine art. Asterisk. This times is what a goddamn divine art is supposed to look like. Before him, Zhao Lingquan stood victorious, her weapon pointed directly at his face. Behind her, a wall of razor-sharp ice loomed, and the entire ground was now a frozen wasteland. He looked up at her from the ground, utterly defeated. Finally, he closed his eyes and let out a tired sigh. In the end, I still couldn't beat you. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. Snow began to fall all around them. Then, she smiled. A genuine, tender smile. The mask covering her face cracked and fell away. And in that moment, her entire body began to turn to ice, slowly dissolving into light. Lu Sheng could only watch, his eyes wide with utter shock. As Zhao Lengquan's form crumbled, she began to fall, her weapon clattering to the ice. At the same time, his own body began to glow, absorbing strange streams of dark energy. Lu Sheng was too stunned to even react. What is this? He wondered aloud. Are these her memories? Suddenly the scene shifted. He saw a much younger Zhao Lengquan, timid and afraid, nervously clutching her skirt, unable to meet anyone's gaze. A man beside her gestured toward the child. Master, I have brought the girl. Her name is Zhao Lengquan. Hearing this, another voice responded from nearby. The man was carving a small bird out of ice with a tiny knife. Without looking up, he remarked, her potential is not bad. He then turned, his eyes kind as he looked at the young Zhao Lengquan. From this day forward, you are my personal disciple of the glacial martial path. But this was followed by relentless, brutal training. The scene changed to Zhao Lengquan, huddled in a freezing ice chamber, sobbing as she hugged her shivering body. Sob. Outside the chamber, her master, Shi Linghe, watched with his arms crossed. Tell me, he asked, what is it that you wish to learn? At his question, she scowled, looking up from her knees. The spear, she yelled, her voice filled with conviction. I want to learn your spear techniques, she then explained, because the way of the spear is where you are strongest. You are the only master at base 1359 to have reached the 5th realm of spearmanship. Hearing her words, Shi Linghe simply listened, a slow smile spreading across his face before he let out a chuckle. Years passed in the blink of an eye, and Zhao Lengquan was now a young woman. She stood with her weapon on a grand stage, basking in the roar of an adoring crowd. A Grandmaster. Zhao Lengquan has become a Grandmaster, a 17-year-old Grandmaster. She might even reach level 10 in this lifetime. Base 1359 has produced another martial arts prodigy. Filled with pride, she looked at Shi Linghe and called out excitedly, Teacher! He just closed his eyes and crossed his arms with a knowing smile, shaking his head slightly as if to say, You're still a long way off. He then turned and waved to her, giving a warning. Your chilling spiritual energy hasn't even begun to probe the glacier's depths. Hearing that, Zhao Lengquan gripped the weapon in his hand tighter, his gaze fixed on the man. Sometime later, a hand struggled to push open the door to her home. Zhao Lengquan, deep in her disciplined training, was broken from her focus. Who's there? She called out, turning toward the door. A figure stumbled in, their face a mask of agony. Covered in wounds, they leaned against the wall, clutching a broken arm. Zhao Lengquan, they said with a pained smile. The entire base has fallen. What are you still doing here, hiding away and training? The person then asked scornfully, Is your heart made of ice too? It's a wasteland out there. Hearing this, Zhao Lengquan's composure finally shattered. She shot to her feet, screaming in disbelief. What? Where is our master? The wounded messenger struggled to straighten up, bowing their head with a bitter laugh. Master is dead, they continued. That old fool. His last words were an order not to disturb your training. Hearing this, an unnerving calm washed over her. Is that so? She said, walking past them toward the outside world. The messenger could only stare, wide-eyed at her strange reaction. Zhao Lengquan pulled out a blindfold and tied it over her eyes. Her voice was laced with sorrow. If Master is dead, then I will follow him. She stood before the monstrous beast that was tearing their world apart, ready to face her end. Too bad. My master never got to see this. In the next instant, she lunged forward. An icy aura exploded from her as she slammed a fist onto the monster's head, whispering, My glacial spirit Qi has finally found its frozen river. Back in reality, Lu Sheng clutched his head, his eyes squeezed shut as he let out a guttural scream of pain. Gah! Arr! Then, he started panting, followed by a sudden burst of laughter. Kneeling on the ground, one eye clenched shut, he gritted his teeth as the dark aura around him finally faded. The spear arts, the path of the spear. He'd never absorbed a memory fragment like this before. This time, it was almost entirely about the spear. He clenched his fist, his eyes wide with utter shock. A thought screamed through his mind. Zhao Lengquan's martial arts legacy. It gave me a truly massive power boost. My spear mastery was already at the insight realm, but after absorbing a martial memory fragment like the frozen river, I've already blown past the control realm. I've reached a completely new, higher plane. The fourth realm of spear arts, his mind flooded with fragmented images of Zhao Lengquan's techniques. Lu Sheng stood up, realizing the truth. Even among grandmasters, there are worlds of difference in power. If Shi Chengning's memory was a sphere full of impurities, then Zhao Lengquan's was a flawless shard of ice. Even though Zhao Lengquan was only a level 7 when she died, she was a 100% martial arts prodigy. She could have easily challenged a level 8, making her far stronger than Shi Chengning. Snapping back to reality, his eyes widened in shock as he reached for a photo in front of him. Even Shi Chengning left behind a core Grandmaster technique. Zhao Lengquan was 10 times stronger, with a martial will that was infinitely more powerful. There's no way she didn't leave a core technique behind. Finally, Lu Sheng looked up at an orb of ice, a wide, excited grin spreading across his face as he yelled, "I found it! This is Zhao Lengquan's core memory, her lingering Grandmaster's will." As he reached for the orb, it began to crack, revealing a blinding light from within. In the next moment, the light shot into his body, stunning him completely. His eyes blazed with newfound understanding, as if he'd finally grasped a universal truth. A thought screamed in his mind. So that's how it is. This is the glacial spirit sparrow. He swung his arm, and a spear materialized, a spectral image of Zhao Lengquan appearing behind him. He followed her phantom movements, thrusting the spear forward. A colossal bird of ice instantly burst into existence. Its eyes opened, staring right at him. Lu Sheng's mind raced with excitement. This spear is called. He paused. Then, the memory of Zhao Lengquan freezing a horde of monsters flashed in his mind, and he screamed internally. The glacial purgatory spear. He realized its true power. This spear could slay a great grandmaster. The next day, back in the dreamscape, he leaned against a wall, scrolling through red system panels. As he read the info on the dreamscape's inhabitants, he muttered their stats aloud. Shi Linghe, level 10 martial artist, profound spear path, creator of the glacial purgatory sparrow spear, died in the battle for base 1359. Zhao Lengquan, level 7 martial artist, spear prodigy, disciple of Shi Linghe, died in the battle for base 1359. Seeing their stats, Lu Sheng grinned excitedly, clenching his fist. So that old man was a level 10 powerhouse. How is a technique as strong as the glacial purgatory sparrow spear not part of the Fire Seed project? The more he read, the more hyped he got. Imagine how insane the spear path would be if it were included in the Fire Seed project. But then, a sobering thought struck him. Ugh, this is bad. Training 3 level 11 cultivation methods at once. My spirit is already at its breaking point. He shut his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead as the painful truth set in. After all, my fundamental martial talent isn't that great. I've only reached this level by relying on 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge from the future. He thought back to comprehending Zhao Lengquan's spear path. Foundational techniques have to be built step by step, through personal experience. But martial skills? That's a different story. He finally confirmed it. For him, the dreamscape was an unparalleled treasure. All he had to do was hunt down powerful zombies and inherit their ultimate techniques, just like he did with Zhao Lengquan. His eyes landed on Shi Linghe's name in the system panel. A new goal was set. All right then, next target, hunt and kill Shi Linghe. But as he looked at a towering building radiating a dark, ominous aura, he reconsidered. No, that's way too difficult. He knew that, while the martial memory of that supreme expert was a prize, Shi Linghe's position was at the very heart of the main base. He could feel it from here. There are countless terrifying auras over there, so powerful they make me tremble. The difficulty is just too high. I still have a long, long way to go. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hit him. His eyes shot open as he gritted his teeth in pain, clutching his chest and screaming. He crumpled in agony as white spots began to appear on his body. My Grandmaster wills are clashing with each other. His body began to radiate intense heat and cold at the same time. He clenched his jaw, squeezing his eyes shut in confusion. What is happening? He quickly activated the glass light wall technique, diving deep into his own mind. On one side, a swirling orb of ice. On the other, a slumbering body of fire, both fighting for dominance inside him. Floating in his mental space, he stared in shock at the two opposing forces. Lu Sheng's face twisted with worry as he watched the two auras collide. Zhao Lengquan's Grandmaster will is ice. Shi Chengning's eternal Grandmaster will is fire. Fire and ice cannot coexist. If I don't handle this right, my body is going to be destroyed. What do I do? Just then, the dormant body of fire began to crack from the top of its head, leaking brilliant light. In the next moment, the power of the ice was sucked into the crack, while his physical body absorbed the fire into its chest. After absorbing both forces, his slumbering form began to glow with a violet light, and energy surged from his third eye. Images of cultivation techniques flashed before him. He stared in absolute amazement, a single thought echoing in his mind. This is the golden chalcedony form from the glasslight wall records. It can actually absorb Grandmaster wills. This just saved my life. If I can fully construct the complete golden chalcedony human form, just how many different Grandmaster wills could my body contain? Could it be? The more the better? His eyes widened again as another thought struck him. Wait a second. Images of various wills began to appear. A question formed in his mind. Isn't my own ultimate Grandmaster will supposed to be a fusion of countless powerful wills into one final form? His body began to glow. He clenched his fists, one hand on his chest, the other raised as a dark resolve washed over his face. The 10 Directions martial path was evolving, reaching for a new level of perfection as the sigils of his wills began to shine. The next morning, on the academy path, Lindsay ran up behind him. Sheng, my man, you're basically a superstar now. All the students are saying you should be put on the alumni honor board. Lu Sheng just kept walking, arms crossed, and replied calmly, it's just a little bit of fame. Hearing this, Lindsay grinned from ear to ear, gesturing toward him. Yeah, I guess to you it's nothing, huh? Heh. Anyway, today's the day we have to pick our main cold weapon for training. Then he asked, what weapon are you planning to pick? I'll just choose the same one as you. Hearing that, Lu Sheng gave him a calm side-eye before turning away and shaking his head as he walked off. Lindsay was taken aback by his reaction, his eyes wide as he waited for an answer. Lu Sheng raised a hand to his chin, frowning in serious thought. I'll probably choose the spear. At that, Lindsay clasped his hands together and beamed, shouting with excitement. For real? The spear was my first choice too. Swords and sabers just feel like fly swatters to me. Then he started brown-nosing. The spear is just on another level of cool, totally badass. Seeing this, Lu Sheng just kept walking, casually slipping his hands into his pockets. You can learn the spear with me if you really want, but you probably won't see me around much. Lindsay stopped in his tracks, startled. He looked at Lu Sheng's back and called out, Huh? Wait, what do you mean? They made their way to the martial arts hall, where rows of students were already seated, watching the projector screen. But Lu Sheng just strolled in, hands in his pockets, his eyes narrowed with an air of total indifference. Right behind him, Lindsay followed with a cheerful, almost goofy grin. The other students, along with Hidong, stared up at him, their faces pale with fear. Hidong knew it in his soul. It all started that day. His thoughts trailed off as Lu Sheng casually sat down in front of him, trembling, his face ashen with terror. He couldn't even dare to look directly at the main character. Hidong was drowning in his own despair. It was a feeling of utter helplessness, of being completely unable to resist. He felt like he'd been dropped into a giant glass of water, flailing desperately to survive. Hidong realized this terror had seeped into his dreams. He saw himself trapped in that glass, surrounded by an endless ocean with no way to surface. He was suffocating, his face contorting as he pounded against the glass walls in a hopeless attempt to escape. His mind screamed in frustration, knowing there was nothing he could do. He could only struggle as the cold despair swallowed him, piece by piece, until he finally woke up. Night after night, he would jolt awake from that same terrifying nightmare. His face would be pale, his eyes wide with horror, his silent screams echoing in his mind. He relived it over and over. Was the champion really that terrifying? He questioned himself, then looked up at Lu Sheng with fearful eyes. There was no light in them, only a grim understanding. No, the source of his fear wasn't the martial arts champion himself. It was the man sitting right there. Lu Sheng, he muttered under his breath, his eyes filled with absolute dread as he watched him take a seat. Just then, a woman with long orange hair walked in, holding a ruler in one hand and her other hand on her hip. She announced that she was a professor specializing in beast research, and her name was Zi Xuexin. She continued, Before you begin your 4 years of martial arts cultivation, I'm here to teach you all an important lesson. Standing on the podium, she looked down at the students and got straight to the point. First, let me explain why we must train with cold weapons and the martial Dao when we already have advanced firearms technology. She leaned on the podium, then slammed her ruler on the board to get their attention. Now watch this. A documentary about a gunfight immediately appeared on the screen. Soldiers unleashed a storm of bullets, but on the other side were grotesque, roaring monsters. The footage showed bullets striking the beasts, only to be deflected by some kind of protective energy shield. Professor Zi Xuexin's voice explained that humanity's firearms were completely useless against these mutated beasts. The students' eyes widened as they stared at the screen, murmuring amongst themselves. But why is that? Even Lindsay, watching from his seat, frowned and spoke up. My dad always taught me that only martial arts could fight the beasts. He never explained why. Why was that? Beside him, Lu Sheng just crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. but his steely gaze showed he already understood everything. Because of the rules, Lu Sheng thought to himself. The professor turned off the projector and confirmed it. It's because of the rules. For over 300 years, humanity has been fighting these beasts, and we are still trying to understand their origin. While we haven't found all the answers, one thing is certain about these creatures. She paused for effect, then declared, "They come from another world." The image of a massive portal in the sky appeared, with beasts pouring out of it endlessly. Professor Zi Shusin then pointed her ruler towards her own heart, explaining to the students, "So, it's not that we chose the martial Dao. The martial Dao chose us. To survive this invasion, we can only rely on the power it gives us." Hearing this, a female student raised her hand, confused. "Professor Z, so our firearms are affected by the rules of this other world? Then does that mean the beasts that enter our world are just as powerful, with no negative effects on them?" The professor walked forward, a slight smile on her face. "An excellent question. Unfortunately, I cannot answer it for you. I'd like to know the answer myself. Or perhaps, RE8. The answer is right in front of us. If only we're brave enough to face it." The students grew even more confused, shouting in unison, "Huh? What do you mean?" But Lu Sheng just kept his arms crossed, his expression calm as he added to the professor's explanation. "It's because those beasts have already been affected by the rules." The student's eyes widened, looking at him. He continued with a chillingly casual tone. "Originally, they're far more powerful than this." Hearing his answer, even Zi Shuixin looked at him, her eyes wide with surprise. She adjusted her glasses, a small smile playing on her lips as she praised him. "So, this student has figured it out as well? Very good. But of course, that's just my speculation." Hearing this, the students below erupted in shocked and panicked chatter. "No way! That's completely unfair!" The professor just tilted her head, looking at her students with a calm expression. "You're right. It is indeed unfair." She then crossed her arms and explained further. "But in this world, many things are not meant to be fair." With that, Zi Shuixin turned to leave, delivering her final words. "That is the lesson I wanted to teach you all today. Thank you." Class dismissed. Lin Zhe grabbed his head in frustration, his eyes wide with anger. "Are you kidding me? The beasts are already impossibly powerful, and that's them being weakened? Doesn't that mean humanity's future is totally screwed?" Lu Sheng glanced at him but said nothing. His face darkened, his eyes holding a deep, ancient knowledge. The future of humanity 10,000 years from now was indeed annihilated. Lin Zhe hung his head in despair, his eyes wide with shock. Lu Sheng then stood up and walked down the steps. All eyes were on him. Lu Sheng, with his hands in his pockets, thought to himself that even with his vast resources, he couldn't solve the beast problem in the current martial era, year 300. He remembered the powerful beasts that lurked out there, and a silent scream echoed in his mind. The path forward was one without a shred of hope. But in the next moment, his eyes blazed with fierce determination. His expression became grim as he made a vow to himself. "The only thing I can do is get stronger, and carve out a new hope, one step at a time." Outside the classroom, a teacher handed him a form. "Turn this in within 3 days." Lu Sheng reached out and took the paper. Lin Zhe stood beside them as the teacher explained, "For now, you can all head to the different training halls for cold weapons based on your own interests." Lu Sheng smiled, turning to Lin Zhe. "Let's go." To the spear training hall. Lin Zhe clenched his fists, his eyes shining with excitement as he replied, "You got it, boss." Suddenly, someone in the crowd cupped their hands around their mouth and yelled for everyone to hear. "I heard him! He said the spear Dao." Lu Sheng chose the spear path. "Listen up, everyone. Whatever you do not choose the spear as your main weapon. You got that?" The other students' faces went dark with dread. One student's face went completely white with fear. "What? I have to change my martial path. There's no way I want to compete with Lu Sheng." Another student nearby looked just as horrified. At the spear training hall, students were already practicing their forms when Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe walked in. One of them saw the newcomers and his eyes widened. "It's Lu Sheng. I can't believe he actually chose the spear." Hearing that, another student asked, "Who's Lu Sheng?" Someone else shot back, "Did you not watch the video on the school's website?" He then explained, "This year's martial arts champion, the strongest freshman." On the training floor, a girl with fiery red hair leaned on her spear, surveying the crowd with one hand on her hip. "All right, class is dismissed for today. Anyone who wants to stay and practice a bit more is welcome to." Suddenly, the instructor's brow furrowed as her sharp gaze landed on two students. With a sigh, she pointed her spear at Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe. "You two, up here." She rested a hand on her hip, her grip tight on her weapon. Closing her scarred eye, she stared them down. "My name is Liu Ruxing. I'll be your cold weapons instructor from year 1 to year 3. And today, it seems you two are the only ones who showed." Sizing them up on the dueling platform, she made her decision. "All right, I want you both to attack me with your spears. Let's see what kind of talent you really have. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, his expression serious. He could feel it. This instructor's lifeblood was overflowing. She was a peak level 6 martial arts master. Behind him, Lin Zhe just stared in confusion. Liu Ruxing met his gaze, silently assessing him. So this is the Lu Sheng everyone's been talking about? In a flash, she whipped her spear forward, launching it directly at him. His eyes widened slightly as he reached out, effortlessly snatching the spear as it flew past his shoulder. With absolute control, he spun it a few times before snapping into a flawless combat stance. A look of approval flashed across Liu Ruxing's face. Very good. A small smirk played on Lu Sheng's lips as he met her gaze. Then I won't be holding back. Please, be careful. Liu Ruxing cracked her neck, a challenging grin spreading across her face as she grabbed another spear. He was telling her times to be careful? How interesting. A confident roar echoed in her mind. Even if I'm not a Grandmaster, I've dedicated over a decade to the way of the spear. I could hold my own even against a true master. And yet, this freshman who just enrolled is telling me to be careful? At that moment, Lu Sheng unleashed Zhao Lingquan's technique, spear in hand, and charged forward. A wave of pure, icy killing intent slammed into her. The instructor's face went pale, her eyes wide with shock. Her pupils contracted in sheer terror as one thought screamed through her mind. This feeling. It's death. But Lu Sheng was just getting started, a thrill of excitement on his face as he closed the distance. He's too strong, Liu Ruxing cried out. She spun her spear into a defensive whirlwind, creating a shield of steel to block his relentless assault. But the force still sent her skidding backward. Liu Ruxing gritted her teeth, using the shaft of her weapon to block his spear tip. Her face contorted as she screamed in disbelief. How can a spear technique be this ferocious? In the next instant, with a single flick of Lu Sheng's wrist, her spear was sent flying from her grasp. Below the stage, the students' jaws dropped, their faces turning pale with utter shock. No way. Instructor Lu was disarmed that easily? Murmurs erupted. He's a monster. The sharp tip of Lu Sheng's spear rested gently against Liu Ruxing's neck. She swallowed hard, tilting her head back, her eyes filled with nothing but pure astonishment. The spear point remained perfectly still, a silent threat. Lu Sheng finally spoke. My apologies. With a slight smile, he withdrew his weapon. As Liu Ruxing finally got a clear look at him, her eyes went wide. Lu Sheng stood with his spear planted, an overwhelming aura pouring from his body. Acquired sight, the instructor thought, stunned. His spear mastery has reached the level of acquired sight. She couldn't even block 3 of his moves before her weapon was knocked away. He continued to watch her, his guard still up, his powerful aura radiating outwards. But then, a flicker of doubt crossed Liu Ruxing's mind. No, looking at how relaxed he is, it can't just be acquired sight. Could he already be at the mastery stage? Composing herself, she leaned on her own spear and couldn't help but praise him. I never imagined you were so proficient with the spear. To have this level of skill at your age is incredible. She then made a declaration. As of today, you have officially graduated from my cold weapons class. Immediately, the classroom erupted into chaos. What? He graduated on the first day of class? I'm completely speechless. Another student grinned while lowering his phone. I got that all on video. This is gonna break the school web forums for sure. Nearby, a girl stomped her foot in frustration. I can't accept this. Another student grabbed his hair, his face a mask of horrified disbelief. Oh my God. This is just insane. The instructor held up a finger, her gaze fixed on Lu Sheng. Your technique has reached a state of mastery. The only thing you lack is real combat experience. She leaned in closer. I can tell. You don't carry the scent of blood on you. Liu Ruxing then offered some advice. Go to the mission center, pick up a few assignments, and make use of the Marshal Saint Tower and the cold weapons training rooms. With a powerful thud, Lu Sheng planted his spear into the ground, shattering the floor beneath it. He then clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and gave a respectful bow. Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Liu. She nodded, turning to leave, but glanced back one last time. Beyond that, there's nothing more I can teach you. Her inner voice, however, was screaming in frustration. Graduating on the very first day. In all my years as a spear instructor, I've never met a monster like you. She glanced down at her own hands with a sigh. Compared to a prodigy like him, the rest of my life's training feels like a complete joke. Behind her, Lin Zhe's eyes were sparkling with admiration. He shot 2 thumbs up and yelled, Brother Sheng! So that's what you meant by not seeing me often. That was beyond epic. Seeing that his friend finally understood, Lu Sheng shot him a small smile. He then clapped him on the shoulder. In that case, I'm heading to the mission center now. You stay here and train hard. With a final word of encouragement, Lu Sheng added, keep it up. I'll come visit when I have time. In the distance, Liu Ruxing watched him go, while Lindsay stared at his retreating back, a single thought in his mind. He truly is a god among mortals. Meanwhile, at the mission center, the hall was buzzing with activity. Need one more for a B-rank mission. Looking for a spirit master for a B-rank team. A young man carrying a large backpack explained things to the girl beside him. Bandages, blood-clotting medicine, potions, dried rations. You gotta prepare a little of everything. You never know when you'll need it. The girl listened intently, but then frowned with a hint of worry. Is that really necessary? This mission isn't even outside the city walls. The boy just rolled his eyes. What if our target decides to hide out in some deep forest in the mountains? Huh? Don't come crying to me then. It was at this moment that Lu Sheng arrived. His eyes scanned the bustling hall, hands casually tucked in his pockets. Pretty impressive, he thought. Let's see what kind of missions they have. He walked over to the electronic board, where an A-rank mission was displayed. Apprehend a level 5 martial artist fugitive wanted for murder. Use of lethal force is authorized. Below it were several B and C rank missions. He frowned in disappointment, muttering to himself, why are they all about catching fugitives? Where are the missions for fighting beasts? Hearing this, a guide standing nearby smiled while organizing some files. First time here? Morning postings are usually for wanted criminals. Beast-slaying missions are posted in the afternoon, and other types in the evening. The guide then asked, you must be a new first-year student, right? Lu Sheng stared at the board, the new information clicking into place. Oh, so that's how it works. Well then, I'll just… Lu Sheng paused, then pointed. Take this one for now. Instantly, a purple mission slip shot out from the board and flew into his hand. He stared at it, a little confused. The guide's eyes went wide. He pointed a trembling finger at the paper in Lu Sheng's hand, his face frozen in shock. A purple mission slip? That's an A-rank mission. Are you sure about this? Seeing the freshman's nonchalant expression, the guide propped his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Does this kid even understand how hard this mission is? He should just admit he grabbed the wrong one and apologize. Hearing this, Lu Sheng just touched his chin and nodded, glancing at the paper as he replied, this mission probably isn't a good fit, he said with a completely placid expression. The guide just smirked, resting his chin on his hand and chuckling to himself, just as he expected. Music a second later, a whole stack of other purple missions flew right at Lu Sheng, shocking the guide who could only stare wide-eyed at the purple papers. Lu Sheng placed them on the desk and glanced over them, his voice laced with disappointment. Don't you have anything higher than AA rank? As more purple papers flew towards him, the guide's jaw just dropped. Finally, the guide shot up from his chair, his eyes glaring in anger as he yelled, Student, I'm warning you. If you're here to deliberately cause trouble, I will report you to the school and have your academic credits deducted. Hearing this, Lu Sheng just looked around, genuinely confused. What? Isn't this the mission reception window? The guide just stared back suspiciously, his hand protectively over the stack of purple missions on the desk. A moment later, he sat back down calmly, but still frowning as he waved a dismissive hand and began to explain. Missions of A rank and above require cold weapon cultivation points and proven combat prowess. He then added, have you, a brand new freshman, even met those requirements? What a pain. Seeing the disbelief, Lu Sheng calmly met his gaze before flicking his 6-star badge towards the man. In an instant, it popped up and flew perfectly into the guide's hand. The guide frowned, catching it out of pure reflex. But then his eyes widened in sheer, terrified shock. His whole body trembled as he gripped the badge and screamed, This is a 6th-level martial artist's emblem. He broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile as his trembling hand held up the badge. Hey, is this yours? Seeing he still didn't believe it, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed dangerously, his fists clenching as he let out a menacing threat. Or maybe I should punch you once to see if it's real or fake. At that, the guide quickly put the badge down, staring in terror at Lu Sheng, who now stood with his arms crossed. He tried to add another condition, stammering that the missions also required cold weapon points. But Lu Sheng just pointed at him, his face radiating killing intent as he shot back. An hour ago, teacher Liu Ruxing of the Spear Arts class already certified my graduation. I think the system will update soon enough. Or you could just go. The guide was too scared to even look at him, trembling as he held out a hand. Okay, just give me your student card. I'll register you. He then awkwardly looked up, forcing a strained smile as he took the card, his voice shaking. A-rank missions and above need approval from the school's leadership. You can't just take one because you want to. Then the guide looked at the student card. His eyes went wide with panic. He fell back in his chair, staring up at Lu Sheng in absolute horror as he screamed, You're Lu Sheng! Seeing him waste so much time, Lu Sheng's patience finally snapped. A murderous aura exploded from him as he growled, How much longer are you going to drag this out? Do you want me to file a complaint? The guide felt the wave of killing intent wash over him and screamed internally, How can he have such a powerful aura? Finally, trembling all over with tears welling in his eyes, he clutched the card and cried out, "I'll let you know the second the review is approved." He then squeezed his eyes shut, bowing his head as he held out the card and emblem. "Please take back your card and emblem." Lu Sheng just scoffed and turned to leave, glancing back with an annoyed sigh. So slow. Behind him, the guide awkwardly waved with a forced smile. "Please come again." But Lu Sheng had already put it out of his mind. "It's almost time for lunch. I'll check out the Marshal Saint Tower this afternoon." At the same time, Hakdong was wielding his dual blades, spinning as he unleashed his aura. Immediately, the teacher looked over, nodding in approval. "Very good. For someone who has never practiced blade arts, you've mastered the basic forms." Hakdong just smiled shyly at the praise. "Thank you for the compliment, teacher." But behind him, other students were whispering. "He definitely practiced in secret. His family is probably famous for being smart, right?" Another student pointed and shot back. "Nonsense. If he'd trained before, wouldn't the teacher know? Besides," he added, "Hakdong doesn't have a single callus on his hands." The other kid quickly agreed. "Wow, he really is a genius then." Hearing their whispers, Hakdong smirked, raising his flaming sword with pure confidence. "They have no idea, do they? My elemental affinity is metal, so of course I'd be close with cold weapons. Every martial artist with a metal affinity is a weapons genius. There are no exceptions." Hakdong grinned, raising the sword to his face. "I can even feel the blade in my hand, breathing. So what if Lu Sheng is strong? He's not even here. I refuse to believe he's better than me at this." Just then, a student with blue hair stared at his phone and screamed in total shock. "No freaking way! This is insane! Everyone, get on the school website, now!" The students next to him looked at his screen and their jaws dropped. "What the hell?" Hakdong glanced over, still holding his sword, completely startled. Lu Sheng," one student stammered out. "He's not human anymore." On the phone screen was a picture of Lu Sheng with the headline, "Strongest prodigy in history graduates in 20 minutes, setting a new record for 7th Marshal Saint University. Defeated the cold weapons instructor in 3 moves. Just how strong is Lu Sheng's spear mastery?" Below was a picture of him pointing his spear at Liu Ruxing. With further analysis, spear arts, transcendent realm, spear control, mastery realm, analysis of Lu Sheng's true power, version 2.0. Reading this, Hakdong's eyes rolled back in his head and he collapsed to the ground. The teacher rushed over in a panic, kneeling beside him. "Hakdong, what's wrong?" With tears streaming down his face, he wailed in agony. "Teacher, I want to change my major." Elsewhere, in another training ground, Tran Wai Huyen was practicing his sword forms, his face grim and covered in sweat as he swung his blade. Then, he calmly closed his eyes, sheathing his blade. Behind him, the massive rock exploded into dust. A nearby girl clapped with a smile, her voice full of praise. "So impressive, Yiswen," she commented. "The power of your azure slash has grown so much." But Tran Yiswen simply stood there, quietly holding his sword. Leaning against the wall, she smirked. "If that Xiaolan came to challenge you now," she said, "I bet you'd crush him in less than 100 moves." He lifted a glass to his lips, taking a drink with his eyes closed. "Xiaolan is nothing more than a failure," he declared, gripping his sword. "He fell off my radar a long time ago." The girl quickly offered him a towel. Determination flashed in his eyes, his brow furrowed. "My true targets are the names in the top 10 of the 7 saints list," he declared. "Only they are worthy of being my rivals." Hearing this, she tilted her head with a grin. "With your current strength," she observed, crossing her arms, "you're more than strong enough for the top 10, aren't you?" But Tran Yixuan raised his blade, his brow furrowed. "Not yet," he answered. "I still haven't condensed a single thread of my own martial will. Because of that, I still don't stand a chance." The girl with 2 pigtails winced, a wry smile on her face as she held out a hand to explain. "That gap between level 6 and level 7, you have no idea how many people it's trapped. Even top-tier geniuses waste countless hours on it, trying to find their path." She added, "Reaching the Grandmaster realm isn't so easy, you know? It's less about talent and more about pure luck." Hearing that, Tran Yixuan's expression darkened. His grip on his sword tightened as he closed his eyes. "You're right," he conceded. "Perhaps my moment just hasn't come." Suddenly, as if remembering something, she held her phone out to him. "Oh, right! I found a really interesting freshman today. You've got to see this." Wiping his face, Tran Yixuan glanced at the phone. The girl with 2 pigtails began to explain. "This is the guy. His name is Lu Sheng, a freshman who just enrolled a few days ago. Rumor is he's this year's Dragon Gate champion." The screen showed a picture of Lu Sheng. On his very first day in the cold weapons class, he defeated Instructor Liu. Instructor Liu must have gotten way too careless. Taking the phone, Tran Yixuan's eyes narrowed. Instructor Liu's spear mastery is at the mid-stage of the insight realm. She's considered one of the stronger instructors here. He added, even if she slipped up, the outcome wouldn't have been any different. The girl with the twin tails exclaimed, this freshman, Lu Sheng, is insanely strong. His spear mastery has to be at least high-stage insight, maybe even peak stage. He might even be knocking on the door of the control realm. Tran Yishen just stared at the screen, his eyes narrowed to slits. The girl leaned forward, hands on her hips, and covered her mouth with a teasing smirk. Hey. As the #1 student on the senior board, seeing a junior this fierce, she leaned in. Doesn't it make you feel the pressure? A little threatened, maybe? Tran Yishuan stood silently, holding his sword and the phone, just watching the screen. Finally, he smirked, turning and tossing the phone back to the girl, who scrambled to catch it. Ha! You think I've just been strolling through my 4 years at Seven Sages Martial University? He scoffed. A cultivation realm is just a realm. Real combat is a different beast entirely. Not just anyone is qualified to be an opponent for me, Tran Yishuan. But then, his eyes narrowed slightly. Asterisk. Still. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, this Lu Sheng kid is a total monster. I have a feeling we'll be meeting soon enough. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was strolling across campus, hands casually in his pockets, when a voice suddenly called out, Excuse me, are you Mr. Lu Sheng? A group of movers was unloading some cargo. We were sent by Director Ha to deliver your reward, one of them announced. Holding up a document, he gestured to the large crate they were carrying. If you could please sign to confirm receipt. Seeing them straining, Lu Sheng just smiled. With a flick of his wrist, the heavy crate floated into the air. I am Lu Sheng. Thanks for all the trouble. The movers let go. Their faces a mask of shock. Asterisk. So this is the Dragon Gate prize from Director Ha. Asterisk. Lu Sheng thought. The moment he opened the lid, a spear engulfed in blazing flames shot into the air. The delivery crew could only gawk, completely stunned. Lu Sheng effortlessly controlled both the box and the spear. Then, he looked up, catching the fiery weapon with a look of pure joy. The delivery man smiled, gesturing to the weapon. The shaft of this spear was forged from a huge amount of dense silver and sharp steel, and it's even infused with extremely rare adamant gold. He continued. The spearhead was crafted from flame crystal, using a special alloy blended with those same rare metals. It's a standard, Grandmaster-level cold weapon. The Grade 7, Crimson Star Dragon Vein Spear. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. He gave it an excited swing. Asterisk. This thing has some serious flash. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. It looks like a +12 enchanted weapon. Asterisk. He quickly placed a hand over his heart, smiling at the delivery men. Planting the spear on the ground, he said, Director Ha's gift is truly immense. Please, send him a message for me. Tell him I absolutely love it. The head delivery man nodded with a smile. Understood. In that case, we'll take our leave. With that, they got into their truck and drove off. Lu Sheng watched them go, leaning on his new spear. He looked down at the weapon, a wide grin spreading across his face as he tightened his grip. Asterisk. With this Crimson Star Dragon Vein Spear, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, my combat power will jump by at least 30%. Asterisk. He added, and most importantly, when combined with the elemental control from my natural breathing method, I'm confident I can even take on a Grandmaster now. Then, spinning the spear, he began to practice. Sparks flew around him as a grin stretched across his face. The next step is to get fully acquainted with this spear. He recalled something Zhao Lengquan once said in his memories. Building a bond between user and weapon, creating a spear with its own soul, will make it 100 times stronger than any normal cold weapon. Flashes of spear arts blurred together in a deadly dance. Asterisk. And the method to cultivate that bond is brutally simple. Asterisk. He slammed the butt of the spear into the ground, cracking the pavement. He roared in his mind, asterisk, through endless practice. And, by opening its edge with blood, asterisk, gripping the spear with both hands, his eyes began to glow. A golden aura erupted around him as he entered the times. Intelligent fire-breathing state, asterisk, a fierce thought crossed his mind. Asterisk, not just any blood, but the blood of powerful enemies. Only in a true life-or-death battle. Often, by feeding it the flesh, soul, and will of my enemies, can I truly awaken this spear's magnificent power. Not long after, his face went blank. His eyes widened in exhausted disbelief. Huh? A line? Packed in front of the tower was a massive, unmoving crowd of students. Lu Sheng stood there holding his new gear, dumbfounded. Even students of the Seven Sages University have to line up for the Martial Sage Tower, he muttered to himself. Noticing his clueless look, a nearby instructor casually filing her nails spoke up without even looking at him. What a dumb question, she said flatly. Do you have any idea how many people apply to enter the Martial Sage Tower every single day? She answered her own question. It's at least 10,000 people. Lu Sheng turned his head to look at her. The instructor picked up a bottle of nail polish, giving him a dismissive look. The Martial Sage Tower has a total of 30 rooms. That means only 30 people can enter at once. You're a student at this university, so you're already getting special treatment. She added, those martial artists from the outside have to get permission from the Martial Arts Association first. Then they come here to wait in line. They'd be jumping for joy if they got to enter even once a year. Lu Sheng looked back at the endless line, then at her. So, how long do I have to wait to get in? In response to his question, the instructor just shrugged, closing her eyes. We'll see how long the current guy lasts. But you should know, there are over 200 students ahead of you. Best case scenario, a 3-day wait. Hearing this, he just closed his eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Fine, he finally relented. Just text me when it's my turn. Seeing his gloomy expression, the receptionist leaned on the counter and gave him a little wave, confirming his request. Since you're so handsome, I'll make sure to give you a heads up, she teased. But then, she added a warning. You'd better be here within 10 minutes of my call. Otherwise, you'll be waiting another 3 years for your turn. He just shot her a look, grabbing his gear as he turned to leave. Walking away, Lu Sheng stared up at the tower, his expression grim. No wonder so many people are lined up, he thought. The martial will inside the Saint's Tower. It truly is on another level. Even from here, he could feel it. An immense power, unlike anything he'd ever encountered before. A golden light pulsed from the tower, and for a moment, he felt his spirit being drawn into it. Lu Sheng noted the presence within, a will as vast and unshakable as a divine blade piercing the heavens. He realized the Grandmaster's will he possessed was like a mere firefly next to this brilliant full moon. Its power was absolutely incomparable. Snapping back to reality, he narrowed his eyes at the tower. A grim thought echoed in his mind. Is the gap between a level 7 Grandmaster and a level 9 Martial Saint really this massive? He turned and calmly walked away. No sense rushing it, he decided. The more valuable the resource, the longer the line. It's only natural. All right, plan B. I'll head to the weapons training hall and get a feel for my new gear. But at the hall's front desk, the receptionist gave him an apologetic smile, pointing awkwardly at the status board. Sorry, she said. All the rooms are completely booked. Lu Sheng was speechless, his face dark with despair. He just collapsed onto the floor, spreading his arms out wide. Of course, he screamed internally. Murphy's freaking law! Is my luck so bad I'd bite my tongue just drinking water? Seeing him collapse, the receptionist shot up from her chair, calling out worriedly, Hey, student! But he was already lost in his own frustration. When did Seven Saints Academy get so crowded? Didn't they say this place had 100 acres per student or something? Finally, he gave up and pushed himself to his feet. With a dark cloud over his head, he turned to leave. Fine, guess today just isn't my day. As he walked away, the girl called after him, Hey, try to get here before 7 next time. Then, her eyes landed on the reservation board, and she gasped. She darted out from behind the desk, beaming as she held up a key card. She grabbed his wrist to stop him. Wait, student Lu Sheng! He stopped and turned, looking at her with a confused, narrowed gaze. She explained excitedly, Someone just checked out. I'll sign you in right now. Hurry and go. He just stared, completely baffled by her sudden burst of enthusiasm. Do I know you? He asked. In response, she gave him a huge, cheesy grin, holding out the card. Hey, are you kidding? Everyone knows who you are now. That video of you is going viral on the school forums. He took the card, still holding his weapon case, and gave a slight nod. Right. Well, thanks for the help. She let go of his wrist and waved dismissively. It's no problem. Now hurry up and go. Good luck. Then she added, Training room number 8. It's the 4th door on your left. As Lu Sheng walked away, the receptionist watched him with a smile. The forums say he's scary, like some kind of demon king, she thought, but he seems pretty polite to me. She rested her chin in her hand, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I wonder if his skills are as legendary as they say? She was dying to know. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Lu Sheng opened his case, revealing the sections of his custom spear. Let's see what this training room can really do. The pieces clicked together, forming a perfect weapon. He gripped the spear tight, then with a powerful flourish, he spun it once and dropped into a fierce, ready stance. Training room number 8. Lu Sheng stood before the massive door, case in hand. So this is the place, he muttered. The door slid open with a hiss. He stepped inside, taking in his surroundings. His face lit up with curiosity. This looks just like the agility training room, back at the Genius Camp. Guess the training protocol is the same too. His eyes then fell on a control panel mounted on the wall. Lu Sheng strode over and activated it. With a sharp beep, the room transformed into a holographic space. A synthesized voice echoed through the chamber. Stage 1, cold weapon training, initiated. Please prepare. Lines of energy materialized around him. He watched, a flicker of surprise on his face. Then, he spun his spear, and it erupted into flames. His entire body was wreathed in a fiery aura. He dropped into a combat stance, spear tip pointed down, ready for whatever came next. From hidden ports in the walls, small orbs shot out. They rocketed towards him at incredible speed, but Lu Sheng remained perfectly still, his spear unmoving. Then, his eyes flashed. He whipped his head around, his gaze filled with killing intent. Moving so fast he was just a blur, he became a whirlwind of motion. His spear sliced through each orb, leaving trails of golden light in its wake. He landed in a perfect stance, swinging his spear with a flourish. The shattered remnants of the orbs clattered to the floor. Lu Sheng looked up, a confused frown on his face. "That's it," he muttered aloud. "That was way too easy." The system's voice returned, training complete. He clenched his fist, startled by the abrupt end. But then, a new notification rang out. Stage 1 completion rate, 20%. Lu Sheng's eyes went wide with disbelief as he read the screen. He let out a sharp, "Humph? What the hell?" He thought, 20%? That's basically a failure. What's going on? As if in response to his silent question, the system chimed in again. Use of any non-physical abilities is strictly prohibited, including aura, elemental powers, and so on. He read the message as it displayed on the screen. Lu Sheng straightened up, swinging his spear behind him. So that's it, he realized. It makes sense. If I could just use my aura, it would defeat the whole purpose of the training. He added, this is about refining pure technique, using nothing but physical strength. With newfound determination, he yelled at the system. Run it again. At his command, the system unleashed another wave of orbs. Lu Sheng immediately dropped into a low stance, spear at the ready. This time, relying purely on physical strength, Lu Sheng moved like a storm, his spear a blur. He met every orb with perfect form and brutal efficiency. He landed in a cool three-point stance as the last fragments hit the floor. He looked up, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. Hey, can't believe I'm actually breaking a sweat from just physical exertion. Guess that's the first wave done. But just as he thought that, another volley erupted from the walls. Seeing the relentless assault, he gritted his teeth. You've got to be kidding me. More of the same? But as he swung his spear, he froze, staring as he realized their flight patterns were completely different. Something's wrong. As the orbs swerved and curved past him, his eyes widened in shock. These aren't moving like the last wave at all. These wooden pellets get blown away by the slightest breeze. He quickly brandished his spear, planting his feet firmly as he assessed the situation. This was definitely a technique for the cold weapons training room, requiring mastery and control over one's weapon. Finally, he swirled the tip of his spear, creating a vortex of cold wind. He gently guided the unpredictable pellets, coming to a realization. Steel has become wood. It seems the damage and speed have been nerfed, lowering the difficulty. But in reality, it's the exact opposite. The lighter the projectile, the more it's affected by the airflow. He confirmed his thoughts aloud. Before I can even land a hit, the wind from my own spear is blowing them away. Even if they aren't blown off course, their trajectory becomes completely random. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, sensing their movement with a smirk. This is just like something out of the wuxia novels from my past life. At last, his spear point connected with a single wooden pellet. Lu Sheng recognized the technique, plucking flowers, flying leaves, drawing a sword to part water. The other pellets continued to dance erratically around him. He muttered to himself, what's next? As he swung his spear through the cloud of pellets, he wondered what the trial would throw at him. Plastic balls, or maybe even popcorn. Next came tiny, fragile feathers, floating without direction. He froze for a second, spear in hand. Then, his eyes widened in shock as he lunged forward, startled. Lu Sheng yelled, now it's feathers! The feathers swirled around him chaotically. He could clearly visualize their every move. His eyes narrowed with killing intent as he shouted in realization, so that's how it works! Instantly, he hurled the spear toward the floating feathers. With a glare and a furrowed brow, he launched himself after it. The feathers scattered in the wind. His spear became a spinning vortex, trying to pierce a single feather mid-air. But he scowled, yanking it back, then whipped it forward again, seething with frustration. He gritted his teeth, annoyed at his miss. The feathers danced mockingly in the dust, but his spirit was still on fire, his grip on the spear tightening. Determination burned in his eyes as he faced the feathers. He scowled, then took a breath, his mind racing. In just a few short hours inside this cold weapon training room, his connection to the Red Star Dragon spear was leveling up like crazy. If he kept up this pace, he'd soon achieve true resonance with his spear and smoothly enter the next stage, soul forging. His body still felt like it was engulfed in flames. He planted the spear on the ground, looked around, and admitted, "This training room is seriously next level. From the initial seed to wooden beads, plastic balls, water blobs, popcorn, bubbles, and finally, freaking feathers. This is insane." He looked at the holes in the wall, muttering to himself again. This wasn't just about simple weapon control anymore. You couldn't use a shred of martial power, and you had to have pinpoint control over every muscle. He concluded that without decades of hardcore practice, this was basically impossible. A wry smile crossed his lips as he clenched his fist. He realized that even for him, someone with Fourth Realm spear mastery and the inherited memories of two legendary Grandmasters, he had still almost failed several times. Lu Sheng pictured his body being surrounded by that fire, confirming his progress. This training basically hammered out all the unstable parts of his foundation. Every muscle fiber was refined. His martial arts core was now 3 times more solid. He could feel the bottleneck of the insight stage starting to loosen. The second state of the tenfold martial path was calling to him. A fiery aura erupted from his body as he stood in the silence. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. He looked up and let out a confused, "Huh?" Then he asked, "Why hasn't the next phase started yet?" In response to his question, a gold and orange system window popped up with a notification. Stage 5 of the training room has been fully completed. Standing in the dust, he read the message over the tip of his spear. His eyes shot open in shock as he yelled, "Huh? What?" Finally, he just accepted it. "All right then, I guess this is as far as I can go." He packed his spear into its case. Then, he casually walked towards the door, thinking, "I'll come back here once a day from now on, until this place has nothing left to teach me." Outside, a red-haired girl stared at the receptionist in disbelief and yelled, "Booked again? I've come here 3 days in a row, and it's been full every single time. Are you kidding me?" Hearing the raw frustration in her voice, the receptionist just smiled politely and said softly, "Yelling at me won't help. There are only a few training rooms. Maybe you should go complain to the school board and ask them to build more." Hearing that, the red-haired girl crossed her arms and scowled, muttering helplessly, "Ugh, if I had that kind of pull, I wouldn't need to be here." Just then, her face lit up as she saw him walking out. She grinned, her eyes wide as she pointed, "Hey! Someone's coming out of that one." At that, the receptionist smiled and waved. "Looks like your lucky day. Someone just finished. You can head right in." "Ah, it's training room number 8. The red-haired girl watched him leave as she listened to the receptionist. Then a huge, giddy smile spread across her face as she pumped her fist. "Yes!" She practically skipped over to room number 8, shouting joyfully, "This is awesome! Someone just finished! I'm so lucky!" Giggling to herself, she casually pushed the door open. And then, her eyes went wide with shock at the scene inside as she screamed, "Holy crap!" The inside of the room was an absolute smoke-filled disaster zone. The girl froze in the doorway, mumbling, before asking herself out loud, "Is this a garbage dump?" A moment later, she composed herself and stomped towards the pile of trash in front of her, shouting in disgust. "Oh my god, what's the difference?" She closed her eyes, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists in fury. She slammed her hand on the control panel, screaming, "That guy looked all clean-cut and handsome, but he's actually the king of trash." Suddenly, a whirring sound echoed out. A small door opened in a nearby wall, and a little cleaning bot rolled out. It spoke in a robotic voice, announcing, "Cleanup program. Now activating." As it extended its vacuum nozzle, the robot immediately zipped forward to start its mission. The red-haired girl just sneered, looking at the machine with total contempt. "Man, I almost feel bad for it. How could that dude make such a huge mess in a tiny room like this?" Then she pointed at the trash, demanding, "What even is this? Popcorn? And feathers?" Her anger flared up again as she yelled, "What the heck was he doing in here? Having a movie night at a campsite?" She imagined him kicking back on a hill, roasting a chicken over a fire. Probably had a whole BBQ while he was at it. At that thought, she suddenly froze, her eyes bugging out as a realization hit her. Wait a second. He made all this trash in just a few short chapters. Hours. She wondered, then remembered. The training rooms have a strict rule. No bringing anything inside except for your cold weapon. Not even water is allowed, unless the trash was generated during the training. She cut herself off, horrified, and rushed towards the control panel. Panicked, she started mashing the screen, screaming in her head while shouting out loud, "System, display the last training session's progress." Instantly, the system pulled up his data. The progress report made the girl scream in total shock. "What? Stage 5? And it says, fully completed." Staring at the stats, her jaw hit the floor. She was utterly speechless, breaking out in a cold sweat as her mind reeled. How is that possible? Across all 9 of the Holy Martial Academies, in their entire history, the highest anyone has ever reached is Stage 3. she added. And stage 3 is a level only someone in the transcendent realm should be able to touch. Doesn't that mean stage 5 is even higher than the mastery realm? The implications of her own words stunned her. Her eyes widened as she stammered in disbelief. No, wait, am I an idiot? That guy is the same age as me. Then she yelled, how could he possibly be connected to a master or a grandmaster? She then decided, I have to see this again. With that, she slammed her fist on the control panel. The screen glitched out, flashing with bright light and letting out a piercing shriek. She grimaced, covering her face and crying out through gritted teeth. She snatched her hand back from the panel, staring at it with wide, panicked eyes, and stammered in absolute terror. Crap! I broke it! Just then, the door to the room slid shut. The room around her was now sparkling clean. She looked around, asking herself in total confusion, was I just dreaming? Meanwhile, back with Lu Sheng, he chugged a potion vial with gusto. As he lowered it, the aura in his body surged violently. He spread his arms wide and with a whoosh of power, looked at the empty tube, confirming, I can't believe it. Drinking a dragon tendon potion after that training. The absorption rate is way better than before. He threw a punch, then shifted into a martial stance. Next, with a focused frown, he activated the star-refining body technique, then circulated the energy in his dantian. With a soft boom, his body began to glow. Lu Sheng couldn't help but be amazed. He spread his arms, staring at himself with wide eyes, shouting in his mind, this is incredible. The training efficiency for stage 2 of the indestructible golden body is twice as high as normal. I can clearly feel it. Tiny, subtle parts of my body that were never tempered before were all awakened during that training and are now joining the process like crazy. A confident smile appeared on Lu Sheng's face as he clenched his fist. He looked pleased as he added, at this rate, completing the second stage of the indestructible golden body will probably take half the time I originally expected. I might even fully master it before I break through to the Grandmaster level. And so, the days blurred into a grueling routine. Before the sun even crested the horizon, Lu Sheng was on the roof, meditating. His body, a vessel absorbing the dawn's first light. Every morning without fail, he practiced the starfall body refining art and the great sun visualization method. After his training, he'd head to class. He was a model student, laser-focused on every lecture, especially the ones on demonic beasts. Then, it was off to the Marshal Saint Tower. The receptionist just glanced at his spear case, shook their head, and sighed. Lu Sheng could only look away, dejected. Even on his lunch break, he'd check the ridiculously long line for the tower. After refueling, he'd hit the cold weapons training room. He pushed himself through stages 1 to 5, again and again. The spear became a deadly extension of his own body. At night, he'd return to the Starfall body refining art. He'd combine it with natural breathing and the crystal visualization method, pushing until his body gave out, then continuing the fight in the dreamscape. A week of this brutal cycle passed. Lu Sheng emerged from the training room, shrouded in dust and smoke. Behind him, the system's voice echoed, Cold Weapons Training, Stage 5, complete. He looked down at his own hands, a smirk playing on his lips. He could feel it. In just 1 week, his chi and blood index had tripled. He threw a casual punch, just to test it. The force behind it was easily 5 times stronger than before. He now understood every tiny nuance of his own body. Without the training room's guidance, he never would have realized how many flaws his martial arts actually had. So many weaknesses, so many gaps in his form. He turned away, a confident smile on his face. They were minor details now, almost insignificant, but they would have become crippling weaknesses later on. If he'd waited until he was a level 7 or 8 martial artist, it would have been too late to fix them. Just as he left, a red-haired girl peeked around the corner. She watched him go, then turned to her friends. With a cautious frown, she waved them over. He's gone, let's move! She led the group inside, a triumphant grin on her face. See? I told you I wasn't lying. Go on, see for yourselves. Her friends rushed forward, their jaws dropping at the sight. The system's announcement was still echoing in the room. Cold Weapons Training. Stage 5. Complete. Through the swirling dust, one of them grabbed his head and yelled, Oh my God! It's actually Stage 5! The whole group rushed inside, looking around in disbelief. 2 of them ran to the control panel. Holy crap, this is insane. Stage 5 training. Wait, the Cold Weapons Training even has a Stage 5? Another guy pulled something from the dust, his hands trembling. A feather? And a piece of popcorn? He hit these? Wait, take a picture. Post this on the school forums. This is going to cause a magnitude 15 earthquake. But the red-haired girl stood in the center, arms crossed, completely unfazed. Don't bother, she said calmly. I already posted it. Everyone just said it was photoshopped. I argued with them for a bit and got my account suspended. The others just stared at her, stunned. The redhead just shrugged. Like I told you guys, Lu Sheng has been clearing Stage 5 of the weapons training room. You didn't believe me. And he's not just doing it once. He's been clearing it every single day. The bald guy clutched the feather, his voice trembling. Guys, you don't think his strength has already surpassed Chen Yixuan, the #1 ranked alumni? The redhead let out a short, mocking laugh. Huh, you guys have absolutely no idea what Stage 5 even implies, do you? She continued. His mastery of cold weapons has likely already reached the control realm. The guy holding the feather froze mid-panic, his eyes wide. She addressed the stunned group with an air of absolute certainty. For someone at that level, defeating opponents of a higher rank is as easy as breathing. Calling him unbeatable among his peers isn't an exaggeration. Forget about the top 10 alumni. She paused, picturing Lu Sheng with his spear, his expression ice cold. Even the top 10 on the Seven Saints list probably wouldn't be a match for him now. At that revelation, one of them grabbed his head in sheer panic. Oh my God! Another whined. So what now? We found out this huge secret, but what's the point? The girl next to him started freaking out. Knowing a crazy secret like this and not being able to tell anyone is torture. The redhead just stroked her chin thoughtfully. Then she looked up and addressed the group. For now, we act like we know nothing. Knowing Lu Sheng, a guy like him, can't possibly keep his true power hidden for long. She looked up, a sly, excited glint in her eyes. I have a feeling he's just biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to make a massive move. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was checking his phone, his spear resting on his shoulder. He let out a sigh of relief. Whew, after waiting a whole week, it's finally my turn. A notification pinged on his screen. Your turn for the Marshall St. Tower is now available. Please arrive within 10 minutes or your spot will be forfeited. 10 minutes, he thought. Plenty of time to shower, change, and head over. But then, another notification popped up. Student Lu Sheng, your A-rank mission has been approved. Due to the urgent nature of this task, please report to the mission center immediately. Lu Sheng's eyes went wide with frustration. Huh? It had to be now? Of all the freaking times? He crossed his arms, closing his eyes to think it over. It couldn't be helped. The tower was a student privilege. He could always queue up again next week. But an A-rank mission, who knows when another one of those would get approved? He tossed his spear into its case, the weapon collapsing into sections. Grabbing his jacket, he made his choice. The mission it is. And with that, he headed for the mission center. There are 7 great Marshall St. universities, and each one has its own Marshall St. Tower. The students of each university enjoy special privileges when using their own school's tower. It's a symbol of the school's power and its pride. However, there's a catch. Students from rival universities can issue a challenge at another school's Marshall St. Tower. The challenger's goal: storm the tower and smash the all-time record. If the tower's guardian falls, they lose access to the Marshall Pagoda for a full year. The receptionist calmly eyed his ledger, extending a hand to the newcomer without looking up. Do you have an appointment? He then slid a form and pen across the desk. Please fill this out. Welcome to the 4th Holy Marshall Pagoda. The receptionist stared at the signed paper, her eyes widening in shock. 4th. Marshall. Saint. University? The man before her was immense, radiating a murderous aura. Her voice trembled as she read the name. Miao. Ren. Xiong. The giant placed his hands on his hips, a cruel smirk on his face. He looked down at her, his eyes narrowed. Heh, that's right. The one and only Miao Renxiong, number 6 on the 7 Saints list. And I'm here to conquer your pathetic little tower. At that very moment, across town, in a bustling riverside diner, Lu Sheng was about to take a massive bite out of a ridiculously stacked hamburger. His eyes were wide as he chewed, one hand holding the burger, the other holding his mission briefing. Surrounded by plates of food, he mumbled to himself, "Gotta move out soon. But first, food. Food is always the top priority." He remembered the receptionist at the mission center, smiling as she handed him the file. She had told him, "This folder contains all the intel for your mission. Memorize it, then destroy it, and most importantly, come back alive. A mission can fail, but you only live once. Good luck." While chewing, he unfolded the mission paper, his eyes widening in total disbelief as he shouted in confusion. The Dark Forces? Seriously? He couldn't believe it. This was a criminal group with a massive 20 billion bounty on their heads. He imagined what the masked man had added. They had claimed over 50 lives, including more than 30 police officers. They were a truly ruthless bunch. He pictured a hero from a story, wiping his blade with an ice-cold stare. He smirked, knowing that for every criminal caught or killed, the reward was 10 million in cash and 10 academic credits. Capturing the leader, Ma Guoyun, would multiply that reward by 10, snapping back to reality. Lu Sheng stared at the mission file, still in shock, and muttered, "If I can complete missions like this, Maxing out my credits will be a total breeze. As he lifted the paper, something fell out from behind it. Lu Sheng noticed and furrowed his brow, looking down at the object. He let out a sigh and picked up 2 ID cards. They showed images and information of 2 other people. I have teammates? Fine, he mumbled. One was a woman, Tu Meng Jiao, a 4th year from Three Saints Martial University. A level 6 martial artist specializing in dual blades with a 67% mission completion rate. The other was a man, Meng Jianfei, also a 4th year from Three Saints, a level 6 martial artist who specialized in the long spear with a 70% completion rate. His eyes widened, staring at the mission file and the 2 photos. Suddenly, they ignited and turned to ash in his hand. Lu Sheng just kept chewing his hamburger and grumbled, I just hope they don't slow me down. That night, the moon and stars were high in the sky. Atop a tall building, a frustrated sigh echoed. When the hell is that guy gonna show up? Tu Mengjiao crossed her arms, her brow furrowed in annoyance. She clicked her tongue and complained, he has absolutely no concept of time. Cough, cough! Suddenly, smoke filled the air around her. Tu Mengjiao covered her nose in disgust, narrowing her eyes as she coughed. Nearby, her partner crushed a cigarette butt on the ground, sending another cloud of smoke billowing out. The ground at Meng Jianfei's feet was littered with cigarette butts. He took another drag, smoke curling from his lips as he scrolled through his phone. He tried to calm Tu Mengjiao down. The deadline is almost here. I'm sure he's on his way. But she was furious. She glared, grabbing him by the collar and growling through her teeth. Damn it, can you stop smoking? I'm choking over here. Can't you see I'm suffocating? Faced with her fury, Meng Jianfei looked embarrassed. He closed his eyes and gave a forced, trembling laugh. Haha. The wait was just getting a little boring, you know? A level 6 martial artist can finish a whole cigarette in one breath. Tu Mengjiao crossed her arms again, staring at the sky. If he's not here soon, we're going without him. It's not like he'd be much help anyway. Meng Jianfei looked up at her, a little worried. That's not a good idea, he urged. For better or worse, he's our teammate. The big shot came all this way. We can't just let him have a wasted trip. Hearing that, she started biting her nails, pacing back and forth with a frustrated glare. Teammate? More like a liability. Didn't you read his file? He's just a freshman. Mission completion rate, 0%. This is obviously his first time out in the field, she added. He's a total rookie who's probably never even seen blood. I seriously don't get what Seven Saints Martial University was thinking. Why would they approve him for this mission? Did they send him here to get us all killed? Meng Jianfei brushed himself off and stood up, glancing at Tu Mengjiao with a smirk. He's a level 6, you know. I've heard his name before, Lu Sheng, this year's Dragon Martial Arts champion, he added with admiration. To have that kind of power at his age, his talent is absolutely terrifying. Tu Mengjiao couldn't take it anymore. She spun around and stormed off, shouting in frustration, No wonder! So he's just here to show off! Those people at Seven Saints are really something else, she grumbled, trying to give their precious genius some field experience. So why not use their own people? Why dump him on us? Meng Jianfei stood up and reached for her, trying to stop her. Wait a minute. But Tu Mengjiao was determined, shouting back her decision. I'm not here to babysit some brat who still smells of milk. People will die on this mission. Let's go. Suddenly, Meng Jianfei noticed something and his eyes shot to the side. Hey, look, he asked. Isn't that him? A suitcase rolled into view, glinting in the moonlight. A moment later, its owner appeared, looking at them with a serious expression. Good evening, he said. The 3 of them were soon speeding down the road in a car. Lu Sheng leaned against the window, staring blankly outside, looking a bit bored. From the driver's seat, Tu Mengjiao shot him an annoyed look in the rearview mirror. Is your weapon ready? Huh? He grunted, patting the case beside him. Meng Jianfei also glanced back at him, a questioning look on his face. Tu Mengjiao forced a civil tone as she looked at him and began the briefing. For now, the 3 of us are a team. Here's the basic plan. According to our intel, the target, Ma Guoyun, is hiding out there. He's a peak level 6 martial artist. We don't know about his subordinates. Our main goal is to gauge their strength. Then she added darkly, if we get the chance, this time next year will be the anniversary of their deaths. Soon, they pulled up to a factory and stopped. We're here, Tu Mengjiao announced. Still in her seat, she turned to face Lu Sheng and warned him sternly. I'm telling you this seriously. This is a real mission to capture criminals. It's not some game anyone can join. People will die, she yelled at him. It's not too late to back out now, but if you cause trouble later, don't blame me for not being polite. Sensing her disdain, he narrowed his eyes and looked right back at her. I understand. His simple answer made her tilt her head, her eyes narrowing in disbelief. I certainly hope you do. Next, they camouflaged the car with some brush. As they started walking, Tu Mengjiao confirmed, that should do it. The car's hidden. Let's move out. Up ahead, Meng Jianfei nodded back at them. Lu Sheng grabbed his case, glanced at Meng Jianfei, and they all began to pick up the pace. Like geckos on glass, the three of them leaped over walls, advancing silently. They finally settled on a rooftop, their faces tense as they scanned the area. On the gloomy rooftop of the next building, three shadowy figures stood talking. Meng Jianfei looked up, quickly ducking down as he warned Lu Sheng and Tu Mengjiao, "Careful, up top." Hearing him, they both looked up as well. From their vantage point, they watched Ma Guoyun giving orders to his men with a serious expression. Meng Jianfei peeked over the ledge, whispering nervously, "They're too far. I can't get a read on their actual strength." Beside him, Tu Mengjiao frowned in frustration. "If only we could get a little closer," she muttered, before suddenly cutting herself off to call out, "Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng, do you hear me?" But he didn't answer. His eyes were closed, his entire body enveloped in a thick purple aura. Lu Sheng was using his spiritual power. As he activated it, a map of the entire enemy area formed in his mind. So there are more than 10 others inside the building, he realized. I need to probe deeper. Suddenly, Tu Mengjiao rushed over and tapped him on the shoulder. "Lu Sheng, what are you spacing out for?" she asked, annoyed. Startled, he gasped, his eyes flying open as he gritted his teeth. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent exploded from Lu Sheng. He glared at Tu Mengjiao, the sheer pressure making her stumble back in fear. He quickly regained his composure, stood up, and glanced at them. "You guys can go." As they stared, still trembling from his aura, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "I knew it. I should have just done this mission alone. Teammates are such a pain." He then narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful frown on his face. Seems like a good chunk of it is gone. Behind him, Xu Mengjiao finally snapped back to reality. She pulled her hand back, trembling with fear. Her eyes darted around as she wondered, What? What just happened? That feeling just now was pure terror. She tried to reason with herself. Could it be that the stress from her first AA plus mission, plus having to lead a rookie, was just getting to her? Immediately after, she glanced at Meng Yanfei beside her and said with grim determination, "Meng Yanfei, let's move." He awkwardly got to his feet, following Xu Mengjiao, who was already walking ahead. "Ah, sure." He watched them go, each heading in a different direction. But Lu Sheng still glanced back at them, his brow furrowed with a hint of annoyance. A moment later, Meng Yanfei and Xu Mengjiao were scaling the enemy's building, peering through a ventilation shaft. Xu Mengjiao clung to the glass like a gecko, looking up with a faint smile. She whispered to herself, "Once we get a little closer, we can finally test their true strength." Suddenly, Meng Yanfei, who was ahead, stopped crawling. Xu Mengjiao looked up at him from beside the opening and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing her question, Meng Yanfei pulled his head back from the vent. His eyes were wide with terror as he stammered, "There are so many martial artists inside. The room is packed with a whole den of faceless assassins." Inside, a huge man slammed his fist on the table, his eyes squeezed shut in frustration. "Damn it, Ma Guoyun, what the hell is this? So many of us worked with you, so on what grounds do you get to hog 3 shares for yourself? Is it because you're a peak level 6 martial artist? Or is it because of these worthless lackeys of yours, who aren't afraid to die?" Hearing this, Ma Guoyun just smiled calmly, raising a teacup to his lips. "I did all the prep work," he said coolly. "The plan and the target were both my idea." He then held up 3 fingers and set his tea down, a smirk playing on his lips. "All you did was kill a few people. This is Ma Guoyun, remember?" He then added, "So tell me, don't you think I deserve 3 shares?" Instantly, the large man shot up from his seat and stomped towards Ma Guoyun as the others watched. "3 shares is way too much," he roared. "2, at most. The rest belongs to us. Otherwise, our partnership ends right here, right now." The men below quickly raised their fists, shouting in agreement, "Yeah, that's right. Without us doing the hard work, who the hell are you?" The angry shouts echoed inside the room. "Don't be so damn greedy!" Outside, Meng Yanfei and Xu Mengjiao clung to the wall, trembling as they peeked inside, their eyes wide with mutual horror. She muttered her assessment. "There are at least 8 level 6 martial artists in there, and a whole bunch of level 4s and 5s. There's no way we can take them." They both peeked inside again, the tension thicker than blood. Meng Yanfei looked at the scene and whispered, "I'm afraid this has reached S-rank level. We have to fall back and report this. Now." The scene then shifted to 3 guards standing watch at an abandoned factory. One of them paced with his arms crossed, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, those greedy bastards." Meanwhile, Xu Mengjiao and Meng Yanfei were hiding behind a structure, silently observing them. One of the guards took a drag from his cigarette and spat. "The boss gives them a chance to join, and they still want the whole damn share? Why doesn't he just crush them all?" Beside him, a bald man carrying a gun sat on a wooden crate. He looked up and chuckled, juggling a grenade in his hand. "Haha, relax. They won't be jumping around for more than a few days." The smoker glanced over at him. The bald man grinned, hefting his sword in one hand while clutching the grenade in the other. Once we hijack that strategic materials convoy, the boss will ascend to Grandmaster. And then, he added with a cruel smile, however much they swallowed, they'll have to tear out their own guts to spit it all back up. The men erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, well said. Nearby, Meng Yanfei flinched, his eyes wide with shock. Xu Mengjiao looked just as devastated. Finally, he turned to Xu Mengjiao and nodded grimly. She frowned back, biting her lip. A single thought screamed in both their minds. We have to retreat. Now. They turned and ran for their lives. Meng Yanfei's face was pale with panic as he gasped. They're insane! Their target is the strategic materials convoy. Beside him, Xu Mengjiao's eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place. No wonder so many of them gathered. No wonder Ma Guoyun wasn't afraid of being exposed. 8 level 6 martial artists, plus the heavy weapons they're holding. That's enough firepower to level the entire city of Yanhe. A terrifying thought dawned on her. A lawless Grandmaster. The consequences are truly unimaginable. She pushed herself to run faster, shouting urgently, "This is way beyond our control. We have to get back." Meng Yanfei followed close behind her. Suddenly, a horrible memory hit Meng Yanfei. His face went pale as he looked at Xu Mengjiao. Crap! We forgot to bring that kid back with us. Hearing this, she stopped dead in her tracks, her mouth hanging open. She screamed in frustration. Ugh, dragging along a liability is such a pain. We have to go back. She prayed that the kid was smart enough to stay hidden and not get discovered. At that very moment, Lu Sheng was slowly approaching the 3 guards at the old factory. Xu Mengjiao's worried voice echoed in her mind. If we don't go back, no one will be able to save him. The bald guard spotted him and squinted. Huh? Where did this little brat pop out from? The smoker beside him smirked, then opened his mouth to taunt him. Hey kid, where are you? Before he could finish, the fiery butt of a spear slammed into his throat. The weapon was still glowing red hot. He immediately collapsed, clutching his neck with a pained gurgle. Lu Sheng calmly retracted his spear. The other men stared, stunned, before their faces twisted with rage. What the hell is this? One of them screamed. You little punk, you want to die? In the next second, they surrounded Lu Sheng with their weapons drawn, but he just stood in the center, holding his spear with unnerving calm. Then, his eyes turned razor-sharp. The tip of his spear glowed with red light. With a single zigzagging flourish, he took them all down. They fell in agony, clutching their throats. A flash of light in his eyes, he stopped his spear, then stood up straight and spun at once. The rest of the group behind him collapsed to the ground. Finally, he calmly glanced at their bodies and muttered to himself, 8 level 6s, including 2 at their peak, and a few level 5s and 4s. He then confirmed his thoughts. If I knew this AA rank mission was this simple, why did I even bother sneaking around? The bald man on the ground weakly grabbed his ankle, his body shaking as he tried to threaten him. The boss will avenge, us. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng brought his foot down, crushing the man's neck. He then looked down, lifting his foot with disgust. If you're going to die, then die. Stop wasting your breath on such trash talk. He let out a long breath. So, this is killing? He looked back at the bald man's corpse and the others lying on the ground. The urge for destruction and annihilation that was always bottled up inside me. It's faded quite a bit. Other than that, he felt no major psychological impact. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he stared at the glowing tip of his spear. Is it because I killed too many zombies in the dreamscape? He considered another possibility. Or maybe it's because I inherited so many bloody images and memories. Finally, Lu Sheng retracted his spear, a red aura still pulsing around him. Or perhaps it's because of who I killed. They were all cruel and ruthless individuals, their crimes unforgivable, so killing them carries no psychological burden. This is simply exterminating evil. He began to walk away. His eyes narrowed in thought. Justice may come late, but it is never absent. He hefted his spear and walked on, a powerful thought roaring in his mind. Now, accept the punishment delivered by righteousness itself. Then, 5 minutes ago, a scar-faced woman slammed her hand on the chair, her brow furrowed in a glare as she screamed, "Damn it! I already told you, I'm taking 2 shares no matter what." The hulking man leading the other side just laughed back mockingly. Ha, you think it's yours just because you say so? Who do you think you are? If you really want something, I can give you a piece of something else. In an instant, the woman shot to her feet, her fists clenched in fury, roaring back, "Bastard, you looking to die?" On the other side, Ma Guoyun couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, leaning his hands on the chair as he spoke. Hearing his voice, the 2 leaders turned to face him. The blondie's eyes went wide with shock. In a flash, Ma Guoyun lunged forward, slamming a fist into his gut, making the man choke. Coughing violently, his eyes bulged in panic. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and screaming in pain. Cough, cough, you son of a... He looked up, ready to curse Ma Guoyun. But from above, Ma Guoyun just narrowed his eyes, straightened his collar, and radiated pure killing intent. He casually dusted his shoulder and spoke with calm, deadly menace. I already said it. The plan was mine. The target was captured by me. And the strongest fist here belongs to me. You get whatever share I say you get. Then, he spread his arms to the crowd, his voice booming. Anyone got a problem with that? If you do, get lost now. I won't stop you. Hearing this, the crowd gritted their teeth in silent, simmering rage. Then, a new voice cut through the tension. Ha ha ha, Brother Ma is absolutely right. A man in a red suit stepped out from the crowd, his arms spread wide with a friendly smile. We're all here to make a profit. Why let a little disagreement ruin the mood, right? Then his smile turned sinister, his eyes narrowing. One side of his face was a terrifying, disfigured burn scar. Am I right, Brother Guoyun? The scar-faced woman saw him and hissed through her teeth. Demon-faced vulture. A strategic resource transport for an entire squad isn't a little disagreement. He just kept smiling with his eyes closed, pointing a finger. For a level 6 martial artist, you're right. That's no small number. He paused, then pointed that same finger at Ma Guoyun, a wide grin splitting his face. But for a Grandmaster, it's absolutely nothing. At those words, the room exploded. What? He's about to become a Grandmaster? Haha, so that's why Brother Ma had us hit the transport, to break through to the next level. Why didn't you say so sooner? We wouldn't have argued at all. The biggest share is yours, of course. Yeah. Big Brother Ma, you can divide it however you want. Even if I get nothing, I'd still do it for you. It's rare for a Grandmaster to rise from our ranks. Brother Ma, you're truly a genius. The demon-faced vulture quickly walked over, draping an arm over Ma Guoyun's shoulder and offering him a cigarette. Haha. Well then, here's to Brother Ma's imminent success. May your breakthrough be a smooth one. Ma Guoyun took it, closing his eyes as he replied, You too. In an instant, the vulture leaned in close, his friendly smile never faltering as he whispered, But you see, you want to become a Grandmaster. And so do I. He delivered his final offer. So I'm taking 3 shares. Ma Guoyun's eyes shot open. The cigarette he brought to his lips instantly ignited. Staring back at the man's demand, his brow furrowed as he growled through clenched teeth. Fine. In his mind, Ma Guoyun knew the demon-faced vulture was the only one here who could match his power. Not just a peak level 6 warrior, but a rare elemental type with God-gifted talent. Hearing the agreement, the vulture bowed slightly, placing a hand over his heart. Then I thank you very much, Brother Ma. Seeing this act, Ma Guoyun remembered the rumors. They said he was once a brilliant martial arts student, until a fire took his entire family. From that day on, he changed, turning to a life of crime, with a preference for burning his victims alive. He was known as one of the most ruthless killers in the Underworld. Just then, Ma Guoyun raised his voice to end the debate. If no one else has any objections, then I'll divide the shares simply. But before he could finish, a loud noise came from the entrance. The entire gang whipped their heads around. One of them, sword drawn, yelled out, There's something out there. Who is it? Ma Guoyun spoke with confidence. It's probably just the cops. Nothing to worry about. Then, he closed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. Kill them. We'll move somewhere else to finish this. One of his men licked his blade and sneered. Heh, you're right. With this many level 6 fighters, who's afraid of a few cops? But outside that very door, Lu Sheng was already standing there. The knife wielder charged toward the door, a twisted grin on his face. Perfect. I needed to blow off some steam. Suddenly, the metal door buckled inward, and the charging thug was sent flying backward. Ma Guoyun's eyes went wide, too shocked to even react. A moment later, Lu Sheng stepped through the ruined doorway, spear in hand, as the gang stared in stunned silence. His expression was perfectly calm as he emerged from the dust, radiating an aura of death. Someone screamed in disbelief. What the hell? It's just some punk kid who still smells like his mother's milk. Are the cops that desperate? Don't get cocky. This must be a trick. They sent him in as bait to make us lower our guard. Seeing this, the demon-faced vulture just scoffed and rolled his eyes. But Lu Sheng simply raised his hand, holding up 2 fingers. 2 minutes, he said. The gang just stared back, confused and angry. Lu Sheng looked at them all, his spear held loosely at his side. If you want to live, you can start running now. By now, night had completely fallen, but light still poured from the windows of the massive building. Inside, Lu Sheng stood in the center of the hostile crowd, his 2 fingers still raised. Suddenly, a voice snapped him out of his countdown. And just who the hell are you? The scar-faced woman stomped forward, a massive blade slung over her shoulder, spitting with rage. You little brat! Did the police run out of real men? Her underling tried to hold her back, pleading, Boss, calm down. Ma Guoyun watched from the side, thinking to himself, No matter how you look at it, he's just a kid. The scar-faced woman swung her massive blade down, screaming, "Die, you little punk." The blade was just inches from Lu Sheng's head, but with a casual flick of his spear, a blur of immense power flashed across the woman's neck. Her head flew clean off her shoulders, while her body, still locked in its attack pose, stumbled forward into the darkness. Her men watched in absolute horror. A level 6 martial artist, killed in a single instant by this kid. This guy's not normal. There's something seriously wrong with him. Lu Sheng stood there, his spear raised, emanating an overwhelming pressure, his face a mask of pure indifference. Ma Guiyun threw out his arms, cautiously warning his crew. He's not simple. Don't fight him one-on-one, that weapon in his hand. I think it's a Grandmaster-grade weapon. Everyone, attack him at once. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's expression finally turned serious, but a few of the others just stared at his weapon with greedy eyes. So that's a Grandmaster-grade weapon. A thing like that could sell for billions. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged Lu Sheng together. Wielding knives, swords, and spears, they rushed forward screaming, "What? You think you're hot stuff with a nice toy? Let me teach you a lesson!" Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed, a flash of annoyance in them. With a blaze of light, he unleashed a flurry of strikes so fast the naked eye couldn't track them. All anyone could see were the attackers flailing helplessly in midair. A moment later, their bodies crashed to the floor, sending a wave of shock through the entire room. Cold sweat poured down everyone's faces. Pure, unadulterated fear was plastered on every expression. A monster. He's a demon. This is insane. Level 6 warriors, getting insta-killed. It's impossible. Lu Sheng's gaze was now ice cold, and his spear began to glow with a powerful crimson flame. He spoke in a low voice. "The rest of you, aren't you coming? If you won't come to me, then I'm coming to you." Lu Sheng activated Breath of the Wind. A faint aura flickered around him before erupting into a violent storm of energy, blasting away several nearby thugs in a single, devastating move. Screams of agony filled the air. Seeing the bloody carnage unfold, even the demon-faced vulture cried out in utter terror. A Grandmaster. This punk is a half-step Grandmaster. He immediately turned tail and fled, but it was too late. He was already locked in Lu Sheng's sights. The main character flicked his spear back and slammed it down with lightning speed, his voice like ice. "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, the demonic vulture's face began to glow with fiery energy. He glanced down at his hand as a scorching fireball ignited in his palm. He twisted his grotesque face into a wicked grin and shot back. "Run? Who's running?" "Hehehe. Grandmaster, my ass. Go to hell." With a roar, he launched the fireball at Lu Sheng, triggering a massive explosion. The inferno raged, growing larger by the second. The demonic vulture threw his head back and laughed like a maniac. "Haha. Not even dust will remain." But then, a calm voice echoed from the flames. "You call this fire?" The villain's arrogant laughter died in his throat. In its place, shock and utter confusion took over as he stammered, "What?" From deep within the raging inferno, a silhouette stood tall and unshaken. Two burning eyes stared out, locking onto him. Lu Sheng's hand emerged from the blaze. He snapped his fingers and said, "Now this. I call this fire." In an instant, a torrent of dark purple flame slammed into the demonic vulture's chest, filling him with terror. The abyssal fire then erupted, violently incinerating his entire body. His face contorted in pure agony as he let out blood-curdling screams. A moment later, the demonic vulture was nothing but a pile of smoldering ash. Witnessing this, Ma Guiyun broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Sheng's voice rang out again. "A 6th-level martial artist's bones are like steel. The melting point of steel is 2750 degrees. It seems my flames are just a little bit hotter." Hearing this, Ma Guiyun's terror intensified. Lu Sheng looked at him with a friendly smile, but his words were anything but. He asked casually, "So, how do you want to die?" Meanwhile, outside, Meng Jianfei and Xu Mengjiao were sneaking in. She whispered a reminder, "Be careful, don't let them spot us." He simply replied, "Got it." But as they stepped inside, they gasped in shock. What is this situation? Before them, bodies were strewn across the ground in pools of blood. Meng Jianfei knelt to inspect them and muttered in awe, "Every single one. A one-hit kill. That kid's strength is off the charts." Xu Mengjiao scoffed, trying to sound unimpressed. They were just a bunch of grunts. Anyone could have done the same. But in her heart, she wondered, did that kid really storm in here all by himself? With that thought, Xu Mengjiao pushed forward, saying, "Let's go. We'll check deeper inside." Meng Jianfei quickly followed. Before entering the next doorway, she warned him, "Be ready to fight at any moment." He nodded with a grim expression. Understood. But when they stepped through, they were met with an even bigger pile of corpses. "They've all been dealt with." The two scanned their surroundings, and Meng Jianfei spoke up, bewildered. "What happened here?" Suddenly, an image of Ma Guoyun flashed before their eyes, his face a mask of ultimate pain. He was screaming in agony. The two of them cried out in shock, Ma Guoyun. Then, his horrified face was sliced clean in two. Standing behind him was Lu Sheng, spear in hand, radiating a powerful, murderous aura. His eyes glowed like a god of death standing over a fountain of blood. This time, Xu Mengjiao's shock was real. He was taken down. By that kid. So easily? A moment later, Lu Sheng's expression returned to normal. Seeing them, he spoke up. You're here? Then he turned towards the exit and said casually, mission complete. I'll leave the cleanup to you two. I'm heading back. The moment he was gone, the two of them went limp, collapsing to the floor. Xu Mengjiao had to circulate her energy to calm herself down, then turned to her partner with a twisted expression and gasped. He killed the entire gang of bandits. By himself. Meng Jianfei replied in disbelief, ha ha ha, this year's martial arts champion is on a whole other level. The Seven Sacred Martial Mansion really picked up a monster this time. Outside, as the streetlights flickered on, a yellow car was already waiting by the curb. Lu Sheng was sitting inside with his eyes closed, meditating. When his phone buzzed, he opened it and his eyes widened. It was a message from Lin Zhe. Brother Lu, bad news. Where are you? Someone's here to raid the Seven Sacred Martial Mansion tower, he wondered to himself. Just as the car pulled up to the gate, the driver announced, Here we are, Seven Sacred Martial Mansion. Have a good one, young man. Lu Sheng got out of the car and replied politely, Thank you. He glanced down at the large case in his hand and smiled, thinking, this mission's haul was pretty good. Those thugs had strong vitality and powerful wills, fierce and vicious, perfect for awakening my dragon vein spear. It felt like he could almost hear the breathing of the Crimson Star Dragon Vein. The soul nourishing of the Crimson Star Dragon Vein spear had begun. Just then, he saw Lin Zhe running towards him, waving frantically. Brother Sheng, he called out. When he reached Lu Sheng, he said cheerfully, Brother Sheng, you're finally back. So, how was it? Was the mission difficult? Exciting? Lu Sheng just smiled back. It was fine. Nothing too hard. Just taking out a few bandits. Lin Zhe's jaw dropped. Huh? Killing? Brother Sheng? You killed people? Seeing his friend's reaction, Lu Sheng felt a pang of concern. He thought, that's right, Lin Zhe might be a talented martial artist, but he's still just an 18 or 19-year-old kid. The idea of killing someone must be pretty brutal for him. Lu Sheng quickly tried to explain. They were all vicious criminals. But before he could finish, Lin Zhe's face lit up with curiosity and excitement. Holy crap, Brother Sheng, you've actually killed someone? Was it awesome? Damn, next time I'm totally taking a mission to hunt down criminals. I gotta kill a few to get my fix. Lin Zhe looked absolutely thrilled. We're martial artists. We're supposed to punish evil and enact justice for the heavens. I've been dying to be a righteous hero for ages. Lu Sheng could only think helplessly. Does this kid have some kind of violence gene? Suddenly, panicked voices filled the air. Hey, did you hear? Xiaolan failed to defend the tower. Oh my god, we really couldn't defend the Marshal Saint Tower this time. Let's go see. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's attention was piqued. He turned to his friend. What's this about raiding the tower? Why is everyone running to the Marshal Saint Tower? Lin Zhe, remembering the real issue, replied, Oh, right. Brother Sheng, something huge happened while you were gone. Miao Renxiong, ranked 6th on the 7 sacred rankings, came on behalf of the Four Saints Marshal Mansion to raid our tower. Lu Sheng pressed on. What's the 7 sacred rankings? Lin Zhe began to explain. The 7 sacred rankings is basically the upgraded version of the old senior student rankings. The school's senior list includes all non-graduated students from year 2 to year 54, and it's considered the most prestigious ranking in our 7 Sacred Martial Mansion University. First and second place are held by Chen Yixuan and Xiao Lan. The 7 sacred rankings, just like the name implies, combines the senior lists from all 7 of the sacred martial mansions and filters them to create one ultimate ranking. It's the most prestigious list there is. Anyone on that list is a true prodigy, the absolute cream of the crop for the younger generation. Then his tone soured. But our 7 sacred martial mansion's strength is kind of pathetic. We don't have a single person in the top 10. Chen Yixuan, who's number 1 on our senior list, is only ranked 13th. We're definitely going to lose the tower. Our school is going to become a laughingstock. For a whole year, we won't even have the privilege to enter our own Martial Saint Tower. We'll have to apply for approval and wait in line for at least half a year, just like students from other schools and outside martial artists. Lin Zhe was so busy complaining that he didn't notice Lu Sheng's face had grown dark. Veins were popping on his forehead as he turned and asked through gritted teeth, What did you say? Wait in line for at least half a year? In the next instant, he shot off like a rocket. Nourish my ass. Defend the tower? Leave it to me. Lindsay was left standing there, confused, unable to get another word out. Huh? Then, a look of pure joy spread across his face. What? What did Brother Sheng just say? He's going to defend the tower. Now this is going to be a major event. At that moment, a massive crowd was already gathered at the base of the 7 sacred martial tower. The crowd was furious, their curses filling the air. Damn it! Are we really getting stomped on by Zisheng Academy? This is a total disgrace. Are we going to have to fight other schools just to keep our spots now? This can't be happening. Suddenly, the doors creaked open. Look, someone's coming out. It's Chen Yixuan. But he failed. The boy stumbled out, clutching his head, his face a mask of pain and rage. A girl rushed forward to catch him, her voice filled with worry. The crowd outside descended into chaos. We're doomed. If even Chen Yixuan, our #1 senior, was defeated, who the hell can stand up to that monster? Miao Renjiang. Another girl panicked, realizing the awful truth. If Miao Renjiang clears just one more floor, he'll shatter Chen Yixuan's record. And boom, the leaderboard for the Martial Tower just went live. Martial Arts Year 315, the National Top 50, showing everyone's rank, name, floor, and status. At number 1, Miao Ren Xiong, still climbing on floor 21. Number 2 is Chen Yixuan, who already finished at floor 20, followed by a long list of others who've tapped out. Everyone's watching, totally stressing that they've already failed to defend the tower. All eyes are on that leaderboard. Martial Tower, Power Rankings, Year 315. The top 50 in the entire nation. It shows their rank, name, highest floor, current status, and even what school they're from. Rank 1, Miao Renjiang, floor 21, in progress, from Zisheng Academy. Rank 2, Chen Yixuan, floor 20, finished, from our own Zisheng Academy. Their champion had fallen. Chen Yixuan gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage as he stared up at the board. Damn it. As a student of Zisheng Academy, this tower was his home turf. For 4 years, he trained here, knew it inside and out. And even with that advantage, he still couldn't beat that monster Miao Renxiang. Was the gap in our power really that massive? Damn it, he cursed, clenching his jaw so hard it ached. Meanwhile, a couple of punks from Zisheng Academy, one with blonde hair and the other with red, started running their mouths. Ha! Zisheng Academy is completely washed up now. They always act so high and mighty, but the moment a real powerhouse shows up, they look pathetic. Ha 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 ha! Am I wrong? Who the hell pushed me? Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure slammed into them from behind. The 2 bullies were shoved aside, the crowd parting like water. Whoa! What's happening? What was that? Spiritual power? They stared in confusion as the packed crowd split apart, creating a path for a lone figure. Lu Sheng. He walked forward with an unshakable confidence, and whispers erupted all around him. It's Lu Sheng, the #1 freshman, this year's martial arts champion, the psycho rookie from the opening ceremony. Wait, isn't that the guy who beat a teacher? And he's a spirit master on top of all that? What's he doing here? Don't tell me he's planning to challenge the tower. The initial shock wore off, and the bully started sneering again. Ha ha ha! You guys at Zisheng are hilarious. You know that? Your #1 senior just got wrecked. And now you're pinning all your hopes on a rookie? You gotta be kidding me. The top freshman thinks he can challenge the nation's best? That guy has a 4-year head start. How is some first year supposed to compete with that? Ha ha ha. But Lu Sheng paid them no mind, walking calmly toward the entrance. He spoke to the girl guarding the door. So, I guess there's no line to get in now, huh? She looked up, surprised. Hey, it's you, but you're just a freshman. You shouldn't even be allowed in the Martial Tower. Why are they letting you defend it? Then she sighed, her shoulders slumping. Whatever. Go ahead. It's not like anyone else is lining up. Just tell the crowd to go home when you come out. That monster Miao Renxiang already broke our record. As she said it, she pressed a button, and the massive doors opened. Lu Sheng just smiled as he stepped inside. Don't worry, he said. I'm more than enough. But the crowd wasn't convinced. There's no way he can win. At that moment, outside the main hall, a girl with short red hair rushed up to a group of students. What's the situation? Did you find him? A girl in a yellow outfit shook her head, looking panicked. I asked everyone. He already left on an A-rank mission. The red-haired girl's face fell. What? Why now, of all times? She buried her face in her hands. It's over. We're finished. Without him here, there's no way Zisheng can win. A girl with orange hair behind them asked, who is this guy you're so desperate to find? You make him sound like a legend. The red-haired girl just sighed. Who he is doesn't matter now. He's not here. It's pointless. The orange-haired girl replied, Man, you're being so dramatic. Look, everyone who can fight is already trying. Even that top freshman, Lu Sheng, just went inside. Seems like we're just desperate for any miracle at this point. Hearing that, the red-haired girl's head snapped up. She grabbed her friend's shoulders, shaking her. What did you just say? Lu Sheng, the #1 freshman. He's in the tower. Her friend pointed up at the ranking screen. Yeah, he literally just walked in. See? His name just popped up on the board. Rank 18, Do Dare, floor 12 finished. Rank 19, Go Dan, floor 12 finished. Rank 20, Lu Sheng, floor 1, in progress. The red-haired girl's eyes lit up, and she let out a cheer. Whoa, it's really him. A wave of pure excitement washed over her. This is awesome! We've got this in the bag! Her friends behind her started cheering too, but the orange-haired girl just looked confused. Why are you so hyped? I mean, Lu Sheng is just a really strong rookie, right? The red-haired girl wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, beaming. You wouldn't get it. I guess you could call it a proud big sister fan moment. Ah, so it seems this young lady is a member of our main character's fan club, everyone. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Lu Sheng stood waiting calmly. A new door slid open, revealing a spacious white room. Inside was just a single chair, a table, and a strange helmet. So this was the legendary Martial Saint Tower. He picked up the helmet. A sticky note was attached to it with a warning. Equip in one motion. Enter the simulation yourself. The trial begins the moment it is worn. He deadpanned. Is this supposed to be like Ready Player One or something? With a shrug, he laid back in the chair and put on the helmet. Instantly, his vision went black, then flooded with light. Lu Sheng opened his eyes. The helmet was gone. He looked around the new space, bewildered. Where am I? Then he looked down at his own hands, as they began to digitize and reform. There are some slight differences, but this system, it's just like the dreamscape. He clenched his newly formed fist. Well, if it's going to be like that, then I guess I'll make an exception to breaking records every day. My apologies to the countless zombies I've annihilated in the dreamscape this past year. I guess I can't just fight zombies in here, can I? Just then, he noticed a figure materializing on the other side of the room. A zombie. His expression became calm, analytical. I see. In the Martial Saint Tower, there is only one opponent. The Martial Saint, Tan Zhongyu. Lu Sheng studied the figure. So this is what the Martial Saint looked like in his youth, but then he noticed something strange. Huh. The projection of the Martial Saint is getting bigger. In the next instant, Tan Zhongyu vanished from his spot. He reappeared right in front of Lu Sheng, a punch flying toward his chest at blinding speed. Lu Sheng stood perfectly still, taking the full force of the blow. Then, a shockwave of energy erupted from his body, blasting the Martial Saint's projection backward. Lu Sheng calmly made his assessment. Your power level is roughly equivalent to a rank 2 martial artist. The projection of Tan Zhongyu gritted its teeth in fury. Lu Sheng smirked. Your counterattack was completely nullified by my aura. And just so you know, I'm not a very forgiving person. You hit me, so I'm definitely going to hit you back. As he spoke, he drew back his arm, his fist glowing with overwhelming power. He unleashed a single punch that sent a devastating shockwave through the room. The Martial Saint's form shattered into countless fragments of light, dissolving until only a face and an outstretched hand remained. But Lu Sheng immediately sensed that something wasn't right. Wait, this wisp of energy. It was coming from his own body. He leaped back. The scattered light began to recondense, reforming into the image of the Martial Saint. He instantly figured it out. It absorbs my own spiritual power. And to create a stronger version of itself, the new projection looked slightly older, more mature. So that's the trick. The difficulty scales up. The Martial Saint instantly blinked behind Lu Sheng, throwing another punch. But this time, Lu Sheng caught the fist without even looking. He spoke calmly. Thanks to you, I've already figured out the basic principle of this tower. With a powerful pivot, he swung his leg around, and a single kick shattered the illusion into nothing. But just as before, spiritual energy began to drain from his body. This time, 2 wisps of light spiraled out into the distance. They instantly merged and condensed into yet another Martial Saint. Lu Sheng finally understood the full picture. So every time I defeat the enemy, not only do I get nothing in return, but it actively steals my spiritual power to make the next one stronger. I suspected the Martial Saint Tower trials might be related to mental strength and willpower, but I never understood how. The tower provides mental trials for so many people, year after year. Even the will of a Martial Saint should have been drained long ago. So this is how it sustains itself. Why? Through a fee system. Each level absorbs a little bit of will from the challenger, using it to manifest an opponent. It probably even absorbs extra to strengthen itself. And by doing so, it constantly fortifies the Martial Saint's will. After analyzing it, he exclaimed happily, I think I finally get why the Seven Saints Martial University is lagging behind the other 6. The other 6 schools' Martial Saint Towers were built much earlier. Naturally, the snowball of their martial saint's will has grown far more powerful. Tan Zhongyu founded the Seven Saints Martial University. He's the only living martial saint among the 7 schools, and he oversees all their affairs. Just then, his elbow slammed into the face of the illusionary Tan Zhongyu. The powerful strike caused the phantom to shatter once again. If you break the Martial Saint Tower's record, you get a chance to meet him and receive his inheritance. He smiled, continuing his train of thought. If my analysis of this tower is correct, then the dreamscape must operate on the same principle. It's highly likely the dreamscape is also generated from the will of one, or perhaps many, powerful martial artists. But the dreamscape is on a whole other level than this tower. Think of all the martial arts masters from 10,000 years in the future. It's not impossible that their combined will could construct an entire mental world. As he fought, he continuously chipped away at the martial saint's form. But as his own spiritual power was drawn out, the martial saint would just reform itself again. He fought while calculating. This must be the blade training of Tan Zhongyu when he was in his 20s at university, probably around a level 5 in strength. The fragments scattered with a clang. This time, it's Blade Dao sublimation. Lu Sheng shattered the martial saint again, and this one's a level 6 breakthrough. He threw another punch. Every version of Tan Zhongyu he faced couldn't withstand a single blow. Suddenly, a massive amount of his spiritual power was drained. This is the Tan Zhongyu of over 30 years old, at least a peak level 6, with complete mastery of the Blade Dao. Back then, he was known as the #1 fighter under the Grandmaster level among his peers. The phantom before him solidified. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lu Sheng looked down at his own hands, satisfied. They say Martial Saint Tan Zhongyu was a late bloomer, only showing his true power when he was about to step into the Grandmaster realm. Let's see just how strong this so-called #1 under the Grandmaster really is. Then, he raised his hands seriously, his entire body emitting a unique aura. We're both level 6. If I use my spear, it'd just be bullying him. I'll take you on barehanded. Outside, the tower's leaderboard displayed the national top 50 for the martial arts year 315. Miao Renxiong from the Seething Saint University is currently climbing. Chen Yushuan from 7 Saints has finished. Xiaolan from 7 Saints has also finished. He passed! He passed! Cries of alarm rang out. A girl in red stared at the board in disbelief. Miao Renxiong cleared floor 22. Our best record from last year was floor 22. If Miao Renxiong clears one more floor, we're screwed. Please, let him fail. Please don't let him pass. Her friend fretted beside her. Chen Yushuan looked at his own hands in horror. This is a total disgrace. I've lost all face. He was trembling. I only reached floor 30. Is this the real power of the 7 Saints' top rankers? Chen Yushuan couldn't help but run his hands through his hair, cursing. Damn it! The girl next to him tried to calm him down. Don't worry, Miao Renxiong can't be that strong. Floor 22 is a major hurdle. A peak level 6, Tan Zhongyu with Blade Dao sublimation isn't someone you can just beat easily. But Chen Yishuan was still shaking, clutching his chest to calm his heart. The girl continued. Miao Renxiong, he can't do it. Chen Yishuan asked, trembling. But what if? What if he does? What if Miao Renxiong passes? Doesn't that make me the disgrace of 7 Saints Martial University? Yeah. Suddenly, a shocked voice cut through the tension. So fast! Lu Sheng's climbing speed is insane! Sister Pan cheered with delight. He's moving so fast! He's already at 11. 12! Whoa! He hit floor 15 while we were talking. The girl beside her was so stunned she had to cover her mouth. Sister Pan shouted again. What? He's already at floor 21! He's only 1 floor behind Miao Renxiong. Others chimed in. Lu Sheng is in 2nd place. He even surpassed Chen Yishuan. Chen Yishuan clenched his fists, trembling as he gasped. What? What kind of speed is that? Inside, Miao Renxiong was gritting his teeth, giving his all against the martial saint. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng casually punched his way through with a satisfied smile. The guys who had mocked Lu Sheng earlier now started pointing fingers, making baseless accusations. Hey, you guys from 7 Saints are cheating, aren't you? You're faking the tower results because you're scared of losing face. Yeah, that's it. But no one paid them any mind. They were all staring at the board in utter disbelief. Even Chen Yushuan was speechless. This climbing speed was just unbelievable. The female gatekeeper finally spoke up, mocking the accusers. Ha! The tower's consciousness is the martial saint's will itself. Are you implying the martial saint is playing favorites? The guy was speechless but still tried to argue. I'm not blaming the martial saint, but these results, they're obviously fake, right? The girl was about to retort. What kind of crazy talk is that? But she suddenly gasped in astonishment. Oh my God. This is a new historical record. That Lu Sheng guy just took 1st place and is on floor 25. the orange-haired girl said in disbelief. Just what kind of power does this Lu Sheng have? This is insane! Sister Pan was ecstatic. I knew it! I knew it! This is the real Lu Sheng! Lindsay had also joined the crowd, staring up in a daze. Holy crap! Is Saint Brother really this much of a freaking god? Inside, Lu Sheng was completely focused, his body radiating a unique, fiery battle aura. The illusion of Tan Zhongyu appeared behind him, but Lu Sheng confidently threw a flaming punch without even looking. A moment later, the martial saint shattered into pieces once more. Lu Sheng turned, slightly winded. Whew! Worthy of being called the #1 under the Grandmaster back in the day. If this were me from a week ago, before I'd mastered muscle control in the training room, I doubt I could have dominated him like this. So this is the power of a martial saint. Not bad at all. Then, in the next instant, his spiritual energy surged outwards once again. This wave of power was several times stronger than anything before it. Lu Sheng clutched his head, crying out in agony. As sweat dripped down his face, he muttered through the pain. Damn, the entry fee for the next stage is a bit steep. Any other student would have been completely drained by this trial's spiritual toll. The next opponent to take the stage was the martial saint, Tan Zhongyu, who now appeared as an old master with a long white beard. Grandmaster Realm, Tan Zhongyu. A powerful dark aura exploded from his body. Lu Sheng was forced back several steps, struggling to stand his ground. The sheer pressure was overwhelming. The way of the Grandmaster. Is this strong? The martial saint, Tan Zhongyu, reached the Grandmaster realm at 42. In that same month, he battled 8 other masters, scoring 7 wins and 1 draw. But Lu Sheng quickly regained his composure. A familiar, yet far more powerful flame erupted around his body. In the inferno, the faint images of phoenixes could be seen. All right then, let's give this a shot. Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu drew his blade. Lu Sheng's voice rang out. Let's see which breaks first. Your legendary sword trying to cut through my sun-shattering wheel. Or you. He pushed his power to its absolute limit, igniting his ultimate technique. Like a blazing meteor, he shot toward the Grandmaster. Today, I'll use my level 6 body and my level 7 mastery to challenge a true Grandmaster with level 9 potential. Lu Sheng's eyes burned with determination as he threw his punch. The clash was instant. Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu swung his sword down. The reflection of the descending blade filled Lu Sheng's eyes. The strike was so powerful it instantly shattered the floor. Cracks spiderwebbed across the solid ground, creating a massive crater along the sword's path. A huge cloud of dust and debris exploded outwards. As the smoke cleared, Lu Sheng was still standing, his feet planted firmly on either side of the chasm. He barely parried the blow. A look of sheer terror flashed across his face. Asterisk, that slash was horrifying. Asterisk, he thought. His level 4 Gang Chi and Phantom Flames, shattered like tofu after a single strike. In an instant, it was all sliced in two. But that fear quickly morphed into pure excitement. Asterisk, this is exactly what I wanted. Asterisk, an opponent this strong. If he could crush me with his power, just how thrilling would that be? With that, Lu Sheng launched himself into the air. The pressure of a life-or-death battle was the ultimate catalyst for his martial arts to evolve. He activated the second state of his 10 perfect martial arts. His foot slammed into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. His mastery of movement techniques leveled up once more. Then, with his eyes blazing, he unleashed Great Sun Rush and shot forward. Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu was still mid-swing. Overwhelming power radiated from his every move. His eyes glowed with an intense light as he brought his sword down. Arcs of lightning crackled around the Grandmaster's body and his blade aura. But Lu Sheng didn't hesitate, charging right through the descending storm of sword chi. A new power began to gather in his hand. Secret technique, stellar body tempering art. He condensed all his gang chi into a single point, like a hand grasping a star, his scorching sun finger controlling its immense power. He clenched the malevolent star into a fist, ready to unleash it. A silent void filled with shimmering constellations appeared. 10 suns align! The scene cuts to the vice principal's office. Vice Principal Zhao Taiyan stared at a document, his lips pressed tight in a grim line. 8 level 6 martial artists, including 2 at the peak, plus a prodigy with elemental control abilities. All of them were slaughtered by Lu Sheng's spear alone, and he made it look easy. A complete one-sided massacre. An AA rank mission, upgraded from A. The Yanhei City Police Chief personally wrote a thank you letter nearly 10,000 words long. Stunned, Zhao Taiyan leaned back and exhaled sharply. Whew, this kid. I thought he'd lay low for a while before making a move. I never expected him to drop a bombshell like this on me. Peerless combat power, undefeated against those at his level. He's exactly like the martial saint was in his youth. Talent and strength, like this, is more than enough to get the martial saint's attention. I have to report this immediately. Just as he reached for his phone, his secretary burst in, panicked. Vice Principal, she stammered, out of breath. There's an emergency at the Martial Saint Tower. Zhao Taiyan sighed, annoyed. What's the panic? Did our students lose the tower defense challenge? Capturing the tower is a rule the Martial Saint himself established to encourage competition. If we lost, just inform the Four Saints Martial University. I'm not getting involved. But the secretary looked at him, completely bewildered. What does the Four Saints University have to do with anything? It's Lu Sheng. He broke the tower clearing record for our Seven Saints Martial Tower. He's already on floor 26. Hearing this, Zhao Taiyan's eyes went wide. Without a second thought, he launched himself from his chair and straight through the office window, shattering the glass. The secretary threw her hands up to shield her face, screaming, Vice Principal! But he wasn't the only one. 4 other figures exploded from the surrounding high-rises. Students on the ground looked up in terror. Holy crap, that pressure is terrifying. Those are Grandmasters. They're the school's vice principals. What in the world is going on? Zhao Taiyan and the other vice principals raced through the air at top speed. He was sweating bullets, but couldn't suppress an ecstatic grin. The first figure landed before the stunned crowd. It was Zhao Taiyan. He calmly straightened his tie. The students cried out, Vice Principal Zhao. Right behind him, the other figures touched down. First, a stout old man with a bushy beard. Second, a person in a hooded cloak, their face completely hidden. And third, a woman dressed entirely in red. It's not just Vice Principal Zhao. All the vice principals are here. Meanwhile, on the Martial Saint Tower's power rankings, for the 315th year of the Martial Dao era National Top 50, Lu Sheng's name was climbing. A chime echoed out. The 4 vice principals stared in disbelief, sweating profusely. Zhao Taiyan spoke first. I heard he reached floor 26 and rushed here without a second's delay. But in that short time, he's already climbed another floor. The bearded vice principal said gravely, the Martial Saint once decreed, anyone under 30 who breaks through floor 23 must be brought before him. The cloaked figure added in a low voice, anyone who breaks through floor 24 will receive his personal guidance for 3 days. The female vice principal continued, and anyone who breaks through floor 25 becomes his direct disciple and receives his inheritance. And Lu Sheng is on floor 27, Zhao Taiyan breathed. An ominous aura pulsed from the tower. Zhao Taiyan gave an immediate order. After this is over, we file a joint report to the Martial Saint. The students below were losing their minds. No way, Lu Sheng could become a direct disciple of the Martial Saint. He's completely shattered the tower's record. It'll probably be 50 years before anyone can break this one. That's insane. Lu Sheng might be the strongest student in the history of Seven Saints Martial University. An image of Lu Sheng appeared, his expression cold and his eyes glowing. But Lindsay corrected the crowd. You guys are wrong. He's the strongest times freshman asterisk. He looked towards the tower in awe. Brother Sheng, you're so OP, there isn't even a word for it anymore. Lindsay clasped his hands, his eyes sparkling with admiration. For the rest of my life, all I can do is look up to him. His 2 friends beside him were utterly speechless. One of the students bit his nails, unable to believe it. This Lu Sheng, he was never this monstrous before. There were absolutely no signs. Where did a monster like him just pop out from? Hearing this, a female fan stepped in. She shoved her phone in the student's face. On the screen were 3 trending news stories. First, clearing stage 5 of the cryogenic training room. Just how strong is the strongest freshman Lu Sheng? Second, Instructor Chang Dao's evaluation of Lu Sheng. His spearmanship is beyond masterful. And third, shocker, historic A-rank mission completed solo by Lu Sheng. The female fan puffed out her chest with pride. Haha, I've been posting about Lu Sheng's real strength for ages. I told everyone he cleared stage 5 of the training room, but nobody believed me. The other student stared at the news, his face a mask of horror. Sweat poured down his face as he whimpered, in no way. It seems the signs of Lu Sheng's power were there all along. He imagined a colossal Lu Sheng standing before him, while he was nothing but a tiny insect. I was truly blind, failing to see a mountain right in front of me. How could I not know about someone this powerful? Meanwhile, inside the tower, sword chi clashed. Wills collided. This was a rare and precious trial. Blood streamed from Lu Sheng's eyes and nose, his body covered in wounds, but his resolve was unbreakable as he spoke to the Grandmaster. With absolute determination, he declared, You are strong. The phantom of Tanzhongyu stared back silently with blank, white eyes. Then, its body began to disintegrate. Lu Sheng's voice rang out again. But I am stronger. His powerful voice echoed as a brilliant light erupted from him, illuminating the massive crater from their battle. And then, Tan Zhongyu's phantom vanished completely into thin air. Lu Sheng sat down cross-legged and began circulating his energy to heal. A moment later, his wounds were gone and the bleeding had stopped. He let out a sigh of relief. He looked down at his hand, which was glowing with spiritual power, and smiled. My great son contemplation is almost perfected. Probably one more life-or-death duel will be enough to complete it. Then, I can officially break through to the 7th level Grandmaster realm. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy slammed down, while making the entire floor tremble. New cracks spread across the ground as countless streams of power swirled around Lu Sheng. He watched in astonishment as the energy shot upwards, converging into a massive ball of light above his head. From within the light, a new figure emerged. It was the great Grandmaster, Tan Zhongyu. His white eyes stared down with a grave intensity. A thrilled smile spread across Lu Sheng's face. Asterisk. This time, it's not absorbing my spiritual power. Asterisk. It seems the power the Martial Saint Tower has accumulated was all for this very moment. He stomped his foot hard, unleashing the mighty pressure he'd been cultivating, his voice filled with anticipation. Now, it's time to test the true limits of my power. With a burning gaze, he charged forward with serious intent. Come on, let the final feast begin. Just then, the power rankings updated. At the very top was Lu Sheng, with Miao Rengqiong right behind him. The crowd outside stared at the board in utter disbelief. Even Vice Principal Zhao Taiyan was sweating bullets, not daring to blink. He looked over at the other vice principals, their faces painted with the same confusion. And then, it happened. The board flashed with a new notification. A new record, number 1, Lu Sheng, 28 floors completed. This announcement left Zhao Taiyan completely speechless, but the other students erupted in cheers. Lu Sheng's coming out. Hurry, let's go witness this historic moment. Every single face in the crowd was filled with breathless anticipation and excitement. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. Miao Renxiong stepped out and was stunned by the massive crowd. Damn, he thought to himself. When did so many people get here? They must all be in awe of my incredible achievement. Ha ha ha, he cackled internally, feeling on top of the world. He imagined a cute girl stepping forward to confess to him. Big brother Miao, please go out with me. And he'd graciously reply, of course. In his fantasy, the crowd roared with applause. What a perfect scenario. But in reality, Miao Renxiong was drooling and laughing creepily. Let's all go on a date. The nearby girls recoiled in horror, whispering to each other, his smile is so disgusting. Yeah, he looks terrifying. Meanwhile, Miao Renxiong was still lost in his own world, snickering to himself. At that moment, Lu Sheng also walked out and said politely, Excuse me, could you move? His hand grasped Miao Renxiong's arm to push him aside, but he accidentally sent the bigger man spinning around, much to his confusion. Miao Renxiong stumbled to the ground as Lu Sheng apologized. Sorry. The crowd outside was cheering and waving wildly for Lu Sheng. Miao Renxiong's eyes bulged with rage as he screamed. You! Lu Sheng turned back calmly and stated, You were in my way. He pushed him aside again, adding, Get out of the way. Don't block the path. This only fueled Miao Renxiong's fury, and he gritted his teeth with a loud creak. He then leaped into the air, cocking back his fist and roaring. I'll block whatever the hell I want. You damn dog, do you have any idea who you're talking to? Lu Sheng remained perfectly silent. A second later, a massive shockwave from their collision erupted, forcing everyone to back away. As the dust settled, a pair of feet was seen dangling in midair. What? Lu Sheng was effortlessly holding Miao Renxiong up by his neck. Despite his much smaller frame, he held the larger man with ease. He asked in a cold voice, Blocking my path and acting like a thug? Choked and terrified, Miao Renxiong broke into a cold sweat. His eyes rolled back and drool dripped from his mouth, unable to speak a single word. Lu Sheng asked again, Also, who are you? Then, with an icy flick of his wrist, he unleashed a wave of power. It sent Miao Renxiong flying, crashing face first into the ground far away. His underlings panicked, shouting, Boss! Big brother Miao! Boss! Boss, are you okay? They scrambled over to check on their leader, who was still planted face down on the pavement. Boss, wake up! The rest of the crowd could only stare at Lu Sheng with wide, dumbfounded eyes. Oh my god. They all watched Lu Sheng walk out confidently, sharing the exact same thought. Are we witnessing the birth of a new legend right here, right now? As Lu Sheng was enjoying his cool exit, Lindsay's explosive excitement startled him. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? That's the power of Saint Bro. From now on, the Seven Saints Martial Arts University will enter a new era, the era of Lu Sheng. Ha ha ha! His fan club of girls screamed along with him. That's right, the strongest in history. Lu Sheng is the best. He's the savior of our university. Swept up in the passionate moment, the crowd began shouting their hearts out. Invincible! Who cares about Miao Renxiang from the Seven Saints ranking? He's nothing. Someone even proudly yelled out about their own past encounter. I was once beaten by Lu Sheng too. Me too. Just like Miao Renxiang, I also got my butt kicked by Lu Sheng. Ha ha ha. Standing amidst the cheers, Lu Sheng closed his eyes, thinking with satisfaction. Ha, being recognized by everyone. I guess this is one of the motivations on the path of martial arts. Chen Yixuan finally let out a sigh of relief, the weight in her heart lifting. Phew, she said happily. The senior student rankings? The Seven Saints rankings? I'm afraid neither of them is grand enough to contain a titan like Lu Sheng. Zhao Taiyan looked back at the vibrant young students behind him and spoke with satisfaction. Ha ha, dressed in the fine silks of youth, standing by a prize steed to admire the flowers of Chang'an. Let them enjoy this moment. Nearby, a boy in a green shirt watched the crowd with a shocked expression. Holy crap, I can't believe I stumbled into such a huge event on this trip. A first-year freshman just broke the all-time record of the Seven Saints Martial Tower. He turned to Yang Yan and said, Junior sister Yang Yan, maybe we should find your classmate quickly, meet them, and then head back. These people look like they're high on something. It's too dangerous, we shouldn't stay long. Suddenly, Yang Yan's cheeks turned pink, her eyes gazing forward dreamily as she replied, There's no need. I've already found him. Her delicate brows furrowed as if deep in thought. And then she turned to leave. The blonde-haired guy frantically looked around, pointing and asking, Huh? You found him? Don't tell me the person you were looking for is that Lu Sheng? I gotta say, I never knew you had such a vain side. Ha ha, he teased again. Yang Yan's expression darkened, and she replied with a hint of insecurity. You're not wrong, he's just too dazzling. I was getting ahead of myself. Just then, the blonde guy flashed a sinister smile, grabbing her by the hand. Hey, don't be angry now, he said. Junior sister Yang Yan, that's not what I meant. I believe you, okay? Yang Yan angrily snatched her hand back, shouting, Let go! Senior, I appreciate you bringing me here to find him, but please watch your words and actions. The blonde guy just kept smirking. Why would you say that? Suddenly, a terrifying face appeared behind him, questioning him in a menacing tone. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear her tell you to let go? It was Lin Zhe, trying to be intimidating. He grabbed the blonde guy by the head, causing him to scream. What the hell? What are you doing? Ow, ow, ow. Lin Zhe grinned wickedly. Heh, you dare lay a hand on St. Bro's girl? What do you think I'm gonna do? Then, like a demon, he started pummeling the guy, who could only scream for mercy. Ow, ow, spare me. Please, spare my life, big bro. I was wrong. A moment later, the blonde guy was a crumpled heap on the ground, covered in lumps and bruises. Lin Zhe looked at his own fist with a puzzled expression. That's weird. We're both hitting people, so why don't I get the same awesome effect as St. Bro? He then turned to Yang Yan and said cheerfully, Your classmate Yang Yan, right? St. Bro told me to come tell you to wait a bit. We're all going to eat together later. Yang Yan looked a little confused and asked, You're Lu Sheng's friend? Lin Zhe puffed out his chest proudly. St. Bro is my boss, and he just noticed you. He's mobbed by fans right now, so it's not easy for him to get away. Why don't I take our future sister-in-law for a walk first? Yang Yan blushed and quickly explained, We don't have that kind of relationship. The blonde guy on the ground thought in a panic, Lu Sheng is really Yang Yan's classmate? I'm so screwed. The scene changes to the next day. Lu Sheng is sitting in the vice principal's office, talking with Zhao Taiyan. Zhao Taiyan spoke cheerfully. It's truly astonishing, student Lu Sheng. On your very first attempt, you broke the historical record of the Martial Saint Tower. Such a promising young man. Ha ha ha. This is a special case, so the specific rewards will have to wait for the Martial Saints arrangements. However, now that you've broken the record, your course credit rewards will be distributed soon. Hearing about rewards, Lu Sheng asked in surprise, You get course credits for climbing the tower? Zhao Taiyan explained, You didn't know? Model. No matter which school's Martial Saint Tower it is, anyone who sets a new record gets credits from that school. He paused, as if a terrifying thought just struck him. Wait a second, you don't mean? Lu Sheng answered calmly, Yeah. If possible, I want to graduate early. Zhao Taiyan shot up from his seat in shock, then slumped back down with a long, defeated sigh. Fine, I get it. He turned to the window and waved a hand dismissively. You can go back for now. I'll let you know if I hear anything. Lu Sheng quickly stood up and replied, Understood. And with that, Lu Sheng walked out the door. Zhao Taiyan approached his desk and picked up the phone. He dialed a number and spoke into the receiver. Hello, it's me. He hesitated for a moment before telling the person on the other end, I think, maybe we should wait a little longer. The other end was silent for a few beats, then asked, Why? Zhao Taiyan turned, watching the young man's departing figure as he explained, I have a feeling that Lu Sheng's performance, each of his steps echoed with purpose and power, Zhao Taiyan continued, has only just begun. As Lu Sheng walked away, an overwhelming aura of strength radiated from him. Meanwhile, on the Seven Saints Martial University's campus hot list, the forum was exploding with updates every single minute. The era of Lu Sheng is here. Prepare to feel the terror of his absolute domination. Check out these epic video clips of Lu Sheng. Is it a good idea for a recent grad to become a martial arts gym instructor? Should I enlist in the military district? Should I choose the Milky Cat School? And hey, the short-haired white dog from the South Side gym has been neutered, is healthy, and has a great personality. You can pet her! First come, first served for adoption online. The strongest freshman in the history of Seven Saints Martial University. All glory to Seven Saints. Does Wen Jingxuan, the top-ranked fighter, have what it takes to even make Lu Sheng use one hand? Let's analyze it together. Here are all the ultra-high-definition clips of Lu Sheng's moves. What's mine, I will take. Power has never been about running away or making excuses. That's not how I do things. How far is Lu Sheng from becoming a Grandmaster? The first Grandmaster in history to emerge from a university. Starting today, our Seven Saints Martial University can finally hold its head high. Stand tall. We're not inferior to any other school's students anymore. Lu Sheng is a god. This is insane, absolutely unreal. I'll never forget this day for the rest of my life. Brothers, sound the horns for the counterattack. Tomorrow, we're raiding another school's tower. Does anyone have a pic or video of Lu Sheng wrecking Miao Renxiong? Please, I'm desperate. I want to print it out and hang it on my wall. Let him know for me. All the second-year senior girls want him so they can create the most genius super baby ever. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in horror as he read the posts. He took a sip of water and muttered helplessly, Leave it to the female martial arts students. They really are way too bold. He then looked up at Yang Yan and said, Sorry you had to see that back there. I didn't expect so many people to show up. Yang Yan blushed and waved her hands dismissively. It's okay. You're a busy person. And besides, your current achievements are just blindingly impressive. Her expression grew serious, and she asked hesitantly, Can I still come and find you in the future? Lu Sheng looked at her, a bit confused. Why not? What's the problem? He then added that it was just a small thing. Besides, a push with absolutely no resistance is just plain boring. As he spoke, Lu Sheng gazed out the window. A moment later, he turned back with a smile and said, I've got it. At the Four Saints Martial University cafeteria, Miao Renxiong was frantically pointing at dishes, making the chef panic. I want this one, this one, this one, and that one too. A moment later, he slammed a massive tray of food onto his table. Miao Renxiong sat down and started stuffing his face. A few students nearby saw him and started whispering. Hey, it's Miao Renxiong. I heard he failed his tower raid at Seven Saints and came back looking totally defeated. No way. Beaten by a freshman from Seven Saints who just enrolled? And get this, he was flipped onto his back like a helpless chicken. Is that rumor for real? How could a freshman be that strong? It's not like Miao Renxiong is weak. A few other guys chimed in, mocking Miao Renxiong from a distance. Who knows how strong he really is? He had no skills but tried to act all cool. The worst part is, he got beaten by a freshman, completely embarrassing our Four Saints Martial University. A failed show-off just turns into a total joke. Pathetic. Miao Renxiong heard every word. The chopsticks in his hand splintered into pieces. He trembled with rage as he chewed, but he forced himself to stay calm. Easy now. Stay calm. Don't let those dogs ruin my meal. But a newcomer, not knowing any better, kept running his mouth. And another thing, I heard that freshman scared Miao Renxiong so bad he passed out right there and even wet his pants. Ha ha ha! Soaked his entire crotch. Ha ha ha! The others roared with laughter. Suddenly, the food tray went flying. A powerful hand grabbed the mocker by the collar. Miao Renxiong had finally snapped. He got right in the guy's face and roared, I did not wet my pants! I did not! I'll say it again! Miao Renxiong emphasized every word, making the guy cry in fear. I-D-I-D. Not. Wet. My. Pants. The others who had been laughing along were now sweating bullets. Miao Renxiong. A voice suddenly called out. Miao Renxiong, still furious, yelled back, Who's next? You want to be next? The voice called out again. Miao Renxiong. Not able to take it anymore, he spun around and threw a punch. Who the hell is it? A pale, slender hand shot out, effortlessly catching his fist. Miao Renxiong instantly broke into a cold sweat. It's you, Lu Sheng asked coldly. Miao Renxiong, are you always this rude? This is the second time now. He then casually slung an arm around Miao Rengsheng's shoulder. I came to your school to conquer your tower, just giving you a heads up. Any objections? Miao Rensheng could only manage a terrified, toothy grin as he shook his head violently. Good. No objections, then, Lu Sheng said, before effortlessly tossing Miao Rensheng into the air. The defeated student just sat there, trembling and hugging his head in fear. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for him in this shot. Everyone. The onlookers were completely bewildered. This isn't right. Miao Rensheng isn't weak at all. He's the #1 ranked senior student, and 6th on the Seven Saints overall board. Who in the world is that guy? How could he make Miao Rengsheng this terrified? Miao Rengsheng was still panicking, hugging his head and stammering. He's Lu Sheng, the crowd gasped in unison. What? What did you say? He's Lu Sheng. Quick, go get someone. Lu Sheng from Seven Saints Martial University is here to raid our tower. Get someone from the top 10, hurry up. Another person yelled, Get who? Miao Rensheng is a stammering mess. He's like a scared little quail right now, not daring to make a peep. Just then, a new voice cut through the chaos. Just because Miao Rensheng was beaten into a fool doesn't mean the rest of us are. I want to see this for myself. This freshman who completely shattered Miao Rensheng. A man and a woman appeared. The man was powerfully built, carrying a colossal, intimidating blade on his back. The woman had short purple hair, a matching purple outfit, and a whip in her hand. Her dark lipstick made her look like a venomous snake. She licked her whip with a look of excitement. I wonder just what kind of monster he really is. The crowd gasped in recognition. It's the senior rankers, Yang Jingshan, rank 2, and Feng Meitong, rank 3. That's right. Miao Rensheng is Miao Rensheng. He doesn't represent all of us at Four Saints. Their fighting spirit reignited as they started cheering. The fighting will of Four Saints is eternal. Defend the tower. Take Lu Sheng down. Let's go. Their determination was firm. Until the Seven Saints Martial University rankings updated. Then, everyone's face fell. No way. This is unbelievable. On the year 315 National Martial Saint Tower Power Rankings, a shocked voice cried out. Lu Sheng is already #1. He's on the 28th floor. He's completely swept through our Four Saints Martial University. At that moment, in the student council room of the 5th Saints Martial University, a large screen displayed a picture of Lu Sheng. The room was deathly silent until one person finally spoke. Everyone, a man with a grim expression, began. A true monster has appeared among the new students at Seven Saints Martial University this year. I'm sure you all know his name by now. Lu Sheng, this year's Keeming Star General from the Eastern region. The Dragon Ascension Martial Champion, who beat a senior ranker on his very first day of school. Beside him, a girl interrupted impatiently. Jingyu, stop wasting words and just tell me what to do. Jingyu ran a hand through his hair, helpless. Ha, what can I do? What do you think I can do? Lu Sheng shattered the records of 2 towers in a single day. His reputation as the Demon King was now set in stone. Suddenly, a panicked cry echoed out, We have a problem! Sending a wave of shock through everyone present. Lu Sheng, he's here. Just then, Lu Sheng himself appeared, radiating an aura of pure power and charisma. He casually asked, What's wrong? Not happy to see me? The others could only scream in terror. No, please no! Why is this happening? Fresh from conquering another tower, Lu Sheng just scratched his head, lost in thought. He'd cleared the 5th Martial City Tower, and 2 towers in 2 days. It was a bountiful harvest for him. But for the students of that school, their spirits were utterly crushed, tears streaming down their faces. It's over. Our martial city is done for. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's aura pulsed with power as he considered his gains. Not only did he get to temper his master's will twice, but his spiritual power also grew exponentially, likely breaking past the 6th level. Under that intentional pressure, even his 10 perfect martial arts smoothly entered its 2nd form, the 2nd form of the 10 perfect martial arts. His power was more focused. He could pinpoint the explosive impact, identify weaknesses, and control it all with meticulous precision. He could even predict attacks. This feeling of being omniscient, omnipotent, and utterly flawless grew stronger by the second. After entering the 2nd form of the 10 perfect martial arts, he even had the illusion that he had become a god. Just an illusion, for now. But if he kept walking this path, could he one day truly become a god of martial arts? Outside the 5th university, Lin Zhe, who had been waiting forever, saw him emerge and waved frantically. Brother Sheng, over here! As Lu Sheng approached, Lin Zhe's face was beaming with pure excitement. Congratulations on clearing another tower, Brother Sheng, he cheered. So what's next? Is there another martial arts university we need to visit? Lu Sheng replied. Yeah, it's still early. Call a ride to the number 6 St. Martial University for me. Lin Zhe got even more hyped up. No problem, he shouted, then pointed dramatically. It's all been arranged. Just look. When Lu Sheng saw what was waiting, he was completely stunned. Greeting him were two long lines of dazzling, bright yellow cars. While Lu Sheng was still processing it all, Lin Zhe pushed him into one of them. Huh? The other students piled into the cars behind them, shouting, "Let's go! Brother Sheng is on the move! Floor it!" The blue-haired student hopped into a car and barked at the driver. "Sir, follow that convoy," the startled driver asked. "Whoa, kid, are the 7 universities holding some kind of massive event?" The student's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he replied, "We're going to witness the birth of a dynasty." The driver was completely speechless. Huh? Meanwhile, as soon as the students at the rival school saw Lu Sheng's convoy arrive, they started shouting warnings to each other. "He's here! He's here! I see him! That's him!" A powerful footstep landed on the pavement. Lu Sheng stepped out of the car, his expression serious, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Lu Sheng has arrived. Seeing him and his massive entourage, the crowd roared. My God, it's like the Demon King himself is taking a stroll. What do we do? This is Shen Kong, the #1 on the old student rankings. Shen Kong, get out here. Lu Sheng now stood before a guy much larger than him. The crowd was calling him Shen Kong. With a sour look, the man spoke. "You're Lu Sheng, here for the Thunder Tower?" Lu Sheng replied politely. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Shen Kong's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "Is there a problem?" he growled. Then, to everyone's shock, he suddenly bowed, rubbing his hands together with a bootlicking smile. "I'm here to show you the way, sir. This way, please, this way! Our campus is huge, you see. Wouldn't want you to get lost." The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. What the hell? Shen Kong is just a guide now? Flash forward 30 minutes later. As expected, cries of shock echoed out again. He broke it. Another new record. The power rankings updated instantly. #6, St. Martial University. #1, Lu Sheng, 29 floors. Lu Sheng had conquered the tower. Shen Kong was waving his hands, cheering enthusiastically. "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Lin Zhe was ecstatic, grinning from ear to ear with absolute delight. Shen Kong might have been smiling on the outside, but inside, he was crying an ocean of tears. What else could I do? He was going to break it anyway. At least this way. We're not the only ones to lose face. This sucks. And then came the montage of Lu Sheng's conquests. New record at St. Martial University #6. Lu Sheng, 29 floors. New record, 27 floors. New record, 28 floors. New record, 26 floors. New record, 28 floors. Sometime later, those familiar footsteps echoed once more. He stood before a new gate, but this place was eerily deserted. Lu Sheng walked in with Lin Zi and his followers, when suddenly a voice boomed from above. "So it really is you, one of the 7 great demon kings." Lu Sheng. A brilliant flash of light shot down from the tall building, crashing into the ground with a massive impact that sent shockwaves through the crowd. Oh my God! As the smoke cleared, Lu Sheng was still standing there, unfazed and resolute. The voice continued. "Do you have any idea where you are?" Lu Sheng answered calmly. "I came here to climb the tower." "How could I not know?" A man in a hooded coat stepped forward, drawing his sword. "I am Bai Hengchuan, ranked 2nd among the 7 saints. The founder of the #2 St. Martial University was the first martial saint of our dragon country. Whether in history or heritage, we are far beyond what a junior martial arts student like you could ever compare to." His eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his sword into the ground. "If you want to make a name for yourself, fine, but you will not use the #2 St. Martial University as your stepping stone. First, you'll have to ask if I agree to it." A wave of ice and snow erupted from his blade. That power, it was a master's will. The ice instantly crept up to Lu Sheng's feet, freezing him in place and catching him by surprise for a split second. Bai Hengchuan pulled his sword free. "I hear you're this year's top martial champion. What a coincidence." He stood confidently on the very ice he had created. "Martial arts champion, you say?" "I've been one of those too." Lin Zi and his friends gasped in horror. "That's a master's will. Bai Hengchuan has already condensed his own master's will. Even if it was just a sliver, it was a martial will that belonged to him alone. Within 10 years, Bai Hengchuan was guaranteed to become a master." Bai Hengchuan pointed his sword at Lu Sheng arrogantly. "Now do you understand the true legacy of an old St. Martial University?" As snowflakes drifted down, the silent Lu Sheng finally spoke. "A master's will?" He brushed some snow from his shoulder and smiled faintly. "To condense your own will at such a young age in this era. Not bad." Bai Hengchuan's eyes burned with rage. What's with that attitude? Like a senior praising a junior? He felt utterly humiliated. Bai Hengchuan instantly lunged forward, sword swinging as he roared, "What kind of act are you putting on? Once I turn you into a block of ice, let's see if you can keep pretending." Though his feet were trapped, Lu Sheng remained perfectly calm. "So this is your ice-type martial will? Suddenly, his eyes blazed to life as an overwhelming aura of fire exploded from his body. Compared to hers, he continued, it's far too weak. The heat blasted outwards, forcing everyone nearby to shield their faces. Even Bai Hengchuan's arrogant expression vanished, replaced by pure shock. The intense power radiating from Lu Sheng was melting his ice field in an instant. Bai Hengchuan had to grit his teeth to withstand the pressure, his mind racing. What is this? It's so hot, so blinding. It's like staring into the sun. Looking down at his melting ice, his horror grew. My ice domain. It's being dissolved. With the problem solved, Lu Sheng walked right past him, not forgetting to land one final verbal blow. It's no coincidence at all. If we were in the same class, you'd only ever be number 2. Suddenly, high above on a rooftop, several figures who had been silently watching the entire exchange finally stirred. Figures in dark, hooded robes appeared. One of them, whose eyes glowed brightly, spoke of a new student, one who showed the signs of a martial saint within 5 years of enrolling. At that moment, in the student council room, a voice broke the silence. What's the word? Jing Xuan asked, the cigarette in his hand betraying his worry. Did Lu Sheng enter the #1 St. Martial University's tower? The purple-haired girl across from him answered. And Bai Hengchuan, he didn't try to stop him? Jing Xuan pressed. The girl simply replied, oh, he tried. He even unleashed his martial will, but he still couldn't stop him. Jing Xuan was stunned. What? He used his trump card and it wasn't enough? How many moves did it take for Lu Sheng to beat Bai Hengchuan? The girl answered, her voice laced with disbelief. Half a move. Jing Xuan couldn't believe his ears. Half a move? What does that even mean? Lu Sheng only revealed a fraction of his own martial will. He didn't even have to strike Bai Hengchuan. The girl's expression was dead serious as she explained. It instantly melted Bai Hengchuan's martial will completely. The shock of this news sent Jing Xuan stumbling to the floor. Melted? He thought, his heart pounding with terror. What does a melted martial will even look like? The girl reached out, her own voice wavering. Jing Xuan, are we still supposed to stop him? Jing Xuan trembled, pushing himself up from the floor. He spoke in a panic-stricken voice. Stop him how? With what? My strength is barely on par with Bai Hengchuan's. He's rank 1, I'm rank 2. Lu Sheng took down Bai Hengchuan without even using half a move. If I go, I'm just serving myself up on a silver platter. Hearing this, the girl clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking in frustration. Damn it. I was originally planning to follow Tan Zongyu's path from the Martial Saint program to reach the Grandmaster level. But then this monster Lu Sheng shows up, and he's already at the top of the food chain. I'm about to graduate in a few months. Couldn't he have shown up just a little bit later? Jing Xuan, looking like he'd aged 10 years, stared out the window in defeat. Just let it go. At that very moment, from the tower Lu Sheng was in, flyers rained down, and people started shouting, Hey, look at this! Hot off the press! This is insane! He might just be our dragon country's next martial saint! In everyone's hands was a paper with Lu Sheng's name on it. The strongest newcomer, the ultimate Grandmaster, smashed through 7 towers in a single day to claim the top spot on the list. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a horde of zombies, groaning and snarling. In the dead of night, a faint light glowed from a single window. Who was this, resting in his own private space? Who was feeding Lu Sheng all this information? After a moment, he spoke. Pull up my life data. He thought to himself, I wonder if doing all this will really make me a saint. Social status and all that stuff doesn't really mean much to me. All I do every day is eat, sleep, train, and show off. Then he scratched his head, correcting himself. Well, it's not really showing off. More like the situation forced my hand. A second later, a devilish grin spread across his face as he looked to the sky. But they'll never understand the satisfaction of effortlessly crushing a strong opponent, or how sweet their jealousy feels. From a level 9 martial artist, I finally became a martial saint. A data panel appeared, showing the info of an old man. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, June, year 2, 97 of the Martial Dao era to July, year 3, 83 of the Martial Dao era. Martial strength, level 6 martial artist. Lu Sheng grinned after reading it. Still a long way from my goal of level 12. Let's review my life experiences. Lu Sheng, a martial arts prodigy, broke the record for the 7 St. Martial Towers trial in the ancient dragon capital, becoming the first Grandmaster. In the same year, he won first place in the National Martial Arts Tournament, surpassing all other students, and killed a peak-level Grandmaster from the Shuo Military School, his name echoing throughout the capital. He paused, surprised by his own history. Huh? I killed someone in public? And a Grandmaster from the Shuo Military School, no less. Don't they have a martial saint backing them? Why on earth would I risk offending a martial saint just to kill one Grandmaster? Lu Sheng broke out in a cold sweat. He started tapping on the screen. Whatever. No point in overthinking it. I'll deal with that later. What's next? At 19, became a disciple of Tan Zhongyu in the Martial Saint program, becoming Tan Zhongyu's third disciple. At 32, became a great Grandmaster. An image of a scruffy, bearded Lu Sheng appeared. He was wearing ripped clothes, standing above a crowd of cheering fans. At 70, became a Martial Saint, founded the Saint Martial Academy, and was honored as the perfect martial saint. An old man with white hair and a long beard stood on a mountain, looking down on the city. Died in the year 457 of the Martial Dao era from old age, at 161 years old. Historical figure evaluation, 6 stars. Fireseed Resource Vault Authority, level 6. Lu Sheng cheered again, pumped up. The perfect martial saint, founder of the Saint Martial Academy. Ha ha. That's a pretty glorious achievement. My lifespan was shorter than a typical great grandmaster's. It must have been from total mental exhaustion. Becoming the perfect martial saint really is a task as hard as climbing to the heavens. Guess I have to keep pushing. Let's see what else there is. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's finger froze as the words marital statuses appeared on the screen. Images of 3 girls, Yang Yan, Dong Qingshu, and Xia Lin, flashed in his mind. Overcome with curiosity, he was about to press it. Marriage, huh? Then he quickly waved his hands. Nah, forget it. Better not look. This kind of stuff can easily mess with my martial heart. At the same time, a notification popped up. Insufficient authority. He paused. Oh? Insufficient authority, you say? Fine. Then let's look up information related to the origin of the alien beasts. Instantly, a massive cascade of data files rained down on him, making him gasp. Lying in a sea of information, he asked in disbelief, I killed that many? Looks like I can't get the full picture in just a few sentences. I need to dig deeper. Show me the research data on the stellar body tempering art, the natural breathing method, and the Grandmaster's crystal contemplation method. After reading through one of the files, he finally understood. So that's how it is. The 3 stages of cultivating the indestructible golden body. I haven't even completed the 2nd stage yet, but if I could get an unlimited supply of different alien marrows like that time at the Eastern Military Region, an image of Yu Fei hugging a container of solution and crying, "Don't come near me," made him speechless. Shh. Never mind. Let's check out the other stuff. Another screen appeared with the words, Natural breathing method. What profound content. It pursues the unity of heaven and man, allowing a person to connect with the cosmos. Lu Sheng's expression soured. What an abstract concept. I don't get it. He looked down at his hands and continued, Right now, the benefits it gives me are rapid recovery, level boosts, and enhanced training efficiency. I'll just have to spend more time researching it later. Next up is the contemplation method. Staring at the text on another screen, his face grew serious. This is a cheat that gives Grandmasters the ability to use will projection, using spiritual power to simulate another person's martial will. Only a genius or a complete madman could have come up with a technique like this. Lu Sheng began to speculate. Could it be that my very existence in this dream space is also created by a will projection? Is that why I have to slaughter those zombies in the dreamscape? To completely inherit their will? I feel like I'm about to touch the truth. But there's still a thick fog I can't see through or disperse. Forget it. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. It's time to go back. Save the data, then log me out. With that said, he turned around and vanished from the space, leaving only a streak of light behind. Just then, another data file fell. Appearing before the I was the profile. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, June, year 297 of the Martial Dao era to July, year 383 of the Martial Dao era. The I. Its optical sensors flared brightly. Elsewhere, the projection of a woman appeared, requesting a meeting. But the projection immediately shattered. Lu Sheng cried out in shock. Argh! Ow! That hurt a little, he said, frustrated. It's no good. I still can't use my spiritual power to create a projection. Is it because I'm not getting any spiritual feedback? Or maybe the crystal contemplation method for building projections is just not that simple. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Lu Sheng sat down, deep in thought. Compared to the Martial Saint Tower, this place feels more like a world, a complete world. Aside from the need to eat and excrete, everything here is almost perfectly real. If you compare them to games, the Martial Saint Tower is a sloppy rush job. It even needs the player's help with its programming. My Martial Saint Tower is like that. But this dreamscape is a masterpiece. It makes it hard to tell what's real and what's fake. An image of a zombie appeared, its mouth wide open in a disgusting, horrifying scream. With that, Lu Sheng scooped up his spear and said, Whatever, this isn't going to get done overnight. Then, with a single leap, he was gone. Tonight was all about the harvest. Lu Sheng moved at his absolute top speed. After grinding so many times in the Martial Saint Tower, his crystal contemplation progress was off the charts. He could feel the wills of 3 different masters swirling inside him. If nothing unexpected happened, with his current strength and growth rate, even a Grandmaster's martial will might not be enough to challenge him soon. He'd need a great Grandmaster's will to even stand a chance. A burning determination filled Lu Sheng's eyes. The goal was great Grandmaster anyway, and this would have an insane effect. Lu Sheng knew he had to level up his power just a little more. A moment later, his feet touched the ground. Found you. The third will I've set my sights on. Before him stood a massively built man, training by carrying a small mountain on his back. When he saw Lu Sheng, a sinister grin spread across his face. A strange light gleamed in his eyes, and a foul-smelling smoke escaped through his gapped teeth. Lu Sheng instantly activated the tenfold path, second form, breath of fire. Then he lunged, his flaming spear forming a vicious dragon as it shot forward. Empty state! The man roared, unleashing a strike so blindingly fast you couldn't even track it. But a closer look revealed a single hand, raised casually, effortlessly stopping the spear's deadly tip. The colossal man finally unleashed his own power to counter Lu Sheng's. A disgusting, zombie-like face was revealed. The creature raised its hand and slammed an even bigger attack onto the small mountain on its back. A flash of panic crossed the zombie's face. Half of its body had just vanished, leaving only a deep, swirling crater in the small mountain behind it. Lu Sheng watched as half of the zombie's body fell to the ground, emitting a dark aura. Damn, he breathed. Stacking 2 buffs like that, the effect is seriously insane. The zombie, completely spent, collapsed to the ground. Lu Sheng continued his analysis. His defense is crazy strong. If he were at 100%, I bet even a Grandmaster like Tan Yu couldn't break through it. He closed his eyes, focusing. Immortal heroic spirit, let me inherit your Grandmaster martial will. Wisps of dark energy began to rise and swirl around him. The zombie's memories flooded in. A young man knelt before an elder, who was scolding him. Shi Wei, your aptitude is just too poor. You're always a step behind everyone else. You were never meant to practice martial arts. The young man called Shi Wei looked up, his face full of determination. Master, then I'll just work a little harder than everyone else, and start a little earlier. Can I do that? The master was stunned for a moment. You! Then he just sighed. Later, Shi Wei stood before a general. The general said, Sorry, but your skills and abilities are far below the requirements for our sacred guard. Shi Wei simply replied, I understand. I'll go try somewhere else. Sometime later, a hand slammed down on a table. What? He left already? A woman, likely Shi Wei's mother, cried out in panic. He joined the hunter squad. Do you know hunters have to go outside the base? Don't you want to live anymore? Despite his mother pounding on his chest, Shi Wei just chuckled and tried to calm her down. Mom, don't worry. I promise I'll make it back alive. The scene shifted to the sound of cruel laughter. Ha, what an idiot. Doesn't even know his own limits, and he wants to save other people. Almost got himself killed just to drag back a few worthless corpses. A struggling Shi Wei knelt on the ground, clutching a device. The mockery continued. You can't fix, stupid. Ha ha ha. I bet he'll be the next one to end up in some beast's stomach. His hand trembled as he gripped the device. The next scene showed the shocked faces of those same bullies. What did you say? That idiot Shi Wei promoted to level 6? Are you for real? Don't mess with me. He faces death out there every single day, and when he comes back, he trains like a maniac. How could he not get promoted? Come to think of it, so many people have died in the Hunter Squad, they've been replaced over and over. How is that idiot Shi Wei still alive? Meanwhile, Shi Wei was still training relentlessly, lifting 2 massive weights bigger than his body. The gossip continued. Who knows? Maybe he just acts dumb, but is actually super cunning. But Shi Wei persisted, constantly pushing himself. I have to get stronger, just a little stronger. That's the only way I can bring back a chance of survival for more people. The scene changed to a hospital hallway bustling with doctors and nurses. A mature-looking Shi Wei was waiting anxiously, rushing to ask, Doctor, how is she? The doctor smiled, pulling back the curtain. Congratulations, it's a little girl. Both mother and child were safe. A woman and a baby girl were sleeping peacefully. Tears of pure joy streamed down Shi Wei's face as he was left speechless. He reached out a single finger to touch his daughter's tiny hand, promising himself, I will become stronger. Strong enough to protect you two forever. A massive Shi Wei sat watching his wife and child in a beautiful sunset. The day the fool Shi Wei became a Grandmaster, he was 72 years old. Imperial calendar, year 1124, base 1359, was attacked by beasts. Vicious creatures with mouths full of broken, sharp teeth appeared. Grandmaster Shi Wei was defending gate number 27. He pushed a massive boulder to hold back the beast tide. He was surrounded by countless ferocious monsters, but not a single shred of fear could be seen on his face. He would not retreat, even in death. Back in the present, Lu Sheng opened his eyes and whispered, "So this is the fool, Shi Wei?" Compared to Tan Zhongyu, maybe Shi Wei was the true late bloomer. He was labeled a fool since childhood, yet after 60 years at the peak of the martial artist realm, he broke through to Grandmaster in his 70s. Before he died, his power had already reached the threshold of a great Grandmaster. Looking at the stone in his hand, he continued, his Grandmaster's Dao. Shi Wei had the potential to become a 9th-level martial saint. From beginning to end, his path was all about protection. In a way, that's been my path ever since I got the dream space. The one thing I have to do is protect. Protect my family, protect humanity's future, protect everything that's precious. As he spoke, a satisfied smile spread across Lu Sheng's face. He thought, Shi Wei specialized in palm and fist techniques, both at the Heaven's Control realm. For 10 years, he researched and refined them. Like a fine wine, they only got better with age. A blinding light erupted from the orb. Lu Sheng whirled around in shock. He was suddenly in a different space, under a blue sky filled with shimmering lights. He threw a punch. Zooming in on his fist, you could see microscopic organisms being blasted away. Lu Sheng grinned, looking at the orb before him. Nice technique. Even a tiny creature can be honed to such a level. So, what's the core of Shi Wei's martial arts essence? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he gasped in shock. This martial will is insane! An image appeared in the orb above, Shi Wei, effortlessly lifting a ridiculously huge mountain with one hand. In his other hand, a golden orb pulsed with intense light. Lu Sheng's mind raced. The technique was linked to his own thoughts. This move is called Mingzun Throws the Mountain. The Mingzun embodies an indestructible, unshakable exterior and a heart of great compassion. It is an unchanging will. It also holds a great wisdom that the world cannot comprehend. When the Mingzun gets angry, the heavens and earth change color, and all evil spirits retreat in fear. An image of an enraged deity appeared, along with a glowing crystal in the sky. Earth-grabbing ape. It felt like an endless well of power was rising from the soles of his feet. Immovable as the Wisdom King, Lu Sheng quickly pressed his hands together, releasing his spiritual power. His movements mimicked the Wisdom King. His energy formed a giant humanoid figure that mirrored his actions, raising its hand as he did. As his arm moved, the very ground around him shattered and flew into the air. Such incredible potential, Lu Sheng thought. This is power that even Tan Zhongyu couldn't display as a Grandmaster. The orb then shattered, revealing a small stone inside. This plain little rock is Shi Wei's Grandmaster will? It's ridiculously simple, yet as unshakable as Mount Tai. With that thought, Lu Sheng closed his fist, gripping the stone tightly in his palm. The radiant goldstone's stability had been pushed to its absolute limit after I absorbed the Grandmaster's will. I feel like I could break through to the Grandmaster level right this second, but I've got a bad feeling. If I force it using the Starbody tempering art, the balance inside me will completely shatter. The most likely outcome is that I'd become a Star Grandmaster, but the other wills I've absorbed would be violently expelled. Unless I was a great Grandmaster, their power would be lost forever. Images of the three masters flashed through his mind as Lu Sheng thought, but these powers are crucial to me. This can't happen if I can't fuse them all perfectly. He gazed into the sky, wondering what to do. Before I even think about ascending to Grandmaster, I have to find a solution. Or better yet, forge a martial path that is truly my own. After a long night, dawn broke over the city's towering skyscrapers. Lu Sheng practiced his breath of wind technique while moving through the morning crowds, but his deep thoughts gave him no answers. Maybe a walk would clear his head. He hadn't even properly explored the capital yet. Suddenly, a game of chess caught his eye, and Lu Sheng stopped, silently watching two old men play. An old man in a cap spoke up. "Old man Liu, hurry up! It's time for lunch!" But the bald man called Liu was lost in thought, wrestling with his next move. The different colored pieces on the board, locked in combat. It's just like the Grandmaster wills I've absorbed. They're all different and refuse to work together. Lu Sheng watched intently as one piece was placed directly on top of another. The man in the cap laughed, declaring, "Checkmate!" Lu Sheng's eyes widened in complete shock. He crouched down to study the stacked pieces, but sighed in frustration. It gave him absolutely no clues. Just then, Lu Sheng's stomach let out a loud growl. He rubbed his belly, his mouth watering. Guess all that thinking worked up an appetite. A few moments later, he was at a noodle shop, holding up one finger to the owner. "One bowl of jjajangmyeon, please." The owner grinned back. "You got it! Coming right up!" The steam from the kitchen was intense. Nearby, a mother was scolding her two kids. "Sit farther back. You'll strain your eyes." The scene made him smile, reminding him of his own family. "After I conquer the 7 sacred towers," he mused, My time at the Marshall Saint University will be over. Time flies. Maybe I should visit home. Just then, the owner rushed over with a huge, steaming bowl of noodles. Here you go, kid. Eat up. And suddenly, it clicked. Lu Sheng stared at the bowl as an idea sparked. Every martial path has its own strengths, but a 10 directions grandmaster like me should take the best parts of all of them, combine them, and forge something even more perfect. To create a style with no flaws or weaknesses, he'd found a small but crucial piece of the puzzle. He excitedly slurped his noodles, his mind racing. Aha, that's it. Although he hadn't figured out how times to fuse the different Grandmaster wills, he finally had a direction. Lu Sheng slammed his bowl down and yelled, "Owner, 5 more bowls." The sweating owner just laughed. "All right, kiddo, you must be a martial artist, huh? You're packing it away. Don't let my small shop fool you. I get plenty of customers. Even 3 or 4 great martial masters are regulars, and they can each eat 10 or 20 bowls." Lu Sheng grinned. "It's seriously good. I'll definitely be back." The owner returned with a tray loaded with 5 huge bowls. "Haha, you got it. Next time bring your girlfriend. Here, this extra egg is on the house." One bowl had a perfect egg right in the center. Lu Sheng stared in awe. This circle, it's perfect. His main problem wasn't solved. But hey, maybe a few more bowls would help? "Haha, super soldier, transform, rage form, activate." A voice from a nearby TV suddenly blared, catching Lu Sheng's attention mid-slurp. On screen was a hero with a blazing, sun-shaped face. A little boy yelled, "The Balaba demon beast is toast. Super soldier rage form is the strongest." But a little girl shot back, "Nuh-uh. Super soldier freeze form is the strongest. Rage form, freeze form." The screen showed the hero clashing with giant monsters. And then it hit Lu Sheng. He repeated the words to himself. Rage, freeze, forms. On the TV, the sun-faced hero flashed a wicked grin. A little later, a young man in a cap held up 4 fingers. "Owner, 4 bowls of jajangmyeon!" He turned to his friend. "This place looks like a dive, but trust me, the food is amazing. I come here all the time." The short-haired girl just grunted, glued to her phone. The guy continued. "Ever since I hit level 2 martial artist, my energy consumption is insane. I'm always hungry." Suddenly, the girl looked up from her phone, her eyes wide. "Huh?" She pointed across the room. "Look at that guy. He's eating way more than you. I bet his martial arts level is insane." They were talking about Lu Sheng, who was inhaling food like a beast, gnawing on a chicken leg while slurping down noodles. As he ate, his mind was still working, to become the 10 Directions Grandmaster. What are my next 2 steps? The TV blared again, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Take this, my ultimate finishing move." Lu Sheng's head shot up, his eyes wide. "Huh?" Towers of empty bowls stood before him. On screen, the hero unleashed his attack, yelling, "Flaming meteor!" Just then, a bowl slipped and clattered on the table. Lu Sheng was stunned. He gasped. "That's it. The circle, the most physically perfect shape, is the form of the 10 Directions Grandmaster's path." His gaze sharpened. But then, what about the color? What color could possibly represent my martial path? Ice and fire are opposites, blue and red. So how did I manage to absorb the wills of the Rock Emperor and the others before? Lu Sheng's mind raced for the answer. And then, his eyes snapped open. Gray. He felt himself drifting into a mysterious void. That's it. Gray represents the unknown. Mystery. The infinite possibilities of the 10 Directions path, which commands all others and embraces everything. He looked down at his own hands. But commanding all paths doesn't just mean overpowering them. I'm only a level 6 martial artist. Creating a path stronger than a true level 1 master, it's impossible. He kept asking himself, how could he possibly unite the 3 powers? The phantoms of the masters appeared before him once more. Lu Sheng's eyes shot open. He let out a triumphant shout, making the young couple who had been watching him jump out of their seats. "I've got it," the guy whispered to his girlfriend. "That dude not only watches kids' cartoons, he's a total weirdo who yells at them too." "Totally," she agreed. The guy scoffed, then glanced around the room. She giggled. "I think he's kinda goofy, but funny." But her boyfriend had frozen, his eyes fixed on a newspaper clipping taped to the wall. It was a picture of Lu Sheng with the headline, "Lu Sheng, the strongest rookie." The girl saw his horrified expression. "What's wrong with you?" He just kept staring at the article, stammering, That, that's him." A scream echoed from the tiny shop. Lu Sheng. Later, back in his room, Lu Sheng stared out the window, thinking, "It's time. Mobilize my spiritual power, my aura, my life force, and pour everything into this one attempt." Lu Sheng closed his eyes, spread his arms wide, and released a powerful wave of energy. He opened them, feeling the changes. A searing heat washed over him, followed by an icy current surging through his veins. As a third, gentle power began reshaping him from the inside out. Vast amounts of impurities were purged from his body. He had reached the second stage of the immortal golden body. His spirit, his aura, and his life force surged with newfound vigor. Moreover, it felt as if he were floating in an endless, cool stream. He could feel the void state more deeply than ever before, sensing the ambient energy that flowed throughout the universe. Suddenly, he plunged into the water with a huge splash. Soaked to the bone, Lu Sheng screamed in pain. Ugh! This is supposed to be my consciousness, so why does it feel like I'm actually drowning? Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Huh? What is this? A man was being mauled by a crazed woman, his face half stripped to the bone. An old man lunged forward, his blade a torrent of fire. But the short-haired man was faster, driving his own weapon straight through the elder's chest. Lu Sheng watched this chaos unfold within his own mind. 3 different wills were tearing his consciousness apart. A 3-way war was raging inside his head. Seriously, who would even believe this? Screw it. If this keeps up, I'm gonna go insane and die from the conflict anyway. His hand touched his chest, where dark energy was seeping out. A determined grin spread across his face. If that's how it is, then let's give this a shot. He stepped right into the middle of the 3 figures and yelled, "All right, fellas, all eyes on me." The 3 entities looked down at him. Lu Sheng raised his hand and began to absorb their dark auras. Lu Sheng. I'll use this mortal shell to establish the way of the perfect Grandmaster, a path aiming for the 12th level. The final step Wang He couldn't take, I will. What Wang He couldn't do, I'll accomplish it. He grew more frenzied, his voice booming. The power you can control, I can control too. The power you can't control, I will also master. The dark energy surged into him, faster and faster. The 3 figures stood motionless as mountains. Lu Sheng, still absorbing their power, declared, "You will all become the foundation of my perfect martial way." His eyes burned with absolute resolve. "This is your greatest glory. Why won't you submit? How dare you refuse? Submit to me." Finally, colored stones began to emerge from their mouths. All 3 stones merged with the swirling dark energy in Lu Sheng's hand. Pillars of colored light shot down, causing a massive shockwave. A figure was hidden within the smoke. Heh, can't believe a few simple lines were enough to tame those powerful martial wills. A formation appeared before Lu Sheng, 4 martial wills, now arranged in perfect symmetry. He cheered out loud, "It worked! Success! Haha, this is a martial will that truly belongs to me. The stellar will." Lu Sheng smirked, completely satisfied. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Zhao Taiyan was busy at his desk. He was looking over some documents, headers, when a sudden immense wave of power washed over him, stunning him completely. He shot to his feet and roared, "Who's there?" His panicked secretary burst through the door. "What's wrong, Vice Principal Zhao?" Zhao Taiyan was sweating bullets as he looked up, then tried to play it cool, saying, "It's nothing. You can leave." "Oh, right. Get Lu Sheng for me. Tell him to come to my office. I have something important to discuss with him." The secretary turned to leave and replied, "Right away, Vice Principal Zhao," she thought to herself. Ever since the vice principal smashed through the window that one time, he's been getting more and more jumpy. Inside, Zhao Taiyan's face was grim. Was that a 7th-level psychic's presence I just felt? Or was I imagining things? At that moment, standing by a window in a tall building, it was Lu Sheng himself, his psychic energy enveloping the entire structure. In fact, his power spread out, covering the surrounding buildings too. Not bad at all, he thought, impressed. After forging my own Grandmaster will, my psychic power has reached a whole new level. Before, I could only get a vague sense of things around me. But now, I can clearly observe everything my psychic power touches. Awesome. This has definitely surpassed level 6, by a long shot. I'm not sure if it's hit level 7 yet, but the most important thing now is to test the effects of the way of the perfect Grandmaster. First, Lu Sheng clasped his hands together. A phantom image appeared behind him, mirroring the action. He activated Heaven's Change, the breath of earth, his energy plunging deep into the ground below. "Rise!" He thrust his hand out, unleashing a mighty force, and a massive chunk of earth was ripped from the ground. Next, he used the cryo-purgatory strike, superconductive breath, freezing the chunk of earth solid, the breath of ice. I can condense my own power to forge it, just like water freezing into ice. Even standing on top of a building, I can still manifest and strike with it? No way, this breathing technique is insane. Moments later, a golden orb appeared above his head, completing its transformation. Lu Sheng's entire body erupted in a powerful flame unlike any before, and his eyes blazed with light. The fully complete stellar will is seriously 10 times stronger than Sheng Ningzong's Grandmaster will. If I use my stellar palm to unleash the 10 suns burning heaven technique right now, could I take down that Grandmaster in the Marshall Saint Tower? I don't know, but man, I really want to find out. Lu Sheng looked down at the power crackling in his fist, then dusted himself off with a sigh. This power is just too overpowered, too ridiculous. In this state, I've seriously got main character plot armor. I bet anyone with a bit of strength will be lining up to try and take me down. Suddenly, he noticed two guys down by the gate, shoving each other around. They're just daring each other. Hey, you go knock! No way, man, you do it. Dude, this place is like a demon king's castle. Just then, Lu Sheng appeared right behind them, scaring them half to death. He spoke up. What's the problem? Looking for me? The two guys immediately snapped to attention, saluting. Re-reporting. Demon King. I mean, Lu Sheng. The vice principal sent us. He said you need to go to his office for something important. Lu Sheng replied. Is that so? Got it. The two guys bowed quickly. Okay, we'll be taking our leave then. And with that, they scrambled away for their lives, terrified. That guy, he's terrifying. His aura is insane. It's like scorching fire and freezing ice at the same time. Dude, I'm a level 5 martial artist, and I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly in front of him. Next time, someone else can go. You couldn't pay me to go back there. Facing Vice Principal Zhao is nothing compared to that monster, Lu Sheng. A little while later, Lu Sheng arrived at the vice principal's office. Zhao Taiyan poured some tea and said, Student Lu Sheng, I called you here today for 2 reasons. First, for clearing all 7 Marshall Saint Towers and setting a new record. Your rewards are ready. His face was beaming with excitement. A grand total of 75,000 academic points. Lu Sheng just blinked at him. The room went silent. Looking completely unimpressed, Lu Sheng asked, That's it? Zhao Taiyan exploded. 75,000 points is enough to graduate 150 times. What more could you possibly want? A little taken aback, Lu Sheng shot back. Why the hell would I need to graduate that many times? What about supplements? Marrow cleansing elixirs? Weapons? Zhao Taiyan sat back down, trying to compose himself. You have a point. You've only been here for 2 months. Go ahead and check the school's website. Hearing that, Lu Sheng pulled out his phone. Zhao Taiyan continued. Any points you earn beyond what's needed for graduation can be exchanged for items. Lu Sheng nodded. Not bad. The vice principal went on. Level 4 exotic blood is only 5 points. Level 4 and 5 weapons are just a few dozen to 100 points. And Grandmaster tutoring is 10 points a week. A deep level marrow cleansing elixir is 1,000 points. Lu Sheng casually asked, All right, but do you have any level 7 elixirs? Zhao Taiyan had just calmed down enough to take a sip of tea. But Lu Sheng's question made him spit it all out. He shot up from his chair again, demanding, A level 7 elixir? You need a level 7 item? Are you getting ready to become a Grandmaster already? Has your Grandmaster will fully formed? Lu Sheng remained perfectly calm. Yeah, I just need to raise my blood vitality value a little more. In his mind, he thought, the blood vitality of a Grandmaster is on a completely different level than a normal martial artist's. Because a Grandmaster's vitality is tempered by their martial will. I'll have to wait until my immortal golden body completes its 2nd stage. Then I can use my martial will to transform everything, from my blood to my physical constitution. Meanwhile, Zhao Taiyan's mind was reeling. Just a little more blood vitality? Becoming a Grandmaster isn't a rank you can just buy with resources. That threshold of martial will has crushed countless geniuses. And this kid is only 18, and his Grandmaster will has already fully formed? A true teenage Grandmaster. After the wave of excitement passed, he sat back down and said, Forget St. Martial University. Even the military would struggle to buy level 7 exotic marrow fluid. The paperwork is a nightmare, and you'd have to pass a strength assessment just to qualify. Lu Sheng asked, confused. Why's that? Zhao Taiyan explained, Because the blood cells of a level 7 beast hide too many negative factors. With our current science, there's no way to completely remove them. If someone without enough power drinks it, their mind will be corroded by the beast's lingering martial will. That's why even Grandmasters rarely use level 7 fluid. It drains their spirit and ends up hurting them. Lu Sheng glanced at his phone. Fine, level 6 it is. I guess it'll have to do for now. But 74 portions is way too few. Hearing this, Zhao Taiyan felt a headache coming on, thinking every word out of this kid's mouth was meant to be infuriating. When he was a new Grandmaster, he only used 10 portions of level 6 fluid. He then handed several folders to Lu Sheng. The second thing I need to tell you today, the great martial saint, Tan Zhongyu, has heard about your situation. He's agreed to consider you as a disciple, but whether you can truly become his student depends on you passing one more test. Lu Sheng pulled the documents from the folder, asking with a puzzled look, A test? He pulled out a sheet of paper. The objective, become the #1 ranked student in the National Martial Arts Tournament. Lu Sheng was stunned. The top student in the whole country? That's supposed to be a test? Zhao Taiyan closed his eyes and pushed up his glasses. I know what you're thinking. Here at St. Martial University #7, no one is your match. But this tournament isn't that simple. This time, it's students from across the entire nation. Not just from St. Martial universities, but also disciples under 30 from every dojo, like Jidao and Chao Yue. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed. Successors of the martial saints. Zhao Taiyan confirmed through gritted teeth. That's right, the Jidao and Chao Yue dojos. Their members were taken in by level 9 martial saints as children. They're geniuses who've received the best possible training. They are far more terrifying than prodigies from our educational system. And the age limit is 30, so if you want to take first place, it will be difficult. Incredibly difficult. Lu Sheng recalled a recent massacre and broke into a cold sweat. So, I killed that Jidao Grandmaster because of this tournament? He then picked up another file, intrigued. Huh. There's another one. Zhao Taiyan's expression softened into a smile. Correct. There's only one test, but you have two options. The second choice is to simply complete one mission. But when Lu Sheng opened it and saw the contents, his face turned grim. The paper read, Complete a SSS rank mission. Difficulty. Extremely dangerous. He gasped in shock. A SSS mission. Lu Sheng read the details calmly. Sounds like something straight out of a comic book. Assassinate a level 5 martial artist, Lian Ye. Has a record of murder. Is armed, ruthless, and cruel. Mission requirements. None. Mission rewards. None. Reading the file, he thought, no reward at all, and the target is just a level 5 martial artist. Taking him down should be easy. So why is it marked SSS? Things to note. Results of the target's family background investigation. As he read this part, it all clicked. So that's how it is. Lian Ye was a monster, but his connections were the real problem. His father, Ji Bei, is a level 7 Grandmaster under the Jidao Dojo. This father was either directly or indirectly involved in many of Lian Ye's crimes. At the same time, Lian Ye is on very good terms with the founder of the Jidao Dojo, Zhao Ji. His sister, hailed as a once-in-a-millennium beauty, is the 5th wife of Martial Saint Zhao Ji. This background gave Lian Ye a unique status in the Jidao Dojo, almost equal to a high-ranking Grandmaster. After thinking it over, he turned to Zhao Taiyan. The hardest part isn't killing him, but the consequences after. I'd be killing a martial saint's brother-in-law, right? Pointing at the file, he continued his analysis. This guy has really done it all, every evil deed imaginable. The atrocities are listed right on the back of the file, without even trying to hide them. Everyone must know. The things on this list are enough to get him killed dozens of times over. Zhao Taiyan replied, Correct. This is the first SSS mission since St. Martial University #7 was founded. The reason is, a regular worker from a chemical clothing factory. Both of his daughters were violated and murdered by Lian Ye and his father. He had nowhere to turn for help, so he knelt before our martial saint's tower for a month. In the end, the martial saint couldn't bear it and decided to turn Lian Ye's execution into a student mission, posting it on our university's mission board. But to prevent students from accepting it by mistake, he ranked it SSS and removed all rewards. Lu Sheng listened intently, then began to question the logic. Then why doesn't the martial saint handle it directly, or have level 7 Grandmaster teachers like you do it, turning it into a student mission? Isn't that just a way of ignoring the problem? Zhao Taiyan's face grew heavy as he warned him. Lu Sheng, watch your words. You have no idea how terrifying a saint-level expert truly is. If 2 saint-level martial artists were to clash, can you imagine the shockwaves it would send through the country? Lu Sheng made a cutting motion with his fingers. This mission has too many strings attached. It even involves another martial saint. Killing the target means guaranteed retaliation, not just from a level 7 Grandmaster, but from the entire Jidao Dojo. He stated bluntly, I'd make an enemy of a martial saint and gain absolutely nothing. Tell me, what's the real purpose of this mission? Zhao Taiyan replied with a gentle expression, You've gotten smarter. Lu Sheng, behind Lian Ye and his father are the Jidao Dojo and the Jidao Martial Saint, but the one backing you is St. Martial University #7 and Martial Saint Tan. Zhao Taiyan repeatedly tapped the file on the table. If you become the martial saint's official disciple, do you understand what that means? Lu Sheng's expression turned serious as he finished the thought, a future without limits, whether it's resources or personal guidance, and even if they wanted revenge, they'd have to think twice. He then stood up and said, I get it now. Give me the address of the worker who knelt before the tower for a month. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Zhao Taiyan hesitated for a moment, but then replied, All right. I'll send it to your school email address later. After Lu Sheng walked out, Zhao Taiyan looked at the two files in his hand and thought, Lu Sheng, both of these choices are just a test from the martial saint. Think it over carefully. There's no need to rush a decision. Your talent is incredible. The power you've shown has already surpassed mine and surpassed most martial artists in the world. I hope you can understand what I'm saying. As he pondered with his hand on his chin, a cloaked figure in the corner of the room suddenly spoke. Old Zhao, you sure said a lot today. Zhao Taiyan replied as if he knew the person was there all along. I know, I just don't want to lose such a promising talent. The figure moved behind him. Only one who passes the martial saint's true test is a real talent. Otherwise, they're just useless. Even if they're a young grandmaster with unmatched potential, it means nothing. The scene changes to Lu Sheng, who is now outside. He thought to himself, he talked for so long, making it sound like I had two choices, but Zhao Kang already made it obvious. An image of Zhao Taiyan pointing at the second file appeared in his mind, his serious expression seeming to say, the second choice is the correct one. Choose the second one for me, Lu Sheng thought. He was so obvious about it. Does he think I'm an idiot? The first choice, defeat every grandmaster under 30 in the entire country. Zhao Kang must think I can't do it with my current strength, but honestly, with my system's ability to see the future, I could definitely pull it off. But the second choice is incredibly simple. Killing a level 5 martial artist is as easy as drinking water, and afterward, it would force me onto Tan Zhongyu's side. Because once I kill Lian Ye, I will have made an enemy of the Jidao martial saint. The best way to avoid a martial saint's wrath is to beg another one for protection, or become his loyal dog, or just get the hell out of Dodge. Standing before a massive building, he put his hands on his hips. Yep, this was definitely Yang Niu. Lu Sheng wondered if Tan Zhongyu had seen him phase shift in the Martial Saint Tower before crushing his spiritual clone. Now, standing before that very tower, Lu Sheng saw the path Tan Zhongyu had laid out for him. He had no desire to be some kind of hero, but the Lian Ye father and son duo? They had it coming, he muttered to himself while walking down the long corridor. Even if he killed them, he would never join Tan Zhongyu's faction. If he couldn't even face a threat from a single martial saint and needed someone else to protect him, then how could he ever dream of surpassing Wang He? He wouldn't just kill the Lian Yes, he would crush every grandmaster in the country. His face was a mask of pure determination. Flames of resolve erupted around Lu Sheng. Looking up, he imagined countless evil figures reaching down for him. He steeled his will. These two impossible tasks, he would conquer them both. The scene shifts to the Nanping city outskirts. A female police officer commanded her team. Move it, people, faster. Lock down the perimeter. Stay sharp and be ready to support President Qian and the others at a moment's notice. This woman was Xiao Yanran, the deputy chief of the Nanping City Police Department. Xiao Yanran keyed her radio. Snipers, get in position. Can you get eyes on the situation inside? Report back to me now. A male officer approached her. Deputy chief, why so tense? The experts from the capital's main association are all at least level 6. We even have a hunter ranked in the top 300. With President Qian here, they could probably handle a level 7 beast, don't you think? Xiao Yanran sighed in response. You're right. It's just a level 6 show inside. The prerequisite to be a top 300 hunter is solo killing 10 level 6 beasts. Glancing at the scene behind her, she continued, maybe I am overthinking this. If all goes well, this beast incident should be resolved before sunset. Suddenly, a yellow taxi pulled up. Xiao Yanran was surprised. Huh? The driver spoke up. Here you are, buddy. As Lu Sheng stepped out of the car, he replied, thanks. The driver looked confused. This place is in the middle of nowhere. Why are there so many cop cars? Seeing Lu Sheng approach, Xiao Yanran called out a warning. Stop right there. Don't come any closer. This area is on lockdown. Turn back immediately. Lu Sheng reached into his jacket. I'm here for a mission. This is the confirmation location. Xiao Yanran took the paper, shocked. A mission? Martial Saint University number 7. A freshman? Her expression turned to disdain. Are the standards for St. Martial University this harsh now? A mere freshman is already taking on missions of this caliber? Lu Sheng folded his info sheet and replied calmly, special circumstances. Xiao Yanran stared in disbelief at her empty hand. The mission file had vanished. She thought to herself, I'm a level 4 martial artist, for crying out loud. When did he take it? I didn't see a thing. This kid was anything but simple. We might not need you anyway, she said. A team has already gone inside. 4 peak level 6 masters, and one of them is a top 300 hunter from the rankings. If there are no surprises, this will be wrapped up soon. Lu Sheng just asked coolly, oh yeah? What's the hunter ranking? Xiao Yanran explained. It's a ranking system within the St. Martial Association that prices bounties for hunters. The higher the mission's level and difficulty, the higher your rank climbs. Lu Sheng replied, I see. Well, that's fine. Saves me the trouble of going in for nothing. Seeing his completely unfazed expression, Xiao Yanran was stunned. The male officer, however, got angry. Hey kid, are you deaf? We said we don't need you. Just then, a massive explosion rocked the building. Xiao Yanran and the other officer stared in horror. Kill! Xiao Yanran frantically shouted into her radio. All units, prepare for engagement. From the enormous cloud of smoke, several figures leaped out. But one person was snatched by something monstrous that shot out from the smoke. A scream tore through the air. Ah! No! The doomed soul reached out desperately. Help me! Somebody help me! Xiao Yanran gritted her teeth, a mix of fury and terror on her face. She gave the order. Fire! All units, open fire! A volley of ordnance rocketed towards the building. Looking at the man who had fallen to the ground, Xiao Yanran asked worriedly, Are you all right? She turned to yell for the recovery team, but a hand grabbed her uniform before she could finish. The man questioned her furiously. What kind of intel were you people working with? The beast inside isn't level 6 at all. It's a genuine level 7. The words hit Xiao Yanran like a physical blow. What? Level 7? That's not something a single city's armed forces can handle. We have to contact the military, now. A hand reached out and stopped her from using her radio. No, that won't be necessary, for now. Lu Sheng took the radio from her and said calmly, Just let me go check it out. Just remember to adjust the mission's rank after I'm done. You guys just sit back and have a cup of tea. The others stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. 5 minutes. Tops. As he spoke, an intense, murderous aura flooded the area. Then, before everyone's shocked eyes, he simply vanished into thin air. A second later, he reappeared on the roof of the building, his feet landing silently on the railing. Everyone's head snapped back to look. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. What the hell? Did we just see a ghost? What kind of speed was that? Who is that guy? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was calmly preparing to enter. A foul stench wafted out, forcing him to cover his nose. Ugh, it stinks. Smells like livestock left to rot in the sun for a few days. A look of disgust crossed his face. He remembered smelling something similar during the Keeming Star selection trials, but the stench then wasn't nearly this overwhelming. Looks like those trial beasts got a bath beforehand. He then began leaping effortlessly up the staircases. Arriving at a room, he didn't hesitate for a second and ripped the door open. From inside, an eye reflected Lu Sheng's image. A poor soul was caught in the disgusting, jagged maw of a monster. The room was a slaughterhouse. Bodies were piled up like a small mountain, and tendrils hung from the ceiling like grotesque spiderwebs. The floor was slick with some vile fluid. The centerpiece was a bizarre, multi-eyed creature, busy chewing on a person. Lu Sheng's eyes turned ice cold. So, it's a flesh-eye demon. The monster casually tossed its victim aside. Lu Sheng watched the body hit the floor, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. I'm sorry. I was too late. He then closed his eyes, and a colossal wave of fire erupted from his body, scorching the flesh-eye demon. Lu Sheng spoke to the fallen. I promise you all, I won't let it die an easy death. Lu Sheng's eyes blazed with light. His power surged even stronger, a clear sign that the flesh-eye demon's end was near. Dark smoke billowed from the building's exterior as everything inside began to crumble. Back inside, the flesh-eye demon was getting to its feet, staring at Lu Sheng as if sizing up its next meal. He assessed it. The common power level for this beast is between 5 and 6. The monster flicked its long, disgusting tongue. Lu Sheng continued, For one to appear here is already unusual, let alone one that has clearly reached level 7 strength. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He looked over as the flesh-eye demon lunged, claws extended, letting out a horrific roar. The massive claw descended, about to crush the tiny figure of Lu Sheng. But when it made contact, an explosion of force erupted. The monster's hand was blown apart. The flesh-eye demon shrieked in agony. Ha! Its hand twitched, spewing green fluid. What a... Lu Sheng strode forward with purpose, his voice dripping with contempt. Noisy meatworm. He brushed the dust from his clothes as the demon screamed in a frenzy. Ugh. Ah. The monster lashed out again with its mutated arm, striking at Lu Sheng. But in a flash, he teleported right beside the limb. Looking up, Lu Sheng sneered. Could you maybe try aiming a little better? The flesh-eye demon understood the insult, roaring in pure rage. It spewed a disgusting green stream of vibrating gunk from its mouth. The vile substance splattered below, but its target was gone. The monster scanned the area, searching left and right. Suddenly, from high above, Lu Sheng appeared, diving down with a powerful fist. All right, he declared. Now, we can begin. His expression grew dark. One side of his body radiated fire, the other, ice. A tremor ran through him. Outside, Xiao Yaoran was still talking to the officers. The man's jaw dropped. Wait, what did you just say? He's just a freshman. And from St. Martial University number 7? An image of Lu Sheng's student I.D. flashed in Xiao Yaoran's mind. Lu Sheng, student I.D. 30, St. Martial University, number 7. That's right, she replied. I saw his student card and his mission certificate. The officer couldn't believe it. With that kind of speed? Forget a freshman, I wouldn't even believe it from a recent graduate. I'm a peak level 6, and even I couldn't see a single trace of his movement. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. Just who is this kid? We need to report this to the Martial Association and the military. Now, another officer urged. That kid might be strong, but what if he just angers the beast and it escapes? If it gets into the city, we'll have a catastrophe on our hands, especially since it gets stronger by eating people. Xiao Yaoran quickly pulled out her phone. Okay, I'll make the CA, but before she could finish her sentence, an immense pressure wave erupted from inside the building, blasting everyone backward. The officer shouted in alarm, "What in the world is going on in there?" All eyes were glued to the building, their hearts pounding. Inside, the beast was still growling. Grrr, its long tongue lolled out, dripping with disgusting saliva. Suddenly there was a sickening crunch. The flesh-eye demon's entire body trembled as it shrieked in agony. Ah! Lu Sheng calmly walked over and snapped one of the monster's fingers. Instantly, a corrosive power seemed to surge through its limbs, causing them to spasm in unbearable pain. More of that vile fluid spewed from its mouth. Lu Sheng watched, a little surprised. Seeing it lying motionless on the ground, he scratched his head, confused. It's already dead? Man, this thing was weaker than I thought. Without a second thought, he casually tossed the monster's corpse out of the building. The officer outside screamed in panic. The beast is escaping! Take cover! The massive body slammed into the ground, creating a huge impact. The scarred officer's eyes went wide. The flesh-eye demon. It's dead. Xiao Yaoran was just as stunned. He wasn't even in there for 5 minutes. Lu Sheng appeared out of nowhere, making Xiao Yaoran jump. He casually pointed at the corpse. Mission complete. You might want to adjust the difficulty rating on that one. The lead officer immediately bowed his head in gratitude. Once the flesh-eye demon's corpse is processed, the reward will be transferred to your account immediately. Thank you again for your assistance. But even as he spoke, the officer's bowed face was a mask of pure terror. He thought, this is terrifying. The way he just casually handled such a powerful beast. It's unbelievable. But Lu Sheng just shook his head. No need. Just give the reward money to the families of those who died. The bounty from a level 7 beast is more than enough to ensure that the families who lost their providers can live comfortably for the rest of their lives. The officer was deeply moved by his generosity. On their behalf, thank you so much. Lu Sheng then turned to Xiao Yaoran. Could you call a cab for me? I have to catch the next bullet train. Xiao Yaoran's face lit up as she pointed to a nearby police car. No problem at all. I'll drive you there myself. Lu Sheng flashed a handsome smile that seemed to glow with a radiant aura. Thanks, then I'll be in your care. Seeing that smile up close, Xiao Yaoran couldn't help but blush. She thought to herself, he's not just insanely strong. He's also… Her mind began to wander, picturing Lu Sheng lifting her chin. My little stray cat, tonight, I want you. Oh, please be gentle. Lost in her fantasy, her face turned bright red. Suddenly, she grabbed her own cheeks and yelped, No, not there. Standing right beside her, Lu Sheng was completely baffled. What is wrong with this woman? He muttered. Then, his eyes drifted back to the monster's corpse as he fell into thought. Still, it's pretty strange, he thought. How does a level 7 beast just slip through a crack in the front lines and end up in a small city like Nanping? It's happened before, but they've never been this powerful. Besides, any beast that crosses the national border is usually hunted down by the combined forces of the military and the Martial Association. But this one practically landed in Nanping without any warning at all. It's definitely suspicious. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes. Could there be some kind of conspiracy behind all this? As he pondered, the police car sped down the road. Xiao Yaoran focused on driving while Lu Sheng sat in the back, scrolling through his phone. Reading the headlines, he seethed internally. More human infighting? I've had enough of this. Spies from the Lion Kingdom letting beasts cross the border. Illegal immigration. New leads in the Dragon-Lion conflict. Why the constant beast attacks? The recent beast invasion, conspiracy theory, or the shocking truth? He thought back to the tattered martial arts civilization 10,000 years in the future, brought down by these kinds of idiot teammates, destroying society from the inside out. The Lion Kingdom, he thought, with my current strength, it's more than enough. I have to crush them completely. Veins bulged on his forehead from sheer anger. Noticing his dark expression, Xiao Yaoran asked, Mr. Lu, is everything okay? Lu Sheng forced a smile and shook his head. It's nothing. just dealing with some idiots, but I'll take care of all of them, sooner or later. A short while later, as they entered a busy area, he spoke up. Thanks for the ride, Officer Xiao. You can drop me off here. Lu Sheng hopped out of the car and waved goodbye. Have a safe trip, she called out. As the car pulled away, her expression grew wistful. I wonder when I'll get to see him again. The scene shifts to Baihe Stadium, number 1. A girl leaps high into the air and delivers a powerful kick right to her opponent's chin. The announcer's voice boomed. Lu Qinghe is the winner. Her opponent, trembling on the ground, raised a hand. I forfeit. I forfeit. The crowd of students that had circled them began to break up. The coach addressed the group. Lu Qinghe's practical combat skills are top-notch, far surpassing the rest of you. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask her for pointers. Lu Qinghe sat down, grabbing a towel to wipe away her sweat. Her 2 friends, Feng Fanfan and Shu Nuo, ran over to gush. Qinghe, you were amazing. If you keep this up, you're totally going to be this year's top martial arts champion. Yeah, you're so awesome, Qinghe. Seeing her quiet expression, Feng Fanfan sidled up with a grin. Hey now, you're so amazing. Why the long face? Lu Qinghe sighed, looking frustrated. Try having a brother who's famous across the entire country. You wouldn't be happy with the constant comparisons either. But at the mention of her brother, both her friends got even more excited, their faces flushing with anticipation. But we're talking about the times Lu Sheng. Oh yeah, Qinghe, when is your brother finally going to be free? He promised he'd treat us to dinner. Yeah, or we can treat him. It doesn't matter, as long as he shows up. Lu Qinghe felt completely helpless. Are you two under some kind of love spell or something? She groaned. I don't know, so don't ask me. But her friends wouldn't give up. Oh, come on. Just help us out. Just one little dinner. Lu Qinghe quickly jumped to her feet and made a run for it. Go somewhere else. I can't deal with you 2 obsessed fangirls anymore. Feng Fanfan and Shu Nuo called after her in dismay. Hey, Qinghe. As Qinghe ran outside, she slammed right into someone. Hey, watch where you're going. Are you blind or something? She snapped. But when she looked up and saw who it was, she gasped. Brother? Lu Sheng held out a hand to steady her. Running around so recklessly. You okay, Qinghe? A huge smile spread across Lu Qinghe's face as she rushed over. What are you doing back already? It's not even the holidays yet. Don't tell me you actually missed me, Lu Sheng chuckled. I just finished a mission nearby, so I thought I'd stop by. She started circling him, looking him up and down playfully. So, did you bring me any presents? Lu Sheng started unzipping his backpack with a smirk. Huh? What do you think? Of course I did. Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa, what's all this? I was so excited for gifts from the big city, but Lu Sheng just handed her a few familiar-looking vials, the best martial arts supplements. This should help you break through to the next level. Qinghe's face fell into a deadpan stare. Still, she took the vials, completely dumbfounded. You know, she said, I'm starting to think you have 0 clue about girls. Lu Sheng just scratched his cheek, totally lost. Suddenly, a basketball came flying toward them at lightning speed. It was aimed right for Lu Sheng's face. Lu Qinghe screamed in panic, but in a flash, Lu Sheng's hand shot out and stopped the ball dead in its tracks. His gaze was sharp as he stared straight ahead. Are you okay? Qinghe asked, worried. Not a problem, Lu Sheng replied, casually tossing the ball away. Just then, a guy with fiery red hair showed up, looking furious. Qinghe, who is this guy? Qinghe looked annoyed. Why is it always you? The new guy glared at Lu Sheng. Who the hell is this brat? None of your business, Qinghe snapped. She grabbed Lu Sheng's arm to leave. Just ignore him. Let's go. But suddenly the guy yelled her name, Lu Qinghe, forcing the 2 of them to turn back, confused. He clenched his fists tightly. It's one thing if you don't like me, but do you really have to stoop so low and get with an old geezer like him? He spat, pointing a finger right at Lu Sheng. Qinghe's jaw dropped in shock. What is this guy even rambling about? After a moment of confusion, Lu Sheng pointed to his own face. Hold on, did you just call me an old geezer? The words hit him like a truck. Enraged, Qinghe delivered a powerful kick right to the guy's family jewels. Shu Heng, you've got a death wish, don't you? She screamed. Ah, so the fiery-haired punk's name is Shu Heng. The world seemed to stop. Shu Heng's face twisted in agony as sweat poured down like a waterfall. Yikes, even I can feel that one. He clutched his crotch, trembling and whimpering. Lu Sheng winced in sympathy and spoke up. Whoa, buddy, you all right there? Tears and snot streamed down Shu Heng's face. He mumbled through the pain. She actually got physical. Then, still clutching his jewels, he bolted, shouting a threat over his shoulder. You old man, you just wait. I'm gonna teach you a lesson. But his voice was barely a pained whisper. Lu Sheng was at a loss for words. He turned to his sister. Is that one of your admirers? Yeah, Qinghe replied. He's always hanging around. It's so annoying. She crossed her arms. If he wants me to take him seriously, he should at least be strong enough to beat me. Do you know any guys at Baihe #1 high school who can do that? Lu Sheng paused to think. Now that you mention it, probably not. And listen, in the future, if some mysterious transfer student shows up and you can't figure out what he's thinking all day, and most importantly, if his last name is Lin, Xiao, or Ye, you need to stay far, far away from him. He was giving his sister some very serious, heartfelt advice. Lu Qinghe sighed helplessly. Bro, did you wander into the wrong comic book? This is a martial arts story, remember? Then she got a wicked grin and poked him. By the way, how are things progressing with Danji Yangyun? He immediately shot back. What are you talking about? We're just friends. But Qinghe wasn't letting up. Oh, really? Is holding hands at the movies what just friends do? Flustered, Lu Sheng pinched his sister's cheek. Are you nuts? Get your mind out of the gutter. Ow! 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 She cried. Then she added, oh, right. One more thing. Bro, do you have a classmate named Liu Kaiming? Yeah, I do. Why? He asked. Qinghe explained. I heard he didn't get into the official Shengwu University, so he enlisted in the army. He wanted to say goodbye before he left, but you'd already gone to the capital city. For real? Lu Sheng said, reaching into his pocket for his phone. He pulled it out and saw 99+ notifications from Liu Kaiming. Lu Sheng, you there? After reading the messages, Lu Sheng was stunned. Liu Kaiming went to the Eastern Military Region? Meanwhile, at a boot camp in that very same region, a recruit was busy washing his clothes. Suddenly, another soldier walked up and kicked the laundry basin over. Hey, fatso, he barked. The arrogant soldier tossed a pair of socks at him. You can't even get this right. The rule is simple. First come, first served. Today, you're washing socks for me, not for old Liu. And this recruit was none other than Liu Kaiming. Rage boiled inside him as the dirty socks hit his chest, but he forced himself to endure it. The bully laughed. You hear me? Now get to it. Just then, Liu Kaiming's phone screen lit up. It was a message from Lu Sheng. You're in the Eastern Military Region, aren't you? I'm on my way there too. Wait for me. It came with a sticker of a cat pointing. Reading the message, a wave of pure joy washed over him. He whispered, Shengzi. Then, he pressed his lips together, his resolve hardening. The bully started to walk away, whistling. Oh, and by the way, I'm partial to the Bright Moon brand detergent. Make sure you don't use the wrong one. That was the last straw. Liu Kaiming snapped, lunging forward with a fist flying. Use the wrong one? I'll wash your mom's face with it. The bully looked up in shock. Huh? Liu Kaiming rained down a flurry of punches on the guy. Damn it. Who do you think you are? The bully roared and landed a solid punch on Liu Kaiming's cheek, sending him sprawling to the ground. He immediately took advantage, planting a foot on his chest. So the fat pig wants to rebel, does he? He started punching him again. Talk back to me one more time. I dare you. You're just a useless piece of trash, not even a real martial artist. After letting off some steam, he got up and turned to leave. Damn it, now I'm all sweaty because of you. Listen here. From now on, you're getting a beating from me every single day. Another recruit had been watching worriedly from the shadows. As soon as the bully was gone, he rushed over to help Liu Kaiming up. Kaiming, are you okay? Man, why did you have to fight back against him? He's a 2-year veteran. It's just washing a few pairs of socks, right? Even with his face swollen like a pig's head, Liu Kaiming was surprisingly cheerful. Ha ha ha, you don't get it. My brother is the #1 martial arts champion in the entire nation. He's going to be a general one day. If I back down today, people would use it to mock him later. I can't let him lose face because of me. His friend just frowned, thinking to himself, Asterisk, I think he got hit in the head too hard. Now he's just spouting nonsense. Asterisk. The scene shifts to a futuristic setting. Lu Sheng is sitting before a wall of holographic screens. After a moment, he spoke. AI. Pull up the martial arts profile from 3 years ago. Liu Kaiming. Student, class 325, Baihe #3 high school, Baihe City, Gulong Nation. After reviewing the data, Lu Sheng thought, Asterisk. Just as I thought. It's completely different from the future I originally saw. Asterisk. Because of me. The entire trajectory of Liu Kaiming's life has changed. He was supposed to go to a normal university, live a peaceful, average life, but now he's joined the military. This isn't the peaceful era of my past life, where you could just serve 2 years and come home safe. The death rate in the military now is terrifyingly high. Did I ruin his life? Huh? But the kid actually comes back safely. He's even honorably discharged with a second-class merit. After his service, he starts a logistics company. By age 50, he's worth over 10 million and has 2 daughters and a son. Though his life had its ups and downs, with plenty of small setbacks, he ultimately had a harmonious family, a happy life, and wonderful children. He passes away at home at the age of 90. It's a good future, a really good one, perhaps. The best thing I can do for him now is to stay away, so I don't interfere with that future. A faint smile touched his lips as he thought this. The scene shifts to the next day, at the Ling Sheng pharmacy branch. Lu Sheng walked into the compounding room, followed by He Ling Su, who was giving a report. As of right now, in Dongning province, our Xingshan Tang brand has opened over 500 branches. Lu Sheng looked over the documents, his expression grim. Is that right? The inevitable is finally here. But if the Chen family from the capital truly has the power and status they claim, then they should know better. His hand tightened, crumpling the paper in his fist. A chilling light appeared in his eyes. Angering you is the same as angering me, and angering me is a suicidally stupid mistake. Then, he casually tossed the crumpled paper aside. He turned to reassure He Lingsu. Relax, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you. He Lingsu was completely stunned by his powerful aura. Asterisk, it's only been 2 months since I last saw him. Asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, but Lu Sheng is like a different person. Asterisk, that absolute confidence, that calm yet domineering presence. He's like a true powerhouse, whose every word is law, the kind of person who stands above all others. Lu Sheng raised his hand, unleashing his spiritual force. It acted as an extension of his will, lifting the ingredients from the table and merging them into swirling, potent streams of liquid. His gaze sharpened with terrifying resolve. Forget the second stage of the indestructible gold body. This time, he felt powerful enough to extinguish the sun itself. 2 days later, at the Shimu International Hotel in Baihe City, the towering skyscraper dominated the skyline. Lu Sheng walked in, handing his papers to the receptionist. Hey, I need a good room, please. The receptionist replied, Of course, sir. 1 moment. While he waited, he mentally checked his supplies. 120 vials of golden dragon saliva, all ready to go. I can finally start my breakthrough to the perfected second stage of the indestructible gold body. To avoid being disturbed at home, renting a hotel room was the smartest move. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a pair of heels clicking beside him. The woman next to Lu Sheng also presented her ID to the clerk. I'd like the presidential suite. In that instant, he felt a strange, powerful presence from her, snapping his head in her direction. She had short blonde hair and chic sunglasses. Her life force burned like a furnace, her aura screaming danger. He knew instantly. She's a Grandmaster. The woman then lowered her glasses, revealing blazing red pupils. The receptionist asked again, Ma'am, are you sure you want the presidential suite? The woman just hummed, sliding a black card across the counter with a cheerful smile. That's right. The receptionist handed over the key card. Here you are, miss. We'll have a specialist escort you up, and we'll take care of your luggage. The woman took the card and waved them off, saying it wasn't necessary. Lu Sheng's expression turned serious as he watched her leave. So, Baihe City has a Grandmaster visiting. Her aura felt a bit weaker than Zhao Kongtai's or Xia Pingnan's, but she was a genuine Grandmaster, no doubt about it. As he waited for the elevator, he made a quick calculation. If I went all out, I could probably take her down easily. As long as she isn't a major threat, I don't need to pay her any mind. Lu Sheng lowered his guard, staring openly at her. The woman glanced back, a knowing, mysterious smile on her face. A moment later, the elevator reached the 18th floor. The woman was inside, checking her reflection while talking into an earpiece. Everything's going smoothly. I've reached the target location, but I ran into some kid when I checked in. The person on the other end asked, Huh? Who was it? Applying her lipstick, she answered casually, No idea, but I can feel he's incredibly strong. Might be one of Darkstar's people, or maybe not. Doesn't matter. After all, I'm just here on vacation, with a small side mission. If anyone dares to ruin my wonderful holiday, I'll just have to eat them alive. Heh. She let out a sinister laugh. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng pushed open his door and was impressed. Not bad. The bathtub is huge, big enough to hold all the golden dragon saliva. He chuckled, clearly satisfied. A moment later, Lu Sheng was in the tub, pouring a viscous liquid into the water. He then sat in silence, soaking in the potent mixture. The fierce head of a phantom dragon materialized above him. Lu Sheng sighed in satisfaction. This feeling, it's incredible. The breakthrough is coming. On his body, golden veins began to pulse, crawling toward his face. His expression was pure bliss amidst the thick steam. Elsewhere, a woman dried her long, slender legs. The little rat with the golden beak seems to have noticed me, and he even dared to run and hide. Too bad for him. There's no escape. It was the same short-haired woman from the lobby. A glowing circle of Roman numerals materialized on her back, radiating immense power. Now then, let the vacation begin. Back in Lu Sheng's bathroom, he was deep in concentration. Behind him, the halo of the indestructible gold body appeared once more. Indestructible gold body. Second stage. Peak state. Achieved. Finished. Lu Sheng stood up and grabbed his spear. He tested its sharpness against his own arm. Was it okay? It was more than okay. He looked at his perfectly unharmed arm and grinned. Awesome. Even a Grandmaster with a cold weapon won't be able to break my defense so easily. He got dressed, his entire body radiating a completely new level of power. The next realm is the chi and blood realm of a great Grandmaster. The path I walk is completely different from the martial artists of this era. It's probably different from the martial artists in the future dreamscape too. This is my path and my path alone. The standard ranking system no longer applies to me. After this breakthrough, I'm officially standing on the threshold of a 7th level Grandmaster. I just need one more small push and I'll be there. But he forced himself to hold back. No, now is not the time. If I achieve the 7th level, the shockwave will be earth-shattering. Even a great Grandmaster would be stunned by the spectacle. Not yet. I can't risk scaring away all the little rats hiding in the shadows. After his monologue, he shot out of the window like a bullet. I'll just leave my favorite way and find a deserted place to test my new strength. At that moment, on a quiet street, an adult and a child were getting into a yellow taxi. As soon as they got in, the man urged the driver, "Sir, please take us to the western suburbs." The driver just chuckled and replied, "You got it." The car began its journey down the empty night road. The man held the child close, comforting them. "Don't be afraid." After a while, the man raised his hand. "Just stop here. I'll pay you triple the fare. If anyone asks if you saw a man with a child, say nothing." Suddenly, the driver reached up, peeling off their face. "Triple? I don't think that's going to be enough." The man gasped in horror. "What do you mean?" The mask came off, revealing the blonde woman with the red, glowing pupils. Her eyes flared as she exposed their location. "Got you, you little golden-beaked rat." The man trembled, stammering in pure terror. You're Bai Jifu, the 9th seal of the Circle Seal." "Ah, so her name is Bai Shifu." Wisps of energy trailed behind him as he flew. Lu Sheng smiled, completely satisfied. This speed, it's insane. At my maximum explosive speed, not even military-grade trackers could keep up. He landed on a road surrounded by abandoned factories. This place used to be a chemical plant. It was shut down for environmental reasons. It's the perfect spot to test my strength without causing a massive disturbance in the city. Just then, a huge explosion rocked the area nearby, shaking everything. Lu Sheng spun around, instantly on alert. What a powerful aura. Is that a Grandmaster? Just then, the man from the taxi appeared, carrying the little girl and sprinting for his life. A long, bloody gash was carved into his back. The man screamed as he ran. "Help! Somebody, help me!" Bai Zifu, looking completely unhinged, was chasing him down, her sword strikes, tearing the ground apart. The little girl in the man's arms was trembling, her eyes squeezed shut in fear. Bai Shifu appeared like a demon, hissing. "Run. Let's see how far you can get." Lu Sheng instantly understood the situation. Looks like I'm right on time. A middle-aged man and a child being hunted in the middle of nowhere, late at night. He clenched his fists, the power of the indestructible gold body surging. How can I see injustice and not step in to help? He took a ready stance just as Bai Jifu landed directly in front of him. She looked over, her eyes widening in surprise. Lu Sheng spoke with absolute confidence. Taking down a Grandmaster in a single blow isn't anything special. But what if I don't use my Grandmaster's will or my tempered energy? Can I kill a 7th level Grandmaster using nothing but my raw physical power? Back at the chemical plant, under the high moon, the man was still clutching the child, taking a devastating blow from behind that made him spit blood. Debris from the impact shot into the air before crashing back down. The man collapsed to the ground, coughing violently in pain. The little girl cried out in panic and worry. "Daddy!" Bai Shifu stood over the trembling father and daughter. She stepped forward, stomping her heel onto the man's knee. Then she grounded in, like it was some sick game. The father screamed in agony. The little girl shot up, enraged, tears streaming down her face. She yelled at Bai Shifu, "Stop bullying my daddy!" The father could only cry out in torment. "Don't!" The girl started uselessly punching Bai Zifu's leg, screaming. The villain, Bai Shifu, grabbed the little girl's head with her claws, lifting her up as she sneered. "Your legs are broken, but you still have arms. Run again. This time, I'll give you 10 minutes. The father trembled and pleaded. "Just let my daughter go first." Then he yelled, trying to sound defiant. "The location is burned into my mind. No one knows it but me. Don't even think about forcing it out of me. I have poison in my mouth and can end my life at any second." Without hesitating, Bai Shifu shoved her hand into the man's mouth. Ah! Her fingers brushed against a strange green tooth, and with a vicious twist, she ripped it right out. The father screamed in agony once more. Ugh. She flashed that twisted signature smile of hers, showing off the tooth. "Did you really think I'd give you a chance to die so easily?" Then she brought the poisoned tooth threateningly close to the little girl's face. Hehehe. Spill it, now, or you won't like what happens next. The devastated father bowed his head, gritting his teeth as he choked out the words, I'll talk, please, just spare my daughter. But suddenly, a familiar foot slammed down. With just a few swift moves, Lu Sheng had snatched the little girl from Bai Zifu's grasp, leaving the villainess completely stunned. She whirled around, shouting, I knew there was something weird about you, kid. Lu Sheng, holding the child, replied coldly, You'd harm a child this young and still dare to call yourself a Grandmaster? Bai Zifu shot back. Are you one of the Dark Star? She scoffed inwardly. This kid had none of the aura of a Grandmaster. Besides, at his age, what kind of trouble could he possibly cause? Lu Sheng set the little girl down and told her, Go on, get out of here. Then, he shot a razor-sharp glare at the villain. Dark Star, Bright Star. Who cares? In a flash, he appeared directly behind Bai Zifu, whispering, I'll just be the sun. Fear ignited in her eyes. What? In that instant, Lu Sheng transformed into a demon of absolute destruction, slamming a gigantic phantom hand down upon her. The hand engulfed Bai Shifu's face. She was utterly powerless to resist. Lu Sheng mercilessly smashed her head into the ground, shattering the earth beneath her. Bai Zifu struggled, trying to speak, but Lu Sheng just drove her deeper and deeper into the crater. The collision created a shockwave of light that blinded the entire area. After the attack, Lu Sheng looked down in surprise. Huh? Bai Shifu was lying twisted and broken in the pit, her eyes rolled back. She's dead already? Pathetic. Way too weak. Seeing this, the father and daughter cried out in terror. The father, drenched in a cold sweat, stammered, I'll talk. I'll tell you the location right now. Just please, spare us. The exact coordinates for the massive gold mine are. But before he could finish, Lu Sheng turned to leave, saying, I have absolutely no interest in what you're saying. The father was confused. Huh? He hugged his daughter and asked, Then why did you just kill a ring seal assassin to save me? Lu Sheng replied, I was just passing by and saw an injustice. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. He thought to himself, Besides, I already have the gold mine's location in the dream space. Why make things more complicated? Heh. Meanwhile, the father stroked his daughter's hair. Xiao Chu, that young man was a bit strange, but he's a good person. We're saved. The little girl cheered happily. Big brother, you're so amazing. But suddenly, the father clutched his chest, coughing violently and spitting up blood. The girl cried out in worry. Dad, he gasped out his instructions. Xiao Chu, I don't know how many of my ribs are broken. I don't think I can move. You have to run. You must protect yourself. Unexpectedly, a pair of hands lifted him up. It was Lu Sheng, back again, much to the man's confusion. Huh? Why? The little girl's face lit up. Big brother is back. Lu Sheng looked exasperated. This is such a hassle, but if I'm going to help, I might as well see it through. A short while later at a hotel, Lu Sheng had brought the pair back to his room. The father began, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lu Sheng simply handed him a vial of liquid and said, Drink this. The father looked confused. This is, Lu Sheng instructed him. Don't think. Just drink it and get some sleep. You should be completely fine by tomorrow. The man stroked his daughter's hair. Xiao Chu, go to your room and sleep first. I need to talk to this big brother for a moment. She obediently nodded. Okay. Lu Sheng then placed an item on the table. This was the insignia from the assassin. This ring seal organization. What's their status? The ring was made of solid gold, with a strange symbol on it. And what was that she said about the Dark Star? The father explained, Ring Seal and Dark Star are both international secret organizations. Their motives are unknown, but their agents operate in every country around the world. Ring Seal, Dark Star. I heard that the Ring Seal rank is equivalent to a Grandmaster. Above them are the even stronger King Seals, and maybe even God Seals. As you know, she was after the gold. Lu Sheng asked, If Ring Seal is Grandmaster level, then what's above them? Great Grandmaster? Martial Saint? The father answered helplessly, I really don't know about those things. After hearing this, Lu Sheng thought to himself, I'll have to check the system later. In an era where martial arts are flourishing, of course the underworld forces would be just as powerful. The lust for power fuels ambition, and there will always be those with dark intentions who seek to challenge the righteous forces of the world. Then he asked the father, So, what's your plan now? The man replied, I'll just take it one step at a time. The debt I owe you for saving us is already immense. I wouldn't dare trouble you any further. But a slight smirk appeared on Lu Sheng's lips. An idea sparked. He said, I have a solution, a way to end this whole mess for good. The man was desperate. Please, tell me. As long as we can stop being hunted, I'll agree to anything. Lu Sheng was perfectly calm. It's simple. Just tell me the exact location of the gold mine. He took out his phone, and the man typed in the coordinates. With his goal achieved, Lu Sheng smiled. All right, from this moment on, no one will ever hunt you again. But the man didn't look relieved at all. In fact, he looked extremely anxious. Huh? He burst out in a panic. Why? It's already been resolved? How did you do it? Lu Sheng confidently held up his phone. Very simple. I just published the complete location of the gold mine all over social media. Hearing his words, the man's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. Huh? He screamed in his mind. That's a gold mine worth hundreds of millions. How could you just post it online for everyone to see? Elsewhere, inside a certain organization, chaos was erupting. This is bad. We've lost the ninth rank signal. Something must have happened to her, someone shouted, staring at a computer alert. A man sitting nearby didn't seem too concerned. It's probably just a minor glitch, he said calmly, then added, besides, with the location of the gold mine in hand, finding help shouldn't be difficult for her. Suddenly, everyone in the organization was glued to the information spreading online. Wait a minute, someone yelled. News related to the gold mine is going viral everywhere. $100 billion gold mine. There it is. Then he slammed his fist down and stared at the screen, roaring with fury. That bastard. He leaked the location to the public. Damn it. So many of our people died for that secret, and now it's all for nothing. All the men were furious. A hand slammed down hard on a desk. This is completely unexpected. What a brilliant move. He continued, now that everyone knows, that man is completely worthless to us. At the head of the room, a clock appeared on a chair, and then a man's head materialized, screaming in rage. Someone dared to deceive the ring seal? We must find the despicable traitor who leaked this secret. He then began to shriek his orders. Find them! Find the one who exposed everything. The middle-aged man with a long scar was furious. Absolutely furious. Back at the hotel, the father stared at the news on his phone, then looked at Lu Sheng with utter disbelief, muttering to himself in his thoughts. Does this young man have any idea what that gold mine is worth? But Lu Sheng just kept smiling, scrolling through his phone with amusement. The father's thoughts raced. Could it be that he doesn't know? Or that he simply doesn't care? Just what kind of person is he? Lu Sheng was incredibly pleased with the outcome. After I check out tomorrow, you and your daughter should stay here and lay low for a few days. The chaos over the secret mine will blow over in no time. Good luck to you both. See you around, he said calmly, giving the man a final nod. Hearing that he was about to leave, little Zhao Chu peeked out from her room. Big brother, she asked shyly, her hands clasped behind her back. Will we ever get to see you again? Lu Sheng crouched down in front of her and gently patted her head. Yes, he said, comforting her. We definitely will. The two agents exchanged a grim look. Outside, members of the organization had arrived to inspect the aftermath of the terrifying battle. Was the Ninth Circle really this weak? Someone had grabbed their agent by the head and slammed them into oblivion. Descending into the crater, they examined the body, realizing the killer was on another level entirely. Look at this, one said, not a single defensive wound. No, it's not that she didn't fight back, it's that she couldn't. They stood and surveyed the entire area, confirming their fears. The crater was impossibly deep, looking like it had been carved out by heavy machinery. At the very center of it all, the woman's corpse lay still. They muttered in disbelief. This wasn't just anyone. This was the head of a level 7 master. This is just, one of them exclaimed, pure savagery. Utterly brutal. The fat agent was sweating bullets. He turned to his partner, his voice shaking. Do you really think we should keep investigating this? The other agent, more hot-headed, snapped back. Investigate my ass! We're leaving! Even a genetically altered warrior, one the organization poured endless resources into, had ended up like this. He scowled, pointing a shaking finger at the ground. On top of that, he growled, the location of the gold mine has been leaked. This mission was now a death trap with zero reward. If his partner wanted to investigate, he could do it alone. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was deep in thought, analyzing data on the Umbra Star and the Black Demon Society. He stared at the complex data charts floating in the void. He never expected there to be dozens of large and small international shadow organizations. Even after 10,000 years of martial arts history, they were still active. It was clear they had a martial saint protecting them. He stroked his chin, his eyes wide as he processed the information. A martial saint wasn't something you could just train. He suspected the government's hands were involved in this as well. He let out a sharp breath as the system displayed a memory fragment, a scene from some kind of laboratory. The Umbra Star organization had always been dedicated to researching genetically altered martial artists, causing numerous shocking global incidents. They were on the hit list of many countries. A question formed in Lu Sheng's mind, what exactly are mutated martial artists? Then he saw them, ferocious monsters floating in green nutrient tanks. He understood. They were using the genes of alien beasts, cultivating warriors through biological means to rapidly produce powerful fighters. If successful, their power could surpass others of the same level by several times, maybe even dozens of times. But there were always pros and cons. A hybrid monster shattered its incubation tank, roaring amidst the broken glass. Lu Sheng confirmed his theory. After being implanted with alien beast genes, both their consciousness and body would erode and transform, making them a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any moment. Stroking his chin, his face darkened as he narrowed his eyes. No wonder, he thought. Something felt strange when I fought that woman yesterday. Umbra Star was already using this technology. Then another question hit him. Wait, could Umbra Star be connected to the alien beast invasion? But then he shook his head. If even he could figure this out, the leaders of the Dragon Country weren't fools. They must have already devised a countermeasure. There was no need for him to meddle in their affairs. He scowled at the system interface with disgust. Still, if he happened to run into them, he might as well clean up the trash. After all, crushing them would be easy. If he didn't encounter them, then so be it. The more he thought, the more his head ached. He pictured the giant green snake hissing at him, offering a new path. This path of the mutated martial artist. Although the process was a bit twisted, it wasn't entirely without merit. Perhaps he should experiment with it later if he got the chance. Finally, he remembered Xiao Qiu, smiling in the system's display. That's right. What about the future of that father and daughter? Let's take a look. Not bad at all. Immediately, a system notification chimed. Gu Lu Yan, chief investigator of international crimes, an 8th-level Grandmaster. She dedicated her life to hunting down Umbra Star and the Black Demon Society. An image showed the little girl, all grown up, walking with an air of command. The system added that she had personally taken down and imprisoned over 800 criminals. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. Well, what do you know? He thought. I accidentally saved a future pillar of the country. Suddenly, another piece of information caught his attention, making him gasp. The system was displaying his marital status, the unrequited love of the Dragon Country's martial saint, Shi Quan. Lu Sheng would remain unmarried his entire life, while she watched him from afar with eyes full of adoration, but he never paid her any mind. In the present, he just stood there with his hand on his hip, looking like a complete idiot. Ugh, he yelled in his mind, slapping his forehead. Damn it, I shouldn't be looking at this stupid gossip. It's corrupting my warrior spirit. Never again, I swear. He instantly closed the information window and sighed in exhaustion. Okay, that's enough of that for now. Lu Sheng touched a system panel, closed his eyes, his expression shifting rapidly. The nonchalant look on his face vanished, replaced by cold determination. It was time to deal with Lian Ye. A chilling smile crept onto his lips. Pingjiang Street, West District, Fengzi City. At workers' compound number 214, Lu Sheng banged loudly on a door. This was where Fu Jianming, the man whose life was destroyed by Lian Ye and his son, used to live. A woman opened the door. Yes? Who are you looking for? Lu Sheng offered a gentle smile. I'm looking for Fu Jianming. Instantly, the woman's face soured, and she tried to slam the door shut. I don't know him. You have the wrong place. But before the door could close, he blocked it with his foot. The woman stepped out, her eyes filled with weariness and frustration. What do you want? He pointed toward the inside of the house, his expression hardening. The address is correct. Please, think again. He must have lived here before. The woman's anxious face suddenly twisted into something more fearful. He's not here anymore. This house belongs to me now. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Lu Sheng held the door firmly, his gaze dangerously sharp. When did I say I was interested in your house? He said, his voice low. Just tell me where he is. The woman gritted her teeth and glared, but then she started to tremble. She stopped trying to push the door and instead glanced around nervously before speaking. He's over there, she said, pointing a shaky finger. He's in the garbage dump. The man is a lunatic. His whole family died, and it drove him mad. I didn't steal his house. He just left. Thank you, Lu Sheng said, and turned to leave. The woman peeked out from behind the door, watching him go. That old psycho. Can't believe someone is actually looking for him, she muttered. So strange. At least he wasn't here to demand the house back. He walked with a steady pace through the old neighborhood. A cat on a wall lifted its head to watch him pass. Lu Sheng continued on until he reached the designated dump and saw a man digging through the trash. He looked down at the photo in his hand, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He called out, Fu Jianming? The man stopped rummaging and glanced back at him, reeking of filth. His body was tense, and his face was a mask of suspicion. The old man's expression was wary. Who are you? What do you want from me? Lu Sheng compared the photo in his hand to the broken man before him as the tragic story of his family flashed through his mind. Fu Jianming, a citizen of Fengzi City, had 2 daughters. His younger daughter, Fu Shui, was forcibly abducted by the son of a man named Qi Bei. When his older daughter, Fu Ying, found out, she went to the Jidao Martial Arts Hall to demand justice. She never returned. A week later, the bodies of both sisters were discovered by a river. Their bodies had been horrifically mutilated, and the entire case was covered up. That same year, their mother, unable to endure the pain of losing her children, took her own life. She died from an overdose, still clutching a handful of sleeping pills. Lu Sheng's thoughts darkened. Now, only this 46-year-old father, his hair turned white from grief, was left. The old man clutched a large plastic bag protectively. "Are you here to steal my things too?" he rasped. Lu Sheng's gaze softened, and he smiled gently. "No," he said. "I was a classmate of Fu Ying's. I came to see how you were doing." The old man's jaw dropped. His earlier suspicion vanished as he rushed forward, eyes wide with disbelief. "You? You're a classmate of little Oan?" Faced with the man's shock, he simply offered a calm smile. "Yes, sir. I'm here to help you." But Fu Jianming didn't believe him. His eyes bulged, his mouth hanging open in shock before he roared, his face twisting into a murderous snarl. "You're lying," he spat, adding, "I've found every single one of little Oan's classmates. From childhood to now, I remember every face. You're not one of them." Losing all control, he lunged, grabbing the young man's collar in a rage. He screamed, his eyes squeezed shut. "You're trying to trick me! What else are you trying to take from me?" The boy's pupils contracted with pity, but he didn't resist. Then, the old man's eyes narrowed into a sneer as he yelled in his face. "Every single person, every single face. I remember them all perfectly. Ha ha ha! Don't you dare try to fool me!" They all said they couldn't find little Oan. Fu Jianming grew more frantic, his wild eyes filling with tears as he screamed. "Couldn't find her! Ha ha ha! How could they not find her? How could they not find her?" Lu Sheng gently placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I lied to you." The old man froze, his eyes locked on the boy, but Lu Sheng just kept that kind, gentle smile on his face as he spoke. "But there's one thing I didn't lie about. I came here to help you." The man looked up, stunned. "Help? Me?" Fu Jianming's eyes widened in dawning comprehension as he asked the question again. "Are you a martial artist?" The old man trembled, his despair instantly replaced by a manic glee. "You're a martial artist, aren't you? A really powerful one, right?" He reached out, his hands patting the boy's arms and chest with the wide-eyed excitement of a child. Seeing this, Lu Sheng smiled and gave a simple confirmation. "Yes." At that, Fu Jianming shot to his feet, cheering like a little kid. He stomped and jumped around wildly, screaming, "Ha ha ha, I knew it!" The young man just stood there, watching him silently. The old man then turned and began rummaging through a large, black plastic bag behind him. "I've seen so many martial artists. You must be. You must be." "Wait a second." Lu Sheng just watched him with that same sad smile. Finally, Fu Jianming pulled out a huge armful of plastic bottles, holding them out with a look of desperate hope. "You have to help me. Help me kill Lian Ye and Qi Bei." Then he confirmed his offer. "All of this money and treasure. It's all yours." Lu Sheng's gaze fell on the pile of empty bottles. There wasn't a trace of disgust in his eyes, only a deep, unspeakable sympathy. When he didn't respond, the old man's hands went limp, letting the bottles clatter to the ground. His face was a mask of confusion and crushing disappointment. "Why? Why won't you agree? Is it not enough?" "I know it's not enough, but I can find more of these. This is all money. I just haven't had the chance to exchange it yet. It's all money." Finally, Fu Jianming completely lost his mind, roaring at him with a face full of terror and confusion. "Please, just help me. If this isn't enough, if it's still not enough, then you can just take my life too." Witnessing this breakdown, Lu Sheng could only watch in sorrowful silence. Seeing his inaction, the old man collapsed onto the pile of plastic bottles, defeated. "Just go," he whispered. "I knew you couldn't help me." He hunched over, his voice sharp with accusation. "You just came here to watch me make a fool of myself, didn't you?" Then his voice rose with crazed realization. "The Extreme Dao Martial Arts School sent you, didn't they? You came to see if I was dead yet." "Ha ha ha." Lu Sheng just stood there, looking down at the broken man. The old man screamed, "I won't die. I'll live right here forever. I'll live until that father and son are dead." He was crying now. Tears of pure hatred streamed down his face as he shrieked out his anguish. "I have to see them go to hell with my own two eyes." Just then, Lu Sheng reached into the pile of trash and pulled out a photograph. He stared at the picture of Fu Jianming's happy family, and all words failed him. Finally, he turned away, clutching the photo, his brow furrowed in cold fury as he made a vow. "You will see it happen." Behind him, the old man collapsed to his knees, clutching the photo tightly, unable to speak. His body trembled as tears flowed even faster than before. Thank you. Finally, He whispered weakly, "Even if you're lying, thank you." The old man was left to drown in his sorrow, his tears never ending. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walked down the street, hands in his pockets, until he saw a fat guy standing there, smoking. The man had his arms crossed, his eyes closed. "It's been a long time since anyone came to see that old lunatic," he said. Lu Sheng glanced over at him. He turned to the man and asked, "Did a lot of people used to come here?" The man began to explain. "A lot. But they were all here to scam him. That old lunatic's whole family died in the same year. It drove him insane, and he went everywhere looking for someone to help him get revenge." He added, "Any martial artist with a bit of strength who came to him, he'd give them money. But who could possibly help him get revenge against the extreme Dao martial arts school?" The man narrowed his eyes, taking the cigarette from his lips. In the end, the old man lost every penny he had. Now he lives like a ghost. Someone else took his house. He has to live in that junkyard. The guy then gave him a warning. "But seeing how you talk to him, you seem like a good person. That's why I'm telling you this." The man looked him up and down, curious. "So, what are you doing here anyway? You look pretty strong. Don't tell me you're actually planning to get involved in this mess?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng's lips curled into a faint smile, but his eyes were like steel. "Yeah, that's right," he confirmed. "The Extreme Dao Martial Arts School. I'm going to slaughter them." With that, Lu Sheng turned and walked away. The fat guy broke out in a cold sweat, the cigarette nearly falling from his lips as he stared at the boy's back. A single thought raced through his mind. Who in the world is he? Later, at the University of Martial Arts No. 7, sunlight glinted off a massive tower as a man set a hot teacup on a table. Lu Sheng didn't go to Ming City. Are you aware of this? Zhao Taiyan held his own cup, looking at the robed figure across from him as he answered, "I know. He accepted 2 missions this time. One is SS rank, the other is SSS rank. Both are in the capital." The robed figure's gaze was sharp, almost dangerous. "Lian Ye is in Ming City. He clearly could have gone there first. Instead, he went all the way to Nanping." The figure continued, "Lu Sheng's intentions are obvious. He's avoiding Lian Ye. He's forfeiting the second option given to him by the Martial Saint, the true test to become his disciple." The man held his cup, but didn't drink. "Avoiding calamity for a better outcome. It's only natural." Zhao Taiyan set his coffee down and turned away. "It's still too early to draw conclusions," he said. "The National Martial Dao Tournament is still a long way off." The robed man set his cup down, listening silently. "But there are only a few days left," the man continued softly. "The martial saint is not known for giving second chances." Hearing this, Zhao Taiyan's expression soured, his brow furrowing with vigilance. He stared out the large window, a storm brewing in his mind. He held onto a sliver of hope, screaming internally, "Lu Sheng, don't you dare disappoint me. Don't disappoint the martial saint." At that moment, near the tower of the University of Martial Arts No. 7, a crowd was pointing and gossiping in amazement. "I heard he took on an AA rank mission and went out. And he's already back in less than half a week." In the guild hall, a large screen showed the face of Xiao Lan, a sword strapped to his back. The murmurs continued to ripple through the crowd. "Whoa. Look at that murderous aura. He must have gotten stronger again. It's Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan is back." The crowd erupted in a new wave of shock and awe. "What level mission did he even take?" Someone else muttered. "No wonder my heart started pounding when he looked my way." Seeing this, Li Di walked over to Chen Yushuan, who was standing at the back of the crowd with her hands in her pockets. Li Di stated casually, "So, Xiao Lan is back. Looks like he came for the National Student Martial Arts Tournament." Chen Yushuan glanced up at the screen. "It's a biannual event," she added. "A battle maniac like him would never miss it." Chen Yushuan then closed her eyes and sighed. So what if he's back? With the Demon King Lu Sheng around, everyone else is just here to decorate the stage. Beside her, Li Die could only stare. Then, Tran Wai Huyen spoke up with a realization. But there was one silver lining. Based on that guy's sheer power, he thought back to Lu Sheng's murderous glare, his eyes practically glowing. He shot a look at Tran Wai Huyen, St. Martial University No. 7. "This time, we're not finishing in last place." After he finished, Li Diep just calmly shook her head, closed her eyes, and with a casual shrug, dropped the bomb. "Lu Sheng can't participate." The news hit Tran Wai Huyen like a ton of bricks. He stared at her, stunned, and yelled, "What? Our school finally gets a once-in-a-century genius. And the higher-ups aren't letting him compete? Are they all completely insane?" As she turned to leave, Li Diep casually remarked over her shoulder, "Hey, I'm just telling you what my dad told me." She then added that the Martial Saint's test for Lu Sheng forbids him from entering the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. If he participates, he automatically fails the test. His only other path is to challenge an SSS rank mission. Hearing that, Tran Wai Huyen stared in pure shock at her retreating back, his face twisting in rage as he roared in frustration. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He added, completely baffled. Even if they want to suppress Lu Sheng's talent, they don't have to go this far. At his outburst, Li Diep simply glanced back at him and confirmed his fears. How can we possibly understand the thoughts of a martial saint? There must be a deeper meaning. Finally, Tran Wai Huyen couldn't hold it in any longer. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fist into the wall next to him and yelled, "What a complete and utter waste!" Li Diep could only watch him, dumbfounded. Then, his mind flashed back to the humiliating defeat from years ago, a painful memory of their rival's scorn. 2 years ago, the Gemini Extreme Tao Stars completely swept through St. Martial University No. 7. They beat them so badly, the university lost all of its honor. He heard the Transcendence Dojo also had a rising prodigy who's been dominating the top ranks for a while now. He frowned, a flicker of worry in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and complained, "And here I thought we could finally fight back with Lu Sheng on our side. This is just great. We're about to graduate, and we're just going to be humiliated one last time." Suddenly, a hand reached out towards him. It was Li Diep. She gently cupped his face, her other hand resting on his neck as she smiled. "Don't worry," she whispered softly. "It'll be okay." But Tran Wai Huyen just stared, a blush creeping up his neck as he stammered incoherently. Then, in the middle of the tender moment, she stabbed him with an innocent smile. Besides, once you get used to being defeated, it doesn't hurt so much anymore. His face completely crumpled, feeling as if he could cough up blood. At that same moment, back at the school dormitory, Lu Sheng casually strolled inside with his hands in his pockets. A moment later, his phone buzzed. Beep, beep. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes at the screen, muttering the message's contents under his breath. To participate in the National Student Martial Arts Tournament, all students must assemble at the front gate in 3 days, at 8 a.m. sharp. Late arrivals will be considered a voluntary forfeit. A smirk crossed his face. Hey, I'm guessing this was written specifically for me, wasn't it? His eyes flashed as a thought struck him. They showed up the instant I got back. He looked up, his gaze sharp and wary. They must be agents sent by the school. Then, Lu Sheng stared at the massive school building and yelled out, his voice confirming his suspicions. "You're not here to supervise me. You're here to see if I'll actually leave." Inside the building, 5 figures, men and women, were watching his every move. Seeing this, Lu Sheng just smiled mockingly, then looked up and muttered, "You really don't want me to go, do you? But no one can change the path that I, Lu Sheng, choose to walk. Not even St. Martial University No. 7. Then, he glanced up at the Martial Saint's tower, adding, "Not even the Martial Saint himself." 3 days later, in front of the school gate, crowds of students excitedly boarded their buses. The air was buzzing with excited chatter. "The Demon King of St. Martial University, No. 7 is making his move. We'll finally get revenge for our past humiliation at this year's nationals. Let's reclaim our honor," someone added. "Yeah, that's right." Nearby, Zhao Taiyan stood with his arms crossed, a worried frown etched on his face. Soon, other students chimed in. "I can't wait to see Lu Sheng absolutely destroy those punks. Ha ha ha." But then, someone voiced a question. "Hey, where is Lu Sheng anyway? Why isn't he here yet?" Tran Wai Huyen walked past, overhearing their conversation. A thought crossed his mind. Asterisk. These idiots have no idea that Lu Sheng isn't actually coming. Asterisk, he then added to himself. Compared to the tournament, the Martial Saint's inheritance is obviously way more important. Even an idiot knows which path to choose. If it were me, I wouldn't show up to participate either. He then frowned, glancing over at Zhao Taiyan. The man was staring at his watch with a worried expression. Tran Wai Huyen wondered to himself, "Vice Principal Zhao, you must be thinking the same thing, right?" Zhao Taiyan's face fell with disappointment as he checked his watch. Asterisk, it's almost 8 o'clock. I guess he really isn't coming. Asterisk. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed through the area, making Zhao Taiyan jump in shock. Next, a figure appeared high in the sky, free-falling straight towards the ground. The vice principal and the students all looked up as he yelled in disbelief. "Could it be?" The figure slammed into the ground with incredible speed, sending smoke and fire exploding outwards. The crowd erupted in cheers. "It's Lu Sheng! Lu Sheng is here!" At his dramatic entrance, Zhao Taiyan's eyes widened as he called out, "Lu Sheng!" A moment later, he stepped out from the dissipating smoke, one hand casually in his pocket, and confirmed his identity with a serious tone. "Sorry, I'm late." The surrounding crowd immediately threw their hands in the air, roaring, "Wu, Sheng!" On the other side, Zhao Taiyan ran towards him, his eyes wide with disbelief as he questioned him. "Have you really thought this through? The tournament has just begun. You still have time." Hearing this, Lu Sheng shot him a serious look, his brow furrowed as he made his stance clear. Vice Principal. Idealism above all else. Those were your words to me." Faced with his own advice, Zhao Taiyan was left utterly speechless. Finally, he turned around, composed himself, and clasped his hands behind his back. "Everyone, get on the buses." He then headed towards the bus himself. Seeing this, the students cheered so loudly it shook the heavens. "Woo! University number 7 will win! The Demon King has returned. This time, we can finally hold our heads high." The buses quickly began their journey along the mountain road. An instructor holding a bag of uniforms stood up to make an announcement. "You are all the most outstanding martial arts students of University number 7. You should all wear matching uniforms. Please take a moment to change." The instructor continued, "I'm sure some of you are here for the first time. I'll give you a brief overview of the tournament rules." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng just stared out the window, crossing his legs as he fell deep into thought. He then saw his own reflection in the glass and narrowed his eyes, analyzing his power. A level 7 Blood Chi Grandmaster's vitality is like a furnace, forged from martial will. It possesses the stance of a true Grandmaster. So what about a level 8 Great Grandmaster? He then recalled an image of an incredibly muscular figure, adding, "The system records show that after level 8, Blood Chi can condense into a core. The vitality index can exceed 100,000, as mighty as a river and as scorching as lava." Finally, the figure took a powerful stance, letting out a roar that seemed to shake the very heavens. Lu Sheng knew that even solid steel could melt under that power. A single strike would hold the combat power of 10 million. The leap from Grandmaster to Great Grandmaster is truly an astonishing jump. Next, he thought of the diagrams of the body, the dantian, and its parts. He confirmed to himself that he was only one step away from condensing blood into a core. He could break through at any time. He added, "After a Great Grandmaster condenses a blood core, their physique will continuously grow stronger. As the blood core is refined day and night, the longer you remain a Great Grandmaster, the stronger your physique becomes. Physical functions won't decline. They'll always remain at their peak. It's equivalent to returning to your golden age, giving you a chance to attack the level 9 Martial Saint realm." He then grabbed the front of his shirt near his dantian. He muttered to himself, wondering, "When will I finally be able to obtain the will of a Great Grandmaster?" Leaning his head against the car window, Lu Sheng mused to himself, a Grandmaster-level physique combined with a Grandmaster's martial will. The power unleashed isn't simple 1+1 addition. He made a vow then and there, if the chance ever comes, I have to feel that power for myself. Finally, their journey ended at the base of a colossal mountain. Zhao Taiyan stood up, his gaze sweeping over his students before landing on Lu Sheng. He announced, "Everyone, we've arrived at Mount Jiyun. Get ready to disembark." The announcement snapped him out of his thoughts. As they stepped off the vehicle, a buzz of conversation immediately filled the air. "Whoa, are those students from 7th Chengwu University? They must be here for the competition. The National Martial Arts University Championship is always held at Mount Jiyun. Let's cheer them on." Nearby, a young man's eyes went wide with excitement as he realized what was happening. "This means we can watch the martial arts duels in person." The girl next to him crossed her arms with a smirk. "Let's go, but you have to get to the top of the mountain to see anything. Normal people can only watch the live stream." Further away, Lu Sheng's school group was gathering. Zhao Taiyan stood in the middle of the crowd and raised his hand. "We're heading up the mountain now. Everyone, stick close to me." The students' faces lit up with excitement, their fists clenched as they roared in unison, "Yes, sir!" Just then, a streak of light flashed above their heads. Zhao Taiyan was startled, his eyes widening as he looked around. "Huh? Who was that? How can anyone be so fast?" As he spoke, Lu Sheng was already a blur, his serious voice echoing back to them. "We might have to face a martial saint soon. We need to start preparing right now." The group behind could only stare after him, completely dumbfounded. Lu Sheng muttered to himself, "Even though I haven't reached the Grandmaster realm yet, as long as a martial saint doesn't show up personally, none of these other clowns could ever take me down in an instant." A smile played on his lips, his eyes burning with anticipation. He knew he could use them to continue leveling up, to get stronger sooner. He even added a darker thought, that he might even be able to use a martial saint's head as a soccer ball. Meanwhile, back on the trail, the rest of the school group was charging up the stairs. Zhao Taiyan led the pack, a determined grimace on his face as he pushed onward. Finally, he reached a wide clearing and called out to the students behind him. "All right, let's stop for a head count here." Turning around, he frowned, pointing to each student one by one. 1, 2, 3. B. It looks like everyone kept up. Then, a puzzled look crossed his face. Where's Lu Sheng? Why can't I see him anywhere? Don't tell me he couldn't keep up with the group." At that, a student, bent over with his hands on his knees and gasping for breath, looked up. "Lu Sheng blew past you a long time ago, teacher. Didn't you see him?" Hearing this, the teacher was stunned. What?" he exclaimed. A moment later, Zhao Taiyan looked up the endless flight of stairs in disbelief and screamed, "You can't be serious!" The students behind him were just as baffled. On a different part of the mountain, a young man in a martial arts uniform put his hands on his hips and announced, "Xiaowan, let's stop here and rest for now. We can continue in a bit." The girl, still climbing, looked up at him. Her eyes were wide with confusion as she asked her senior brother, "Senior brother, I still have plenty of energy. Why don't we just go straight to the top?" Her senior brother gave Xiaowan a quick glance and reminded her, "This is your first time on Marshall St. Mountain, so you don't know the rules yet. Here, let your senior brother tell you all about it." She frowned, intrigued by his words. "Rules? What kind of rules?" He began to explain. "We have now entered the cloud steps. Further up are 5 stone platforms, but they're completely shrouded in mist, so you can't see them." He continued as he looked up at the cloud-covered peak before them. These 5 stone platforms are called the Stairway to Heaven, symbolizing a single leap to godhood 200 years ago. But before he could finish, his junior sister scowled, cutting him off with a pointed finger. "Senior brother, get to the point. I already know all this." "No wonder Dad says you nag and aren't manly at all." Seeing her frustration, her senior brother forced a smile and scratched his head, trying to defend himself. "I was just trying to give you a chance to recover your stamina, and you call me a nag." He then added, "All right, the main point is that the legendary Marshal Saint Chu Fu Hai was once here." He then recalled an image of lightning striking the mountaintop. He tempered his body with heavenly lightning and became a martial saint. So much so that the entire Marshal Saint Mountain still holds the remnants of his aura. Then, the senior brother closed his eyes proudly, spreading his arms as he pictured the glowing golden stairs in his mind. Any martial artist with a spirit root of 30 or below who comes here, if their talent is strong enough to climb to the stairway to heaven without stopping, they will trigger the martial arts aura left by Marshal Saint Chu Fu Hai. He frowned as he concluded, causing a rare celestial phenomenon. Hearing this, Xiaowan tilted her head, unable to picture it. "A celestial phenomenon? What's that?" Just then, her senior brother began to answer. It's sort of like he stopped as the mist around them began to swirl. Xiaowan looked up with wide eyes and asked again, "Ah, what's happening?" But her senior brother shouted with excitement, "Yes, this is the phenomenon. The swirling mist, the unpredictable changes." On the mountaintop, streams of golden light began to radiate outwards. The two of them stared in shock. Her senior brother yelled, "Anyone who can trigger a phenomenon like this will definitely become a Grandmaster in the future. They might even a massive shadow fell over them, causing them to look up with their mouths agape." The senior brother's face was a mask of pure shock, his eyes wide as he trembled. "Oh my God." In the next instant, a giant kun beast shot up into the sky. The senior brother screamed, "Unbelievable! The white whale's celestial cry! This is the highest grade phenomenon." Right after, other kun beasts began to fly up, following the clouds in golden light. The two of them were stunned as they watched every movement. The senior brother declared, "Junior sister, we are witnessing history," but she didn't understand and asked what he meant. Her senior brother was trembling with excitement as he explained, "It means that on this mountain, there are at least 3 chosen ones with the potential to become martial saints in the future." Hearing this, she was utterly shocked and turned to him, her eyes wide as she screamed, "What? 3 future martial saints?" Seeing her reaction, her senior brother added, "I never said that, only that they have the potential. It's not guaranteed they'll become martial saints." Then he looked up again, his eyes wide and brows furrowed as he gasped, "But this is still incredible enough. To see hope of reaching martial saint before 30. He then added, "I bet others don't even have a 1 in 1,000 chance." At that, Xiaowan started running, glancing at him with a smile. "Senior brother, you really are a nag. I'm going to give it a try too." Then she added, "What if I can also make a whale appear?" "Ha ha!" Behind her, her senior brother put his hands on his hips, watching her with affection. Suddenly, Lu Sheng shot past her like a blur, while she was still smiling, unable to react. In the next moment, he was flying up the stairs at lightning speed. Seeing this, Xiaowan's eyes widened in shock as she asked, "Was that a person just now?" "Senior brother, his speed is incredible." Suddenly, a golden dragon flew towards the 3 kun in the sky. Her senior brother's face was contorted in horror as he trembled, looking up and screaming, "What? That's a divine dragon. It's the divine dragon that devours all creation." He then confirmed, "So the legend is true. It's real." He screamed in terror. "A true dragon has appeared." A massive golden dragon flew across the sky, parallel to Lu Sheng as he raced up the stairs. Then, he realized something. He had only intended to climb the mountain, but on his way up, a strange feeling had started to grow within him. He added, "It's like I'm the only one left in this entire world." As he ran, lost in thought, The 4 colors of the natural breathing technique swirled around his body from 4 corners. Lu Sheng was surprised as he ran, wondering to himself, Why did the natural breathing technique suddenly activate? I didn't do anything. I'm just climbing to the top in the simplest way. His techniques were being summoned against his will. Something was pulling him skyward. Then, a dragon emerged from above, seizing the kun and devouring it whole. Lu Sheng stared in disbelief, shouting, "What the heck is that thing?" The kun's massive body shattered within the dragon's jaws. He stopped, processing the impossible sight. Those 3 massive whales had merged into one colossal dragon. Is this some kind of welcoming ceremony? The great beast roared at Lu Sheng, but he remained unfazed, continuing his climb. His expression hardened as he realized their true intent. They were trying to shatter his martial will. The spiritual pressure was immense. Suddenly, at the wind summit, Lu Sheng appeared, floating in mid-air. A massive dragon soared behind him, charging towards the crowd above. Someone in the group screamed in terror. "Holy crap! Who in the world is this guy?" "He actually triggered the divine dragon phenomenon," someone added. "The white whales summoned by the Extreme Path Gemini and the Saint Meow Jim's Prodigy don't even come close to this." Shielding his eyes, he struggled to see, wondering, where did this absolute monster crawl out from? The crowd stared, completely dumbfounded. A voice suddenly echoed, "1,000 overlapping waves, a divine dragon ascends, all creation submits." Through it all, Lu Sheng walked with a confident smirk, the dragon trailing faithfully at his side. Grandmaster Qi watched in astonishment, stroking his beard. He narrowed his eyes at the young man, adding, "In all my years on Mount Jiyun, this is the first time I've witnessed this legendary, heroic phenomenon." He then pointed a commanding finger at Lu Sheng and ordered his disciples in a serious tone, "Go investigate him immediately. Find out who he is." "Yes, sir," his followers replied in unison, but Lu Sheng just kept walking confidently, smiling, completely ignoring the chatter erupting around him. Then, another voice cut through the noise. Unbelievable. Truly heaven-defying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought a martial saint himself had arrived. Suddenly, the crowd's eyes went wide with a shocking realization. "Wait, that uniform he's wearing," a man shouted in disbelief alongside the others. "That's the insignia of the 7th St. Martial University. He's from University number 7. Hearing this, Lu Sheng stopped and gave them a friendly smile. The number 7 was emblazoned on his chest. He nodded in confirmation. At this, another person popped out from the crowd to ask, "What did you say? That trashy, good-for-nothing University number 7? How could they possibly produce a monster like him?" Someone else squinted, remarking, "Even the martial saints who climbed Mount Jiyun in the past never summoned more than 1 or 2 white whales in their youth." He turned to his friend, his voice filled with panic, shouting, "How does this kid have the talent to surpass a young martial saint 100 times over? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Just then, a green-haired girl pointed at him and exclaimed, "I recognize him. He's that natural-born genius from the 7th St. Martial University." Hearing this, Grandmaster Qi and his disciples stared, completely stunned. She then yelled, "He's the man who dominated the Martial Saint Tower in all 7 universities." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng walked deeper into the mountain, his dragon in tow, his expression darkening, a dangerous glint in his narrowed eyes. The girl revealed Lu Sheng's identity atop the mist-covered peak of Mount Jiyun. A crowd quickly gathered, buzzing with discussion. "So he's Martial Saint Tan's disciple, no wonder." One person quickly noted, "His talent is just insane. Summoning 1 whale is enough to qualify as a martial saint, but he's on a whole other level. He might even surpass a martial saint one day." The girl beside him secretly glanced over, sizing Lu Sheng up. Their words sent a shockwave through the crowd. "A being even stronger than a martial saint?" They echoed in fear. "What does that even mean?" another person asked, confused. The man in front pursed his lips and swallowed hard. Just then, a man holding 2 red bayoting balls spoke up. "Martial talent cannot be measured in such a simplistic way." The crowd gasped when they saw him. "Grandmaster Qi." He closed his eyes, rolling the 2 spheres in his palm as he spoke. At 1 degree lower, water turns to ice. At 1 degree higher, water turns to steam. Sometimes, what we see as a world of difference is, in reality, not so different at all. His disciples behind him stared at their master, awestruck. Then, he looked towards Lu Sheng, who was walking alone, and declared, "That kid, Lu Sheng, is very talented, but it's not as exaggerated as you all think." And still, Lu Sheng just strolled on, hands in his pockets. Grandmaster Qi then explained, "The Mount Jiyun phenomenon isn't a tool designed to measure martial talent. It's likely his martial aura is just extremely compatible with the aura of Martial Saint Zhou Fuhai, which is why he triggered a much larger phenomenon than others." Remembering the great light at the summit, he added, It's also very possible that those who came before him already stimulated much of the mountain's latent energy. This kid just happened to come at the right time to trigger the remaining luck of this Marshal Saint Mountain, Grandmaster Qi concluded. That is what ultimately created the heart-shaking scene you all witnessed. He closed his eyes again, picturing the image of Lu Sheng soaring with the dragon. Otherwise, if what you say is true, that there exists a being stronger than a martial saint. The martial saint is the heaven of this world. Tell me, is that even possible? Hearing this, a green-haired man finally understood and exclaimed excitedly, "That's right, Grandmaster Qi is right. Stronger than a martial saint? That's completely impossible." A blonde man next to him gave a thumbs up in agreement. Exactly. It's like eating a meal. You don't get full just from the very last bite. Then, the Grandmaster opened his eyes, a dark, intrigued smile on his face as he added, "But based on the aura that kid just displayed, his power and talent truly do surpass others of his generation. That much is undeniable, as expected of someone a martial saint favors. Truly outstanding." The green-haired girl beside him smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, with a thoughtful smile, she rubbed her chin and remarked, "Lu Sheng made quite an entrance. I bet the folks from the Extreme Path Martial Hall are all freaking out right now." Night fell. Inside a mountain hotel, a hand slammed down on a table. A man roared in frustration. "Freaking out? My ass." Lian Qibei's face was contorted with rage, his hands on his hips as he yelled, "So what if he triggered some little phenomenon? Look at you all, acting like scared little rats. It's pathetic." That was Lian Qibei, head instructor of the Extreme Path Martial Hall. He continued to slam his hand on the table in disgust. "He's not even a Grandmaster! At best, he just has a bit of talent. All of you are the core elites of our Extreme Path Martial Hall, and you're afraid of some student from St. Martial University?" Immediately, a man playing with his bangs chimed in. "Instructor Lian is right." With a dark smirk, this man squeezed his own shoulder and added, "This Lu Sheng isn't a Grandmaster now. No matter how great his talent is, that's a problem for the future. Not the present," he confirmed. "If I used my secret arts and went all out, I'm not so sure I'd lose to him." This was Chao Jian, one of the Extreme Path Gemini. The other one, with his hands in his pockets, sneered and added, "That's right, martial strength isn't measured by flashy light shows." He was the other half of the Extreme Path Gemini, Chao Qing. Chao Qing grinned wickedly, clenching his fist as he boasted, "If that little punk was standing in front of me right now, I could definitely crush him." Hearing this, Lian Qibei moved to stand between them, forming a triangle as he roared with excitement. "Excellent! This is the spirit our Extreme Path Gemini should have." Finally, he raised his hand to his neck and made a slitting motion. A demonic smile spread across his face as he announced with relish, "In that case, I'll arrange a little game for you. During the tournament, whoever runs into Lu Sheng first will kill him directly on the arena stage. And don't worry about the 7th St. Martial University," he confirmed. "I'll handle the fallout for you. Don't hold back." Inside the Transcendence Martial Arts Hall, a girl sat scrolling through her phone. Her eyes landed on a photo of Lu Sheng, and a blush crept across her face. "Lu Sheng," she whispered to herself. Suddenly, a man appeared before Zhang Yu. "You seem very interested in Lu Sheng." She looked up, startled. "Senior brother?" When she didn't answer, her senior brother cracked his knuckles. "Don't worry, his energy field is weak. He clearly hasn't mastered martial will yet. He's no match for you," he continued. "Your real targets are the Polaris Gemini." He frowned, thinking of the duo. Those two condensed a master's will 2 years ago. They've probably reached the quasi-grandmaster realm by now. Zhang Yu just lowered her gaze back to her phone, her voice cold. "I understand." Her senior brother was taken aback by her flat response. He quickly changed the subject, waving his hands enthusiastically. "Don't let that phenomenon fool you. The vision on Mount Martial Saint might have been real, but nothing is absolute. Lu Sheng has talent, sure, but he can't compare to you. In a real fight, it's not even a contest." But Zhang Yu just kept staring at Lu Sheng's picture, lost in her own thoughts. "Since I was a child, I've had a special gift. I can see ghosts and gods." She remembered the strange way he moved that afternoon as she watched him from the crowd. "When I saw Lu Sheng reach the summit, I think I saw a thick, black aura of bones behind him, covering the entire mountain." She questioned herself. Was I just hallucinating? The next morning, the hotel lobby was buzzing with chatter. "That's the power of the Demon King, Lu Sheng," someone shouted. "He triggered a phenomenon that's never been seen before." Cheers erupted. "Oh my god, Lu Sheng is going to win for sure. He's an absolute monster." Ha ha ha. From a distance, 2 men stared wide-eyed at the commotion. The taller one narrowed his eyes, remembering his own encounter with the main character. "Good thing I didn't try to challenge Lu Sheng to a duel," he thought. "The 4 years of confidence I built in college would have been completely shattered." The man in the hat next to him spoke calmly. I'm living proof of that. The tall man just folded his arms, closing his eyes and sighing as he remembered the brutal beatdown he received. I don't know what kind of power you'd need to withstand that kind of heavenly phenomenon. Not to mention, his martial will is already fully formed. If I fought him again, the outcome would be exactly the same. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a comforting voice spoke. Don't sell yourself short. He looked at the man in the hat as he continued. Let him be strong. You just need to focus on your own path. It was the headmaster of the 4th university. The man's eyes went wide with shock. Headmaster! The old man looked at his students with his hands clasped behind his back. Our 7 universities are fundamentally one. There's no need to treat Lu Sheng as an enemy, the tall man nodded. The headmaster is right. With Lu Sheng here, our league will finally get the respect it deserves. The headmaster glanced at Lu Sheng calmly. This year, our 7th St. Martial University might actually have a shot at first place. The headmaster turned his head, looking at him with approval. This is very good. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stood with his hands in his pockets, staring into the distance, a thought echoing in his mind. This kid is destined to become a dragon. Nearby, Zhao Taiyan watched him with worry. Why won't you understand, after I explained everything so clearly? He added in his thoughts. All you have to do is kill Lian Ye. Whatever the ultimate martial hall's reaction is, the great martial saint will handle everything for you. The great martial saint just wants to see where your loyalty lies. Zhao Taiyan watched Lu Sheng leave with deep disappointment. Lu Sheng, you've chosen the wrong path. The main character walked away, feeling a bit troubled. Suddenly, a powerful golden light erupted from his body, causing him to stop and stare in disbelief. Huh? He realized the energy surging through him had massively increased his strength. He looked inward, his eyes narrowing. He noticed his 4 natural elemental powers had changed. There's a new pattern, shaped like a giant whale. Did I absorb it back then? He muttered. In that case, I'll call it, before trailing off. His mind felt cleansed by the whale's power. He closed his eyes, sensing the new energy, the power of divine sense. This is the strength of a martial arts avatar. It feels like every gesture can command the forces of heaven and earth. Lu Sheng smiled, a wave of confidence washing over him. What a miraculous harvest. If I face a Grandmaster now, I'm sure to win. But then he froze, his senses screaming. Lu Sheng whipped his head around, his brow furrowed as he scanned the crowd. This killing intent, where is it coming from? Hidden in the crowd, a bald man was staring right at him, a venomous smile playing on his lips. Lu Sheng growled the name through clenched teeth. Lian, Qi, Bei. He quickly assessed the threat. So, he's an 8th level Grandmaster leading the team. If we fight, I'd have a 30% chance of winning, at best. The only way is to defeat him within 1 minute using my martial god state. Any longer than that, and it's all over. He imagined unleashing a brilliant golden blast, sending Lian Qibei flying. But, he thought, if I break through to Grandmaster first, condense my qi and blood, then enter the martial god state, Lian Qibei wouldn't last 20 seconds against me. A smirk touched his lips. Heh, seems like quite a few people are targeting me. He walked off with a casual smile, his hands in his pockets. I'll just sit back and watch how the script unfolds. And if anyone dares to deviate, I'll just have to crush them all. The stadium was packed, and the crowd was roaring. A cameraman hurried through, accidentally bumping into Lu Sheng. Excuse me, coming through, Lu Sheng asked. Hey, is this being live-streamed? The cameraman replied cheerfully. It is. We're almost set up. The tournament should start any minute. It's a shame we arrived so late. I heard there was a miracle earlier. Something you could see from the base of the mountain. It sounded epic. Too bad. I only managed to get a few photos. Luckily, the tournament will last 2 or 3 days, so maybe I'll get another chance. Just then, a loud voice echoed through the stadium. Everyone, please quiet down. They both turned to look. An old man with white hair and a beard stood holding a microphone. I am Hu Jianghe, the chief official of this tournament. I am presiding over these proceedings on behalf of the great martial saint, Tan Zhongyu. And now, I declare the National Collegiate Martial Arts Tournament officially open. We will now draw lots to determine the groups and matchups. As he spoke, he held out the lots. Please form an orderly line. Zhao Qian and Zhao Qing looked at their lots and shared a sinister smile. Xiao Yun looked worried, while Lian Qibei just sneered, a strange, dark aura pulsing around him. Lu Sheng was the most indifferent of all, barely glancing at his lot. A red-haired guy cursed, Crap, why did I get Wang Xin? He was the number 2 ranked fighter from our school a few years back. After graduating, he joined the Sea Dragon Martial Arts Hall. His friend was stunned. What? Doesn't that mean you're fighting one of your own? The red-haired guy pointed to the number 7 on his shirt. Think again. The disciples of the Sea Dragon Martial Arts Hall are his comrades now. Us? We're just from the Yang Prefecture. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stared at his ticket, lost in thought. Wonder who I'll face in the final three. Just then, a guy with blonde hair cautiously walked over. Excuse me, are you Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng turned to him and asked, and you are? The kid scratched his head, smiling nervously, but he couldn't hide the tension in his voice. I'm a student at Dongning Marshall University. My name is Luo Ming. Even though our last names start with the same sound, mine means road. Lu Sheng was a bit confused, but replied anyway, Hey, nice to meet you. Luo Ming seemed to relax a little. He turned and said, I've heard about you for a long time, Senior Lu Sheng. Seeing you in person, you're the real deal. The thing is, a couple of my juniors from the Eastern Martial Arts universities tagged along, and they said they know you. So I came over to say hi. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. Asterisk, so it's them. Asterisk, he waved his hand. Pikachu? On the other side, Kong Qing was excitedly waving back and shouting, It really is you. I thought I had the wrong person. But Xingji was trembling from head to toe, muttering, I can't believe you've already reached such an insane level. Kong Qing felt a chill run down her spine. Yeah, he's a total beast. Just standing in front of him, I can barely breathe. The pressure is suffocating. Xingji quickly composed himself, looking up with a smile. After seeing that phenomenon this morning, it was the first time in my life I've felt such complete awe, like I could never surpass someone my own age. Two of their classmates overheard them and chimed in, Wait, you guys actually know Lu Sheng, and you were in the same class? That's insane luck. You better maintain that relationship. In 10 or 20 years, who knows how huge that connection will be? Xingji's expression turned serious. Maintain it? How? This isn't just a gap anymore. It's a bottomless abyss. As he spoke, a deep crack seemed to form in his world. About 10 minutes later, Jiang He's voice came over the speakers again. Because 3 contestants failed to show up, we will be voiding their lottery numbers. The contestants holding these numbers will get a bye and automatically advance. Numbers 0384, 0483, and 0135. Lu Sheng saw his number and blinked. Asterisk. A free pass straight to the next round? Works for me. Saves me the trouble of getting on stage. Asterisk. Guess I'll use the time to scout the competition's skill level. On the arena floor, fighters were throwing down hard. Only the photographers and referees could move around freely inside the rings. The rules were simple. Get knocked out of the 20 square meter platform or surrender, and you lose. Nearby, a girl and her schoolmates were cheering their heads off. Go, senior brother. Lu Sheng's gaze followed theirs, and he nodded in approval. Whoa, that guy's not half bad. On stage, a pair was locked in combat, one with fists, the other with a sword. It was obvious the fist fighter had the upper hand. A glint flashed in his eyes as he threw a punch that completely shattered his opponent's blade. The referee raised the winner's arm high as the crowd below roared. That's our senior brother for you. He's incredible. This year, our Bo Wu Hall is definitely making the top 100. The so-called senior brother laughed with his juniors, while the loser was still sprawled pathetically on the stage, his face a mask of bitter defeat. A friend walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Hey, don't sweat it. These disciples from the martial halls are the best of the best from the universities. They come here to grind after graduation. Whether it's raw talent or the sheer hours they put in, we can't really compare. Losing is normal. The defeated student just spat on the ground in disgust. If he was my age, he'd be no match for me, guaranteed. His friend quickly agreed. Of course, man. Let's head back. From the sidelines, Lu Sheng watched and thought to himself, asterisk, so many students from the martial universities use age and training time as an excuse after they lose. It's always, if only this, or if only that. I'd definitely be stronger than him. Asterisk. Asterisk. But here's the problem. In a real life or death battle, you think your opponent gives a damn about any of that? You think they'll go easy on you for some reason? A loss is a loss. The strong don't make excuses. Asterisk. Asterisk. In fact, for a true warrior, the word failure doesn't even exist in their dictionary. Asterisk. A determined smile spread across his face. Disciples from martial halls have an age advantage, but university students have better training environments and resources subsidized by their schools. That's why they use age as a crutch. Meanwhile, the disciples from the martial halls have to earn every single resource themselves. It's because of all these factors that the age limit was relaxed to 30. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed again. The first round is over. Next up, Lu Sheng, number 0135, versus Jiang Yuan, number 0247. Please make your way to ring number 3. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan dropped to his knees, gritting his teeth. I forfeit. I'm not fighting. Both the referee and Lu Sheng, who was about to step onto the stage, were completely baffled. The announcer's voice crackled. Jiang Yuan, number 0247, has withdrawn. Lu Sheng, number 0135, advances. Jiang Yuan was shaking like a leaf. Are you crazy? You want me to fight that demon king? Bai Heng Chuan was so terrified by one of his punches that his entire martial will almost collapsed. I'm not trying to get myself deleted. Lu Sheng could only look down at his fist, which was practically glowing with power, and sigh. Asterisk. Another no-show. This is getting old. Asterisk. While he was bummed out, everyone around him was trembling in absolute fear. Suddenly, Lian Jibei noticed him from afar and sneered. So, that's the guy who took that mission? Meanwhile, up in the stands, the crowd was going absolutely wild. The announcer's voice cut through the noise. Ladies and gentlemen, the third selection round is about to begin. We have 4 stages. Ring number 1, ring number 2, ring number 3, and ring number 4. Lu Sheng, number 0135, and Jiang Long, number 0452. Please proceed to ring number 4. Lu Sheng's face lit up. He cracked his knuckles. Finally my turn. He then tried to squeeze through the dense crowd. Man, it's way too packed. Then, his eyes gleamed. Asterisk, if that's how it's gonna be. Asterisk Lu Sheng unleashed his spiritual energy, parting the crowd like the Red Sea. The hell? Who did that? Whose spiritual pressure was that? A dude with bright green hair stomped over, furious. Hey, that was you, wasn't it? You little punk. He threw a punch straight at Lu Sheng, yelling, You got a death wish? Lu Sheng turned, looking confused. Huh? In a blur of motion, he closed the distance, slammed a fist into the guy's gut, then twisted and delivered a kick that sent him flying, his tongue lolling out in pain. A second later, the green-haired guy was flat on his back amid a pile of shattered concrete. Lu Sheng closed his eyes and walked away, annoyed. Who gave you the nerve? Throwing a punch is one thing, but using Gang Chi? You were clearly trying to cripple someone. The surrounding crowd was dead silent. After Lu Sheng got to the ring, he looked around. Hey, where's the other guy? Jiang He scanned the area too. That's right. Where's Jiang Long? Jiang Long from the Southern Dragon Martial Hall. If you don't get up here, you're forfeiting. Suddenly, a panicked spectator pointed. The guy Lu Sheng just sent flying. Asterisk. That was Jiang Long. Asterisk. The green-haired punk was still unconscious where he landed. All right then. I guess we don't need a match. Lu Sheng advances to the next round. Lu Sheng let out another frustrated sigh. Asterisk. Ugh, you've got to be kidding me. Asterisk. The third selection round ended just as quickly. The remaining fighters were all in the top 100, and the champion was about to be decided. Fists flew and kicks landed in a series of intense battles. The referee yelled as Lu Sheng sent another opponent flying with a single punch. Lu Sheng wins. He advances to the 4th round. Up in the stands, a few people looked extremely tense. A man with blonde hair remarked, This Lu Sheng from St. Martial University, number 7. His power is on another level. Meanwhile, others were still screaming. Woo! So freaking cool, the blonde man continued. Yu Jinghong, who placed in the top 20 last time, couldn't even land a single hit on him. If you go up against him, I don't think you stand a chance. His companion, a man with shoulder-length red hair, replied, I'll give it my all. If that's not enough, then I'll just have to use my trump card. That technique was created by your master for you, a secret weapon designed to take on the extreme Dao twins and the transcendent saintly cat. The golden-haired man still gave a warning, but the power this Lu Sheng was showing off already put him on their level. Using that move on him wouldn't be a waste. You still think you have a shot at the top 4? The man with shoulder-length hair shot back. Yeah, see those 3 people up there watching? That's Lin Tabak and his 2 cronies, Triyu Tiem and Triyu Than. He let out a sigh. Looks like this Lu Sheng kid is the real deal. Then, a wicked grin spread across his face. But this is perfect. If it was just Truong Nok from the Transcendent Martial Hall, then the pressure of this tournament would be way too low for you guys. Lu Sheng is a perfect whetstone. Who knows? This might be your chance to break through to the Grandmaster level. The other 2 showed their excitement and greed with a shared, sinister laugh. Heh 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 heh. Down below, it felt like Xiao Yun had been plunged into hell, her anxiety spiraling. He's terrifying. That Lu Sheng is an absolute monster. The senior disciple beside her tried to calm her down. It's not that bad, is it? Sure, Lu Sheng's strong, but at most he's on par with the extreme Dao twins, or maybe even a little weaker. Why are you so down on yourself? But Xiao Yun was still terrified. No, that's just what a normal person sees. In my eyes, Lu Sheng appeared to her as a true demon king. She prayed silently. I just hope I face him in the finals. That way, surrendering right away won't be so humiliating. But the terror on her face was impossible to hide. 4 hours flew by in a flash. Kang Ha announced, the 7th round of the martial arts selection tournament begins now. Anyone who wins this round is in the top 10 in the entire nation. Down below, Lu Sheng was lost in thought. Wang Xin, I think he graduated from St. Martial University number 7. I guess that makes us fellow alumni, sort of. As he walked onto the stage, he was still wondering, should I go a little easy on him? His opponent was the very same shoulder-length haired man from the stands who'd been worrying just moments ago. The man Lu Sheng called Wang Xin. Seeing him approach, Wang Xin's mind raced. The Demon King of St. Martial University number 7. So I really am facing him. Fine. Respect is earned with strength. We'll see who's stronger. At that moment, the referee yelled, "Let the match begin." Lu Sheng said casually, "You can go first. Consider it a little courtesy for my senior." Wang Xin frowned, clearly annoyed. Before I graduated, I held the number 1 spot at St. Martial University number 7 for 2 whole years. Lu Sheng just gave him a thumbs up. Is that so? That's awesome. Make sure you come at me with everything you've got. That casual attitude enraged Wang Xin. He drew his blade while gritting his teeth. This guy is so infuriating. Then, his eyes started glowing like a demon's as he roared, "If you want to tick me off, then let's dance." The blade was unsheathed from its scabbard, instantly unleashing an overwhelming, hurricane-like pressure, accompanied by Wang Xin's primal screams. The wave of light washed over the crowd below, forcing them to gasp in awe. Whoa, the sheer power from that one slash alone has already surpassed a peak level 6 martial artist. It's comparable to a Grandmaster at the Great Achievement stage. I never knew Wang Xin was this powerful. Even Lian Taebok, watching from above, had to shield his eyes. He must be using some kind of secret art for a temporary power boost. With an outburst like that, after this fight is over, he'll definitely be finished. Triyu TM added through gritted teeth. Heh. That power burst could rival even us at our absolute best. Lu Sheng, how are you going to handle this? Down in the arena, the sword slash screamed towards Lu Sheng, but he just stood there, completely still and unfazed. Veins bulged on Wang Xing's body as he gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of his being into the swing as he yelled. My blood-burned secret art can increase my power by more than 5 times. I'll be out of commission for a month, but using it on you, Lu Sheng, is totally worth it. The name of the technique was Burning Blood Mad Blade Triple Strike. Lang Fi Dung, watching from the side, could see it was crazy powerful. The referee panicked, throwing his hands out and shouting, "This is bad! Something terrible will happen! Stop the match!" The blade was about to split Lu Sheng's skull in 2. Wang Xin roared, "Just lose already!" But the impossible happened. Lu Sheng casually raised 2 fingers and caught the blade, stopping it dead. Wang Xin was stunned, speechless with shock. What? Lu Sheng's expression darkened as he threw a single punch and said, "Didn't I tell you to use your full power?" That one punch sent Wang Xin flying across the arena, where he crumpled into a pathetic heap on the floor. Lu Sheng spoke coldly. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. How do you not understand a simple concept like that? Forget it. I'll give you one more chance. If you have any secret skills that unlock your potential or some crazy ultimate move, you'd better use it now. Lying on the ground, covered in wounds, Wang Xin screamed in his mind, "When was I not using my full power? Which one of your eyes sees me not using my full power? Son of a, that was my ultimate trump card. Damn it!" But Lu Sheng didn't care and coldly turned his back. The referee's voice rang out. Lu Sheng is the winner. Turning back, he saw Wang Xin lying motionless on the floor and thought with a start, "He passed out?" Lu Sheng then rubbed his chin, looking genuinely confused. Huh? No way. Did I hit him too hard just now? I swear I barely used any strength at all. I didn't even tap into my stellar force. Oh well, whatever. If he wanted to hide his true strength, it's not my fault he lost. Hearing this, his fellow disciples in the stands were completely floored. How is this possible? We were hoping Wang Xin would face the extreme Dao twins and the transcendent saintly cat, but he just lost. Like that, they were all buzzing. The senior disciple was sweating bullets. Losing isn't unacceptable. In martial arts, there's always a higher mountain. No one can be sure they're the strongest. But damn it, he lost to a single punch from Lu Sheng. Just how powerful is he really? And what did he mean with that last comment? Was he just mocking him? The crowd was still chattering non-stop. Down in the ring, Lu Sheng turned to the referee and said, "Can you announce the results now?" The referee jumped. "Ah, yes," he then shouted. "Contestant number 0135, Lu Sheng, is victorious and advances to the final round." Inside his head, the referee was screaming, "Holy crap, I was just about to stop the match. I can't believe Lu Sheng beat Wang Xin like he was squashing a bug. What kind of monsters signed up for this year's tournament?" At that moment, the students from St. Martial University number 7 were going absolutely wild. You see that? That's the Demon King of our St. Martial University number 7. Ha ha ha. Demon King! Demon King! Demon King! Demon King! Lu Sheng walked over to a chair and sat down. Everyone around him started whispering, sneaking fearful glances his way. "Look over there. The Demon King is back," they murmured in low voices. A few of his female fans, however, were completely smitten, with little hearts practically floating around them. The Demon King is so cool even when he's just resting. You said it. Totally. Hearing this, Lu Sheng felt helpless and said, "The Demon King? That name sounds so damn childish. Isn't it a little too early for me to have a nickname?" The elders above were also whispering. His control over his fist techniques is on another level. His spiritual essence is overwhelmingly powerful. He didn't even use his aura to defeat Wang Xin in an instant. And to think, he was one of the top 3 prospects. What a monster. That's right. I doubt even the Extreme Dao twins are a match for him. The champion this year has to be Lu Sheng, right? Not necessarily. The Extreme Dao twins are no ordinary geniuses. 2 years have passed. Who knows how much they've grown by now? Kang Ha stroked his beard calmly and said, "There's no need to speculate about these things. We just have to keep watching." The others replied in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, as expected of the seed that even the martial Saint Tan Zhongyu had his eye on. He truly defies all common sense. At the same time, Triyu Tiem and Triyu Thon were laughing. Wang Xin was reckless and didn't use his full power? No wonder. What a waste of time watching him. I can't believe he's such an idiot. But hey, this is great. The stronger this Lu Sheng from St. Martial University No. 7 appears, the more glory we'll get when we crush him. As he spoke, Triyu Tiem violently crushed a water bottle in his hand. That's right. The light shining from us will be that much more dazzling. Xiao Yun was still staring down in a daze. It looked like the dark shadow enveloping him was spreading even wider now. Through her eyes, she could see the sinister aura pouring off of Lu Sheng. The scene shifts. It's now late at night, deep in a quiet mountain forest. Lying on a bed, Lu Sheng thought to himself, "Today's match ended way too fast. I didn't even get a proper warm-up. The real finals are tomorrow." He was actually looking forward to it. He wondered what it would feel like to kill a Grandmaster. Suddenly, his phone lit up with a new message. Lu Sheng glanced over, surprised. It was from his little sister. "Awesome, awesome, awesome. Bro, you're on TV again. Go ahead and snag that national championship while you're at it." Lu Sheng texted back, "Every martial arts tournament is broadcast live on TV. It's just like the World Championships back in my old life." "Oh, right. Don't let mom and dad watch the match tomorrow. Not if you actually care about them." Jiang, he asked, confused. "Why not?" Lu Sheng was at a loss for words for a second, before typing out a reply. The content, "I don't want them to see me kill someone." After sending it, Lu Sheng let out a long sigh. "Ugh," he quickly added, "just kidding. But tomorrow's fight will definitely get bloody. I don't want to freak them out." "Jiang," he replied, "Oh my god, you scared me. Don't joke like that again. I really thought you were about to become a murderer." Lu Sheng messaged back, all right, I get it. I'll try." But he added, "Mom and Dad will definitely think about watching the replay, though. Don't say I didn't warn you," followed by a goofy chicken emoji sticking its tongue out. After texting his sister, Lu Sheng had a brilliant idea. "Haha, I can't stop people from watching. But that doesn't mean I can't stop the live broadcast itself. We'll see about that tomorrow." Suddenly, 5 new messages popped up on his phone. The first was from Liu Qiming. He also praised him, "Dude, you're a beast." The next was from Zheng Dandan. "You can do it. I know you won't reply, and you probably won't even see this. But just being under the same starry sky as you, and hearing news about you once in a while, that's more than enough for me." She sent a rose icon with it. The third message was from Qin Xiaojun. "Awesome. I knew you had it in you, kid. Make sure you come back. You hear? Someone's really missing you." Followed by a wicked grin emoji. Suddenly, Lu Sheng froze when he saw the next message. It was from Dong Qingshui. "Go, Lu Sheng." He whispered her name under his breath. An image flashed through his mind, a bride and groom at their wedding. The bride was breathtakingly beautiful, with blue eyes and red lips. Shaking it off, Lu Sheng looked out the window at the moon. "Man, the sky looks pretty nice tonight. Guess I'll go for a walk." Meanwhile, Xiao Yun was also walking under the snowy sky, shivering. "Whoa! -20 degrees is seriously cold." She walked alone to a spot closer to the moonlight, thinking, but the starry sky here is so clear. You can even see the Milky Way. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. She whipped her head around. Huh? Seeing who it was, she froze like a statue. The moment she snapped out of it, she bolted. Lu Sheng was speechless, watching the girl flee for her life. Am I really that scary? He wondered to himself. The list of names on my future wife document keeps growing, so why do I feel like I have absolutely zero game with the opposite sex? He had no idea that Xiao Yun was hiding behind a rock, watching him and panting. She stared at the black fog, the sinister aura radiating from Lu Sheng as he just stood there. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. It's actually covering the moon and the stars. What kind of monster is Lu Sheng? By now, his dark energy had truly enveloped the entire area. At that moment, In the dining hall, everyone was happily grabbing their food trays. Lu Sheng was pointing at several dishes, telling the cook, this one, and this one too. Give me all of it. Suddenly, he glanced up, surprised. Hmm? Seeing the girl peeking at him from the doorway, he was dumbfounded. What the heck does she want? Just then, Bai Hengchuan was blocked and snapped irritably. Hey, what's your problem? The arrogant guy named Chao Jian sneered. You better pray you don't run into me in the tournament today. Bai Hengchuan fell silent, his brows furrowed. Rumor had it that anyone who faced this guy in past tournaments ended up severely injured. A few were even beaten half to death. Chao Jian flashed a vile grin. I don't know my own strength, you see. Bai Hengchuan asked defensively, what do you want? Just then, Lu Sheng appeared, carrying a mountain of food on his tray. He casually shouldered Chao Jian aside with his tray and said, move it. Don't block the way. With a bone sticking out of his mouth, he added, what's with the attitude? Chao Jian exploded in anger. Which blind bastard was that? Lu Sheng, he roared. Hearing his name, Lu Sheng had no choice but to turn around. The guy drew a finger across his neck in a clear threat. You're not getting away either, kid. He looked smug, as if telling him to give up now, but a familiar hand reached out. With one hand, Lu Sheng effortlessly lifted the guy by his neck, making him squeal in pain. Lu Sheng squeezed so hard that blood trickled from the guy's mouth as his whole body trembled. In that moment, Lu Sheng's eyes were as sharp and merciless as a demon's, warning him without words. Try pulling a stunt like that in front of me again. Chao Jian started foaming at the mouth, thinking in sheer terror. I'm going to die! Suddenly, a loud shout cut through the tension. Stop! An enraged Lian Jibei rushed over. He landed and said through gritted teeth, I said, stop right now! He crossed his arms and lectured. The martial arts tournament hasn't even started. If you want to get disqualified, go ahead and keep it up. Lu Sheng calmly looked up at him, then let go. He offered a friendly smile and said, just having a little fun. Chao Jian collapsed to the ground, rubbing his neck while still trying to curse. Cough, cough, you damn brat. Lu Sheng bent down with that same friendly smile, patting his shoulder. You have a very nice neck. Then his eyes flashed as he whispered in his ear, now go run and tell your mommy. Lian Jibei turned away in disgust. Let's go. Stop making a scene. Chao Jian nervously called after him. Master! Panicked, he scrambled to explain. Master, please let me explain. The onlookers who witnessed the whole thing were in shock. Damn! Lu Sheng took down one of the Jidao Gemini's top guys in a flash. Ma Jixing Chao Jian. He couldn't even fight back? Sheesh, just how strong is Lu Sheng? Don't tell me he's already a Grandmaster. Lu Sheng, gnawing on a chicken leg, thought to himself, if I go all out against them in public, I'll probably end up a wanted criminal. And my family would get dragged into it. I'll just hold back for now. It's almost time anyway. Back in the Jidao Martial Arts Dojo's lounge, a furious shout echoed. What is wrong with you? Lian Jibei was laying into Chao Jian. Chao Jian bowed his head in shame, admitting his fault. I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect him to launch a sneak attack, so I couldn't react in time. Hearing this, Chao Qing spoke up with contempt. Chao Jian, you really are useless. Chao Jian spun around, gritting his teeth. What the hell did you just say? He stood up and grabbed Chao Qing by the collar. You bastard. I'll take my anger out on you first. But Chao Qing just smirked mockingly. Are you that pathetic? You get beaten outside so you come back here to bully your own people? As the two were about to brawl, a sharp voice roared. Enough, Lian Jibei said coldly. Figure out how to wash away the shame you brought upon Jidao. Chao Jian immediately bowed low and replied, Please rest assured, master, I will never make the same mistake a second time. Lian Jibei didn't even bother looking at him and just walked away. Soon, the room was empty, leaving him standing there all alone. The guy gritted his teeth so hard they squeaked. Lu Sheng. He was seeing red. Stomping his foot with a roar, he screamed, I want you dead. The innocent floor cracked under the force of his stomp. 1 hour later, in the arena, the spectators had already gathered, buzzing with anticipation for the matches. Lu Sheng now stood opposite the 3 remaining vice principals, with Zhao Taiyan by his side. Zhao Taiyan reminded him, the Jidao Gemini have dominated the national tournament for so many seasons for a reason. You can't underestimate their power. Even if you got lucky before, don't let your guard down once you're on that stage. Got it, Lu Sheng replied coolly. Hands in his pockets, he casually turned and walked away. The 3 vice principals watched him go, chuckling amongst themselves. That kid's got ice in his veins. There's no way he'll mess this up. Old Zhao, this time the championship is ours for the taking. Ha ha ha. But Zhao Taiyan was lost in thought. He closed his eyes and sighed. I hope you're right. He wondered silently. Lu Sheng, how are you going to explain this to the martial saint? Down below, the drawing for the 8th round officially began. Lu Sheng approached the lottery box and reached his hand inside. Reading the name on the paper, a small smile crossed his lips. Oh, he murmured. At that moment, Jiang He's voice boomed through the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match of round 8 will be Lu Sheng from St. Martial University number 7 versus Chao Tian of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. The crowd erupted, a mix of shock and pure excitement. No way! The organizers had to have rigged this. What are the odds? Talk about fated rivals. They're clashing in an official match. Lu Sheng already wiped the floor with him this morning in one move. Ha ha ha. This is a guaranteed win for him. Not so fast, another person argued. I heard it was a sneak attack. Chao Tian was just caught off guard. As Lu Sheng stood there, he noticed his opponent approaching. Chao Tian ground his teeth, cracking his knuckles with a menacing grin. You little punk. Prepare to die. Lu Sheng simply brought a hand to his chin, studying him with a thoughtful expression. Then with a smirk, Lu Sheng drew a thumb across his throat. The gesture sent Chao Tian into a blind rage. I'm going to kill you. Not wanting to delay the hype, Jiang, he quickly made an announcement. Will all non-competitors please clear the stage? Our first match is Bai Heng Chuan of the Martial Academy versus Zhao Yue of the Heavenly Pole Sect. An instructor was giving Bai Heng Chuan a pep talk. Don't worry about the outcome. Just give it everything you've got. The student nodded nervously. Yes, sir. But once on stage, Bai Heng Chuan's face soured as he caught sight of Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng just glanced at him, thinking to himself, Asterisk, this Zhao Yue guy, he's no pushover. Looks like this is going to be a tough fight for him. Asterisk. As they passed each other, Lu Sheng offered some encouragement. Go all out. Don't be scared. Bai Heng Chuan was stunned. Asterisk. Huh? Is Lu Sheng worried about me? Asterisk. But then Lu Sheng added, if you get killed, I'll avenge you. Bai Heng Chuan was completely floored. Huh? He then broke into a nervous laugh. Well, thanks in advance, I guess. Lu Sheng replied with a shrug. Hey, don't mention it. We're from the same academy. No need for formalities. Good luck. He then walked up the stairs into the roaring stadium. Bai Heng Chuan took a deep breath, steeling himself. The referee's voice echoed as the match officially began. The crowd's cheers grew even louder. Zhao Yue flashed a wicked grin. Hey kid, I'll give you one chance to surrender. Bai Heng Chuan had already drawn his blade. He charged forward, retorting, Let's see you make me. Zhao Yue just chuckled. With a slight tilt of his head, he effortlessly dodged the blade's energy. Gripping his sword with both hands, Bai Heng Chuan leaped into the air. He brought the blade down towards Zhao Yue's head, but no matter how many times he struck, his opponent dodged with ease, letting out mocking laughter the entire time. Ha ha ha. Exhaustion began to set in for Bai Heng Chuan. He landed, thinking desperately. Asterisk. He dodged every single one of my attacks. How is that possible? Asterisk. Meanwhile, the crowd was buzzing with discussion. Whoa! I can't believe Zhao Yue's footwork is on this level. You'd have to be nearing the realm of perfect control to move like that. That's terrifying. The whispers continued. Asterisk. So, you're good at dodging, huh? Asterisk. Bai Heng Chuan's expression turned deadly serious. A unique power began to radiate from his body. He raised his sword high. Then let's see you dodge this. Extreme Ice Seal! He plunged his sword into the ground. Instantly, massive ice spikes erupted from the floor. They shot upwards, piercing the shadow in midair. Bai Heng Chuan looked up. Got him! But as the dust settled, the shadow was gone. Asterisk. It vanished? No. An afterimage. Asterisk. Bai Heng Chuan's blood ran cold. Suddenly, countless illusions appeared behind him, slicing into him from every angle. You took the bait, little fool. Did you really fall for that? Ha ha ha. Bai Heng Chuan was helpless against the onslaught, crying out in agony. The real Zhao Yue appeared with a wicked laugh. Then he delivered a brutal kick, shouting, Get lost. Covered in cuts, Bai Heng Chuan's body slammed into the concrete floor, and he screamed in pain. Asterisk. Cough! Cough! Asterisk. The force of the impact shattered the ground beneath him. Medics rushed to his side in a panic. Are you okay? One of them examined his injuries, his voice filled with alarm. This is bad! He's critically injured! He's got 4 broken ribs, and his limbs are shattered! From the stage, Zhao Yue looked down with utter contempt. Pathetic trash. Then, his eyes shifted to Lu Sheng. You're next. Lu Sheng placed a reassuring hand on a shoulder. It was Bai Heng Chuan's. You fought well, Lu Sheng said calmly. But it's a shame. If you were hurt just a little bit more, I'd have an excuse to kill him. An overwhelming killing intent radiated from Lu Sheng. Bai Heng Chuan looked up, bewildered. Asterisk. Huh? Asterisk. A shiver of fear ran down his spine. Asterisk. What was that feeling coming from Lu Sheng? Asterisk. An illusion appeared in his mind, a mighty lion facing off against a venomous snake. Just then, the announcer's voice cut through the tension. Next up, Zhang Yu of the Zhao Yue Martial Academy versus Pang Hong of the Blazing Dragon Academy. The crowd was buzzing with excitement again. A girl stood with her eyes closed. Her name was Zhang Yu. A quick note. In previous chapters, she was mistakenly called Zhao Yun. We'll be using her correct name, Zhang Yu, from now on. Thanks for your understanding. Zhang Yu stood calmly, eyes closed, focusing her power. Her opponent, Pang Hong, sized her up. Asterisk, I can't believe I'm facing such a delicate girl. Does she even have any real power? Asterisk. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. An immense pressure exploded from her body. Zhang Yu unleashed a wave of spiritual energy toward Pang Hong. He stumbled back in shock. Asterisk. A spiritualist. Asterisk. But he quickly recovered, gathering his own power to retaliate. All right then, let me open your eyes to true power. Behold, my indestructible iron body, he roared. The two opposing forces clashed violently. A moment later, Pang Hong's energy dissipated completely, but Zhang Yu's giant, ethereal hand continued to press forward, filling him with dread. What? It had no effect? The massive hands clamped down on Pang Hong, squeezing him tightly. AAGH, the pain. My body feels like it's going to be crushed. Unable to take it anymore, Pang Hong tapped out. Let me go! Let me go! I surrender! The referee raised his hand, declaring the winner. The victor is Zhang Yu of the Zhao Yue Martial Academy. Asterisk, damn, she's strong. Asterisk, he thought in awe. Zhang Yu, on the other hand, just let out a quiet sigh. The crowd was already abuzz. The saintesses of the Zhao Yue Academy is no joke. That spiritual power was nearly at the 4th level. The gap in their strength was just too massive. Pang Hong's famed iron body was nearly pulverized. Lu Sheng watched with a faint smile, making his own assessment. Asterisk. Not bad at all. Her spiritual power is maybe 20% of mine. Asterisk. Just then, Zhang Yu noticed Lu Sheng watching her with a smile. She immediately turned and bolted out of the arena. Lu Sheng was stunned once again. Asterisk. Ack? She ran away again? Why is she just like Xia Lin? Asterisk. Asterisk. The second she sees me, she takes off running. Is my face really that scary? Asterisk. The referee's voice boomed once more. And now, for our final match. Chao Tian of the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy. Having waited impatiently for this moment, Chao Tian shoved his way through the crowd. This is too damn crowded. Everyone, get the hell out of my way. The people around him trembled and quickly scattered. Versus Lu Sheng of St. Martial University number 7. Lu Sheng had been waiting calmly for his turn. So, Chao Tian and Lu Sheng are finally facing off. A senior student in the stands watched with intense focus. Another beside him was buzzing with excitement. Yes! This is going to be an incredible fight! The last few matches ended way too fast. This is what I've been waiting for. Placing one hand on the floor, Lu Sheng vaulted effortlessly onto the stage, looking impossibly cool. Just as he landed, Chao Tian leaped onto the stage from the other side. Triyu Tiem arrogantly sneered. Luke Than, according to Article 32 of the National Martial Arts Tournament rules, if a contestant is accidentally killed during a match, he shot him a menacing glare. The winner bears no responsibility. You get what I'm saying? But Luke Than just gave a lazy reply. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Now let's get started. The referee quickly scrambled away. Right, I should probably back up. Don't want to get caught in the crossfire. All right, I declare this match officially underway. At that moment, only 2 figures remained, facing each other on the stage. Surprisingly, Luke Than started doing some lazy warm-up stretches. Oh, by the way, I know you've got some kind of power-up. I'll give you time to transform, but my patience isn't infinite, so hurry up and show me everything you've got. Triyu Tiem roared in fury. You'll regret this. An explosion of dark, sinister energy erupted from his body. Drowning in that powerful aura, he smirked, lost in the delusion of his own strength. He unleashed his ultimate technique, demonic extreme form. The dark aura swirled violently around him. Cocooned in that energy, he lunged forward. Even Luke Than's eyes widened, surprised by this aura. Huh? Up in the stands, the crowd gasped in horror at the display of power. This is it, Triyu Tiem screamed like a madman. It's not over yet, demonic extreme form, 2nd stage. His body began to swell and contort, his feet twisting into a grotesque shape. Luke Than calmly raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the wave of dark energy. The 2nd stage of the demonic extreme form was complete. Triyu Tiem had transformed into a true monster, with long white hair, blank white eyes, horns, and vicious fangs. The spectators in the stands reeled back in shock. Whoa, what kind of body enhancement art is that? I feel like not even a Grandmaster can compare. The pressure is insane. Demonic Extreme Star. So this is Triyu Tiem's true power. He swept the last tournament with just the 1st form. He was known as the strongest fighter below the Grandmaster rank. And he's already mastered the 2nd stage? Just how terrifying is he? Trongnok watched from the sidelines, completely stunned by the situation. So strong. But it's strange. It feels like this power isn't his own, but comes from something inside his body. It feels like a demonic beast. Triu Tai Yem and the other vice principals paled with worry. How is this possible? He's radiating the same aura as a Grandmaster. This is bad. Luke Thon is in real danger. But down on the stage, Luke Thon was still calmly analyzing the situation. Oh, interesting. This power is way beyond a standard Grandmaster, at least 4 times stronger. But his aura feels off. Could this be a mutated martial artist? A wicked grin spread across his face. Lu Sheng stood calmly, facing the mutated challenger. From above, Lian Qibei and his cronies sneered down. Ha ha, the Jidao Martial Hall. Why even call yourselves the ultimate way? You're all about to find out. Meanwhile, Trithon glanced over at the bewildered Truong Ningok and thought with a vile smirk, I can't let you steal all the spotlight. Luke Thon is yours. But Truong Nok is mine. Heh heh heh. Triu Tiem flexed his newly formed razor-sharp claws. Heh, you better not even think about surrendering. Because if you do, he crouched low, then shot towards Luke Thon like a cannonball, roaring. I'll be seriously pissed. He unleashed a flurry of punches while screaming, Extreme demonic martial arts! A wave of destructive energy blasted straight for Luke Thon. But he just stood there, waiting. The crowd held its breath, crushed by the weight of Triu Team's power. Mr. Kwang Ha nervously signaled his guards, be ready for anything to prevent any bloodshed and casualties. The guard gave a firm nod. Just then, Triu Tiem charged like a raging bull, screaming, Luke Thon, I want you dead. The attack landed squarely on Luke Thon's body. From above, the spectators gasped in horror. Such terrifying power! A massive explosion rocked the entire arena. Lian Tabak laughed with glee. Ha ha, looks like Luke Thon is finally done for. But he didn't get to celebrate for long. Through the smoke, a figure was still standing tall. Lian Tabak shot to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. No, that's impossible. Down below, Luke Thon was still smiling as he took the hit. An impenetrable aura radiated from his body, forming an invisible shield that Trio Tiem's attack couldn't even scratch. He finally spoke. Is that all? Don't you have a 3rd stage demonic Dao or something? Or maybe an even stronger ultimate technique? Trio Tiem was horrified, trembling too hard to even speak. Wah, Luke Thon stepped closer, his eyes like daggers. Look at you. I guess that's all you've got, huh? Trio Tiem stumbled backward in pure terror. Luke Thon brushed some dust from his chest, his gaze turning ice cold. You call that the extreme Dao's twin demonic star. Then this one punch of mine. At this point, Trio Tiem was completely terrified, his dark aura completely gone. His entire body trembled as he tried to say something. You. But Luke Thon's fist was already descending as he spoke its name. Will be called. Violent Star. Before that descending fist, Trio Tiem seemed impossibly small. All he could do was let out a final scream. As the entire stage was engulfed in a shocking blast, Lian Tabak shrieked in horror. Trio Tiem. As the smoke slowly cleared, it revealed Trio Tiem, kneeling defeated before Luke Thon. Luke Thon just stood there, his expression cold as ice. Trio Tiem's face was slammed into the floor, blood pouring from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Lian Tabak gritted his teeth and instantly launched himself down to the stage, throwing a punch while roaring. Luke Thon, you dare? But in the next instant, 4 other figures moved in a blur. Luke Thon's 4 vice principals appeared, intercepting the attack just in time. The 2 sides leaped back. Triu Tai Yem removed his glasses, his voice dangerously low. Lian Tabak, what do you think you're doing? Kwang Ha also stepped forward to de-escalate. Stop this. You are both Grandmasters. Do you want to become a laughingstock by fighting here? Lian Tabak supported the fallen Trio Tiem, his voice filled with rage. This brat tried to kill him. He tried to murder the future star of our extreme Dao Martial Hall. He deserves to die. Suddenly, Trio Tiem coughed weakly. Cough, cough. Someone. Get the medics down here now. 2 medics quickly rushed onto the stage with a stretcher. Triu Tai Yem stepped in. Lian Tabak, since Triu Tiem is still alive, this matter ends here. Don't blow this out of proportion. Meanwhile, Luke Thon hid behind his teacher, whispering, Help me out here, sir. Lian Tabak shot them a venomous glare. You will all remember this. Yeah, sure. Kwang Ha picked up the microphone. Then I declare the winner of this battle is Luke Thon of St. Martial University, number 7. The crowd above erupted in chaotic discussion. Holy crap, he's so strong. Luke Thon is on a completely different level. Trio Tiem went full 2nd stage demonic mode and couldn't even land a scratch on him. Is Luke Thon secretly a Grandmaster? But if he was, why did he hide behind his vice principal just now? He only used his aura to block Trio Tiem. He hasn't achieved a Grandmaster's domain yet. I think it's pretty much confirmed who's going to win the tournament this year. Everything from here on out is just a formality. Luke Thon is only 18. What a monster. His strength is the real deal. He's already surpassed a normal quasi-grandmaster. Even the demonic extreme star couldn't withstand a single punch from him. Luke Thon casually brushed back his hair and walked off the stage with incredible swagger. From this day forward, the era of the Extreme Dao Twins is officially over. The Demon King, Luke Thon, will now rule the National Martial Arts Tournament. Haha. As Luke Thon was leaving, Triu Taiyem called out to him. He and the other vice principals gathered around. Luke Thon, in a martial arts tournament, blood is bound to be shed. As long as it wasn't intentional, you did nothing wrong. Don't overthink it. If someone dies, they can only blame their lack of skill. The school will handle any pressure from the public. And remember, the Extreme Dao Martial Hall isn't the only one in the world with a 9th-level martial saint. Luke Thon bowed his head and let out a sigh. That's a relief. But inside, Triu Taiyem was thinking to himself, for a powerhouse like Luke Thon to face a true Grandmaster, it's natural for him to be afraid. That fear is where a Grandmaster's authority comes from. To not fear a Grandmaster, that's a 1 in a million trait. Luke Thon possesses phenomenal talent, but to also ask him to have a calm and unshakable mind, that's asking too much of him. What a pity. To take the final step and become a martial saint, talent alone is not enough. Such a waste for Luke Thon. Seeing Luke Thon's head bowed in silence, Triu Taiyem felt a wave of sympathy. If only he knew that in that moment, Luke Thon's soul was doing celebratory backflips. I'm so freaking cool. Hiding behind old man Triu like that was a stroke of absolute genius. My acting skills are freaking god tier. With that, he turned away. The final stage of his plan was almost here, having the great Lian Jibei fall at the hands of a prodigy like him. Glancing at the fuming old man, he smirked. Lian Jibei would probably be so mad he'd jump right out of his own coffin. The 9th match, the semifinals, was about to kick off. It was time to draw lots, and the crowd was buzzing with excitement. The 4 remaining contestants stepped up to the box. So, the semifinals are finally here, huh? One of the fighters, Deng Rui, was already 30 years old. The dude from Heaven and Earth Dojo sized up his competition. Man, I totally lucked my way into this. There's no way I can beat any of these guys. He was practically crying on the inside, praying to the heavens. Please, don't make me draw one of them. Zhao Qing is a total psycho. Lu Sheng is the scariest, totally unpredictable. Zhang Yu is the only normal one left. If I could just get matched with Zhang Yu, that'd be awesome. Just thinking about it made Deng Rui tremble uncontrollably. But he tried to play it cool, letting out a small cough. His soul, however, was totally checking out Zhang Yu. She was cute, had a nice personality, and knew how to hold back her punches. She's super polite after a match, too. If she accidentally hits too hard, she'll send someone to apologize. She's basically the perfect little angel of the martial arts world. After daydreaming for a bit, Deng Rui broke into a cold sweat, until he glanced at the lot in his hand and started celebrating internally. I'm so touched. I can't beat those monsters and psychos, but I've got brains and luck on my side. Lucky him, he'd obviously drawn Zhang Yu. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing pulled his lot, his face twisting into a grimace. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. It's okay. Don't worry. There's still time to go buy some accident insurance. Zhao Qing was genuinely starting to panic now. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed as he leaned in and whispered, If you want, I can recommend a couple of plans. They have excellent reputations. I had a friend who died just yesterday, and his family already got the insurance payout. Drenched in a cold sweat, Zhao Qing frantically slapped his hand away and backed off. But Lu Sheng calmly continued, What's got you so tense? I'm just kidding. I mean, if I actually killed you, wouldn't the Grandmaster from your Extreme Dao Dojo come after me? Zhao Qing tried to sound tough, but his trembling voice gave him away. Good, as long as you know. And besides, you think I'm a weakling like Zhao Qian? Lu Sheng just smiled casually. Oh, of course not. Then he stepped closer, his expression darkening. I think you're even weaker than he is. With that, he brushed past Zhao Qing, waving over his shoulder. See you in the ring. It was hard to tell if Zhao Qing was more angry or terrified as he repeated Lu Sheng's name in his head. The sun was high, but the stadium's energy hadn't faded one bit. Zhao Qing then went to whisper something to Lian Jibei, making the old master hiss with rage. Lu Sheng, sooner or later I will make you pay. Of course, their little exchange didn't escape Lu Sheng's notice. He was secretly pleased. His trash talk might have been a bit much. But hey, it worked like a charm. The way Lian Jibei looked like he wanted to kill him but couldn't proved the fish had taken the bait. To kill Lian Jibei, he needed a legitimate excuse. A reason so perfect that everyone would agree it was justified. Then everything that came after would go smoothly. but he had to be so careful because he still wasn't strong enough. He had to play by the rules someone else made. If he were truly powerful, he could ignore what anyone thought, let alone kill a scumbag like Lien Jibei who deserved to die 1,000,000 times over. If he killed him then, no one would dare say a word. The truly strong are the ones who can break the rules, create the rules, and use the rules to their advantage. After all, you can't save the world of martial arts by just being a good little rule follower. That's why I'm still not strong enough. I have to keep pushing myself. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed again. The first semifinal match, Zhang Yu versus Deng Rui. After a duel lasting over 10 minutes, a winner was decided. Zhang Yu was victorious. On stage, Zhang Yu was catching her breath and recentering her energy. Deng Rui looked exhausted on the outside, acting like it was finally over, but inside he was ecstatic. He managed to keep his pride intact against all those scary freaks. What a rush! Ha ha ha, Jiang, he commented on the match. Their skills were evenly matched, a very professional fight, but I fear something bad is about to happen in the next one. He had noticed the murderous intent in Lu Sheng's eyes. The crowd was buzzing again. That first match was kind of boring, not gonna lie. Yeah, but Lu Sheng versus Zhao Qing is next. Now that's what I'm waiting for. I heard Lu Sheng almost broke Zhao Qian's spine. Yeah, good thing they got him to the ER in time. Serves those extreme Dao brothers right. Every year, they cripple someone, ending their martial arts career for good. They only get away with it because their Grandmaster covers it all up. And that's not even the only shady stuff they pull. Well, look at this. A villain versus a bigger villain. I bet after Lu Sheng is done with him, Zhao Qing will need help just to go to the bathroom. Ha ha ha. If he gets crippled, he'll just need a new nickname. How about the Heavenly Cripple Star? Too funny. Ha ha ha. Walking through the jeering crowd, Zhao Qing was stunned. As one of the twin stars of the extreme Dao Dojo, he'd never feared anyone below the rank of Grandmaster. He was supposed to be the one who inspired fear in others. That's how it should be. Since when do I get terrified of an opponent my own age and level? Is this for real? He thought, gritting his teeth in frustration. While Zhao Qing was frozen in a daze, Lu Sheng's voice cut through. Hey, snap out of it. Get ready to go up there and take your beating. Zhao Qing clenched his jaw, telling himself not to back down. Trying to act tough, he shot back. Hey, you better go grab a weapon while you still can. Don't blame me for bullying you otherwise. Lu Sheng's eyes flared, his aura pressing down on him. Are you seriously asking for a death wish? Zhao Qing's brave act immediately crumbled, replaced by pure panic. He quickly tried to cover it with scorn. All bark and no bite. Let's get in the ring. I refuse to believe you're that strong. The referee's announcement rang out. The match begins. Lu Sheng versus Zhao Qing. The crowd absolutely erupted. Zhao Qing tried to calm himself down and analyze the situation. How is he going to attack me? No matter what he tries, I've got a way to dodge it. As he thought this, he unleashed his dark energy, his eyes glowing intensely. But then, that power quickly faded. Weird. Why isn't he making a move? Across the stage, Lu Sheng was completely still. He started sweating again. He's just standing there. But it feels like some terrifying presence is slowly closing in on me. He's not showing any openings. What do I do? Zhao Qing tried to psych himself up. Whatever. If he's not gonna move, I'll go on the offensive. I will not lose. Don't you underestimate me. With that, his feet began to move. Zhao Qing used heavenly extreme speed, rushing towards Lu Sheng to end it quickly. A blade materialized in his hand. He then unleashed the Extreme Star Pierce, aiming straight for Lu Sheng's face. The spectators were blinded by the flash, shielding their eyes. So bright. That sword technique is incredible. Even Lu Sheng's 4 vice principals had to admit it was impressive. Jiang, he was stunned. This is... But when the smoke cleared, one figure was gone. Zhao Qing panicked. What? Where's Lu Sheng? He looked down at his cracking dagger in absolute terror. My star-shattering dagger is cracked? Lu Sheng reappeared behind him with a smirk. Sorry about your dagger, but man, you are slow. Zhao Qing spun around, only to find Lu Sheng had vanished again in terror. Lu Sheng circled him relentlessly, taunting him. Too slow, too slow, too slow, too slow. Zhao Qing was spun around until he was completely dazed and confused. Images of Lu Sheng appeared from every direction, driving him insane. Still, too slow. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? How can I... Zhao Qing collapsed to his knees, clutching his head in agony. He questioned himself. I can't even see him. How is this possible? The words too slow echoed endlessly in his ears. Triuthan whimpered, drowning in despair. What could he do? Suddenly, a hand seized his collar from behind. Luke Thon hoisted his entire body into the air and sneered. Are you here to be the clown? Giving up so soon? Triuthan glanced down in a panic, then roared like a maniac. Let me go! Extreme wind! A vortex of green energy erupted from his body. With veins bulging on his face, Triuthan snarled, "Have a taste of my wind blades." Lukethan's voice was ice. "What? You call this pathetic little breeze? Wind?" Then, Lukethan released his grip, dropping him. The energy instantly dissipated. He frantically looked around, screaming in rage, "Damn it!" In the blink of an eye, Lukethan vanished. "Let me show you what real wind feels like." Triuthan was terrified. Where did he go? He spun around in confusion, only to see Lukethan moving like a tornado, circling him endlessly. The spectators above watched in utter horror. Huh? Could those be after images? How fast do you have to be to create that many? Lukethan, still moving at blinding speed, taunted him. "Find me. Touch me." Triuthan was completely overwhelmed, seeing countless versions of Lukethan surrounding him. Lukethan suddenly whispered in his ear, "And you'll win." Even Triutayem and the other vice principals were left completely speechless. One of them broke into a cold sweat, thinking about the nature of after images. They were merely tricks of the eye, a visual residue. When the brain receives a new signal before the last visual memory has faded, it creates the illusion of a clone. Producing 5 or 6 after images in a short time was already considered monstrous, but what Lukethan was doing was simply unimaginable. Down below, Triuthan began to wildly swing his sword, slashing at the illusions. "They're fake! All of them are fake! Only one is real! I'll find you!" He gritted his teeth, screaming like a lunatic. "I swear I'll find you. Take this!" Triuthan was still slashing like a madman at the new moon divine wind. Suddenly, 2 hands shot out, getting ready to grab his head. With a dark expression, Lukethan violently spun him around. The speed was so immense that Triuthan's limbs twisted grotesquely, his face contorted in pain, his body mangled like freshly wrung laundry. It was a gruesome sight. With the job done, Lukethan stated calmly, "I just broke all 4 of your limbs and 8 of your ribs." This time, they were even for what happened to Bak Hohan Shuyan. Triuthan could only lie on the ground, twitching and writhing like a worm. The referee's voice boomed, announcing the result. From St. Martial University, number 7, Lukethan is the winner. The crowd erupted in awe. "Lukethan is a beast. Is there anyone in our generation who can actually fight him?" Trong Nak's senior brother was now worried for her. Trong Nak is up next. Is she going to be okay? Lukethan was just too terrifying, and the tension was clearly visible on Truong Nak's face. Kang Ha's voice echoed through the microphone. "And now, the next match will be Truong Nak versus Lukethan." The 12 contestants took the stage, which made Truong Nak jump. She immediately shot her hand up. "I forfeit. I give up. I can't beat him. I can't do it." Just like that. Her declaration stunned her fellow disciples. "What?" Her gaze accidentally met Lukethan's. Their eyes locked for a second before she turned and bolted. Lukethan was left wondering, what's with that girl? In Truong Nak's eyes, Lukethan had transformed into a colossal, vicious serpent. He was a source of pure darkness, a monster lurking in the shadows. Fighting him, you'd have to be insane, she thought. Up in the stands, a bandaged Bak Hoan Shuyen chuckled. "This martial arts tournament had a pretty lame ending, huh?" His teacher replied, "Indeed." He looked down at Lukethan and continued, "But what does it matter? No one could beat Lukethan anyway." In the end, St. Martial University number 7 took the championship. Our university, one of the 7 saints, can finally hold its head high and puff out its chest with pride once again. Half an hour passed quickly. Kang Ha cleared his throat and announced, "This year's National Student Martial Arts Tournament has come to a perfect conclusion. Every single competitor gave it their all, creating some truly intense showdowns." Lukethan's image appeared on TV. A friend cheered, "Whoa, Duong Dien, your boyfriend is so cool. He won the whole tournament." Duong Dien, tying her hair, blushed and corrected her. "What boyfriend? I told you, we're just classmates." But after seeing the handsome Lukethan on screen, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle happily. Meanwhile, at Lukethan's house, excited shouts filled the air. "Yes, big brother got first place." Luke Khan Hoa cheered with pure joy. "My brother is the national martial arts champion. Haha." His parents were just as thrilled. His mother turned to his father. "Hurry up and call to book a table. We're inviting all our relatives and friends for a huge celebration." His father quickly pulled out his phone, dialing as he replied, "You got it. You got it." Luke Khan Hoa pointed at the screen. "Hold on. They haven't given out the awards yet. My brother's moment of glory is about to start. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Let's keep watching." Elsewhere, Trin Dan Dan was also watching with her friend. Her friend sighed. Dan, that Lukethan. He's gotten so incredibly strong." Trin Dan Dan replied with a hint of melancholy. "I think this is fine. I can see him often, and I can still send him messages, even though he'll never read them or reply." At that moment, in the Eastern Military District, Tan Thiu Quan was shouting with excitement. Damn, that Luke Thon kid is on another level. He slumped into his chair, still amazed. Ha ha ha, the master must be over the moon. That bit of rare marrow fluid I gave him was definitely not wasted. Dong Tin Tuyet suddenly countered. Don't be so sure. Tan Thiu Quan looked confused. What do you mean? Once Luke Thon graduates, he's coming straight to our Eastern Military District. Isn't that what we agreed on from the start? He's not the type to be ungrateful and stab us in the back, Dong Tin Tuye calmly explained from her seat. Luke Thon won't go back on his word, but what if he's unable to come? Don't forget who's backing St. Martial University number 7. The martial saint, Tan Zhongyu, has had his eye on Luke Thon for a while. After this tournament, he'll almost certainly announce Luke Thon as his official disciple. No matter how prestigious our master is, he can't compare to a martial saint. Hearing this, Tan Tu Quan slapped his forehead in frustration. Huh? I thought in just a few days, I'd be fighting alongside that kid on the battlefield. Dong Tin Tuet looked up and replied, that day will come. You should get ready. A new dimensional fissure has been discovered in Sector 85. We'll be deploying on a mission soon. Tan Thiu Quan threw up his hands in protest. So annoying. We only got a few days of rest and now we're heading out again? Hey, look! Luke Tan. His sudden shout made Dong Tin Tuyet glance over in surprise. On the large screen, a serious Luke Thon was pointing his finger, declaring, I want to issue a challenge to Grandmaster Lien Te Bok. Tan Tu Quan was baffled by the action. Whoa, Luke Thon, what the hell is he doing? Just a minute before, Kang Ha was standing by his two disciples, announcing, on behalf of the National Martial Arts Association, I declare, the champion of this year's National Student Martial Arts Tournament is, before he could finish, a voice cut him off. Wait a moment. Luke Thon bowed respectfully. Chairman Kang Ha, I have an unreasonable request, and I hope you will grant it. Kang Ha replied generously, oh, go ahead, say what's on your mind. With his head still bowed, Luke Thon said, actually, this tournament. He then raised his head, his voice booming across the arena. I came here with the intention of honing my martial arts, to learn from the techniques of heroes, but frankly, I am utterly disappointed in all of you. He said this while pointing a finger at the other contestants. Kang Ha was stunned. Huh? What was this about? Luke Thon continued. Not a single one of you made me feel even a shred of pressure during this entire tournament. It was monotonous and boring. His words left everyone speechless and confused. The female vice principal above couldn't help but ask, what's going on? Is Luke Thon trying to make himself a target for every dojo in the country? Triyu Tai was also trying to figure it out. I don't know. From what I know of Luke Thon, he's not the type to be so arrogant and lose himself in victory. Below, Luke Thon continued, that's right, especially. He aimed his finger in one specific direction, the Extreme Way Dojo. His finger was pointed directly at Lien Te Bak, and then Luke Thon began to taunt him. Your so-called Gemini stars were complete garbage. They didn't learn a single thing from your Ultimate Way legacy. The Jidao Martial Hall is nothing but a bunch of clout chasers willing to die for a little fame and fortune. Those words sent Lien Qibei into a blind rage. His eyes blazed red like a charging bull. He slammed his hand on the armrest, roaring, you little punk! What are you trying to say? Lu Sheng replied casually. I don't mean anything by it. I just wanted to use your Jidao experts to sharpen my skills and break through to the Grandmaster level. But your precious Gemini couldn't even survive a single one of my attacks. His gaze turned razor sharp. So now, I'm challenging the peak Grandmaster of Jidao, Lien Qibei, right here, right now. Everyone watching, both live and online, absolutely lost their minds. Holy cow, a level 6 is challenging a peak Grandmaster? Is he completely insane? What did he just say? Over on the sidelines, Qin Shaojun was floored. No way. Lu Sheng is straight up defying the heavens. The guy's got balls of steel, but Dong Qingxue calmly offered her own theory. I think I see what Lu Sheng is planning. He wants to use this Grandmaster Dragon to shatter his final barrier and break through to the level 7 Grandmaster realm in this very battle. Hearing this, Lien Qibei immediately accepted the challenge, leaping down to the stage. Kid, I'll grant you your death wish. Dong Qingxue smiled and continued. If he succeeds, Lu Sheng will become the first person in our dragon country's history to reach the Grandmaster level before the age of 20. Back on the stage, Lien Qibei landed with a thud, sneering, just a little warning, kid. Try not to get yourself killed by me. Lu Sheng remained unfazed. Once you enter the ring, life and death are decided by fate. Don't worry about me, Grandmaster. The vice principal tried to intervene. Lu Sheng, you don't have to insist on fighting Lien Qibei. Xiao Taiyan quickly explained. No, Lien Qibei is a peak-level Grandmaster, and since he's out for revenge for the Gemini stars, he'll hold nothing back. It makes perfect sense for Lu Sheng to use him for a breakthrough, but deep down, A sense of unease told him Lu Sheng's goal wasn't just a simple breakthrough. Down below, Jiang He stroked his beard, admiring Lu Sheng. This kid, to have reached such heights at his age, his mentality and courage are truly one of a kind. Still, he ordered the two beside him. Keep a close eye on the fight. Don't let Lu Sheng get seriously hurt. The other man replied, don't worry. You know how the 7 great saints pamper him. Meanwhile, Lian was sizing up his opponent. This brat is strong, but he's still just a level 6. I've been a Grandmaster for over 20 years. How dare he? I'll use my mutation to crush this little pest with a single punch. Jiang, he stroked his beard and announced, if neither side has any objections, you may begin. Pay attention to your limits. If things get out of hand, I will be forced to stop you. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Lu Sheng's face. It's about time. I've been holding back for way too long. All this talk about using pressure to break through to the Grandmaster realm, all this crap about life and death situations. Lian Qibei unleashed his overwhelming aura, his voice booming with arrogance. Well, kid, are you ready? Ready to feel the pressure of a true Grandmaster? Lu Sheng's inner monologue continued. It's all just an excuse. All I really want. Not knowing his doom was imminent, Lian Qibei roared to the sky. Mutation! His entire body began to transform, his clothes ripping as scales erupted from his skin. As the transformation took hold, Lu Sheng thought, Wiz is to have a true life and death battle with you. As the thought finished, Lu Sheng shot forward, his eyes glowing like a demon from the abyss. Lian Qibei, now a grotesque green monster, looked up in shock. Huh? With his ultimate technique, Saintly Might Fist, Lu Sheng appeared right in his face. He calmly stated, I've come to invite Grandmaster Lian to die. A crazed light shone in his eyes. He instantly unleashed 3 divine techniques from the Nether King's scripture, channeling all that power into a single fist, creating a force with the power of a star itself. The combination of these ultimate moves was called the Divine Power Embodiment. Lu Sheng shot forward like a meteor, his eyes fixed on his target. Lian Qibei was utterly paralyzed with fear. Is that the sun? He could only stand frozen, ready to accept his personal apocalypse. A torrent of overwhelming power descended like divine punishment. And for Lian Qibei, there was no escape. Sensing this terrifying power, Jiang, he panicked. This is bad. He desperately leaped towards the stage, shouting, I have to stop him, but the wave of power had already crashed down on its target. The entire arena erupted, stone and debris flying everywhere in a massive explosion. When the smoke finally cleared, all that remained was a pair of legs. Standing right in front of Lu Sheng's fist were 2 disembodied legs. Everything above the waist had been completely vaporized. Jiang He had arrived too late. Lu Sheng, you. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng turned to him and asked, What's wrong, Great Grandmaster? Do you want to have a go with me too? The raw, unrestrained killing intent in his eyes was unmistakable. Jiang, he was completely stunned into silence. This kid had just obliterated a peak level 7 Grandmaster, and now he wanted to challenge him. A level 8 Great Grandmaster? Watching from above, Zhao Taiyan was in disbelief. Lian Qibei is dead. His body isn't even intact. Then, a shocking realization hit him. Wait, Lu Sheng never intended to use the pressure to break through. He just wanted to challenge a Grandmaster. The students below were terrified. Is he really just a level 6? Zhao Taiyan slammed his hands on the railing, the truth dawning on him. I get it now. I finally understand what Lu Sheng is trying to do. From the very beginning, Lu Sheng's real target was the martial saint himself. A cold sweat ran down his back. An image flashed in his mind of Lu Sheng standing before the legendary martial saint. Lu Sheng glanced up at Zhao Taiyan and thought, looks like you finally figured it out, Teacher Zhao. This is just my way. Before Lu Sheng's overwhelming attack, only Lian Qibei's legs remained. Jiang He was also reeling from the realization. Could it be that Lu Sheng planned all of this from the start? He's not even 19 years old yet. How could he instantly defeat a peak level 7 Grandmaster? He's truly unpredictable. Lu Sheng stood there, his fist still extended, looking unsatisfied. Jiang He could only sigh and tell him, I will report this to the Jidao Martial Hall and to the Martial Saint, Lord Tan Zhongyu. You can deal with the consequences yourself. With that, he turned and walked away. Lu Sheng watched him go, a small smile on his face. So, he's not going to make a move. I was hoping to see just how big the gap is between my current self and a level 8 Grandmaster. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his arm. It was Zhao Taiyan. Hurry, follow me down the mountain now, he urged frantically as he pulled Lu Sheng along. I'm taking you to St. Martial University number 7 to see the Martial Saint immediately. You really went overboard this time. Lian Qibei wasn't just any ordinary Grandmaster, Lu Sheng replied with his usual calm demeanor. I know, Lu Sheng said calmly. He was the Martial Saint's brother-in-law. Zhao Taiyan stopped in his tracks, shouting in disbelief. You knew, and you still killed him? In this entire world, only the Marshal Saint Tan can protect you now. Lu Sheng just casually rolled his wrist. Thanks, Professor Zhao, but I won't be needing it this time. Zhao Taiyan couldn't believe his stubborn student and began to lecture him. Are you insane? Even if you're not afraid, what about your family? What about your friends? Lu Sheng, you're still young. You can't just act on impulse. If you do, you'll regret it when it's too late. Let's go, before your family gets the news. While his teacher frantically tried to leave, Lu Sheng remained perfectly still. He spoke up. You're right. If my family gets the news, it will be too late. And that's exactly why, Professor. I can't go with you. Zhao Taiyan froze, the horrifying truth dawning on him. Lu Sheng, don't tell me. He then let out a long, defeated sigh. All right, I understand. I'll be waiting for you in the capital. Do you need me to see you off? Lu Sheng walked past him, replying, that won't be necessary. Looking down the impossibly long staircase, Lu Sheng smirked. Time for a little test of my new Grandmaster speed. And with that, he vanished, shooting down the mountain at blinding velocity. Even Zhao Taiyan was stunned watching this unfold. Lu Sheng, just what level has he actually reached? Meanwhile, at the high-speed rail station, Lu Sheng's family was on pins and needles. His mother kept asking, how much longer? His father checked his watch and replied, another half hour. It's the earliest train available. Qinghe was just as restless. The live broadcast cut out right when her brother was about to challenge a Grandmaster. She had no idea what happened after that. Her mother, with tears welling in her eyes, urged, can't we go any faster? Isn't there an earlier train? If something happens to Xiao Sheng, what am I supposed to do? Panicked, the father turned to Qinghe. Xiao He, please try to calm your mother down. I believe in our son. He'll be fine. But his daughter just flinched, her own heart pounding with fear. What should I do, she thought, panicking. He's challenging a Grandmaster and a 7th level one at that? Even Governor Xia Pingnan, who visited their house before, was only a Grandmaster. The image of her brother's reckless challenge filled her with dread, but she forced herself to stay calm and comfort her mom. Mom, don't worry so much. My brother is. Before she could finish, Qinghe's phone buzzed to life. Answering the call, her face was incredibly tense. Brother, she began, but her expression immediately relaxed. Oh, so that's what happened? Okay, her parents anxiously leaned in. Was that Xiao Sheng? What did he say? Lu Qinghe pointed to her phone and explained, he's fine. She relayed that the signal on the mountain was bad, which is why the live broadcast on TV got interrupted. He said his challenge against the Grandmaster was just part of the tournament's script. It was all staged. The sister thought to herself that she'd been played for a fool. Why would he randomly provoke a Grandmaster? Her mother finally let out a sigh of relief. Oh, so that's all it was? She took the phone and launched into a lecture. Do you have any idea how to scare people? You don't know how worried your father and I were. What? You're about to go on stage for the award ceremony? All right, we won't bother you then. You better be home in 2 days so I can see you. And remember to apologize to that Grandmaster. You hear me? Even if it was staged, you shouldn't have said such harsh things. Hello? After a moment of silence, her mom pointed at the phone. This kid, he hung up so quickly. Her dad just chuckled fondly. You worry too much. Xiao Sheng will be perfectly fine. But Lu Qinghe still had her doubts. That's weird. That tournament is known for its integrity. I've never heard of them staging anything. How strange. Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. And with that, the family of 3 happily headed home. We need a few drinks to calm our nerves when we get back. In that case, don't forget to refund the tickets. The processing fee is pretty high, enough to buy you a side dish for your drinks. Why are you hesitating? His safety is all that matters. They had no idea that from a dark corner, someone was already watching them. The figure in the hat watched them leave while on the phone. They're heading home. Keep an eye on them. Don't mention it. You paid us, so, of course, we'll handle this properly. Any more talk and we might lose the job. Understood. Please, go about your business. After hanging up, the person reviewed Lu Sheng's file. Lian Jibei, a Grandmaster from the Jidao Martial Hall, dead. The killer, Lu Sheng, from Seven Saints University, he muttered to himself. Truly unpredictable. Killing a Grandmaster at only 19 years old. Elsewhere, Lu Sheng looked at his phone, speaking to himself. With Teacher Zhao and Teacher Yu helping out, their safety shouldn't be an issue. A moment later, he appeared before a technician's shop. He recalled Zhao Taiyan's words. Do you know who Lian Jibei's sister is? Aren't you afraid of the Lian family's revenge? Lu Sheng walked inside, his voice calm. Afraid? I'm terrified. But I'm even more terrified of losing everything I've just gained. Some things can only be done when you're driven by fear, and I'm even more afraid of spending the rest of my life living under the weight of their hateful glares. His eyes began to glow with a brilliant light. Just then, Lu Sheng arrived at the Shengtian Shangding Entertainment Club, room number 8. He immediately activated his perception, scanning the entire area and peering inside the club. In room number 8, he could see several figures sitting inside. Lian Ye sat there, running a hand through his hair. "My father is dead," he breathed. The bodyguard beside him was shocked. "What? Who killed Grandmaster Lian?" Lian Ye gritted his teeth. "They didn't say, but they told me to come back at once." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Suddenly, a hand gripped the doorknob. The door swung open, and Lian Ye stared in shock at the person standing there. "Who are you?" Lu Sheng's eyes were glowing intensely as he said, "Hello, Lian Ye. Your father, Lian Jibei, wants to see you. I'll take you to him." Meanwhile, in a villa nestled in the mountains outside of Kyoto, someone swirled a glass of wine. "You're saying, my brother, Lian Jibei, is dead?" A woman in a dark red dress had a grim expression. For her to call Lian Jibei brother, she must be his sister, Lian Su. The bodyguard knelt, head bowed. Grandmaster Lian was leading a team at the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. After it ended, someone issued a challenge. Grandmaster Lian was killed on the spot by Lu Sheng of the Seven Saints University. His body wasn't even left intact. Lian Su shot to her feet like a madwoman, snarling, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. With my brother's cowardly nature, how could he possibly accept a challenge from another Grandmaster? Do you take me for a fool?" The bodyguard trembled with fear. "Lu Sheng, the one who killed Grandmaster Lian. He was a level 6 martial artist." Hearing this, Lian Su crushed the glass in her hand. A murderous aura exploded from her as she growled. "What did you say? Level 6? Do you think this is some kind of joke?" The bodyguard dropped to the floor, desperately trying to explain. "My lady, please calm down. Let me finish." After Lu Sheng made his move, he suddenly broke through from level 6 to become a Grandmaster. That's how. Lian Su suddenly burst into crazed laughter, throwing the broken glass aside. "Ha ha ha, I knew it! A level 6 martial artist." Then, she collapsed to her knees, laughing and crying at the same time, clutching her face. How could my brother be killed by a level 6 martial artist? So, it was a genius martial artist of that caliber. "Ha ha ha, very well. In that case, I'll trouble you to make a trip. Go and kill him." Her eyes were filled with pure malice. The bodyguard grew even more frantic. "I can't do that, my lady. Grandmaster Lian was killed in an official match. According to the rules of the martial world, we cannot seek revenge." Lian Su grabbed him by the collar, her voice a frantic scream. "Then what about my brother? Are we supposed to just let him die for nothing? Die for nothing?" She pulled out her phone, laughing like a maniac. "He's already dead." "Ha ha ha. Fine, just fine. So you won't help me? Fine, then don't blame me for what I do next." Lian Su's face was twisted into a terrifying, distorted mask of rage. Outside a school, children were happily leaving for the day. Fu Jianming stood nearby, watching the laughing kids. Suddenly, his gaze froze on one particular child. In the little girl's cheerful smile, he saw the image of his own daughter. The little girl opened her eyes and noticed him staring. The children got scared. "Ah, it's that old madman. Let's go. Hurry, before he goes crazy and grabs us." Fu Jianming bent down and started picking up plastic bottles from a trash can. Suddenly, the kids bumped into someone. Lu Sheng offered a friendly smile, then approached Fu Jianming. "Fu Jianming," he called out. "I've come to collect my payment." Lu Sheng's cheerful tone surprised Fu Jianming. He tossed a bag at the man's feet. "I brought the item you needed. Why don't you check if it's the right one?" "Oh, right. They said you can't insult a Grandmaster. Even in death, his body can't be chopped up like pork." The old man stared, stunned, before sitting down and reaching for the bag. Fu Jianming slowly pulled the zipper open, letting the light spill inside. Lu Sheng continued, "So, I had no choice. I could only bring you Lian Ye's head." At that exact moment, Fu Jianming saw the severed head inside the bag. Then, Lu Sheng held out a family photo of 4 people. "Here, take it." More than the head, it was the photograph that left Fu Jianming completely thunderstruck. With trembling hands, he took the picture, his eyes welling up with tears. He clutched the photo to his chest as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Tears streamed down Fu Jianming's face as he bowed low before Lu Sheng. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." But Lu Sheng just waved a hand, not even turning back. A little later, he contacted Zhao Taiyan. "Vice Principal, I've finished what I needed to do." Lu Sheng was now standing on the roof of a skyscraper, gazing out at the sun. Zhao Taiyan's voice came from the other end. "Then hurry back. I've already informed the Saint Marshal Lord. The Marshal Saint Tan has officially agreed to take you as his disciple. He's also agreed to shield you from all pressure from the Jidao Martial Hall. All you need to do is..." Lu Sheng's voice was heavy. "Vice Principal, I'm not coming back." "Lu Sheng, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Taiyan asked, shocked. Lu Sheng replied, You're probably in your office right now, aren't you? I remember the teacher's office had a huge, floor-to-ceiling window. I bet you could see times at times from there. At those words, Trio Thai Yem turned his head. Reflected in his glasses was the high tower. A deep frown creased his brow. Lukthon continued, Vice Principal. You know what I'm going to do when I become a martial saint? The day I reach that level, I'm going to shatter that high tower and make the whole world chant my real name. Triu Thai Yem pulled out his phone, sweating bullets as he asked the great martial saint, Sir, about this situation? The martial saint simply replied, If the boy doesn't agree, then let it be. Stroking his beard, the old man continued, There's no need for you to feel any regret. He has a path that he wants to walk. It's just different from the one we chose. His ideals might be childish, even laughable. But it's been a long time since I've met such an interesting martial arts junior. Ha ha, he mused while looking outside. Trio Tai Yem placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head, as if trying to speak up for the kid.